You can see the success rate for anything you do. What will you use it for? As you're about to be late for work, you're praying in your heart that the boss won't scold you. As soon as you finish speaking, a 100% number appears before your eyes. What the hell is going on? Confused but pressed for time, you rush to work without the luxury to ponder, grabbing your bag and hurrying down the rented building. Desperately praying for the bus not to cost money, just as the thought crosses your mind, another string of 100% data flashes before your eyes. What the hell is this? Without thinking too much, you rush to catch the bus. You arrive at the bus stop only to find that the bus has already left. You're utterly frustrated. Gritting your teeth, you can't afford to worry about money anymore, so you call a taxi and rush to the company. As soon as you walk in, the boss blocks your way and starts berating you, spitting as he speaks. You can only silently curse in your heart, wishing that this old hag never gets married. 0%, damn it. What's going on? The continuous stream of data appearing before you makes you uneasy. An inexplicable sense of unease washes over you. This is definitely not normal. What's with this data? After the old tiger finishes scolding, you reluctantly sit down at your desk, sorting through materials and reviewing previous clients interested in buying a house, preparing to call and schedule a meeting. Habitually praying in your heart to sell a house today, just as the thought arises, a 0% flashes before your eyes. This forces you to take it seriously. Stroking your chin, you ponder what the sudden appearance of this data means. Thoughts flash through your mind, is there something wrong with my eyes? 0% am I seeing ghosts? 0% there's definitely a problem. There's definitely a problem. The data before you piques your curiosity. Calming yourself, you carefully consider the situation regarding the data, and suddenly it feels like you've grasped something. Wait, this percentage seems to mean something. A bold idea begins to rise in your mind. You start experimenting. I will be late today 100%. I will earn 1 million today 1%. I will earn 10 yuan today 100%. Oh my god, it seems like you've seen the success rate. You're shocked by this discovery. You quickly run to the small supermarket below the company, standing in front of the beverage shelf, pretending to choose red tea. Holding a bottle in your hand, the thought arises in your mind, winning will be 0%. Soon, you switch to another bottle, winning will be 100%. Your eyes light up as you take the red tea to pay. After checking out, you immediately twist open the cap. You can't help but grin widely. It's perfect, no doubt about it. You've seen the success rate. At this moment, you don't even want to go to work anymore. Now that you can see the success rate, work seems irrelevant. There's no way you can continue working. Not in a lifetime. At this moment, the first thing that comes to mind is gambling stones. There's a small-scale gambling stone yard in Shanghai City. In the gambling stone industry, there's a saying, one cut can make you rich, another can leave you poor, and yet another can tear you apart. A piece of worthless rough material, if it yields good jade, can be worth a fortune. It's a risky industry that can make you rich overnight or leave you with nothing in an instant. But now that you can see the success rate, there can only be one outcome. A cut that makes you instantly rich. After saying that, you take a taxi to the gambling stone yard, and once inside, you casually stroll around. You randomly choose a small stall on the outskirts and stop, noticing the price tag. The stones here are relatively cheap, at 1,000 yuan per kilogram, making them the least expensive raw stones. In the high-end area, the marked price of raw stones has already reached 10,000 yuan, even up to 100,000 yuan per kilogram. It's quite intimidating, but even though you don't know much, you can tell that the quality of these raw stones varies significantly. The stones in the high-end area look oily and glossy, exuding an air of wealth, as if they surely contain jade when cut open. In contrast, the stones at the outer stalls look like something picked up by the river. However, this is all a gamble. Prices are clearly marked, and no one forces you to buy, so you can only accept the risks of gambling. You also notice that the crowd gathered around these outer stalls is dressed simply. They clearly aren't wealthy, and it seems they just want to invest a little. It would be great if one could stumble upon a big find, turning into the legendary one-cut fortune. You squat down and casually pick up a stone. The thought crosses your mind, there's jade 0%. You toss it aside and pick up another one, there's jade 0%. An elderly gentleman nearby can't watch any longer. He looks quite knowledgeable, wearing glasses. He seems quite refined. He's holding a magnifying glass, examining a stone closely, and notices you carelessly tossing stones around. He says, "Hey, young man, are you gambling stones? With such carelessness, how could you possibly succeed? Young man, it's clear that you came here eager for quick success, but you obviously don't understand anything. With this kind of gambling, you'll lose no matter how much you invest. Listen to me, don't seek shortcuts to make money, find a job and work steadily." You disdainfully turn away, thinking to yourself, why should I listen to you? I'm focused on the success rate, not gambling stones. However, considering that the old man means well, you don't argue with him. You walk to the next stall and continue picking up stones. Today's young people are too impulsive. They don't heed advice and won't learn until they fall hard. The old man at the nearby stall continues to comment. Just then, as you hold a stone, a habitual thought crosses your mind. There's jade 100%. You're filled with excitement and shout, "Boss, I'll take this one. This stone is just right, slightly larger than a fist, and weighs about a kilogram. Currently, all your savings add up to less than 2,000 yuan, so this is the only stone you can afford." The crowd around you looks on. You just arrived and already bought a stone. Kid, you should stop while you can. Kid, heed the advice and eat your fill. Don't pretend to know what you don't, or you'll end up losing. At this moment, a beautiful young woman walks over, swaying her slim waist, asking if you want that stone. You nod. The young woman weighs the stone and tells you it's 1.25 kilograms, totaling 1,250 yuan. Cash or card? You take out your phone, and the young woman brings over a QR code. You scan it to pay, successfully buying the stone for 1,250 yuan. The crowd nearby sees the transaction completed, and the atmosphere shifts instantly. Hey, little brother, let's cut it open and see. Yes, let's cut it now. Everyone gathers around to watch the excitement. You didn't respond immediately. After thinking for a moment, you ask the young lady next to you, "What if we cut out some jade? Do you buy it back here?" The young lady replied, "Of course we buy it back, and the prices are fair. This is well known to our regular customers." Yes, I can vouch for that. I've seen many people sell their cut jade here. They have professional appraisers who assess the prices. Alright, it's up to you to decide. Then come with me, said the hostess. Our craftsmen provide free cutting services here, and they're professionals who won't damage the jade. You nodded, feeling unsure about everything. It seemed that having the cutting done here would save you a lot of trouble, as you wouldn't have to figure out how to do it yourself. Moreover, cutting out jade could be turned directly into cash, which you found quite pleasing. The cutting master skillfully handled the tools. The stone was fixed in a metal holder as the small cutting machine slowly pressed down, slicing the stone a millimeter at a time. Surrounded by layers of onlookers, the crowd was packed tightly together, each person craning their necks in anticipation of the result. Your heart tightened as you felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Although you believed in your ability to see success, this was the first time you were using it to make money. If it succeeds, that would be great, but if it fails, then it would be a total disaster. In no time, the cutting master sliced through completely, lifted the saw, opened the holder, and picked up the stone. He split it in two with a smile, revealing jade. Although it wasn't particularly large, he showed you the two pieces of stone, and in the center, there was a walnut-sized piece of emerald green jade. You let out a long sigh of relief, feeling steadier inside. The hostess beamed even more upon seeing the cut jade. You're going to sell it here, right? Let me take you to meet our manager, who handles these matters. Okay, you nodded, and the hostess led the way as you followed her with the jade in hand. Congratulations on cutting out jade, sir. It's clear you have a keen eye and rich experience, said the male manager, in his 30s, wearing glasses and smiling broadly. He then turned to the hostess and instructed, quickly, pour some tea. Your status had transformed into that of a VIP. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, you casually surveyed the luxurious room, feeling quite pleased. I'll call for the appraiser right away, the manager said as he took out his phone to make the call. You nodded casually, appearing calm as if you had seen many storms before. This was just a minor matter to you, just business. Sir, please enjoy some tea, the hostess said as she poured the tea and brought it to you with a smile. The jade was of average quality and lacked sufficient clarity. The appraiser, an elderly man in his 60s with glasses, looked knowledgeable as he examined the walnut-sized jade with a magnifying glass. How much is it worth? You asked directly, as that was what you were most concerned about. 10,000, not a penny more, the old man said, setting down the magnifying glass. The manager chimed in, this gentleman, Mr. Liu, is a seasoned appraisal expert who never makes mistakes. Think it over, if you're satisfied, sell the jade to us. He then said to the appraiser, Mr. Liu, let me assist you, as he helped the old man out of the room. Once they were out of the room, the appraiser whispered to the manager, at most 30,000. The manager nodded to show he understood and then returned to the room, smiling as he asked, Sir, what are you thinking? Thoughts raced through your mind. This jade could be worth 1,000,000 0%, worth 200,000 0%, worth 100,000 1%. It might be worth 40,000 35%, or 30,000 100%. This series of figures left you bewildered. The situation seemed a bit unclear. Sir, how are you considering it? The manager asked again. 10,000 won't do, you replied. Don't treat me like an outsider. I understand jade. This piece of mine is worth at least 50,000. No way, 50,000. The manager's mouth twitched. he thought, this young man has a sharp eye. It's unbelievable how young he is. This jade could indeed sell for 50,000 if there are good channels, but this industry is very deep. Most people don't know the good channels. If we buy it for 50,000, there's no profit at all. 50,000 is too expensive. The manager immediately shook his head in refusal. If you don't trust us enough, feel free to ask elsewhere. You might get a better price. He appeared very righteous. You immediately stood up, realizing that the deal was not going to happen, and turned to leave. As you reached the door, the manager suddenly spoke up. Let me offer my utmost sincerity, 20,000. If you agree, we can complete the deal. 30,000, it can't be any less, you replied. At the mention of 30,000, the manager suddenly felt as if he had been cornered. He realized he had bitten off more than he could chew, and it felt rather painful. That's not going to work, then forget it. You turned and continued to leave. All right, 30,000 it is, the manager said, looking quite dejected. You nodded and returned to the room, leaving the jade behind as 30,000 was transferred to you. At that moment, looking at the 3 followed by 4 zeros, you felt exceptionally good. This was the largest amount of money you had ever seen, not just owned. Moreover, you had come to understand that the highest value of this jade was likely 50,000, but if you found the right buyer, it could go for 80 or even 100,000. However, if you completed the transaction here, you could sell it for at most 30,000. If you wanted to sell it for 50,000, you would have to find other channels. In any case, you had achieved the maximum profit by trading here. Feeling quite pleased, you realized that your success rate was impressive and could be applied in many areas. Then you approached the pile of stones, quickly picking and choosing, finding 0% jade. You worked swiftly, with each stone in your hands for no more than a second. About 5 minutes later, you found one with 100% jade. After a brief pause, you continued, thinking it was worth 10,100% and worth 100,000 100%. Feeling a little excited, you put that stone away and started picking up another one nearby. 0% jade. A few minutes later, after finishing with one stall and finding nothing else, you moved on to another stall. Meanwhile, nearly everyone around had stopped their activities, watching you intently in the entire stone gambling yard. You had become the center of attention, surrounded by various discussions. Guess this kid has real skills. He can tell which ones contain jade. Or is he just relying on luck? Does he have the legendary X-ray vision? That sounds terrifying. Such things don't happen in reality, do they? If that were the case, the owner would be devastated. After some more picking and choosing, you found another piece of rough stone that could sell for 50,000. Holding it in your hands, you looked around and noticed more people watching. It was about time to stop. You casually picked up 2 stones nearby, each about the size of a fist, thinking, 0% jade, okay, these 2 will do. Being lighter will mean spending less money. This was part of your plan. The situation had drawn so much attention today, and you needed a good ending, making others think you were just lucky. Otherwise, it might attract trouble. You understood the principle of the taller the tree, the more wind it catches, and the first bird gets shot. It's important to remain low-key. Getting rich is the way to go. Alright, you said as you hugged the 4 selected stones, stretching and telling the hostess, I want to check out these 4. The 4 pieces of rough stone weigh a total of 56 kilograms, the hostess announced after weighing them, quoting a price of 8,560. Without any hesitation, you handed over the money. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, you had the 2 worthless stones cut and packed the other 2 rough stones into your backpack to take home. Sitting on the sofa with your backpack, you couldn't help but grin foolishly to yourself, still feeling a bit like you were dreaming. In less than a day, you casually made over 100,000. The efficiency was a bit terrifying. Most importantly, this was just the beginning. You felt a little euphoric. You happily laughed to yourself for quite a while. You finally calmed down a bit, reminding yourself to stay composed. How big of a deal is this? It's just like having a cheat code for life. Why be this happy? But then again, how could you not be happy about something like this? You laughed to yourself again. You forced yourself to settle down, took the 2 stones out of your backpack, and stroked your chin, pondering how to handle them. And you needed to do it without raising suspicion. Selling these would turn them into cash, allowing you to genuinely make a tidy profit of over 100,000. What should I do? Ideas flashed through your mind. If I wait until tomorrow to take these 2 stones to the gambling yard, will it raise suspicion 100%? Indeed, that route was not feasible. You needed to find another way. Suddenly, an idea struck you. A person came to mind. A former co-worker from your previous company, Zhu Shishir, who worked at an old jewelry and jade shop. You had bumped into her recently while she was selling jewelry, and you still had her contact information. Given the situation, you could reach out to her and ask if her old shop buys jade. If they do, you could sell it. You immediately took out your phone and dialed her number. It connected quickly. A pleasant female voice came through the line. Cece here. What made you think to call me? I wanted to ask if the place you work is an old jade shop. Yes, didn't we talk about that last time? I'm just asking if your shop buys jade. There was a pause on the line before she continued. We do buy jade. Are you asking about used goods or accessories? We buy those too. Not used goods or accessories, I'm referring to freshly cut jade rough. I'm not entirely sure about that. Let me ask the boss for you. Before long, Zhu Shishir's voice came back. I asked the boss, and the shop does buy jade. But do you have jade to sell? Let's discuss it further when we meet. Please send me your shop's address, and I'll come by after I finish my current tasks to meet your boss. Alright, we'll talk when we meet, she said, and the call ended. A moment later, a notification came through with an address. You glanced at it and noted it down, Donghu Road, East Antique Street. Next, you needed to set your plan in motion. Taking out your phone, you began looking online for a small cutting machine. You browsed through various options and quickly selected a suitable one for 666 with free shipping, then placed your order. You had previously followed stone gambling because it was an opportunity for overnight wealth. Besides stone gambling, you also kept an eye on things like lottery tickets. In short, the dream of making money easily, big money, was something you often thought about during sleepless nights, fantasizing about pie falling from the sky. But this time, it truly felt like pie falling from the sky, and a huge pie at that. Your purpose in buying the small cutting machine was not to cut jade, but rather as another way to engage in the stone gambling business. There are two types of transactions in stone gambling. One is buying rough stones, and the second is opening a window and trading without cutting once you see green. The gamble is with jade. There is definitely jade inside, but the size and value depend on your vision and experience. Of course, the prices in these transactions differ vastly from those of rough stones. To be precise, there is no accurate price. As long as both parties are willing and a deal can be made, the key point is still gambling. The experienced stone gambler can estimate the quality of jade by looking at a slight crack. The small cutting machine won't arrive until tomorrow. Jiang Nan glanced at the time. It was already late afternoon. He picked up his phone and started downloading the double color ball. Soon, it was done. However, when Jiang Nan planned to buy the double color ball for a super jackpot, he painfully discovered that considering the success rate made buying the double color ball incredibly troublesome. Each different combination of numbers affected the chances of winning, and trying out so many numbers to pick a hot number would probably turn his beard white. Forget it. I won't buy it. Betting on stones is much simpler. He put his phone away and went downstairs, ready to order something delicious to make up for the hurt he just experienced. After all the effort to download the double color ball, it turned out to be useless. In the small restaurant downstairs, Jiang Nan chose a quiet corner and looked at the menu. Spicy fish head, steamed pork, dongpa pork, spicy mushrooms. Bored, his interest peaked, thoughts began to rise in his mind. Spicy fish head suits my taste. 90%. Dongpa pork. 40%. Spicy hot pot. 10%. Steamed fish. 50%. Hee. Interesting. A smile curved at the corner of Jiang Nan's mouth. The success rate can be applied everywhere. So let's test it out. Just then, the waitress came over and gently asked, "What would you like to order?" "Spicy fish head, steamed fish, spicy mushrooms, dongpa pork, and 2 bottles of beer, make it quick." Okay. The waitress hurried to the kitchen to rush the dishes, secretly wondering how one person could eat so much. Before long, the dishes started coming one after another. Jiang Nan took a bite of the spicy fish head and put it in his mouth. It was indeed good, the taste was great, just as he liked. He enjoyed it immensely. Then he took a bite of the spicy hot pot. As soon as it hit his mouth, he almost spat it out. It was incredibly awful. As expected, it was a dish with only a 10% success rate. He rinsed his mouth with some water before trying the other dishes, starting with the 50% steamed fish. The taste was acceptable, it was edible. Then he tried the dongpa pork, which wasn't great, but he could manage to eat it. Jiang Nan concluded that this success rate was incredibly useful and could be applied to various aspects of making a living. He decided not to eat the other dishes, instead enjoying his beer and spicy fish head, occasionally taking a bite of the steamed fish, feeling quite satisfied. He had never eaten so comfortably in his life. He leisurely finished his meal by evening, settled the bill, and left. The waitress looked at the barely touched dishes, raised her beautiful eyebrows, and muttered softly, "Do rich people waste like this?" Unable to help herself, she stole a few more glances at Jiang Nan's back. Tall and handsome. An inexplicable thought crossed her mind, it would be nice to find a boyfriend like that. Eating a meal so lavishly must mean he had a car, a house, and savings. That night, he took a taxi straight to the cinema, ready to enjoy a blockbuster. Going to the cinema to watch a movie had always been something Jiang Nan wanted to do but never dared to. The reason was simple: he was poor. But when he arrived at the cinema, Jiang Nan felt even worse. Everywhere he looked, couples were flaunting their love. Either groups of buddies or clusters of girls were huddled together. He looked so out of place, being single and alone. It wasn't that there weren't others like him, but they seemed to be in the minority. To make matters worse, he spotted two familiar faces in the distance. Two colleagues from work, Lily and Zhang Yuan. Jiang Nan knew that these two were dating. He didn't expect to run into them here, and the important thing was they were a couple while he was all alone. This was so awkward. Oh, Jiang Nan. Just then, Zhang Yuan spotted him. You're here to watch a movie too? Why are you alone? Go on, how can you talk like that? Lily interjected. How could Jiang Nan come here alone to watch a movie? It's obvious he's waiting for a friend, right, Jiang Nan? While saying this, she blinked her long false eyelashes, looking as if she understood everything. Right. Jiang Nan smiled awkwardly. You got me, I'm waiting for a friend. Jiang Nan, come on, sneaking around with a friend and not telling us? No way, you have to treat us, Zhang Yuan said. Jiang Nan, come on. Still so stingy, shouldn't you treat us when you're with a friend? Jiang Nan. Alright, let's go in first, Lily said. Jiang Nan just lost his job, we should be more understanding. Jiang Nan. Okay, let's go in. The two of them entered the cinema. Jiang Nan rubbed his face, feeling frustrated. He came to have fun, but it turned out so awkward. Just then, a tall, elegant beauty brushed past him, heading towards the ticket counter. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Such a beautiful girl was rare. A moment later, he was surprised. What was going on? Such a stunning girl was actually watching a movie alone? That's not normal. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a surge of excitement, and thoughts crossed his mind. The chance of successfully inviting this girl to watch a movie. 100%. What the hell? 100%? Jiang Nan was shocked himself. He was just trying it for fun, never expecting such a result. It seemed there was a story here. His interest grew. One thought after another arose. This girl was naturally flirty, easy to pursue. 0%. Not because of that. So, this girl was in a bad mood. 100%. Something's up. This girl had a breakup. 0%. Was sulking with her family. 100%. Still a virgin. 100%. What the hell? The last item, Jiang Nan was just casually testing, but unexpectedly, she really was a novice. Not bad. A girl like this could be approached. Jiang Nan stroked his chin, making a decisive decision. The girl had already reached the ticket counter and was about to buy a ticket. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan quickly walked over, smiling, and in a gentlemanly manner said, Hey, are you here alone? Yes. The beauty replied coldly with a single word. Nearby, several boys were secretly watching her. After all, a woman as beautiful as her was rare. Wherever she went, she was a captivating presence. Jiang Nan's approach immediately drew attention. Whether it was jealousy or envy, they felt uncomfortable that Jiang Nan had the guts to flirt with a beauty of this caliber. They muttered quietly. Still trying to flirt, doesn't he have any self-awareness? Thinking he can date a girl like that, just look at her aura, and then look at himself in his cheap, street market clothes. A toad wanting to eat swan meat, such a cliché plot, and it actually happened. Although their whispers were not loud, Jiang Nan heard them but couldn't be bothered to respond, continuing in a gentlemanly manner, Just right, I'm alone too, would you like to join me for a movie? Sure. The girl coldly replied with another single word. Ha! Jiang Nan smiled, tossing 2 bills to the ticket girl. 2 tickets. The nearby single guys stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. What the hell? She actually agreed? How could this happen? Jiang Nan took the tickets and walked into the cinema alongside the stunning girl. The group of guys looked at their backs with complex expressions, utterly baffled. At the entrance of the screening room, Jiang Nan bought 2 buckets of popcorn, casually handing one to the girl without saying a word. The girl glanced at him, took the item, and similarly said nothing. Her gaze was icy. At this moment, she had developed a bit of interest in Jiang Nan, even considering pursuing him, despite his cheap, street vendor attire. Did he not realize his own worth? Did he think about the consequences? The girl's name was Chi. In Zhanghai City, she was someone with a background. Her grandfather was a famous collector, well known in the antique collection world as Olden. Her father was the president and director of the most prestigious hospital in Zhanghai City, an hospital. Her older brother was a big shot in the underworld, with over 100 subordinates. It could be said that anyone from the Yin family was a prominent figure in Zhanghai City, and Chi was the apple of everyone's eye in the Yin family. Spoiled by her grandfather, doted on by her father, and even more cherished by her brother. Any man who dared to harbor ill intentions towards Chi would definitely face dire consequences. And she had even imagined the scene where Jiang Nan would have his legs broken. As soon as this guy showed any lewd behavior, with just one call from her, a long line of cars would come rushing over. The two of them walked into the screening room, looking for seats. Just then, someone not far away stood up and greeted Jiang Nan. "Hey, Jiang Nan, you're in this screening room too?" Jiang Nan looked over and saw it was Zhang Yuan. "Yeah, what a coincidence," Jiang Nan smiled. Zhang Yuan, however, was staring at Chi beside Jiang Nan with a look of astonishment, his breath slightly uneven. He was completely stunned by Chi's beauty and aura. Waves of shock surged in his heart. Damn! What kind of luck did this kid Jiang Nan have to land such a stunning beauty? God, that figure, that face, that presence, and the designer outfit, any fool could see it was all high-end brands. The bag she carried. A limited edition Hermes. One bag costs tens of thousands. This is too outrageous. Next to them, Lily's eyes were wide open, fixated on the Hermes bag, unable to look away. Her heart was in turmoil. Talk later, Jiang Nan greeted Zhang Yuan and went to find a seat, sitting down. "Lily, what do you think is going on?" "I'm a bit confused," Zhang Yuan asked, his mood unsettled. "Don't ask me, I'm all mixed up." "Damn it, Zhang Yuan, when will you buy me a Hermes bag?" "I don't need a limited edition, just an Hermes will do." Zhang Yuan. "Damn it, Jiang Nan, you're going to kill me with this rhythm." "Lily, I bet that the bag Chi is carrying definitely wasn't bought by Jiang Nan. He just lost his job, you know that. This kid must have hit some kind of jackpot, being supported by a rich woman. I don't care, if you don't buy me an Hermes bag, I'll break up with you." Zhang Yuan. Soon, the screening room quieted down, and the movie started. It was a highly acclaimed domestic film, Dying to Survive. Jiang Nan watched with great interest, munching on popcorn, completely ignoring the girl beside him. It was just a whim after all. Meanwhile, Chi was puzzled by Jiang Nan's reaction. She occasionally stole glances at him while also munching on popcorn. She had lost her desire to watch the movie, her mind racing with thoughts. What's wrong with this guy? Not saying a word while trying to pursue a girl, what's going on? Is this some new tactic? Playing hard to get? Fishing with a long line? Until the movie ended, Chi was still calculating in her mind. She had a habit of watching movies alone when she was unhappy, to calm herself down, and this time was no different, having quarreled with her family. However, this time, she couldn't calm down at all, disturbed by this oddball Jiang Nan. She had planned to wait for Jiang Nan to show any lewd thoughts so she could teach him a lesson, vent her frustrations, and maybe play a prank on the jerk, hoping it would improve her mood. But I never expected it to be like this. Jiang Nan watched the movie calmly, as steady as a mountain. Yet she was left feeling restless. The movie ended, and people began to trickle out of the screening room. "Shall we go too?" Jiang Nan said with a smile to Chi, standing up at the same time. "Let's go." And she replied coldly, feeling a bit pleased after much inner turmoil. She thought to herself that perhaps the fox's tail would show itself in the end. She guessed the next step would definitely be a late-night snack invitation or some old tricks like drugging. The two left the screening room. Upon exiting, Zhang Yuan and Lily were surprisingly waiting at the door. When they saw Jiang Nan and Chi come out, Zhang Yuan grinned, revealing his big front teeth. "Jiang Nan, you're quite something, introduce us." As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards Chi. The implication was clear. Jiang Nan was taken aback for a moment, pondering how to handle it. "Well, I'll treat you to a meal another day, we can have a good chat." He winked, clearly indicating that it wasn't convenient to talk in this situation and suggesting a private conversation later. Oh. Zhang Yuan understood immediately, smiling mysteriously. "Alright, I'll hold you to that. I'm waiting for your call, and I expect some good dishes." "Sure," Jiang Nan smiled. And Chi, however, was very cooperative, not saying a word the entire time, but her expression was icy. Zhang Yuan left with Lily, who looked at Chi's Hermes bag one last time as they departed. "Thank you, goodbye," Jiang Nan said with a gentlemanly smile to Chi before turning to leave. And Chi? She was completely bewildered. What was going on? Thank you, goodbye, and this kind of operation? She couldn't understand at all. Watching Jiang Nan's figure grow distant, her face turned extremely cold, feeling as if she had been played. She called out, "Wait a minute, what is it?" Jiang Nan stopped, turning back with a puzzled look. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean?" Jiang Nan feigned ignorance. "I just invited you to watch a movie together, and now the movie is over." And she opened her mouth, speechless. It sounded reasonable. See you. Jiangnan smiled and turned to leave. No, wait, you. And she felt frustrated, stammering but not knowing what to say. Is there anything else? Speak quickly, I'm busy. Jiangnan said. You. After a long pause, and she finally said, I don't have the habit of letting strange men pay for me. I'll return the money for the movie ticket and popcorn. As she spoke, she pulled out several 100 yuan bills from her bag, walked up to Jiangnan, and threw the money at him, turning away angrily, her high heels clicking as she walked off. Jiangnan. He was left dumbfounded. Looking at the scattered 100 yuan bills on the ground, he bent down to pick them up, counting a total of 6 bills, which was a lucky number. He couldn't help but smile. 600 yuan. He even made a profit. The movie ticket and popcorn together cost less than 100 yuan, netting him a 500 yuan profit. This business was quite good. Just testing the waters, he didn't expect to have unexpected gains. Feeling great. We are different, in different circumstances. After taking a taxi back to his rented place, Jiangnan hummed a song as he climbed the stairs, feeling very good, his steps a bit light. This was the most wonderful night he had ever felt. No more worries about making money tomorrow, no more fears of being scolded by the boss for being late. He could sleep in as long as he wanted. Thank you, big brother, for the tip. Thank you, love you. As he approached the door, a sweet, charming voice from next door caught his attention. Jiangnan paused for a moment and then knocked on the door. The tenant next door was a young girl who was a live streamer. Wait a moment, little brothers, Bebe has a guest. I'll be back soon. After the pleasant voice rang out, the door creaked open. A pretty girl with heavy makeup and rabbit ears poked her head out. Jianggo, it's you. What's up? I'm live streaming right now. Nothing else, here. Jiangnan said, handing the big bag of chips he bought on the way back to the young streamer. I bought several bags on the way back. Take this for a late night snack. As he spoke, he showed her several large bags of snacks in his hand. The young streamer immediately cheered up. Thank you so much, Jianggo, love you. I'll get back to my stream now. Finally someone donated, let's chat another day. Go ahead. The door closed, and the young streamer returned, her pleasant voice quickly coming through. Little brothers, I'm back. Let's continue chatting. What? You want to see me dance? Oh no. Please don't, I'm not good at dancing. Jiangnan paused for a moment, shrugged helplessly, and returned to his own room next door. Several large bags of snacks and some drinks were casually tossed aside as he lay back on the sofa, grinning foolishly. After laughing for a while, he finally stopped. He casually grabbed a bag of snacks, opened it, and then took a bottle of iced tea, opened it, and pulled out his phone. Logged into the live streaming platform, and directly clicked on Bebe's live room. In the live room, Bebe was dancing with her little waist twisting. Although she wasn't professional, her cute and pretty appearance and good figure made her look very adorable. Bebe and Jiangnan had been neighbors for almost a year, renting together. When Jiangnan first met Bebe, he was too shy to speak. Facing such a beautiful girl, he felt a bit inferior as a poor guy. However, later on, Bebe often asked him to help with physical tasks like fixing pipes. As they interacted more, they became familiar with each other. Of course, Jiangnan never had any bad thoughts about Bebe, which made her trust him a lot. Bebe had just turned 18, and Jiangnan was 4 years older, so she always called him Jianggu. Their brother-sister relationship was quite harmonious. Whenever there was a need for strength, Jiangnan would go help. Of course, he wouldn't do the shopping, he was still poor. Jiangnan understood Bebe well. She came from a rural background, her family was not well off, her father was bedridden and needed long-term medication, and she had 2 younger brothers in school. She had no choice but to sell her looks and start live streaming, hoping to earn more money to support her family. As a young girl, Jiangnan saw how hard it was for her. Sometimes, even when she was in a bad mood, she had to smile brightly during the stream and sweet-talk her fans. Moreover, some fans had very poor manners, saying crude things and even trampling on her dignity, which she had to endure. Jiangnan watched for a while as the bullet comments scrolled up, occasionally receiving small donations. Bebe didn't have many fans, just under 10,000. She had built her following bit by bit. The live streaming industry was very deep. With connections and support, one could become popular. Otherwise, making money was very difficult. Especially for someone like Bebe, without connections or a network, she could only rely on herself little by little. Obsessed fan, the little sister has such a good figure. Drooling. Rich uncle, you said you can't dance, but you dance quite well, especially that little waist, so slim. I wonder if an uncle like me can hold it. He. Rich uncle donated 5 fish fins. Thank you for the donation, love you. Bebe's pleasant voice rang out. Damn it, old man, at your age. Jiangnan cursed indignantly. Thinking about it, this little sister really has it tough. In the past, there was no money, and I couldn't help her. Now that I have money, I can lend her a hand. I directly recharged, and 5,000 yuan was enough to buy 10 rockets. I sent them as a reward. In this small live streaming room, such a large reward was simply unprecedented, instantly pushing it to the most eye-catching position on the screen. Moreover, with the special effects of the reward, rockets flew up with continuous booming sounds. The prominent big words. The sun-loving salted fish rewarded 10 rockets. The dancing Bebe suddenly stopped, her eyes reddened, almost crying. Even her delicate little body trembled a bit. Since she became a streamer, the largest reward she had received was not even 500. This sudden 5,000 reward left her stunned and extremely excited. The live streaming room exploded in an instant. Wow! A rich guy has appeared. 5,000 yuan at once, this guy is ruthless. Damn, he's already at the top of the leaderboard. I guess this guy wants to make a move on Bebe. Sigh. I'm so worried about little Bebe getting eaten. The ideas, the sun-loving salted fish, seems like he has never spoken before? Society. Society. Peppa Pig tattooed on my body, from now on I'm a part of society. My fish brother is tough and doesn't talk much. Those who don't speak are the real rich, wealthy people are always stingy with words. Bebe then realized and quickly said in a sweet voice, Thank you for the reward, fish brother is really generous, love you to death. She was completely confused because this fan, the sun-loving salted fish, was too unfamiliar, having never spoken or rewarded before. Hey, rich brother, say something. Yeah, you threw out 5,000 yuan, you should at least say something, right? I guess. Rich brother wants to ask out? Rooftop. Same rooftop. Top. Jiangnan originally didn't want to say anything, but seeing the live streaming room so lively, he thought for a moment, quickly typed a string of words and sent it. The sun-loving salted fish, go to bed early tonight, don't tire yourself out too much. Instantly, the live streaming room exploded again. Wow! Such a deep strategy. Heartfelt card. Old driver. Bebe, urgent situation, high energy ahead, high energy behind. Be alert. The city's tricks are deep, I want to go back to the countryside. Thank you for your concern, fish brother, I really am a bit tired, how about we end here today? Bebe said in her sweet voice. It's over, Bebe's girlish heart is poisoned. Bebe, don't fall for it, such an old trick. With so many old drivers guiding you, do you really want to fall for it? The fans in the live streaming room were all anxious like ants on a hot pan. However, Bebe didn't care what they said and closed the live stream. I really am a bit tired today, little brothers, let's chat another day. Oh no, it's over. Regret not acting earlier, if I had known Bebe would react like this, I would have sent 10 rockets too. Cut. What's the point of saying that now? Also, can you play the heartfelt card? Yeah. I really didn't expect the heartfelt card to be so effective. I thought I could only catch girls by flirting, sigh. I had a good hand but played it so poorly. Click. The live stream closed. Phew. Bebe let out a long breath, sitting in front of the live streaming desk in a daze. After a while, she opened her fan list, and at the top was Jiangnan, with the 5,000 yuan reward making Bebe's not-so-popular small live streaming room instantly become a top-tier existence. The sun-loving salted fish. Bebe murmured softly, clicking to view the details. She instantly discovered something strange. This fan was actually a die-hard fan who had added her a long time ago. She had always kept silent, never speaking or giving any rewards, as if she didn't exist at all. What exactly is going on? Bebe pondered with a half-bite of her lip, her delicate little face revealing a maturity beyond her years. She navigated through Shanghai City alone, live-streaming and dealing with a group of seasoned veterans, yet she still exhibited a maturity that surpassed her peers. Although she was only 18, looking cute and adorable, her cunning was not limited to her age. After thinking for a long time, she finally reached a conclusion. This sun-loving salted fish must be an experienced player, definitely baiting her step by step. If all went well, the next step would be to exchange contact information, add each other on WeChat, and then arrange to meet for a meal. And then, having figured all this out, she smiled slyly. It wouldn't be easy to trick her. She would collect the rewards, and it was impossible to take advantage of her. She was small but clever, fully understanding one principle: if she couldn't have it, there might still be rewards in the future, but if he got to her, then everything would be lost. With this clarity, her heart felt light. Today's earnings were good. She could get over 2,000 from this wealthy patron's rewards, which instantly lifted her spirits. She grabbed the chips Jiangnan had sent her and happily started munching. The taste is really good. Jiang is so thoughtful. And handsome too. Alas! Too bad he's too poor, otherwise, he would be a great choice for a boyfriend. The next day. Early morning. Peppa Pig tattooed on my body, from now on I'm a social person. The alarm rang. Jungnan was startled awake, jumping out of bed and glancing at the time, his face suddenly shocked. Damn! I'm going to be late again. He hurriedly got dressed. However, halfway through, he stopped. It suddenly dawned on him, and he chuckled foolishly. Silly me, forgot to turn off the alarm, thought I had to go to work. I have money now, why would I go to a damn job, hee. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Jungnan was surprised and asked, who is it? Jang, it's me, Bebe. Bebe's sweet voice came from outside the door. Oh, it's Bebe, just a moment, I'll open the door. Jungnan hurriedly finished dressing, checked his reflection in the mirror, quickly tidied his hair, and opened the door. What's up, Bebe? Is the water pipe broken again? The water pipe isn't broken, I wanted to invite you for breakfast. Hee. Surprise, Bebe said. You want to treat me to breakfast? Jungnan laughed. What's going on? Did the sun rise from the west today? What do you mean? Bebe pouted playfully. Last night you gave me such a big bag of snacks, is it wrong for me to treat you to breakfast? It's not expensive, just some soy milk and fried dough sticks downstairs. Alright then, a beautiful girl treating me to a meal, I'm so happy. Jungnan smiled. Let's go. Bebe led the way, and the two of them went downstairs. She was in a great mood, humming a little song along the way. Not far downstairs was a simple breakfast stall. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, wontons, and fried pancakes were among the snacks. It was bustling, with many nearby residents eating there. The two chose a spot at the edge to sit down. Bebe raised her pretty little face and called out, Boss, 2 bowls of soy milk, 6 fried dough sticks. Bebe. Jungnan said with a smile, you're in such a good mood, I guess something good must have happened to you? Hee. Bebe smiled mysteriously, you guessed right. Can you guess what good thing happened? That's hard to guess. I can't guess. Jungnan pretended to ponder, secretly testing. Is it because of the 10 rockets from last night's rewards that made her happy? 100%. Can you just take a guess? Bebe said in a half-pouting tone. Alright. Jungnan said helplessly, trying to sound casual, you got a boyfriend? Go away. Bebe rolled her eyes dramatically, not at all, keep guessing. Jungnan looked thoughtful again, did you win the lottery? Put. Not at all, Django, why are you so dumb? You should think about what I do. Bebe urged anxiously. You're a streamer, I know that. Then why are you guessing so absurdly? I've never seen such a dumb man. Jungnan looked as if he suddenly understood. I get it, someone gave you a lot of money, right? Hee. Bebe immediately smiled brightly, you finally guessed right. Hee. Congratulations on your wealth. Hee. Bebe's beautiful big eyes turned into crescent moons. Now guess how much they tipped me? Jungnan pretended to think. 100 yuan? Wrong, keep guessing. 50 yuan? Pfft, guess higher. 500 yuan. Wrong. Oh my god, it can't be 1,000 yuan, right? Jungnan looked shocked. Hee. Bebe laughed even more happily. Wrong, keep guessing. Heavens, more than 1,000 yuan? Jungnan looked completely incredulous. Could it be 2,000 yuan? Hee. Keep going. Could it be 5,000 yuan? Jungnan's expression was exaggerated. Hee. This time you got it right. Bebe looked at Jungnan, happy as a child who just got a new toy. It was a smile that came from the heart. Wow, 5,000 yuan. Jungnan looked shocked, incredible, too terrifying. Hee. Ugh. I'm a bit hit, so envious and jealous. Hee. Bebe laughed so hard she nearly fell over. Soon, breakfast arrived. The two were just about to eat when a screeching sound of an electric bike brake echoed nearby. Jungnan looked over in confusion, then smiled, Zhang Yuan. And Zhang Yuan was looking at Bebe across from Jungnan with disbelief. Who are you? Bebe said unhappily, why are you looking at me like that? Oh, Jungnan quickly explained, my colleague. He almost instantly understood why Zhang Yuan was looking at Bebe that way. Jungnan, come over here for a moment. Zhang Yuan said, revving the throttle and riding the electric bike a short distance away. Bebe, you eat first. Jungnan said and followed him. Wow, Jungnan, you're something, actually playing both sides, eating from one bowl while looking at the other. Zhang Yuan looked Jungnan up and down, as if just getting to know him. Jungnan. I'm impressed, really impressed, I'm so jealous, one goddess type, one lowly type, bro, how did you do it? Teach me your ways. Jungnan. I'm sincerely asking, I really didn't expect you to be this amazing. I think you should be late, right? Jungnan said, rolling his eyes. Ha, Zhang Yuan was startled, then suddenly remembered something. His face changed dramatically. Oh no, you got me into trouble. See you, don't let the old lady catch you. With that, he sped off on his electric bike. Jiang Nan. He shrugged at Zhang Yuan's retreating figure and returned to the breakfast stall. Jiang Gu, what were you two whispering about? Guess? Jiang Nan smiled, picked up a youtiao, and took a big bite. Humph. Bei smiled slyly. Is it related to me? You really are small but clever. Jiang Nan took a sip of soy milk. You guessed right, he asked me if you were my girlfriend. Seeing us together he misunderstood. Bei smiled. I guessed it would be like that, so what did you say? I said you were my sister. Bei laughed happily. Did he believe it? Doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Jiang Nan smiled slyly. He was killed by curiosity. We'll be late. We'll be scolded by the boss. It's really amusing to think about. Bei laughed even harder. Big brother, you're so bad. Her voice was a bit loud. Many people around turned to look. At Jiang Nan, at Bei. Their gazes were unusual. Seeing this, Bei's face immediately turned red, and she whispered, oh no, I've been misunderstood, let's eat quickly and leave. The two hurriedly finished their breakfast and left. As they went upstairs, Bei seemed to remember something and asked, Jiang Gu, why aren't you going to work? I got fired, Jiang Nan said, lost my job. Oh, I see. Bei nodded and comforted, Jiang Gu, don't worry, you can find another job. Jiang Nan nodded, I don't plan to go back to work, I want to learn to do business. Doing business is good, Bei said, it's more profitable than working. Jiang Nan smiled but didn't say much, and they each returned to their rooms upstairs. Of course, he didn't want Bei to know that the person she tipped was him. He was waiting for the small cutting machine to be delivered and couldn't go far, so he had to helplessly stay in his room and play games on his phone. As noon approached, there was a knock on the door. The delivery had arrived. Jiang Nan let out a light breath to calm his emotions. The raw stone was already fixed on the metal frame, just waiting to be cut. This piece to be cut was of relatively low value, with a success rate testing price around 50,000. Before cutting, Jiang Nan was doing tests. 1 centimeter can see green. 0%. 2 centimeters can see green. 100%. 5 centimeters can see green. 100%. 3 centimeters can see green. 0%. 4 centimeters can see green. 100%. Okay. Jiang Nan set the cutting depth, directly adjusting it on the small cutting machine to 4 centimeters. This cutting method was unique to him. If it were other cutters, they would cut 1 millimeter at a time, checking after each cut. If they saw green, they would stop, otherwise, they would continue until they saw green. Of course, if they didn't see green in the end, it would be waste stone. Zizizi. With the depth set, Jiang Nan quickly finished cutting. He put away the knife, blew away the stone dust, and took a flashlight to shine along the cut. He vaguely saw the green jade inside. Not bad. Jiang Nan's lips curved into a smile as he put away the cut stone. Then he fixed another piece in the metal slot and did the same tests. 1 centimeter sees green. 100%. 5 centimeters sees green. 100%. 0. 2 centimeters sees green. 100%. 1 centimeters sees green. 0%. The conclusion was clear. Cutting 2 millimeters deep would suffice, almost just a thin layer of stone skin. No wonder this raw stone was only the size of a child's fist, yet its value was around 150,000. The jade inside was not small. Jiang Nan fixed the depth and gently cut down, instantly done. He put away the knife, blew away the stone dust, and didn't even need the flashlight. At this depth, he could see the beautiful jade green inside. He packed both stones into his backpack, thought for a moment, placed the small cutting machine on the bed, took out his phone, and dialed Zhu Shishir's number. The call connected quickly. Jiang Nan, are you coming over now? Zhu Shishir's voice came through. Yes, is your boss there? He went out to eat, should be back in about 2 hours, come over in 2 hours. Okay. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. He didn't stay in the room any longer, setting off downstairs, planning to grab lunch on the way and arrived just in time. As he passed by Bei's door, it was tightly closed, with no sound coming from inside. Jiang Nan smiled. This was also Bei's habit, staying up late for live streaming and catching up on sleep during the day. He went straight downstairs to a small restaurant he had visited last time, ordering familiar dishes, chopped chili fish head, 2 servings, 2 bottles of beer. Soon, the food and drinks arrived. He enjoyed a hearty meal and then took a taxi to Xingfu Road. When he arrived at the antique street, Jiang Nan realized that the entire street was a pedestrian zone, and vehicles were not allowed to enter. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the antique street. He got out and strolled slowly towards the location sent by Zhu Shishir, taking in the sight of many elderly men selling antiques at stalls on both sides. Many stalls had small signs stating that all antiques were 300 yuan each, or 200 yuan, 500 yuan each. It was just like the street vendors often shouting 2 yuan each. This made Jiangnan chuckle. With such a situation, there was definitely nothing good here. What antiques were these? They were like cabbages on the street. However, under such circumstances, he might actually find a bargain, as there could be genuine items mixed in with the fakes. This thought crossed his mind, and as he passed by the antique stalls, he would throw out a notion that there was something worth 100,000 yuan at this stall. As a result, a string of data immediately appeared before him. 0%. However, this didn't hinder him. As he strolled, he tested each stall he passed. Is there something worth over 100,000 yuan? 0%. Is there something worth over 100,000 yuan? 0%. Jiangnan set the price at 100,000 because if it was any lower, he wouldn't be interested at all. Even if he could find something worth 1 or 2,000 yuan, it would waste his time. He didn't want to bother with that. Making 10 or 80,000 from gambling stones was easy, and if the amount was too small, it wasn't worth it. Is there something worth over 100,000 yuan? 0%. Is there something worth over 100,000 yuan? 100%. Oh, however, to Jiangnan's surprise, when he passed the fifth stall, he actually found a big leak, testing that there was something worth over 100,000 yuan. Jiangnan stopped in his tracks. He looked at the stall, which also had a small sign stating that each item was 500 yuan. An old man sat at the stall, dozing off. There were more than 30 items scattered on the stall, including porcelain and some ornaments, a mixed variety. From their appearance, they all looked like old items. Although Jiangnan hadn't delved deeply into this field, he had heard that many items that looked old were actually deliberately aged fakes. If it weren't for the success rate, he definitely wouldn't come to such a place. The only outcome would be getting scammed. Young man, do you see anything you like? The old man perked up when he saw Jiangnan stop. All good stuff here, collected from the countryside. My eyesight isn't great, but I just want to make a little profit selling them. There might be items worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in here. Jiangnan. Damn. A swindler. This old guy definitely knew the trade or had someone check them out. If there was really a bargain, it meant that the items were not easily recognizable to someone who wasn't an expert. Young man, if you like something, pick one. I'll just take a look first, Jiangnan replied. Then a thought arose in his mind. In the northern half, is there something worth over 100,000 yuan? 0%. In the southern half, is there something worth over 100,000 yuan? 100%. Okay. Jiangnan had narrowed down his search range by half again. The southern half had about 12 items at a glance. Jiangnan casually bent down and picked one up, silently testing it. Value over 100,000. 0%. He put it down and picked up another. Value over 100,000. 0%. Then the third, fourth, fifth. By the seventh item, a 100% value appeared before his eyes. Jiangnan then carefully examined this item, which looked rather strange, resembling a ring made of a dark stone. It was narrow, not nearly as wide as a typical ring, only about half a centimeter wide. The surface of the dark stone was rough, it didn't look appealing, and it didn't seem like an antique. Jiangnan was a bit confused. What exactly was this thing? Young man, do you like this? The old man immediately smiled and said, you really have an eye for things. Old man, I'm just curious, this item looks odd, Jiangnan replied. What is it? The old man was momentarily taken aback and said, young man, you've really stumped me this time. This thing is indeed strange. I think it should be a ring, but it doesn't look quite like one. I got it from the countryside. It's definitely a good item. According to the owner of that place, their ancestor was a tomb raider, and this thing was stolen from a grave. You think something stolen from a grave can't be a good item? Jiangnan. This old man was quite the trickster. He directly tossed the item back to its original spot and continued testing each one. Because it wasn't certain that there weren't any other valuable items, perhaps there were items worth millions, and several of them. However, the results proved that it wasn't so easy to find. The remaining items all showed 0% data. Maybe there were some slightly valuable ones, but definitely none exceeding 100,000. In other words, the only valuable item at this stall was this odd-looking ring. However, Jiangnan had another thought. He didn't immediately take that odd item but first chose a beautiful gemstone bracelet, saying, this looks pretty nice, $500. It doesn't matter if it's worth it, I'll take it. Young man, you really have an eye for things. This bracelet's gemstones come from ancient Greece. Jiang Nan, stop fooling around, you're already overdoing it. He took out his phone and asked, boss, can I transfer via WeChat? Of course, the boss quickly took out the QR code from his bag. Jiang Nan scanned it and seemed to remember something, saying, how about this, let's make it double the good fortune. I'll send you $1,000 and pick another item. Sure, the old man was delighted, grinning widely. All these items were heavily inflated, none were worth even $100, and selling just one would mean at least $400 in profit. It was truly a business that could thrive for 3 years without opening, then feast for 3 years when it did. Jiang Nan directly transferred $1,000 to the boss, then casually picked up the odd item and waved goodbye to the boss as he turned to leave. Young man, come again. The old man shouted at Jiang Nan's back, I often get new things here. Jiang Nan completely ignored him. While heading towards the jade shop, he played with the odd item in his hand, silently throwing out another thought. Value 500,000. He was just trying it casually, not daring to think this item could be worth 500,000. The next moment, a string of data appeared. 100%. Damn! Jiang Nan was stunned, then laughed. This time he truly struck gold. He continued testing. Value 1 million. 100%. Hiss. Even though Jiang Nan was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Stay calm. Stay calm. Calm your mind and continue testing. And then the lion opened its mouth wide, directly. Worth 10 million. And then nervously gulped down a mouthful of saliva. The next moment, a string of numbers floated by. 100%. Ha! Jiang Nan's expression was one of disbelief. It was actually 10 million and still 100%? This bizarre value was a bit frightening, wasn't it? Stay calm, stay calm. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nan continued testing. Worth 100 million. 100%. Hiss. Jiang Nan felt his scalp tingle, his hands trembling involuntarily, gulping down several mouthfuls of saliva in succession. He couldn't quite articulate the feeling in his heart, as if he were dreaming, lost in a fog. Almost mechanically, he continued testing. Worth 1 billion. 100%. Jiang Nan. His brain went blank, and he felt numb all over. Worth 10 billion. 100%. Worth 100 billion. 100%. Worth 10 trillion. 100%. Worth 1 quadrillion. 100%. Jiang Nan. He felt like his brain was about to stop functioning. A phrase inexplicably appeared in his mind. Priceless treasure. This thing was beyond monetary value. By the time he reached his destination, Jiang Nan's shocked feelings had calmed down a bit. He carefully put away the bizarre thing and looked up at the sign of the shop in front of him. The plaque had 6 gilded characters, Zhao's century-old shop. He then walked inside. The shop wasn't very large, filled with various jade pendants, ornaments, and large Buddha statues. There were also 2 female staff members. One of them was Zhu Shishir. Jiang Nan, you're here. Zhu Shishir saw Jiang Nan and smiled as she approached. Has the boss returned? Jiang Nan asked with a smile. Not yet, you sit for a while, I'll pour you a cup of tea. It should be soon, Zhu Shishir said, leading Jiang Nan to sit on a spring and autumn chair in the resting area. The items here had an antique charm, and the tea table and chairs looked like they were made of redwood, clearly not ordinary goods. Even the tea set had an antique style, very tasteful. Jiang Nan sat down while surveying the environment. Zhu Shishir poured him a cup of tea and sat down beside him. So, how's it working here? Are you happy? Jiang Nan asked with a smile. Much better than before, Zhu Shishir replied with a smile. Although I don't earn much more than before, the boss has a very easygoing temperament and has never lost his temper with us. I'm quite happy working here. That's good. Jiang Nan nodded. The two chatted casually while waiting for the boss to return. Your cousin is doing jade business in Myanmar? Zhu Shishir asked. So you decided to follow and get into the jade business? Yes. Jiang Nan said, you know, my previous job was quite unsatisfactory, so I wanted to find a different way to make a living. I heard the jade business is very risky. If you're not careful, you could end up losing everything, Zhu Shishir said with some concern. Jiang Nan, you have to be careful with this kind of business. It's usually played by wealthy people, and us poor folks can't afford to play. In short, the saying goes, you can earn but not afford to lose. Yeah, Jiang Nan said with a sense of emotion, if it weren't for my cousin guiding me, I wouldn't dare to step into the jade business. That's true, having someone knowledgeable to guide you makes a big difference. The two chatted for a short while when an old man returned to the shop. The old man looked to be in his 70s, appearing energetic, dressed in a tang suit, and seemed quite knowledgeable. The boss is back, Zhu Shishir quickly said, standing up and saying, Boss, this is Jiang Nan, my former colleague I told you about. The old man looked at Jiang Nan and smiled, nodding. Sorry to keep you waiting. His tone was very friendly and polite. I just arrived not long ago, Jiangnan smiled. I heard from Shirshir that you have jade to sell? The old man got straight to the point and asked, is that so? Jiangnan nodded. Then follow me, the old man said, leaving that sentence behind as he walked towards the backyard through the back door. Jiangnan, you go ahead. I still have to watch the shop, so I won't accompany you, Zhu Shirshir said. Alright, Jiangnan nodded and followed the old man into the backyard. Once in the backyard, Jiangnan discovered a hidden paradise. There was a row of rooms, which was a jade processing area. Several craftsmen were carefully carving jade, transforming natural jade stones into various ornaments. Many people were very quiet, each deeply focused and seriously carving. Young man, take out the jade you brought, the old man said as they entered a side room. His straightforward personality made him seem very direct. Jiangnan didn't say much, took out 2 stones from his backpack, and handed them to the old man. Oh, the old man was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 2 stones, then smiled and said, I thought they were already cut, it turns out they just have a window opened. Yes, Jiangnan smiled and said, I planned to come here to cut them open, and then you would give me a price. If the price is right, I would sell the jade here. Alright. The old man nodded with a smile, you can rest assured. My shop has been around for 100 years, and we value fairness and credibility. I can't guarantee that I will give you the highest price, but at least I won't act against my conscience. I should also tell you that if you want to sell high-quality jade for the best price, you can only go to an auction, where competitive bidding maximizes profits. Of course, that applies to relatively good jade. Generally, quality jade won't even be accepted at auction. Jiangnan nodded and said, Old man, I trust you. At the same time, he silently tested the old man's words for truthfulness. 96%. Jiangnan instantly felt relieved. A 96% truthfulness rate was already high enough. Come with me, we will go to the cutting room, the old man said, leading Jiangnan to another room. They arrived at a side room on the east side. Jiangnan surveyed the room, which was a small cutting room with 3 small cutting machines. However, there was no one in the room at that moment. Xiaolu, the old man called out to the door, come here for a moment. Okay, boss, just a moment, I'll finish this cut and come over, a voice responded from outside. Young man, please wait a moment, the old man said to Jiangnan. No rush, Jiangnan smiled. There were no chairs in this room, it was just a workspace, indicating that when jade needed to be cut here, the workers also stood while working. While waiting, the old man kept looking at Jiangnan's 2 stones. As he looked, he asked, Young man, may I ask how much you got these 2 raw stones for? One for 30,000, the other for 100,000. Oh, the one with less than 2 millimeters showing green, with only a thin layer of stone skin, is the 100,000 one, right? That's right. Young man, you have a good eye. From the current situation, you have made a profit. Based on the current window opening, you might get 100,000 if the other party is in a hurry for money. With my eyesight, for this kind of quality, it should be at least 130,000. Of course, this also involves some gambling. The true value can only be estimated after it is cut open. Old man, this is not my own judgment, Jiangnan said awkwardly with a smile. These 2 pieces of jade were chosen for me by my uncle. He has been in the jade business for over 20 years. Oh, so that's how it is. The old man looked as if he had just realized something. I was just wondering, how could someone so young have such good eyesight? So that's how it is. Shortly after, the old man glanced at the stone worth 30,000, furrowing his brow slightly, and said, is this one obtained for 30,000? That's right, Jiangnan nodded. With my eyesight, I'm afraid this one will be a loss. The old man said, of course, as I always say, the real result can only be known after it's cut open. Soon, Xiaolu came over, a middle-aged man in his 30s, who approached the old man with a very humble attitude. Master, is there something you need? Cut these 2 pieces of material open, the old man said. All right. Xiaolu brought over 2 stones, carefully examined them for a moment, and then began to cut. The first stone, which Jiangnan estimated to be worth around 50,000, was placed in the metal clamp. Ziz! The cutting was quickly completed, and Xiaolu put down the knife, loosened the clamp, and took the 2 stones down, placing them aside. His movements were very skilled. Then he began to cut the second piece. The old man picked up the 2 stones, looking at the egg-sized jade in the center, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Then he smiled wryly and said, I misjudged it. Young man, you didn't lose on this piece of rough material for 30,000, it was my mistake. Did you see? The edges of this jade are not glossy, and when I opened the window, it just happened to be here, so I judged that the quality of this jade isn't very good. Even with an egg-sized piece like this, it would be worth at most around 10,000, so you definitely lost 30,000. Saying this, he glanced at Jiangnan and continued, but look at this piece of jade, inside it is very green and glossy, and it has some translucence. It's a fairly decent piece of jade. If I were to buy it here, I could offer you 50,000, so you would make a profit, a net gain of 20,000. I must say, your uncle's eyesight is truly remarkable. Is that so? Then I'm really lucky. Jiang Nan smiled, but inwardly he was silently testing. The highest price the old man can accept is 100,000. 0%. The highest price he can accept is 80,000. 0%. The highest price he can accept is 60,000. 30%. The highest price he can accept is 55,000. 50%. The highest price he can accept is 50,000. 100%. By the end of the testing, Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile at himself. He hadn't reacted much, just subconsciously tested, almost out of habit. Then he remembered that the old man had already said he would buy it for 50,000. After getting the test results, he quickly calculated in his mind how to proceed better and immediately reached a conclusion. Simply don't haggle with the old man and just give him 50,000. Because asking for another 5,000 would only give him a 50% chance of success, and it would make him seem petty, which would be counterproductive. After all, it was very easy for him to obtain a piece of jade. The most important point was that he wanted to establish a long-term partnership with the old man. Having a good start and mutual trust was definitely better than being overly calculative. Just then, the second stone was also cut open. Xiaolu took the two halves of the stone down and set them aside, saying, "Master, is there anything else?" "No," the old man casually replied as he picked up the two cut stones. "Then I'll get to work," Xiaolu said and left. The old man's thoughts were already completely on the cut jade, a smile on his face as he exclaimed in admiration, "TSK TSK. Young man, you've really made a profit here. Your uncle has a good eye, I admire him. Look at this piece of jade, the quality is excellent. I can offer you 150,000 for it, which means you'll net 50,000. If you have such good judgment every time, you'll really be successful." He. Jiang Nan smiled, just lucky, just lucky. While speaking, Jiang Nan was quietly conducting tests. The old man's highest psychological price is 200,000. 0%. Highest psychological price, 170,000. 10%. Highest psychological price, 160,000. 50%. Jiang Nan thought for a moment. It was similar to the first piece. If he asked for an extra 10,000, there was a 50% chance of closing the deal. It seemed the old man was indeed a very honest person, and the price didn't fluctuate much. Of course, he must have some profit in business. So, he quickly made a decision to not haggle. At this point, the old man was already inquiring, "So, young man, I've told you my price. I might as well let you know that I'm a straightforward person. I don't like beating around the bush. If you think the price is acceptable, then let's proceed. If not, you can take it away, and we'll still be friends. If you have jade to sell in the future, you can bring it to me. Old man, I trust you." Jiang Nan didn't even blink. "Let's go with your price. I'll give you both pieces of jade." Ha ha ha. The old man immediately burst into a hearty laugh. "Young man, well done. You're an honest person, and I really like people with your character. In the future, if you have jade, just bring it over. I'll say it again, the price may not be the highest, but I will definitely not cheat you too much." "I will." Jiang Nan smiled. "Then I'll take these two pieces of jade and, when we're done, I'll transfer the money to you in the front hall." "No rush, no rush. Xiaolu," the old man called out to the door. "Take these two pieces of jade and arrange for them to be carved into what kind of ornaments." "Okay, I'll be right there," Xiaolu replied. "Let's go to the front hall and have a cup of tea." The old man led Jiang Nan back to the store. They sat down in the lounge area, and the old man called out to Zhu Shishir, "Shishir, come pour some tea." "Yes, boss." Zhu Shishir hurried over to pour tea. "Young man, give me your account details, and I'll call my assistant to transfer the money to you." "Okay." Jiang Nan nodded and provided his account details to the old man. The old man took out his phone, dialed a number, and quickly said, "I'll give you an account, transfer 200,000 over." He hung up the phone shortly after. Not long after, Jiang Nan's phone dinged with a notification. He glanced at it and saw the 200,000 had arrived. Just then, the old man's phone rang. He glanced at it and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said to Jiang Nan, "Young man, I need to take a call. Let Shishir keep you company." With that, he got up and left to take the call. Shishir sat down next to Jiang Nan and asked, "Did our boss buy the jade?" "Yes." Jiang Nan nodded. "The deal is done. I owe you thanks for that." "What thanks? We're old friends." Shishir said. "So, did you make any money?" "Made a little bit," Jiang Nan replied. "As long as you made money, that's good." Zhu Shishir sighed in relief. "I was quite worried you might lose money." "Just lucky this time." Jiang Nan smiled. By the way, how much did you make? Zhu Shishir asked again. 70,000. Jiang Nan smiled as he said it. He didn't need to hide it, the old man was still there, and even if he wanted to conceal it, he couldn't. Ah, Zhu Shishir was shocked and covered her mouth. 70,000, and you call that a little? Jiang Nan chuckled and didn't say anything. My goodness, Jiang Nan, you've struck it rich. Zhu Shishir's mood was hard to calm. This business trip of yours earned more than my annual salary. In business, there are gains and losses, Jiang Nan said. This time it was good luck, it might not be the same next time. That's true. Only after Jiang Nan said this did Zhu Shishir feel a bit more balanced, otherwise, it would be hard to accept that after a year of hard work, her salary was only tens of thousands, while others. That was quite a blow. Jiang Nan, I advise you to take this good luck and the money you've earned quickly and stop engaging in this high-risk industry, Zhu Shishir said earnestly. With this little capital, do some small, reliable business. That makes sense, Jiang Nan nodded. I'll think it over carefully. Yes, that's the right attitude, Zhu Shishir said. You need to learn to take the good and stop. Makes sense. Jiang Nan did not argue at all. After chatting for a while, he stood up to leave. Back at the rental apartment, Jiang Nan fiddled with his phone, pondering whether to call home and tell his parents. However, he soon dismissed the thought. It was better to wait until he had accumulated more wealth and then return home in glory to surprise them. The sky darkened, and he went downstairs to a nearby small restaurant for dinner. Just as he sat down, before he could order, the waitress came over. Would you like 2 portions of chopped pepper fish head and 2 bottles of beer? Jiang Nan. He nodded speechlessly. Soon, the dishes arrived. He ate and drank while contemplating his next plan. Should he go to the stone gambling garden again? Would he be suspected if he went? As he thought about this, a thought flashed in his mind, and he threw out a test. Would going to the stone gambling garden again raise suspicion? 20%. The chance of being suspected was not high. Plus acting skills, first cut 2 pieces of waste stone. 5%. Ha! Jiang Nan laughed. This was good, only 5%, not a big deal at all. He decided just like that. Tomorrow he would go to the stone gambling garden again and bring back a few pieces of jade. The days of earning small money were delightful. He didn't know if it was because he was in a good mood or because he had drunk 2 bottles of beer, but after dinner, he felt light on his feet walking home. Thank you to the big brother for the shark fin. In the live broadcast room, Bebe was being playful and cute to please her fans. However, she was always concerned about whether the sun-loving salted fish would come online. Her heart was always hanging, to the point that she was a bit absent-minded during today's live broadcast. Occasionally, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room would scroll. Where's that rich guy who sent 10 rockets yesterday? Why hasn't he shown up today? Something's off. With so many rewards yesterday, it was clearly paving the way. He should have popped up today. Maybe he got drunk after finishing and had a moment of heat. Makes sense. I guess that's it. Meanwhile, in the next room, Jiang Nan was lying on the bed like a salted fish, playing with something that resembled a ring. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't figure out what it was, and he kept testing it over and over. Is it metal? 0%. Is it jade? 0%. Is it stone? 0%. Is it mineral? 0%. Is it a ring? 0%. Is it something you eat? 0%. Is it your mother? 0%. Jiang Nan. He had a headache. It was neither gold nor jade. This was a priceless treasure, but what on earth was it? He fiddled with the thing until midnight before carefully putting it away. Although he couldn't understand what it was a treasure, and he mustn't lose it. He bought it for $500. He took out his phone, habitually logged into a certain fish's live broadcast platform, and opened Bebe's live room. This had almost become his habit. He used to check in every night, not saying a word or giving any rewards. In the live broadcast room, Bebe looked a bit down, singing a song that seemed to have gone all the way to her grandmother's house. A few seasoned viewers were still sending bullet comments. Bebe, stop singing and dance instead, something spicy. Yeah, I miss your little waist. Jiang Nan glanced over, then checked the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. He directly purchased a rocket and sent it out. Instantly, the screen was flooded again, accompanied by the effects of the gifts. Jiang Nan's registered ID, the sunbathing salted fish, sent 10 rockets. It stood out particularly. Wow! Here it comes. The listless Bebe instantly brightened up. The live stream room exploded. Holy crap! The rich guy is back. Another $5,000. Wow, this is a real tycoon. Thank you for the gifts from the salted fish brother. Bebe said in her sweet voice. Salted fish brother, with so many gifts this time, Bebe doesn't know what to do. Do you want to hear me sing a song? Or do you want to see me dance? Jiangnan quickly typed a string of words and sent it. Don't sing, don't dance, it's getting late, close the live stream and rest. It's not good for a girl to stay up late. Bebe was taken aback. Although it was the second time she heard such words, it still warmed her heart inexplicably. Her eyes felt hot, and her eyelids became moist. The live stream room exploded again. Deep feelings card, another deep feelings card. But why does this old trick feel so different? It seems Bebe is really a bit touched. Not bad, it's over, our Bebe's eyes are all red. Sigh. Miscalculation, didn't expect the deep feelings card could be played like this, using the same trope. The next day, Jiangnan, who remembered to turn off the alarm, finally lazily slept until he woke up naturally. When he opened his eyes and checked the time, it was already close to 10 a.m. He got up slowly, washed up, and looked at his shabby little room, pondering that it was time to change houses. While brushing his teeth, he thought about whether to buy a house in Jianghai City when he had more money, or to rent temporarily and wait until he decided which city he wanted to live in before buying a house. After all, Jianghai City was just a second-tier city. Perhaps in the future, his identity would require him to go to cities like Yanjing or Modu to match his status. With this thought, he decided to rent a house in Jianghai for the time being. Locking the door, as he left downstairs, Jiangnan felt the gemstone bracelet he had bought at the antique street stall in his pocket. At the time, he had just bought it out of caution. The bracelet looked quite beautiful, and it felt cumbersome in his pocket. After thinking for a moment, he retraced his steps and arrived at Bebe's door, knocking. Who is it? Bebe's voice came from inside the room. Jiangnan said, It's me, your brother Jiang. Why are you still not awake? No, I've been awake for a long time. Bebe replied from the room, I'm washing my face, just wait a moment, I'll open the door for you. Jiangnan. After waiting for about a minute, the door creaked open, and Bebe's long hair was wet. Her delicate little face, though not made up, was still adorably cute. What's up, brother Jiang? Bebe looked very happy. Here. Jiangnan held the bracelet out in front of her. A little something for you. So beautiful. Bebe happily took it, looking at it from left to right. Brother Jiang, what made you think of giving me a gift? I found it on the way. Jiangnan said, it looked pretty, so I gave it to you. Wow. Brother Jiang, you're so lucky to find such a beautiful gemstone necklace. Each of these gems looks really pretty. This must be worth quite a bit, right? Not much. Jiangnan casually replied, $500. After saying that, he was taken aback. Bebe was also taken aback. A moment later, she chuckled, hee hee. Brother Jiang, you bought this specially for me, didn't you? Jiangnan. He forced a smile and said, if I say no, would you believe me? Humph. Bebe shot him a beautiful eye roll, still lying. A moment later, her pretty big eyes squinted, looking at Jiangnan with a mysterious expression. Brother Jiang, you secretly like me, right? Hee hee. Jiangnan smiled. Do you want me to say yes or no? Brother Jiang, you're so bad. Bebe pouted. I was the one asking the questions. How did it turn into me answering them? Alright, I know you like me, but you're a good person, right? You see me as a little sister, that's why you help me so much, isn't it? Jiangnan forced a smile. You've already played the good person card. What else can I say? Alright, I'm leaving. Hee hee. Bebe was very happy. Jiangnan turned to go downstairs. Just as he stepped down a stair, Bebe's voice rang out behind him again. Brother Jiang, let me tell you something happy. Go ahead. I'll be your audience for half a minute at most. Jiangnan turned back and smiled. Knock on the blackboard, highlight the key points, say the important stuff. I won't listen to trivial matters. The lowest level must be about human survival or extinction. Humph. Bebe rolled her eyes at Jiangnan and said happily, last night, that rich guy rewarded me 5,000, hee. Isn't that great? Jiangnan. He clasped his hands in a fist. Congratulations. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. I still need to find a job, or I'll be eating dirt. Humph. Just look at your face, you don't even pretend to be happy for me. Bebe pouted, isn't this a happy thing? No. Jiangnan looked deeply troubled. I'm jealous. You, a little sister, earn so much money in one night, and I don't even have a job. How can I bear this? Let me go cry in the bathroom for a while. Hee hee. Bebe laughed happily. Brother Jiang, don't worry, when you run out of food, I'll support you. Is that true? Of course it's true. Then does that mean I'm being supported by a rich woman? Hee hee. Bebe laughed exceptionally happily. Brother Jiang, only in front of you can I act like a child, saying whatever I want. Honestly, even though you're a few years older than me, if you weren't so poor, I would really be willing to marry you. In the stone gambling yard, Jiangnan behaved very low-key this time, quietly walking past piles of raw stones and throwing out tests. This pile has jade raw stones worth over 200,000. 0%. This pile has jade raw stones worth over 200,000. 0%. This pile has jade raw stones worth over 200,000. 0%. He was feeling a bit inflated this time, his appetite had grown. Since he planned to only get a few pieces, he might as well go for a few that were worth more. After all, there were so many raw stones here, he didn't believe he couldn't find any worth over 200,000. As he walked past pile after pile, when he was almost done with the cheap ones at the outer stalls, which were about 1,000 per kilogram, he finally made a discovery. In front of him, this pile showed a success rate of 100%. Jiang Nan's lips curled slightly, forming a smile on his face. He stopped and squatted down in front of the stone pile, where a few people were also selecting raw stones, each holding one and looking at it from different angles. As Jiang Nan began to filter, he threw out tests. The left half of the pile has jade raw stones worth 200,000. 0%. The right half of the pile has jade raw stones worth 200,000. 0%. Ha? What's going on? Jiang Nan was a bit confused. There shouldn't be none. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly laughed. He then noticed that the few people by the stone pile were each holding a stone and studying it. With a self-deprecating smile, he immediately threw out another test. These people have jade rough stones worth over 200,000. 100%. Ha! That's right, they really do have it in their hands. There are 8 people by the stone pile, so first, I need to determine who has it. The rough stone worth 200,000 is in the old man's hands across from me. 0%. In the hands of the middle-aged man diagonally opposite. 0%. In the hands of the old man next to me. 100%. Found it, the 200,000 is next door. Jiang Nan looked over. The old man was examining a stone the size of a fist, looking at it back and forth, shaking his head as he did. Then, with a plop, he set it down and picked up another piece. Jiang Nan was quick, casually picking it up and turning to leave. The old man noticed something, turned to glance at Jiang Nan, paused for a moment, but didn't pay much attention and continued selecting. Jiang Nan packed the stone into his backpack and walked past the remaining piles of stones. Worth over 200,000. 0%. Worth over 200,000. 0%. No further discoveries. He finished walking through the cheap outer area. The next stalls had higher prices, at 3,000 per kilogram, but the stones looked much better in color and appearance. After pausing for a moment, Jiang Nan walked over. There were far fewer people selecting here, and each looked more serious. But this didn't hinder Jiang Nan's actions. He approached the first pile and threw out a test. There are rough stones worth over 200,000. 0%. He intended to leave immediately, but at that moment, Jiang Nan had another thought. He wanted to test the probability of finding jade at a stall priced at 3,000 per kilogram. So, with a thought, he threw out another test. Rough stones worth over 50,000. 100%. This one has potential. After thinking for a moment, he continued testing. There are 2 rough stones worth over 50,000. The next moment, a string of data appeared. 100%. Not bad. Jiang Nan continued. There are 3 rough stones worth over 50,000. 0%. Clearly, there were only 2. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nan tested again. Rough stones worth over 180,000. 0%. Instantly, Jiang Nan lost interest. If there were stones close to 200,000, he might consider it, but anything cheaper was completely meaningless. He walked towards the next pile. It didn't take long for Jiang Nan to select 4 stones. Feeling it was about right, he stopped. He then returned to the outer stalls, casually picking up 2 stones to continue showcasing his skills and sleight of hand. There were many people here, and he was acting very low-key this time, deliberately not drawing attention. Everything had gone smoothly so far, and he hadn't attracted anyone else's notice. Next was the weighing stage, which couldn't be avoided. Jiang Nan noticed that the person in charge of this was still the same young lady from yesterday. Although it was very lively here, the transactions made each day were not many, and the one responsible for collecting money was this young lady. There wasn't even a second person. He could only pay her, with no other options. Holding 4 genuine and 2 fake stones, Jiang Nan approached the young lady. "It's you again?" The young lady recognized Jiang Nan immediately upon seeing him. "Yeah, I don't believe in bad luck anymore. Since I won the first bet, I won't lose the next one," Jiang Nan said with a determined look. "I want all 6 of these stones. They are all from the money I made on my first bet. If I lose this time, I will never bet again in my life." He had a posture of putting everything on the line. Sir, your luck will definitely be good. I guess one of them must have jade," the young lady said with a cheerful smile as she began to weigh the stones. She almost said this casually, Coming here was all about luck, and she would never say anything that would add to the frustration. Soon, the weight was measured, and the young lady's pleasant voice said, 1,000 yuan per kilogram, 3 yuan for a total of 5. 2 kilograms, 5,200 yuan, 3,000 yuan per kilogram, exactly 5 kilograms, a total of 15,000 yuan, altogether, 20,200 yuan. That's a lot of money, let's not worry about the 200 yuan change. Jiangnan pretended to bargain. Sir, that's not possible. I'm just a staff member, I don't have that authority. If I write off the 200 yuan, I have to cover it myself, and my daily salary isn't even 200 yuan. Then forget it. Jiangnan didn't linger any longer and directly paid via WeChat. After the transaction was completed, the young lady said, Sir, do you want me to cut it open like last time? Yes, cut it, Jiangnan replied. I can't wait. Alright, follow me. Just like last time, the young lady led the way. By now, people around had noticed, and seeing someone going to cut stones, they immediately set off to watch the excitement. Someone's going to cut stones. Let's go see the fun. We can't miss this kind of excitement. Soon, a large crowd followed. Arriving at the cutting room, Jiangnan was already familiar with the place and directly took out one of the 2 waste stones to hand to the cutter. The people around and the young lady watched intently. Jiangnan secretly observed the situation around him, not noticing anyone paying special attention to him. Soon, the stone was cut open. Unlucky, a piece of waste stone, the cutter said as he took it down. Murmurs arose around. Another bamboo basket fetching water, all for nothing. This is stone gambling. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. I refuse to believe in evil. Jiangnan, looking very frustrated, took out the second piece of waste stone. The cutting continued. Soon it was cut open. No surprise, another piece of waste stone. The people around shook their heads and sighed. Jiangnan had already prepared himself mentally, activated his acting mode, and became dejected and lost, looking deeply affected. Sir, do you want to cut the remaining one? The young lady asked. Jiangnan looked very dejected, not saying a word, staring blankly. Sir, you can take your time to think about it. I have other things to attend to, so I'll leave first. Seeing this situation, the young lady left a sentence and turned to go. The others also shook their heads and dispersed. Jiangnan threw a test at the young lady's back. Will she become suspicious? 0%. Perfect. Jiangnan was happy. His acting skills had not raised any suspicion from the young lady. The crowd dispersed. The cutter asked, Young man, are you cutting anymore? No more. I've given up. Jiangnan left with a sense of despair. I'll never gamble on stones again. As he spoke, he left in a daze. Hey, this kid has been hit hard. I wonder if he'll think too much about it. He's still too young, not prepared mentally for stone gambling. He can't handle it now. The cutter said, watching Jiangnan's back. Back in his small room, Jiangnan lined up the 4 stones and began the second round of precise evaluation. When choosing in the stone gambling yard, he had only selected the minimum value of 200,000 yuan, and the highest value of these 4 stones had yet to be determined. First, he tested the first one. Value over 300,000. 20%. Not bad. Jiangnan smiled, pleasantly surprised. Continuing the tests. Value over 280,000. 40%. Value over 270,000. 50%. Okay. Jiangnan quietly made a mark. Number 1. A rough price of 270,000. Jiangnan noted it in his heart. As for the transaction price, he still needed to test the other party's psychological price when dealing with the old man from the century-old shop. As long as they were close enough, it would be fine. He began testing the second one. Soon the result came out. 230,000 had a 50% success rate, and he marked it down. Number 2. Then came the third one. However, this time Jiangnan was taken aback. The test result for 300,000 was 100%. Jiangnan instantly became interested and excitedly continued testing. Value over 400,000. 100%. Hiss. Value over 500,000. 50%. Good luck. Jiangnan was delighted. He marked it down. Number 3. Then for the fourth piece. This time there was no surprise. 250,000 had a 50% success rate. He marked it down. Number 4. Then he began to cut, opening the window. Testing the cutting depth, he made the cut. Soon, everything was done. Jiangnan glanced at the time. It was just past noon. He took out his phone and dialed Zhu Shishir's number. The call connected, and before Zhu Shishir could speak, Jiangnan directly asked, "Is the old man there?" "Yes." Zhu Shishir's voice came from the other end. "Jiangnan, why are you still in the jade business? It's still from the batch we traded last time. Jiang Nan explained, yesterday I only brought over 2 pieces, mainly to see if the old man is fair in his dealings. Now I know, the old man is very trustworthy, so I have 4 more pieces to bring to him. Oh, I see. Where's the boss? You can come over. Okay. Jiang Nan hung up the phone, not wasting any time. He went downstairs to grab some lunch before heading to the century-old shop. Zhao's century-old shop. The room was very quiet. The old man was examining the 4 stones Jiang Nan brought, his excitement hard to conceal. This time, Zhu Shishir curiously followed him in, standing beside Jiang Nan. After a while, the old man happily spoke up, Tisk tsk, young man, what you brought this time are all good things. Not bad, my uncle said the same. Jiang Nan smiled in agreement. Especially this one. The old man held up number 3, if I were to estimate, this thing could be sold for 300,000. This. So valuable. 300,000? Zhu Shishir beside him was shocked, her mouth wide open. Young man, how much did you get this piece for? My uncle's estimate is about the same, 300,000. Jiang Nan said. Not bad, not bad. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Your uncle is truly knowledgeable. If there's a chance, I really want to meet him and have a chat. He. Jiang Nan casually replied, there will be a chance. If my uncle comes back to the country, I'll bring him over. You must bring him over to sit down. I'll treat. The old man said happily. Then he changed the subject, let's go, cut the stones. Only by cutting can we know their true value. I'm very interested in these pieces today. Their quality is much higher than the last 2. In the cutting room, Xiaolu was called over again to start cutting the stones. The first piece was the one valued at 500,000. Sizzle. It was soon cut open. When Xiaolu took the 2 halves off the fixture, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but say, good stuff. The old man looked over, his expression instantly shocked, quickly taking it in his hands to examine. Almost after looking for less than 2 seconds, he exaggeratedly said, you hit the jackpot, young man, you really hit the jackpot, unexpectedly chicken heart red. Jiang Nan was already mentally prepared but still pretended to be somewhat surprised. Really, old man, how much can it be worth? The old man paused for a moment before saying, this item can go to the auction house. The starting price can be set at 500,000. The chance of it failing to sell is low, but if I say so, 500,000 is a bit tight for me, not because I lack money, but because my profit margin will be small. However, if I were to lower it by 10 or 20,000, it feels trivial. Jiang Nan had already thrown out a test to the old man. The chance of successfully trading at 500,000 is 70%. Jiang Nan understood this result. The old man might give him 500,000, but he would feel a bit aggrieved. Since the old man was benevolent, he wouldn't let him suffer too much loss. After all, they would need to cooperate more in the future, and building a good relationship was more important. So he said, old man, how about this? Since it's all cut open, just give me a total price. I trust you, that should be enough. Good, young man, not bad. You're quite benevolent too. Xiaolu, keep cutting, cut it all. The old man was pleased. Meanwhile, Zhu Shishir, standing by, was in shock, looking at Jiang Nan in disbelief, stuttering, Jiang Nan, does that mean you made 200,000 from this piece of jade? He. Jiang Nan smiled lightly, just lucky. I. Zhu Shishir was at a loss for words, struggling for a long time before finally managing to say, compared to you, I just want to cry. Zizizi. The second piece began to be cut. The old man beside them was eagerly anticipating, saying, I wonder if this piece will bring any unexpected joy. Luck can't always be this good, Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. He knew very well that aside from this unexpected joy, anything else wouldn't really count as a surprise. Just then, another shop assistant came into the back room and called out, Boss, old Masterin is here. Old Masterin? The old man was taken aback for a moment and immediately said, I'll go over right away. He turned to Jiang Nan, a friend has come. Once these pieces are all cut open, bring them to the front hall, and I'll take another look. Discuss the price. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded. The old man headed to the front hall. In the front hall, an old man and a young woman were already seated in the spring and autumn chairs. Their demeanor showed they were not strangers, they looked like old acquaintances. The shop assistant was pouring tea for them. The elderly man, in his 70s, was spirited and sharp-eyed. He dressed similarly to the jade shop owner, in a traditional Tang suit. Beside him was a very beautiful woman, tall and graceful. She was the old man's granddaughter, and she, who had watched a movie with Jiang Nan. The old man quickly arrived at the front hall, chuckling, Olden, you've come. Yes, Zhao Lao, I'm here to trouble you again. Old Masterin smiled lightly. Recently, I acquired an item, a jade pendant. According to the seller, it's from the Qin dynasty. I quite like it, so I took it, but I'm not sure if it's really from the Qin dynasty, so I brought it over for you to take a look. As he spoke, he glanced at Anchi, and she took out a delicate wooden box from her Hermes bag and placed it on the coffee table. Alright, let me take a look, Old Master Zhao said as he opened the exquisite wooden box, revealing a jade pendant wrapped in brocade. It's a jade pendant worn at the waist, Old Master Zhao remarked. Old Master Ren nodded. Old Master Zhao slowly took it out, examining it carefully. Looking very closely and particularly slowly, Old Master Ren and Anchi seemed very accustomed to Old Master Zhao's state, remaining silent and slowly sipping their tea. In the back room where the cutting was taking place, it didn't take long for all 4 pieces of jade to be cut open. Xiaolu glanced at them and exclaimed, not bad, all good stuff. These pieces together are worth at least over 1 million. Young man, you're really lucky, it seems you can make quite a bit from this. Indeed, luck is on my side this time, Jiang Nan said with a smile. Xu Shishir stood by, her complex gaze fixed on Jiang Nan. Alright, take these pieces of jade out for the old man to see, and then finalize the price, Xiaolu said again. I'll go get busy. Okay, thank you, Master Lu, Jiang Nan nodded. Xiao Lu left. Jiang Nan tidied up a bit and went to the front hall. Xu Shishir followed him, her mood complicated. Her heart was a mix of emotions, recalling yesterday's conversation when she advised Jiang Nan not to engage in the jade business due to the high risks. Yet, looking back, Jiang Nan had just made 200,000 to 300,000 from this deal. This was something she would have to work hard for many years to achieve. As Jiang Nan entered the front hall, he casually glanced at the guests who had come to see Old Master Zhao. However, he was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence, he actually ran into someone familiar. At that moment, Anchi also spotted Jiang Nan. It's you? Anchi reacted more strongly, standing up abruptly. Oh, Old Master Ren blinked and asked, do you know each other? Yes, Anchi said, but as soon as she spoke, it seemed she remembered something and immediately panicked, saying, no, we don't know each other. She looked very flustered. Jiang Nan? He threw out a test. Afraid the old man would find out about watching a movie together? 100%. Jiang Nan laughed, saying nothing. Of course, there was nothing to say. Gerlin, what's going on with you? Old Master Ren looked at Anchi and asked, you say yes and no, what's really going on? Anchi didn't know how to respond, stammering and unable to answer. The more she acted this way, the more Old Master Ren's expression darkened. Let me explain, Jiang Nan interjected. His words made Anchi's face turn pale instantly, panicking as if she were very scared. Jiang Nan slowly said, we don't really know each other, it was just a minor car accident a couple of days ago, a little friction. Upon hearing this, Anchi's pale face regained some color, and she looked at Jiang Nan with gratitude. Oh, so that's what happened, Old Master Ren nodded. So, is it all settled? It's all fine now, Jiang Nan said with a smile. That's good. Old Master Ren no longer looked at Jiang Nan, clearly not taking it to heart. Young man, sit down and have a cup of tea. Wait a moment, Old Master Zhao glanced at Jiang Nan. I'll handle my matters first, then we can talk about the jade. My mind is full of this jade pendant right now. I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Nan sat down beside him. Xu Shishir quickly poured him a cup of tea. Old Master Zhao continued to focus on the jade pendant. Jiang Nan sipped his tea, watching the excitement unfold. Anchi had a cold expression, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Nan. After a moment, Old Master Zhao spoke up. Olden, this jade pendant is indeed an antique, but I can't be sure if it's from the Qin dynasty, the style is too rare. I've never seen a jade pendant like this from the Qin dynasty, and while there are 2 features that match, there are also several aspects that don't resemble anything from the Qin dynasty, which is quite perplexing. Old Zhao, you can't see through it either? You can't confirm it's from the Qin dynasty? Old Master Ren said. I probably bought it at a loss. How much did you get it for? Old Master Zhao asked. 50 million. Jiang Nan, who had been indifferent, was suddenly a bit shocked upon hearing 50 million. He couldn't help but look seriously at the small jade pendant. He couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. He currently had over 1 million in jade, feeling quite pleased, but here was a small ancient jade worth 50 million. By comparison, he was still a poor man. And instantly, he became interested and threw out a test regarding the jade pendant. Can it be worth 50 million? 0%. Jiang Nan secretly laughed, thinking it was quite a loss. He continued testing. Can be worth 40 million. 0%. This was even more interesting. Not even worth 40 million. Can be worth 30 million. 0%. Jiang Nan. Can be worth 20 million. 0%. Can be worth 10 million. 0%. Jiang Nan was almost speechless. Not only was it a loss, but a huge one. Not even worth 10 million. He continued testing. Can be worth 5 million. 50%. Jiangnan finally had a result. It could barely be worth 5 million. This was a full 10 times less than 50 million. A bit funny. After thinking for a moment, he continued testing. Is it from the Qin dynasty or earlier? 0%. Ha! Jiangnan secretly laughed, thinking that if it was only worth 5 million, the time period probably wasn't very long, so he continued testing. Is it from the Qing dynasty? 100%. Sure enough, it was stable. Olden, I suggest you find someone who knows more to take a look. Old Zhao shook his head helplessly. This shouldn't be from the Qin dynasty, but from the Qing dynasty, Jiangnan interjected. If this thing was really bought for 50 million, then it would definitely be a loss. Both Old Zhao and Olden looked at Jiangnan simultaneously. Old Zhao said, young man, do you understand ancient jade? I know a little, Jiangnan replied with a smile. If it weren't for Inchi being present today, he wouldn't have wanted to show off at all. It was just that Inchi's slightly disdainful expression made Jiangnan a bit unhappy, so he wanted to show off a bit. How can you tell this is from the Qing dynasty and not the Qin dynasty? Old Zhao asked again. Olden was also staring intently. That's not convenient to disclose, Jiangnan said mysteriously, pretending to be knowledgeable. Old Zhao. Ha! Olden's expression instantly turned to one of sarcasm. Not convenient to disclose? You really don't understand, do you? I can't believe someone your age has such good eyesight. Think what you want, Jiangnan smiled nonchalantly. I don't need to prove anything to you, but I'll say this thing is from the Qing dynasty, worth around 5 million, not more. Zhao, who is this person? Olden looked at Old Zhao and asked. A guest, Old Zhao said with a wry smile. Don't try to make me prove whether this young brother understands ancient jade, we've only just met, but this young brother is a good person, honest, and very much to my liking. Oh? Olden looked at Jiangnan a couple more times before turning back to Old Zhao, then I'll take my leave, going to Yanjing to find Master Dong to take a look. He should be able to figure this out. Of course, Old Zhao said. Master Dong is a giant in this field, he will definitely understand. Then I'm off. I'll see you off. And she left with Olden, glaring at Jiangnan as they departed. Jiangnan, who the hell did I provoke again? Old Zhao quickly returned, smiling as he said, young brother, sorry to keep you waiting so long. It's fine, I'm not in a hurry, Jiangnan smiled. Come, let me see some jadeite. Jiangnan handed the jadeite to him. The old man began to examine it carefully. Jiangnan, Zhu Shishir said quietly from the side, why do I feel like you have a close relationship with Olden's granddaughter, and she? Jiangnan, how is that a close relationship? It was just a farce that happened during the testing process. Plus, he only just learned that the girl was named Inchi. After leaving Old Zhao's century-old shop, nearly 1.4 million had been deposited into Jiangnan's card. He could be considered a young man with a modest fortune. Quite delightful. Strolling through the antique street, it was still early. After a moment's thought, he decided to take a round and see if he could find any hidden treasures like last time. The century-old shop was located in the middle of the street, and Jiangnan had only passed by half of the stalls, having done a test. Aside from a cup that resembled a ring but was nothing special, he had found nothing else. There were still nearly half of the stalls he hadn't visited, and many shops he hadn't entered either. With a decision made, he didn't retrace his steps but began to wander in front of the stalls he hadn't been to. Standing in front of each stall without saying a word, he focused his gaze on everything displayed, throwing out a test. Items worth over 100,000. 0%. Immediately dismissed. Without pausing, he moved to the next stall. Items worth over 100,000. 0%. To the next one. Items worth over 100,000. 0%. It didn't take long. After finishing all the stalls, he had nothing to show for it. Jiangnan chuckled to himself. It seemed that hidden treasures were indeed hard to come by. He directly entered the nearby shop. The items in the shop were very mixed, bustling with activity, with all sorts of bronze wares, porcelain, and a hodgepodge of everything. With so many items and no clear pricing, finding a hidden treasure wouldn't be easy, huh? This was Jiangnan's first impression. After a moment's thought, he threw out a test. This room has items worth over 5 million. 100%. Blinking, he continued testing. Items worth over 10 million. 30%. Getting closer. Items worth 9 million. 50%. Items worth 8 million. 100%. Just then, the shop owner noticed Jiangnan and walked over with a smile. Customer, do you see anything you like? Everything here is absolutely genuine antiques, a reputable old shop. Fake ones are tenfold compensation. Show me the best antiques you have, Jiangnan said. I have a habit of wanting only the best. I don't bother with ordinary things. Oh? The owner squinted at Jiangnan, a look of skepticism on his face, and chuckled, "Customer, our best items are quite valuable, worth several million. Are you sure you have that kind of financial capability?" Clearly, Jiangnan, dressed in stall goods, was looked down upon by the owner, who had no intention of showing him anything. "Humph." Jiangnan snorted coldly, "If that's the case, then forget it. Don't regret it, perhaps a business opportunity just slipped away." With that, he turned and left. He. The owner sneered at his back, clearly a poor guy, still trying to act tough. "I've seen plenty of people like him." Jiangnan heard this but didn't turn back, sneering inwardly. Just wait and see. Right now, he didn't have enough money, but after a while, he would show up with cash to slap him in the face. Feeling somewhat displeased, he lost interest in hunting for treasures and left the antique street. Instead of returning to his rented building, he got into a taxi and told the driver, "Take me to the nearest real estate agency." To avoid being taken in circles by the driver, he intentionally took a longer route. He directly handed the driver 100 yuan, saying, "Remember your real estate agency. When we get there, this money is yours." Okay. The driver was as happy as could be, quickly starting the car and merging into the traffic. In the evening, Jiangnan returned to his rented room, tidying up his belongings while the taxi waited below. Since money was not an issue, renting a place was easy. With a luxurious rent of 30,000 yuan per month, he secured a 3-bedroom apartment in a prime location, fully furnished and ready to move in. The location was excellent, with a cinema, shopping mall, and clubhouse nearby, all within very close distance, making it an ideal spot for enjoying life. There isn't much in the rental house, just a suitcase and a small cutting machine, which I packed into the suitcase, and the rest of the things I won't need. Ping pong ping pong. It seems the sound of packing was a bit loud, and Bebe next door was startled, running to the door to peek inside. Seeing Jiangnan packing, she curiously asked, "Jianggu, are you leaving?" "Yeah, I found a new place to live," Jiangnan nodded while packing. "Are you really leaving?" Bebe suddenly became a bit anxious. "Then who will help me fix my plumbing when it breaks? You're the only one I trust here." Jiangnan was also taken aback, stopping his packing and furrowing his brows in thought. After a moment, he said, "Bebe, the place I'm renting this time is quite spacious, and for now, it's just me living there. If you trust me, you can move in with me, and I'll give you a separate room where you can still do your live broadcasts." Sharing a rental? Bebe blinked her beautiful big eyes. "How much will I have to share for the rent each month? Is it bigger than here?" "It's a bit bigger than here," Jiangnan said. "You don't have to pay rent. I'll cover it myself. You can take care of the cleaning when you have time." "Oh, is that okay?" "I wouldn't want to impose," Bebe said. "That's not a problem." Jiangnan smiled. "Still the same question, do you trust me? It's just the two of us living in the same house." "Of course I trust you," Bebe replied. "We've been living next door to each other for so long. I know what kind of person you are." "That's good, then let's pack up. The taxi is waiting downstairs, just pack up the valuables and leave the rest." He. Bebe laughed. "Jianggu, the way you say it makes you sound like a rich person." "Ha." Jiangnan smiled lightly and said, "What I mean is, the taxi space isn't big, so we can't take too many things." "Oh, I understand now. I'll go pack and only take the important stuff." The sky had just turned completely dark. The taxi stopped at Liyuan Community. Jiangnan and Bebe got out. The driver eagerly helped them with their things, and with a tip, he became especially diligent. Bebe looked up at the Liyuan Community, a place only wealthy people could afford to live in, and was a bit dazed. She weakly asked Jiangnan, "Jianggu, you aren't renting a place here, are you?" "Yeah, why?" Jiangnan replied. "It's nothing, I just wanted to ask, renting here must be very expensive, right?" "Not expensive," Jiangnan said lightly. "Really not expensive?" "Of course." Jiangnan smiled and changed the subject. "Let's go, grab your bag and we'll head upstairs." "Oh, okay." Bebe was a bit confused the whole time, dragging her bags along behind Jiangnan as they entered the elevator of one of the buildings. As the elevator ascended, Jiangnan reminded her, "Remember, we live in Building 8, Unit 1, on the 16th floor." Okay. Bebe was still a bit dazed, overwhelmed by the luxury of everything around her. Soon they reached the 16th floor, and the two walked out of the elevator, down a corridor, and Jiangnan opened the door. Instantly, a spacious and luxurious room of over 130 square meters came into Bebe's view, leaving her completely stunned. "Come in, don't just stand there," Jiangnan said as he walked inside. However, the luxurious decor made Bebe hesitate to step in. The monthly rent was 30,000 yuan, over 300,000 yuan a year for a 3-bedroom apartment. Just thinking about it made it clear how high-end it was. Moreover, Shanghai was a second-tier city, not a first-tier one. This. Bei stammered for a long time before asking, such luxury, such a big house, how much is the rent? He. Not much, Jiangnan said with a smile, 30,000 a month. Ah? Bei was so scared that her face lost all color. How is it? Not bad, right? Jiangnan said with a smile, you can choose whichever room you like. However, Bei had not yet recovered from her shock. After a while, she incredulously said, 30,000, the rent is 30,000 a month, my goodness, can we afford such an expensive house? How much do I earn in a month? You don't have to worry about that, Jiangnan said with a smile, did I not say before? You don't have to pay rent, just take care of the cleaning. Brother Jiang, how did you become so rich? Although Bei was young, she understood the situation. Jiangnan had already become a wealthy man. Jiangnan smiled, what if I said I was lucky and won 2 million in the lottery? Would you believe it? Did you really win the lottery? Bei asked. Jiangnan smiled and said nothing. It should be, Bei nodded, Brother Jiang, besides this, I really can't think of how you suddenly became so rich. Alright, it's time for dinner. What do you want to eat? I'll take you out to eat something, Jiangnan said. Bei turned her beautiful big eyes, Brother Jiang, now that you have money, can we have a nice meal? Of course, as long as you like it, order whatever you want, as long as I can afford it. He. Don't worry, just some relatively good food, I won't spend too much money. Even if you win the lottery, you can't waste money casually, you have to save it for your future wife, Bei said mischievously. That's true, Jiangnan smiled, before I had no money, I didn't dare to think about this. Now that I have money, it seems it's time to find you a sister-in-law. However, Bei coldly snorted at Jiangnan's words. What's wrong? Jiangnan asked in confusion. Nothing, Bei said, I just think you're a bit silly. There are girls right in front of you, yet you don't try to pursue them and instead look far away. Ha? Jiangnan pretended to be confused and asked, what do you mean? Annoying, I'm not talking to you anymore, Bei pouted. Eating Western food? Isn't this very expensive? Bei hesitated at the entrance of a luxurious Western restaurant. I just asked if you like it? Jiangnan said. I should like it, Bei replied, I never had the chance to eat it before. Then there's no need to hesitate, come in with me, Jiangnan said as he entered the restaurant. Bei timidly followed behind him. They found a secluded spot to sit down, and the waitress immediately came over. What would you like to order? Jiangnan didn't speak at first, throwing out a thought. Is the best steak here over 1,000 yuan per serving? 100%. Is it over 2,000 yuan per serving? 0%. Got the situation, now he had a trump card. Jiangnan casually asked, how much is the best steak here per serving? 1888. 2 servings of the best steak, medium rare, and 2 glasses of fresh pineapple juice, Jiangnan instructed. Very casual and natural. He hadn't eaten Western food many times, he had accompanied clients before, but he had a special fondness for the taste of steak. Okay, please wait a moment, the waitress said and left. Bei was astonished, her eyes wide open. 1 serving of steak is 1888, almost 2,000, wow. This is too expensive, right? It's nothing, Jiangnan smiled. Brother Jiang, Bei looked Jiangnan up and down again and said, I seriously suspect that you didn't just win 2 million in the lottery, but rather 200 million, otherwise, how could you spend money like this? He. Jiangnan smiled, not explaining much. Ah, you really didn't win 200 million, did you? Bei's eyes widened even more. No, Jiangnan smiled, it really is just 2 million. Bei looked completely unconvinced, I would be crazy to believe you. Yanjing. On the outskirts of the southern city, a villa built against the mountain. In the reception room on the first floor, Anchi and old Masterin sit on a nearby sofa, slowly sipping tea. Opposite them, an elderly man with a head full of white hair yet full of vigor is using a magnifying glass to examine a jade pendant. The room is very quiet. Several maids stand by, ready to serve tea and water, but none dare to make a sound. Time passes minute by minute. About 10 minutes later, the white-haired old man puts away the magnifying glass and hands the jade pendant to old Masterin, while asking, how much did you get this for? 50 million. He. That's a loss, and a big one. Ah, old Masterin is startled. Master Dong, how much do you think this is worth? 5 million, no more. Master Dong smiles. Hiss. Old Masterin gasps, shocked not just by the fact that he lost over 40 million on this jade pendant, but because he remembers that a young man once said the same thing. Master Dong, is this from the Qing dynasty? Old Masterin continues to ask. No, it's from the Qing dynasty, Master Dong replies. To be precise, it's from the late Qing dynasty during the Guangxu period. Hiss. Old Masterin gasps again, clearly remembering that the young man also said this, although he didn't specify it was from the late Qing dynasty, he did say it was from the Qing dynasty. Thank you, Master Dong, sorry to trouble you. Old Masterin suddenly feels a strong desire to see that young man again and can no longer sit still. No trouble, Master Dong smiles and says, friends, this little favor is nothing. Master Dong, you carry on, we'll take our leave. Old Masterin says another polite remark, signaling Anchi to leave, and they return to Jianghaishi overnight. Wow! No wonder it's a nearly 2,000 yuan steak, it's so delicious. At the entrance of the Western restaurant, Bebe, with her beautiful big eyes, smiles so wide they look like crescent moons. If you like it, I'll bring you here again next time, Jiangnan says. No, Bebe quickly replies, that's too extravagant. As long as you like it, that's enough, Jiangnan smiles lightly. Bebe looks at him, silent, and soon her eyes turn red, almost crying. What's wrong? Jiangnan asks in surprise. You were fine just now, why do you suddenly look like you're about to cry? I didn't bully you, did I? It's not you bullying me, Bebe says pitifully. Jianggu, you're so good to me, what am I going to do in the future? He. Jiangnan gives a bitter smile, so I did something wrong? No, you didn't do anything wrong, Bebe says. It's just that life is too good right now, I'm starting to fear losing it. This is the life I've always dreamed of, but I'm afraid of waking up from the dream. Alright, don't think so much, Jiangnan smiles. Let's go back, aren't you going to stream tonight? It's getting late, your fans should be waiting for you. Alright, I still have to stream, I still have to earn money. Bebe's face falls. Jianggu, this job is really hard, I don't want to do it anymore. Thinking about how I have to find ways to please those old men just to make a few thousand a month while you pay 30,000 a month for rent, it really pains me. If that's the case, if you don't like it, then don't do it, Jiangnan says. How about you become my full-time maid? Help me clean the room, and I'll pay you 10,000 a month, how about that? Really? Bebe's eyes light up, her face full of joy. Of course, Jiangnan smiles, my rent is 30,000 a month, do you think paying you 10,000 would be a burden? That won't be a problem. Bebe smiled awkwardly and then remembered something, saying, but I just got a fan who gives me 5,000 every night. I can get 2,500 in one night, I'm a bit reluctant to let that go. He. Jiangnan smiled, no need to feel sorry. Why not? Bebe said, that's 2,500 a day, that's a lot of money. Because. Jiangnan chuckled, took out his phone, handed it to Bebe, and said, open my phone, log into the live stream on a certain platform, and then open your room to find out. Ha? Bebe was confused but did as Jiangnan said. Soon she finished the operation. Her expression changed dramatically as she looked at Jiangnan. Brother Jiang, so you're the salted fish basking in the sun, it's you who gives me 5,000 every day. Jiangnan smiled and said nothing. Brother Jiang, you're really annoying. Bebe's little face turned red. I was showing off in front of you before, and you tricked me, not even exposing me, you're really annoying. While saying this, she raised her little fist and punched Jiangnan's chest. However, when her fist came down, she didn't use any strength at all. A wave of cuteness rushed over. After a few punches, Bebe stopped and threw Jiangnan a beautiful eye roll. Brother Jiang, you're really bad. Am I making you happy? Jiangnan smiled lightly. Weren't you happy then? Happy. Bebe suddenly became like a little bird, smiling, not just happy. Suddenly someone gave me 5,000, I was so excited, but I didn't expect it was you, Alright, I'm full and satisfied. What should we do next, go home or play? If I'm not worried about money, of course, I want to play. Bebe was as excited as a little sparrow. How about going to the movies? Jiangnan thought for a moment and said, Okay, the cinema isn't far from here, let's stroll over, let's go. So happy. I never expected to live like this one day, I feel like I'm dreaming. At the airport in Jianghaishi, Old Masterin and Anchi walked out, followed by two bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses. Not far from the waiting hall, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was waiting in place. Just as they were about to get in the car, and she suddenly said, Grandpa, you go home first, I want to walk alone. Alright then. The old man nodded, you've accompanied me all day, go have fun. After saying that, he got into the car, and the Rolls-Royce merged into the traffic. And she waved, a taxi came over, she opened the door and got in, saying, to the cinema. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Old Masterin took out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected quickly, and a laugh came through. Olden, calling so late, is there something urgent? Old Zhao, I want to ask, do you have the contact information for that young man I met at your place during the day? I really don't have it, I forgot to get that young man's number. Alas! What a pity, nothing else, Old Zhao, you're busy, I'll hang up. Wait. Just then, Old Zhao said, I remembered, one of my staff is a classmate of that young man, she has his number. Really? That's great. Old Masterin immediately said happily, Old Zhao, could you do me another favor and contact that young man to come to your store? I want to see him again. Of course, no problem, old Zhao said. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, Olden, why do you suddenly want to see him, can I ask? It's nothing, of course, you can. Old Zhao smiled and said, it's just that the jade pendant I showed you, that young man said I bought it at a loss, do you remember? I remember, of course, I remember. Did you really buy it at a loss? Yes. Old Master sighed and said, I just flew back from Yanjing, and the things have been shown to Master Dong. Guess what? Could it be similar to what that young man said? Old Master Zhao's tone became heavier. Not just similar. Old Master enforced a bitter smile, it's exactly the same. Master Dong also said this jade pendant is worth 5 million, and it's from the Qing dynasty. Hiss. Old Master Zhao gasped on the phone, my god, if that's the case, then that young man's eyesight is terrifying. How could my eyesight, after more than 30 years, be so far off from his? Yeah, I was shocked too. Old Master echoed with a bitter smile. Could it be that his eyesight is already at the level of Master Dong, like a mountain and a guiding star? Old Master Zhao's voice trembled, revealing his unusual unease. Screech! The taxi braked, stopping in front of the cinema. And she got out and walked towards the cinema entrance with her slender waist swaying. Her arrival, with her high beauty and extraordinary temperament, especially as a single woman, attracted the attention of many male creatures. Click, click, click. The sound of her high heels striking the ground made many male hearts race. However, and she was dressed in designer brands, with a Hermes bag, making her someone not to be trifled with, which kept the eager males at bay, despite their burning desire to approach her. And she reached the cinema entrance but did not go inside. Instead, she walked back and forth at the door, occasionally glancing around. She came with a purpose, hoping to run into Jiang Nan. The revelations from Master Dong and Yanjing not only surprised her grandfather, Old Masterin, but also left her very astonished. And she loved collecting and dealing with antiques, and she often learned from her grandfather to broaden her knowledge and eyesight. The two of them shared a similar taste, which made Old Masterin even fonder of Enchi. It could be said that the situation she saw at Master Dong's left a greater shock in Enchi's eyes than in her grandfather's. As a young person, Jiang Nan's keen eyesight truly amazed her. Inexplicably, his figure lingered in her mind throughout the flight back to Yanjing. Since that night they watched a movie together, Jiang Nan's elusive demeanor had left a mark in Enchi's heart. Now, she was impulsively eager to see Jiang Nan. She couldn't quite explain why. Perhaps it was because she felt Jiang Nan had played her that night, leaving her feeling uncomfortable and wanting a chance to get back at him. Or perhaps she simply wanted to meet Jiang Nan to discuss knowledge and insights about antiques. However, she couldn't reach Jiang Nan and could only think of one possibility: he might be coming alone to watch a movie. So she came here to try her luck. Yet, she felt this luck was utterly ridiculous, almost without any certainty. But she couldn't help but let herself be hopeful. Walking back and forth at the cinema entrance, she remained preoccupied, and the sudden invitation from Jiang Nan to watch a movie replayed in her mind. That abrupt question, can I invite you to watch a movie together? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. At that moment, it truly felt very sudden and inexplicable. And she had inexplicably agreed, watching a movie with a man for the first time without exchanging a single word. Watching a movie that had left her feeling unsettled. Lost in her thoughts, she walked back and forth, completely immersed in her own musings, forgetting that she was there waiting for Jiang Nan, forgetting to glance around occasionally. Suddenly, a voice rang out in front of her. Hi! I didn't expect to run into you again. Anshi's footsteps paused, then she was surprised. That familiar voice belonged to the person she had been waiting for, and she didn't expect them to actually come. She suddenly looked up, a smile on her face, but in the next moment, the smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression. Her gaze fell on Bebe, who was holding Jiang Nan's arm. Here to watch a movie again? Jiang Nan continued with a cheerful smile. What does it have to do with you? Anchi said angrily. Jiang Nan. Who is this? Bebe curiously asked Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, unsure how to introduce her. After organizing his thoughts, he finally said, just a passerby. Anchi instantly became even angrier, gritting her teeth. I want to bite you to death. After saying that, she turned and stomped away in her high heels. Jiang Nan? Bebe? Jianggu, what happened? Who is she? Bebe asked, looking puzzled. Didn't I already say? Just a passerby. Jiang Nan smiled wryly. That doesn't seem right. Bebe pinched her delicate chin. She looks really angry, and when she saw me, she must be your girlfriend, right? She got angry when she saw me, and she's so pretty. As Bebe asked this, she looked at Jiang Nan, her little face tense. How could that be? Jiang Nan smiled and said, if she were my girlfriend, I would have pursued her long ago. Come on, let's not waste time, let's go into the theater. Do you prefer a large bucket of popcorn or a small one? Whatever. Bebe seemed preoccupied, walking with Jiangnan while glancing back at Anchi, who was getting into a taxi. After the movie, when they walked out of the theater, Bebe was as happy as a little bird, immediately linking her arm with Jiangnan's and cheerfully saying, "Not having to worry about money is just wonderful." I feel the same way. Jiangnan smiled and said, "Looks like we share the same view." Humph. Bebe rolled her eyes beautifully. I bet 99 out of 100 people think the same way. I see. Jiangnan looked as if he had just realized something. You're so annoying. Are you trying to tease me on purpose? If you insist on thinking that, there's nothing I can do. Jiangnan shrugged. Humph, humph, humph. Bebe kept making playful sounds and twisted her delicate little hand at Jiangnan's waist, but she didn't use much strength, just pretending. They called a taxi and soon returned to their place. The room with the private bathroom is yours, Jiangnan said. It'll be more convenient for you. Bebe nodded shyly. Her little face was as red as a big apple. After all, in a certain sense, they were living together. Good night, rest early, Jiangnan said. Okay. Bebe nodded and turned to go back to her room. Once inside, she closed the door and felt her heart racing like a little deer. After a moment, she thought about it and locked the door with a click. But instantly feeling it was inappropriate, she unlocked it again, her pretty face showing a deep and complicated expression. The next day. What ghostly legends, what demons and monsters, only that heron is singing softly. Jiangnan, who was sleeping comfortably, was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Groggily, he reached for his phone and saw it was Zhu Shishir calling. He answered the call, and before he could speak, Zhu Shishir's voice came through. Jiangnan, what are you doing? Sleeping? There was a moment of silence on the other end. After a while, Zhu Shishir's voice came again. What time is it, and you're still sleeping? I haven't checked the time yet. As he spoke, Jiangnan looked at the wall clock and saw it was already past 10 in the morning. He smiled wryly and said, "It's so late, I overslept. How enviable, it's so nice not to work anymore, I can sleep in so late." Zhu Shishir said enviously. Jiangnan instinctively smiled, thinking that this kind of life was indeed enjoyable. By the way, Jiangnan, you don't have anything to do today, right? Zhu Shishir continued. No, I'm not busy today, just resting. Come to our shop. Is that okay? Our boss wants to meet you and has something to discuss. Of course, I can. Jiangnan replied, I'll freshen up and head over shortly. Alright. After hanging up, Jiangnan got out of bed and went to wash up. As soon as he opened the bedroom door, he saw Bebe tidying up the room. Bebe was dressed particularly sexy today, wearing a light blue camisole that was very short, revealing her cleavage and waist, with only a small area covered in the middle. Below, she wore a black ultra-short skirt with lace, her fair thighs looking very alluring. She had on black stockings. Jiangnan couldn't help but glance a couple more times, secretly admiring how attractive this girl was. At that moment Bebe saw him come out and immediately raised her pretty little face to greet him. Jianggu, you're awake. When did you get up, Bebe? Jiangnan smiled. I can sleep a bit longer since there's nothing to do. This room is too comfortable. I was too excited to sleep. Bebe said happily. I already went downstairs to buy breakfast, just waiting for you to wake up. But I didn't have much money, so I just bought soy milk and fried dough sticks. I had to walk quite a distance for that. There aren't any breakfast stalls nearby. Now that you have money, I wonder if you still eat this. Of course, I can still eat it. Jiangnan said, even though I've been lucky and made a little money, I'm not spoiled. That's good, that's good. Bebe was pleased. The two of them had breakfast together, and Jiangnan said, Bebe, after we finish eating, I'm going out to have some fun. No, I mean I need to go out for a bit. You can clean up the dishes, and when you have nothing to do, feel free to go out and play. Okay. Bebe nodded obediently. Jiangnan headed downstairs, feeling quite pleased that he had Bebe taking care of things at home, making life easy, truly living a life where food comes when cold and clothes come when needed. This kind of life was comfortable. Antique Street. A century-old shop. Jiangnan strolled slowly down Antique Street, and when he arrived, he couldn't help but smile, because he saw a familiar face inside the shop, and she was also there. Jiangnan had a relatively good impression of this girl. After all, beauties like her were quite rare. Jiangnan smiled and said, nice to see you again, what a coincidence. Humph. And she snorted coldly, looking angry and unwilling to talk to Jiangnan. Jiangnan? He was a bit confused, not remembering having provoked her. Why did she look like she held a deep grudge? Habitually, he threw out a test. Are you angry with me? 100%. What? This left Jiangnan completely baffled. Just then, old man scolded and someone is talking to you, what kind of attitude is that? And she opened her mouth to say something but didn't say anything. Quickly apologize. Old man and said to Enchi again. Apologize? Enchi looked completely bewildered. Jiang Nan. He was equally confused. Wasn't this old man usually indifferent to him? Why was his attitude a bit unusual today? Habitually, he threw out a test. Could it be that he needs something from me today? 100%. It really was. I'm sorry. And she looked very afraid of her grandfather, and although she was very reluctant, she still said sorry to Jiang Nan, but the grievance in her eyes was very obvious. Jiang Nan smiled smugly. It's okay, adults shouldn't hold grudges against children. Just remember to be more respectful when you see me in the future, don't be so rude. Old Master Zhao. Damn, isn't that a bit too much? Old Masterin. Kid, you're really not modest. And she was so angry she gritted her teeth. What if I want to bite him to death? I'm waiting online, it's quite urgent. Old Master, what did you call me for? Jiang Nan didn't care about the gazes of others and sat down beside Old Master Zhao while asking. Old Masterin wants to meet you, Old Master Zhao said with a smile. Oh? Jiang Nan looked at Old Masterin, with an expression that asked what he wanted. Little brother. Old Masterin didn't beat around the bush and said directly, first, I owe you an apology. My words yesterday were abrupt, I take them back. I shouldn't underestimate you because you're young. It's nothing. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. I didn't take it to heart at all. Getting angry over a word from a stranger isn't worth it. Old Master An's mouth twitched. Why did it feel like the tone of this conversation was off? It seemed like the other party didn't care at all. However, upon further reflection, it didn't seem wrong. Old Master, what do you want from me? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm quite busy. While speaking, Jiang Nan picked up the tea that Zhu Shishir had just brewed for him and sipped it slowly. It's like this, little brother. Didn't you see that jade pendant yesterday? I want you to help me take another look at it, Old Masterin said in a negotiating tone. Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds. Give me a reason why I should help you? Usually, Jiang Nan was an easygoing person, but Old Masterin's attitude yesterday really annoyed him, so, Old Masterin. This was the first time he encountered someone who spoke to him like this in Zhanhai City. Old Master Zhao. This was also the first time he met someone who spoke to Old Masterin like this in Zhanhai City. He helplessly covered his face, thinking that if things went wrong, something might happen to Jiang Nan. Old Masteran's bad temper was well known. However, what he didn't expect was that Old Masterin had a very good attitude and said with a wry smile, this little brother, if you want a reason, I really can't find anything to convince you. If I offer money, what do you think? Money? Jiang Nan laughed. Offering money isn't impossible, but how much will you offer? If I take action, if the money is too little, I won't look up to it. If it's too much, I'm afraid you won't have enough for this thing. Hiss. Jiang Nan's words made Old Master Zhao gasp in shock. That was quite a big statement, big enough to scare him a bit. Everyone knew the value of Old Masterin's jade pendant, worth 5 million. So Jiang Nan meant that if he took action once, it would cost 5 million. This was too exaggerated and too ruthless. Humph. And she immediately snorted coldly, so you mean it costs 5 million for one action? Have you gone crazy from being poor? And girl, shut up. However, Old Masterin reprimanded Enchi. This surprised both Enchi and Old Master Zhao. They looked at Old Masterin with puzzled expressions, thinking, would Old Masterin agree to 5 million for one action? Even Jiang Nan was a bit confused. Damn, 5 million for one action? If that's the case, that would be too great. Making money while lying down. Little brother. Old Masterin's attitude was still very good. With your eyesight, I know you're not short on money. Indeed, talking about money in front of you is too vulgar. Olden, don't have much, but I still have some face in Zhanghai City. I sincerely want to be friends with you, to make a friendship across generations. I hope you can help me when it's convenient. Of course, if you need my help in Zhanghai City, just speak up, and I will definitely help without hesitation. This made Jiang Nan's eyes light up. The saying goes, with more friends, there are more paths. In Jiangnan, friends are few, so this is truly a good opportunity. Moreover, with my success rate in hand, helping the old man identify some antiques is simply too easy. The thought flashed through his mind, and he made a decision, smiling slightly as he said, since the old man has said so, I am someone who enjoys making friends. If others respect me by a foot, I will respect them by a mile. Good. I will befriend you, old man. Ha. Old Masterin immediately burst into a hearty laugh. I knew you were a person of character. Good. From now on, we are friends across generations. Little brother, what is your name? Jiang Nan. Good name, Brother Jiang. Old Masterin appeared very generous. My name is Injunlo, and from now on, you can call me Brotherin. Jiangnan smiled lightly and called out, Brotherin. Ha ha ha. Old Masterin laughed joyfully. Great. Today at noon, at the Guibin building, I will treat you. Let's have a good gathering. Jiangnan, however, showed slight interest and looked at Inchi beside him, saying, Brother, this is my granddaughter, and she, Old Masterin happily introduced. Oh. Jiangnan's expression was half smiling as he looked at Inchi and said, From now on, you should call me uncle when we meet. You. Inchi's face turned red with anger. Unable to say anything, she turned to Old Masterin and said, Grandpa, it's all your fault. Ha ha ha. Old Masterin laughed and said, You young people can argue among yourselves. Poof. And she looked at Jiangnan and huffed, Did you hear that? We can argue among ourselves. We are about the same age, I can't possibly call you uncle. Jiangnan. After some pleasantries, they sat down. Old Masterin took out the jade pendant from before and handed it to Jiangnan, saying, Little brother, take a closer look. Haven't I already looked at it? Jiangnan took it and said, Valued at 5 million, from the Qing dynasty, what else is there to see? Little brother, I want to know which period of the Qing dynasty it is from. Can you tell? Old Masterin asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. This was also the reason he wanted Jiangnan to look at the jade pendant again. He wanted to know just how sharp Jiangnan's eyesight was. This I can do. Jiangnan nodded, focusing his gaze on the jade pendant, his thoughts cast out. Early Qing dynasty. 0%. Late Qing dynasty. 100%. Brotherin, this piece is from the late Qing dynasty. Incredible. The excitement on Old Masterin's face was hard to conceal. Can you be more specific? Old Masterin asked. More specific? Jiangnan was a bit confused. To what extent? That's hard to answer, Brotherin, give me a hint. Can you tell which emperor's period it is from? Old Masterin said. Jiangnan pondered for a moment, thinking about which emperors were in the late Qing dynasty, feeling a bit overwhelmed. This was really testing his history knowledge. Fortunately, he recalled there were 3 emperors, Emperor Tongji, Emperor Guangxu, and Emperor Puyi. Testing them one by one would be fine. During Emperor Tongji's period, 0%. During Emperor Guangxu's period, 100%. Okay, got it. Brotherin, this piece is an item from the late Qing dynasty during Emperor Guangxu's reign. Hiss. Old Masterin gasped, completely matching what Master Dong, a figure of great renown, had said. But how old is Jiangnan? Even with enough mental preparation, Old Masterin was still shocked to the point of being unable to remain calm. And she, beside him, looked at Jiangnan with a similarly complex expression. Being in the same field, she understood very well what Jiangnan's eyesight meant. Old Master Zhao was equally unsettled, pondering a question. The jade that Jiangnan had brought before was probably not due to some distant relative, but rather because he himself had a keen eye for it. Little brother, get in the car quickly, we must drink to our heart's content today. Outside the antique walking street, a bodyguard in black opened the door of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Old Masterin happily gestured for Jiangnan to get in first. Jiangnan was not polite and got in the car at a leisurely pace. Soon after, Old Masterin, Old Master Zhao, and she, and Zhu Shishir also got in the car. The extended Rolls-Royce Phantom was spacious enough inside, practically a small room, and the few of them sitting inside wouldn't feel crowded even after a whole day. This car is nice, Jiangnan assessed the vehicle, feeling extremely unsettled inside, but his face remained calm and composed. Previously, facing such a luxury car would have made him very nervous. What if he accidentally damaged it? He couldn't afford to compensate. But now, he felt completely at ease, knowing that it wouldn't be long before buying such a car would be a piece of cake for him. With a clear vision of success, endless wealth awaited him to claim. However, Zhu Shishir was far from calm. Her exaggerated expression exclaimed, not just nice, it's simply amazing. I never dreamed I would one day sit in a car like this. Stay calm, Jiangnan smiled slightly and said, a car is just a means of transportation. Ha ha ha. Right, Old Masterin said, little brother speaks well, your perspective is indeed unique, truly hidden talent. If anyone else had said this, he would have looked down on them, even saying that they were sour grapes. But since it was Jiangnan who said it, his feelings were quite different. Especially now, Jiangnan looked very ordinary in his attire, yet possessed such insight. In his eyes, Jiangnan was deliberately disguising himself, a hidden big shot. It was a kind of deep, pretentious operation with high standards. Moreover, he had already begun to remind himself to learn to do the same in the future. Not long after, the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the VIP Building International Hotel. The bodyguard got out first, opened the door, and everyone got out one after another. The VIP Building International Hotel was one of the top hotels in Zhanghai City. Since it was still early, not yet 11 o'clock, The hotel was not busy. A few waitresses in the lobby were chatting together, occasionally glancing outside through the large glass windows. The luxurious Rolls-Royce immediately caught their attention. "Wow, another big guest has arrived," one of the waitresses said. "This car is so beautiful. I wish I could find a boyfriend who drives a car like this." TCH. A chorus of TCH sounds came back. "Don't be infatuated. Wake up, don't daydream. A rich husband isn't that easy to catch, even finding a wealthy old man like this isn't easy." Jiang Nan? At that moment, one of the waitresses suddenly gasped softly, looking at Jiang Nan among old Master-N's group with surprise. If Jiang Nan had seen her, he would have recognized her at first glance as his university classmate Zhao Yiman. Although Zhao Yiman spoke softly, she was still overheard by a nearby waitress, who teased, "What's wrong, Zhao Yiman? You're not saying you know someone in that group, are you?" Zhao Yiman was taken aback for a moment and said, "It just looks like one of my classmates, but I'm not sure." "Is your classmate a rich second generation?" "No, he's from the countryside," Zhao Yiman replied. TCH, then you definitely mistook him for someone else. Just look at who these people are. A rural college student couldn't possibly be with them. They are completely from different worlds. That's true. Zhao Yiman nodded. I must have recognized the wrong person. At that moment, Old Masterin and Jiang Nan had already entered the hall and were heading straight for the elevator. Watching from a close distance, Zhao Yiman felt even more certain it looked like Jiang Nan, but she didn't dare to approach him, fearing she might be mistaken. Jiang Nan was chatting casually with Old Masterin and didn't pay attention to his surroundings. They entered the elevator and went directly to the top VIP floor. Zhao Xiaoman didn't dwell on it any longer and continued chatting with her girlfriends. Not long after, the elevator doors opened, and the hall manager hurriedly came out, shouting at Zhao Yiman and the others, "Quick, the VIP room 888 on the top floor has ordered food, you few hurry to the kitchen to serve." Okay. This was a 5-star hotel, with strict rules. The few service staff quickly got moving and ran to the kitchen. Zhao Xiaoman was among them. Upon reaching the kitchen, the head chef instructed, "Be careful when serving the dishes, today's guests have ordered extremely expensive items. Don't damage anything, or you might lose a month's salary over just one dish." Sigh. Envy and jealousy, the lives of the rich are truly extravagant, one of the service staff sighed. Alright, stop sighing. Blame your fate. When you find a rich husband to marry, you'll live this kind of life too. You're the first dish, take it upstairs. The head chef ordered. Then he continued, Zhang Xiaofeng, you're the second dish, Zhao Yiman, you're the third. Zhao Xiaoman carried the third dish and, along with the other two service staff, entered the elevator to go upstairs. They quickly reached the top floor, exited the elevator, and walked down the corridor to the door of VIP room 888. Knock, knock. The service staff in front gently knocked on the door and softly said, "The food is here." After a moment, she gently pushed the door open and walked in with a trained step. Zhao Xiaoman and the others followed. Upon entering the room, they placed the dishes down quietly, not looking around. This was the rule. Zhao Xiaoman, is that you? At that moment, a voice rang out. Zhao Xiaoman instinctively turned towards the sound and saw Jiang Nan smiling at her. She was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, "Jiang Nan, is it really you?" "Yes," Jiang Nan replied with a smile, "it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect to run into you today." "Yeah, I really didn't expect it," Zhao Xiaoman said, feeling a bit excited. "And go, you all sit for a while. I ran into a college classmate I haven't seen in a long time, let me chat with her for a bit," Jiang Nan said, standing up and turning to Zhao Xiaoman, "Let's talk outside for a moment." By the way, I haven't asked if it's convenient for you now." Another service staff immediately said, "Zhao Xiaoman is fine, we can handle the serving. Since you've run into an acquaintance, you two chat." She even winked playfully at Zhao Xiaoman. Zhao Xiaoman's face turned red. "Little brother, what a coincidence to run into an acquaintance, ha ha ha." "Go ahead," Old Masterin said. "We haven't seen each other in over a year, right?" "We haven't met since graduation," Jiang Nan said cheerfully as he walked out with Zhao Xiaoman, arriving at the corridor outside the door. Meanwhile, Anshi's gaze followed Jiang Nan's figure, and she quietly snorted, "Humph. A man who likes to flirt." At the end of the corridor by the window, Jiang Nan and Zhao Xiaoman stopped. "Xiaoman, looking at your outfit, you must be working here as a server, right?" Jiang Nan said with a smile, "You look quite pretty in that outfit." Indeed, Zhao Xiaoman was one of the prettier girls in her class during college, with a good figure and high looks. It was precisely because of her good figure and looks that she could find a job in this 5-star hotel. For girls, having a beautiful face is a kind of wealth in itself, and Zhang Xiaoman made better use of this wealth. The working environment here is good, and the salary is decent. "Are you making fun of me?" Zhang Xiaoman said, slightly embarrassed. You are the VIP here, and I am just the waitress. What are you talking about? Jiang Nan smiled. I'm not a VIP, I'm just here to make a living. Cut it out, you're denying it. Zhang Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him and said, I saw you get out of that very expensive Rolls-Royce. He. Jiang Nan smiled. That car isn't mine, it's someone else's. I'm just hitching a ride. Still pretending. Zhao Xiaoman said, even if the car isn't yours, you're still mingling with these rich people. Aren't you also a very successful wealthy person now? It's completely a misunderstanding. Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. I told you, I'm just here to make a living, and it just happened that we ran into each other. Is that true? Zhao Xiaoman still questioned. Of course it's true. If you really don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. By the way, look at my clothes, they're all from street vendors. Would a rich person dress like this? Jiang Nan said. That's true. Zhao Xiaoman started to believe him and said, in fact, I was just pondering this. I know your situation, you come from a rural area, and you just graduated a little over a year ago. It's hard to imagine how you became a wealthy person. He. Jiang Nan smiled and said nothing. By the way, Jiang Nan, Zhao Xiaoman changed the subject and said, we have several classmates working in Jianghai City, did you know that? I didn't know. Jiang Nan said, you are the first classmate I've run into in Jianghai City. Who are the other classmates? I only know Li Xiaochun, I've heard her mention it, but I don't know the details. Li Xiaochun also said that the classmates in Jianghai should get together sometime. That's a good idea. Jiang Nan nodded. If there's a gathering, will you go? Zhao Xiaoman asked. Of course I will. It's been a long time since I've seen my classmates. Jiang Nan said. Great, let's exchange contact information. As Zhao Xiaoman spoke, she took out her phone. I'll contact you when the gathering happens. Okay. Of course, he gave Zhao Xiaoman his phone number and WeChat ID. The two chatted for a bit more. Zhao Xiaoman went to work, and Jiang Nan returned to his room. Just as he sat down, and she tilted her little head and asked softly, your classmate? Her seat was right next to Jiang Nan. Yeah. Jiang Nan smiled and said, didn't I mention it before? Is it just that simple, just classmates? And she asked with a strange look. What else could it be? Jiang Nan said, puzzled with a bitter smile. Isn't there something else, like you were once in a passionate relationship, or she was an ex-girlfriend? You're overthinking it, niece. Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. Zhao Xiaoman was beautiful in college, and many boys liked her. I'm just a loser, how could anything happen? At most, it was a crush. Of course, I'm just using that as an example. I didn't have a crush because I can see reality clearly. Having a crush is meaningless. I want to bite you, I said we should stick to our own topics, and you can't call me niece. And she gritted her teeth. Jiang Nan. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The old man, and Leoi and Zhao Leoi, burst into laughter. Young people are great, even when they bicker, they're so adorable. Yeah, time really flies. Before you know it, you're old. Come on, you two young ones, stop bickering. Everyone raise your glasses, let's toast together. They ate, drank, and chatted until the afternoon ended. Jiang Nan and Enchi became quite familiar with each other and learned that despite her young age, Enchi was quite talented. She had a deep understanding of antiques. Old Master and Jiang Nan exchanged contact information, and a gathering came to an end. Jiang Nan returned home, where Bei Bei was eagerly waiting. Upon seeing Jiang Nan enter, she immediately smiled happily and said, Brother Jiang, I've made lunch for you, but you just got back, and the food is already cold. I'll go heat it up. No need, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. I've already had lunch. In the future, when I go out, you don't have to wait for me to eat. Bei Bei felt a bit disappointed. Is that so? Didn't you go out? Just stayed cooped up at home? Jiang Nan asked. Yeah, Bei Bei replied. I was thinking about when you would come back. I made the food so we could eat together when you returned. Hee, Jiang Nan chuckled. Don't worry so much. I didn't really mean for you to be my personal maid, following me around like a servant. You're free, go out and have fun if you want. But I'm getting paid, you know? 10,000 a month, I have to be responsible, Bei Bei said with a sad smile. What's this about salary? Jiang Nan said. I know your family is struggling, and it's not easy for you, especially as a girl facing such pressure. That's why I'm helping you. Don't feel burdened by my salary. Like I said, just do what makes you happy. It's fate that we met. Bei Bei fell silent, quietly looking at Jiang Nan, her eyes red as if she were about to cry. Don't cry, Jiang Nan said helplessly with a bitter smile. It seems like I'm bullying you. Woo-woo, however, Bei Bei burst into tears and suddenly threw herself into Jiang Nan's arms, crying as she said, Brother Jiang, you're the first person in this life who has treated me so well. Don't cry, don't cry. Jiang Nan comforted her, feeling a bit overwhelmed. A delicate and beautiful girl like her in his arms made him feel both nervous and expectant. She was soft and tender, it was just that kind of feeling. A faint fragrance wafted into Jiang Nan's nostrils. He felt a bit dizzy. Moreover, Bebe was still young, and at this age, her skin was at its best. Although she was small, she had a strong presence that was quite imposing. There was a unique attraction for him, an older man by several years. However, Jiang Nan kept reminding himself to stay calm, stay calm. It was good that he held himself back and didn't take advantage of Bebe. After a while, Bebe stopped crying and emerged from Jiang Nan's embrace, looking like a rain-soaked pear blossom, making him feel both heartbroken and enchanted. Alright, don't cry anymore. Jiang Nan reached out to wipe her tears. I'm lucky, I won the lottery and have money now. Your hard days are over. If you have any difficulties, I'll help you. Bebe nodded her little head and said, Brother Jiang, you're really a good person. Jiang Nan, damn, another good person card. Even if he wanted to do something, it wouldn't work. Alright, having a little sister isn't bad either. Bebe, go make me a cup of tea. Jiang Nan comfortably reclined on the sofa. I drank quite a bit at noon and my mouth is a bit dry. Okay. Bebe obediently agreed and went to make tea. Before long, a steaming cup of tea was brought over, and Bebe sat beside Jiang Nan like a little kitten, her big, beautiful eyes blinking at him, not missing a moment. Jiang Nan was a bit confused and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? No, Bebe smiled and said, I just think you're getting more and more handsome the more I look at you. Ha! Jiang Nan laughed and said, You didn't just realize that now, did you? Even I'm drunk on my own handsomeness. TCH. Bebe rolled her eyes dramatically and said, Old Wang sells melons and boasts about himself, but Jianggu, you really are quite handsome. Marrying a guy like you would be pretty good. You're thinking about marriage at such a young age? Jiang Nan teased, can't stand the loneliness of being single anymore? As he spoke, Jiang Nan, slightly interested, sent out a probing glance at Bebe. Still a virgin? The next moment. 100%. Not bad. Although you do live stream, you keep yourself clean. You're a good girl. Not at all. Bebe's little face turned red, and she pouted, I won't talk to you anymore. Why do you seem so silly now? You don't even understand what I mean. Jiang Nan was a bit confused. Really? Of course. Bebe pouted, looking extremely cute. Jiang Nan. In the evening, Bebe, who had already fallen asleep beside Jiang Nan, woke up and glanced at Jiang Nan, who was checking information on his phone, and weakly asked, Jianggo, what do you want to eat? I can make it. No need to cook. Wait until I finish what I'm doing, and we can go out to eat, Jiang Nan casually replied. His mind was still focused on the information he was reviewing. He was planning the next step, figuring out where to get jadeite stones. After spending time with Old Man and the others, Jiang Nan had lost interest in items worth 1 or 2 million. This time, he wanted to make a big move. After nearly an hour of checking information on his phone, he had basically made up his mind to go to the Magic City. The gambling stone culture in the Magic City was thriving, and there was a very large gambling stone market there compared to the small-scale gambling stone gardens in Zhanghai City. With a decision made, Jiang Nan put away his phone and called out to Bebe, let's go eat. Okay. Bebe's voice came from her bedroom, I'll change my clothes, I'll be quick. Still changing? Jiang Nan said with a wry smile, wasn't that outfit just now pretty nice? But I want to change again, Bebe replied. Not long after, the bedroom door opened, and Bebe walked out, making Jiang Nan's eyes light up. This time, Bebe wore a long dress with a hollow heart-shaped design at the chest, just enough to reveal her V-shaped cleavage, which was very eye-catching. Wow! Bebe, you look stunning. Jiang Nan couldn't help but praise, I really can't help but compliment you. Really pretty? Bebe was also very happy. Of course. Who dares to say you're not pretty? I'll get angry with them, Jiang Nan said with a serious expression. Bebe was even happier. Jianggu, do you like it? Of course I like it. That's good. I specifically wore it for you. Your sweet talk is getting better and better. Let's go downstairs to eat. By the way, what do you want to eat today? If you liked the steak last time, we can go again, Jiang Nan said while walking outside. No. Bebe quickly replied, it's too expensive, so pricey. Don't worry about the money is not a problem. You can't be so extravagant. Bebe said seriously, life should be lived frugally. Jiang Nan, damn, the feeling of being a housekeeper. The two entered the elevator, and Bebe touched her pointed chin and said, let me think. What should we have for dinner today that's economical, practical, and delicious? Jiang Nan, It seems like she would be a great choice as a wife, so good at managing life. Soon, the elevator stopped. The two exited the elevator, and Bebe was still touching her chin, blinking her beautiful big eyes, unable to figure out what to have for dinner. Just then, Jiang Nan's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was Zhang Yuan calling. He smiled and answered, "Hi, darling, do you miss me?" Bebe, who was lost in thought, froze and looked at Jiang Nan in shock, a hint of panic flashing across her face. "Go to hell." On the phone, Zhang Yuan said indignantly, "Who wants you? I'm thinking about your wine. Didn't we agree that if you got a girlfriend, you'd treat us?" Jiang Nan. "The problem is, I don't have a girlfriend." But I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so I smiled and said, "It's just drinking, very easy. Let's pick a place. We're just about to go out for dinner, perfect timing to go together." "Great, great, that's wonderful. I'm so bored alone tonight. Lily went out to meet friends, just right for us to have a drink. I've been craving wine, sigh, too bad Lily doesn't let me drink when she's around. Damn it." Zhang Yuan was full of complaints. "Jiang Nan, why does this sound like a resentful woman? Jiang Nan, where do you want to eat? I'll rush over. You decide the place, send me a location. You're more familiar with Jianghai City than I am." "Alright, but it's settled, you're treating, you pay." Jiang Nan. "What, trying to be tricky?" Not hearing Jiang Nan's words, Zhang Yuan's voice on the phone suddenly rose by 8 degrees. "Really dragging this out." Jiang Nan laughed and said, "It's just a meal, leave it to me, you don't have to worry. By the way, should we invite someone else?" "Who?" Zhang Yuan asked, confused. "Zhu Shishir." Jiang Nan said, "I ran into her yesterday, she's nearby, since it's a gathering among colleagues, let's invite her." "Of course, he. Zhang Yuan's proud voice said, "Anyway, you're treating, you're paying, even if we invite 10 or 8 people, I won't be afraid of anything." Jiang Nan. Damn. Look at this lack of ambition. "Brother Jiang, the person on the phone is a man, right?" At this moment, Bebe asked. "Yeah, a colleague of mine, what's wrong?" Jiang Nan asked suspiciously. "You scared me. When you called him dear, I thought it was a woman." Bebe patted her chest. The action was quite suggestive. Jiang Nan instinctively glanced over but quickly turned his gaze away, otherwise, it would be easy to commit a crime. He smiled and said, "No need to think about what to eat anymore, just come with me and my friends to drink. We can order whatever dishes we want then." In a rented building near the antique street, Zhu Shishir was sitting in her room in a daze, her mind filled with thoughts of Jiang Nan. She couldn't understand why Jiang Nan, who was just like her, had to endure being scolded by the old tiger at work, was suddenly acting like a different person. Moreover, he had become a VIP in old Master An's eyes. Being someone who also mingled at the bottom, this was quite a blow to her. Just then, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Jiang Nan calling. She quickly answered the phone, feeling inexplicably nervous, as if the familiar Jiang Nan had become very strange. "Jiang Nan, is there something you need to talk about?" Sure, it's like this." Jiang Nan's voice came through the receiver. "Zhang Yuan called to have a meal together, he's nearby. I thought of you. Are you free now? If you are, come out, we can have dinner together, we're all colleagues, let's gather and chat." I'm free, of course I'm free." Zhu Shishir quickly said, "Where's the location? Tell me, I'll rush over. I'll let Zhang Yuan decide the place. He hasn't sent the location yet, but it should come soon. I'll send it to you when I get it." "Okay." Jiang Nan hung up the phone. Zhu Shishir instantly perked up and hurriedly washed up and put on makeup. 20 minutes later, a taxi stopped in front of a 2-story small restaurant. Zhang Yuan stood at the door of the small restaurant, looking left and right, waiting for someone. Jiang Nan and Bebe got out of the car. "Jiang Nan." Zhang Yuan called out, only to realize that Jiang Nan wasn't alone, he was with a sexy and alluring little girl. But upon closer inspection, this beautiful little girl he had seen once before, at the breakfast stall, when she was also eating breakfast with Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan looked at the small restaurant in front of him and said with a bitter smile, "Zhang Yuan, is this the place you chose?" "What's wrong?" Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. "This doesn't suit your character," Jiang Nan said. "I'm treating, shouldn't you be trying to get a good deal?" "I did think about it," Zhang Yuan said with an awkward smile. "But then I thought about how hard you work for your money, so I gave up on that idea. Choosing a small restaurant like this, eating and drinking a bit is pretty good. We losers have our own way of living." Jiang Nan. Put. Bebe couldn't help but laugh, secretly thinking to herself, "You probably don't know, he has already won the lottery and become rich." But she would rather Jiang Nan not spend money recklessly, especially if it's on others and not on her, that would be even harder to bear. Knowing how difficult it is to earn money, she cherishes it greatly. Zhang Yuan glanced at Beibei and couldn't help but admire her in his heart. She is really beautiful. Damn, I'm so envious of Jiang Nan, having such a little sister following him. It would be great to have such a little beauty by my side. He then asked Jiang Nan, who is this young lady? My little sister, Jiang Nan replied. Really? Zhang Yuan said, a bit incredulous. Is she your biological sister? Yes, Jiang Nan said seriously, lying without batting an eye. Beibei stifled a laugh beside them. How come she doesn't look like you at all? Zhang Yuan said. There's not a single bit of resemblance. Do siblings have to look alike? Jiang Nan retorted. Zhang Yuan. Just then, screech. A taxi stopped nearby. The door opened, and Zhu Shishir got out, happily saying, What are you talking about? Wow! Zhang Yuan exclaimed, Zhu Shishir, you look really beautiful today. TSK, I didn't know you could be this pretty. If I had known, I wouldn't have pursued Lily and would have gone after you instead. Jiang Nan. Beibei. Zhu Shishir. And she rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan. However, Jiang Nan took a closer look at Zhu Shishir. She really was dressed beautifully today. It was the first time he had seen her put in so much effort. A thought suddenly crossed his mind, wondering if this girl was feeling a bit romantic. So he focused his gaze on her and threw out a thought. Thinking about men? The next moment, a string of numbers appeared before him. 100%. Damn. It really is. You little sister, I didn't know you were thinking about that stinky man. In the private room on the second floor, a few people sat in the corners. Jiang Nan threw the menu to Zhang Yuan, you order. Zhang Yuan took the menu, flipping through it while pondering, order a few meat dishes, then a few vegetarian dishes, mix them up to save some money. Damn, these meat dishes are so expensive. Jiang Nan, what a low ambition. Put. However, Zhu Shishir burst out laughing and said, Zhang Yuan, are you trying so hard to save money for Jiang Nan? Of course, Zhang Yuan said seriously. It's already good that Jiang Nan is treating us, he doesn't earn money easily. Although we should take a good bite out of him, we should also aim to eat well and save money. We can't just eat Jiang Nan to death, otherwise, he might be too scared to treat us again in the future. Jiang Nan. He. Zhu Shishir laughed so hard she was almost doubled over, saying, You probably don't know, but Jiang Nan is not the same Jiang Nan as before, he is now quite rich. Ha? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. Rich? What's going on? Jiang Nan was speechless, thinking he regretted letting Zhu Shishir come. He forgot she knew some of his background. Before Zhu Shishir could say anything, Beibei already chimed in, That's right. Brother Jiang is now really rich, renting a place in Liyuan community for 30,000 a month. Ha? Zhang Yuan was shocked. Is it true? The rent for a month is 30,000 yuan? Wow. That's scary. I don't know about that, but it must be true, Zhu Shishir said. You haven't seen it. In Jiangnan, one deal in the jade business can earn hundreds of thousands. Ha? Zhang Yuan was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. Oh my god, earning hundreds of thousands from one deal. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Beibei also frowned, looking at Jiangnan. Brother Jiang, you do jade business? Didn't you win the lottery? Jiangnan was taken aback, but having honed his lying skills, he quickly said, I do jade business and I also won the lottery. He was feeling quite pained, he really shouldn't have gathered these people together. Now, his lies were about to be exposed. Beibei looked at Jiangnan with some doubt. Zhang Yuan looked at Jiangnan in shock. Zhu Shishir, *0 happy face 0 looked at Jiangnan with deep affection. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily quiet. Jiangnan felt a bit uneasy under their gazes and quickly changed the subject. Don't just stand there, order whatever you want, don't worry about the money. Damn. The truth is out, Jiangnan, you really are a rich man now, just listen to the way you're talking. TSK. Zhang Yuan said excitedly, this time, I must order the best dishes, I, Zhang Yuan, actually have a rich friend, I'm so happy. Jiangnan rubbed his face helplessly, saying, You, Zhang Yuan, stop saying that. What the hell, rich man? If this gets out, people will laugh at me. I only have a little money right now, when I really have money, then it won't be too late to call me rich. Earning hundreds of thousands from one deal, and you're not a rich man? Zhang Yuan retorted, in my eyes, that's a rich man. Big shot, do you need any accessories? From now on, I'll stick with you, big shot, I'll shout 666. This time, Zhang Yuan was not polite at all, calling over the waitress and starting to rattle off his orders, spicy beef shreds, sweet and sour ribbon fish, spicy fish fillets, caramelized bananas, clear stewed lamb with pine nuts and corn, spicy shrimp, old-style chicken feet, spicy loach, farmhouse fish. Beibei. Zhu Shishir. Jiangnan, are you really going to eat all that? He. Zhang Yuan said proudly, if we can't finish it, we'll take it to go. With a big shot around, money is no object. Jiang Nan. Soon, the dishes arrived, but they forgot to order wine. What should we drink? Jiang Nan asked. Of course, good wine, Zhang Yuan said. I'll have a drink, Zhu Shishir and Bebe stated. Jiang Nan looked at the waitress. What's the best wine you have? Premium Mutai, 888 a bottle. Then let's have Mutai, bring 2 bottles first, Jiang Nan said. Zhang Yuan was still a bit shocked, almost 1,000 yuan for wine, isn't that a bit too expensive? Jiang Nan, how about we get something cheaper, like Old Village Chief? Jiang Nan directly told the waitress, just like that, 2 bottles of Mutai, and some drinks, canned beer, bring a few. Okay, the waitress said, twisting her slim waist and quickly leaving. She walked briskly, feeling delighted, eager to bring the wine over, afraid Jiang Nan and the others might change their minds. You know, recommending such good wine comes with a nice commission. Selling 2 bottles of Mutai is more than her daily salary. Ha ha ha. He. Laughter filled the private room as the group ate and chatted happily. The gathering continued until after 10 p.m. Zhu Shishir and Bebe had also drunk quite a bit of beer, while Jiang Nan and Zhang Yuan finished 2 bottles of Mutai. Everyone was feeling a bit dizzy, somewhat tipsy. They stumbled down the stairs, preparing to part ways. Zhang Yuan's tongue felt a bit stiff, and he stammered, Having money is really great, no need to worry about work, no need to see that tigress's face. I still remember when Jiang Nan splashed a bottle of iced tea on that tigress's face, it was so satisfying. I really want to do that, no longer suffer under that tigress's oppression, no need to pretend to be submissive. As the saying goes, alcohol brings out the truth. Zhang Yuan vented all the frustrations he had been holding back. Yeah. Jiang Nan understood Zhang Yuan's feelings all too well, he felt the same way. To hell with that tigress, now I don't have to go to work anymore, no need to pretend to be submissive, life just feels great. He. Zhang Yuan forced a smile, boss, take me in as your little brother, I really don't want to see that tigress's face anymore. Bro, hold on, don't rush, Jiang Nan said, wait a while, I'll start a company or something, and you can come work with me. Okay, boss, I'm waiting for your word. The two of them, half awake and half drunk, exchanged words. After half an hour of pulling and pushing, the tipsy group still hadn't parted ways. It was the hotel security who came out to help them call a taxi, and only then did the 4 of them get into the car, each heading home. The car jolted, and Jiang Nan and Bebe were even more dazed, completely muddled as they returned to their place, the 2 of them hugging each other the whole way. My head is spinning, Bebe said as they entered the door. I didn't expect that drinking 2 cans of beer would hit me so hard. He. Jiang Nan, half drunk, grinned and said, Bebe, this isn't your first time drinking, is it? This is my first time drinking, Bebe replied. I've never drunk before. Alright, take a shower and sleep. A good sleep will help. I'm feeling dizzy too and can't take care of you anymore. You need to look after yourself, don't drink so much in the future, Jiang Nan said, feeling that his alcohol tolerance was increasing. He quickly changed into slippers, entered the bathroom, and ran hot water, planning to take a hot shower to ease the effects of the alcohol. Just then, he suddenly felt someone hugging him from behind. There was a very noticeable pressure against his back, and he instantly realized what was happening. Turning around, he saw Bebe's delicate little face. Bebe's eyes were a bit hazy as she said, Jiang Go, I've thought it over. I want to give you everything. I want to be your woman. Jiang Nan rubbed his face in frustration, looking at Bebe's charming little face, wanting to bite down on it. However, he knew very well that Bebe was clearly drunk. Although his hormones were surging and it was hard to resist, he didn't want to take advantage of her vulnerability. Bebe, you're drunk. I'll take you back to your room. I'm not drunk, just a little dizzy. Really not drunk, Jiang Ge. I want to be your woman. Bebe insisted, clinging to him like a koala. Jiang Nan. He was utterly exasperated. Bebe's eyes were almost closed, yet she claimed she wasn't drunk? Helpless, he picked her up, left the bathroom, and entered Bebe's room, placing her on the bed. Jiang Ge, don't go, Bebe mumbled, still clutching his arm. Jiang Nan. Although he was speechless, he comforted her. Alright, I'll stay with you for a while. I'll leave once you fall asleep. Faced with such a charming little sister, he couldn't get angry at all. Thus, Bebe finally settled down a bit, holding Jiang Nan tightly without letting go, and Jiang Nan lay sideways on the bed. Unknowingly, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, early. Bebe's high-pitched scream suddenly rang out. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a man lying beside her, and instinctively let out a hysterical scream. What's wrong? Bebe, what's wrong? Jiang Nan was instantly awakened by the scream and reflexively sat up to ask. Bebe then realized that the person lying next to her was Jiang Nan, and her little face turned crimson. She quickly checked her own body and was relieved to find she was still dressed, letting out a quiet sigh. Brother Jiang, why? Why did you sleep here? As she said this, Beibei's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiang Nan. Yeah, how did I end up sleeping here? Jiang Nan was also a bit confused. He had been half drunk last night and couldn't remember what had happened. After a moment of contemplation, he said, we must have both drunk too much and ended up not knowing where we slept. Then, he awkwardly smiled at Beibei. Beibei, I didn't do anything to you, right? I don't think so, Beibei replied, feeling very embarrassed, her face flushed to her neck. We're both still fully dressed. That's good, that's good. Jiang Nan felt relieved. Given the situation, I don't even remember taking a shower last night. You keep sleeping, I'll quickly go take a shower. After saying that, he hurried out of Beibei's room. When Jiang Nan came out after taking a shower, he found Beibei also coming out of her bedroom with wet hair. Clearly, she had just taken a shower as well. The sight of the wet little beauty was a different kind of beauty, making Jiang Nan glance at her a couple more times, inwardly sighing that having a little beauty as a roommate was indeed nice, with a pleasing view at all times. Beibei, let's go downstairs for breakfast, and take a stroll while we're at it. The morning is cool, and the air is the best, Jiang Nan said. Okay. Beibei obediently nodded. Just a moment, my hair is a bit wet, I'll tie it up. Beibei went into her room and soon came out with a ponytail. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up again. He had always seen Beibei with her long hair down, and seeing her with a ponytail for the first time revealed her delicate little face even more. Perfect. Almost flawless. The two went downstairs and strolled along the road, with Beibei leading the way since Jiang Nan didn't know where the nearby breakfast stalls were. So annoying, Jiang Nan said somewhat pretentiously, it's inconvenient to eat breakfast living here. He. Beibei giggled, who told you to live in such a luxurious community? Wanting to eat soy milk and fried dough sticks here is completely mismatched. Jiang Nan, do rich people really think eating soy milk and fried dough sticks is embarrassing? The steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks. The people around them were enjoying their meals, and for the citizens living at the bottom, a bowl of soy milk and a few fried dough sticks in the morning was quite a good life. After eating, they would work hard to earn money, and a new day of toil and struggle was about to begin. This was Jiang Nan's previous life, but not anymore. In a marginal position, Jiang Nan and Beibei leisurely drank soy milk and ate fried dough sticks, their relaxed demeanor contrasting sharply with the hurried people around them rushing to work. As they ate, Jiang Nan casually said, Beibei, I need to go out for a bit. Go out? Where to? Beibei asked. To Modu, Jiang Nan replied casually. You mean you'll be home alone? Beibei paused her action of drinking soy milk. Yeah, Jiang Nan nodded and smiled. What's wrong? Is it not okay? You used to live alone. Of course not, Beibei said half-jokingly. I want to go with you. I've never been to such a big city like Modu. That's not possible. Jiang Nan's expression became serious. I really have something to do this time. It's not for fun. Let's wait until later. I'll take you when I go out to play next time. Alright, Beibei obediently nodded. Remember to take me next time. Don't worry. Jiang Nan smiled. I don't need to remember, you just need to keep track. When you have time, tell me, and I'll take you there. He. Beibei was happy, glanced around, and leaned close to Jiang Nan's ear, whispering, with us like this, can I consider myself your little lover? Sister. It's sister. Jiang Nan said seriously, didn't we already say that? It's sister. No, I don't want to be a sister. Beibei pouted, I want to be a little lover. Jiang Nan, what a beautiful city. Jiang Nan walked out of the airport, taking in the bustling scene before him, feeling a sense of wonder. It was already afternoon. After several hours of flight, Jiang Nan had arrived in the magic city from Shanghai. He didn't bring much luggage, just a backpack and a simple suitcase, which he intended to use for carrying stones. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the stone gambling market. He had already done his homework on the geographical location and the situation of the stone gambling market, having researched it thoroughly online. True to its reputation as the Magic City, it was indeed quite large. It took an hour by taxi to reach the stone gambling market. He stored his suitcase at the storage area and took his backpack into the stone gambling market. As expected, it was just as described online. It was enormous, at least the size of 5 football fields. It was also very lively, with a constant flow of people coming and going. There were onlookers, stone gambling enthusiasts, and some so-called masters. Before coming this time, Jiang Nan had already prepared a disguise. He had made a big purchase in Shanghai City, buying a full set of sportswear, along with a baseball cap and sunglasses. Now, dressed this way, he looked less like a stone gambler and more like a tourist athlete. This outfit cost him over 100,000 yuan, and the brand was Armani. At first glance, Jiang Nan definitely looked like a wealthy person. The sportswear alone was worth over 100,000 yuan, meant for casual outings, which was not something an average rich person could afford. Moreover, his backpack was not an ordinary one, it was a golf bag, but it didn't contain golf clubs at the moment and was being used as a regular backpack. This outfit made him look as if he had just come off the golf course. There were even more jade rough material stalls here, but they were displayed more elegantly, not just scattered around but arranged on individual counters. The layout was similar to the stone gambling garden in Jianghai City, with distinctions between the rich and the poor. The outermost area had cheap rough materials, the lowest prices, and the same price as in Jianghai City, at 1,000 yuan per kilogram. Gradually, the prices increased as one moved inward. 2,000 yuan per kilogram, 3,000 yuan per kilogram, 5,000 yuan per kilogram, 10,000 yuan per kilogram. There was a transition from the cheap area to the premium area. Of course, from the appearance, the color and luster of the rough materials also gradually differed. From the perspective of stone gambling knowledge, the closer one got to the premium area, the greater the chance of cutting out jade or good jade. This time, Jiang Nan came prepared. Through this period of understanding, he had gained more knowledge about jade. Among jades, there are two types that are known as the kings of jade, the most expensive, imperial green and emerald. Therefore, Jiang Nan's purpose for coming to the Magic City this time was already set on imperial green and emerald. He had grown disdainful of small stakes, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan were no longer appealing to him. His mood was slightly excited. He arrived at the outermost counter stall and began his search. Yes, Jiang Nan's current situation could indeed be described as a search. His gaze locked onto a counter, and he projected his thoughts. Is there imperial green or emerald? 0%. In less than a second, he was clear and moved on to the next counter. Is there imperial green or emerald? 0%. Jiang Nan walked to the next counter again, but this time, his mind was active, and he thought of a question. Why was he wasting time probing each counter one by one? Although it didn't take long, he could do it in bulk. So, he chuckled at himself, stood a bit farther away, and locked his gaze on more than a dozen counters, projecting his thoughts. Is there imperial green or emerald? 0%. Just as he was about to leave for the next batch, another idea suddenly popped into Jiang Nan's mind, so he projected another thought. Are there items worth over 2 million? The same 0% appeared before him. Alright, he was disheartened. But Jiang Nan's mind was already calculating anew, and he moved on to the next batch of counters, changing his probing command. Is there imperial green or emerald, or items worth over 20 million? 0%. No gains. However, he was not discouraged at all and moved on to the next batch of counters. Is there imperial green or emerald, or items worth over 2 million? 0%. It turned out that treasures were not so easy to find. But this didn't take much time, and it was effortless. Jiang Nan began to weave through the rows of counters with ease. He acted very low-key, drawing no attention from others. If anyone occasionally noticed him, it was just the Armani logo on his clothes that caught their eye, sparking a flicker of surprise. One could easily guess they would think to themselves, what a rich person. The exploration went quickly in batches, and about 10 minutes later, in the central area where the raw jade was marked at 5,000 yuan per kilogram, Jiang Nan made his first discovery. Among a row of counters, after projecting his probing command, a 100% appeared before him. Finally, he had a harvest. Jiang Nan felt a surge of joy and began further identification through the process of elimination. Since Jiang Nan had always been probing for imperial green, emerald, or items worth over 2 million simultaneously, he now needed to distinguish. Is there imperial green? 0%. Is there emerald? 0%. Are there items worth over 2 million? 100%. A bit of regret, there was no imperial green or emerald, but there was raw jadeite worth over 2 million. Better than nothing, Jiang Nan sighed helplessly. If others knew what he was thinking, they would surely want to beat him up. Seriously, raw jadeite worth over 2 million is still better than nothing? Jiang Nan began to identify each counter among the dozen or so one by one, starting from one side. Are there items worth over 2 million? 0%. Are there items worth over 2 million? 0%. On the fifth one, he found his target. Jiang Nan leaned in. There wasn't much raw jadeite on this counter, as it was already relatively expensive at 5,000 yuan per kilogram, so it wasn't piled up but laid out in a single layer, each piece of raw jadeite visible at a glance. Jiang Nan focused on each piece for identification. Worth over 2 million. 0%. Worth over 2 million. 0%. On the 15th piece, he locked onto a target, a piece that appeared to weigh about 2 kilograms. Next to it, a middle-aged man was selecting, and just as the man was about to put down a piece in his hand, his gaze was on the piece Jiang Nan had chosen. Jiang Nan wasted no time, quickly walked over, and took the raw jadeite in his hand. The middle-aged man beside him was just about to reach out when he suddenly saw someone come up from behind and take it away directly, looking a bit surprised as he glanced at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan offered no explanation and turned to leave. The middle-aged man noticed the Armani logo on Jiang Nan's clothes and couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head and muttering softly, "Is this how rich people behave? Choosing rough stones so quickly, damn. Can you really tell the quality of the rough material at this speed?" Sigh. Maybe they just have money to burn and are here for fun, wearing clothes worth hundreds of thousands, can't afford to mess with them. Indeed, Jiang Nan's plan was very successful. He made those around him see him as a wealthy person. Even with a large purchase, it would reduce the chances of being suspected. Being rich and willful, just here for fun, so what? Throwing the rough material into his backpack, Jiang Nan continued to select. Probably because he had entered the premium area, he made another discovery in less than a minute. Once again, during the detection, a 100% value appeared before him. There were even fewer people selecting rough materials here, and the price per kilogram of rough material had been skyrocketing. In this area, the price of rough material had already risen to 7,000 yuan per kilogram. It could be said that the stones here, though not very large, were worth nearly 10,000 yuan, and each counter had about 50 pieces of rough material. Altogether, that was worth around 500,000 yuan. The total value of these long rows of counters was enormous. Following the old method, Jiang Nan first identified which category it belonged to. Has imperial green, 0%. Has emerald, 0%. Has items worth over 2 million, 100%. Sigh. How unfortunate. Jiang Nan felt a bit regretful again. After a while, using the old method, he started identifying from one side. Has items worth over 2 million, 0%. Has items worth over 2 million, 0%. Has items worth over 2 million, 100%. At the third counter, he locked onto a target. Then he began to identify each piece of rough material one by one. Soon, has items worth over 2 million, 0%, 0%, 100%. He found the target. Jiang Nan walked over, pocketed it, and continued testing out of interest. Worth over 3 million, 100%. Damn! He was delighted. Worth over 4 million, 30%. Alright, so it's just over 3 million, close to 4 million, but not bad, made a small fortune. He was pleased. Has imperial green or emerald or items worth over 2 million, 0%. Has imperial green. Jiang Nan continued to pick up bargains. He delved deeper, and his mood grew increasingly despondent. He had nearly explored the entire rough stone market and still had not encountered any imperial green or emerald. Sigh. He sighed slightly, and while checking the information, he learned that imperial green and emerald were extremely rare, and generally, those who could come across them would only be at major auctions or in the hands of very rare collectors. In such a vast metropolis like Magic City, there couldn't possibly be none at all, right? The remaining jade rough materials were few, and they were already in the premium area, with the luster and appearance of the rough materials looking very good. However, the price had skyrocketed to 20,000 yuan per kilogram. But what frustrated Jiang Nan even more was that not only did he not find any imperial green or emerald, but he also did not find any jade worth over 2 million. From this, it could be seen that those who could make money from gambling on stones truly had to be knowledgeable or just incredibly lucky. Otherwise, they would definitely lose everything. In the premium area, there were even fewer people wandering around, most of whom looked knowledgeable and seemed like masters, pointing and discussing among themselves, occasionally expressing their opinions. Among them was an old man with white hair and a long white beard, looking quite distinguished, surrounded by several people. The old man was holding a piece of rough jade that looked quite appealing, explaining earnestly, "Look at this luster, look at this water content, this piece of rough jade definitely has good jadeite." The people around him nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, that's amazing, truly a master, indeed has unique insights." This made Jiang Nan take a closer look at the rough jade in the old man's hand, and a thought crossed his mind. Is there imperial green? 0%. Is there emerald? 0%. Valued over 2 million. 0%. Valued over 1 million. 0%. Damn it. Valued over 10,000. 0%. Crap. Valued over $10. 0%. You gotta be kidding me, a worthless rock. This instantly shattered Jiang Nan's perception of the old man, who looked so knowledgeable and profound. He wanted to walk up and say a word. Sure, is that you? Speechless, he retracted his thoughts, not wanting to waste any more time, and continued to explore the few remaining pieces of rough jade, pinning his last hope on them. After all, they were all stones worth 20,000 per kilogram, and each looked so good, they couldn't all be disappointing, right? However, after finishing the detection of all the rough jade, the result was complete disappointment. In such a vast gambling stone market in the Magic City, he didn't find a single piece of imperial green or emerald, a perfect ending. Moreover, he didn't even manage to get a piece valued at 2 million. Jiangnan rubbed his face in frustration, thinking, he couldn't just come to the Magic City and only bring back 2 pieces of stone, could he? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to lower his standards, at least he needed some travel expenses. Thus, among the rough jade he had just examined, he lowered his criteria and conducted a new round of shopping. Is there anything valued over 1 million? 0%. Is there anything valued over 1 million? The so-called thin profit and quick turnover indeed made sense. After lowering his standards, it wasn't long before he made a discovery, still in the most premium area. He skillfully went through the layers of selection and picked out a piece of rough jade valued at 1 million. Fortunately, it wasn't too big, weighing just over a kilogram, with a cost price of over 20,000 M. A profit of over 900,000. Jiangnan felt he could barely accept it. However, if others knew about this thought, they would probably want to skin him alive. Damn it! Selling something worth 20,000 for over 1 million, a 500-fold profit was still barely acceptable. They would just give him the middle finger and say, go to hell, be skinned alive. Just to understand. Not bad, I can barely accept it. In the second round of lowering standards for shopping, Jiangnan acquired 5 pieces of stone. However, their value was limited, definitely between 1 million and 2 million, not too much, but at least they were worth 5 million. He assessed the cost, around 40,000, and the profit was barely acceptable. Just as he was about to weigh them and leave, at that moment, a small heavy truck entered the gambling stone market. Moreover, there were 2 black SUVs escorting it, looking very cautious. A thought arose in Jiangnan's mind, wondering if it was newly transported jade rough? With this thought, he immediately threw out a detection. A truck full of jade rough? 100%. Ha! The corners of Jiangnan's mouth curved into a smile, it really was. After a moment's contemplation, he threw out another detection. Is there imperial green or emerald? He was just casually detecting, almost resigned, not expecting to find any imperial green or emerald. However, the next moment, 100% appeared before his eyes. Asterisk. Jiangnan instinctively exclaimed in surprise, a bit taken aback. Soon after, he was filled with ecstatic joy. His shout startled a few people nearby, who cast resentful glances at Jiangnan. However, when they saw his Armani outfit, they said nothing, merely pursing their lips in resignation. Wealthy people, not to be provoked. Not to be provoked. Calming his mind, Jiangnan quickly made his final assessment. Is there emerald green? 0%. Is there imperial green? 100%. Okay. It was confirmed. It was still the imperial green that Jiangnan most wanted to find. He felt even more ecstatic inside. At this moment, staff members came over to start dispersing the crowd. Everyone, please step aside, new goods have arrived. Wait until we set them up, and then you can come and choose. Now Jiangnan was in no hurry to leave. He glanced at a nearby seating area and walked over. In the rest area, there were stalls selling drinks, fruits, and cigarettes. Jiangnan casually bought a cold drink and found a secluded seat to sit down, leisurely crossing his legs, sipping his drink while waiting for the new jade rough materials to be arranged. A few minutes later, a truckload of jade rough materials was dumped onto the ground by a pneumatic lift. Jiangnan took a look at the color and instantly judged that this truck was filled with the cheapest jade rough materials from the low-cost area, priced at 1,000 yuan per kilogram. At first glance, they looked like stones by the roadside, with very obvious characteristics. He felt quite pleased. It was already clear that spending 1 or 2,000 yuan could possibly get him imperial green. Many staff members gathered around, placing the truckload of jade rough materials onto the display shelves. Originally, when Jiangnan arrived, many shelves were already empty, but now they were filled again. Jiangnan was not in a hurry. He couldn't select anything until everything was completely set up. About 2 hours later, all the newly arrived jade rough materials were arranged. Jiangnan moved in, leaning closer, and used his previous method to quickly lock onto a large area. Soon, when he locked onto 10 counters for the third time, he found the imperial green. Then he began to narrow down his targets one by one, locking onto the counters. It was also very quick, he just needed a thought. He locked onto the 8th counter. By this time, quite a few people had gathered around, selecting items. Jiang Nan was now very experienced. He leaned in and first threw out a thought, focusing on a few people around the stall. They have imperial green in their hands. 0%. Excluded that. Moving on to the next step. The left half pile has imperial green. 100%. Very good, a direct hit. Then he split the left half pile into two and threw out another thought. The upper half pile has imperial green. 0%. The lower half pile has imperial green. 100%. Okay. The area was already small enough, and Jiang Nan quickly got to work, identifying piece by piece. There is imperial green. 100%. Found it. Jiang Nan looked at the stone in his hand, about the size of a fist and weighing around a kilogram, an unremarkable piece of stone, and his mouth broke into a crooked smile. Without hesitation, he left the crowd. Unable to contain himself, he threw out a thought. Worth over 5 million. 100%. Worth over 10 million. 100%. Hiss. A bit excited. Worth over 20 million. 100%. Hiss. Damn, the surprise is a bit big. Worth over 30 million. 0%. Worth over 25 million. 0%. Why am I a bit disappointed? Worth over 23 million. 30%. That's acceptable, barely. By this time, the sky was nearing evening. The evening breeze was particularly refreshing. Not wanting to linger any longer, he headed straight to the checkout. The scale here was much larger than in Zhanghai City. There were several cashiers. Come on, pay up. Jiang Nan huffed and puffed, taking out one piece of stone after another from his backpack. The surrounding cashiers looked at him in confusion. Bought so much? Goodness. 8 or 9 pieces? Interesting, but it's my first time seeing someone buy so much at once. A young lady couldn't help but be curious and asked with a smile, Sir, why did you buy so much at once? It's the first time I've seen someone do this. Rich and willful. Jiang Nan replied, Who says I can't? No, there's no rule against it. Sir can buy as much as he wants. I'm just curious, I apologize. The young lady quickly said. Several young ladies, along with onlookers nearby, couldn't help but shake their heads. Indeed, rich and willful. These days, the wealthy can do whatever they want. Wasteful, must be some second-generation rich kid. Sigh. Can't provoke. Can't provoke. Jiang Nan felt pleased in his heart. This was exactly the result he wanted. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. Someone will be suspicious. 0. 1%. Jiang Nan was speechless, even the decimal point came out. However, the chance of someone being suspicious was almost negligible. Moreover, he had already decided that this would be the only time he came to the gambling stone market in Magic City. He wouldn't come a second time, choosing other places instead. In the future, he must adhere to the principle of changing locations after every shot. Soon, the settlement result came out, totaling less than 80,000 yuan. Jiang Nan casually transferred the money without even blinking. Then, he shouldered his backpack and left with a few stones. Behind him, a wave of chatter arose. Wasteful, spending 80,000 without even blinking. What can you do? Who told him to be rich? Sigh. Some people can't compare. They were born lying in a pile of money, living their whole lives as wasteful as a career. Jiang Nan couldn't help but want to turn around and give them the finger, shouting, You guys are too damn wasteful. I just made a net profit of several million. Get a clue. As night fell, Jiang Nan didn't want to stay up late and returned to find a hotel to stay in. Now that he was making money, he couldn't shortchange himself. He chose the best hotel in Magic City, the Pudong Oriental Hotel, and requested the presidential suite. The Pudong Oriental Hotel is located by the Huangpu River and is the most expensive hotel in Shanghai. The hotel boasts the largest and most luxurious presidential suite in Shanghai, with a price of 160,000 yuan per night. The suite's bathroom covers an area of 50 square meters, equipped with a 4 square meter massage bathtub and a steam room, along with a private gym space. Additionally, the hotel chef can enter the fully equipped kitchen in the suite through a dedicated passage to prepare gourmet meals for guests. A room costing 160,000 a night is indeed comfortable. Jiang Nan sipped red wine, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, watching a 72-inch LCD TV, enjoying the spacious room by himself. He had just returned from a workout and took a hot shower in the 40 square meter bathroom. Now, with a glass of red wine, life was delightful. Just then, I ride the desert ship, with a pipe and hourglass on my back, holding a jug of strong liquor in my hand, along the long ancient road, endless joys and sorrows, only the camels still bustling. His phone rang. Jiang Nan reached over to check. It was Zhang Yuan calling. He smiled helplessly and answered the call. Zhang Yuan's voice came through the receiver. Boss, want to hang out? Jiangnan. He. Boss, let's go out for a drink. Lily hasn't come back yet, and I'm all alone and bored. Jiangnan, are you still addicted? He. Boss, don't be anxious, this time I'm treating, but I have to say in advance, the drinks and food need to be cheap, otherwise I can't afford the bill, just like before, capped at 50 yuan, how about it? Jiangnan. Boss, you can't ignore your poor friends just because you have money now, I really want to stick with you. Seeing Jiangnan silent, Zhang Yuan continued to chatter. What are you talking about? Jiangnan helplessly said, I wasn't even in Jianhai City, how could I drink with you? Ha? You're not in Jianhai City, where did you go? Zhang Yuan's voice was a bit surprised. Magic City, Jiangnan said, I came to play in Magic City. Really? You're not just messing with me, are you? Zhang Yuan still seemed a bit skeptical. Damn, you still don't believe me, Jiangnan said angrily, then let your ears hear the false and your eyes see the truth. Come on, let's chat on WeChat, I'll let you see. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He opened a video chat with Zhang Yuan, and the luxurious presidential suite came into Zhang Yuan's view. Instantly, Zhang Yuan's face was filled with shock. Holy crap, big shot, where are you? This room is way too luxurious, right? Goodness. A crystal chandelier several meters wide, wow. The walls are resplendent, could they be made of gold? Now do you believe it? Jiangnan said, I'm resting in a hotel, the best hotel in Magic City, the Pudong Oriental Hotel. Pudong Oriental Hotel? Zhang Yuan said, I've never heard of it, I've never been to Magic City. Jiangnan was speechless, pretending to be knowledgeable, said, the Pudong Oriental Hotel is located by the Huangpu River, it's the most expensive hotel in Shanghai. Wow. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but praise, Jiangnan, you've got money now, and you've become knowledgeable too. Ahem. It's nothing, Jiangnan said proudly, continuing to introduce, the hotel has the largest and most expensive presidential suite in Shanghai, the price for one night in the presidential suite is 160,000, which is the room I'm staying in now. Hiss. Holy crap. Zhang Yuan's expression in the video was exaggeratedly shocked. One night is 160,000. Jiangnan smiled faintly, holding the phone and started to turn around, filming different places for Zhang Yuan to see, continuing to introduce, the suite's bathroom area is 50 square meters, equipped with a 4 square meter massage bathtub and a steam room, plus a private gym space. This, Zhang Yuan stammered, not knowing what to say. Jiangnan felt a bit smug, thinking he was doing a good job of showing off, continued to introduce, in addition, the hotel chef can enter the suite through a private passage to cook gourmet meals for guests. Zhang Yuan's face was already filled with envy and jealousy. How about that? After introducing everything, Jiangnan said with a hint of pride, not bad, right? I was thinking, spending 160,000 for one night makes my liver hurt, Zhang Yuan said with a bitter smile. After a moment, he remembered something and said, Jiangnan, turn around again for me to see. Jiangnan was speechless. Are you addicted to watching? Fine, I'll show you again. Jiangnan once again held the phone and started to turn around. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan quietly pressed the record button and said, introduce it again, I'll write it down, so I can show off in front of my friends later. Jiangnan. But seeing Zhang Yuan drooling and looking pleading, he used his slightly magnetic voice to introduce again. The Pudong Oriental Hotel is located by the Huangpu River, it's the most expensive hotel in Shanghai, the hotel has the largest and most expensive presidential suite in Shanghai, the price for one night in the presidential suite is 160,000. He went through the entire presidential suite, filming the exquisite and luxurious details. Zhang Yuan, feeling a bit smug inside, stopped the recording and immediately sent the video to his colleagues' WeChat group. The WeChat group was filled with Jiangnan's former colleagues, and when they heard the notification sound, they curiously opened the video. Instantly, the group exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This is Jiangnan, oh my god, staying in a presidential suite for 160,000 a night. Is this for real, or is the video edited? This is really Jiangnan, I can hardly believe my eyes. I know the Oriental Hotel in Pudong, Magic City, the best hotel in Magic City, the presidential suite costs 160,000 a night, that's true, but how could Jiangnan afford such an expensive hotel? The video was posted by Zhang Yuan, at Zhang Yuan, come out and explain. Are you stupid? Just at the person involved, at Jiangnan, come out and explain. At Jiangnan, +1, at Jiangnan, +2, at Jiangnan, plus 10,086. At this moment, Jiangnan was still in the video talking to Zhang Yuan, saying, is this okay now? But Zhang Yuan immediately hung up the video call and sent a sinister emoji. Jiangnan? A bit confused. Just then, ding dong, the WeChat group notification kept ringing. Jiangnan took a glance. It was the previous work group. Could there be some excitement? It had been a long time since the work group chat was this lively. He clicked to open it and was instantly dumbfounded. What met his eyes was at Jiangnan. He quickly scrolled up the messages and soon saw the video posted by Zhang Yuan. Understanding what was going on, gritting his teeth, he sent a message in the group. At Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, get out here. Zhang Yuan, hee, sly smile. Colleagues, welcome the big shot. Welcome the big shot who can afford a 160,000 presidential suite for a night. Following that, the group exploded. At Zhang Yuan, is it true that Jiangnan stayed in a 160,000 presidential suite for a night? At Jiangnan, is this true? You are in Magic City now, staying in the presidential suite of the Oriental Hotel in Pudong? At Jiangnan, quickly confess, what's going on? You just quit your job, did you suddenly become a rich man? At Jiangnan, there are pictures and the truth. Hurry up and post a couple of photos, otherwise I won't believe it. 160,000 a night for a presidential suite, that's terrifying. The WeChat group was noisy, and Jiangnan looked gloomy. Damn it, he tried to be low-key and luxurious for once, and in a minute, Zhang Yuan almost made it known to the world. Faced with his colleagues' inquiries, Jiangnan could only helplessly reply, yes, I am currently in the presidential suite of the Oriental Hotel in Pudong, Magic City, ought to have fun, it's too late to go back, so I had to find a place to stay. Damn, this guy is pretending to be deep and profound. Hiss, it seems to be true. Can't imagine. Spending 160,000 for a night, feels like my liver is hurting, damn it, that's 2 years of my salary gone. Jiangnan, dare you to post a few photos? There are pictures and the truth, who can't brag? The one speaking was a colleague, Wang Song, who had never gotten along well with Jiangnan. Jiangnan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, then casually snapped a few photos and sent them directly to the group. This time, Wang Song had nothing to say. The colleagues who saw the photos had no doubts. However, the group became even more lively. At Jiangnan, by the way, where have you been since you quit your job? In just a few days, you've turned into a rich man, I can hardly recognize you. At Jiangnan, big shot, accept my knee, I want to follow you. At Jiangnan, big shot, me too, I want to follow you. At Jiangnan, when are you coming back to Jianhai? Let's meet up for a meal. Shy face. The one speaking was a female colleague, also recognized as the company's flower. Jiangnan. And the other male colleagues, seeing this, were filled with jealousy and resentment. This truly is an era that values money. Previously, the flower of the company ignored Jiangnan, and now she was suddenly infatuated. At Jiangnan. Jiangnan inevitably became the center of attention, bombarded by his colleagues. Jiangnan could only smile helplessly and finally said, alright, when I have the chance, I'll treat everyone to a meal. This is what it means to calm the public anger. Everyone has settled down. The WeChat group fell silent. However, what was not calm were the hearts of each colleague. Almost every colleague felt very complicated inside. Just like them before, working hard for a meager salary, Jiangnan, who had to curry favor with the boss, suddenly transformed into a wealthy man. This made them both envious and somewhat unable to accept it, even jealous. A colleague who was drinking with friends smiled bitterly as he put away his phone and said to his friend beside him, sigh. Another buddy has struck it rich. He was just a subordinate in the company, earning a few thousand a month, and just a few days after leaving, he's staying in a presidential suite that costs 160,000 for one night. Hiss. Which hotel is that expensive? The presidential suite at the Oriental Hotel in Pudong, Magic City. Goodness, the presidential suite is expensive, but I didn't expect it to be this outrageous. Is there such a thing? What's going on? Tell me about it. I guess he must have a house that's been marked for demolition. Another colleague who was working overtime suddenly felt all his motivation deflate like a punctured balloon, not wanting to move at all. MMP in his heart. Overtime. What the hell is this overtime for? How much more can you earn working yourself to death? He spends one night, sleeps once, and it's 160,000. Suddenly, life felt meaningless. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was also busy, receiving a stream of messages on WeChat from his girlfriend, Lily. Zhang Yuan, what's going on with Jiangnan? He. Lily, you don't know yet, Jiangnan has struck it rich, I'm holding onto his thigh now, he's in the jade business, making hundreds of thousands from a single deal. Lily had a look of shock, then asked, is that true? Of course it's true, do you think I'd lie to you? Haven't you seen the video? The hotel Jiangnan is staying in is the best in Magic City. The presidential suite costs 160,000 for one night. Isn't that scary? 160,000. Just gone in one night, my liver hurts. Just as the WeChat group had quieted down, Jiangnan's phone rang. It was Bebe calling. He pressed the answer button and smiled. What's up, Bebe? What else? I miss you. Bebe's half-pouting voice came through the phone. I haven't heard you speak all day. Just wanted to hear your voice. He. Jiangnan chuckled. Is that true? I just left for one day. Humph. You don't believe me, boo-hoo. I'm mad now. Bebe pretended to cry. Jiangnan. Brother Jiang, I really miss you. I'm so bored at home by myself. Then go out and have fun, or continue your live stream. If you have something to do, you won't be bored. I know your situation very well. You've been busy making money before, and now you're doing nothing. Of course, it's boring. This is called unemployment syndrome. That makes sense. So, I should find something to do. Exactly, I need to be busy in the future. I won't have time to keep you company. You need to find something to do. Okay, let me think about what I can do. By the way, the most important thing is, I'm still getting a salary of 10,000 from you. How can I look for another job? Jiangnan. Alright, let me think again. How about I just find a job and forget about your salary? Jiangnan. Oh, it's so annoying, I don't know how to choose. Alright. Jiangnan was completely speechless. Bebe had turned into a tangled mess. For now, don't look for a job. I'll have a plan to start a company or something in the future, and you can join the company then. It's not easy to find a job that pays 10,000 elsewhere. That sounds good. Bebe was happy. Okay, I'm hanging up. Sleep early, I'll be back tomorrow. Bebe obediently replied, Good night. Moa. Jiangnan. He. This is my first kiss, you know. Jiangnan. The call ended. In the soft, large bed of the presidential suite, Jiangnan laid out all the stones he had gathered. He mentally noted each one, so he would be prepared when he made the deal with old Master Zhao tomorrow. First, the imperial green, he set aside. Because this had already been tested, with a success rate of 30% at 23 million, the fluctuations wouldn't be too much, so no further testing was needed. He also took out 5 stones valued between 1 million and 2 million, setting them aside for final testing. The focus was on the 3 stones worth over 2 million, he had no idea about them at all. He grouped the 3 together, randomly selected one, and clearly remembered it, sending out his thoughts. Valued at over 3 million. 100%. Very good. Valued at over 4 million. 0%. Valued at over 5 million. 20%. Valued at over 2 million. 80%. Okay. He had a calculation now. Jiangnan began testing the next stone. Valued at over 3 million. 0%. Soon, the results for the 3 stones came out, roughly estimated at 10 million. Jiangnan was delighted. He grabbed a bottle of red wine from the side, took a couple of sips to celebrate, and continued testing the 5 stones valued between 1 million and 2 million. The results came out quickly, roughly estimated at 5 million. Adding the imperial green, the total value soared to 40 million, with costs under 80,000. Oh, if you include the expenses for the presidential suite that night, it would be over 200,000. Jiangnan counted on his fingers, 40 million, how many zeros after the 4, resulting in a long string. Jiangnan chuckled foolishly, feeling incredibly good. The next day, late morning, Jiangnan, dressed in an Armani tracksuit, walked out of Zhanghai City Airport, looking vibrant. His already handsome face appeared even more charming in the Armani ensemble. He strode forward with his suitcase, causing many young women around to glance over. Some even whispered among themselves, I really want to go up and strike up a conversation. What should I do? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Rarely seen a golden son-in-law, so handsome and rich. Look at that Armani outfit, probably worth over 100,000. Yeah, if I could marry a man like that, I'd never have to worry about food and clothing for life, and he's so good looking. Could this be the legendary god of wealth and looks combined? Taxi. Jiangnan casually hailed a taxi. The young women who were gossiping immediately furrowed their brows. Could he be a fake rich guy? Aren't rich people supposed to have a chauffeur? Worth pondering, but he is really handsome. What should I do if my eyes are pregnant? Li Yuan Community. Jiangnan instructed the driver, pulling out his phone to turn it on. Although it's not necessary to keep the phone off during the entire flight now, Jiangnan had turned it off during takeoff and didn't bother to turn it back on. Instead, he quietly took a nap without any disturbances. So he only turned it on now. As soon as the phone powered up, he noticed a missed call. The time was 8 a.m., and surprisingly, it was from Anchi. After a moment's thought, he called back. The call connected quickly, but the other party didn't speak. Jiangnan was a bit confused, not understanding the situation, and didn't say anything, remaining silent for a few seconds, but still no one spoke. Click. Jiangnan hung up the phone directly. What the hell? What's going on? A bit frustrated. At that moment, the phone rang. I mounted the desert ship, slung my pipe and hourglass on my back, and held a flask of strong liquor in my hand. The long ancient road stretches endlessly, filled with unspoken joys and sorrows, only the camels continue to bustle about. Looking at the number, it was Angel again. What the hell is going on? Jiangnan pressed the answer button, and Angel's cold voice came through. Jiangnan, are you even a man? You call but don't say anything? Jiangnan? Damn! What's going on? My grandfather is looking for you. Angel's icy words continued. Come to our house. Jiangnan. Damn! Are you ordering me? No time. He replied directly, and hung up the phone with a click. He felt very frustrated. What an attitude. Does being pretty make you special? Soon, the phone rang again. I mounted the desert ship, slung my pipe and hourglass on my back. Jiangnan was a bit angry, just about to hang up directly when he noticed it was a different number. It was Old Man calling. After considering it, Jiangnan finally answered the phone, but his tone was cold, and he spoke harshly. What does Old Man want? Little brother Jiang, there's something. Old Man hurriedly said, his tone humble. I need your help with something, and, didn't you and my granddaughter have an unpleasant chat just now? Ha! Jiangnan sneered coldly. It wasn't an unpleasant chat, we didn't chat at all. Little brother Jiang, if my granddaughter spoke harshly, please don't take it to heart. She's been spoiled by me since she was little and has a proud temperament, and she's a girl, so you should be more accommodating. I had her call you, thinking you two young people would get along well, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I'm really sorry, I'll apologize to you first, and when we meet, let Angel apologize to you too. Jiangnan? Meet? What's going on? When did I agree to that? Wait. Jiangnan continued coldly, Old Manon, I think you've misunderstood. I don't remember agreeing to meet you. Old Manon was taken aback, then quickly said, Little brother Jiang, what's wrong? You sound very angry. Humph. Of course I'm angry. Jiangnan snorted coldly, your precious granddaughter orders me around like a subordinate. I really don't understand. Do I owe her something? Oh dear. Little brother, please don't be angry. Old Manon quickly said in a good-natured tone, didn't I say I'd have her apologize to you? This girl, I can't figure out what's going on with her. She seems to have taken something personally, especially towards you. Sigh, little brother Jiang, I've been puzzled by this matter. Did you two have a fight? This time it was Jiangnan who was confused, thinking that they hadn't fought, they just happened to see a movie together. Could it be that this girl has been brooding over that? Once this thought crossed his mind, Jiangnan threw out a probe. Are you still brooding over the movie? 50%. Sure enough, there was some reason behind it. Well, since it was due to a misunderstanding, he might as well forgive her. Little brother Jiang, did you two really have a fight? Jiangnan fell silent, and Old Manon asked again. It wasn't really a fight. Jiangnan casually lied. Didn't we mention that we had a bit of friction over the car accident? We just exchanged a few words, nothing much. I guess she's still angry about that. Alright, I won't hold it against her. Old Manon, let's get to the point. What do you need from me? Little brother, it's like this. I recently got a piece of calligraphy and painting, and I'd like you to take a look. Is that it? Alright, then. Let's go to Old Man Zhao's Baijia old shop. Little brother, this time come to my house. Old Masterin said very politely, you haven't been to my house yet. I've already instructed someone to prepare a lavish banquet. If it's inconvenient for you, I can send a car to pick you up. Jiangnan thought for a moment, alright, I'll come over. No need to send a car, just send me the location. Okay, that's fine. I'll send you the location. Good. Jiangnan said again and hung up the phone. Shortly after, a notification sound chimed, and a location was sent over. Jiangnan took a look and was surprised to find it was on a mountain in the suburbs. He paused for a moment and then smiled wryly. He remembered that there were several luxurious villas built on the mountain in the suburbs, and it seemed one of them belonged to the Yin family. Indeed, they were wealthy. Compared to them, his apartment in Liyuan community instantly felt like a doghouse. Gentlemen, please have some tea. The person I invited will arrive shortly, said Old Masterin, hosting several elderly gentlemen of similar age in his magnificent villa in the suburbs of Jiang City. They were all well-known figures in the collecting world. They were not from Jianghai but from various cities, gathered here today because of a piece of calligraphy and painting. No rush, one of them said. As long as old Master N's guest can authenticate the calligraphy and painting, we can wait 3 days without any problem. Yes, another chimed in. I echo that sentiment. Although our time is precious, as long as we can determine the authenticity of this piece, we can wait 3 days without any issue. Sigh, if it weren't for Master Yin being abroad and not returning anytime soon, we would have gone to find him directly. The authenticity of the calligraphy and painting would definitely be clarified. Call or not call. Call or not call. In Liyuan community, Bei was tossing a coin, torn between whether to call Jiang Nan. He had said he would be back today, but it was already past noon, and he still hadn't returned, making her a bit anxious. Just then, the doorbell rang. Bei was momentarily stunned before reacting, quickly running to the door. Peering through the peephole, she saw it was indeed Jiang Nan returning with a suitcase. She immediately opened the door, beaming, "Brother Jiang, you're finally back. What, were you waiting for me?" Jiang Nan smiled as he entered. Bei closed the door behind him and flitted around him like a little bird. "I was so bored at home alone, of course, I missed you. Looks like I need to hurry up and start a company," Jiang Nan said helplessly, "otherwise, you'll be cooped up." Bei said happily, "Brother Jiang, if you start a company, I'll be your secretary." Jiang Nan helplessly replied, "Why do you want to be a secretary? Can't you do something else?" "No," Bei immediately pouted, "if I don't become your secretary, and let other women do it, I'm afraid they'll seduce you." Jiang Nan, are you saying I can't interact with other women? Does that mean I shouldn't look for a girlfriend? Do you want me to be single for life? "I can be your girlfriend," Bei immediately said. "That won't do," Jiang Nan replied, "you're still young." "I'm not that young anymore," Bei said, puffing out her chest. Jiang Nan, damn, she really isn't that young. "And don't tempt me like that, it's hard for me to resist." Ahem. Jiang Nan quickly coughed twice to change the subject. "Bei, I need to go out again." "Ha? You just got back and now you're leaving?" Bei immediately put on a small, pitiful expression that was hard to resist. "No choice," Jiang Nan said helplessly, "it's for a living, I have to work hard." Bei, is he being sincere? After a moment, her little eyes turned, and she said, "Take me with you." "Take you with me?" Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds and nodded. "Alright, then you can come with me." Bei was happy and quickly nodded her little head, asking, "Where are we going?" "Just to a friend's house," Jiang Nan said while putting away his suitcase in his bedroom. This thing was worth 40 million. It took Jiang Nan half a day to get it, so he couldn't afford to lose it. Alright, Jiang Nan admitted he was being pretentious. Although these things were worth 40 million, it really didn't take much effort. "I'm going to change my clothes," Bei said excitedly as she ran into the bedroom. Jiang Nan was speechless. Bei was already quite sexy and beautiful in her short skirt and tank top, and she wanted to change? Sigh. Women, so hard to understand. But then he remembered something and hurried to the door of Bei's room, knocking on the door. "Don't come in, I'm changing," Bei shouted from inside. Jiang Nan. He looked helpless. Clearing his throat, he said, "I just wanted to let you know that the friend I'm going to see is a very reputable collector, so it would be better if you dressed a bit more formally and solemnly, otherwise, we might seem frivolous." "Oh, I see," Bei replied thoughtfully from the room, then said, "Okay, I'll change into a dress, something ladylike." "Okay," Jiang Nan said. As a streamer, Bei often roleplayed and had all kinds of clothes. Jiang Nan had also thought that if he really married a woman like Bei, life would definitely be very colorful. Various roleplays at night. MMP. Just thinking about it was exciting. Jiang Nan returned to his room and changed into a different outfit, swapping out his Armani sweatshirt for some street vendor clothes. Not for any other reason, just to maintain his image and not change too quickly in front of old Masterin and the others. Creak. The sound of brakes, and the taxi stopped in front of a luxurious villa on a mountain outside Shanghai. Jiang Nan and Bei got out of the car. Jiang Nan looked at the villa in front of him. It seems it's time to buy a car that matches my identity, otherwise, taking a taxi to a place like this feels a bit inappropriate. Even the taxi driver, looking through the window at the villa, weakly said, "You too, are you sure this is where you want to come?" Jiang Nan pulled out a bill and tossed it to him, saying, "What, can't you take a taxi to a place like this?" The driver was taken aback and said, "No, that's not what I meant. I mean, alright, I talked too much, goodbye." After saying that, he turned the steering wheel and drove away. Muttering softly, "What car comes here that's not a luxury car? Wow!" Bei blinked her beautiful big eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, exclaiming, "What a big villa, so luxurious." "Yeah, it is a bit big," Jiang Nan nodded. Having never been to a place like this, he didn't even know which door to enter since the villa had several entrances. MMP, it was a bit frustrating for a commoner to come to a place like this. Whatever, just pick one. He chose the nearest door and walked over with Bebe. As a result, they were stopped by a security guard at the entrance. What are you here for? The guard scrutinized the two of them. Jiangnan, looking for old masterin. Humph. The guard snorted coldly. There are many people looking for our old master to appraise treasures. Do you have an appointment? Appointment? Jiangnan frowned slightly. I guess I do. What's the name? Jiangnan was speechless, feeling an impulse to turn around and leave, but he couldn't leave now. The taxi had already gone, and walking back to the city would probably take 2 hours. He could only endure and say, Jiangnan. Please wait a moment, the guard said. I'll call the housekeeper. Bebe looked at the beautiful car with sparkling eyes, feeling a bit nervous. When getting in, she moved carefully, as if afraid of damaging the car and not being able to afford it. Old Masterin also got into the car, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom turned its head and drove into the villa. As they passed through the villa, Jiangnan felt the vastness of the place even more. It took over a minute to reach their destination after entering the gate. Along the way, there were various landscapes, small gardens, fishing ponds, rockeries, and wooden bridges. The luxury was mixed with a breath of nature, with small bridges and flowing water, and willows providing shade. Wow! It's so beautiful, Bebe whispered in Jiangnan's ear. Jiangnan smiled wryly, thinking that if his mindset hadn't changed from before, he would probably feel the same way as Bebe upon arriving in such an environment. Because it was impossible to achieve this kind of life in a lifetime, it felt very distant and admirable. But now it was different. With such a luxurious villa, as long as he was willing, he could have it in no time. So it didn't feel like much. It was just a villa, a small matter. In a while, he would buy one too. It was nothing. The car stopped, and the bodyguard opened the door first. Old Masterin had already gotten out, smiling and waiting nearby. Jiangnan got out of the car slowly, calm and composed. Bebe felt a bit nervous and tightly grasped Jiangnan's arm after getting out. At the entrance of the main hall, and she was standing gracefully, although her face was not smiling, it was a normal expression. Even so, her delicate features and tall figure made her exceptionally eye-catching. However, when she saw Bebe getting out of the car with Jiangnan, her face instantly turned cold. She turned on her high heels and walked into the room with a series of clicks. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was focused on the layout around him and didn't notice her at all. And girl, are the guests here? Several old gentlemen in the living room asked when they saw Anchi enter. And she nodded, although she was feeling very unhappy. She still managed to squeeze out a smile. They've arrived. These old men were all old friends of her grandfather, all elders, and even though she was in a bad mood, she knew to keep the bigger picture in mind. Soon, Old Masterin and Jiangnan entered the hall. Ha ha ha. Old Masterin happily introduced, let me introduce everyone, this is Jiang Shao brother. The moment the old men saw Jiangnan, they all frowned, their expressions not looking good, and suspicion arose. So young? His attire is quite low-key? Is this the expert Olden mentioned? It can't be true, right? One of the fattest old men directly spoke up, Olden, is this the person we've been waiting for? His tone was filled with disappointment. Jiangnan frowned. He understood this remark well. Clearly, this old guy looked down on him. Yes, another old man chimed in. So young, can he really appraise treasures? His tone was filled with deep skepticism. Jiangnan glanced at the old men, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight arc, realizing that these old guys clearly looked down on him and didn't believe him at all. Wang Lao, Liao Lao, you are mistaken, Old Masterin quickly interjected. Don't judge Jiang Shao brother by his youth. His insight is indeed extraordinary. Let's wait and see. Really? I'm a bit skeptical. If that's the case, we, at our age, are also recognized as talented in the circle. Wouldn't that mean we've lived like dogs? The few of them still deeply doubted. Jiangnan sneered inwardly, pretending not to see. He didn't want to pay too much attention to these old guys. He came this time for Old Masterin, and he didn't need to bother with the others. By the way, Anchi, come here. At this moment, Old Masterin remembered something and looked at Anchi, shouting, come here and apologize. Anchi's complex gaze glanced at Jiangnan, then at Bebe beside her, somewhat unwilling. Jiangnan recalled the scene of watching a movie with her that night, smiling faintly and waiting, saying nothing. Hurry, apologize. Old Masterin said again, did we not agree before? Apologize to her. It's rude to talk on the phone like that. How have I taught you? Fine. And she was somewhat reluctant, her brows slightly furrowed, looking a bit pitiful, making any man want to comfort her. She looked at Jiangnan and softly said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken like that on the phone. Jiangnan smiled. I didn't hear clearly. What did you say? And she breathed heavily in anger, her full chest rising and falling. incredibly tempting. Alright, it seems that since you are a girl, I won't argue with you. Jiang Nan looked at her, both amused and exasperated, and a bit moved, waving his hand to change the subject. I'm here to handle serious business, not just to get an apology from you. Right. Old Masterin quickly came over to smooth things over. Let's get back to business, and she, go get the painting. Soon, and she carefully brought out a rolled-up painting. She approached the coffee table and slowly began to unfold it. Just from the outside, the entire scroll had an ancient aura, having been around for some time. It took Shi more than half a minute to fully unroll the painting. Young brother Jiang, take a look. Old Masterin eagerly gestured for Jiang Nan to come forward. Jiang Nan nodded slightly and walked over, not touching the ancient painting but standing beside it to observe carefully. Old Masterin and several other elderly men all gathered around, quietly standing by. Although they weren't silent, no one spoke to interrupt. Especially the other elderly men, watching Jiang Nan with skeptical expressions. Jiang Nan stood still, gazing at the ancient painting. The entire painting had a simple style, yet it appeared deeply moving. It depicted two bamboo stalks and a rock, and if there was anything more, it was a line of calligraphy beside it. The characters looked like running script. After glancing at the bamboo and rock, Jiang Nan focused on the few lines of text. He was completely an outsider when it came to calligraphy and painting, unable to understand anything. The few small characters began with a two-character title, Bamboo and Rock. Jiang Nan couldn't help but grin. Damn, it really is bamboo and rock. The following lines looked like a poem. Determined to hold onto the green mountain, the roots stand firm in the broken rock, enduring thousands of strikes, regardless of the winds from east, west, south, or north. Hiss. Before he finished reading, Jiang Nan gasped in surprise. Wasn't this the poem by Zhang Banxiao? Looking again at the signature, it was indeed correct. Zhang Xie. It was indeed Zhang Banxiao. So this painting is by Zhang Banxiao. I've heard that his calligraphy and paintings are very valuable. A thought flashed through Jiang Nan's mind. However, shortly after, another question arose. Zhang Banxiao's calligraphy and paintings are valuable, but generally only worth hundreds of thousands or a few million. For ordinary people, that's a lot, but for someone like Old Masterin, it wasn't much. After all, last time, he lost over 40 million on an ancient jade, and it didn't seem to matter. What was the situation here? Jiang Nan pretended to examine the painting, but his mind was racing with thoughts. If it came to appraising treasures, he was a complete novice, feeling insecure. Right now, his only reliance was the success rate. After a bit of thought, he came up with a plan, starting with the process of elimination, first determining whether he could figure out the purpose of Old Masterin and the others. Is Old Masterin here to authenticate whether this painting is a genuine work of Zhang Banxiao? This was the first thought that crossed Jiang Nan's mind. The next moment, a string of numbers flashed before his eyes. 100%. Sure enough, he was right. That made things easier. Jiang Nan began testing the calligraphy and painting. Is this a genuine work of Zhang Banxiao? 50%. Damn. Jiang Nan was a bit confused. How could there be such a situation? Shouldn't it be either a genuine piece or a forgery? Why was there a 50%? After a moment of thought, he considered a possibility and threw out another idea. A piece of calligraphy and painting completed with someone else? 100%. Damn, Jiang Nan was speechless. It really was the case. After a moment of reflection, he thought he needed to understand more about this piece of calligraphy and painting to show off and slap those old guys who looked down on him in the face, so he continued testing. Was this piece of calligraphy and painting completed by two people? 100%. After a moment of thought, Jiang Nan was still uneasy, so he conducted a more cautious test. Was this piece of calligraphy and painting completed by more than two people? 0%. Now he was certain. This piece of calligraphy and painting was completed by two people. Next, was the bamboo painted by Zhang Banxiao? 0%. Was the stone painted by Zhang Banxiao? 0%. Damn, what was going on? This situation puzzled Jiang Nan. Neither the stone nor the bamboo was painted by him. So, Jiang Nan noticed the inscription beside him and suddenly burst into laughter, having completely overlooked it. Is the inscription a genuine work of Zhang Banxiao? The next moment, a string of numbers appeared. 100%. Oh, hell yes. Jiang Nan felt delighted. But he didn't get too proud. He pondered whether he could gather any more useful information. With that thought, he indeed came up with something. Since he collaborated with Zhang Banxiao, he must be a familiar acquaintance of Zhang Banxiao. If he could clarify this further, it would be even more impressive. So he continued down the path of testing. Is he a friend of Zhang Banxiao? 20%. Damn. Jiang Nan was once again confused. this kind of data was a bit frustrating. After a moment of thought, could it be that he was both a friend and had another identity, like a mentor and friend? Continuing to test. Is he Zhang Banxiao's teacher? 0%. Is he Zhang Banxiao's wife? 0%. Is he Zhang Banxiao's student? 100%. Damn! He guessed right. Jiang Nan was so happy he almost laughed out loud. But even though he didn't make a sound, the smile on his face was quite obvious, which made old Masterin, who had been watching closely, unable to help but ask, "Little brother, have you figured something out?" "Figured out what?" Jiang Nan retorted. His words immediately made the faces of the surrounding old gentlemen turn even uglier. "Humph. I said it, at such a young age, he couldn't possibly be a master." Exactly, and Lao, you must have been deceived. Indeed, at such a young age, if he understands more than the rest of us here, I'd rather slap myself. It was still the fattest old man who looked down on Jiang Nan the most, speaking in a mocking tone. Old Masterin felt a bit awkward. He had confidently guaranteed that Jiang Nan had extraordinary insight, and if it turned out that Jiang Nan was not at all what he thought, it would be a slap in the face in front of several old friends. Even An-Chi, who was beside him, furrowed her beautiful brows, casting doubt on Jiang Nan. "Little brother, you really didn't figure it out?" Old Masterin said with a bitter smile. "And Lao, what are you looking at?" Jiang Nan asked in confusion. "You still haven't told me what to look for. Are you asking me if this is a painting?" "Well, I can clearly answer you that it is a painting." Old Masterin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly explained, Yes, I was confused. I wanted you to see if this painting is by Zhang." Old Masterin intended to say whether it was an authentic work of Zhang Banxiao, but before he could finish, the fattest old man suddenly interrupted, saying, "Olden, just ask him what era this painting is from." Yes. Exactly, very clever. The other old men chimed in as well. Old Masterin was momentarily stunned. He quickly understood the thoughts of his old friends. They wanted to embarrass Jiang Nan. If Jiang Nan couldn't even tell the era of this painting and didn't know it was by Zhang Banxiao, that would be quite the spectacle. However, out of respect for these old friends and now having a slight doubt about Jiang Nan, he changed his tone and said, "Young brother, can you tell us what era this painting is from?" Jiang Nan sneered coldly. He could see through the tricks of these old men at a glance. He was somewhat familiar with the famous Zhang Banxiao, who was a scholar during the Kangxi era, a successful candidate in the 10th year of Yongzheng, and a jinshi in the first year of Qianlong. So now he just needed to determine whether this painting was from the Kangxi, Yongzheng, or Qianlong era. Silently, a thought was cast out. Kangxi era, 0%. Yongzheng era, 0%. Qianlong era, 100%. Understanding it clearly, Jiang Nan calmly said, "This painting is a work from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty." Correct, right, ha ha ha. Old Masterin was delighted, laughing heartily. At least he wasn't embarrassed this time, and he felt good. The other old men looked slightly taken aback and regarded Jiang Nan with some seriousness. Ha ha ha. "Young brother, can you see if this painting is an authentic work of Zhang Banxiao?" the old man said while laughing happily. We old fellows were all stumped. Olden. Jiang Nan did not answer immediately but countered, "Even if this painting is an authentic work of Zhang Banxiao, it wouldn't be too expensive. For an ordinary person, $1 million or a few million is a lot of money, but for you, that's nothing, right?" "Young brother, it's not about the money," Old Masterin said. "As a collector, we seek authenticity. You can see that these old friends around me each have a certain reputation in the antique world. Their discernment may not be top-notch, but they are not fools. We are all puzzled by this painting, which is why we invited you here." This time, the other old men also nodded in agreement. "I see." Jiang Nan nodded, understanding that they were not concerned about money but wanted to clarify the authenticity. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the confusion among these old men likely stemmed from the fact that some parts of the painting resembled Zhang Banxiao's style, while others did not quite match. After all, this painting was a collaboration between Zhang Banxiao and his student. Of course, this was his assumption, and he needed to verify it, so he quietly proposed a test. "Are the several of you puzzled because some parts of this painting look like Zhang Banxiao's authentic work, while others do not but are very similar?" The next moment, data flashed before his eyes. 100%. Ha! Just as he thought. The inscription looks like Zhang Banxiao's authentic work, but the bamboo and rocks do not? 100%. Ha! Indeed. The bamboo and rocks were painted by Zhang Banxiao's student, and they should be very similar to Zhang Banxiao's style, which was also the reason for the confusion among the old men. Jiang Nan easily figured this out. Seeing Jiang Nan remain silent and not answer immediately, Old Masterin tentatively asked again, "Young brother Jiang, Could it be that this painting is not an authentic work of Zhang Banqiao but a forgery? How should I put this? Jiang Nan appeared to be organizing his thoughts, and after a moment, he said, "It's not a forgery, it's indeed an authentic piece, but..." He hesitated at this point, leaving the sentence unfinished. This made old Masterin, along with several elderly men and Enchi, fix their gazes on Jiang Nan, eagerly awaiting what he would say next. Even old Masterin couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Little brother, but what is it?" "But, only part of this painting is truly by Zhang Banqiao, while another part is not." Everyone was taken aback. Part is, part isn't? "Little brother, please elaborate," old Masterin urged eagerly. "It's like this." Jiang Nan pointed at the inscription on the painting and said, "This poem is indeed the handwritten inscription of the old master Zhang Banqiao, but the bamboo and stone in the painting were not painted by him. They were done by one of his students. Zhang Banqiao merely wrote a poem, which means this painting was a collaboration between the two. So that's how it is. Oh, I understand now, I finally understand." As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the elderly men exclaimed in realization. "I see now. I was wondering why, looking at the inscription, it was clearly Zhang Banqiao's authentic work, yet the style of the painting resembled Zhang Banqiao's but lacked the spirit. It definitely wasn't done by Master Zhang's hand, so that's how it is. Clearly, Jiang Nan's words had unraveled their confusion. Amidst their exclamations, the elderly men's gazes towards Jiang Nan became complex. The previous doubts vanished, replaced by deep admiration. To discern the intricacies within this painting at a glance, such insight left them all in shock. Now they finally understood that this young man, who appeared so ordinary in his attire, truly possessed remarkable discernment and extraordinary experience. "Little brother Jiang, you are truly amazing." Old Master Ran's expression was excited, unsure how to express his exhilaration. "The problem that has troubled us for so long was resolved with just one glance from you. This is truly..." Yes, I never expected such a young brother to have such experience and insight. We have wasted our years. Indeed, sigh. After living so many years, we really can't compare to others." The elderly men immediately shifted their tone, completely different from before. One could say their old faces were quite thick, and she couldn't help but smile, but when she turned to look at Bei beside her, her smile faded, replaced by a hint of melancholy. "By the way, I remember old Liao saying before that if this little brother could discern the authenticity of this painting, he would have to slap himself." At this moment, a tall, thin old man looked at the fattest old man and teased with a smile. Yes, there was such a thing. Old Masterin and another old man chimed in, laughing and eager to stir the pot. The fattest old man suddenly turned red, glancing at Jiang Nan and the others, stammering, I was just joking, it was a casual remark. Ha. The elderly men burst into laughter. Jiang Nan, truly, their faces are thick enough, utterly shameless. Come, little brother, let's go to the restaurant, have a good drink, and let me introduce you to these old fellows. Old Masterin gestured invitingly. Jiang Nan didn't say much more, called out to Bei, and went to the restaurant with Old Masterin and the others. The restaurant's environment was equally luxurious and solemn. Under Old Masterin's arrangement, Jiang Nan sat in the main seat, with Bei beside him, and she sat next to Bei. The in-family's maids were busy serving dishes and pouring wine. Old Masterin found a topic and glanced at Bei before asking Jiang Nan, young brother Jiang, who is this young lady? Sister, Jiang Nan introduced. Bei smiled slightly. In this environment, she didn't dare to say much. Meanwhile, Enchi's eyes lit up, and her previously cold face instantly broke into a faint smile. Soon, the food and drinks arrived. Following the usual routine, Old Masterin raised his glass, exchanged a few pleasantries, and everyone took a small sip. Then, casual conversation ensued. The elderly men, besides admiring Jiang Nan, were also very curious about him. The fattest elder, Liao Lao, with his jiggling cheeks, asked, young brother Jiang, this promising young man, who is your mentor? In the antique world, lineage is highly valued, and these elders, including Old Masterin, had many disciples. If any of their disciples were in the antique world, they would have a certain reputation, let alone these elders. If it were Master Dong from Xia Yanjing or Master Yun's disciples, that would be even more impressive, with a remarkable reputation. Let's put this topic to rest. Jiang Nan's expression turned cold as he said, you can ask Old Master about this. Indeed, Old Masterin immediately interjected, young brother Jiang, lineage is mysterious, and there are specific instructions regarding it, we shouldn't discuss it too much outside. Oh, I see. Understood, good, we won't talk about this anymore, let's drink. The group of elders appeared to understand, and not only did they not doubt Jiang Nan, but they also found him even more unfathomable. Mysterious things always provoke deeper contemplation, and Jiang Nan had already demonstrated his corresponding strength, so his actions were not questioned but rather made him seem even more enigmatic. The conversation shifted to casual topics, and she seemed to be in a good mood as she raised her glass towards Bebe, saying, "Young sister Jiang, so you are Jiang Nan's sister?" "Yes." Bebe smiled and didn't argue. In front of Anqi, she felt pressured, sensing Anqi's cold and proud demeanor, and her family was so prestigious. "Come, let's have a drink together," Anqi said. "Now that we know each other, I'm Anqi, and you?" "I'm Bebe," Bebe said, a bit shy as she raised her glass. "A lovely name," Anqi said while clinking glasses with Bebe. Both of them took a small sip of red wine. "How old are you?" Anqi suddenly seemed to become more talkative. 18. "I'm 22, Anqi said. "That makes me 4 years older than you, so I'll call you Bebe sister from now on?" "Okay," Bebe nodded obediently, Anqi sister. And she happily agreed, suddenly seeming to remember something, and said, "By the way, since I've called you sister, I must give you a gift. Wait a moment." Saying this, she stood up, her slender waist twisting as she quickly walked away in her high heels. After a short while, she returned with an LV bag and handed it to Bebe, saying, "I bought this when I went out to play, it's new and unused, I can't use it, so I'll give it to you." "Ah?" Bebe was taken aback. As a girl, she also loved bags, and she knew how expensive LV bags were. After a moment of shock, she quickly said, No, Anqi's sister, this is too precious." "It's nothing," Anqi said casually, "just a little thing, take it." "Just take it." Jiang Nan also smiled and said, "No need to be so polite." With Jiang Nan speaking, Bebe nodded her little head obediently, feeling very happy, but then weakly asked Anqi's sister, "How much is this bag?" "Not much," Anqi casually said, "over 40,000 but not quite 50,000. Bebe's hand holding the bag trembled inexplicably, almost letting out a gasp, but she held it back, biting her lip tightly, clearly unsettled inside. The banquet continued until the afternoon, with old Liao, old Wang, and several elderly gentlemen exchanging contact information with Jiang Nan. Each one showed great respect. Jiang Nan felt quite pleased. Without much effort, he had made a few friends with some standing in the community, which would be useful for future endeavors, sparing him from aimless searching. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Jiang Nan had just opened up a few more routes for himself, whether he walked them or not was irrelevant. Before leaving, Olden said, "Brother Jiang, we must send you back with a car this time." "Alright," Jiang Nan didn't decline, nodding his head. It really wouldn't do to leave without a ride, he couldn't even get a taxi. He smiled wryly and said, "It's really inconvenient without a car." A casual remark from Jiang Nan caught Olden's attention. He blinked his eyes and said, "Little brother Jiang, if you don't mind, I have a spare car here, though it's a bit low-end. It's a Land Rover Range Rover, an off-road vehicle. If you need it temporarily for transportation, it should suffice." Jiang Nan thought for a moment, not being polite at all, and nodded, saying, "Alright then, I'll use it temporarily. Once I settle down, I'll buy a car." "That's great if you like it," Olden expressed his excitement, turning to the bodyguard beside him and saying, "Quick, bring the car over." "Yes," the bodyguard replied and quickly left, soon returning with a white Land Rover Range Rover. The entire vehicle looked very clean, almost like a new car. "Damn, this can't be a new car," a thought flashed through Jiang Nan's mind. The next moment, a string of data flashed before his eyes. 90%. Jiang Nan understood it was nearly new and well-maintained, looking just like a new car. The bodyguard got out and respectfully stood to the side. "Little brother, do you need a driver as well?" Olden asked with a smile. "No need," Jiang Nan smiled back, "I have a driver's license." He had had a license for a long time, but unfortunately, he couldn't afford a car. Alright, now there's no need to send me off," Jiang Nan said while waving for Bebe to get in the car. He. Olden said, "Brother Jiang, you can drive it as long as you want, it's just sitting here with me." "Good, then I won't be polite. Let's get together again sometime." Jiang Nan showed no signs of embarrassment, starting the car, pressing the accelerator, and leaving in style. He was well aware of the situation, although he hadn't done much, he had helped Olden and the others significantly. Moreover, if he kept pushing it away, it would seem less classy. The white Land Rover Range Rover drove out of the villa, and Jiang Nan felt the car's performance, its powerful engine, which was a far cry from the van he had driven before. With one press of the accelerator, the car sped up rapidly, feeling exhilarating. He glanced at the dashboard, noting that the car had only traveled just under 10,000 kilometers, clearly just out of the break-in period. He felt even more pleased. Bebe in the passenger seat was even happier, her beautiful big eyes turning into crescent moons as she said, "Wow, this car is amazing, we've struck it rich." Then she looked at her LV bag, flipping it over and over, unable to put it down. "I never dreamed I could have an LV bag one day. Sister Anchi is so nice, this family is so wealthy, a car worth over $1 million, and a bag worth several thousand, just given away." Jiangnan smiled faintly and said nothing. If it had been the old him, receiving such a heavy gift would have stirred up a storm in his heart. But now, he was just slightly surprised. Very calm. Things worth over $1 million were nothing, just a small matter. Driving the Range Rover back to the Liuan community, Jiangnan parked the car in the parking area and took a glance, finally feeling that his identity matched the place he lived in. Otherwise, living in such a community and hailing a taxi felt a bit strange. Once home, Bebe was like she had caught a case of hyperactivity, incredibly happy, holding her LV bag, singing and dancing from time to time. She looked both funny and adorable, making Jiangnan both cry and laugh as he sat on the sofa, watching this little cutie livestream. In the evening, Jiangnan wasn't really hungry and planned to grab a bite with Bebe, but then the phone rang. It was Zhang Yuan calling. Seeing Zhang Yuan's call, Jiangnan couldn't help but smile helplessly, thinking to himself that this guy was definitely calling to arrange a meal. He pressed the answer button, and Zhang Yuan's voice came through the receiver. "Boss, what are you busy with?" "Not busy, just sitting around doing nothing," Jiangnan chuckled. He. "Boss, let's have a meal together, it's on me. The thing is, Lily is back and insists on having dinner with you." Jiangnan. "What the hell, what's going on with your girlfriend wanting to have dinner with me?" "Boss, give me some face, I'm sneaking a call from the bathroom, don't let me lose face in front of Lily, I'm begging you." Jiangnan. "Boss, don't be silent, you're making me anxious." Alright, don't panic. It's just a meal, what's there to say between brothers? But you can forget about treating, with your salary, you should be saving up to buy Lily a gift. This time, let's go to a better place, not some small restaurant. How about this, I'll treat, you can pick any hotel in Jianhai City. Ah, really? Zhang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Jiangnan, I love you. Now I can hold my head high in front of Lily, he. Cut it out. She's your Lily, not mine, I'm not into that. He. Let me think about which hotel to go to. How about the Haman Hotel, a 5-star hotel? Is that okay? Sure. Jiangnan nodded, then see you at the entrance of Haman Hotel. Okay. Click. Jiangnan hung up the phone. Jiang Gu, whose call was that? Bebe, still holding her LV bag, asked eagerly. Zhang Yuan, we arranged to have dinner together, Jiangnan replied casually. Get ready, we'll head out soon. Yay! Bebe cheered immediately, I can take my LV bag out to show off. Jiangnan, girl, is it really appropriate for a young lady to talk like that? In their modest 40 square meter rented room, Zhang Yuan rushed out of the bathroom, standing tall. Lily, I've arranged with Jiangnan to meet at the Haman Hotel. Jiangnan is treating. I told you, Jiangnan isn't the type to forget his old friends after getting rich. Really? That's great. Lily was extremely happy. Let's hurry up and go. We can't keep him waiting. Alright, let's go. The two tidied up a bit and hurried downstairs. As they went down, Zhang Yuan asked, should we take the bus or a taxi? Lily hesitated for a moment and said, let's take a taxi. We shouldn't worry about money at a time like this. Waiting for the bus would waste time. Okay, my lady is right. Let's take a taxi. You wish. Lily rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan and said, who's your lady? We haven't even registered yet. He. Zhang Yuan grinned mischievously, whether we register or not, you're already mine. Not the same. Lily replied, I'll give you 2 years. If you don't make something of yourself, we'll break up. Don't, my lady, be more forgiving for a few more years. No way, not even a day more. You should learn from Jiangnan. Zhang Yuan. How the hell am I supposed to learn? Can't you see how impressive Jiangnan has become after just a few days? As they reached the roadside, Lily waved to hail a taxi. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Grand Hotel. After getting out of the taxi, Zhang Yuan looked around at the entrance but didn't see Jiangnan. He took out his phone to call, and it was quickly answered. Jiangnan's voice came through the receiver. Zhang Yuan, have you arrived? Yes, Jiangnan, you haven't arrived yet, right? I'll be there soon, about 200 meters away. Oh, I can see you too now. Okay, I'm hanging up. The call ended. Jiangnan will be here soon, Zhang Yuan said to Lily beside him. He should have driven here, right? Now that he has money, he must have bought a car, Lily said. No, Zhang Yuan replied, last time he came by taxi, he hasn't had time to buy a car yet. He just quit his job a few days ago. Even though he has money, with his current status, he absolutely can't buy a cheap car worth tens of thousands. It would lower his status, a good car has to be carefully selected. Just as he finished speaking, a loud screech was heard. A white Range Rover pulled up beside them. Jiang Nan and Bei Bei got out of the car. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Lily also had a surprised expression. Holy crap! A Range Rover, worth over $1 million. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, Jiang Nan, you bought a car so quickly? Just now I was saying you hadn't even bought food yet. I didn't buy it, Jiang Nan said casually, someone gave it to me. Ha! Zhang Yuan and Lily were shocked, their mouths agape. Wah! What? Zhang Yuan thought he misheard, someone gave it to you? Yeah, Jiang Nan said nonchalantly, what's the problem? It's not that. Zhang Yuan felt his brain short-circuiting, his expression exaggerated, a Range Rover worth over $1 million, just given to you? Jiang Nan nodded lightly. Holy crap! Am I going crazy, or is the world going crazy? Zhang Yuan felt a bit hysterical, wondering why he was so jealous. Damn it, his greatest love, his lifelong dream and goal, and someone just says it was given to him. The shock of the car hadn't worn off when Lily noticed the LV bag in Bei Bei's hand. Instantly, her expression changed again, envy and jealousy overflowing as she said, that bag is so beautiful. Hee. Bei Bei was also very happy. Yeah, I think it's beautiful too. How much did it cost? Lily asked, filled with envy. It was also given to me, Bei Bei said. They said it was a little under 50,000. Lily almost choked on her breath. Another gift? Damn. Why is no one giving me anything? The four of them entered the hotel, but the situation before them was a bit bewildering. A 5-star hotel should have a welcoming receptionist, but it was chaotic. The entire splendid lobby was in disarray, there wasn't even a receptionist to greet them. There were quite a few receptionists, but they were clustered in groups of 3 or 5, chattering away about something. What the hell is going on? Jiang Nan wondered. Yeah, what's going on? When did a 5-star hotel turn into this? Zhang Yuan was also puzzled. Where's the legendary flight attendant level service? Should we change places? Lily suggested, there's no one to attend to us, how can we eat? Lily was a bit concerned about the money. Although Jiang Nan had offered to treat them, her habitual spending level made her feel uneasy in such a place. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and said to Zhang Yuan, you go ask what's going on. If it doesn't work out, we'll change to another place. Okay. Zhang Yuan nodded and walked up. Let's go, it's chaotic here, we'll wait at the entrance, Jiang Nan said. Wait for Zhang Yuan to come over. If we can't eat here, we'll change to another place. Alright, I'll listen to you, Jiang Nan, Lily said softly. Bei Bei linked her arm with Jiang Nan's, saying nothing more. When they reached the door, Jiang Nan saw the small supermarket across the street, took out a large bill, and handed it to Bei Bei, saying, I'm a bit thirsty, go buy a few bottles of iced tea. Okay. Bei Bei nodded, twisting her slim waist and walking in her high heels to the supermarket across the street. Jiang Nan, your little lover is really beautiful, Lily said. Indeed, rich people all like little Lolas. She's my sister, Jiang Nan explained with a bitter smile. It's not what you think, there's a misunderstanding. It's because Bei Bei's family is struggling, so I'm helping her. No need to explain, Lily rolled her eyes at Jiang Nan. It's the same old routine, once you're done, you just help her into your bed. Jiang Nan, this is so unfair, what should I do? I'm waiting online, it's quite urgent. Soon, Bei Bei returned with a full bag of over a dozen bottles of iced tea. The group opened the iced tea, and just as they took a sip, Zhang Yuan came out, saying, let's go to another place, this hotel is done for. Lily was taken aback. What's going on? A 5-star hotel just goes under like that? So unlucky, Zhang Yuan said. The owner's family went out to play, and they got into a car accident. It's all over now. The bank is already stepping in to take over, and there are still some loans unpaid. The hotel staff haven't received their salaries for a month, and they're all anxious about it, facing unemployment. Sigh. What bad luck. Zhang Yuan's words inexplicably struck a nerve in Jiang Nan, and a thought arose in his mind. What if he took over this hotel? Of course, he wasn't doing it to make money, but to create a shield for himself, to have a career. Otherwise, if the huge profits he made from gambling stones got out, it would probably cause a huge uproar. It might even attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, and he could end up being studied like a specimen. This had to be handled with caution. So annoying, where should we go to eat? Zhang Yuan rubbed his face. I finally thought of this big hotel for a nice meal, and then this happened. What bad luck. How about we go to the VIP International Hotel? Jiang Nan suggested. That's the top hotel in Shanghai City. Last time, Jiang Nan went there with old Masterin and ran into his classmate Zhang Yimin. No, let's not go there, Lily said. It's even more expensive than the Haman Hotel, and it's too far away. it's over 10 kilometers away. Let's find a nearby small restaurant to eat. That's true, the distance is a bit far, Jiangnan nodded, pondering for a moment. I just thought of a place. Come, follow me. Saying this, he headed towards the Land Rover. The others quickly followed. Where are we going? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. To eat Western food, Jiangnan replied. It's not too far, Bebe and I went there once before, and the taste was good. Bebe quickly nodded her head, saying, yes, the steak there is very delicious, but it's a bit expensive, over 1,000 for a serving. Ha? So expensive. Lily was shocked. For 4 of us, over 1,000 each? That would cost a lot. Let's change places. Lily, don't worry about it, Zhang Yuan said. Jiangnan spends 160,000 for one night, a meal only costs a few thousand, that's nothing. Yeah, Jiangnan smiled. Lily, don't worry, it's all small change, and I have something to discuss with Zhang Yuan. Ha? Zhang Yuan was taken aback for a moment. What does Jiangnan want to talk to me about? By the time they reached the Land Rover, Jiangnan opened the door and got in, saying, no rush, I'll talk to you slowly during dinner. Zhang Yuan agreed, but he had long lost interest in listening. His face lit up with a silly smile as he admired the white Range Rover. Get in the car, Jiangnan said, starting the engine with a hint of exasperation. Are you planning to hang on the outside? Bebe, who had run to the passenger seat, was amused and said, wouldn't that make you a spare tire? Ha ha. Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Put, spare tire? Lily laughed out loud. Zhang Yuan. He got into the car with a mournful expression, but was instantly captivated by the luxurious interior. Wow. No wonder it's over 1 million, it's amazing. When can I have one of these? Humph. Lily snorted coldly. In your dreams tonight. Bebe laughed happily. Jiangnan. Wife, you're really crushing my confidence, Zhang Yuan said with a sad face. What do you mean by crushing your confidence? Lily replied. This is just being realistic. Sigh. Alright, whatever you say, Zhang Yuan sighed. Jiangnan, while driving, smiled and said, Zhang Yuan, I have something for you. Great. Zhang Yuan immediately perked up. Anything from a big shot must be good. That's right, Jiangnan smiled brightly. It's perfect for you. What is it? Zhang Yuan was even more curious. Wife control spray, you deserve it. Zhang Yuan almost choked on his breath. Lily and Bebe were laughing so hard they were nearly rolling on the floor. Zhang Yuan. Tears streamed down his face. Soon they arrived at the Western restaurant and chose a cozy spot to sit down. The waitress, dressed in uniform, approached with a slim waist. What would you like to eat? She placed the menu down and waited for everyone to order. 4 of the best steaks here, Jiangnan ordered first, then turned to Zhang Yuan, Lily, and Bebe, saying, since there are many of us today, let's order some other dishes too, don't hold back. The waitress, smiling broadly at Jiangnan, was secretly astonished. When he first arrived, he looked like he was wearing cheap stuff, and she thought he would only order some inexpensive dishes, but he went straight for the best steak, which costs over 1,000 each. Turns out he's a rich guy. That's enough, we don't need anything else, Lily quickly said. Yeah, that's fine, Zhang Yuan also quickly agreed. I said to order a few more dishes. Since you guys aren't ordering, then I'll order, Jiangnan said, a bit exasperated. Taking the menu and without hesitation, he ordered 1 vegetable and fruit salad, 1 bacon gnocchi roll, 1 broccoli mushroom soup, 4 fried bacon chicken rolls, 4 grilled lemon chicken legs with fries, 1 braised beef, 1 sirloin steak with a little red wine sauce, and honey-glazed roasted chicken wings. All these dishes were priced under 100, and Jiangnan didn't even consider the prices, ordering a long list in one breath. Meanwhile, Lily and Zhang Yuan were shocked, their mouths agape, quickly saying, that's too much, way too much, we can't eat all that. Can't eat it? You two can pack it up when we leave. Jiangnan smiled, then turned back to the waitress and said, alright, hurry up and prepare it, and make it quick. Also, bring a bottle of whiskey and some drinks. Yes, sir, the waitress said, taking the menu and turning to leave. Jiangnan suddenly remembered something and instructed, oh, and bring 4 cups of latte first. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, the coffee will be up shortly, the waitress said as she left. Wow, so cool. Zhang Yuan looked at Jiangnan with envy and jealousy, saying, is this the life of a rich person? Jiangnan, your ordering just now was simply too slick. Lily also looked at Jiangnan with a complex expression. She had just felt that way too, thinking how nice it would be to have a man like that as a boyfriend. Jiangnan smiled, feeling quite pleased. Living without worrying about money was truly wonderful. Soon, the coffee arrived. As the 4 of them sipped their coffee, Jiangnan said, Zhang Yuan, stop working at the real estate company and come hang out with me. Ah, Zhang Yuan was taken aback, then surprised. Boss, I've been waiting for you to say that. Whether I can make something of myself in this life depends on you. Jiang Nan. So, boss, what do you want me to do? Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly. Looks like it's time for me, Zhang Yuan, to show my skills. Lily also looked at Jiang Nan nervously. I have a plan, Jiang Nan said, to acquire the Haman Hotel. Zhang Yuan, Lily, and Bei were collectively astonished. Acquire the hotel, Zhang Yuan said in disbelief. Why did you suddenly think of acquiring a hotel? Jiang Nan, do you know anything about the restaurant industry or hotel management? Yeah, Lily echoed. Didn't Zhang Yuan say you were in the jade business? Why did you suddenly think of getting into hotels? You don't know, Jiang Nan smiled and said, the jade business seems to make money quickly, but the risks are too high. Although I look prosperous now, if I lose money in one deal, I might end up with nothing. So while I have some capital now, I need to find a reliable and stable business to do, and the restaurant industry is a stable field. People always need to eat, and that won't change no matter what. That's true, both Zhang Yuan and Lily nodded. Lily said, I've also heard that the jade business is very risky, with sayings like one cut poor, one cut rich, one cut through burlap. You also know that I've been in the jade business with my cousin. After so many years, he advised me to find a stable business to do. He will sponsor me some money as capital. Jiang Nan continued to weave his lies. Oh, I see, Zhang Yuan and Lily nodded. Since your cousin has spent his whole life in the jade business and doesn't recommend you do it, then this is really worth considering. It seems this industry isn't that easy. Also, Jiang Nan continued lying without missing a beat. I stayed in a 160,000 yuan presidential suite in Modu for a night, not to waste money, but to experience it. This will give me more insights into hotel management. Wow. So that's how it is, Zhang Yuan said. Jiang Nan, you really think ahead. I'm impressed. Jiang Nan, you really are sincere in your admiration, huh? With that thought, he threw out a test. Flattery? 80%. Jiang Nan, damn. So that means 20% believe what I say. Whatever, it's all just to fool people anyway. Zhang Yuan, your next task is to contact the bank and acquire the Haman Hotel, Jiang Nan said. After that, you can just follow me around and be the hotel manager. Wow, manager. Zhang Yuan was so excited he was practically dancing. That's great, Jiang Nan, I love you. Lily, your husband has fallen for someone else, Jiang Nan said, looking at Lily in disbelief. Lily glared at Zhang Yuan. But then she looked back at Jiang Nan, I also don't want to work at the real estate company anymore. I don't want to face that old hag's ugly face. Can I work at your hotel? Of course, Jiang Nan said, you don't need to ask me, just ask your husband. He'll be the manager, and personnel arrangements are up to him. I bet if you whisper in his ear, he'll arrange a good position for you. When did you become so annoying? Lily's cheeks instantly flushed, and she shot Jiang Nan a glare. He. Zhang Yuan said with a mischievous grin, wife, you finally need something from me. Get lost. Lily glared at him, I don't need you. You're Jiang Nan's colleague, and I'm also Jiang Nan's colleague. Our relationship with Jiang Nan is the same, so why should I ask you? Be good, or you'll have to kneel for the remote when we get back. Zhang Yuan immediately sulked and lowered his head. Zhang Yuan. Jiang Nan called out with a smile. What is it? Zhang Yuan raised his head and asked, does the boss have any orders? Same as before. Jiang Nan said seriously, wife management spray, you deserve it. Zhang Yuan. I really want to kill someone, what should I do? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. He. Bei and Lily giggled. Wow. This steak is so delicious. Lily, holding her knife and fork, took small bites of the steak, her excitement evident. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but nod, it's simply amazing, this is the best steak I've ever had in my life. Jiang Nan. But it's so expensive. Lily continued, spending so much money on a meal, just thinking about it feels wasteful. Jiang Nan. Lily is right. Bei agreed with Lily, it really is too extravagant to spend money like this. Bei, keep an eye on your husband, don't let him spend money so recklessly. Lily said, even though we have money now, we should still save for emergencies. Extra money should be put in the bank or invested in the stock market, it can earn more money. Jiang Nan. When did it become husband? She's clearly my younger sister. Bei nodded seriously, looks like I need to keep a closer watch. Jiang Nan. Bei, your role-playing is quite fast, huh? While munching on the steak, Jiang Nan vowed never to let Bei and Lily sit together again. When two women sit together, it's terrifying, it's like the end of the world, the terminator of a man's good life. As they were happily eating, Jiang Nan's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Anchi. Jiang Nan blinked, What does this girl mean by calling? After pondering for 2 seconds, he answered the call. Jiangnan. Anchi's voice was calm on the other end. This surprised Jiangnan, who was used to her harsh words. I'm here. Jiangnan cautiously replied. What are you doing? Anchi's voice remained calm. Having dinner. Jiangnan answered, his nerves on high alert. It's so late for dinner. So, do you have anything to do after dinner? How about going out to watch a movie together? Anchi paused slightly before quickly adding, what I mean is, that night you treated me to a movie, and I'm not used to owing favors, so. Jiangnan. You don't owe me anything, do you? Last time we went to the movies, you threw 500 yuan at me, did you forget? Although he thought this in his mind, he didn't delay in speaking. He glanced at the time, it was already past 9 p.m., and said, I'm having dinner with friends, just started not long ago, I think it will end around 10. Would that be too late? If you don't mind, I can come find you after dinner. Oh. Anchi's voice clearly sounded a bit disappointed. Since you have something to do, let's reschedule for another day. That's fine. Jiangnan said, then I'll arrange to meet you another day. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. He hung up the phone. Lily was eavesdropping nearby. Bei, however, was blissfully enjoying her steak without a care. Lily shot Jiangnan a strange look, then glanced at Bei, but said nothing and continued eating her steak. Zhang Yuan was completely unconcerned about the matter, happily munching away. The steak gave off a vibe of gnawing on pork bones. When Jiangnan came out of the Western restaurant, he drove his Range Rover directly to drop off Lily and Zhang Yuan at home. As they got out of the car, he once again reminded Zhang Yuan, we need to hurry with the Grand Hotel project, every second counts. We start getting involved tomorrow. I understand, Zhang Yuan nodded. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely get this done. Jiangnan glanced at the old apartment building where Zhang Yuan and Lily lived and said, once the hotel is sorted out, the hotel will arrange a room for both of you, so you won't have to squeeze into this place anymore. Jiangnan's words instantly brightened Lily's eyes as she looked at Zhang Yuan and said, did you hear that? You need to give it your all and get the hotel sorted out quickly. Zhang Yuan grinned widely. With my ability to sell properties, I can definitely make it happen. Jiangnan. He felt a bit uneasy because Zhang Yuan's performance in selling properties hadn't been great. He was almost at the bottom of the rankings. Back at Liyuan Community, the car parked in the lot. The two got out, and Bei linked her arm with Jiangnan's, happily saying, this life is just too wonderful. However, Jiangnan was enduring pain because Bei was leaning so close, and the pressure on his arm made his hormones inexplicably surge, creating a tendency to go wild. Once they got upstairs, fearing he might lose control and have some criminal thoughts, Jiangnan pretended to be very tired and said, Bei, it's already late. Good night, go rest early. Bei obediently nodded her little head and entered her room. Jiangnan watched her slim waist disappear from view, feeling inexplicably reluctant. Sigh. He thought to himself that this little girl seemed to have no intention of truly experiencing life. If she were a bit more proactive, perhaps they would have ignited a passionate fire. Sigh. She really is just a little sister. She talks about being a little lover and a husband, but her body is not honest at all. Well, he could only see her as a little sister. Jiangnan didn't have the habit of taking the initiative, especially with such a little sister. However, living with such a little temptress was truly a torment, a mix of pain and pleasure. Calming his emotions, Jiangnan entered the bedroom, locked the door, and began to get busy. There were still important tasks to complete. He set up a small cutting machine and took out the jade rough from the suitcase. After half an hour of busy work, he finally opened windows on several stones, and for each stone, Jiangnan had already thought of the bottom price he would report to Old Master Zhao. This time, he intended to quote a price close to the real value. Although these stones were very valuable, he needed to show that he wasn't making too much money from them. Otherwise, he feared Old Master Zhao would become too interested in that dubious cousin of his and insist on meeting him, which would be disastrous. Last time, Old Master Zhao had shown a strong interest in that dubious cousin. This needed to be handled with caution. Once everything was settled, Jiangnan took a comfortable hot shower and rested. The next day, Jiangnan was sleeping soundly when the phone rang. I ride on the desert ship, with a pipe and hourglass on my back, holding a jug of strong liquor in my hand, along the long ancient road, endless joys and sorrows. Jiangnan was startled awake and glanced at the time. It was almost 10 a.m. He smiled wryly, realizing he could really sleep. He picked up his phone and saw it was his classmate Zhang Yiman calling. He remembered Zhang Yiman had mentioned that some classmates in Jianhai City were planning a gathering recently. Could it be about this matter? He pressed the answer button, and Zhang Yiman's pleasant voice came through. Jiangnan, what are you doing? Still sleeping, Jiangnan replied with a wry smile. TSK. That's just too comfortable. Zhang Yiman's slightly complaining voice came through. It's so nice to still be sleeping now. Look at us working folks, we have to get up early. Just to make a phone call, I have to sneak into the bathroom to do it. Stop complaining, Zhang Nan chuckled. Your work environment is so nice, even the bathroom is splendid. Humph, only you know how to talk. Clearly, Zhang Yiman loved to hear that. Is Yiman calling me about the class reunion? How should I put it? Zhang Yiman said, it's not about the class reunion I mentioned before, the time hasn't been set yet. But when I contacted Li Xiaochun yesterday, she knew you were also in Jianghaishi and wanted to get together, just the three of us. What do you think? What do you mean? Li Xiaochun is still waiting for my reply. What time? Zhang Nan asked after thinking for a moment. This noon. Alright then, Zhang Nan said. Where's the location? At your hotel. Put. Are you silly? Our hotel has such high prices, how could we? Besides, the staff here are all acquaintances, it would be so awkward. So where's the location? How about this, around 11 o'clock, you come to the hotel to meet me. I know a private restaurant that's cheap and delicious, though it's a bit out of the way. I'll take you there. Okay, it's settled then. Great, see you later. See you in a bit. After hanging up, Zhang Nan rubbed his chin, thinking that it seemed his trip to old Master Zhao's century-old shop would have to be postponed. But this was better, he was worried about visiting old Master Zhao too frequently, which might raise his suspicions. Zhang Nan got out of bed and washed up, noticing that Bebe was already up and tidying the room. She was wearing a maid outfit today, with a slender waist and fair legs. Very nice. She looked so pleasing to the eye. Brother Jiang, you're up, Bebe exclaimed happily when she saw Zhang Nan come out of the room. Bebe, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Zhang Nan nodded while washing up. Not yet, waiting for you to eat together. Bebe tossed her long hair, her smooth locks cascading like a waterfall, paired with her delicate oval face, making her endlessly charming. I'm going out soon, Zhang Nan said. You don't have to wait for me, you can go eat by yourself or order takeout. You're going out? Bebe said with a hint of disappointment. I'm not that hungry, so I won't eat. If you're going out, take me with you? Not convenient today, Zhang Nan replied. It's a gathering with some classmates, you're not one of my classmates, it would be awkward if you went. Oh, I see, Bebe said helplessly. Alright then. After finishing washing up, Zhang Nan pondered what clothes would be appropriate to wear. Although his Armani sportswear was of good quality, it clearly wasn't suitable for this occasion. His formal suit wasn't branded, just something from a street vendor, it seemed he would have to make do. He changed clothes and got ready, coming out of the bedroom to find Bebe sitting alone on the sofa, hugging a cushion and watching TV, looking a bit unhappy. He walked over and ruffled her long hair. Be good, if you're bored at home, go out and have some fun. Okay, Bebe replied obediently. You go ahead and take care of your business, I can take care of myself. Okay. Zhang Nan smiled and left for downstairs. He got into the Range Rover and headed straight for the VIP International Hotel. The Liyuan community was a bit far from the hotel, and although he didn't waste time setting off, it was already past 11 when Zhang Nan arrived. He didn't call, he went directly to the lobby to see if Zhang Yiman was there. However, upon arriving at the lobby, among many receptionists, he didn't spot Zhang Yiman. He had just reached the hotel entrance when he took out his phone to call. The call connected quickly but was hung up almost immediately. Clearly, Zhang Yiman wasn't in a position to take the call. Zhang Nan. He could only wait helplessly. Not long after, about a minute or so, the phone rang. I crossed the desert on a ship, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back. Zhang Nan saw that it was Zhang Yiman calling and answered the phone. Zhang Yiman's pleasant voice immediately came through. Zhang Nan, are you there? Yeah, I'm at the hotel entrance. Wait a moment, I'll slip out soon. Zhang Nan, okay. Slipping out, it felt like being a thief. But thinking back to his previous self, wasn't he just the same, rushing like a grandson every day for fear of being late? He glanced around and saw a small supermarket not far away, so he hurried over to buy something to drink, planning to sip while waiting. Habitually, he grabbed a few bottles of iced tea and carried them out in a simple plastic bag. Although they were from the Jinmeilong brand, he wasn't interested in checking for prizes with the success rate right now. When he came out of the supermarket, he found Zhang Yiman already looking around for him at the hotel entrance. Zhang Yiman had taken off her uniform and changed into a pair of jeans, her thighs straight and long, very pleasing to the eye. As Zhang Nan walked over, he couldn't help but admire her legs, easily scoring above 95 points. Not seeing Zhang Nan, she was rummaging through her pocket for her phone, seemingly about to make a call. Hi, Zhang Yiman. Zhang Nan greeted. Zhang Yiman turned her head at the sound, saw Zhang Nan, and immediately broke into a beautiful smile. Zhang Nan, I went to buy some drinks. Jiang Nan walked up to her and handed her a bottle of iced tea. Jiang Yiman didn't stand on ceremony and took it, saying, "Let's hurry over, Li Xiaochen has already gone ahead, her route is shorter than ours." As she spoke, she went to the roadside to hail a taxi. "There's a car," Jiang Nan said. "No need to hail a taxi." "A car?" Jiang Yiman was taken aback. "Jiang Nan, you bought a car?" Jiang Nan smiled and walked towards the Range Rover, saying, "Come on." "Wow." Jiang Yiman's beautiful big eyes widened. "A Range Rover, that's a car worth over $1 million. After a moment, she followed Jiang Nan, looking at him with a complex expression. "Jiang Nan, you've made it big, buying such a nice car?" "It's a friend's." Jiang Nan smiled. "Is that true?" Jiang Yiman asked skeptically. "It's not your car?" "Really not." Jiang Nan said, "There's no need to lie about this." "Oh, so that's how it is." Jiang Yiman patted her bulging chest. The scenery was enticing. Then she looked a bit scared. "You scared me. I thought you were already a rich tycoon." "Get in the car," Jiang Nan said with a smile as he got into the driver's seat. Jiang Yiman got into the passenger seat, admiring the car's interior. "This car is really nice, no wonder it's over $1 million, it's grand and stylish." Jiang Nan smiled and said nothing. "Jiang Nan, your social circle is impressive." Jiang Yiman said, "Last time you were dining with a big shot, and now you can borrow a car worth over $1 million from a friend, that's pretty good." "We're pretty close." Jiang Nan chuckled, changing the subject. "By the way, what does Li Xiaochen do now?" Jiang Nan had a good impression of Li Xiaochen because, like Jiang Yiman, she was one of the beautiful girls in their class, though not quite at the level of the campus belle, just slightly below that. "She works at Jianghai Hospital." "Ah?" Jiang Nan was surprised. "But we didn't study medicine in college? How did she end up at a hospital?" "TCH. Jiang Yiman rolled her eyes at Jiang Nan. "That's narrow-minded, isn't it? Who says you have to be a doctor to work in a hospital? She's in logistics at the hospital, handling execution for any activities they have." "Oh, I see." Jiang Nan smiled awkwardly. "I was indeed narrow-minded. I thought she became a doctor. It was a misunderstanding, completely a misunderstanding." "By the way, Jiang Nan, do you have a girlfriend?" Jiang Yiman asked casually. Jiang Nan could tell that it wasn't just a simple inquiry about whether he had a girlfriend, but rather an implication of wanting to date him, casually brought up. "Not yet." Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. "Someone like me, a loser, probably won't ever have a girlfriend in this lifetime." TCH. Jiang Yiman rolled her eyes. "Don't be so unconfident. You're quite handsome, it's just that your material conditions are a bit lacking. Actually, if you had a house and a car, with your looks, I might even consider developing something with you." Jiang Nan chuckled. "What about you? Your boyfriend must have a car and a house, right? With a pretty face like yours and such a good figure, there must be quite a few people chasing after you?" "I don't have a boyfriend yet," Jiang Yiman said. "Of course, there are people pursuing me, but I just don't find them appealing and reject them outright." "Sigh, Jiang Nan, you have no idea how hard it is to find a boyfriend who's both handsome and wealthy, and knows how to care for you. Don't complain." Jiang Nan said with a smile. "Finding a beautiful girlfriend with a good figure is even harder for losers like us. So, are we sympathizing with each other?" "Yeah." Jiang Nan smiled bitterly and joked. "How about we just pair up and make it work?" Jiang Yiman scrutinized Jiang Nan, looking like she was actually considering it. About 4 seconds later, she suddenly smiled and said, "Hee hee. Jiang Nan, you're so handsome, why not be my bestie?" "That could work." "Jiang Nan, what's wrong? Are you not happy about it?" Jiang Yiman pouted her tempting little lips. "No, how could I dare?" Jiang Nan looked scared. "Hee hee." Jiang Yiman was happy. "From now on, you're my bestie." "Ahem." Jiang Nan cleared his throat twice. "I want to know, what exactly does the bestie job entail?" Jiang Yiman pinched her pretty chin and thought for a moment before saying, "Generally, the process is that when I'm in a bad mood, you chat with me. When I want to reject boring guys, you act as a shield and pretend to be my boyfriend. When I'm lonely, you watch movies with me, and when I'm tired, you let me lean on your shoulder." Jiang Nan. Damn. That's definitely a backup plan. The journey took about half an hour. Under Jiang Yiman's guidance, the Land Rover stopped at the entrance of a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the city. Although it was remote, there were quite a few cars parked. It seemed that many people came to eat, indicating the food must have some unique characteristics. The private courtyard's entrance had a moon-shaped archway, looking somewhat ancient. A plaque with cursive writing hung at the entrance, "Iron Pot Braised Fish." It looked quite poetic. Li Xiaochun was waiting at the entrance. When the Land Rover arrived, she didn't notice it was Jiang Nan and Jiang Yiman but focused her attention on a taxi that had just stopped. As the taxi door opened, the person who got out was neither Jiang Nan nor Jiang Yiman, and a hint of disappointment crossed Li Xiaochun's face. At that moment, Jiang Nan and Zhang Yimin were getting out of the car. Xiaochun. As she got out, Zhang Yimin called out. Li Xiaochun looked over and saw the two getting out of the car. After paying more attention to Jiang Nan, her focus shifted back to the Land Rover. Bang! Jiang Nan closed the car door and smiled lightly at Li Xiaochun, still familiar with her charming little face and petite figure. Li Xiaochun wasn't very tall, barely under 1.6 meters, with a petite and delicate figure that had a unique beauty. As usual, she wore her hair in a high ponytail, and despite her small stature, she looked very energetic. Xiaochun, long time no see. Jiang Nan greeted with a smile. Jiang Nan. Li Xiaochun also smiled back and greeted him, then said, I really didn't expect that just a year after graduating from university, you've done so well, even bought a car, and it's a Land Rover worth over $1 million. TCH. Before Jiang Nan could say anything, Zhang Yimin interjected, it's not his, he borrowed it from a friend. Oh, so it's borrowed. Li Xiaochun's face immediately showed a more accepting and relieved expression. Let's go in, order some dishes, and chat while we eat, Zhang Yimin said. The sauced fish here is particularly good and not expensive. For the three of us, 300 yuan is enough, split evenly, 100 each. As they walked into the courtyard, Jiang Nan said, no need to split, I'll treat you. No, Li Xiaochun replied. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, let's get together, it's not like we're asking you to treat us, Jiang Nan. You two girls, and I'm just one man, Jiang Nan smiled and said. I'll treat you, don't argue, let me save face as a man. Ah, Li Xiaochun said. That's not good, Jiang Nan. The reason for inviting you this time is that we haven't seen each other for a long time, and we're all in Shanghai, so. Alright, Jiang Nan smiled and said. After so many years as classmates, I know your temperaments and personalities, no need for too much explanation. As the saying goes, I'll treat you. I'm very happy to be able to gather with two girls. Alright, Xiaochun, Zhang Yimin said. Let him treat us, he. I've already decided to make him my best friend. Really? Li Xiaochun laughed too. Zhang Yimin, when did you start liking this best friend thing? What are you talking about? Zhang Yimin said. Isn't it just that I ran into Jiang Nan? He's so handsome, I considered him as a boyfriend, but he doesn't meet the material standards. It would be a pity to let such a handsome man go, so let's just be best friends. Jiang Nan. Li Xiaochun. While they were talking, the few of them entered the inner courtyard. Zhang Yimin was quite familiar with the place, and under her lead, they chose a room. The room looked very clean and simple, also carrying an ancient atmosphere, with an old-fashioned 8 immortals table, 8 immortals chairs, and a teapot that was also an old porcelain one. The three of them sat down, and within less than 2 minutes, the dishes were served, the most eye-catching being a large fish, estimated to weigh over 2 pounds. The rest were a few plates of cold dishes. The dishes come out pretty quickly here, Jiang Nan smiled. Because the fish here is prepared in advance, Zhang Yimin said. It's stewed in a big iron pot, and after it's out of the pot, just pour the sauce on it. The taste is particularly good, give it a try. Is that so? Jiang Nan nodded and carefully looked at the sauced fish, which had a layer of thick sauce on top, looking quite appealing. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and the fresh aroma filled his mouth. The taste was very good, no less than a steak that costs over 1,000 yuan in a Western restaurant. Unable to help but nod, he said, indeed, the taste is good. How much is the fish here? 100 yuan per fish, Zhang Yimin said. With this kind of taste, it's quite affordable. This method of cooking fish is a family secret recipe, a specialty of this place. Not bad, Jiang Nan nodded. It seems this is a good place to eat, with reasonable prices and an elegant environment. Yeah, Zhang Yimin said happily. This allows us working-class folks to occasionally indulge. Come on, Xiaochun, eat too, we're all old classmates, no outsiders here. By the way, Jiang Nan, what do you want to drink? Xiaochun and I will just have some drinks. Then let's have some beer. The three of them casually ate and chatted, and the more Jiang Nan ate, the more he found the fish delicious, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. Xiaochun, I heard from Zhang Yimin that you work in a hospital? Jiang Nan looked at Li Xiaochun. Yeah, Li Xiaochun said helplessly. It's not like I have a choice. I also want to find a good job like Yimin, with a higher salary, but unfortunately, I'm not tall enough. I didn't pass the interview the first time. Enough about me, Jiang Nan, what do you do now? Jiang Nan smiled. I run a small business, the kind that's not guaranteed. Jiang Nan is doing quite well. Zhang Yimin said, there are many rich people in the social circle. Jiang Nan smiled, it's all just forced socializing. A few of them were casually chatting when Jiang Nan's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Zhang Yuan. He smiled apologetically, I'll take this call. After saying that, he walked to the door and pressed the answer button. Zhang Yuan's excited voice came through. Boss, it's done, the hotel is settled. Oh, that was quick, good efficiency. Of course, don't you see who I am? When the experienced driver takes action, it's definitely, let me think of a suitable word. Jiang Nan. Although Jiang Nan's voice was not loud, Zhang Yimin and Li Xiaochun in the room could hear him. The two weren't eavesdropping, just chatting casually. Jiang Nan looks even more handsome than when we were in school, Li Xiaochun said. He. You little girl, are you having a crush? Do you have feelings for Jiang Nan? If you do, I'm willing to be the mediator. Go away. Li Xiaochun said shyly, I'm just stating the facts. Don't you think so? I don't mean anything else. He. Still shy, you're not a little girl anymore. What are you afraid of? Just then, Jiang Nan's voice on the phone came through the door. How much was the acquisition? 20 million. Not bad. The other party wants a deposit first. How much? 200,000, good, just enough to transfer via WeChat. I'll transfer it to you now. You finalized the deal. The two people in the room were stunned, almost in sync. They looked towards the door. Their mouths slightly open, expressions a bit shocked. Jiang Nan transferred 200,000 to Zhang Yuan via WeChat, the matter settled, and returned to the room. But he saw Zhang Yimin and Li Xiaochun looking at him with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Jiang Nan was a bit confused. He weakly asked, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Nan, what kind of business are you doing? Just now you were talking about 20 million, and the deposit is 200,000? Zhang Yimin said, honestly, are you already a rich guy? You're overthinking it. Jiang Nan smiled, I'm just managing a friend's business, running errands. It's true about the 20 million and 200,000, but I'm just handling it, it's not my money. Oh, is that so? Zhang Yimin, with her pretty little face, looked startled and said, you scared me, I thought you were already doing business worth tens of millions. The Land Rover is your friend's, right? Yeah. Jiang Nan said seriously. He didn't want to mention how big his business was now, that would make people think he was trying to show off. Earning money is good, but being low-key is better. I was also surprised just now, Li Xiaochun said, among our classmates, there can't be many who can do business worth tens of millions. Probably just Dong Kuan, that rich second generation, relying on his dad's wealth to do such big business. When she spoke, she was habitually serious, and her serious demeanor had a unique beauty. Yeah. Zhang Yimin also exaggerated her expression a bit. I heard from classmates that among us middle schoolers, Li Zhe is doing the best now. He's a manager at a company, earning over 100,000 a year, really enviable. Yeah. Li Xiaochun also said, having a job like that would be great. But I heard Li Zhe is very arrogant, acting all high and mighty when he sees old classmates, thinking he's something special. The two were chatting happily. Jiang Nan. He didn't interrupt. He knew Li Zhe, who had always been like that in school, but he didn't expect he was actually doing quite well. Alright, let's not talk about him anymore. What's so great about being rich? Let's eat. Even though we're poor, it's nice to be together and happy. Zhang Yimin said contentedly, her pretty face carrying a smile. Well, look at how great Jiang Nan is. Although he has no money, he has a good temper and is handsome. In terms of looks, he outshines Li Zhe by 8 streets. Jiang Nan. Here, have a piece of fish. Li Xiaochun picked up a piece of fish and placed it on Jiang Nan's small plate. Jiang Nan. Ha! Xiaochun, you're openly flaunting our class's handsome guy in front of me. I can't take this injustice. Here, Jiang Nan, eat mine. Zhang Yimin placed a piece of fish on Jiang Nan's small plate. Jiang Nan. He. The two girls burst into happy laughter. Jiang Nan smiled wryly, chewing on the fish. But just after taking a bite, the phone rang again. Jiang Nan took it out to check. It was a call from Anqi. Sorry, I need to take this call. This time, he didn't leave and directly answered the phone. Anqi's voice came through. Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Having a meal with classmates. What's up, Anqi? Is there something you need? I have an old item here that I don't quite understand. I was hoping you could help me take a look. Oh, I see. Then I'll come over when I have time. Are you at home? Li Xiaochun, upon hearing the name Anqi, was momentarily stunned. The same name as the daughter of their hospital's director. Since you have something to do, never mind. I'll ask Grandpa first, and if it doesn't work out, I'll ask you again. Okay. Jiang Nan said, if there's anything, just call me. Alright, I'll hang up now. By the way, there's one more thing. Do you have time tonight? Time? Let's go watch a movie together. You treated me once, and I don't like owing people favors. Sure, then let's contact each other tonight. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. Zhang Yimin, with her beautiful big eyes, stared at him. Jiang Nan, you seem quite busy. 2 calls in such a short time. Just a coincidence, just a coincidence. Jiang Nan smiled. That's not the point. Zhang Yiman said, the point is, a woman's call. As my best friend, honestly confess, is she your girlfriend? Jiang Nan. Could it really be? Zhang Yiman squinted her big eyes, her long eyelashes looking beautiful. Didn't you say you didn't have one before? Turns out you're a little liar. Jiang Nan, just a regular friend. Does talking to a guy mean he's your boyfriend? If we talk on the phone, does that mean I'm your boyfriend? He. Zhang Yiman laughed, just teasing you. Jiang Nan. Alright, eat fish. If this isn't enough, order another. Zhang Yiman said playfully, after all, it's Jiang Nan treating. Jiang Nan. They chatted for over an hour during the meal. Not wanting to take too long, the 2 girls had to go to work in the afternoon. After leaving the private restaurant, Jiang Nan said, get in the car, I'll take you back. He. That sounds good. Zhang Yiman was very happy, riding in a luxury car. This treatment is amazing. The group chatted about funny stories from college along the way, all feeling very happy. Laughter filled the car. Jiang Nan was also in a good mood, gathering with classmates and reminiscing about school days, both happy and unhappy memories. It was quite nice. He first dropped Zhang Yiman off at the hotel, then took Li Xiaochun back to the hospital. Zhanghai Hospital. Anqi was sitting in the director's office. She rarely came to the hospital, just to see her dad. However, her director dad was in a meeting in the conference room. She could only stand by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the cars coming and going outside, passing the boring time. However, her mood was still quite good. She had just spoken to Jiang Nan on the phone, and they were going to watch a movie together in the evening. She was pondering what kind of outfit would be appropriate to wear that night. Just then, a white Land Rover Range Rover suddenly drove into the hospital gate. She was too familiar with the license plate. It was their family car, the one her grandfather had given to Jiang Nan. What was going on? This immediately caught her attention. The white Land Rover Range Rover stopped in the hospital courtyard, and Jiang Nan got out of the car with a pretty girl, chatting happily. Anqi's little face suddenly turned a bit unpleasant. She took out her phone and dialed Jiang Nan's number. Jiang Nan was talking to Li Xiaochun. Jiang Nan, do you want to come to my office for a bit? I can make you a cup of tea. No, let's do it another day. By the way, this hospital looks quite upscale, huh? Yeah. Zhanghai Hospital is the top hospital in Zhanghai. Just then, her phone rang. I ride on the desert ship, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back. She took out her phone and saw it was Anqi calling. She smiled at Li Xiaochun. I'll take this call. You really are busy. Li Xiaochun smiled back, her smile beautiful. Jiang Nan pressed the answer button, and Anqi's voice immediately came through. Jiang Nan, what are you doing? I'm on my way home, Jiang Nan said. What's up? Is there something wrong? Click. The call ended. Jiang Nan. On the top floor, Anqi, with her charming little face, was fuming, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance as she stared at Jiang Nan downstairs through the window. Little liar, you little liar. Then she swiftly pulled the curtains shut. Jiang Nan was also confused. What the hell? Why did it suddenly hang up? Helpless, he put his phone away. Li Xiaochun saw he had finished the call and said, aren't you going up to sit? I'll head up then. Okay, Jiang Nan nodded. Keep in touch, Li Xiaochun said as she turned to leave. Keep in touch, Jiang Nan nodded. He was still feeling gloomy about Anqi hanging up the call. This girl was indeed beautiful, but her temper was really strange. Li Yuan Community. As soon as Jiang Nan parked his car, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was Zhang Yuan calling. He pressed the answer button. Boss, it's done, but we still need to sign the contract officially. You'll need to come in person to sign it. Also, the 20 million needs to be paid. Have the dates been set? Jiang Nan asked after thinking for a moment. Tomorrow or the day after is fine, Zhang Yuan said. By the way, boss, how should we arrange the hotel staff? Are we keeping the original team or what? Of course, we keep the original team, Jiang Nan said. This way, the hotel can continue to operate. Otherwise, without these employees, it would be a disaster. Finding new staff would be such a hassle. You should understand this simple logic. Otherwise, how will you manage in the future? He. Zhang Yuan didn't retort at all, smiling flatteringly. Boss, I was thinking the same. Since that's the case, I'll go to the hotel and reassure the staff. They're all quite anxious right now. Good, I'll leave it to you. Remember to handle it properly. Tell the staff that after the ownership changes, they'll get bonuses to calm their minds. Okay, Zhang Yuan said. With your word, boss, it will be much easier. Once these employees know about this, they'll definitely feel more secure. Jiang Nan taking over the hotel wasn't just to make money, it was to serve as a facade, so the hotel had to look prosperous. and he didn't want to worry too much about it. That was his original intention. He. Boss, now that such a big matter is settled, we should celebrate properly tonight. Zhang Yuan's voice came through again. Jiang Nan. Damn. Just a foodie. However, Jiang Nan knew Zhang Yuan quite well. After nearly a year of being colleagues, this guy not only liked to indulge a bit but also had good character and was quite righteous, making him a friend worth having. Moreover, he had abilities. In the future, when his career grew, having such an assistant to handle various tasks would be very necessary. Celebration is fine, Jiang Nan said. You and Lily can celebrate a bit, but I have something to do tonight. Oh, I see. Alright, boss, understood. I just wanted to make you happy, Zhang Yuan immediately replied. Then we can celebrate another day. Sure, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I'll let you know when I decide on a time to sign, and you can arrange it. Okay. Click. Jiang Nan hung up the phone and went upstairs. There was no way around it. He had already made plans with Enchi to watch a movie, so the celebration had to be postponed. In the evening, he simply ordered takeout and had dinner. Jiang Nan sat at home, watching TV with Bei Bei while waiting for Enchi's call. Just thinking about watching a movie with this amazing girl felt great. With Jiang Nan around, Bei Bei was very happy, munching on chips while watching a soap opera, occasionally bursting into laughter. Time passed little by little. 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Enchi's call still hadn't come, and Jiang Nan felt a bit gloomy. Weren't they supposed to watch a movie together? After thinking for a moment, he reluctantly took out his phone and dialed Enchi's number. The call connected quickly, but Enchi didn't say anything. Enchi, what's going on? Are you busy with something? Didn't we agree to watch a movie? However, before Jiang Nan could finish his sentence, Enchi's cold voice came through. I'm not going. I don't want to hear you talk. Click. The call was disconnected. What? Jiang Nan was left dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Why did she suddenly turn on him? She flipped faster than a book. Brother Jiang, why aren't we going to watch a movie? Bei Bei, with her keen ears, turned her little head to ask. Jiang Nan felt a bit angry. Damn it, turning on him just like that. Just because she was rich and pretty? He didn't care. So, in a fit of pique, he said, fine, whether you want to go or not, if you want to go, we can go watch a movie. Of course, I want to go. Bei Bei was as happy as a little bird. I'll go change my clothes. Jiang Nan. This little darling really loved changing clothes? The next day. Late morning. Brother Jiang, can't I go with you? The clingy Bei Bei looked at Jiang Nan as he picked up his suitcase to leave, her eyes filled with longing. No, Jiang Nan said. Today isn't suitable for you to come along. If you're bored at home, you can go out and play. Once the hotel is ready, you won't have to stay at home and be bored, you can find something to do. Okay, I'll see you downstairs. Jiang Nan. For this clingy little cutie, Jiang Nan felt both helpless and affectionate. Bei Bei linked her arm with his and walked him downstairs, watching him drive away, just like a caring little wife. The white Range Rover blended into the traffic as Jiang Nan played music, leisurely heading towards the antique street. He felt quite pleased, marveling at how convenient it was to travel by car. Sure. As Jiang Nan dragged his suitcase into the century-old shop, the first person he saw was Zhu Sure. Jiang Nan, you came. Zhu Sure spotted Jiang Nan and smiled happily. Is old Zhao here? Yes, he's in the backyard. I'll call him. As Zhu Sure spoke, she was about to go call him. No need, Jiang Nan interrupted. I'll go to the backyard directly, I just happened to bring something for him to see, and I need to cut it open in the back. Oh, I see. Alright then, Zhu Sure nodded. You go ahead, I'll be busy here. Jiang Nan smiled and pulled his suitcase into the backyard. He was quite familiar with this place. In the backyard, old Master Zhao was watching his apprentice carve a jade pendant in a room, occasionally whispering some advice. The key is to grasp the natural patterns of the jade, only then can the beauty of the jade be maximized. Old Zhao, Jiang Nan called out. Oh, little brother, you're here. Old Master Zhao turned around, startled, and saw Jiang Nan. Old Zhao, I went to Myanmar again and brought back a few pieces of jade from my uncle. Take a look at the quality. Good, let me see. Old Master Zhao came out of the room and led Jiang Nan directly to the cutting room. Once inside, without needing Old Master Zhao to say much, Jiang Nan opened his suitcase and took out several pieces of rough jade. Old Master Zhao immediately picked one up casually and examined it closely through the cut window. Just one glance made him gasp, hiss. Then he quickly took out a small flashlight from his pocket for a more detailed inspection. Jiang Nan stood by, smiling quietly. He had already memorized the shapes of the stones. The piece Old Master Zhao was holding was estimated to be worth around 1.5 million. Although he didn't understand much, he could roughly judge that this was a very good piece of jade, given that the skin of the whole jade was less than 2 millimeters thick and the very watery green seen inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be valued at over $1 million. Although this was considered low-grade among Jiang Nan's pieces, for regular stone gamblers, being able to get such a piece of jade would be a delightful surprise, achieving the legendary one cut to wealth. Hiss! After carefully inspecting for more than a minute, old Master Zhao gasped again and turned to Jiang Nan. Little brother, how much did you get this rough material for? Jiang Nan smiled. My uncle said that this time everything was obtained at a high price. From the window, you can see that the jade inside must be very good. I got this piece of rough jade for 1.4 million. Oh, is that so? Old Master Zhao said with a somewhat disappointed expression. I thought you had struck a big deal this time, getting such a piece of rough material for just a few thousand. If that were the case, you would really be making a fortune. Although I can't be sure, just from the window, this jade's quality looks very good. It should be worth over $1 million. Jiang Nan chuckled inwardly. It seemed this old man had quite the ambition, hoping he had struck a big deal. But there was indeed a big deal, just not for a few thousand, but for over 20,000. Let's cut this piece first, then we can take our time with the others. Little brother, you've brought back quite a lot this time. Old Master Zhao glanced at the other stones. Yeah, it's not easy to go to Myanmar. My uncle asked me to bring back a bit more this time. Jiang Nan laughed. Old Master Zhao didn't say anything more and walked towards the small cutting machine, saying, with such good jade, I'll do it myself this time. Old Master Zhao, at your age, is it still convenient? No need, let the apprentice do the cutting, Jiang Nan humbly suggested. It's fine, Old Master Zhao replied, I'm still strong. As he spoke, he started the small cutting machine and began cutting. Ziz! His movements were exceptionally skilled. Jiang Nan marveled, he truly was an experienced hand. The small cutting machine was handled very well. Soon, a piece of jade was cut open. Old Master Zhao immediately turned off the small cutting machine and picked up the two halves of jade to examine them. After just a glance, he burst out laughing. Little brother, I was worried you might lose out, but now I'm relieved. You didn't lose. That's good. Old Zhao, take a look. If you accept it, how much do you think it's worth? Jiang Nan smiled. I need to take a closer look at this. Old Master Zhao took out a flashlight and said, Little brother, let's take our time. Can we look at one piece at a time? Of course. Good, then let's finalize this piece first. Old Master Zhao began to examine it carefully. Jiang Nan waited patiently by the side. Old Master Zhao inspected it meticulously, first with his naked eyes, then he took out a magnifying glass. After nearly 10 minutes, he put away the magnifying glass, looking as if he had finished his inspection. Jiang Nan quietly threw out a test to Old Master Zhao. Can offer 1.5 million, 100%. Can offer 1.6 million, 20%. Can offer 1.55 million, 50%. He had a rough idea in his heart, which was similar to his previous estimate. If this item went to auction, it might fetch 1.6 million. But still, as he said, Jiang Nan was too lazy to fuss about it. Little brother, I can take this piece of jade for 1.5 million, what do you think? At this moment, Old Master Zhao spoke. All right. Jiang Nan smiled. As I said, I trust you, Zhao. Ha ha ha. Good. Old Master Zhao was very happy. Little brother, you are the most straightforward person I've ever met. You never haggle over my words. Your trust really makes me feel I've made a good friend. You don't know, I've met many people before, who dithered and haggled over prices, afraid of selling for less, but my temper is to set a price, and as a result, the deal fell through. I don't want to associate with such people in the future. Old Master, you have the same temperament as me, Jiang Nan said with a smile. I just like to be straightforward. If it weren't for Jiang Nan being able to see the success rate, he would find it hard to imagine that Old Master Zhao was truly such a person of his word. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely test the waters for a price, hoping to sell for a bit more money. Of course, for an ordinary person, an extra 10,000 yuan is quite a lot. But Jiang Nan didn't care, which was also a difference in mindset. Little brother, your uncle has a good eye, daring to make a move at 1.4 million. Just from the situation at the opening, it was an unknown. It could have been a loss, but unexpectedly, luck was really good, and he could still make 100,000. Ha ha ha. Old Master Zhao was very happy. He also had a few thousand in profit, a guaranteed win. It's good luck. Jiang Nan chuckled, playing along with Old Master Zhao. Come, let's look at the next piece. Under Jiang Nan's careful arrangement, the imperial green and valuable jade rough materials were all set aside for later. Jiang Nan was worried that if Old Master Zhao discovered the imperial green and other valuable jades, he would lose interest in the relatively cheaper jades. But even so, The usually scholarly and cultured old Master Zhao, during the subsequent cutting, would occasionally exclaim, "What the hell? There was no way." He was already shocked by the previous piece worth over 1 million, and then the later value of over 2 million. The shock came wave after wave, and he completely lost his composure. Even the apprentices in the adjacent room carving jade were stirred, unable to sit still, and ran over. Even Zhu Shishir from the front shop and another shop assistant rushed in. When they learned that the batch of jade Jiangnan brought was actually worth over 10 million, it was an unparalleled shock. And now, there were only 2 uncut stones left, both of which were the most valuable, one being imperial green and the other estimated at 2 million. In the cutting room, it was no longer just old Master Zhao and Jiangnan, old Master Zhao's apprentices, along with Zhu Shishir and another shop assistant, gathered around, totaling 7 or 8 people. Ha! Old Master Zhao let out a long breath, calming his emotions, looking at the remaining 2 pieces of jade rough. Let's continue to the next piece. I wonder if there will be an even bigger surprise. I think it's over. How could luck be this good? Today, being able to cut out so much good jadeite is truly astonishing. It's impossible to have such good luck again. Old Master Zhao, in his 50s and the oldest disciple, said. To be honest, he felt a bit jealous. I also think it's impossible to have such good luck again. I feel the same way. How could one person have such good luck? The other disciples echoed. The result today was already hard for them to accept. According to Jiangnan, the jadeite just cut, which was worth over 1 million, could earn him tens of thousands for each piece, and the one worth over 2 million earned him over 1 million. This was simply shocking. Originally, Jiangnan planned to say that the jadeite worth over 2 million was directly obtained for that amount, so he wouldn't have much profit, just around tens of thousands, to avoid shocking old Master Zhao too much. However, he later realized that this would raise more suspicion. Before the cutting quote, he tested how much old Master Zhao estimated the rough jadeite. He saw a huge difference. For the first piece of rough jadeite worth over 2 million, old Master Zhao estimated it to be over 1 million. This immediately gave him another idea. If he said it was over 2 million, would it create a significant gap with old Master Zhao? Old Master Zhao was already very knowledgeable in this area, and if there was such a big difference, it would likely raise old Master Zhao's suspicion. So, he had a clever idea and simply quoted a price similar to old Master Zhao's. This way, old Master Zhao could accept it happily, as it was close to his judgment, and as for the larger profit in between, it could only be said to be good luck. Thus, the jadeite worth over 2 million was cut, resulting in Jiangnan netting over 1 million. Even old Master Zhao was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn!" At the same time, he felt a bit envious. The other disciples were also stirred and rushed over, and upon learning of the situation, they were all green with envy. Each one thought, if they could earn over 1 million from a piece of jadeite, how wonderful would that be? When old Master Zhao took the last 2 pieces of rough jadeite, Jiangnan first handed him the one worth 2 million. Out of habit, old Master Zhao carefully examined it in his hand, then used a flashlight to look at it closely. After a moment, he said, "Little brother, how much did you get this for?" Jiangnan quietly conducted a test. Estimated at 1 million. 50%. Damn. Not looking good. Jiangnan instantly calculated in his mind. Estimated at 900,000. 80%. Jiangnan felt helpless and frustrated. It seemed he would have to give everyone an even bigger shock this time, saying, 1 million. Little brother, if it weren't for incredible luck, you might be at a loss, old Master Zhao said. With my eye, the chance of cutting jadeite worth 1 million is too small. 900,000 is still possible. I guess this time you must have lost. Master's judgment is still quite accurate. I guess so too, but last time I made over 1 million. Even if I lose tens of thousands this time, I still made a profit, right? Right. A group of disciples chimed in, discussing animatedly. Zhu Shishir looked at Jiangnan with a complex expression, remaining silent. She felt the same way. The previous pieces combined had already earned over 1 million, and even if the last 2 pieces each lost tens of thousands, they would still earn at least 1 million. Oh my, that's 1 million. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. With her salary, she would only make 1 million in half a lifetime. Sigh. The previously unremarkable colleague had now turned into a tycoon. If only there was a chance to develop their relationship and become a couple. It could be said that everyone had their own little calculations in their hearts now. Let's wait and see. Shishir. Old Master Zhao walked over to the small cutting machine. The jade rough was stuck in the metal slot, and the small cutting machine started up, beginning to cut. Time passed second by second. Everyone held their breath. It wasn't long before it was done. Old Master Zhao picked up 2 pieces of jade, and at first glance, he gasped, hiss. Everyone else, except Jiangnan, was staring intently at old Master Zhao. Master, could it be another very valuable piece of jade? See, Seawater green, old Master Zhao stuttered as he spoke. Hiss. Ah. God, seawater green. A group of apprentices were shocked. Seawater green? Jiangnan murmured softly, completely clueless about this. Aside from having learned about imperial green and emerald green while researching, he hadn't paid much attention to anything else. Given the situation, it seemed to be a relatively valuable type of jade, but not particularly so, as he was already very clear about its base price, which was only over 3 million. If people knew his current thoughts, that it was only over 3 million, they might want to kick him to death. Old boss, is it very valuable? Zhu Shishir couldn't help but ask. As a staff member at a jade shop, she had a superficial understanding of jade, but she really didn't know about seawater green, as the shop didn't have this type of jade. Of course, old Master Zhao smiled bitterly. This is considered a precious jade. Based on the size of this piece, it's about 3 million. Ah, 3 million. Zhu Shishir's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Jiangnan, her expression a mix of excitement and an indescribable feeling. Wow, 3 million? Jiangnan switched to acting mode, feigning surprise. We've struck it rich, haven't we? Yes, Zhu Shishir said excitedly. Bought for 1 million, now worth 3 million, a net profit of 2 million, oh my. I can't even imagine. Watching Zhu Shishir's excitement, Jiangnan thought to himself, if I told you it was bought for only 20 to 30,000, I wonder how you'd feel? Old Zhao, how much are you going to take for this seawater green jade? Jiangnan returned to the main topic after ending his acting mode. I need to take a good look at this. Old Master Zhao's expression became serious. After a moment, he seemed to think of something. Little brother, I think this piece of jade is worth taking to an auction house. That way, its value can be maximized. As an old friend, I don't like to take advantage of my friends. What I mean is, if I take this piece of jade and sell it at the auction house for a higher price, I would profit from it. Old man, you're overthinking it. I've said it before, I trust you, Jiangnan said. It's just a 2 to 3 million thing. I can't be bothered to go to an auction house. The people around. Just a 2 to 3 million thing? Looking down on it like that? Alright, little brother, since you say so, then I'll take a good look. Old Master Zhao nodded and began to carefully examine it with a magnifying glass. Very cautious. Time passed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Old Master Zhao showed no sign of stopping, examining it bit by bit with the magnifying glass. Several apprentices seemed to have found a learning opportunity, gathering around, watching intently. With so many people in the room, it was silent as a grave, no one spoke. After waiting for a while, Jiangnan grew bored and a bit thirsty, looking at Zhu Shishir. Shishir, I'm a bit thirsty, could you pour me a cup of tea? Okay. Zhu Shishir quickly twisted her slim waist and ran out to pour tea. Soon, she brought back a cup of tea and a chair, gesturing for Jiangnan to sit down. She was quite considerate. Jiangnan took a glance, the others were all standing, but their attention was on the jade. As for Zhu Shishir beside him, he didn't need to worry about her with another shop assistant, so he sat down unceremoniously, crossed his legs, and sipped tea while waiting. It was nearly 20 minutes before old Master Zhao finally stopped. However, after stroking his chin and pondering for nearly half a minute, he looked up at Jiangnan and said, Little brother, this sea green jade, if I take it, I can sell it for 1 million. What do you think? Of course, I still say, you'd better go to the auction house. If I'm not mistaken, it can fetch a better price there. Old Zhao, I still say, I trust you. Jiangnan smiled and said, this piece of jade is yours. This time, Jiangnan didn't test old Master Zhao. He could accept the price being 100,000 less than expected. After all, old Master Zhao was spending so much money on this item, taking on the risk, so the price had to be cautious. Based on old Master Zhao's character, he knew it would be the same as before. If he asked for 2 million, old Master Zhao's agreement would be around 50%. However, he didn't want to ruin the trust established between the two for just 100,000. After all, this was already something worth over 3 million. An important point was that he urgently needed 20 million to acquire a hotel, and if this piece of jade wasn't sold immediately, he wouldn't be able to gather the 20 million. As for the upcoming Imperial Green, if the price difference was too much, he would consider going to the auction house. Of course, he first needed to see the price old Master Zhao offered. He would definitely clarify the bottom line and wasn't afraid of losing. If it was only a difference of 80,000 or 100,000, then he wouldn't bother with the auction house. After all, getting 80,000 or 100,000 was very easy for him. Good. Old Master Zhao nodded seriously. Little brother, you're still so straightforward. I won't say anything else. You'll be one of my best friends from now on. I won't hide it from you. This item is too valuable. I won't make it into jewelry myself. I'll take it to the auction house to sell it. I should make some money in between. Old Zhao, saying this as being too formal. Jiangnan smiled and said, Aren't I making it easier? I haven't dealt with auction houses, and besides, I've already made a profit. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. Old Master Zhao suddenly laughed heartily. I actually forgot, little brother, you're the biggest winner. You've made over 2 million from this piece of sea green jade. Alas, my luck is still so good, I can't imagine. I wish I could have such good luck, even if it's just once. There was only one last piece of stone left. Moreover, this stone didn't look good at all, like something picked up by the river, lacking any color or luster. This was an undeniable fact. This stone was something Jiangnan had obtained from the cheapest outer stall. It would be strange if it looked good. Another important point was that when Jiangnan cut it open, the imperial green rough material was as big as a large fist, with a stone skin thickness of 2 centimeters. From this thickness, the jade inside wouldn't be much bigger than an egg. As an outsider, Jiangnan looked at the exposed green part and saw it was very murky. From his limited knowledge of jade, it didn't seem like good jade. It even resembled the mixed jade described in the materials, a type of jade that barely qualifies as jade. The transparency was poor, the luster was lacking, and the water content was insufficient. It was also the so-called colorless and seedless. After drinking a cup of tea to calm himself down, old Master Zhao, who had just spent 3.1 million on jade, casually picked up the last piece of stone, glanced at it, and said with a faint smile, little brother, among this batch of goods, this is the only piece of inferior jade. How much did you get it for? And Jiangnan has quietly started the test to see what old Master Zhao's estimation is in his heart. 500,000. 0%. Sure enough, old Master Zhao doesn't have any confidence in this piece of stone at all. Jiangnan secretly felt that starting the test from 500,000 instead of 1 million was the right decision. The testing continued. 400,000. 0%. 300,000. 0%. Jiangnan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is really too pessimistic, right? Let's just go straight to a jump test. 100,000. 0%. Damn. 50,000. 0%. What the hell? 10,000. 50%. Jiangnan felt like crying. Old Master Zhao actually estimated it at 10,000, which is still barely acceptable. This is really impossible to deal with, so he could only helplessly say, I can get it for 50,000. He. Old Master Zhao smiled, little brother, this is a loss. This piece of jade, given the current situation, can barely be worth 10,000. Of course, this is already a trivial matter. Even if you lose 50,000, this trip is not a big deal for you. True. Jiangnan could only agree helplessly. This thing is all about luck. If I lose, then I lose. What you said is right. Even if I lose, it's just 50,000. Meanwhile, the group of disciples watching the excitement had lost interest and turned to leave. Master, we're going to work. Master, we're going to work. Old Master Zhao casually took the jade rough material to a small cutting machine, clamping it in the metal slot to cut. There was no hint of caution. The cutting action was quick, as if he wanted to finish cutting and wrap up. This piece of jade had become an inconsequential existence. ZZ. Soon, the jade was cut open. Old Master Zhao turned off the small cutting machine and casually picked it up to take a look. But just that one glance changed his expression dramatically, as if he had been electrocuted, standing there in a daze. What's wrong, Zhao Lao? Jiangnan asked, pretending to be confused. I. Old Master Zhao's tongue became stiff, and for a moment, he couldn't speak. After a while, he quickly took out a magnifying glass and carefully examined the jade, which was only the size of an egg. Jiangnan also leaned over with some interest to take a look. The whole piece of jade really looked like an egg, with a chaotic mixed jade skin on the outside, like an eggshell, while the inside was a very deep green. The green was so extreme that it would make anyone who saw it at first glance a bit intoxicated, unable to look away. After examining it with the magnifying glass for a moment, old Master Zhao couldn't help but exclaim, my god, it really is imperial green. Due to his excitement, his voice was loud, which made the group of little disciples who had just left rush back. What? Master, you cut out imperial green? Did you really cut out imperial green? Yes. Old Master Zhao's face was excited. Imperial green, I haven't cut out imperial green in over 10 years. Hiss. It really is imperial green. God, how can the luck be so against the odds? The rough material bought for 50,000 actually cut out imperial green. The group of disciples looked at Jiangnan, feeling greatly impacted, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Meanwhile, Zhu Shishir beside them was already covering her mouth in surprise. Having come to work at the jade shop, she had heard a little about imperial green. Although she had never seen such jade, she knew it was very valuable, very valuable. Jiangnan also pretended to be shocked for a moment, then asked old Master Zhao Lao, how much would this be worth if you were to take it? Little brother, you must go to the auction house for this. Old Master Zhao said, Imperial green is too precious, the price is too unpredictable. Jiang Nan was taken aback for a moment. Zhao Lao, do you mean you can't take it? Yes, little brother, Imperial green is too precious, the price fluctuates too much. Only by going to the auction house can you maximize the benefits. Since that's the case, then fine. Jiang Nan nodded, I'll go to the auction house when I have the chance. Now that he could gather 20 million, he wasn't in a hurry for money anymore. By the way, you mentioned before that you're not familiar with the auction house, right? Old Zhao seemed to remember something and said, Yeah, I've never dealt with an auction house. Jiang Nan nodded. That's easy to handle, Old Zhao said with a smile. You can contact En Lao. He's very familiar with the people at the auction house in Magic City and often interacts with them. That's great. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up immediately. Thank you for the reminder, Old Zhao. You're too polite, little brother. With our relationship, you shouldn't say such polite things anymore, Old Zhao said somewhat unhappily. Also, I suggest that the pricing for this Imperial green at the auction should be set at 20 million, which should be appropriate. Okay, thank you. However, before Jiang Nan could finish his thanks, Old Zhao shot him a glare, pretending to be angry, and said, I told you not to say thank you. Alright. Jiang Nan smiled, I won't say thank you. After a moment, he said, today is quite lucky, with such a big gain, it's worth celebrating. Old Zhao, let's go have a drink together at noon. Sure, Old Zhao said happily, but it's settled, I'm treating. How can I let you do that? Jiang Nan said, I'll treat. No way, little brother, you can't argue with me. You came to my place, I must show you hospitality, Old Zhao insisted. Jiang Nan, ha ha ha. It's settled then, Old Zhao said cheerfully. By the way, call En Lao and invite him along to discuss going to the auction house. That sounds good, Jiang Nan nodded. It was indeed a good idea, saving him the trouble of calling the old man. Old Zhao was quick and efficient, immediately taking out his phone to make the call. Soon, the call connected. En Lao, come over here. We're going out to eat together at noon. Jiang Xiao brother is here, and there's a small matter to discuss. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xiao brother is there too. En Lao's voice came through the receiver. Okay, I'll hurry over. How about this? Old Zhao thought for a moment and said, don't come over, let's meet at the VIP building instead. Sounds good, see you at the VIP building. See you at the VIP building. The call ended. Little brother, keep this Imperial green safe. Old Zhao handed the Imperial green to Jiang Nan. It wasn't large, but it was worth over 20 million. Jiang Nan accepted it. I'm going to change my clothes. Little brother, you go ahead to the shop in front and have a cup of tea, Old Zhao said. Okay, Jiang Nan nodded. Jiang Nan, come with me, Ji Shishir, who was perceptive, quickly said, leading Jiang Nan to the shop in front to pour him tea. A cup of hot tea was served, and Ji Shishir said with a complex mood, Jiang Nan, congratulations. Just lucky, Jiang Nan smiled and said, by the way, let's go eat together later. Is that okay? Ji Shishir hesitated. Jiang Nan thought for a moment, if it's not convenient, I can treat you separately tonight. As old colleagues, Ji Shishir had seen his situation, and it was only right to treat her to a meal. Sure, Ji Shishir agreed readily, then I won't be polite. You become a tycoon, so I'll just ride on your coattails, hee hee. I want to go too. Another female staff member chimed in, looking particularly eager to join the fun. It doesn't matter, Jiang Nan smiled, it's just adding another pair of chopsticks. Hee hee. That's great, the female staff member laughed happily, her long eyelashes fluttering. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she had her own unique charm. Just call me when you finish work, Jiang Nan said. Okay, Ji Shishir nodded obediently. The white Land Rover stopped in front of the VIP Building International Hotel. Jiang Nan and Old Master Zhao got out of the car, and Jiang Nan glanced around, noticing that Old Master N's Rolls-Royce seemed to have not arrived yet. Let's go upstairs first, get a room, and then call Old Master N, Old Master Zhao said. Okay, Jiang Nan nodded. The two entered the lobby. Jiang Nan looked towards a group of receptionists, mainly to see if Zhang Yiman was among them. Since he had an old classmate here, he felt he should at least greet her if they ran into each other. Just then, a receptionist with a slim waist walked over. Jiang Nan smiled, it was indeed Zhang Yiman. When the car stopped, Zhang Yiman had noticed Jiang Nan through the window. Here again for a meal? Zhang Yiman approached Jiang Nan and glanced at Old Master Zhao beside him, quietly probing. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. Little brother, this is your classmate from last time, right? Old Master Zhao noticed Zhang Yiman and smiled. Yes, Old Master has a good memory. Last time, when they met for a meal, both Old Master Zhao and Old Master Ren had seen them. Hee hee. Old Master Zhao chuckled. I'll head up first, no rush, you two chat. After saying that, old Master Zhao turned and went to the elevator, seemingly suspecting he was being a third wheel. This left Jiang Nan momentarily stunned, and he awkwardly smiled afterward.
Put. Zhang Yimin laughed, old master thinks we're a couple. Come on, I'll treat you both and take you upstairs.
That works for me, Jiang Nan smiled, having an old classmate lead the way makes me feel at ease.
Poof. Zhang Yimin rolled her eyes at him while leading the way. What old classmate? Didn't we agree? Best friends. Jiang Nan. Ha ha ha. What luck. Little brother Jiang actually cut out Imperial Green?
In the room, old Masterin, who had learned of the situation, burst into laughter. And she also looked at Jiang Nan in surprise, but her beautiful face remained cold. Just lucky, Jiang Nan chuckled.
Ha ha ha. A jade ruff worth 50,000 yuan, and it cut out Imperial Green.
That's not just good luck, old Master Zhao laughed at old Masterin and the others. This luck is truly extraordinary.
But I do have a question now.
Old Masterin looked at Jiang Nan with a smile. Little brother, you can't just say it's luck, isn't it because your eyes are exceptionally good? Old Masterin thought this way because he associated Jiang Nan's extraordinary eye for appraisal with his ability in stone gambling. It wasn't just luck, it was because he had a keen eye.
He.
Jiang Nan smiled, it's mainly because of good luck. If we're talking about eye for appraisal, that does play a part. After all, my uncle has been researching this for decades. Old Masterin blinked a few times, as if realizing something, and said, little brother, is your uncle also very skilled in appraisal? Now old Masterin was pondering whether Jiang Nan's knowledge in appraisal came from his uncle. Jiang Nan had always avoided discussing this topic. He's okay, I guess, Jiang Nan smiled.
Oh, I see. Old Masterin had a look of understanding.
He now had a basic conclusion. Jiang Nan, whether in stone gambling or appraisal, should have learned from his uncle.
Let's not talk about this anymore, let's drink.
Jiang Nan changed the subject. Right, old Masterin also raised his glass in agreement. Come on, let's drink.
He knew Jiang Nan didn't like discussing this topic.
The group shifted the conversation and casually chatted while drinking. Throughout the entire time, and she maintained her cold expression and hardly spoke.
Jiang Nan didn't pay her any mind.
He was resigned to this capricious little beauty. Although she was indeed pretty and had a good figure, he could only keep his distance. The banquet continued until the afternoon and they agreed to go to the auction house in the Magic City 5 days later, with Enchi accompanying Jiang Nan. After Old Masterin and Old Master Zhao left, Jiang Nan greeted Zhang Yimin and prepared to leave.
Zhang Yimin looked at the departing Rolls-Royce Phantom and said to Jiang Nan, when doing business and dining with these super wealthy big shots, it must be you footing the bill, right?
Yeah, Jiang Nan replied with a bitter smile.
Do you think doing business is easy?
It really isn't, Zhang Yimin said earnestly. Just the four of you, a meal costs over 50,000.
That's quite painful.
Yeah, Jiang Nan continued to smile bitterly. There's no way around it, they're all big shots. If the dining level is too low, it won't do. Unlike us, we can go to a private restaurant and spend a few hundred, and the fish is still delicious. The dishes here are ridiculously expensive, but the taste isn't great.
He. Zhang Yimin laughed. That's just how it is. Dining here is all about status.
It's flashy but not substantial. The dishes look beautiful but taste mediocre.
Yet, the wealthy still come.
There's no way around it, it's for face, Jiang Nan chuckled. True, Zhang Yimin frowned slightly, her expression a bit helpless, yet possessing a unique beauty.
By the way, have you thought about changing jobs? Jiang Nan shifted the topic.
He was thinking that his hotel acquisition would soon be successful, and if Zhang Yimin was willing, she could come work there, as it was a related profession, and as an old classmate, he could take care of her. I haven't really thought about changing jobs for now, Zhang Yimin said.
The work environment is pretty good, and the salary is decent.
Alright then, Jiang Nan didn't press further. I'm leaving, let's get together again when we have time.
Go ahead, Zhang Yimin waved her hand.
Just don't go home and cry secretly after spending 50,000 on a meal.
Jiang Nan.
On the way home, Jiang Nan thought for a moment and headed to the luxury hotel, planning to check out the current situation there. When he arrived, the parking area outside the hotel was empty, clearly indicating that the hotel had not yet started operations. He parked the car, got out, and entered the hotel lobby. The receptionists were chatting idly. Upon seeing someone enter, one of the receptionists, swaying her slim waist, approached and said, I'm sorry, sir, but the hotel is not in operation right now.
What's going on? Jiang Nan asked deliberately. Has this hotel gone bankrupt?
No, the receptionist quickly explained. It's just that the hotel is changing owners and is still in the handover process.
It should be able to operate normally soon.
We hope you can come back to take care of the business then.
I see. Jiang Nan nodded and turned to leave.
He was somewhat satisfied with the receptionist's response. As he was leaving, he heard a group of receptionists talking behind him. I wonder what kind of person the new boss will be. Yeah, I hope it's a good boss. Isn't it said that after the new boss officially takes over, we will get a bonus? If that's true, that would be great. Bonuses are secondary, the important thing is that the hotel doesn't have any more accidents. It's hard to find a job, and I'm familiar with everything here. I'm worried that with a new boss, whether we can still get by in Shanghai. After all, Shanghai is a mixed bag, and the guests coming to the hotel for dining and lodging are all kinds of people. If you offend someone without a background, you might end up in trouble. Yeah, the previous boss was able to get by in Shanghai City because he was backed by the family's young master. And family young master? Jiang Nan paused for a moment. The surname is also An. I wonder if there's any relation to old master An? After leaving the hotel and getting into the car, he thought for a moment. Now that he had money, he should sign the contract with the hotel as soon as possible so that it could officially start operating. Otherwise, if too much time passed, they would lose more customers. With this in mind, he took out his phone and dialed Zhang Yuan's number. In a cheap rental room, Zhang Yuan was enjoying a few small dishes while sipping a bottle of beer, feeling quite pleased. Lily was trying on several outfits she had just bought, and her mood was also quite good. The two of them had already resigned and were preparing to make a big splash at the hotel in Jiangnan. With new hopes, their spirits were high. We are different, with different circumstances. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Jiangnan, he quickly answered. Boss, what can I do for you? Jiangnan's voice came through the receiver. If we go to sign the contract now, when can it be finished? It'll be done soon, Zhang Yuan replied. The contract is already prepared. It's very simple, just need to sign at the bank. Of course, payment is required. Good, then let's go now. I'll come pick you up. Okay. Jiangnan hung up. What's going on, Zhang Yuan? Was that a call from Jiangnan? Lily, who was trying on clothes, was only wearing a fitted undergarment, her ample chest and slender waist fully exposed. Yes, we're going to sign the contract. The boss will come to pick us up soon. That's great, Lily said happily. I was worried there might be some changes. Now that the contract is signed, I can relax. Come on, help me decide which outfit looks better to meet Jiangnan. Zhang Yuan. Damn, are you my wife or Jiangnan's wife? He said with a hint of grievance. Wife, are you dressing up beautifully just to meet Jiangnan? Don't you worry about how I feel? Cut it out. Lily rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? I'm just trying to pay attention to my image. Didn't I ask you to buy 2 outfits as well, so you can dress appropriately in the future? He. Zhang Yuan was happy. I think you should wear that purple dress, it suits your temperament the best. At the commercial bank, in the office of the executive president, the well-dressed executive president took out a sealed bag, pulled out the contract, and smiled. Mr. Jiang, once you sign, the money will be transferred, and the contract will take effect. Okay. Jiang Nan reviewed the contract. Zhang Yuan and Lily stood behind him like 2 attendants. They were both dressed quite formally. Lily wore a long purple dress, while Zhang Yuan was in a suit and tie. After carefully reviewing the contract and finding no loopholes, Jiang Nan nodded and signed. Then he transferred 20 million to the bank account. The hotel takeover was successful. Exiting the bank, it was nearing evening. The executive president escorted them out, saying, I will call the manager of the Haman Hotel right away. She has been maintaining the basic operations of the hotel during this time. What's the manager's name? Jiang Nan asked. Before the executive president could respond, Zhang Yuan interjected, Lulu, boss, I've already been in contact with her, I know her. Good, then there's nothing else. Jiang Nan nodded at the executive president and said, Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Jiang, take care. As they got into the car, Jiang Nan said, Let's go check out the hotel. Okay. Zhang Yuan and Lily nodded in agreement. The journey wasn't too far, and they soon arrived at the entrance of the Haman Hotel. The 3 of them got out of the car, and as soon as they entered the lobby, it was already packed with people. However, they were arranged neatly in several rows. At the front was a young lady about 1.7 meters tall, similar in height to Enchi, with a well-proportioned figure, long hair tied up high, a delicate oval face, and fair, tender skin, looking around 22 or 23 years old, dressed in a hotel uniform, giving off an immediate impression of a flight attendant. Behind her were several rows of receptionists in uniforms. Further back was a line of chefs in their cooking attire. Further back, the people in uniforms were logistics staff. Jiang Nan understood the situation at a glance, lined up to welcome him. While Jiang Nan was sizing up the crowd, they were also sizing him up, especially the beautiful girl with an oval face at the front, who was fluttering her long eyelashes as she looked at him.
"Boss, this is Manager Lulu," Zhang Yuan pointed to the oval-faced girl.
Just then, the beautiful manager Lulu spoke, looking at Jiang Nan but asking Zhang Yuan, "Mr.
Zhang, is this the new boss Jiang?"
That's right,"
Zhang Yuan nodded. "This is the new boss.
"Hello, Boss Jiang." With her identity confirmed, Lulu slightly bowed in a ceremonial gesture. The rows of people behind her followed suit, slightly bending at the waist, performing a ceremonial greeting. "Hello, Boss Jiang." The crowd was large, and the voices were loud. "Hello, everyone." Jiang Nan smiled lightly. "I will be taking over this hotel from now on.
All employees should continue to do their jobs well.
As I mentioned before, I will increase the bonuses, and this promise will definitely be fulfilled. Now I announce that all employees will receive an additional 2,000 yuan bonus this month." Having just taken over the hotel, it was important for Jiang Nan to reassure the employees, and he understood this well.
"Wow, that's great. The new boss is generous. I'm so happy."
Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, and there were whispers. "So this is the new boss, he came by at noon."
"Yeah, I didn't expect him to be the new boss. Thinking back, I'm a bit scared.
I even said some offensive things. If I had known, I would have said a few more words to build a relationship." The whispers came from a few reception girls who had seen Jiang Nan at noon.
Jiang Nan smiled and ignored them, saying, "Alright, everyone disperse and return to your posts."
Then he looked at the beautiful manager. "Miss, come with me."
"Okay, boss."
The beautiful manager nodded obediently and led the way.
A few people entered the elevator, and the employees in the lobby dispersed. As the elevator ascended, the beautiful manager said, "Boss, I have prepared everything. Your office, the previous boss's room, has been vacated.
Because of concerns about bad luck, it was turned into a storage room. Your new office has a working area, a living room, a bedroom, and a gym.
If there are any areas you are not satisfied with, I can make adjustments."
Jiang Nan smiled without speaking, taking another look at the little beauty, thinking she was quite thoughtful. At the top floor of the hotel, under the guidance of the beautiful manager, Jiang Nan surveyed his room.
Very nice, very satisfactory.
The decor was luxurious, looking high-end, and the space was large.
"TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhang Yuan beside him exclaimed, enviously, "This office is amazing." Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Compared to their cheap room, this was simply heaven and earth.
That manager Lu, was the previous boss's room also very large and beautiful?
Zhang Yuan recalled something and blinked, asking, The beautiful manager nodded. "It's similar to this one, the two best suites in the hotel."
He.
Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Nan with a flattering smile. "Boss, let that room be for me and Lily, we're not afraid of bad luck."
Of course, Jiang Nan smiled, glancing at Lily. "What do you think, Lily, do you agree?" Lily nodded happily. "I'm willing, I don't think there's anything unlucky about it. Which house doesn't have people living in it? And which person doesn't die? Ha ha." Jiang Nan laughed. "Alright, that room is yours." "Thank you, boss, he. That's awesome."
Zhang Yuan, too excited, picked up Lily and said, "Tonight, in such a great big room, we will definitely be more passionate."
"You're so annoying, there are people here."
Lily's face turned completely red as she stole glances at Jiang Nan, pounding Zhang Yuan with her little fist.
Jiang Nan looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear.
The beautiful manager beside them also had a slight blush on her face, but she was quick on her feet and changed the subject, saying, "Boss, my room is right next to yours.
If you need anything, just call me or shout for me." Jiang Nan nodded. After a moment, he remembered something and asked, "Can we order food from the restaurant today?"
"Not today," the beautiful manager replied. "We haven't prepared any ingredients, we can only provide simple meals for the staff.
But tomorrow, we can. I'll make sure to prepare the ingredients for tomorrow tonight."
"Oh, okay."
Jiang Nan nodded. "You're doing well.
You know the hotel best now, so put in more effort.
I'll rely on you for management."
"Don't worry, boss, I'll do my best," the beautiful manager said seriously, her earnest expression quite captivating. Undeniably, this little beauty had a charm that attracted men. This made Jiang Nan wonder if this beauty had an affair with the previous boss.
Was she in this managerial position due to some unspoken rules?
If that were the case, it would be a bit disgusting. Quietly, he threw out a test. Had an affair with the previous boss.
0%. Oh, surprisingly, there was none.
It seemed this girl was not the type to be shared by men. She earned her position as manager through her own ability.
100%. He probed again. Jiang Nan felt even more satisfied.
On a whim, he mischievously threw out another test.
Is a virgin. 100%.
Ha,
not bad. Getting a satisfactory result, Jiang Nan asked, By the way, girl, what was your previous salary? 20,000, the beautiful manager replied, adding, I have a master's degree in management from Yenjing University. Not bad. Jiang Nan marveled at her being an academic achiever, confirming that she indeed earned her position through ability. He smiled and said, do well, and I'll add 5,000 to your bonus this month. Depending on your future performance, I might increase your salary. Although they hadn't known each other long, Jiang Nan already sensed that this little beauty was quite capable. She managed to keep the hotel stable during the boss's crisis, and her calmness in handling matters was impressive. Moreover, she had already arranged everything for his stay, showing her meticulous consideration. This attention to detail was commendable. Most importantly, she was the most familiar with the hotel, while others were completely in the dark. Keeping her steady was crucial. Thank you, boss. The beautiful manager didn't seem overly excited, probably thinking Jiang Nan was just flattering her. Jiang Nan could tell and simply smiled. Alright, you can go now. I'll rely on you for the next tasks. I'm not familiar with things either. Okay, boss. The beautiful manager swayed her slim waist as she left. Zhang Yuan, Lily, you two should stay at the hotel tonight, Jiang Nan said, looking at them. Zhang Yuan replied happily, I never want to go back to that broken rental house. Good, Jiang Nan nodded, perfect timing, the hotel is in your hands now. Work with the female manager, and handle anything that comes up together. Don't worry, boss, Zhang Yuan patted his chest, confidently assuring him. Jiang Nan didn't say anything more and turned to leave the room and head downstairs. Boss, I'll see you off, Zhang Yuan called as he followed Jiang Nan down, with Lily trailing behind. They were quite the little entourage. As they exited the elevator, the receptionists in the lobby saw Jiang Nan and immediately stood up straight. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Jiang Nan smiled, it felt wonderful. Just as I walked out of the hotel, the phone rang. I mounted the desert ship, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back. I glanced at the screen, it was Zhu Shishir calling. While answering the phone, I waved to Zhang Yuan and Lily, saying, you two can head back. Zhang Yuan and Lily didn't see me off any longer. After pressing the answer button, Zhu Shishir's voice came through. Jiang Nan, we just got off work. Where should we go for dinner? Are you still at the Antique Street? Jiang Nan asked in return. Yeah. Then wait for me at the intersection, I'll drive over to pick you up. You can decide where to eat then. Okay. See you soon. Jiang Nan hung up, got into the Range Rover, and merged into the traffic. The journey wasn't far, it took about 20 minutes to reach the intersection of the Antique Street. Zhu Shishir and another female staff member were waiting by the roadside. Each of them held a bag, their makeup slightly heavy, and they were dressed in a sexy and alluring manner. They wore deep V-short tops and ultra-short skirts, showcasing their beautiful legs. It was clear they had dressed up intentionally. Jiang Nan pulled up the car and rolled down the window, smiling. You two beauties look stunning today. Of course, Zhu Shishir replied happily, half-jokingly, if we're going to dine with a rich guy, we have to dress up nicely. What if the rich guy takes a liking to us? Wouldn't that mean we've caught a golden turtle son-in-law? Jiang Nan. He. The other female staff member laughed joyfully. The two of them opened the car doors and got in, with Zhu Shishir taking the driver's seat. Jiang Nan felt a wave of fragrance hit him. It seemed Zhu Shishir had used quite a bit of perfume. By this time, the sky had darkened. Do you two finish work this late? Jiang Nan asked curiously. Poof. Zhu Shishir rolled her eyes at him and said, aren't we supposed to freshen up and dress up a bit? Oh. Jiang Nan nodded, finally understanding why they had called so late, and said, wherever you two want to eat, I'm fine with it. Otherwise, you would definitely say I made a small fortune today and would be stingy. We don't need to go to a very expensive place, the other female staff member said. Just find a decent one nearby. There's a Western restaurant nearby, let's go there for Western food. The atmosphere is nice, and the taste is okay, Zhu Shishir suggested. And the prices aren't too high. Money is not an issue, Jiang Nan said. I don't need to say much in front of you two. I had good luck today and made a little profit, so the most important thing is that you both have a good time. It's great that we can all go out together, Zhu Shishir said. It doesn't have to be about spending a lot of money. Alright then, lead the way. Jiang Nan said as he started the car. Go straight for 2 kilometers, then turn left. Upon reaching the destination, it was a not too large but stylishly decorated French restaurant with a nice atmosphere. They found a secluded spot and sat down. Jiang Nan glanced at the menu. Latte coffee, 18 yuan. Parisian cabbage, 25 yuan. Cabbage with mint, 15 yuan. The various dishes weren't too expensive. Dining Western food in such a place wouldn't cost much. You two ladies can order. Jiang Nan smiled. Don't be polite, order whatever you want. I won't be polite with you, you're a rich guy now, Zhu Shishir laughed as she checked the menu. The other female staff member was a bit shy around Jiangnan, just nodding her head obediently. Soon, the two ladies placed their orders. French snails with white wine, betel nut spare ribs pot, frozen eggplant cubes, spinach salad, multi-flavored fish soup, French maple syrup toast, French flaming crepes, French fish rolls. The dishes were quite abundant, but wouldn't cost much. As they ate and chatted, Jiangnan learned the other staff member's name was Zhuang Dai Dai. Jiangnan and Zhu Shishir reminisced about funny stories from when they worked together, while Zhuang Dai Dai listened quietly, not interrupting much. About an hour later, all three of them were full, and it was still early. Zhu Shishir suggested, how about we go to KTV to sing? I have a card here that lets us play for 2 hours without spending any money. Money is not a problem, Jiangnan smiled and said, if you want to have fun, go ahead, keep the card, I'll pay. No way, Zhu Shishir replied, I don't really go to sing, keeping the card is useless. I can't let you spend money again this time. Even though you're a rich man now, it would seem too greedy to have you treat us to singing after dinner. Jiangnan. He really didn't care about the 300 or 200. He. Alright, it's settled then, we'll go to KTV and use my card, Zhu Shishir decided. Jiangnan didn't say anything more. The journey wasn't far, and they arrived at a small KTV in about 10 minutes. Judging by the KTV's standards, it was the kind meant for the general public. The atmosphere wasn't too high-end, and the consumer group mainly catered to the masses. Previously, Jiangnan had only been to this level of KTV when he brought clients, and he couldn't bear to spend money himself. Although it was nothing to him now, it was something he couldn't afford back then. The three of them entered the KTV. On the wall opposite the lobby was a huge poster of a sexy beauty, with fiery red lips and a hot figure, striking a seductive pose. Next to it, in big letters, "Women are the greatest." Coupled with the lighting inside, it instantly gave a feeling of excitement. Zhu Shishir swiped the card. A private room on the 3rd floor, for 2 hours. The three of them went upstairs. A handsome young male server followed behind, carrying drinks and a fruit platter. When Jiangnan brought clients before, since they were all men, they had to order princesses to accompany them. But today, it was clearly unnecessary, as he had 2 girls with him. Once they entered the private room, the young male server placed the drinks and fruit platter down and politely asked, "Is there anything you need?" Jiangnan looked around. There were only 6 bottles of beer, and the KTV's beer was in small bottles, which were ridiculously expensive. It was obvious this was the standard configuration for the private room, a fruit platter paired with a small amount of beer. "Bring some more beer," Jiangnan instructed. "Okay," the young man replied and went out. Choose a song, Jiangnan said with a faint smile to the 2 girls. "Jiangnan, which song are you good at?" "I'll help you choose." Zhu Shishir walked over to select a song. "I'll pass, you 2 sing." "I'm not that good at singing. I only got 2nd place in a competition I participated in once." Put. Zhu Shishir and Zhuang Dai Dai couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You really are poor," Zhu Shishir said. "Come on, tell me, what song are you going to choose? Today, this 2nd place must sing first." "Then let's do Desert Camel. I want to cross this desert to find my true self, with only a camel by my side." Jiangnan's rendition of Desert Camel was strikingly similar, with soaring high notes. Zhu Shishir and Zhuang Dai Dai were left in shock, their mouths agape. It was indeed surprising. Jiangnan sang beautifully. If it weren't for his family's poverty, he would have wanted to pursue a career in music. But considering how difficult it was to make a name for oneself, and that being good at singing alone wouldn't guarantee success, plus the enormous costs involved, he gave it up. He used to say that aside from being handsome and having a good singing voice, he had no other advantages. Now he could only helplessly change his words. Aside from being rich, he had no other advantages. There was no way around it. Being wealthy was the biggest advantage now. After finishing a song, "Jiangnan, I didn't expect you to sing so well." Yeah, it's simply amazing," the 2 girls sincerely praised. "It's just okay," Jiangnan smiled. "Now it's your turn. I'll sing one." Zhu Shishir was also intrigued and took the microphone. She sang well too. Jiangnan and Zhuang Dai Dai were cheering from the side. Soon, a few people got into the mood. It started with singing, and then they began to sing while drinking. KTV is a place that stirs people up, with the lively music making everyone restless. As a bottle of beer was downed, without realizing it, when the singing reached a peak of excitement, a few of them would hug each other. Zhu Shishir was a bit more familiar with Jiangnan, completely melting into his embrace, while Zhuang Dai Dai was initially a bit shy but later let go completely, both of them lying in Jiangnan's arms, singing and having fun. They were enjoying themselves immensely. As the beer increased, Zhu Shishir became even more excited and restless.
completely unconcerned about whether Zhuang Dai was nearby, passionately kissing Jiang Nan. In this environment, Jiang Nan had also drunk quite a bit of beer, equally restless and indulgent. Eventually, even Zhuang Dai got caught up in a muddled embrace and kisses with Jiang Nan. It was truly a heated atmosphere. The few of them ended up disheveled, with jackets and everything thrown off. Fortunately, it ended after 2 hours, otherwise, if it went on longer, who knows what might happen. Indeed, indulgence is a devil. After leaving KTV, Jiang Nan was still the most sober one. Although he had drunk a lot, he was only a bit dizzy and excited. Zhuang Dai was manageable, barely able to lean on Jiang Nan's arm to walk. Zhu Shishir, however, was stumbling, needing Jiang Nan to hold her slender waist tightly to support her. The three of them barely got into the car. Jiang Nan remained clear-headed and threw out a test. The chance of an accident while driving in this situation. 50%. Damn. The result of the test shocked Jiang Nan, and he dared not drive. If something happened, it would be too late for regrets. Zhuang Dai, let's call a designated driver to take you back? Jiang Nan said, I've also had quite a bit to drink. It's dangerous to drive. Okay, let's call a designated driver. It's safer that way. You mustn't drive. You had too much fun tonight and drank too much. Even after getting into the car, Zhuang Dai still tightly clung to Jiang Nan's arm, half leaning on him, looking very dependent on him, not wanting to leave him for a moment. Jiang Nan took out his phone and called for a designated driver while waiting for them to arrive. Zhu Shishir, feeling the effects of the alcohol even more, was somewhat disoriented, tightly hugging Jiang Nan and starting to cry. Leaving Jiang Nan feeling helpless, he comforted her, saying, Zhu Shishir, what's wrong? Are you feeling bad from drinking too much? Should we take you to the hospital? Woo woo. Zhu Shishir cried while saying, Jiang Nan, I like you, I've fallen for you, what should I do? I really want to be with you. Jiang Nan. He felt utterly frustrated, this girl was really drunk. After this, he couldn't let her drink so much again. Woo woo. Hold me tight, and never leave me, okay? Zhu Shishir sobbed, tears and snot flowing. Jiang Nan, I can only helplessly comfort her now. I won't leave you, it's okay, tomorrow you'll feel better after some sleep. Woo woo. Zhu Shishir just kept crying in Jiang Nan's arms. It was clear that she was sincere. She had genuinely fallen for Jiang Nan, and it was the alcohol that made her confess. After all, Jiang Nan was outstanding in every way right now, wealthy, handsome, generous, and a great singer. He was practically a rare good man. Jiang Nan felt he had no choice but to let her cry. Trying to persuade her now wouldn't help. Zhuang Dai. He looked at Zhuang Dai and asked, Are you staying at old Master Zhao's place? Yes, we're staying on the second floor, Zhuang Dai replied. But now both Shishir and I have drunk too much, especially Shishir in this state, if the boss sees us. She didn't continue, but her expression showed she was quite troubled. Oh, Jiang Nan blinked, this was indeed a problem. The two girls were in this state, and both were disheveled. It wouldn't be good to go back like this. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Nan said, Let's find a hotel nearby for you two to stay the night. Wait until tomorrow when the alcohol wears off before heading back to the shop. Zhuang Dai nodded, obediently leaning on Jiang Nan's shoulder and said, That's the best. Jiang Nan contemplated whether to take them back to his luxury hotel and arrange 2 rooms for them. However, he thought better of it, having just taken over the luxury hotel. It wouldn't be appropriate for the boss to return in the middle of the night with 2 girls. It wasn't long before the designated driver arrived. The nearest hotel, Jiang Nan tossed the keys to him while giving a command. Sure, sir. The driver glanced at the 2 beauties in Jiang Nan's arms, smiled knowingly, and quickly took the keys to drive. Jiang Nan. From the driver's expression, he understood that the guy thought he was taking 2 girls to a hotel room. Damn it, it really did look that way. If he were in the driver's position, he would think the same. Sigh. What a pity, taking the blame. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the nearest hotel. The driver parked the car and got out, cheerfully saying, Sir, that's 50 yuan. Jiang Nan. Damn, this money is easy to make, 50 yuan for 5 minutes. If it were the old him, he would definitely have cursed the driver as a swindler. After paying, the driver took out his folding electric scooter from the trunk and said before leaving, Have fun, sir, 1 against 2, your stamina must be impressive. Jiang Nan. What should I do if I really want to hit someone? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. Feeling frustrated, he hugged Zhu Shishir and dragged Zhuang Dai into the hotel to get a room. The front desk staff couldn't help but glance over. One of the girls quietly muttered, Just 1 room? Even if they really want to stay together, at least get another room to cover it up. Is it really okay to be so blatant? Jiang Nan. He really wanted to say a MMP to that front desk girl. After getting the room, Jiang Nan took the 2 girls upstairs and said to Zhuang Dai, You take care of Zhu Shishir. Can you manage? If not,
I'll pay extra to have a staff girl help out. Sure, Zhuang Dai replied. Zhu Shishir had really drunk too much. By this time, she had stopped crying and had passed out. It was fine to just lay her on the bed to sleep, making it easier to take care of her. Upon reaching the room, Jiang Nan placed Zhu Shishir on the bed and said to Zhuang Dai, I'll leave her to you. Zhuang Dai nodded obediently. Without lingering, Jiang Nan turned to leave, and Zhuang Dai saw him off. Just as Jiang Nan was about to enter the elevator, she suddenly said, Jiang Nan, we'll be friends from now on, right? Jiang Nan was taken aback for a moment and replied, of course, why? It's nothing. Zhuang Dai's eyes were a bit red. I had a lot of fun tonight, and I'm a little afraid there won't be another chance to have fun like this with you again. There will be opportunities, Jiang Nan smiled, just call me when you want to hang out. Zhuang Dai immediately smiled, that's good, that's good. Jiang Nan waved and entered the elevator. When he exited the elevator, the front desk girl looked at him in surprise. Jiang Nan shot her a glare and walked straight out of the hotel. Behind him, he heard the front desk girl muttering quietly, why did he leave? What's going on? Jiang Nan. Once outside the hotel, he didn't call the designated driver again, the car didn't move, and he directly took a taxi back to Liyuan Community. When he arrived at the door, he glanced at the time, it was almost midnight. Not wanting to startle Bebe, he quietly took out his keys to open the door. As soon as he stepped inside, Bebe's sweet voice came through, Brother Jiang, you're finally back. Jiang Nan looked over. Bebe was still awake, waiting for him, sitting on the sofa with a pillow, watching TV. Bebe, why are you still up so late? You didn't come back, I can't sleep. Bebe leaned in front of him, looking him up and down, her little nose sniffing. You drank again. Jiang Nan looked at her adorable appearance and affectionately ruffled her long hair. Alright, I'm back now, you can go to sleep. Bebe obediently nodded, turned around and took 2 steps towards her bedroom, then stopped and turned back, curiously saying, Brother Jiang, how about we have a kiss goodbye before going to sleep? Jiang Nan. He. Bebe laughed. Alright, go to sleep, I have good news to tell you tomorrow. What good news? Bebe became more interested. I said I would tell you tomorrow. Jiang Nan said with a serious expression, don't ask now. Oh, fine, good night. Bebe went to her bedroom with a little helpless look. When Jiang Nan groggily woke up, it was already noon the next day. The sun was shining on his backside. After getting up and washing up, he just stepped out when Bebe popped out and said, Brother Jiang, you finally woke up, I've been waiting all morning. Waiting all morning? Jiang Nan was a bit confused and asked, waiting for what? So annoying. Bebe pouted, didn't you say you had good news to tell me today? Oh. Jiang Nan finally remembered, he had completely forgotten about it. Hurry up and tell me, what is the good news? Bebe urged impatiently, grabbing his arm and shaking it. So cute and adorable. She was dressed very kawaii today, looking even more charming. The hotel has been acquired. I'll take you over later, it's lively there, you can choose what kind of job you want to do. Wow! That's really great. Bebe happily hugged Jiang Nan and kissed his face. Instantly, a pink strawberry mark appeared on Jiang Nan's cheek. He. Bebe looked at the strawberry mark on Jiang Nan's face and happily said, Brother Jiang, this lip print is quite pretty. Jiang Nan. He went into the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and it did look nice. After all, Bebe's lips were very beautiful. However, he couldn't go out with that mark. He had to wash it off. While he was washing up in the bathroom, Bebe asked from outside, Brother Jiang, what do you want for breakfast? I'll go buy it. Jiang Nan smiled wryly, it's already noon, what breakfast is there to eat? But he also understood that Bebe probably hadn't eaten breakfast either. And it wasn't like he had slept until noon, she might have gotten up early. With that thought, he didn't ask Bebe, his gaze fixed on her, quietly sending out a probe. Didn't eat breakfast. 100%. Got up before 7. 100%. Sigh. It really was the case. This girl truly made one feel sorry for her. After going downstairs, Jiang Nan took Bebe to the entrance to hail a taxi. Bebe blinked her long eyelashes and asked curiously, Brother Jiang, where's our car? The way she said our car warmed Jiang Nan's heart inexplicably. He looked at Bebe, and with her around, he really felt a sense of home. Unconsciously, he reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Bebe obediently nestled in Jiang Nan's embrace, still surprised as she asked, Brother Jiang, where's our car? Where did it go? Did old Master and take it back? No. Jiang Nan ruffled her long hair. I drank too much last night and didn't dare to drive, I took a taxi back. The car is at the hotel entrance, we're going to get it now. Oh, so that's what happened. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. As Jiang Nan entered the hotel lobby with Bebe, the receptionist stood up straight and greeted them. Today was very different from yesterday. The receptionists had already entered work mode. Although, perhaps due to the hotel being in operation for 2 days, there were almost no guests. However, everyone remained at their posts. Wow! Brother Jiang, you look so impressive, Beibei exclaimed happily. Mind your demeanor, Jiang Nan said as he walked slowly, quietly reminding Beibei, you are now the boss's sister, so you need to have some style. He. Beibei giggled mischievously. Jiang Nan. Damn! The serious atmosphere was completely disrupted by Beibei. Upon reaching the top floor, they ran into Zhang Yuan in the corridor. Hi, boss, you're here. Beibei, you look even prettier today. Zhang Yuan was dressed in a suit, looking quite dapper. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Zhang, Beibei replied. How's business today? Jiang Nan asked as he entered his office. It should be, probably, maybe. Not great, Jiang Nan replied. Jiang Nan. I'm not too sure either, Zhang Yuan said with an awkward smile, following Jiang Nan into the office and quickly pouring him tea. Jiang Nan. Damn. If this were the Qing dynasty, he'd definitely be a eunuch. After pouring the tea, Zhang Yuan said, I'll call the manager and have her come up to explain the situation, she knows best. Jiang Nan nodded. Zhang Yuan made the call, and soon the beautiful manager arrived, entering the room with a smile. Boss, you're here. Jiang Nan nodded at her delicate face. How's it going today? So far, not a single customer, the beautiful manager replied with a faint smile. But that's normal, after all, we stopped operations for 2 days, and it takes time to recover. No rush, Jiang Nan nodded. But there is one urgent matter. Oh, the beautiful manager blinked. Boss, what is it? We haven't eaten yet, Jiang Nan pointed at Beibei and said, have the kitchen prepare a few signature dishes from the hotel for me to try. Okay, the beautiful manager smiled. Boss, you really have a sense of humor, I thought it was something serious. Clearly, Jiang Nan's words surprised her. Isn't this a big deal? Jiang Nan retorted. Oh, it is. The beautiful manager quickly smiled apologetically. Boss, I was wrong, I apologize. Go on, Jiang Nan waved his hand. I'll instruct the kitchen right away, the beautiful manager said as she left. It'll be ready soon, I'll have someone deliver it directly to your room. Jiang Nan nodded. Boss, this is abalone porridge. This is silver fungus and bird's nest soup. This is clear stewed tuna. This is Buddha jumps over the wall. And this is crab roe shark fin. Several exquisitely presented dishes were brought out, with the beautiful manager introducing them. Jiang Nan looked at the dishes. They were indeed very pleasing to the eye, beautifully presented and quite tempting. After a moment, he asked, how much are these dishes worth? Boss, these dishes are basically the most expensive ones we have here. If you order all of them, the price is about 100,000. What's the profit margin? Jiang Nan asked after thinking for a moment. About 50%, the beautiful manager replied. The ingredients for these dishes are very expensive, and some need to be sourced through special channels. Got it, Jiang Nan nodded. Alright, you go ahead and be busy. I'll taste these dishes to see how they are. Okay, the beautiful manager nodded and left. Zhang Yuan, where's Lily? Have her come over, let's eat together, Jiang Nan said, looking at Zhang Yuan. Ha! Zhang Yuan exclaimed, boss, isn't that inappropriate? These dishes are so expensive. Just call her, stop hesitating, Jiang Nan glared at him. Alright. Zhang Yuan took out his phone and dialed, Lily, come upstairs to Jiang Nan's office, good things are happening. This doesn't taste great. Yeah, how can such expensive dishes not taste good? The four of them were eating, and Jiang Nan was the first to speak. Zhang Yuan agreed. People eat for the nutritional value, not just for the taste, you guys shouldn't complain. Lily said, but the taste isn't that great, not even as good as a steak that costs over 1,000. Maybe the chef in the hotel isn't skilled, Zhang Yuan added. Jiang Nan thought for a moment, that makes sense, looks like I need to meet this chef. Are you the chef here? Jiang Nan looked at the chef in front of him, a bit surprised to find it was a girl, with short hair, in her 20s, and delicate features, though pieced together, she gave off a wild girl vibe. Moreover, in some areas, she didn't quite live up to the title of a woman like an airport. This made Jiang Nan unable to help but complain in his heart. She was a pretty unique girl, but unfortunately, not suitable for a. Yes, boss, the beautiful manager introduced from the side. She is the head chef of the gourmet cuisine, specializing in Chinese dishes, a senior technician. But why do these dishes taste so bad? Jiang Nan asked bluntly. Boss, can I ask a question? The little girl seemed a bit rebellious as she asked Jiang Nan, still somewhat unconvinced. Jiang Nan became interested in her attitude and said, of course, as my employee, you can directly voice any questions. I just want to ask, boss, have you eaten these dishes before? Her words left Jiang Nan momentarily stunned.
The beautiful manager beside him was also taken aback, but soon understood what was happening and said to the beautiful chef, "Lolo, how can you speak like that?" Cough cough cough. Jiang Nan awkwardly smiled and interjected, "It's fine, I admit, I haven't eaten these dishes before. Since you haven't eaten them, you can't make a rash judgment. You can try a higher-end restaurant, my method is definitely authentic." Oh. Jiang Nan fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Alright, I was wrong this time. It seems I'm an outsider when it comes to dining, but these dishes really don't suit my taste." The chef girl smiled at Jiang Nan's words and said, "Boss, these dishes not only don't suit your taste, but they also don't suit many people's tastes. However, this method can better preserve the nutritional value of these precious ingredients. Many customers eat this kind of dish for the reputation, status, and face, not for the so-called taste. If you want taste, the flavors from some street snacks or roadside barbecue stalls are the best." Oh, I see. Jiang Nan nodded in understanding. After a moment, he remembered something and looked at the beautiful chef, saying, "By the way, you are a senior technician, so if I let you taste a dish, can you replicate it?" "I can give it a try," the chef girl nodded. "Alright," Jiang Nan said, "you go prepare, take off that chef's outfit, change into casual clothes, and come out with me in a bit. I'll let you taste a dish, and after that, you can make it for me." Jiang Nan thought of the sauced fish, which tasted really great. If his chef could make it, wouldn't that be very convenient? "Okay, boss," the beautiful chef nodded, her personality seeming straightforward, not dragging her feet at all. No wonder she was used to keeping her hair short, she really had a bit of a tomboy vibe. "Boss, is there nothing else here?" the beautiful manager asked. "Nope," Jiang Nan nodded. "Alright, then I'm leaving too," she said, and left with the beautiful chef. "Boss, that was so awkward," Zhang Yuan said with a bitter smile. "We haven't eaten these dishes," and she pointed it out directly, "it's so embarrassing." "It's nothing," Jiang Nan smiled, "we were poor before, there's nothing to hide. By the way, later I'll take you to eat a type of fish, it tastes especially good." "Eat fish?" Lily blinked, and as clever as she was, immediately thought of something. "Jiang Nan, you're planning to take the chef to taste this fish and then learn how to make it yourself, right?" "Exactly," Jiang Nan said, "we're going to steal some skills." Zhang Yuan. "Lily, is this the place?" The Land Rover stopped, and Zhang Yuan, Lily, Bebe, Jiang Nan, and the beautiful chef got out of the car. The beautiful chef had a large courtyard. Jiang Nan nodded, "Let's go in, the sauced fish here is a family secret." Once inside the courtyard, it felt like home. Jiang Nan led the way and casually chose an empty room for them to sit in. No one came to serve them. "Don't we need to order?" the beautiful chef asked curiously. "No need," Jiang Nan replied. "The dishes here are basically fixed. People come here mainly to eat the sauced fish." While they chatted, the dishes were brought out, a nearly 1-foot-long fish, along with a few cold appetizers. The waitress casually said, "There are beers and drinks on the side, if one fish isn't enough, just let me know, and I'll bring more." "Bring 2 more fish," Jiang Nan said directly. "Okay, they'll be here soon," the waitress said before turning to leave. "The service here is quite unique," Zhang Yuan chuckled. "It's a bit like going to a buffet. It's just that casual here, the main focus is on the sauced fish. People don't drink much because they only have beer and drinks, mainly to enjoy the food," Jiang Nan explained. With his previous experience, he had transformed into a seasoned veteran. "It's pretty good," Lily nodded and said, "it has character. I want to ask, can we eat now?" Bebe had already picked up her chopsticks, staring at the fish like a little greedy cat. "You're so greedy," Jiang Nan ruffled her hair and said, "Wait a bit, let our chef taste the dish first." As he spoke, he looked at the beautiful chef. "Everyone be quiet, don't disturb me," the beautiful chef said, picking up her chopsticks, taking a piece of fish, closing her eyes, and slowly chewing and savoring it. Everyone fell silent, waiting in anticipation. After nearly half a minute, she finally swallowed a piece of fish, then switched to another part and took another bite, slowly chewing and savoring again. After swallowing again, she said, "This fish is quite complex. I can taste 16 different seasonings, 5 of which were used while stewing the fish, and 11 in the sauce." "What the hell?" Jiang Nan was a bit shocked, his tone returning to normal, no longer pretentious. "That's amazing, you can taste all that?" The beautiful chef. "Wow, that's incredible." Zhang Yuan was also stunned, looking at the beautiful chef with intense admiration, as if she had suddenly become extraordinarily charming. Lily and Bebe were equally amazed. "Damn, is her tongue a dog's tongue? It's that impressive." But, the beautiful chef continued, "It's quite difficult to grasp the amount of these seasonings." Everyone. This was already quite impressive, okay? If you can't grasp the amount of these seasonings, it would be quite challenging to achieve such a flavor. Undeniably, this fish is well made, with a unique taste. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said,
You mean, it's impossible to replicate this flavor? It requires careful consideration and experimentation, and I need to go out and observe their stewing techniques, the beautiful chef said as she stood up. Ahem. Jiangnan said somewhat sheepishly, Miss, remember to come secretly, don't be too obvious, this is a family secret recipe. Boss, don't worry, I'll be careful, the beautiful chef said as she left. After the beautiful chef left, Bei weakly asked, can we eat now? Jiangnan. Zhang Yuan. Lily. It's fine, let's eat, Jiangnan said helplessly. You're really a little greedy cat. He. Bei was happy, picking up her chopsticks to eat. As she put a piece of fish in her mouth, her beautiful big eyes squinted into crescent moons with joy. Delicious, delicious. You guys should try it, the taste of this fish is amazing. Really? Zhang Yuan and Lily also started eating. However, Jiangnan quietly fixed his gaze on the sauced fish, throwing out a probe. A total of 16 kinds of seasonings. 100%. Damn. She really has some impressive skills. After thinking for a moment, he continued to probe. The stewed fish used 5 kinds. 100%. The sauce only used 11 kinds. 100%. Truly impressive, she really is a top chef. While Jiangnan was lost in thought, he also started eating the fish. Before long, the beautiful chef returned, accompanied by a waitress who brought the fish. After placing down the 2 newly delivered fish, the waitress left. Before Jiangnan could say anything, Zhang Yuan impatiently asked, so, how was it? Did you successfully learn from them? The beautiful chef rolled her eyes and said, I didn't go to steal techniques, I just went to take a look. The method is very simple, using a large iron pot on low heat to simmer, but I'm not sure about the timing yet. Jiangnan blinked and immediately had a plan, he could easily find out. With a thought, he threw out a probe. The sauced fish needs to be stewed for more than half an hour. 100%. The sauced fish needs to be stewed for more than an hour. 100%. The sauced fish needs to be stewed for more than 2 hours. 90%. Jiangnan thought for a moment and probed again. The sauced fish needs to be stewed for 2 hours. 100%. Okay. Got it. He already had the results, casually finding an excuse to say, I can solve the question of how long to stew the fish. I have a friend who is familiar with the owner here, and I can find out indirectly. That's great, the beautiful chef said. I've gained a bit more knowledge. As for the seasoning issue, when I go back, I'll try to configure them all. Jiangnan thought for a moment and asked, can you identify what these 16 seasonings are? Of course, the beautiful chef said. If I couldn't identify them, how could I be sure there are 16 kinds? As a top-level technician, we receive special training in this area. Then how about this, Jiangnan said. When we go back, you write down the names of the 16 seasonings and give them to me. I'll find a way to get you the quantities for these 16 seasonings. The beautiful chef was taken aback. Boss, you have a way to do that? Didn't you say it's a family secret recipe? People are dead, but methods are alive, Jiangnan said. Money can make the devil push the mill, it's just about having money. The beautiful chef. Zhang Yuan. Damn, that was quite bold. Alright, mission accomplished. Now let's eat fish, Jiangnan said. Yes, eat fish, Zhang Yuan echoed. He grabbed 2 bottles of beer, drank 3 bottles of soft drinks, and opened a beer for himself and Jiangnan, while the 3 girls had soft drinks. At the hotel, in Jiangnan's boss's office. For stewing fish, Sichuan pepper, fennel, ginger, ginkgo, white cardamom. For the sauce, cloves, cinnamon, nutmeg, wood fragrance, dried tangerine peel, bay leaves, chile, dried ginger, white atractylodes. Jiangnan looked at the seasoning list the beautiful chef had written for him. It also noted that 5 of the seasonings were for stewing fish, while the 16 below were for the sauce. Jiangnan stared for a moment, feeling a bit frustrated. He completely didn't understand the quantities of these seasonings, even the probing words were vague. After thinking for a moment, he said to the beautiful chef beside him, can you mark the usual quantities for these seasonings? Sure, that's easy. The beautiful chef nodded, took the order, pulled out a pen, and began to write down the usual amounts under each seasoning. Sichuan pepper 5 mg, fennel 3 mg, galangal 2 mg, ginkgo 5 mg. Soon it was filled out and handed back to Jiangnan. Alright, you can get back to work. Jiangnan looked at it with satisfaction and waved his hand, leave the rest to me. I'll give you the list when I have news. Okay, boss. The beautiful chef nodded and left. Jiangnan put away the list. He would have to wait until evening to visit the private restaurant for testing. There was no choice but to keep his eyes on the target. Evening. Jiangnan took Bei to eat fish again. This time it was just the 2 of them. The main purpose wasn't to eat.
They ordered a room, and when the sauced fish was served, Jiangnan said to the waitress, "Another one, please." "Sure, you two can eat quite a bit," the waitress smiled. "There's no helping it, the fish here is too delicious, and we become addicted," Jiangnan replied with a smile. The waitress left. Jiangnan said to the greedy Bebe, "Alright, you can start eating." Bebe happily began to eat and said, "Brother Jiang, you eat too. Will you bring me here to eat fish every day from now on?" Jiangnan. He didn't explain anything to Bebe, just told her to enjoy the fish. Soon another fish was served. Jiangnan locked onto the target and began testing. Sichuan pepper amount above 5 milligrams. 0%. Sichuan pepper amount above 6 milligrams. 0%. It seemed the amount was too high. Sichuan pepper amount below 5 milligrams. 100%. Sichuan pepper amount 4 milligrams. 100%. He. Very good. Jiangnan smiled, having quickly resolved one seasoning. In a good mood, he regrouped and continued to the next flavor. Fennel amount. The testing speed was quick. Once he had a rough estimate, it became much easier. About 5 minutes later, all the seasonings were sorted out. Looking at the revised amount chart, Jiangnan was very satisfied. Just as he was about to put it away and enjoy the fish, a thought flashed through his mind. What if he tested the success rate method to see if the sauced fish could be optimized further, to make it even tastier? He wondered if it would work. With this thought, he immediately launched a test. Can the seasoning formula for sauced fish be optimized? The next moment, a string of numbers floated by. 100%. Wow, that really works. Jiangnan was intrigued. After thinking for a moment, he began to try testing again. The optimized seasoning formula has Sichuan pepper at 4 milligrams. 100%. Clearly, this didn't need adjustment. Jiangnan made a judgment and then started testing the next seasoning. Fennel amount. Similarly, about 5 minutes later, after a round of testing, only 2 seasonings needed adjustments. And the changes were quite significant. Ginkgo needed an increase of 18 milligrams, while clove needed a decrease of 6 milligrams. Jiangnan saved the optimized list as well, planning to have the beautiful chef prepare both versions when he returned, to taste and know the results. After eating fish, he returned to the hotel, and it was already getting dark. Jiangnan decided to stay at the hotel. The rooms here were good enough. As for Bebe, he could only arrange another room for her. He called the beautiful manager, and shortly after, she came upstairs to Jiangnan's office. "Boss, what can I do for you?" "Arrange a room for Bebe," Jiangnan said. "Okay," the beautiful manager replied, looking at Bebe. "Little sister, what kind of room do you want to stay in?" "I want to stay next to Brother Jiang," Bebe said, fluttering her long eyelashes. The beautiful manager. She smiled bitterly in her heart. Jiangnan's next room was hers. With a helpless and awkward smile, she said, "Little sister, could you switch to another room? My room is next to the boss's. If you really want to stay in the adjacent room, I can clear mine out for you." "Oh, I see." Bebe thought for a moment. Does Jiang Gij's room have 2 bedrooms? If so, I can stay in one of them. After all, that's how we live at home. The beautiful manager. Looking at Jiangnan. Looking at Bebe. Damn, they are already living together, right? Jiangnan. Just by looking at the beautiful manager's expression, he knew she misunderstood. He explained, "We are co-renting." The beautiful manager. Still trying to argue. However, if the two of them don't mind, Jiangnan's boss's office is spacious enough and has 2 bedrooms of different sizes, so it can easily accommodate 2 people. So she said, "Boss, since you used to do it this way, let the little sister stay in one of the small side rooms." Jiangnan felt a bit awkward. Before, it was unavoidable. There were only a few rooms in Liyuan community. But now, the hotel has many rooms on the top floor. Forcing Bebe to squeeze into one room with him, that would definitely lead to misunderstandings from others. Since there are extra rooms, let's arrange a new one for Bebe. Although I see her as a sister, it's not appropriate for us to share a room. Just as Jiangnan finished speaking, Bebe's eyes turned red. "Jiang Gij, do you dislike me? Didn't you say that I would be your wife?" Jiangnan. His head was filled with black lines. The beautiful manager. She didn't want to hear anymore, it sounded so cheesy. She quickly found an excuse and said, "Boss, I still have things to do. You can discuss it further, and let me know when you're done. I'll make arrangements." After saying that, she twisted her slim waist and left in her high heels. Jiangnan. He was quite speechless. But at that moment, he suddenly remembered something and called out to the beautiful manager's back, "Wait a minute, girl." The beautiful manager stopped and turned back, smiling bitterly. "Boss, my name is Lulu. You can call me Lulu or Manager Lu, but calling me girl feels inappropriate in a hotel." "Is it?"
Jiang Nan touched his chin and asked. He didn't think it was inappropriate at all. The beautiful manager smiled wryly. Well, fine, let's pretend I didn't say that. Alright then, from now on, I'll call you Lu Maisie, Jiang Nan said. The beautiful manager. What's the difference between Lu Maisie and girl? Here, give this list to the chef girl. Jiang Nan took out the list for the sauced fish and handed it to the beautiful manager. As for the optimized version, Jiang Nan decided to keep it for now, planning to first taste the sauced fish made from the clone list. What is this? The beautiful manager asked, puzzled. You give it to her, and she'll understand. Okay, boss. The beautiful manager nodded, not asking further, and turned to leave with her slim waist. Bebe, however, looked at Jiang Nan timidly, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Gij, I want to stay in the same room as you. Jiang Nan could only helplessly say, alright, I give in. The next day, early in the morning, in the stuffy kitchen, the beautiful chef was focused and dedicated, simmering fish in an iron pot, carefully preparing the sauce. The fish was specifically ordered to be ordinary carp, as all the fish used in the private kitchen were carp. 2 hours later, the fire was turned off, and the fish was taken out. This time, 5 fish were stewed. The sauce was ready, and she skillfully placed one fish onto a plate and poured the sauce over it. Then, just like in the private kitchen, she sprinkled a bit of cilantro. The sauced fish was completed. She first bent down to sniff it, nodding in satisfaction. From the smell, it was almost identical to the flavor from the private kitchen. Then she picked up chopsticks and took a bite. With the first bite, she smiled. Oh yeah, perfect. The taste was just like that from the private kitchen. Then came the careful sensations and tastes. Only when one pays close attention are there, to some extent, slight differences. However, it is precisely her sensitive tongue that allows her to perceive such nuances, while ordinary guests would not notice at all. The beautiful chef was very satisfied with this. After all, although she knew the precise measurements of the ingredients, there were still subtle errors when using them. So being able to discern some differences with her sensitivity was not a failure at all. She was pleased, took 2 plates, carefully placed 2 fish from the iron pot, and then poured the sauce. Once done, she personally served the fish out of the kitchen. In Jiang Nan's office, he was reviewing the accounts sent over by the beautiful manager when the phone rang. He took it out to see it was Zhu Shishir calling. He couldn't help but recall the impulsive scene from last night when they were singing, hugging, and kissing, and he smiled helplessly as he answered the phone. What's up, Shishir? Is there something going on? Can't I call you if there's nothing? Zhu Shishir's voice came through the receiver. Of course you can, Jiang Nan replied with an awkward smile. Really nothing. Zhu Shishir said, just at work, feeling quite bored, thought of you, so I called to hear your voice. Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Are you busy? Zhu Shishir's voice had a hint of loneliness. Not too busy, just a bit occupied, idly busy, Jiang Nan said. Alright, then you carry on. I just wanted to hear your voice. Now that I have, I'll hang up. Jiang Nan. Click. The call ended. The beautiful manager, standing nearby, vaguely heard the conversation. She pouted slightly, thinking to herself, indeed, rich people are fickle, with a little lowly by their side and other women outside. Sigh. This boss is quite handsome, and his temper is nice too, but unfortunately, there are too many women around him, otherwise, I could really consider him as a boyfriend. Jiang Nan helplessly put away his phone and continued to review the materials. He needed to have a general understanding of the hotel's situation, and he was also familiar with the accounts. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who? Jiang Nan asked. It's me, the chef. The beautiful chef's voice came from outside. Come in. The door opened. The beautiful chef entered with 2 fish, saw the beautiful manager was also there, nodded, and did not greet her too much. She remained true to her usual character, rebellious and not treating her superiors as superiors. She didn't pay much attention to Jiang Nan either, let alone the beautiful manager. The fish is ready, the beautiful chef said. I tasted it, and the flavor is quite good, boss, you should try it. You made it this quickly? Jiang Nan was delighted and called out to the beautiful manager. Come, let's taste it together. Is that okay? The beautiful manager was a bit reserved. However, she felt quite comfortable. Jiang Nan was easy to get along with, and working together was really pleasant. What's the big deal? Let's eat together, Jiang Nan said with a glare. Alright then. The beautiful manager decided not to be polite anymore. She picked up her chopsticks and ate fish with Jiang Nan. The taste is really good. The beautiful manager praised after just one bite. What kind of fish is this? I don't remember our hotel having this kind of fish before. Jiang Nan took a bite and was also very satisfied. Sure enough, the flavor of the private dish was almost identical. It's a new dish, the beautiful chef explained. The boss likes it, so we specially went to learn how to make it. The beautiful manager couldn't help but look at Jiangnan, instantly labeling him a foodie. Not bad, no wonder you're a top chef, Jiangnan said, eating heartily and generously praising her. The beautiful chef smiled. Being praised by the boss was something to be happy about. Hey, I have an idea. At that moment, the beautiful manager suddenly stopped eating and said. Jiangnan looked at her delicate little face, his eyes filled with inquiry. The taste of this dish is so good, we can definitely promote it as a specialty dish at the hotel. The beautiful manager said excitedly, I've eaten many dishes, but I've never had this kind of fish before. It's so unique and delicious, it can definitely be promoted as a specialty dish. The beautiful chef nodded in agreement, saying, it's a good idea. Lolo, is the cost of this dish high? The manager asked the beautiful chef. Of course not, the beautiful chef replied. The fish is just a common carp. The cost for one fish is less than 50 yuan. That's great, the beautiful manager said. With a taste like this, we can definitely launch it as a specialty dish, priced at 688 yuan each. What the hell? 688? That's quite steep? Jiangnan was shocked himself. Boss, if our hotel has too low a price point, it will lower our standards, the beautiful manager explained. So even if the cost is low, the price can't be too low. That's true, Jiangnan nodded. It needs to have class. The beautiful manager rolled her eyes at Jiangnan, clearly speechless. Wait a minute, Jiangnan suddenly remembered something and said, don't rush to promote this fish yet. I have another optimized cooking plan for the fish. Let's try it out first before deciding which fish to promote. Another one? The beautiful chef looked puzzled, her bright eyes blinking at Jiangnan. Jiangnan took out the optimized seasoning list and handed it to her. The seasonings aren't too different, just a few adjustments, you can compare it with this. The beautiful chef glanced at it and immediately noticed that only 2 seasonings had changed. She asked curiously, boss, where did you get this seasoning ratio from? If I say I adjusted it based on my personal feeling, I don't know if it will work, Jiangnan replied. The beautiful manager. The beautiful chef. Boss, are you sure that the fish made with your adjustments will be edible? The beautiful chef said. One of the seasonings is used in quite a large amount. Let's give it a try, Jiangnan smiled, exuding an inexplicable confidence. He was very confident in his success rate. The beautiful chef returned to the kitchen to continue her work, readjusting the sauce. In fact, the process of preparing the sauce didn't take too long. The fish needed to be stewed for 2 hours, while the sauce could be prepared in about 10 minutes. Soon, following the new recipe, the beautiful chef prepared the sauce for the fish again. She took a sniff, and an enticing aroma wafted up. Compared to the previous fish, the sensory experience was much better. Wow! She was slightly surprised, not expecting such an effect. Then, filled with anticipation, she picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and put it in her mouth, her eyes widening in shock. She was completely stunned. The unique flavor stimulated her taste buds, delicious and special. As she slowly chewed and savored it, she became increasingly astonished. My God, how could this happen? It was simply unimaginable, incredibly delicious, and fragrant. As a top chef, she considered herself somewhat of a gourmet, having tasted countless dishes, but she had never had such a delicious fish before. Setting aside discussions of nutritional value, the taste of this fish was simply perfection. After swallowing a piece of fish, she looked at the fish on the plate, her heart filled with complex emotions. She couldn't imagine that just 2 seasoning adjustments could lead to such a significant change. It was almost like a chemical reaction that brought about such a transformation. She couldn't fathom how Jiangnan came up with such a plan. This new boss suddenly felt like a mystery to her. After a long while, she finally calmed down. She took a deep breath, picked up the optimized seasoning list, and focused intently on reviewing all the seasonings again. Then she closed her eyes to memorize them, and once she was sure she had them firmly in mind, she directly threw the list into the furnace to burn. She had come to deeply understand that this dish had unparalleled value. Such a flavor was enough to attract countless food lovers to come and taste it repeatedly. Boss, it's ready. He once again brought the fish to Jiangnan's office, looking at Jiangnan with a complex expression. Let me try. Jiangnan was busy eating the fish and completely unaware of the beautiful chef's unusual demeanor. He picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. Instantly, even Jiangnan's eyes widened in surprise. He paused for a moment, quickly chewed, swallowed with a gulp, and then, without any regard for his image, added another large piece into his mouth. Chewing quickly, he swallowed again, finally seeming to regain his composure, and said in disbelief, how can it be this delicious? Goodness, I've never had fish this good in my life. Boss, the recipe was given to you. Did you really just mess around? You really didn't know that this combination could make such delicious fish? The beautiful chef asked. I don't know. Jiangnan picked up another piece of fish and put it in his mouth, busy eating. It was simply too delicious to care about anything else. While eating, he said, I just messed around. Could it be that a blind cat stumbled upon a dead mouse and made such delicious fish? The beautiful chef. By the way, call the beautiful manager and have her come try this fish. I think promoting this fish has great potential, Jiangnan said while busy eating. Okay. The beautiful host, feeling helpless, took out her phone and dialed the beautiful manager's number. The call connected. The beautiful chef simply said, Manager, the boss wants you to come up. Click. The call ended. A habitually flashy operation. My goodness, how can this fish be so delicious? The beautiful manager, after tasting the first bite of fish, exclaimed in shock, her voice echoing in Jiangnan's office. Jiangnan smiled. After a while, he said, if the hotel is going to promote a signature dish, how about promoting this fish? It's simply amazing. The beautiful manager said somewhat out of control, such a delicacy, 688 won't do, at least 1668, and this flavor can completely be promoted as our hotel's signature dish. Yes, that's it, promote it as our hotel's signature dish, the main feature. I've already thought it through. And carat 0 carat and star. The beautiful manager went on, teetering on the edge of losing her composure. Jiangnan. It was the first time he had seen this girl so unladylike and so agitated. After a long while, the beautiful manager finally stopped, having shared many of her promotional ideas. Jiangnan was tired of listening, but to avoid dampening her enthusiasm, he smiled and said, all right, I'll leave this matter entirely in your hands. As promised, there will be rewards. By the way, you'll get a share of the hotel's profits. Ha, ha, both the beautiful manager and the chef were shocked. They didn't expect Jiangnan to be so generous. And Jiangnan's acquisition of this hotel was merely a cover. Relying on this hotel to make money would only earn a little. So he didn't take it seriously at all. Okay, boss, don't worry. This time, we will definitely make a big push. The beautiful manager confidently promised, unusually excited. Even the beautiful chef was no longer so laid back this time. She seemed energized. The two girls left. Jiangnan smiled, thinking that he hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. He was just greedy, and he didn't expect to develop a dish. This was truly unexpected. The miraculous use of success rates was indeed endless. After more than a day of easing, the hotel's business had begun to pick up. Guests continued to arrive after their meals to check in. Meanwhile, the beautiful manager had already begun arranging the promotion of the signature dish, the sauced fish. Does everyone understand? Whenever a guest orders, whenever there's a chance, recommend our sauced fish, the beautiful manager instructed all the hostesses. Understood, manager. Understood, manager. In the kitchen, the beautiful chef was directly stewing over 100 fish in iron pots. For a high-end hotel like this, such inexpensive ingredients were hardly a burden. Even if they made more than they could sell, it didn't matter. There were so many employees in the restaurant, they could always have extra meals. Moreover, with such delicious fish, the beautiful manager wanted all the staff to taste it, so when they promoted it, they would be more confident. After all, having tasted it themselves, they would know just how delicious the fish was. In the evening, it was the golden hour for hotel check-ins and dining, with guests arriving from time to time. Room 808 on the 26th floor. Sir, would you be interested in trying our hotel's new signature dish, the sauced fish? It's delicious, cooked using special methods, with richer nutritional value and healthier to consume. What's the price? 1688. That's acceptable. I'll have one to try. The hostess seized the opportunity to recommend. On the 6th floor, room 023. Sir, the sauced fish is our hotel's specialty dish. You must try it. You will definitely be very satisfied. Alright, then I'll have one. The sauced fish was being pushed out one by one. Before long, exclamations erupted from different rooms. My God, how can this fish be so delicious? I've never had such good fish before. Wow. Indeed, this is simply indescribable. Everyone, give it a try. Can someone tell me what kind of fish this is? How can it be so fresh and tasty? Wah! I've lived half my life and this is the first time I've eaten such delicious fish. Wah! Don't stop me, let me cry for a while. Waiter, bring me another one. No, bring me two. The next day. It was almost noon, and Jiangnan was still fast asleep. Meanwhile, the hotel was already bustling. Luxury cars pulled up, and guests got out to enter the hotel. The fish here is so authentic, you have to come and taste it this time. You'll know the flavor is absolutely something you've never had before. Hostess, quickly book a room, and by the way, bring 2 of your signature sauced fish. Boss, this time we came to the right place.
Once you taste the fish here, you'll know it's truly a delicacy, just like that poem says, this flavor should only exist in heaven. How many times has it been tasted on earth? Coming in for lunch at noon were all regular customers bringing new guests to taste the fish. Compared to yesterday, the number of guests had almost multiplied several times. The beautiful manager stood in the lobby watching this scene, smiling charmingly, feeling extremely happy inside. Although she had thought that such a good dish would warm up the hotel's business, she never expected it would have such an effect. She had underestimated food lovers yearning for delicious food. Just then, her phone rang. She took it out and saw it was Jongnan calling, quickly answering, "Boss, what can I do for you?" Jongnan had just woken up, his lazy voice coming through, "Have the chef prepare a sauced fish to send over." He had slept until noon and was hungry. Ah, the beautiful manager paused for a moment, then smiled wryly, because with the surge in guests, the quantity of sauced fish was already in short supply, and it would take some time to prepare. "Boss, I'm sorry, today we suddenly had a lot more guests, and all the sauced fish have already been served. You'll have to wait a bit." By the end, the beautiful manager's voice was very low. Jongnan was a bit taken aback and somewhat unhappy, his stomach growling, "No fish left? What's going on? I made this sauced fish for my own convenience, and now there's no fish left. What do you want me to eat? Eat you?" The moment Jongnan said "eat you," the beautiful manager's face turned red to the roots of her neck. Rolling her eyes, she muttered in her heart how annoying it was, but, inexplicably, there was a feeling of secret delight. Alright, then have the chef prepare something else and send it up. I'll make do for now," Jongnan helplessly said before hanging up the phone. The beautiful manager shrugged helplessly and went to the kitchen. Jongnan made a call and was feeling quite gloomy as he went to wash up. However, it was a bit strange that he hadn't seen Bebe's figure. Shouldn't that little girl have come over as soon as she got up? Jongnan had gotten used to seeing her sexy and charming little figure. After washing up, he took out his phone and called Bebe. The call connected quickly, and Bebe's sweet and obedient voice came through, "Brother Jiang." "Bebe, where did you go?" Jongnan asked while sitting on the sofa pouring himself a cup of tea. He was now more accustomed to getting up and having Bebe come over to serve tea and water, making life considerate and thoughtful. I'm in the lobby now, collecting money at the front desk. It's a job I asked the manager to arrange for me. I want to know how much money our hotel makes in a day, so I can keep track. We've already made a lot of money today, over several 100,000. Jongnan, "Brother Jiang, do you need something? There's a guest coming to pay. I'm very busy, so I'm hanging up now." Click. The call ended. Jongnan. In the evening, Jongnan was lazily half-reclining on the sofa, leisurely crossing his legs and sipping tea, pondering whether he needed to prepare anything for the auction in 2 days. Just then, the phone rang. "I ride on the desert ship, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back." He picked up his phone and saw it was Enchi calling. He was slightly taken aback, puzzled, as it wasn't the day of the auction yet. Why was the girl calling him? Didn't she usually ignore him? He answered the call, remaining silent, waiting for Enchi to speak first. After all, this girl was quite strange. However, Enchi on the other end was also silent. The two maintained a tacit silence. After about 2 seconds, it seemed Enchi couldn't hold it any longer, and her somewhat cold voice came through the receiver. "Jongnan. I'm here." Jongnan replied in a somewhat cold and stiff tone. "Why aren't you speaking?" Enchi's voice seemed even angrier. "Do I have to speak just because I'm here? One could tell Enchi was exasperated. "Jongnan." He said nothing. After all, it was Enchi who called him, and he had nothing to discuss with her. After a moment, it was still Enchi who spoke first. "My grandfather asked me to invite you to dinner. He heard that a hotel has made a special flavored fish and wants to try it with you, and also catch up." Jongnan was taken aback. It sounded like they were talking about the sauced fish made at his hotel. "So, do you have time? If you do, I'll tell my grandfather. If not, I'll hang up." Enchi's voice was somewhat helpless and sulking. "Since it's old Master Ren's invitation, then let's eat together." Jongnan replied. "Okay, let's meet at the entrance of the Haman Hotel. You know Haman Hotel, right? It's over on Huadong Road." I know." Jongnan helplessly pouted. It really was his own hotel. How could he not know? He was right there. He also didn't expect the sauced fish to spread so quickly that even old Master Ren had heard about it. "Alright, I'm hanging up. I'll call you again when I get to the hotel." And she said and hung up the phone. Jongnan threw his phone aside, rubbed his face, and thought, damn it, he had to treat his guests at his own hotel this time. As the host, it was necessary to pick up the tab, otherwise it would seem too petty. However, spending in his own hotel would save him a lot of money. Not bad.
It seemed that having a hotel made it quite convenient to invite friends for a meal. An unexpected gain. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and the beautiful manager's pleasant voice came from outside. "Boss, come in," Jiang Nan said while taking a sip of tea. The beautiful manager entered, swaying her slim waist, and approached Jiang Nan, her delicate oval face still so fair and charming. "Boss, I just received a report from the front desk. The Yin family from Jianghai City, Old Manon, has booked the highest-end luxury private room." Jiang Nan blinked, thinking that Old Manon was quite quick. It seemed he also intended to treat guests, and the private room was already reserved. But what did it mean for the beautiful manager to report this to him? He hadn't specifically instructed her to do so. The beautiful manager, unaware of Jiang Nan's inner thoughts, continued, "Boss, the Yin family has a lot of influence in Jiang City. I came to remind you to take this opportunity to build a relationship with the Yin family, so that in Jianghai City, you can have a backing, making things easier." Oh, of course, he understood. The beautiful manager had come specifically because of this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nan said, "Sister, what do you think we should do?" "I suggest we waive the bill," the beautiful manager replied. "This way, the Yin family will definitely have a good impression. If you want to do well in Jianghai City, you can't do without some connections. Offending people can lead to trouble from both the underworld and the legitimate side, which can be very troublesome for the hotel." "Alright, it's settled then." Jiang Nan nodded. However, his motivation was different from what the beautiful manager had said. He was friends with Old Manon. Good. The beautiful manager nodded. "I know how to arrange it." After saying that, she turned around and left, swaying her slim waist. Not long after, Jiang Nan comfortably drank 2 cups of tea in his office, felt it was about time, and took out his phone to call Old Manon. The call connected quickly, and Old Manon's cheerful laughter came through the receiver. "Little brother Jiang, have you arrived?" "Yes, I've reached the hotel." "Old Manon, where are you?" Jiang Nan replied. "I'll be there soon," Old Manon said with a smile. "I've also invited Old Zhao, he's on his way to the hotel." "Alright, I'll wait for you at the hotel entrance," Jiang Nan said. "Okay." They hung up. Jiang Nan tidied his clothes and went downstairs. He usually stayed in the office and wasn't used to mingling. Just as he stepped out of the elevator and into the lobby, he saw Bebe at the cash register, busy collecting money in her uniform, while Lili was also dressed in a hostess uniform, welcoming guests. Zhang Yuan was busily discussing some trivial matters with the beautiful manager. "Hello, boss." "Hello, boss." The hostesses stood up straight and greeted Jiang Nan as soon as they saw him. The beautiful manager and Zhang Yuan also hurried over when they saw Jiang Nan coming down. "Boss. Big boss. You all carry on with your work." Jiang Nan waved his hand and walked straight out of the hotel to wait at the entrance. The beautiful manager and Zhang Yuan looked at Jiang Nan outside through the window, puzzled. "What is the boss doing?" the beautiful manager asked in confusion. "I don't know, boss seems to be acting mysterious," Zhang Yuan said. About 5 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in the hotel's parking space. "Wow, a big client." Several hostesses in the hotel immediately paid attention to the situation. The beautiful manager was even more focused, as she was also keeping an eye on the meal ordered by Old Manon from the Yin family. Old Masterin had met him once before, when he came to the hotel at the invitation of the previous hotel owner, who had specially asked a friend to arrange for Old Masterin and the second young master of the Yin family to be guests at the hotel, thus establishing a connection with the Yin family. It was precisely because of this that the previous hotel owner got to know the second young master of the Yin family, who was Chi's brother, the big brother of Jianghai City. With his backing, the hotel could operate relatively smoothly. When the beautiful manager saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom, she immediately wondered if it was someone from the Yin family arriving. This made her pay even more attention. Sure enough, the car door opened, and Old Masterin got out, surrounded by bodyguards. At that moment, the beautiful manager was shocked to see Jiang Nan approaching with a faint smile, as if he were quite familiar with Old Masterin. This left the beautiful manager momentarily stunned. Shortly after, she saw Old Masterin looking at Jiang Nan and laughing heartily. "Ha, brother Jiang, sorry to keep you waiting." Jiang Nan merely smiled lightly. "Not a problem, I just arrived." He was completely at ease in front of Old Masterin, appearing calm and unruffled. The beautiful manager's lovely eyes widened in surprise, feeling a bit confused about the situation. "Wait a moment, Old Zhao," Old Masterin said. "Okay," Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Then Old Masterin glanced at Chi, who looked a bit angry, and said, "And girl, if you want to learn from brother Jiang, you can't have that attitude. You need to greet him properly when you meet, understand?" And Chi, with a mix of anger and frustration, looked at Jiang Nan and said, "Hello, teacher Jiang." Jiang Nan? He was a bit bewildered. What was this about being a teacher? Meanwhile, old Masterin laughed heartily and interjected, Brother Jiang, and girl secretly told me she wanted to apprentice under you, but she couldn't bring herself to say it directly, so she asked me, this old man, to speak up. Brother Jiang, I hope you won't refuse. Jiang Nan. He understood now, this was the real purpose of the dinner, and she wanted to become his apprentice. Soon, old Master Zhao also arrived. With everyone gathered, they entered the hotel. The beautiful manager, still feeling unsettled, approached Jiang Nan and whispered, Boss, so you know old Masterin? He's a friend, Jiang Nan replied with a faint smile. The beautiful manager immediately rolled her eyes several times. Seriously? A friend? Why didn't you tell me earlier, making me ramble on about trying to build a connection? This made the beautiful manager feel like a clown, and she glanced at Jiang Nan with a hint of resentment. Of course, she didn't forget to lead the way, guiding everyone to the reserved private room. Do you two know each other? And she noticed Jiang Nan and the manager whispering to each other and seemed quite interested, asking. The manager was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Nan simply nodded slightly and replied succinctly, we know each other. Humph. Always flirting around, and she muttered quietly, saying no more. Old Masterin and Old Master Zhao chatted happily as they walked, discussing topics common to their age group. Upon reaching the private room, the manager instructed, bring 2 more servings of the sauced fish, and for the rest, bring the most sumptuous dishes. Okay, the manager nodded and went out. Old Masterin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said nothing. He had planned to treat everyone to this meal, and although he was a bit surprised and displeased that Jiang Nan took charge of ordering the dishes, he wouldn't show any unhappiness. Instead, he smiled happily, ha ha ha. Little brother, I heard they have a fish dish here that's absolutely fantastic, and I thought of you right away to come and try it together. I also wanted to catch up with you, old Masterin, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. I was just thinking it would be nice to get together, and then you called. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Both old Masterin and old Master Zhao laughed heartily. It's the usual small talk when meeting, everyone being polite to each other. A few people chatted casually, and soon the dishes were served, including 3 plates of sauced fish. Although the other dishes weren't particularly tasty, they were all exquisite and expensive. Come on, everyone try this fish. We're gathered here today for the fish, so let's break the norm and eat the fish first before drinking. Old Manon said as he took out chopsticks, signaling everyone. Jiang Nan smiled and began to eat without hesitation. It wasn't his first time, but the deliciousness of the fish made him hungry just by seeing it. Everyone started using their chopsticks. As a piece of fish entered his mouth, Old Man Zhao and Old Man An's eyes widened in surprise. This is amazing, really delicious. I thought it was exaggerated, but I didn't expect the taste to be this great, Old Man An praised, somewhat losing his composure. The deliciousness of the sauced fish completely conquered the taste buds of this picky old man. Exactly, it's so good. I didn't expect fish could be made this delicious. Olden, you really brought me to the right place. If you hadn't called me over, I wouldn't have known. Old Man Zhao said while savoring the fish, clearly excited. And she appeared the calmest, but her beautiful big eyes were squinting with delight as she enjoyed the fish. She couldn't remember the last time she had food that interested her this much. And this fish not only piqued her interest but made her love it immensely. The taste was simply incredible. She had never eaten anything this delicious. Delicious. Come on, everyone, don't stop. The 2 usually composed old men were now eating heartily without caring about their image. Jiang Nan smiled. It seemed the temptation of good food was indeed great. How many years has it been since I've encountered such delicious food? Old Man sighed. For someone of his status, he had encountered too many gourmet dishes, and finding something truly tasty was really difficult. Yes, Old Man Zhao echoed. I hadn't heard of this fish from a luxury hotel before. I heard this hotel just changed owners and launched new dishes, Old Manon explained, knowing a bit of the inside story. That's great. We should come here often in the future, Old Man Zhao said while chewing on the fish. Indeed, the 2 of you should visit often, Jiang Nan smiled. Whenever you come, it's free. Ha! Old Man and Old Man Zhao, and she looked at Jiang Nan in confusion. Little brother, what do you mean by that? Old Manon asked. He. Jiang Nan smiled. Because I am the new owner of this hotel. Ah, what? You are the owner of our hotel? The group stared wide-eyed in surprise. Yes, Jiang Nan said, still smiling, I am the new owner of this hotel, the one Olden just mentioned. Ha ha ha. Old Manon and Old Man Zhao exchanged glances and burst into laughter. I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it, Old Manon said. I invited little brother here to eat fish, and it turns out it's at your hotel. Ha ha. Old Man Zhao laughed as well. Little brother, you really know how to stir things up. Besides doing jade business, you even got into the restaurant industry. What can I do? Jiang Nan said with a wry smile, Old man Zhao, you know the risks in the jade business are too high. I had some good luck a few times and made some money, but who knows what will happen in the future. I might end up losing everything, so I invested this little capital into the restaurant business. Oh, so that's how it is, Old man Zhao nodded, I understand now. Little brother, you're right, the restaurant industry is reliable no matter when, everyone needs to eat. Ha ha ha. Now this is great, we have a place to eat from now on. Olden smiled and said, from now on, come here to eat, but it's all business, little brother must charge money, otherwise, that won't do. The meaning in his words was very clear, he would take care of Jiangnan's business in the future. No, Jiangnan said, with our relationship, just order whatever you want, but you can't take my money. That's not acceptable. Olden said seriously, little brother, if you do this, you're slapping our faces, absolutely not. Alright, I'll say this time, it's on you, but in the future, when we come to eat, we must pay in full, otherwise, how can we show our faces later? Olden, that's too much, we're friends. Jiangnan forced a smile. Friends are friends, business is business, Olden said. In the future, I will still need your help, and when I have something that needs your eyes, it will be a matter of mutual assistance. If we come to eat and you don't pay, how can I have the face to go out later? Jiangnan helplessly smiled, alright, then I will instruct that your meals will be at an 80% discount. Jiangnan understood that Olden was being so insistent because he would need something from him, it was because he had value. That can be arranged, Olden laughed heartily and said, also, I have quite a few friends I want to introduce, and I will recommend your hotel to them, whether it's for dining or weddings and such. Then thank you, Olden. Although Jiangnan didn't care about the hotel's income at all, Olden was genuinely trying to help, and that kindness deserved gratitude. Gee. A series of sharp braking sounds echoed in the parking area of the luxury hotel. They were all white little Land Rovers, more than 10 of them. Bang bang bang. The sound of car doors opening in succession followed, and then a large group of people got out, each looking fierce, with shaved heads and tattoos, holding baseball bats, looking menacing. People nearby saw this and hurriedly dodged, watching the scene in fear, whispering, what the hell is going on? Society, they're here to cause trouble. Isn't the leader the personal brother of the second young master of the Yin family, Biaozi? Oh no, it's over. I heard the new owner of the luxury hotel hasn't paid a visit to the social boss, the second young master of the Yin family. Oh no, I heard the new fish dish at the luxury hotel is particularly delicious, came here to try it, but it looks like that's not happening. Guests wanting to enter the hotel didn't dare to go in, lingering outside to watch. Some passers-by who saw the situation also stopped with great interest to watch the commotion. Brothers, when I give the order, smash it when I say smash. Damn it, trying to mix in Shanghai without reporting to the boss, I think they're tired of living. The speaker was the bald leader of this group, Biaozi, the personal brother of the second young master of the Yin family. Led by Biaozi, the group charged into the hotel with great momentum. More onlookers followed to the large glass windows of the hotel, peering inside to watch, waiting to see the hotel get smashed. Oh no, my goodness. In the hotel lobby, the receptionists were busy when they were suddenly startled by the situation, their faces losing color, and chaos ensued. The lobby manager was so scared that her legs trembled, and she even felt a sudden urge to use the restroom, but reason told her not to panic at such a time. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she hurriedly spoke into the intercom, Manager, come to the lobby quickly, something's happened, something big has happened, someone is causing trouble. The beautiful manager was originally waiting at the door of the room where Jiangnan and the others were dining. Hearing the situation over the intercom, she quickly turned and entered the elevator, simultaneously telling the lobby manager over the intercom, I'll be down right away, you hold them steady first. Okay. The lobby manager was almost in tears, she steeled herself and approached, weakly saying, what do you gentlemen want? What do you want? Biaozi snorted coldly, his face full of anger. You, a mere waiter, have no right to talk to me. Go call your boss down here. I'll give him a lesson and let him know what kind of rules to follow in Shanghai. You have 2 minutes. If you don't bring him to me in 2 minutes, do you see the bat in my little brother's hand? Then it's going to get smashed. The hall manager was even more frightened, looking at the 4 or 5 dozen people, each tall, muscular, bald, and tattooed, holding baseball bats, looking fierce and intimidating, sending chills down her back. After stammering for a long time, she finally squeezed out a sentence, our manager will be down soon. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Yuan received the news and rushed over in a panic. Seeing this scene, he was also taken aback. Damn, there are so many people, I can't afford to mess with them. But as a man, he stood up, pretending to be calm, and walked over, lacking confidence as he said, "What do you want? Who the hell are you?" Diaozi looked at Zhang Yuan. I'm the manager here." Zhang Yuan forced himself to appear calm. "You, a mere manager, what the hell are you saying? Tell your boss to come down, you're not qualified." Zhang Yuan. He wanted to get angry, but looking at the numbers, he knew he couldn't win. At that moment, with a creak, the elevator doors opened. The beautiful manager hurriedly walked out of the elevator. "I'm the manager here, you must be Diaozi, right?" The beautiful manager recognized Diaozi at a glance as he had come to the hotel with the second young master of the Yin family before. "Ha!" Diaozi grinned, "Sister, since you know me, that makes things easier. I heard the hotel has a new boss, let him come down, and I'll explain the rules to him." "Okay, just a moment." The beautiful manager smiled. If she was worried before, she wasn't now, because Jiang Nan was drinking with old Masterin. After saying that, she took out her phone and dialed Jiang Nan's number. In the hotel private room. "Come on, brother Jiang, let's have a drink. We've been so focused on eating fish that we forgot to drink. Ha ha ha, how careless." Old Master Zhao raised his glass and spoke to Jiang Nan. Just then, Jiang Nan's phone rang. I have to take this call." Old Masterin smiled and said. Jiang Nan glanced at his phone and was surprised to see it was the beautiful manager calling. He was immediately puzzled. When he answered the call, the beautiful manager's voice came through the receiver. "Boss, there's a problem at the hotel. Someone is causing trouble and has brought people here." "What?" Jiang Nan was taken aback, and then his expression turned cold. "Someone is causing trouble and has brought people here? What kind of person dares to cause trouble at my brother's hotel?" Old Master Zhao, who was beside him, also heard clearly and immediately turned serious. "What's going on?" Jiang Nan asked over the phone. "Boss, it should be the people of the second young master of the Yin family, led by Diaozi, the second young master's subordinate." "The second young master of the Yin family?" Jiang Nan was a bit confused. Old Masterin was also taken aback, thinking, could it be that troublesome second grandson, and he? And she was also surprised, thinking, could it be her second brother? What kind of person is the second young master of the Yin family? Jiang Nan asked in confusion. Old Masterin. Damn, this little ancestor is just causing trouble. Chi. It must be her second brother, no one else in Jianhai would dare to be so arrogant. He's old Masterin's grandson, the beautiful manager said softly on the phone. Jiang Nan was very surprised, then looked at old Masterin after hanging up the phone. Old Masterin smiled bitterly and said, little brother, let's hang up the phone for now. It might be a misunderstanding. Let's go down and take a look. No, let's drink first, and then we'll go down and take a look. After speaking, he immediately turned to the two bodyguards behind him and said, you two go down and see if the second young master is below. If he is, let him come up to see me. Yes. The two bodyguards replied and turned to leave the room. Jiang Nan. He understood that the troublemakers were likely from the Yin family. Manager, the two bodyguards of old Masterin have gone down. You don't need to worry about this matter, I'll handle it. Okay, boss. Click. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. Come, little brother, let's drink. It should be a misunderstanding. I'll introduce someone to you in a bit. The old master awkwardly raised his glass and said, let's drink first. All right. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and drank a glass with old Masterin. In the hotel lobby. Creak. The elevator doors opened, and old Masterin's two bodyguards stepped out. The arrogant Biaozi, seeing the two bodyguards, was momentarily stunned, then immediately put on a smiling face and flattered, brothers, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be with the old master? What? Just you? The second young master isn't here? One of the bodyguards, who was slightly taller, asked in surprise. The second young master didn't come? Biaozi said, somewhat confused. I see. The taller bodyguard thought for a moment and said to the other bodyguard, I'll go up and ask the old master what to do, you stay here for now. Okay. The other bodyguard nodded. The taller bodyguard turned and went back into the elevator. He hardly acknowledged Biaozi the whole time. Biaozi trembled, realizing something from their conversation, and weakly asked, could it be that the old master is here? Isn't that obvious? The remaining bodyguard said, if the old master weren't here, we wouldn't be here. Biaozi was left speechless, standing there, not knowing what to do. Outside the hotel, people watching the commotion looked bewildered. What's going on? It seems like a fight isn't happening. What's up with the two bodyguards? Are they hired by the hotel owner? Not sure. I don't know. No idea. Are you all ignorant or what? In the hotel private room, the bodyguard pushed the door open and entered the room. Old master, the second young master isn't here, only Biaozi. Only Biaozi? Old Master An's expression turned cold. Humph. Let him come up to see me. Yes. The bodyguard replied and turned to leave the room. He entered the elevator and quickly reached downstairs. The elevator doors opened, and he walked out expressionlessly, looking at Biaozi, and beckoned with his finger. Come with me, the old master wants to see you. Ha! Biaozi's legs immediately trembled, and he timidly said, Big brother, can you tell me what's going on up there? I can treat you two to a meal another day. He was feeling extremely anxious, completely unclear about what was happening. Humph. The slightly taller bodyguard snorted coldly. You've caused trouble, coming here to make a scene. Do you know the relationship between the new owner here and the old master? He is a distinguished guest whom even the old master respects. Ah, my God. Biaozi was so scared he almost sat down on the ground, his face turning pale. He had clearly realized what it meant to be a distinguished guest of the old master. Let's go, don't waste any more time. If the old master gets angry, no one will be able to handle it. The bodyguard said and turned to walk towards the elevator, with the other bodyguard following closely behind. Biaozi immediately shrank back, hanging his head and following behind like a grandson. The onlookers outside immediately erupted. Damn, why does it look like the troublemaker has shrunk back? Exactly, look at him now, acting like a grandson. He. This is getting interesting. He came in with such momentum to cause trouble, and now he's turned into this grandson. The truth is out. I guess the new owner of the Grand Hotel has a strong background and is not to be provoked. Makes sense, I was thinking the same. Biaogo, what should we do? One of the younger brothers looked at Biaozi as he went upstairs and asked, You damn idiot, are you a tiger? Biaozi shot him a glare. Wait, what else can we do? The bald younger brother who spoke rubbed his shiny scalp, looking aggrieved, not daring to make a sound. Put. Some younger brothers nearby were stifling laughter. Are you stupid to talk at a time like this? Can't you see things are going south? If this were a TV drama, you'd be lucky to survive an episode. Two bodyguards took Biaozi upstairs and into a room. Old master, the person is here. Upon seeing the old man and sitting in his seat, Biaozi's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down, with a mournful face saying, Old master, you're here. I really didn't know you were here. Did I disturb your meal? Humph. Old master snorted coldly, his gaze icy. Tell me what you are doing? I. Biaozi stammered, unsure how to respond. Did you bring people to the hotel to cause trouble? Old Master An's expression darkened further. I. Biaozi really didn't know what to say. Gritting his teeth, he slapped himself across the face, saying, Old Master, I was wrong. I really didn't know the boss here and you were friends. Otherwise, even if you lent me some courage, I wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Smack. The sound of slaps echoed. Humph. Old Master coldly snorted, watching Biaozi slap himself. It took a good half a minute before he finally turned to Jiangnan with a smile. Little brother, considering he knows his mistake, let him go. Do me a favor, he is my useless grandson. Since Biaozi arrived, Jiangnan's expression had been very cold, also watching Biaozi slap himself in silence. Now that old master spoke, Jiangnan frowned slightly and pondered before saying, Since that's the case, Olden, since you've spoken, let it go. Thank you for your generosity, brother. Old Master quickly replied, then looked at Biaozi, hurry up and get lost. Also, have an come over, immediately, right now, understand? Got it. Biaozi hurriedly answered, rushing to leave. His own face was swollen from his slaps, and he didn't dare to put on airs in front of the old master. Each slap was delivered with full force. Come, little brother, let's continue drinking. Old Master raised his glass. A misunderstanding, let's just let this go. Yeah, let's all have a drink. Old Master Zhao also raised his glass to smooth things over. After all, this incident happened to the Yin family, and luckily old Master was here, otherwise, it might have caused some awkwardness. Jiangnan smiled slightly, raised his glass. Come, it's a small matter, I won't take it to heart, let's all drink together. Although he said this, he was filled with worries. This made him realize a problem. Just having money isn't enough. One must also have means of self-defense. Otherwise, in situations like this, if old Master Zhao hadn't happened to be here, he would have had to swallow his pride and be slapped in the face. And now, he didn't want to play the fool anymore. If he had no choice before, now that he could see a chance of success, if he still played the fool with money, then he would truly be a fool at heart. Next, he needed to quickly ensure he had enough power around him. Old Master always had two bodyguards by his side, and he had already thought that money was no longer an issue. He could easily hire a few capable bodyguards. If someone came to cause trouble, just fight back. Creak. the elevator doors in the hall opened. Diaozi's face was swollen like a pig's head as he walked out of the elevator. Heavens! Oh my goodness, what happened? Everyone was startled. A little brother hurried over and said, Diao, who beat you up like this? No way, we can't let it go, tell me, I'll get revenge for you. Get lost. Diaozi was feeling frustrated. I did it to myself, who are you going to get revenge on? Put. As soon as the words came out, the waitresses around couldn't help but laugh. His current state was already very funny, and now they couldn't hold back. Seeing this, Diaozi immediately covered his face, wishing he could find a place to hide. Damn it, he came in all swaggering, and now he looked like this. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. He didn't want to stay for another second, shouted, and fled in a panic. The little brothers quickly followed. Outside, those watching the commotion couldn't help but laugh, but were afraid of getting into trouble, covering their mouths and snickering. Damn, so funny, came in acting like a big shot, now turned into a grandson. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore, let me go laugh in a girl's arms for a bit. You, going to laugh in a girl's arms? Are you sent by heaven to be funny? Boss, something's wrong. In the car, Diaozi dialed the phone of the second young master of the Yin family, and What's going on? You can't even handle a new hotel owner? Boss, don't mention it, the old man is there, and he's friends with the new owner. The old man also said to hurry to the hotel, be quick. What? The old man is there. What's going on? It's so chaotic, explain it clearly. It's like this, I brought people to the hotel, and then the old man's bodyguards came down. Diaozi recounted the whole story. There's such a situation? Alright, come back, I'll call the old man and ask. Hotel private room. Old Masterin was chatting with Jiang Nan when the phone rang. Seeing it was an E calling, he smiled and said, little brother, I need to take this call. After saying that, he stepped aside. Jiang Nan nodded slightly and continued chatting with Old Master Zhao. Old Masterin left the room, walked a short distance, and then answered the call, starting with a scolding, you little brat, just causing me trouble. Grandpa, what's going on? Humph. You better come over quickly, I want to introduce you to someone. Old Masterin said, the new owner of the luxury hotel, the one I told you about before, a remarkable person. Hiss. And he gasped, what a coincidence, isn't it? Old Masterin said, alright, you know what to do, hurry over. I got it, Grandpa. The call ended. Old Masterin returned to the room, and the few continued to eat and chat. It wasn't long before an E, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, looking quite refined, arrived in the room. Come, Jiang Shao brother, let me introduce you. This is my grandson, and Chi's brother, and E. Old Masterin immediately stood up to introduce. Jiang Nan took a glance and indeed saw some resemblance to Chi. He was quite handsome, but a bit surprised. How many brothers does Chi have, and which one is this? From his attire and demeanor, he didn't seem like the second young master who used to be in the underworld. He smiled and nodded, introducing himself, Jiang Nan. Jiang brother. And he also smiled, I've heard my sister mention you. Brother. And Chi's face turned red, glaring at an E. And E shrugged helplessly. Alright, sit down, let's all go eat. Old Masterin said. Okay, Grandpa. And E looked just as obedient as in Chi. As soon as he sat down, and he raised a glass and looked at Jiang Nan, saying, Jiang brother, I'm sorry about earlier. I didn't know my underlings came to cause trouble for you. I've given him a good lesson, and I hope you can forgive me. Jiang Nan was slightly surprised and thought to himself that this really was the second young master of the Yin family, who seemed quite different at first glance. However, he did not show any expression on his face and smiled, saying, it's all fine now, Olden. I've already said it was a misunderstanding. That's good, and he said with a smile. The two of them raised their glasses and drank. Brother Jiang, we haven't met before, but I've heard my sister and grandfather mention you. You're quite a remarkable person, and he seemed quite talkative. Oh, not at all, you're flattering me, Jiang Nan replied politely. Today's incident was like a flood washing away the Dragon King Temple, or a family doesn't recognize its own. Brother Jiang, we can consider ourselves acquainted now. In the future, if you have any trivial matters in Shanghai, feel free to come to me directly. Although I can't handle big matters, I can still take care of some small ones. Alright, since that's the case, I won't hold back if I have something in the future. Jiang Nan quite liked Yi's temperament at the moment. He didn't sound arrogant and spoke quite reasonably. Ha ha ha. Come, everyone, let's have a drink together. Olden was very happy and raised his glass. Yes, you don't get to know someone without a fight. Old Zhao also raised his glass. The atmosphere in the room seemed extremely harmonious. 2 days later, the hotel guests returned beyond expectations. Originally quiet due to the incident, The hotel was now bustling with activity. Especially during meal times, it was almost at peak capacity. In this era of advanced communication, the sauced fish quickly became well known among the upper-class people in Shanghai City. There was no way around it. Various WeChat groups and friend circles had a powerful spreading force. Of course, the most important factor was that the taste of the sauced fish was simply stunning, which led to its strong acceptance and mutual recommendations among friends. It could be said that the upper-class people had an even greater craving for delicious food. After eating too much and getting tired of it, finding a good dish was quite difficult. The emergence of sauced fish was like a savior for them, at least until they got tired of it. Moreover, money didn't require much calculation for them. Just right, the hotel standard and the price of the sauced fish matched the consumption group of the upper class. The compatibility in various aspects led to the popularity of the sauced fish, resulting in booming business for the luxury hotel. Additionally, when guests came, although it was to eat sauced fish, they would also order other dishes, leading to a chain of consumption. This resulted in the luxury hotel now having a considerable daily income. Jiang Nan initially just wanted to have a casual go at it, but he didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. The cashier, Bebe, was so happy that her little mouth was grinning. The beautiful manager was even more motivated because Jiang Nan had already fulfilled his promise and discussed giving her and the beautiful chef a share of the profits. The better the business did, the more dividends they would receive, and a comprehensive reward system had been established. Jiang Nan still maintained that he didn't care much about the hotel's income. Although the hotel was now thriving with daily profits reaching over 100,000, it was inconsequential to him. Therefore, giving out a few percentage points of profit shares was no big deal. However, this greatly motivated the beautiful manager and the beautiful chef. The hotel would become even more prosperous. What Jiang Nan needed was this superficial phenomenon. The hotel had only been acquired for a couple of days and was already basically on the right track. Jiang Nan was quite pleased with this. Not having to worry was better than anything else. And tomorrow he was going to the auction house in the Magic City. Moreover, Jiang Nan already had a plan. This trip to the auction house was just to scout the way. Once the Imperial Green was sold, he planned to head straight to Myanmar, targeting both Imperial Green and emeralds, aiming to bring back dozens of pieces at once, and then sell them at the auction house, without anyone knowing. The jade business would grow larger and larger, and it wouldn't do to go back to old Zhao's place. Unless it's occasionally playing with a piece of ordinary jade to create some illusions, it wouldn't raise any suspicion from old Master Zhao if he suddenly stopped dealing in jade. This is a matter worth noting. The next day, Shanghai City Airport entrance. Anchi, dressed in a white dress with lace trim, stands quietly beside a Rolls-Royce Phantom, wearing sunglasses, her entire demeanor exuding elegance, waiting for Jiang Nan's arrival. With her stunning beauty, perfect figure, and unique charm, passers-by can't help but steal glances. Women are filled with envy and jealousy. Men are secretly drooling. A streamer happens to pass by, holding a selfie stick, taking pictures as he walks. When he notices Anchi, he quietly adjusts the camera to capture her. Instantly, Anchi appears in the live stream. Meanwhile, the streamer says in the live chat, "Hey guys, what do you think of this girl? Heh, damn, such a stunning long-legged girl, her looks, her figure is out of this world, she can't be an A-list actress, right? Wow. This is just too beautiful. And there's a Rolls-Royce beside her, this is the legendary rich beauty, if I could date a girl like that, it would be worth dying for, you idiot upstairs, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You're the idiot, how can you say you don't have such lewd thoughts? I do, just not saying it, what can you do about it? You little brat, if you have guts, give me your address, let's meet and talk, wow. Society, it's getting heated. Guangdong battles on horseback. From now on, I'm a man of society, life and death or nothing, if you don't agree, let's fight. Sigh, since ancient times, beautiful women bring disaster, as expected, just a glance in the live stream and it's getting heated, you guys really are dying for a good reason. Damn, you idiots, looking at the girl, the building is tilting, Anchi senses something and looks towards the streamer. The streamer, startled, quickly retracts his neck and turns the camera away, slipping away with the crowd. He also notices that not far from Anchi, two bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses are standing. At a glance, they are not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, the live chat is in chaos. I want to see the sister, streamer, quickly turn the camera to the sister, or I'll curse your whole family to death. Damn streamer, do you believe I'll throw eggs at you? The streamer is almost in tears, he finally gained some fans, and now they might turn into haters. Miss, she's here. At that moment, one of the bodyguards says. Not far away, Jiang Nan drives over in a white Range Rover. The car stops beside Anchi, and Jiang Nan gets out. Hi, sorry I'm a bit late. Anchi's eyes light up, and she is momentarily stunned.
Jiangnan today is excessively handsome, not in his usual casual attire, but in a light gray Armani suit and trendy Versace shoes. He looks both low-key and stylish, making him even more striking. You look really beautiful today. Jiangnan openly admires Anqi, and although he has seen her countless times, her beauty still captivates him. Everything is great. He secretly sighs, this girl is simply a darling of the gods, high in looks, great in figure, charming, well-mannered, and from a good family. The only flaw is her slightly quirky temper, which can be hard to understand, but it's impossible to stay angry with her. Making a girl wait for you, how can you be so shameless? Anqi says with a hint of anger. Jiangnan smiles wryly, there was traffic on the way. After all, Anqi is accompanying him to the auction house this time, so he has to accommodate her a bit. Let's go, the plane is about to take off. Anqi says, stepping in her high heels, swaying her slim waist, and takes the lead. Jiangnan helplessly shook his head and followed. The two bodyguards in black got into the car and drove away. Wow! Is this first class? The treatment is indeed so different from economy class. Once on the plane, arriving at the first class that Anqi had booked in advance, Jiangnan couldn't help but exclaim, stop pretending. And she rolled her eyes at him and said, you're clearly someone important, yet you act like a loser all day. Aren't you tired? Jiangnan, damn, am I pretending? But this misunderstanding seems to be working out well. Ahem, Jiangnan cleared his throat a couple of times and calmly sat down. You've seen through me. And she shot him a charming glance but didn't say anything. Jiangnan felt quite happy. It seemed that by pretending, she believed him even more. So let's keep pretending. The years of showing off must be quite nice. What would you like to drink? A beautiful flight attendant approached with a standard smile. I'll have a cocktail, and she said casually. Jiangnan was confused and asked, they serve cocktails on the plane? How come I didn't know? Sir, I take it you haven't flown first class before, the flight attendant explained with a smile. First class offers exquisite cocktails, but regular economy class does not. Jiangnan felt embarrassed. Sir, what would you like to drink? The flight attendant skillfully shifted the topic. I'll have a cocktail too, Jiangnan smiled. Please wait a moment, it will be right out. The flight attendant stepped back, and she shot him another eye roll. Jiangnan shrugged and said nothing, pulling out his phone to look up information and catch up on what he had missed, only to learn the differences between first class and economy class. Besides the spacious and comfortable space and a wider selection of exquisite drinks, there was even a free massage service provided by the flight attendants. Wow, that's nice, but I'll pass this time, it's not convenient with Anqi around. Next time, I'll enjoy the flight attendant's massage properly. The journey in first class was very comfortable, and having such a stunning girl like Anqi by his side made it even better. They chatted casually, and before they knew it, the plane had arrived in the Magic City and was beginning to land. As they disembarked, Anqi said, Jiangnan, have you thought about the starting price for the Imperial Green Jade auction? Yes, Jiangnan nodded. 20 million, based on old Zhao's reference price. That's good. Anqi nodded, then changed the subject. Someone will be picking us up after we get off the plane. He's an auctioneer from the Magic City auction house, and we have a good personal relationship. Someone picking us up? That's great, Jiangnan nodded, marveling at the An family's extensive connections. Just as they stepped out of the airport, a voice called out, Hi, Anqi. It was a woman's voice, slightly hoarse but very pleasant to hear. Jiangnan turned to look, his eyes lighting up. A beautiful woman with long, wavy golden hair, a stunning figure, and a charming smile was looking at Anqi. She had two cute dimples on her exquisite face, and in that moment, Jiangnan thought of a saying, your dimples have no wine, yet I'm drunk like a dog. Damn, do all the beautiful friends she knows have to be beauties too? Jiangnan sighed inwardly. It was rare to see someone as beautiful as Anqi, but this girl was also quite nice. Although her beauty was different from Anqi's, she had her own charm, and they were on the same level. Who is this? The curly-haired beauty noticed Jiangnan beside Anqi and looked at him with slight interest. Jiangnan, Anqi introduced. He, so handsome, is he your boyfriend? The curly-haired beauty smiled, clearly interested in Jiangnan. Go away, he's not, just a friend, Anqi's face flushed slightly. Really? Of course it's true, Anqi said. Alright, stop being so infatuated. Let's not talk about this, let's go to the auction house. Okay, let's get in the car. The curly-haired beauty opened the door of a nearby red Porsche Cayenne while saying this, glancing back at Jiangnan before getting in the car. Jiangnan smiled politely. A few people got in the car. The vehicle started moving, merging into the flow of traffic, and the curly-haired girl said while driving, Handsome, let me introduce myself, my name is Zhu Yuyu. Zhu Yuyu? Jiangnan chuckled, that's a lovely name. Thank you for the compliment.
The curly-haired beauty smiled at Jiangnan, her two dimples enchanting. Anchi, it's been a while since you came, I've missed you. The curly-haired girl shifted the topic and started chatting with Anchi. Yeah, things have been quite busy lately, I've missed you too, Anchi replied. You say you miss me but you don't come to see me. Didn't I say? Things have been busy. The two girls fell into a useless gossip. Jiangnan listened with both ears, unable to interject, so he kept silent, looking out the window at the scenery. However, Zhu Yuyu's slightly hoarse yet melodious voice always drew him in, making it a pleasure to hear her speak. Such a beautiful voice was simply a delight. Moreover, Jiangnan inexplicably developed a wicked thought: if such a girl were to be his wife, he couldn't imagine how wonderful it would be to wake her up for activities at night. After about an hour, they finally arrived at the auction house in the Magic City. There was no helping it, the Magic City was just too vast. The Porsche Cayenne parked directly in the underground parking lot of the auction house. With Zhu Yuyu leading the way, the three of them took a shortcut, using the elevator from the underground garage to go straight to the appraisal area of the auction house. The entrance to the appraisal area was heavily guarded, with more than 10 security personnel, all serious-looking, and most importantly, armed. Beyond the entrance was a long corridor, with small rooms on either side where various industry experts conducted appraisals. Just seeing this scene gave a sense of oppression. It was Jiangnan's first time in such a place, and he felt a bit anxious. Fortunately, Zhu Yuyu led the way, and the security did not question them, allowing the three to enter directly. At the entrance of each room, indicator lights showed whether there were guests or not. Under Zhu Yuyu's guidance, the three walked quite a distance down the corridor until they reached room 28, where the green light was on, indicating that there were currently no guests inside. Zhu Yuyu knocked on the door, then pushed it open, leading Jiangnan and Anchi inside. The room was not too big, with a desk and an elderly man who was drinking tea. Old Zhang, Yuyu said with a smile, I've brought a friend. The old man nodded, giving a faint smile without speaking. He seemed to be a man of few words. Jiangnan, take out the items, Anchi said. Jiangnan nodded and took out 2 pieces of imperial green from his backpack, placing them on the table in front of the old man. The old man's eyes lit up as he looked over, a smile appearing on his face as he said, Imperial green, good stuff. I haven't seen this in a long time. As he spoke, he picked up a magnifying glass from the side and began to examine it carefully. Zhu Yuyu gestured for everyone to remain silent. Anchi nodded in understanding. Jiangnan also nodded to show he understood. The room was very quiet. Time passed minute by minute, making it very detailed. Jiangnan felt a bit bored waiting. After nearly 10 minutes, the old man finally stopped, nodded in satisfaction, and confirmed, not bad, it's imperial green. After saying this, he glanced at Jiangnan. Jiangnan smiled. The old man didn't waste words. He took a receipt from the drawer of the desk, signed it for the imperial green, then signed his name and stamped it. He handed both the imperial green and the receipt to Zhu Yuyu, saying, you take it over and arrange for the auction. Okay, old Zhang, Zhu Yuyu replied. Old Zhang, we're leaving now, Zhu Yuyu said again, and the three of them left. After leaving the appraisal office, Zhu Yuyu said, Anchi, I can't stay with you anymore. I need to take the imperial green over to arrange for the auction. After the auction is over, let's have a meal together. Okay, you go ahead. Anchi nodded. See you later, handsome. Zhu Yuyu glanced at Jiangnan and playfully winked at him. See you later. Jiangnan smiled, feeling inexplicably touched, thinking to himself that this girl really knows how to entice. Zhu Yuyu tossed her wavy long hair, turned around, and swayed her slender waist as she left, her graceful figure captivating. Jiangnan watched her retreating figure. Humph. Anchi snorted coldly beside him, still looking? Be careful not to get too attached. Jiangnan laughed awkwardly and said, not at all. TCH, you're just being coy. Anchi threw him a flirtatious glance, let's find a place to eat. The auction won't start until afternoon. Sure. Jiangnan nodded, you're familiar with this place, you decide where to eat, it's on me. Duh. Anchi pouted, you're a big man, are you really going to make me pay? Jiangnan. He really had no common language with this girl. There's a Western restaurant nearby, let's go there. Anchi said as she swayed her slender waist and led the way. Jiangnan pursed his lips and said nothing, following her. He understood that when dealing with this girl, it was better to say less to avoid getting pricked. The auction started at 2 p.m. Under Anchi's guidance, Jiangnan easily entered the auction venue. As guests with items to bid on, their seats were arranged in the front. It was a pretty good spot. The entire auction venue was quite spacious, resembling a cinema, with gradually rising tiers allowing everyone to clearly see the auction stage. The venue was set up with 1,000 seats, accommodating up to 1,000 people. At this time, more than half of the seats were already occupied, and the entire hall was very lively,
with conversations echoing. Jiangnan and Anqi sat side by side. Anqi habitually didn't talk much, while Jiangnan casually surveyed the auction venue, familiarizing himself with the environment, as this would likely be a place he frequented in the future. About half an hour later, the back door of the auction venue opened, and several fully armed security personnel entered. Instantly, the auction venue quieted down. Jiangnan understood that the auction was about to officially begin. Soon, a familiar face appeared. Zhu Yuyu. She had changed into a fitted dark floral qipao, her perfect figure accentuated, making her look incredibly alluring. Damn, her figure is just too good. Jiangnan sighed, wondering how many girls would envy her. If she were his girlfriend, what would that feel like? Wouldn't he be the happiest? A wave of soft gasps arose from the audience. So beautiful. That figure is amazing. A true gem of the world. Zhu Yuyu gracefully walked onto the auction stage, flashing a captivating smile, and then said, "Hello everyone, I am the auctioneer for this event." Applause erupted from below. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your applause. Zhu Yuyu exuded grace and charm, her smile enchanting yet appropriate. Now, let's get to the main event. Please bring out our first auction item. The applause subsided. A similarly dressed young lady in a qipao came up holding a tray, covered with a gauze cloth, obscuring the items on it. The young lady walked onto the auction stage and placed the item in the center of the square auction display. Then she stepped back and stood to the side. The young lady was also quite attractive and had a good figure, but compared to Zhu Yuyu, she immediately became inconspicuous. Clap. The spotlight focused on the auction item. Meanwhile, a 74-inch LCD screen behind the auction stage lit up, displaying a magnified view of the tray and the covered auction item. This shifted everyone's gaze away from Zhu Yuyu, who was now expectantly looking at the auction items on the tray. Zhu Yuyu twisted her slender waist and walked up, gently lifting the gauze to reveal an ancient, rustic, and somewhat damaged bronze sword. Her slightly hoarse yet pleasant voice rang out. The first auction item is a damaged bronze sword from the Warring States period, with a starting price of 2 million. Each bid must increase by no less than 50,000, and the auction begins now. No one below made a bid, but murmurs began to arise. What a pity, it's damaged. Yes, if it were complete, its collectible value would greatly increase. He. It seems everyone is just watching, no one is bidding. Jiangnan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, his slightly interested gaze locked onto the bronze sword, throwing out a probe. Value over 2 million. 100%. Value over 3 million. 10%. Value over 5 million. 100%. Value over 6 million. 50%. Ha! Jiangnan smiled. With a starting price of 2 million, there was still profit to be made. If no one else bid, he could buy it outright and make a small profit. It was so convenient to see the success rates. Unfortunately, Jiangnan's wishful thinking fell flat. After a moment of waiting, someone finally started bidding. 2.05 million. With the first bid, it seemed everyone loosened up, and more bids followed. 1 million. 15 million. 2 million. 3 million. Someone directly added 100,000. The bidding paused again as people looked towards the bidder at 3 million. 10 seconds passed, 20 seconds passed. Zhu Yuyu spoke up, her slightly hoarse yet pleasant voice saying, 3 million, is there any further bidding? 4 million. Once again, someone placed a bid. The surrounding murmurs began. This price isn't low, I don't think anyone will bid anymore. If it goes higher, it won't be worth it. Another 20 seconds passed, and no one spoke. Zhu Yuyu spoke again. 4 million, is there anyone else willing to bid? No one replied. Zhu Yuyu waited for 2 seconds, then began to raise the auction hammer, calling out, 4 million, first time. As her words fell, another bid came in. 45 million. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder. However, immediately after, another voice called out a higher bid, 6 million. Wow! This price is impressive. Yes, this is true love, otherwise, they wouldn't bid this much. Zhu Yuyu waited for 2 seconds, making the final confirmation. 6 million, first time. 6 million, second time. 6 million, third time. Auction successful. As her words fell, the auction hammer came down. After a brief pause, the second auction item was brought up. Jiangnan's Imperial Green was presented as the 11th auction item. When the Imperial Green was brought up, Zhu Yuyu on the auction stage quietly glanced at Jiangnan. This glance drew the attention of several men towards Jiangnan, their gazes filled with hostility. Jiangnan could only smile wryly at this.
The next auction item is Imperial Green, Zhu Yuyu said habitually.
The size and quality are evident to everyone, I need not elaborate further. The starting price is 20 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 200,000.
The auction begins now. Murmurs arose below.
Wow, Imperial Green is a great item, it's been a long time since I've seen it at an auction.
As expected of Imperial Green, it's beautiful. Just look at the quality, it's truly mesmerizing. It's a pity that jadeite isn't my favorite. Those who love collecting jadeite must be itching to bid now. Sure enough, someone had already started bidding. 22 million. Immediately following, someone raised the bid. 25 million. 21 million.
5 or 6 families were competing, and it looked quite intense.
22 million. Wow, the momentum is really strong. Such a rare Imperial Green, it's no wonder it's sought after by jade enthusiasts. Yeah, if I understood jade, I would want to jump in too.
I've heard that the prospects for jade collection are promising, especially for rare jades like Imperial Green emeralds.
5 million. 23 million.
In the end, 2 families were chasing very closely, raising the bid aggressively, giving off a sense of inevitability.
Perhaps it was this sense of determination that suppressed the other bidders.
After the price reached 23 million, surprisingly, no one else raised the bid. They waited for a full half minute, and still, no one raised the bid.
Zhu Yuyu had no choice but to glance at Jiang Nan again and began to call out, "Is there anyone willing to raise the bid at 23 million? There was silence below. 2 seconds later, no one spoke.
Zhu Yuyu started to make the final confirmation.
23 million, first time. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?
After a slight pause, there was no response, so she continued to call.
23 million, second time.
After pausing for 2 seconds, with no one raising the bid, the chances of an unexpected situation were slim.
23 million, third time. Sold. Bang. The auction hammer fell. Not bad, sold for 23 million, said Anchi to Jiangnan.
Yeah, I'm quite satisfied, Jiangnan smiled. After all, it was bought for just a few thousand.
Anchi
gave him a roll of her eyes.
The auction continued. Jiangnan watched with slight interest, occasionally throwing a probing glance.
However, it was clear that finding a bargain in such a place was not feasible, as there were hardly any opportunities. As time passed, one auction item after another was sold, and the auction was nearing its end.
Jiangnan could no longer remember which item was being auctioned.
Zhu Yuyu's slightly hoarse yet pleasant voice said, "Next is the last auction item of the day, but this item is quite strange." Her words immediately piqued everyone's interest, and they looked intently at the round tray on the auction stage. Zhu Yuyu walked over, lifted the veil, and inside appeared a piece of animal skin, not too large, about 1 meter. Jiangnan was also very intrigued. He couldn't tell what this thing was at all. Clearly, he wasn't the only one interested.
After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. "Beautiful auctioneer, what is this thing?" Someone shouted. Yeah, same question. I can't make heads or tails of it. What's going on? Doesn't the Magic City auction house have an expert appraisal team? Did they not identify what it is before bringing it to auction? Makes sense. This matter is puzzling and perplexing.
Everyone, quiet down, Zhu Yuyu said with a smile. It's like this auction item is quite special. Our Magic City expert appraisal team couldn't figure out what exactly it is, but we can be sure that it's an old item.
However, the age is hard to determine.
From the texture, it should be a piece of animal skin, but we can't identify what animal it came from. As she spoke, she lifted the animal skin to show everyone. Through the enlarged LCD screen, it was very clear. It looked like animal fur and was indeed very old. This is the back of the animal skin, Zhu Yuyu continued, and on its front, there are some strange lines that look like an incomplete map. As she spoke, she turned the animal skin around. The side with the strange lines faced everyone, and it was clear to see, the winding lines indeed looked like a map. However, the edge position quickly lost connection, and if you looked closely, it should be half a map or something.
This thing, for now, cannot be qualitatively defined, Zhu Yuyu continued. It has been in the hands of the owner for some time, and it looks like a good item, but because it cannot be deciphered, it is being auctioned off. The starting price is 1 million. If anyone wants to get it for fun, you can bid. By the way, you can freely increase the bid, there is no minimum price limit. Now the auction begins. As soon as Zhu Yuyu finished speaking, someone laughed and said, "Can we increase the bid freely, even by 1 yuan?
That's how the rules are," Zhu Yuyu smiled.
Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Laughter erupted.
Soon after, there were chaotic discussions. It's obvious that the auction house just wants to avoid a failed auction.
Yeah, this thing is unpredictable, can't make heads or tails of it. Even the expert appraisal team from the Magic City auction house couldn't figure it out, so who else could understand what it is? 1 million isn't too much money, but it's clearly a waste. Makes sense, I guess no one will bid. Hee. Not necessarily. What if there's someone who thinks they're clever, lucky, and can find a bargain? Even Anchi, usually uninterested, was touching her pointed chin and said to Jiangnan beside her, "This thing is quite interesting." However, Jiangnan ignored her. This made Anchi sulk and roll her eyes at him. Jiangnan still didn't pay her any attention and was focused on that beast skin. He was busy, detecting one after another. Value over 2 million. 100%. Damn! It's a good item. Value over 3 million. 100%. Not the limit yet? Value over 5 million. 100%. Value over 10 million. 100%. Damn! Found another treasure. Value over 100 million. 100%. Hiss! Jiangnan gasped, suddenly thinking of a question. Could this strange item, which resembled that priceless treasure he encountered before, be another priceless treasure? He felt very unsettled and continued to detect, and it was extreme detection. Value over 10 trillion. 100%. The truth revealed, indeed another priceless treasure. Not something that can be measured by money. Damn, didn't expect to find a treasure here. Is there anyone bidding? Zhu Yuyu looked at the crowd chatting excitedly but not calling out bids, and she lost patience. If no one bid, she would have to announce a failed auction. Just then, someone shouted, 101 million. Zhu Yuyu recognized the voice and was surprised to see it was Jiangnan. At the same time, everyone around turned to look at Jiangnan, who had clearly become the center of attention. Jiangnan, what's going on with you? Anchi frowned and instinctively asked, then immediately seemed to remember something, her expression astonished. A thought arose in her mind, could Jiangnan have seen some clue from this strange beast skin that no one else could understand? After all, only she knew that behind Jiangnan's handsome yet youthful face lay remarkable insight and vision. Meanwhile, discussions erupted around them. Wow, someone really bid. Hee. I knew it, there are always some who think they're clever and like to find bargains, and it's a young kid who figured it out, a show-off. Makes sense, I think so too. Zhu Yuyu looked at Jiangnan in surprise but didn't forget her job. After a moment, she called out, 101 million, is there anyone who wants to increase the bid? At this time, others were also very interested, looking around to see if anyone would raise the bid. After about half a minute, no one stepped up, only the sound of discussion. Sure enough, no one has high hopes for this. The appraisal team of the Magic City auction house can't even figure it out, yet this kid actually made a move. I really don't understand what he's thinking. Strange things happen every year, just get used to it. Zhu Yuyu began her final confirmation. 101 million, first time, is there any further bidding? No one responded. 101 million, second time. 101 million, third time. Sold. Clap. The auction hammer fell. After leaving the auction house, Jiangnan's card had more than 20 million added to it, and in his hand, he held that strange piece of beast skin. He looked left and right but couldn't figure out what kind of skin it was, testing it out curiously as he walked. Cowhide. 0%. Sheepskin. 0%. Rabbit skin. 0%. Wolf skin. 0%. Tiger skin. 0%. Jiangnan. After thinking for a moment, he had a bright idea and conducted a more macro detection. Beast skin. 0%. Damn. What the hell? After thinking again. Not fur. 0%. Is fur. 100%. It's definitely fur, but this isn't beast skin, this thing is strange. Just then, Anchi spoke up beside him. Jiangnan, can this thing be seen through? Her expression was very serious. No. Jiangnan withdrew his thoughts and turned to her, saying, can't see through? Anchi was surprised. If you can't see through, how did you buy it? It felt pretty good, and I was curious, so I bought it. Anchi, what if I bite him to death? Waiting online, quite anxious. Is it true or not? Anchi asked again, not quite believing. Aren't you a master? Did you see something? I really didn't. Jiangnan said with a bitter smile, but he understood Anchi's thoughts, as she misunderstood him to be a master, thinking he understood what the beast skin was about. His mind raced, and he immediately found a suitable excuse to say, but this thing is quite strange, I want to take it down first and study it carefully. After all, it's only 1 million, this amount of money isn't much for me. That makes sense. Anchi was clearly persuaded, nodding in agreement. After leaving the auction house, the sky was already approaching evening. Jiangnan and Anchi waited outside the auction venue. They had agreed to have dinner with Zhu Yuyu. Not long after, Zhu Yuyu drove her red Porsche Cayenne directly out of the underground garage. The Porsche Cayenne stopped beside Jiangnan and Anqi, and Zhu Yuyu rolled down the window with a smile. Get in. The two dimples made Jiangnan feel dizzy again. He thought to himself, this girl really knows how to entice people. But he quickly averted his gaze, otherwise, if she saw through his thoughts, he would be laughed at for being unable to move when a woman walked by, and that would be tragic. The two got in the car. Anqi went to the passenger seat, and Jiangnan had no choice but to sit in the back. He felt a bit depressed. As a man, he should be in the driver's seat, driving and taking the girl for a ride. That would be the best. But clearly, the conditions didn't allow for that, so he could only play the obedient boy. Zhu Yuyu drove the car into the traffic and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Mainly, "What do you want to eat?" Anqi said, "This time, I'm treating. Let me treat instead." Zhu Yuyu said, "Most of the time before you treated, I feel embarrassed. Although you have money, it's not good to always do this as friends. A meal only costs a few bucks." Anqi said, "Don't argue over this, let's not fight about it. I'll treat." Alright, young lady. Zhu Yuyu said helplessly, then thought for a moment and looked at Jiangnan, saying, "Handsome guy, what do you want to eat?" Jiangnan smiled and said, "Actually, what I want to say is that it doesn't matter what I eat, this time, I should be the one treating. Anqi is here to help me, and you, young lady, are also helping me." Giggle giggle giggle, Zhu Yuyu laughed, "I thought you two were a couple, but it turns out, you're not. Not at all." Anqi's pretty face turned red again. Who would like a man like him, who changes his mind so easily and has no class? Jiangnan. Giggle giggle giggle. Anqi, you really don't like such a handsome guy? Zhu Yuyu joked, "If you don't like him, I might just go for it. A little handsome guy like this is quite in demand. If you don't grab him, he might slip away without you noticing." As an auctioneer, Zhu Yuyu had a keen eye. Jiangnan was dressed in Armani, and since he was dating Anqi, she immediately thought his family background must be extraordinary. Moreover, she noticed how casually Jiangnan took out the imperial green. Something worth tens of millions seemed to mean little to him. This made her even more certain that Jiangnan must come from a wealthy family. Unlike Anqi, who had a rich family, she had come to Shanghai to fight for herself, and her car was bought on loan. Finding a rich and handsome man to marry was her biggest dream. Being alone was exhausting, especially since her looks gave her a significant advantage but also made her a target for many, requiring her to be cautious. That kind of exhaustion was mentally and physically draining. Humph. Anqi snorted, "If you like him, go after him. I don't like men like that." Although she said this, her tone was one of defiance. Jiangnan, being discussed by two girls about this topic made him feel like he was being ed. Giggle giggle giggle, Zhu Yuyu laughed, her slightly hoarse voice sounding even better when she laughed. Alright, no more jokes. It's as if we two women are unwanted. How about we go eat seafood? Sure. Anqi nodded. Sounds good. Jiangnan also said, "But still, I'll treat today." "I think that's fine." Zhu Yuyu said, "Anqi, with the two of us women and him as the only man, whether he helps or not, he should treat us. Isn't that more graceful?" "Alright, since Yuyu said so, let's do it this way." Anqi said, "Anyone can treat, it doesn't matter, we're not short on this little money." "True." Jiangnan smiled wryly. "Zhu Yuyu, don't compare me to you real rich people, okay?" But she didn't say anything. She was also someone who cared about her image. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken out a loan to buy a car. As a salaried worker, even though she earned a high salary, a Porsche Cayenne was still a significant expense for her. But she still had to buy it. Only then could she have a different social circle. In a mid-range Western restaurant, in a quiet private room, Jiangnan and Zhu Yuyu chatted while eating. Anqi had gone to the restroom and hadn't returned yet. "Jiangnan, what's the story behind you buying that animal skin?" Zhu Yuyu asked, nibbling on a crab leg while looking at Jiangnan with her beautiful big eyes. Her slightly hoarse voice sounded pleasant even while eating. It seemed fun. Jiangnan smiled and said, "It was only 1 million, just a small amount of money." Zhu Yuyu, that hit hard. 1 million is just a small amount? My beloved car is almost ready to be bought. She scrutinized Jiangnan more carefully, her gaze confirming that he was exactly the person she wanted to find. Handsome, wealthy, and he didn't seem as arrogant as many rich second-generation kids. He seemed to embody all the best qualities, perfect. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Cough cough cough, Jiangnan cleared his throat twice, feeling a bit uncomfortable under Zhu Yuyu's fiery and somewhat aggressive gaze. Giggle, Zhu Yuyu laughed. "What's wrong? Afraid of being looked at by a woman?" Jiangnan awkwardly smiled. "Of course not, it's just feel like, you're quite friendly." "Of course." Zhu Yuyu said, "For people like us who rely on ourselves, struggling in society, we certainly won't be as delicate as young ladies from wealthy families."
To live, to survive, and to have a good life, everything has to depend on ourselves. That's true. Jiang Nanshan nodded in agreement. As a loser, he had been the same before. Not to mention a woman. Many of his female colleagues and classmates were also like this, scheming for a good job. This gave him a new understanding of Zhu Yuyu. He had always thought she was a rich girl like Anqi. After all, they were good friends, and when Zhu Yuyu made her entrance, she was driving a Porsche Cayenne. Although it wasn't an overly expensive car, she was still quite young, just a little over 20, and to own such a car usually meant having a wealthy family. With this new understanding, Jiang Nan's slightly interested gaze locked onto Yuyu, probing. Child of a poor family. 100%. Sure enough. Working class. 100%. Salary over 10,000. 100%. Salary over 20,000. 100%. Salary over 30,000. 50%. Jiang Nan had a rough idea of the situation. It was still a decent high salary. Much better than his previous self, but now, he could only chuckle. Moreover, Jiang Nan suddenly felt a bit more interested and quietly probed again. Is a virgin. 100%. Damn. This is possible. Jiang Nan's interest grew. Has a boyfriend. 0%. What the hell, no boyfriend? That can't be right, such an exceptional girl shouldn't be single. Could it be? Jiang Nan thought of a possibility. Is into girls. 0%. Damn, really? Then. Has high standards, ordinary men can't catch her eye. 100%. I see. Jiang Nan, is it convenient to ask what you do? Zhu Yuyu, having finished a crab leg, switched to a large shrimp and asked while taking small bites. I work in the jade business with my cousin. Jiang Nan took a small sip of red wine and said the excuse he had prepared, which Anqi and the others knew. Wow. The jade business. Zhu Yuyu's eyes lit up. That's a lucrative business. But the risks are also very high. Jiang Nan smiled. However, my cousin has been in this business for a while, so he has a good eye for it. It's just enough to make a living. By the way, can I have your number? I might come to the auction house to auction jade often in the future, and I might need your help. He had already thought it through, laying the groundwork in advance, but with more imperial green emeralds, Zhu Yuyu wouldn't be surprised. Of course. Zhu Yuyu said happily, my phone is, WeChat is. You two seem to be having a good chat. Anqi came out of the restroom and cast a resentful glance at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan shrugged. Come on, Anqi, let's have a drink. Zhu Yuyu raised her glass and took over the conversation. Anqi nodded, and the two clinked glasses, taking a small sip of red wine together. Then the two girls started chatting, and Zhu Yuyu didn't talk much with Jiang Nan anymore, suddenly acting very distant. By the end of the meal, Jiang Nan seemed like a superfluous bystander. Coming out of the seafood restaurant, the outside was already flashing, and it was past 9 p.m. The night in the Magic City was intoxicatingly beautiful. Jiang Nan surveyed the beautiful night scene around him, feeling a sense of disconnection, thinking about his previous self, working hard for a meager salary, with no time to stop and appreciate the scenery. And now, Anqi, you two should stay at my place. Zhu Yuyu said. No need, right? We can just get 2 rooms at a hotel. Anqi replied. I know you have money, Zhu Yuyu said, but I haven't had enough time to chat with you yet. Come stay with me, and we can have a good talk. Jiang Nan, stroking his chin nearby, had a feeling that Zhu Yuyu didn't want Anqi to stay in the hotel with him. With that thought, he quietly threw out a probe, deliberately preventing staying in the hotel. 100%. Ha! So true. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly, thinking that this girl was probably worried he would harm her good friend Anqi. Damn, am I that despicable? Women. Alright then, Anqi agreed, but then frowned and said, let Jiang Nan stay in the hotel. No need, Zhu Yuyu said with a smile, I only have 2 bedrooms. We can stay in the master bedroom, and Jiang Nan can take the side room. You two came together, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay in a hotel alone. Okay then. Zhu Yuyu's place was quite nice, a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout, similar to the one Jiang Nan rented in Zhanghai Liyuan community. Jiang Nan looked around the room and said, renting a place like this in Magic City shouldn't be cheap, right? Knowing Zhu Yuyu was a salaried worker, he asked this, as renting in Zhanghai Liyuan community was 30,000 a month, and here in Magic City, it would definitely be more expensive. However, Zhu Yuyu's monthly salary was only a little over 30,000, which puzzled Jiang Nan. This place is an employee accommodation area for auction houses. I got this whole 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment because I perform exceptionally well at the auction house, Zhu Yuyu explained with a wry smile. If I had to pay rent, my salary wouldn't even cover it. Oh, I see, Jiang Nan nodded, understanding the situation.
You two sit down, I'll make some tea. Zhu Yu busied herself. Jiang Nan, you actually seem to know a lot about renting, Anchi said. Jiang Nan, damn, you rich girl have no idea about the hardships of life, not knowing how hard it is for those at the bottom. You have to budget for food and rent just to make a living. He smiled wryly and said, Miss, this is common knowledge, alright? Oh really? Anchi, rarely feeling a bit embarrassed, smiled awkwardly. Looks like I lack experience in this area. It's best not to, Jiang Nan said. That kind of life is tough, being a young lady is much better. But you're so capable, don't you also have to endure this kind of experience? Anchi said seriously. Jiang Nan, I'm not gaining experience, I just had no choice before, okay? Don't make me sound so high and mighty. Anchi spoke less, but Zhu Yu was quite chatty, and the two of them were having a lively conversation. Jiang Nan sat nearby as a listener, quietly enjoying the sight of these two charming women, which felt quite nice. Just looking at two beautiful girls was a pleasure in itself. Time passed, an hour went by, 2 hours went by. Time was quietly approaching 11 o'clock, and Zhu Yu was still enthusiastically chatting. Although Jiang Nan enjoyed watching the beautiful girls, he felt a bit awkward just staring, so he spoke up, you two keep chatting, I'm going to sleep first. Zhu Yu, who was deep in conversation, seemed to just remember Jiang Nan beside her and said, alright then, Anchi and I will chat in the bedroom, you go take a shower. Just call us when you're done, and we'll go wash up too. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded, and then realized a problem. It seemed that because he hadn't gone to sleep, everyone couldn't take a shower, which was why Yu kept chatting with Anchi. He smiled helplessly, thinking he had been neglectful. Watching Anchi and Zhu Yu head into the bedroom, Jiang Nan helplessly pouted and went to the bathroom. However, as soon as he entered, he was taken aback. The bathroom was filled with various personal items belonging to Zhu Yu, especially the very narrow thongs, and all kinds of bras. His heart raced. Damn, taking a shower in a woman's bathroom is a bit too stimulating. He tried not to look at those things, quickly washed up, and peeked out of the bathroom wearing only his underwear to check the living room. Confirming that Anchi and Zhu Yu were not there, he stepped out and hurriedly lay down on his side. As he reached the door, he called out, I'm done showering, you can use the bathroom now. Then he rushed into the bedroom. He vaguely heard Zhu Yu's voice from another bedroom. Got it. Bang. Jiang Nan closed the door, feeling a bit more at ease. He couldn't help but smile wryly. How was it that a man was living with two exceptional girls, and it still felt so awkward? Sigh. The main issue was the awkwardness of the relationship. Wasn't he also living with Bebe? That felt quite natural. He sat down to calm himself for a moment, pushed aside the chaotic thoughts, and lay down to sleep. The bed was quite soft and comfortable. In another bedroom, Zhu Yu looked at Anchi and said, Anchi, you go wash up first. After your shower, we can chat while we sleep. Okay. Anchi nodded and left the bedroom to take a shower. Zhu Yu blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking as if she was thinking about something. After about 2 or 3 seconds, she took out her phone, opened WeChat, typed a message, and sent it. Jiang Nan, are you asleep? Ding dong. Jiang Nan, who had just lain down, heard the WeChat notification sound. He reached for his phone beside him and opened it to find a message from Zhu Yu asking if he was asleep. What was going on? He was a bit surprised. After pondering for a moment, he replied, not yet. Is there something you need, Yu? Shu Yu, I just remembered something. You don't have pajamas, right? Awkward face. Jiang Nan, it's fine, the night will pass quickly. He wanted to say that sleeping in his underwear was fine, but thought better of it and replied more subtly. Shu Yu, that won't do, you're a guest. Just wait, there's a 24-hour supermarket across the street downstairs. I'll go buy you a set and bring it over. Wait for my message. Smiling face. Jiang Nan, no need, really. However, he did not receive a reply from Zhu Yu. Jiang Nan felt helpless. Could it be that this girl was really going to buy pajamas at this late hour? This was a bit too much hospitality. Zhu Yu hurried downstairs, and it was indeed very convenient. There was a 24-hour supermarket right across the street. Estimating Jiang Nan's size, she bought a set of pajamas and returned upstairs. Back in the room, she first checked the bedroom and found that Anchi had not yet returned from her shower, letting out a sigh of relief. However, she did not immediately deliver the pajamas to Jiang Nan. Instead, she placed them on the bottom shelf of the coffee table in the living room and returned to the bedroom, leisurely scrolling through her phone. It seemed she was waiting for Anchi to finish her shower. Not long after, Anchi returned from her shower and said, Yu, I'm done, you can go now. Zhu Yu smiled and nodded, saying as she left the bedroom, Anchi, if you're tired, you can sleep first. Okay. Anchi nodded. Zhu Yu exited the bedroom and entered the bathroom, and soon after, she came out, wearing only a thin, semi-transparent nightgown. She picked up her phone. Ding dong. Jiang Nan, already half-dazed in bed, was startled by the WeChat notification sound. He reached for his phone and saw that it was a message from Zhu Yuyu sent after quite a while. I brought you the pajamas, you can open the door to get them. Jiang Nan. Frustrated, he pouted. After waiting so long, he thought Zhu Yuyu was just being polite and had already gone to sleep. He didn't expect her to actually bring them over, so he could only reply helplessly, okay, just a moment. He got up, put on some clothes, and opened the bedroom door, where Zhu Yuyu was standing right outside. However, Jiang Nan was instantly stunned as if struck by electricity, his whole being frozen in place, and soon he felt a warmth in his nostrils, nearly causing a nosebleed. Damn, the sight before him was too shocking. Zhu Yuyu was only wearing a semi-transparent. Jiang Nan was completely dumbfounded. His gaze couldn't look away. Jiang Nan, I'm really sorry for preparing your pajamas late. Zhu Yuyu naturally handed the pajamas in her hand to Jiang Nan. Good night. She then said one more thing before turning to leave. Jiang Nan stood there in a daze, watching her silhouette, her slender waist like a water snake. Damn, she was simply a devil. It wasn't until she opened the bedroom door and went in that Jiang Nan suddenly shook his head to wake up. Damn, I lost my composure. Thinking about how he had acted like a fool just now made him feel extremely embarrassed. He hurriedly slammed the door shut, still blaming himself in his heart. Damn, why couldn't he be a bit more composed? Sitting back on the bed, he looked at the pajamas in his hand, not even changing, and casually tossed them aside, then lay down to sleep. He was still thinking that when he saw Zhu Yuyu tomorrow, he hoped it wouldn't be too awkward. Jiang Nan, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan was in a daze when he heard the call, groggily opening his eyes, realizing it was Enchi calling. Jiang Nan, it's time to get up, we need to catch a flight. Enchi's voice continued to come in. I heard you. Jiang Nan replied, getting up to get dressed. Stepping out of the room, Enchi was chatting casually with Zhu Yuyu. Remembering what happened last night, Jiang Nan felt inexplicably awkward. At that moment, Zhu Yuyu looked at him. Hi, good morning. She seemed very natural. Good morning. Jiang Nan smiled, pretending to be natural as well. Yuyu, we need to catch a flight, so we'll head out first. We'll get together next time when we have time. And she said goodbye to Zhu Yuyu. I'll drive you to the airport. Zhu Yuyu said, I can't let you take a taxi to the airport, can I? But that would delay you from going to work. And she replied. Only then did Jiang Nan notice the time, it was almost 8 o'clock. It's fine, our sisterhood is more important than work. Zhu Yuyu said as she grabbed the car keys, let's go, it's not every day I have this opportunity to drive you to the Magic City, otherwise, you wouldn't care to ride in my cheap car. On the way, Zhu Yuyu and Enchi chatted, while Jiang Nan played the role of a listener, helplessly looking at the scenery outside the window. Upon arriving at the airport, the three of them got out of the red Cayenne. And she said, alright, Yuyu, hurry back to work. Okay. Zhu Yuyu nodded with a smile, turning to Jiang Nan, handsome, goodbye, don't forget me by the next time we meet. Then she winked to Jiang Nan, looking both charming and alluring. How could I? Jiang Nan smiled, thanks again for your help this time, you're welcome to visit Shanghai whenever you have time. Really welcome? Zhu Yuyu said half-jokingly. Of course. Alright, I'll remember that. Zhu Yuyu said, if I really go to Shanghai, you must host me. After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Nan to respond, she looked back at Enchi. Goodbye, my good sister. Goodbye. Enchi nodded. Zhu Yuyu turned around without hesitation and got into the car, driving away. Jiang Nan watched the direction of the car, and before he could retract his gaze, he heard Enchi snort coldly beside him. Humph. A man who likes to flirt, you're not trying to get at my good sister, are you? Jiang Nan, he wanted to explain that he wasn't like that. But Enchi continued, let's go, hurry into the airport, the flight is about to take off. After saying that, she had already moved, twisting her slender waist as she left. Jiang Nan, he simply didn't feel like saying anything more. The most important thing was that there was no need to explain anything to her. What? You mean Brother Jiang spent $1 million to buy a very strange beast skin? In the in-family villa, old man asked Enchi with a serious expression. Yes. Enchi nodded and replied, that strange beast skin, even the expert appraisal team from the Magic City auction house couldn't determine what it was or its value. Even the owner of the collection tried every possible way to figure it out, but in the end, they had no choice but to put it up for auction. There were no other bidders, and it was about to go unsold when Jiang Nan made the winning bid. Enchi recounted what had happened at that time. Old Masterin immediately furrowed his brows tightly and fell silent. After a moment, he said, since no one else bid, and Brother Jiang made the purchase, I can't shake the feeling that this beast skin is quite extraordinary. He must have seen something, which is why he decided to bid. You know his discerning eye is exceptional. I even think Master Dong and Master Yin might not compare to him. There's definitely something wrong. He must have noticed something. Grandpa, I've already asked him about it, Anchi said. I asked if it was because of your keen eye that he noticed something about the beast skin, but he said he just thought it was fun, and that 1 million is just pocket change. I suspect that's not his true intention, old Masterin said with certainty. The more he says that, the more I feel that the beast skin must be particularly valuable. So what should we do, Grandpa? Anchi pondered and asked. Now, whether the beast skin is valuable or not, it has been bought by Jiangnan, so it belongs to him. I know, old Masterin replied. I have no intention of claiming it for myself, I just want to see that beast skin. Such a strange thing, if I don't see it with my own eyes, I won't be able to rest easy. That's easy to say, the beast skin is in Jiangnan's hands, so we can just go and take a look. But I have another idea. With my discerning eye, I might not be able to figure it out even if I see it. I want to go to Yanjing and invite Master Dong to come along and take a look. Maybe he can see something. Old Masterin said while stroking his chin. I think if I mention this situation, Master Dong will be very interested and willing to make the trip. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Jiangnan drove his Range Rover, dropped Anchi off at home, and headed straight back to the hotel. Upon entering the lobby, he saw his receptionists and immediately greeted them. Their eyes sparkled as they secretly sized him up. Dressed in an Armani suit and Versace shoes, Jiangnan looked exceptionally good, and his handsome appearance was incredibly attractive to the girls. Moreover, his current identity as the boss made the receptionists swoon. Jiangnan, you're back, Lily said, busy with her tasks. Upon seeing Jiangnan, she came over, her eyes also sparkling. You look so handsome in that outfit, I can hardly recognize you. You look like a different person. He. Jiangnan smiled, people rely on their clothes, and Buddhas rely on gold adornments. By the way, where's Zhang Yuan? He's in the kitchen. Jiangnan, do you need something? Should I call him over? Lily asked. No need, I was just asking. It's getting late, we can talk later when I have time, Jiangnan replied. Okay. I'm going upstairs now, I've been on a plane for a while and need to rest. Alright. Lily nodded, her gaze towards Jiangnan a bit complicated. She regretted choosing Zhang Yuan during her relationship instead of Jiangnan. Regret. Jiangnan entered the elevator and went upstairs. However, he felt a bit strange because he didn't see Bebe at the reception desk. Where did that little money-loving guy go? The elevator reached the top floor and stopped. Jiangnan walked out, returned to his office, and entered the room, finally feeling a sense of home. He casually tossed his bag aside and walked towards the bathroom. For some reason, Zhu Yuyu's image flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. That girl was truly a stunner. After just one meeting, she was hard to forget. That voice, that figure, was simply a devil. While lost in thought, I opened the bathroom door and was just about to unbutton my pants. Ah! A woman's scream startled Jiangnan. Looking closely, he realized it was Bebe squatting on the toilet, her white triangle panties hanging between her legs. Instantly, he was filled with black lines and hurriedly turned to leave the bathroom. Jianggij, it's you. You scared me to death, Bebe's voice came from inside. Jiangnan, damn, you scared me to death too. But he had to explain helplessly, Bebe, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were in there. Why do you have to say sorry? Bebe said as she adjusted her little skirt and came out of the bathroom. Jianggij, if I were your wife, it wouldn't be a big deal for my husband to see me, right? Isn't that normal? Jiangnan, full of black lines. Ahem. He quickly changed the subject. Bebe, weren't you at the cash register downstairs? Why did you come up? Because I needed to use the bathroom, Bebe replied. Jiangnan, that question was a bit silly. By the way, Jianggij, did you just get back? Bebe asked. Yeah, just got back. Jiangnan nodded as he sat down on the sofa and poured himself some tea. Jianggij, you must be tired from the trip. Let me pour the tea for you, Bebe said sweetly as she rushed over to take the teapot, pouring tea while saying, Jianggij, weren't you going to the bathroom? Jiangnan, damn, that scare made me lose my urge to go. But to show he was calm, he stood up and walked toward the bathroom. After coming out, Jiangnan sat on the sofa drinking tea and asked Bebe, how's the business at the hotel? It's really good, Bebe said excitedly. The number of guests is increasing every day, hee. We're getting rich. Jiangnan. By the way, I have to get back to work. Bebe suddenly seemed to remember something. Jianggij, I can't stay with you any longer. I'll keep you company tonight. With that, Bebe hurriedly twisted her slim waist and ran off. Jiangnan. Damn it, she won't be with me tonight either. But it's fine, he could enjoy some peace alone. He drank a cup of tea and then remembered that strange animal skin, taking it out of his backpack to study. After some thought, he first wanted to find out what era it was from. So he focused on the animal skin and began to scan. Before the Ming Dynasty. 100%. Sure enough, it was an antique, that much was clear. Continuing to scan. Before the Song Dynasty. 100%. Before the Tang Dynasty. 100%. Goodness, it was really old, and still so well preserved, that animal skin was impressive. Before the Qin Dynasty. 100%. Damn. Even earlier? Could it be? Shang Dynasty. 0%. What the hell? Before the Shang Dynasty. 100%. During the time of Qi Yu, the Yellow Emperor, and the Yen Emperor. 0%. Jiang Nan was completely confused now. Before the time of Qi Yu, the Yellow Emperor, and the Yen Emperor. 100%. Damn, even earlier. Jiang Nan felt a bit overwhelmed. He couldn't understand this piece of animal skin at all. If it was from an earlier time, were there even humans then? This question was worth pondering, but it was a thought he couldn't clarify. Human history records were like this, and if it was even earlier, what was there to play with? Jiang Nan felt a bit depressed and waved his hand to toss the animal skin aside, not wanting to deal with it anymore. But soon he had another idea. He picked it up again and continued to scan. It's a map. 50%. What the hell is 5%? Is it a half map? With an idea, he scanned again. It's an incomplete half map. 100%. Just as he thought. Jiang Nan stroked his chin, remembering that he had seen such split maps in novels. They were usually treasure maps, and once assembled completely, they could lead to treasure. This made his eyes light up instantly, and he quickly threw out a probe. It's a treasure map. 100%. Oh my god. It really is. What a pleasant surprise. But then the question arises. Does the other half still exist? 100%. There's a chance. Can I find it? 50%. After asking, Jiang Nan realized that his question was a bit foolish. After thinking for a moment, he organized his thoughts and probed again. In the north. 0%. In the east. 0%. In the south. 100%. Ha ha ha. The fact that he could lock onto a direction made Jiang Nan laugh excitedly. This means there's a possibility of finding the other half of the treasure map. An inexplicable surge of excitement and thrill coursed through him, making him feel a bit lightheaded. Fortunately, there was no one else in the room. Calm down. Calm down. After sipping a cup of tea to steady himself, he continued to probe. 1,000 kilometers south. 100%. 10,000 kilometers south. 0%. 5,000 kilometers south. 100%. About 6,000 kilometers south. 20%. About 7,000 kilometers south. 20%. About 6,500 kilometers south. 90%. It's nearby. But, damn, this position is in the South China Sea. Just thinking about being in the ocean gave Jiang Nan a headache. Given the current situation, there was no way to search. Sighing, he could only helplessly set it aside for now. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and the voice of the beautiful manager came in. Boss, are you back? Yeah, I'm back. Come in, Jiang Nan replied. Creak. The door opened, and the beautiful manager entered the room. Sister, is there something you need? Jiang Nan casually asked while putting away the animal skin. Not really, the beautiful manager smiled lightly and said, since the boss is back, I thought I should come and check on you. Jiang Nan smiled and looked at the beautiful manager's delicate oval face. Thank you for thinking of me, manager. It's only right, the beautiful manager said. Well, since the boss doesn't have any orders, I'll get back to work. Go ahead, Jiang Nan nodded, then remembered something and instructed, by the way, it's almost noon. Please tell the kitchen to reserve 2 fish for me and bring them up. Okay, I'll remember, boss, the beautiful manager replied obediently, casting a lingering glance at Jiang Nan before turning to leave. Jiang Nan leisurely leaned back on the sofa to rest, pondering his upcoming trip to Myanmar. Just then, Zhang Yuan's voice called from the doorway, Boss, are you back? Following that, he clumsily pushed the door open and barged in. Jiang Nan. Damn, what a clumsy fool. Boss, you're finally back. I missed you so much, ha. Zhang Yuan saw Jiang Nan and laughed happily as he sat down beside him. Quick, tell me, was the auction house trip exciting? What's so exciting about it? Jiang Nan shrugged helplessly, just saw something I liked, bid for it, that's all. It's just that the stuff there is a bit pricey. Wow, isn't that exciting? Everything is in the millions, Zhang Yuan said excitedly. Next time you go, take me with you, okay? Dream on, Jiang Nan directly refused. The next trip to the auction house would be even more secretive. He wouldn't even take the cute Bebe, let alone bring along Zhang Yuan, that rough guy.
Zhang Yuan immediately sulked, his face falling. By the way, there are 3 important things I need you to take care of, Zhang Nan said. Boss, you say? Zhang Yuan perked up, his expression serious, no longer vague, sitting up straight, looking like he was ready to accept orders heroically. The first thing. Pour me a cup of tea. Zhang Yuan. Instantly, his expression turned into one of cowardice. However, he obediently poured a cup of tea for Jiang Nan. The second thing, which is also very urgent, is for you to help me get a tourist visa to Myanmar. Okay. This time, Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded, feeling a sense of being valued. The third thing is for you to get in touch with the bodyguard company. Our hotel needs to hire a few skilled bodyguards. I don't want to see a repeat of the last incident with Biaozi in the fight. Although old Masterin managed to calm things down last time, we must have the ability to protect ourselves. Remember, the bodyguards must be capable, preferably the kind that can take on 10 without a problem. Hire 4 or 5, they should be able to handle at least 14 or 50 troublemakers. Money is not an issue. Zhang Yuan nodded eagerly, what the boss says is right, it's still best to have strong fists. The last time Biaozi and his gang caused trouble really upset me. I wanted to confront them, but I couldn't, it was so frustrating. Just know that and get these things done quickly. Jiang Nan's expression was slightly serious. I understand, boss, I'm on it right now. Immediately. After saying that, Zhang Yuan stood up and left. Jiang Nan. Damn. This guy is quite the actor. At noon, Jiang Nan and Beibei were comfortably eating fish in the room. The phone rang. Jiang Nan, while putting a piece of fish in his mouth, picked it up and saw it was Zhang Yiman calling. He smiled and answered, "Hi, beautiful old classmate." "What old classmate?" "I'm your best friend." Zhang Yiman's correcting voice came from the other end. Jiang Nan. Damn, she still remembers that? He smiled wryly and said, "Beautiful old classmate, is there something you need to talk about? Is it wrong to miss you? Do I have to have something to call you?" Zhang Yiman's voice was very assertive. Jiang Nan. He. The other party laughed, clearly pleased that Jiang Nan was at a loss for words. She continued, "Really nothing. It's just that work is over, and I'm a bit bored, so I called you." Bored? Jiang Nan paused his eating, pondering slightly, "Is there something unhappy going on? Do you need me to help you with it?" "Sigh, there is indeed something bothering me." Zhang Yiman sighed and said, "Our hotel is going to lay off staff, and I don't know if my job is safe." "Sigh, it's all because of that annoying luxury hotel. They launched a special fish dish that is really good, and many customers have gone there, causing our hotel's business to plummet. Now the hotel is starting to lay off staff." "Alright, I won't bore you with this, you wouldn't understand what I'm talking about." Jiang Nan. How could I not understand? I get it, okay? It seems the luxury hotel's good business has affected the business at the VIP Building International Hotel. By the way, handsome old classmate, are you busy this afternoon? Zhang Yiman asked again. Not busy, why? Isn't it because I'm feeling down? I'm off this afternoon, and if you can spare some time, come with me to the beach to relax. That sounds good. Jiang Nan nodded. Alright, is your car still with you? If so, come pick me up when you get back. Sure. Jiang Nan said, the car is still with me, so it's settled. I'll pick you up at the hotel entrance shortly. Great. Zhang Yiman sounded a bit happier, see you soon, and I'll reward you with a kiss. He. Jiang Nan. The call ended. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly, pondering that his hotel's good business unexpectedly affected Zhang Yiman's job. Brother Jiang, are you going out? Beibei asked while eating fish. I guess so. Jiang Nan nodded, continuing to eat. Take me with you. Beibei immediately showed interest. You still have to collect money at the front desk, right? But I also want to go play? What should I do? Beibei frowned, her brows looking quite lovely. Let's wait until later, Jiang Nan said. I'll take you out to play when I have time. This time, it's a gathering with classmates, and it's not convenient for you to go. Alright then, Beibei pouted a little unwillingly. Be good. Jiang Nan ruffled her hair. At the entrance of the VIP International Hotel, Zhang Yiman stood by the roadside in a sexy short skirt, waiting. Her makeup was a bit heavy, but it was undeniable that she looked beautiful with it. The pink lipstick accentuated the lovely shape of her lips, her long hair tied up in a high ponytail, and her fair, oval face had a pleasing curve. Jiang Nan, driving a Range Rover, spotted her from a distance, drove over, and slammed on the brakes. He rolled down the window, revealing a radiant smile. Hi, beautiful, are you alone? How about a little ride? Many people around were startled and looked over, revealing expressions of disdain. Humph, just wanting to hit on a girl, he looks like a stallion who only thinks with his lower body. I bet he'll definitely get scolded by the girl, this pickup line is so lame, relying solely on his looks. However, to everyone's surprise, the girl smiled charmingly and said, "Sure, handsome, I'm feeling lonely all by myself." After saying that, she opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. The car started and drove away. What the hell? Is this even possible? It's over, this rhythm is definitely the start of a wild battle mode, especially with that girl's line about being lonely. Oh my heart just skipped a beat. Damn, I'm so jealous, I really want to say, let go of that girl, let me take a shot. Inside the car. Wow. Jiang Yimin sat in the passenger seat, sizing up Jiangnan, her eyes wide open, her expression exaggerated. Suit. It's Armani. Jiangnan smiled wryly, thinking to himself that Jiang Yimin's eyes were indeed sharp, noticing his suit at a glance. And the shoes are Versace. Jiang Yimin had already seen from above to below. Jiangnan. It's a blind date, but it shouldn't be scrutinized this closely. In such a small space, she could see everything about his shoes. TSK. Jiang Yimin exclaimed, "Jiangnan, you look so handsome now, honestly, have you struck it rich? This outfit must cost tens of thousands. What can I do?" Jiangnan explained, "It's for work, to maintain appearances." Is that really the case? Jiang Yimin scrutinized Jiangnan. Of course. Jiangnan smiled wryly, "If I were really rich, I would have shown off in front of you long ago." That's true, Jiang Yimin nodded. But, you really are too handsome now. I need to think about whether our relationship should change, from best friends to boyfriend. Jiangnan. So handsome. It would be a pity not to get you. Jiang Yimin continued, talking to herself with her pointed chin, although a bit poor, but, being poor is fine, nothing is perfect in this world. Right, it's decided. Jiang Yimin looked determined, turning to Jiangnan, "I've decided, you will be my boyfriend from now on." Jiangnan. Why wouldn't you want such a beautiful girl like me? I didn't say that, Jiangnan smiled wryly, but you have to give me some time to adjust, this decision is a bit sudden. He thought to himself, how the hell do I refuse this? Okay, Jiang Yimin laughed, I'll give you some time to adjust, how about 5 seconds? Jiangnan. Alright. Jiang Yimin looked at the time, and after 5 seconds said, "Time's up, from now on, you are my boyfriend, Jiang Yimin." Jiangnan. Jiang Yimin rolled down the car window and shouted out, Jiang Yimin, have a boyfriend now, even though he's poor. But he's very handsome. Jiangnan. Almost crying. The city is about 100 kilometers from the seaside, and it's very convenient to get there by car. With the powerful engine of the Land Rover Range Rover, it took less than an hour for the two of them to reach the beach. Along the way, Jiang Yimin chatted excitedly, while Jiangnan smiled bitterly in agreement. The beach was bustling with activity, with many people enjoying themselves, colorful sun umbrellas, and comfortable lounge chairs. It looked really refreshing. The only downside was that the weather was still a bit chilly, it wasn't summer yet, so swimming wasn't very suitable. Otherwise, what would catch the eye would be a group of girls in swimsuits with their long, fair legs, which would be quite a sight. Many tourists were walking barefoot in the shallow waters. The endless blue sea, when seen, instantly broadened one's mind and lifted one's spirits. The two of them got out of the car, and Jiang Yimin took off her high heels, holding them in her hand, and like a little madwoman, she ran towards the sea along the beach, glancing back at Jiangnan. "Come chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you kiss me." Jiangnan. He looked quite troubled, not knowing what to do about his situation with Jiang Yimin. Being her boyfriend felt a bit tempting yet unwilling. He didn't want to tie his life to a woman, but he had a slight liking for Jiang Yimin. After all, she was a stunning little beauty. Moreover, during college, she was one of his crushes, but back then, he didn't dare to reach for her. He was just a poor loser, while Jiang Yimin was so beautiful. "Come on, hurry up, chase me," Jiang Yimin urged Jiangnan. Jiangnan. He quickened his pace just a little. Not far away, 3 girls looked over, their eyes sparkling, accompanied by soft whispers. "Wow! That guy is so handsome, both his looks and his clothes. Haven't you seen? That outfit is Armani, even a cheap set costs tens of thousands, and the top custom ones go for hundreds of thousands. Wow, not only is he handsome, but he's also rich. I want to marry him, then I could have a good life. No, my eyes are already pregnant." Jiangnan turned to look. They were a few schoolgirls still in their uniforms. Jianghai High School, clearly high school students, and judging by their development, they were. However, there was one exception, at such a young age, she was already quite well developed and a beauty. Just as Jiangnan looked over, the prettiest one winked at him and called out, "Hey, handsome, can you take a picture of the 3 of us?" "Of course." Jiangnan smiled and walked over. "Thank you, handsome." The girl handed her phone to Jiangnan. The 3 of them stood in a row, facing away from the sea, making peace signs, happily shouting, "Cheese." Click, click.
Jiang Nan took several pictures for them and returned the phone. Thank you, handsome. The little beauty smiled slyly and said, can we add each other on WeChat? Jiang Nan, focus on your studies and don't think about nonsense, okay? After saying that, he turned and left. The few little beauties laughed behind him. He, that guy is too timid, he's even less bold than us. I bet if we asked him to date, he'd run away. Ha ha ha. Kai Ting, you're so flirty. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan, today's high school students are really scary. Jiang Nan, hurry up. Zhang Yimin had already run quite far and stopped to wait for him. Jiang Nan strolled over, and Zhang Yimin looked at him with a somewhat serious expression. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked in surprise, is there something on my face? However, Zhang Yimin answered a different question. Jiang Nan, do you not like me? Jiang Nan was taken aback. Okay, I see. You really don't want to be with me, do you? Zhang Yimin said again with a serious expression, and it seemed her mood had turned sour, the smile on her face gone. Jiang Nan immediately felt a pang of guilt and said, no, how could that be? Humph, that answer sounds very forced, Zhang Yimin replied. No, Jiang Nan said, feeling a bit awkward, truly not knowing what to say. He was completely inexperienced when it came to comforting women. Although it wasn't necessary to comfort Zhang Yimin, he didn't want to see her unhappy. Zhang Yimin turned and quickly walked away, her eyes reddening, her steps quickening, beautiful big eyes misty, spinning in circles. Jiang Nan, watching Zhang Yimin's back, he felt quite helpless, not knowing what to do, so he just followed her. Zhang Yimin walked all the way to the seaside before stopping, taking a deep breath, then splashing some seawater on her face. After washing her face, her makeup was all gone. Jiang Nan approached her. Zhang Yimin suddenly turned her head and smiled brightly, old classmate, does my makeup look terrible now? It is a bit, Jiang Nan said, holding back a laugh as he looked at her face. Especially your eyes, you look like a big panda. He felt relieved, it seemed Zhang Yimin was in a good mood, smiling happily. Oh no, I look terrible, this won't do, we need to hurry back to the car, Zhang Yimin said as she turned back towards the car. Zhang Yimin, you looked unhappy just now, are you okay now? Jiang Nan asked as he caught up. He. Zhang Yimin laughed, I wasn't unhappy at all, I was just teasing you. When I said I wanted you to be my boyfriend, I was joking. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Zhang Yimin said with a happy expression, laughing, he. My acting skills are pretty good, right? Jiang Nan forced a smile, so you were just messing with me. He. Zhang Yimin smiled proudly, what did you think? My dream is to marry someone really rich, and you, a poor guy, can't afford me. Jiang Nan shrugged helplessly. They got into the car. Zhang Yimin took out her bag to touch up her makeup and then said, Jiang Nan, how about we go back? I don't want to play by the sea anymore. We're going back already? Didn't we just arrive? Jiang Nan was surprised. Yeah, actually, I just wanted to enjoy the feeling of riding in a Land Rover, she said. Jiang Nan had no words. Alright then, let's go back. He reluctantly started the car to head back. Zhang Yimin's fondness for riding in the car was a rather peculiar preference. On the way back, Zhang Yimin was not as chatty as she had been on the way there, remaining silent and looking out the window at the scenery. Jiang Nan, as usual, didn't say much, only the sound of the wind whooshing past outside. When they were almost back in Shanghai City, Jiang Nan said, Zhang Yimin, there's no need to rush about your job. If the position at the Guibin Building International Hotel falls through, I'll find a way to arrange another job for you. Okay, Zhang Yimin smiled, having an old classmate is really nice, no, a best friend, he. I almost forgot, our relationship is that of best friends. Jiang Nan smiled, letting her say whatever she wanted. By the way, best friend, how about you accompany me shopping when I get my paycheck? Zhang Yimin said. Jiang Nan blinked, if you want to shop, we can go today, money isn't a problem, I have some here. Zhang Yimin's eyes lit up, I'm not your girlfriend, are you planning to support me like one? We're old classmates, buying a few things isn't a big deal, Jiang Nan said casually. With his current financial situation, spending a little on someone like Zhang Yimin, who was just an average worker, was nothing. He. Zhang Yimin grinned mischievously, looking at Jiang Nan like a little lamb, then I won't hold back, I'll take a big chunk from you. It's fine, Jiang Nan said in a southern dialect. He. Zhang Yimin laughed, just kidding with you, let's wait until I get my paycheck. But Jiang Nan, why do I feel like you seem particularly rich now? Is this my illusion? It must be, Jiang Nan said. Zhang Yimin. As the car entered the city, Jiang Nan said again, old classmate, to be honest, if you really want to go shopping, I'll go with you. Don't worry about the money, I have a little bit here. When Jiang Nan said this again, Zhang Yimin smiled slyly and said, do you really want to buy something for me? Of course, Jiang Nan replied. It's not a big deal. He. I actually want to buy some lingerie, Zhang Yiman said with a laugh. Jiang Nan, buy whatever you want, I'll just take care of the money. He. Zhang Yiman grinned mischievously. Aren't you going to help me see if it fits? Jiang Nan. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yiman laughed happily. Why are you still so timid like when we were in school? You've been scared by me. You still bully me knowing I'm like this, Jiang Nan said with a wry smile. Alright, let's go shopping, Zhang Yiman said. But, just to be clear, the money will be considered a loan from you. Jiang Nan. If you don't agree, I'm not going, Zhang Yiman pouted. Okay, Jiang Nan said. Although he agreed, he wouldn't let Zhang Yiman pay him back. A girl with such a small salary could easily afford a piece of low-quality jade with that money. The white Range Rover weaved through the city, and Zhang Yiman, with her sparkling big eyes, looked outside and asked, Jiang Nan has passed several commercial centers. Where are you taking me shopping? You'll know soon, Jiang Nan replied. Before long, the white Range Rover stopped, and Jiang Nan said, We're here, get out. Zhao Yiman was a bit dazed from being led around, and she got out of the car with Jiang Nan, looking up at the more than 40-story building, her mouth agape, Lido Mall. Jiang Nan, how can you take me shopping here? This is a place for rich people, everything is too expensive. It's fine, come on, let's go up, Jiang Nan said. I'm a bit nervous about coming to a place like this, Zhang Yiman clutched Jiang Nan's arm. There's nothing to be nervous about, Jiang Nan said. We're customers, we're kings. Let's go. Maybe we shouldn't go, the things here are too expensive, too luxurious. Zhang Yiman tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm. Come on, it's nothing, we can just look. They can't do anything to us if we don't buy, Jiang Nan said. That's true, Zhang Yiman nodded this time, gaining some courage, but she still held onto Jiang Nan's arm tightly as they entered Lido Mall. Lido Mall is a gathering place for various high-end brands. The bottom floor is filled with luxury sports cars. Each upper floor is a collection of various types of luxury brand goods. Jiang Nan had been here twice. He bought his Armani casual wear and suits from here. The 22nd floor is dedicated to women's lingerie. Zhang Yiman clung tightly to Jiang Nan's arm, spinning around, her eyes dazzled by the world's most expensive lingerie luxury brands. Van Nina, Vesperini, Cadal, Winnie, Agent, Provocateur, Ravage. Any piece of lingerie here costs at least several thousand. Zhang Yiman was left speechless. The salesgirls from various brands, seeing Jiang Nan in his Armani outfit, lit up with excitement and rushed over to introduce their products. Sir, buying lingerie for your girlfriend? Look at this Ravage, it's the latest model, a sensual version that will definitely enhance your nightlife. Ma'am, with your figure, this Cadal is perfect for you, it will best highlight your shape and give your boyfriend a better experience. Jiang Nan. Damn, it seems like bringing a girl to shop here immediately leads to misunderstandings. But then again, bringing a girl to buy lingerie, what else could their relationship be? Jiang Nan, let's go, it's too expensive. Zhang Yiman said softly to Jiang Nan. It's fine. The frustrated Jiang Nan tried to comfort her gently. Don't worry about the money, choose what you like, pick an outfit. Really? Really? Is that okay? It's so expensive, the cheaper ones are a few thousand, and some are over 10,000. Zhang Yiman was still a bit nervous. It's fine, didn't I say? Don't worry about the money, just pick what you like. Okay. Zhang Yiman finally gathered her courage and began to choose carefully. She was very meticulous, and some of the items for women were indeed made with too little fabric, making Jiang Nan feel a bit awkward. What the hell, some of those little panties only had 2 straps, what is that? And he felt himself getting a bit hot. Damn it, I can't stay here any longer, he thought, quickly finding an excuse. Zhang Yiman, take your time choosing, pick whatever you like, I'm going to the next floor to see if there are any clothes that suit me. Call me when you're done, and I'll come over to pay. Zhang Yiman hesitated a bit, feeling somewhat timid, then nodded, okay, you go. See you in a bit. Jiang Nan said and turned to leave. See you in a bit. Zhang Yiman replied and continued to pick. Several salesgirls followed Jiang Nan with their eyes. Clearly, he was handsome, dressed in Armani, and looked very considerate, exuding an irresistible charm to women at all times. Finding an excuse to slip away, Jiang Nan let out a deep breath. Damn, that was awkward. He entered the elevator, changed floors, and upon exiting, he found that this floor was dedicated to selling women's bags. LV, Hermes, and various high-end brands were all gathered here. Jiang Nan thought for a moment, why not buy a bag for Zhang Yiman? After all, it wasn't much money, just a few tens of thousands, hardly worth mentioning, and Zhang Yiman would definitely be very happy, a little surprise for her. With that thought, he walked in. Immediately, a salesgirl approached him. Sir, are you buying a gift for your girlfriend? We have Hermes here, the highest-end brand globally,
it's very impressive to give to your girlfriend. This bag is made of pure crocodile leather, feels great and looks high-end and classy. They were all very sharp-eyed. Jiang Nan's Armani outfit clearly marked him as a wealthy man, and people like him had a terrifyingly high transaction rate. Unlike some poor folks who would wander around for 2 hours, asking this and that, and ultimately wouldn't buy anything. As the salesgirl introduced the bags, she had already poured a cup of tea and brought it to Jiang Nan. The service was attentive, and her smile was no less than that of a flight attendant. If an expensive bag could be sold, their commission would be quite substantial. Hermes. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment, feeling that this brand was also acceptable. Without any hesitation, he asked, "What's the price of the best bag here?" The salesgirl's eyes lit up even more, immediately twisting her slim waist, and brought over a bag, saying, "Sir, it's this one, a global limited edition. Not just anyone can have it, it's very impressive to give to your girlfriend. The price is only 48,888. Alright, I'll take this one, card please." Okay, sir. The salesgirl seemed a bit excited, quickly processing the card, carefully placing the bag into a gift bag, and handing it to Jiang Nan, while saying, "We look forward to your future visits, sir." Jiang Nan smiled slightly, said nothing, and elegantly turned to leave. As his figure disappeared into the elevator, the surrounding salesgirls gathered around. Wow, this is a real tycoon, spending tens of thousands in just a few seconds after entering. CC, I'm so envious of you, that's quite a commission. Such a rich guy, and so handsome, I'm in love. How great it would be to have a boyfriend like that. Dream on, such a tycoon isn't someone we should be thinking about. A toad wanting to eat swan meat seems quite fitting for us, sigh. However, such a handsome guy makes me really want to rush over, throw myself into his arms, and toss aside all my reservations, agreeing to whatever he wants. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and a guest stepped in. Alright, a bunch of infatuated girls, stop daydreaming and get back to work. Only then did a few girls disperse. Jiang Nan took the elevator to the next floor, which was a women's clothing specialty store. He couldn't help but pout. It seemed that the connected floors were all prepared for women. At least it was much better than being on the lingerie floor. After glancing around, he went to the lounge area, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs to rest, and pulled out his phone to casually check WeChat. To his surprise, he found several messages waiting for him, which he had missed because he rarely looked at his phone. There were messages from Zhu Shishir and Zhu Yuyu. He first opened Zhu Shishir's message, which had been sent earlier that morning while he was on the plane, containing just 4 words, "Is Jiang Nan there?" So much time had passed, and Jiang Nan simply hadn't replied. He then opened Zhu Yuyu's message, "Did the handsome guy get home?" Smiley face. Over 2 hours had already passed. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Nan didn't reply either. So much time had gone by, and at this hour, she might be busy with work. Returning to the main page, he noticed several lively group chats and clicked in. It was Jiang Nan's high school classmates group, and the conversation was quite lively, with an interesting topic. What do men want to look at the most when they see women dressed scantily? At that moment, a male classmate was saying, "Of course, the first thing to look at is the chest," smirking face. Another male classmate chimed in, "First look at the legs." Sly face. Several female classmates stood up to protest. Pervert. Lecher. Animals that think with their lower bodies. Among the female classmates, one that Jiang Nan remembered quite well was the class beauty from high school, Bai Xian. Then, another male classmate said, "Appearance isn't important, it's mainly about inner beauty." Shoo. So hypocritical. He was immediately drowned out by a chorus of boos. This made the boy pretending to be pure show an awkward face. This high school classmates group was established during a reunion last year, and Jiang Nan rarely spoke. He had no choice, it was too embarrassing to be asked how he was doing when he was struggling, so he had been a long-time lurker. At that moment, another male classmate said, "I look at the eyes." What? How do you look at the eyes? The classmates couldn't understand, and Jiang Nan suddenly became interested. However, the male classmate made a surprising turn. First open your eyes, notice if the other person isn't paying attention, then look at the exposed skin. Wow! Impressive. Damn. 666, bro, you're quite lewd. The group of male classmates sincerely praised him. The female classmates, on the other hand, even worse. Humph, you just said what you really think. Men, this is what men are like. Jiang Nan became even more interested and joined in the fun, sending a laughing emoji. Suddenly, someone noticed him. Wow, the deep-sea lurker has surfaced. The old salted fish has come to bubble up. Jiang Nan, calling Jiang Nan, how could you bear to show your face? Jiang Nan's fingers flew over the keyboard, typing out a few words and sending them. Hello, classmates, smiling face. At Jiang Nan, tell us, what do you think?
The speaker was a female classmate, Guyen. Jiang Nan replied, "What do you mean by how do I think?" Guyen, stop pretending to be confused, we're discussing what to look at when women wear less. Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds, his fingers flying again, typing out a string of words, 2 steps. Still 2 steps? What's that about? What? Is there a strategy? At Jiang Nan, hurry up, can't wait. With Jiang Nan's one sentence, the group chat instantly became lively, drawing the interest of most people. A topic that unexpectedly grew to this height, and it even has 2 steps, shouldn't there be a plan in place? At Jiang Nan, hurry up and say something. Jiang Nan smiled, his fingers flying as he typed out a string of words and sent them. Step 1, look at the age. Step 2, look at the law. Damn, Jiang Nan, you're amazing. This is clearly the rhythm of forcing a non-friendship relationship. Damn, looking at age. This operation is so slick. Uncle, 3 years of blood profit, death penalty is not a loss. Is your mind always filled with such thoughts? 6666. Old driver, at Jiang Nan, you were so honest in school, didn't expect your driving skills to be this good now. Just like that saying, the higher the ground on Akinoshita, the better the old driver back then. The truth is out. Absolutely a fast car old driver. Get in the car, fasten your seatbelt, no time to explain, woo-woo. Let me down, this isn't the car to the kindergarten. Countless messages instantly flooded the group chat. Jiang Nan. Just joking around, didn't expect the rhythm to go this way, the whole thing is completely off track. Damn, my lifelong reputation is probably in jeopardy. Just then, ding dong, someone actually private messaged him. Opening it, it was Guyen, and the private message from Guyen made Jiang Nan a bit awkward. Jiang Nan, when did you learn to be so bad? Jiang Nan was filled with black lines, typed out a string of words and sent, just joking. Awkward face. Guyen, I guess this is your true feelings, right? Jiang Nan, Guyen, by the way, Jiang Nan, it's been so long since we've been in touch, what are you working on now? Jiang Nan, wandering, begging on the streets. Guyen, stop fooling around. Jiang Nan, really, I'm so poor I'm eating dirt. What about you? What job are you doing? I remember you enrolled in a teacher's college, are you teaching? Guyen, yeah, I'm a teacher, it's really annoying, low salary, very boring. Jiang Nan, being a teacher is pretty good, stable salary. Unlike me, I don't even have a job, just eating dirt. Guyen, you must not be telling the truth. It's people like you who say they have no job that are actually making big money. Honestly, have you struck it rich? Jiang Nan, I wish. By the way, where are you teaching? Guyen, Jianghai High School. Jiang Nan, damn, what a coincidence, I'm also in Jianghai. Guyen, really? Let's get together sometime, it's been a long time since we met. Jiang Nan, sure. Guyen, let's wait for Sunday or Saturday, I'm off and have no classes. Jiang Nan, okay, we'll contact each other then. Guyen, chat in the group. Jiang Nan, okay. Smiling face, returning to the group, they were currently denouncing Jiang Nan. At Jiang Nan, why aren't you talking? The old driver is waiting for you to teach driving skills. At Jiang Nan, I guess he must be private chatting with that girl. Sly face, Jiang Nan helplessly typed a few words and sent, no, I'm not private chatting at all. However, shortly after, a screenshot was sent out, it was the class flower by Xian. It was her screenshot of Guyen's private chat. Guyen was saying to her, I'm private chatting with Jiang Nan, he's also in Jianghai, let's get together sometime. Jiang Nan was instantly dumbfounded, utterly awkward. Then, Bai Xian said, no private chat, they're about to elope. Jiang Nan, Guyen, by class flower, you're so annoying, why did you send the screenshot out? Bai Xian, smirking face. The group exploded. At Jiang Nan, you've really changed, you were so honest before, now you're so good at flirting with girls. At Jiang Nan, old driver, take me along, Jiang Nan, and just then. So what if I private chatted with a female classmate? What's the big deal? I play with women all year round. The speaker was Zhao Ning. He was a rich second generation in high school, always showing off in school. As soon as Zhao Ning spoke, suddenly, a few sycophants stood up. Boss Xiao, why aren't you busy today? You have time to show up in the group. Yeah, Boss Xiao is too busy every day, dealing with girls and flirting. Sigh. When will Boss Xiao give me one of the women he has left over? I'd be satisfied. Boss Xiao. Jiang Nan felt a wave of nausea, damn those bootlickers. However, Zhao Ning completely ignored them and said, Bai Xian, are you in Jianghai now? No one spoke. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Xian finally uttered a simple word, yes. She seemed very reluctant to engage with Zhao Ning. Zhao Ning said, well, I'm in the United States right now. I'll fly back in 2 weeks. Classmates will gather in Jianghai for a reunion. No need to split the bill, I'll treat. Let's find a high-end hotel, something spacious. Even if it costs 30 or 50,000, it's no big deal. Instantly, a bunch of sycophants shouted 666. Boss Xiao, that's awesome, 666. Boss Xiao, so extravagant, this is a real tycoon. Boss Xiao is mighty. Wow, spending 30 or 50,000 on a meal, that's too high-end. Boss Xiao, take my knee. Jiang Nan watched the group chat in silence, sneering inwardly. Spending 30 or 50,000 for a gathering of dozens of classmates? I can spend that much for just a few people. At that moment, ding dong, another private message came in. Jiang Nan opened it. It was Guyan. This Xiao Ning is so annoying, relying on his money to play with women everywhere. He's been pursuing Bai Xian, but Bai Xian knows his character. Even though his family is rich, Bai Xian can't be bothered with him. Jiang Nan, then Bai Xian must still be as beautiful as before, right? Smiling face, Guyan, much prettier than before. She was naive back then, but now her figure has developed really well. Honestly, I'm quite jealous. Jiang Nan, cheering manually. Guyan, let's get together when we have time. You'll see when you meet her. This girl is simply a disaster for the country. Alright, I won't chat with you anymore. There's trouble at school. Damn it, 3 troublesome kids sneaked out of school, and now the whole school is mobilizing to find them. I have to go. So annoying, girls are even more mischievous than boys now. 88. Jiang Nan, okay. But then he remembered something. 3 troublesome students, and they were girls? Damn, could they be the 3 by the seaside? Realizing this, he quickly sent another message to Guyan. Guyan, are you still there? Urgent matter. Guyan, what's up? Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, an hour ago, I saw 3 female students from Jianghai High School by the seaside. Guyan, really? Jiang Nan, of course it's true. By the way, do you have any photos? Send them to me to see if it's them. Guyan, okay, wait a moment. They're not from our class, but I'll get you the photos. Jiang Nan, alright. Soon, Guyan's message came back with a group photo of students, highlighting 3 female students. Jiang Nan recognized them at a glance. They were indeed the 3 female students, and he had a clear memory of the most beautiful one, who had developed well at a young age. He immediately sent a message. Yes, it's them, playing by the seaside. Guyan, thank you so much, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, no need to be polite, it was just a coincidence. Guyan, I'll chat with you later. I need to tell the principal about this. 88. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and didn't reply, knowing Guyan was busy. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhang Yimin calling. He pressed the answer button. Have you made your choice, Zhang Yimin? Zhang Yimin's voice was a bit nervous. It's just a bit expensive. You should come up. Okay. Jiang Nan hung up the phone, walked to the elevator, went up 2 floors, and saw Zhang Yimin, who was looking towards the elevator from a distance. He walked over to Zhang Yimin's side and saw a set of lingerie she had chosen, instantly feeling a bit strange. Damn, the sexy version, it's so tiny. I really like this set, but it's over 10,000. Zhang Yimin bit her lower lip. I told you, money is not a problem. Jiang Nan tossed his card to the nearby salesgirl. The salesgirl took it, swiping the card while saying enviously, you're so lucky to have a boyfriend like this. This lady is so envious of you. Zhang Yimin stole a glance at Jiang Nan, her small face filled with happiness. At that moment, Jiang Nan lifted the bag in his hand a bit and waved it in front of Zhang Yimin. And there's a little gift for you. Oh my god. Zhang Yimin's eyes widened. A Hermes bag. Jiang Nan smiled. Do you like it? I love it. I love it so much. Zhang Yimin took the handbag and looked at the little stars on it while asking, how much? Very cheap. Jiang Nan said, 48,888, not even 50,000, just $2 short. I love you to death, Jiang Nan. Zhang Yimin hugged Jiang Nan and gave him a kiss. Jiang Nan. If we count it up, that kiss could be quite expensive. Meanwhile, the salesgirl beside them stopped swiping the card, looking at Jiang Nan with starry eyes. Why can't I encounter such good fortune? Over 10,000 for lingerie, 50,000 for a Hermes bag. Forget about just a kiss, I'd be willing to give the whole set. Zhang Yimin, like a little bird, linked her arm with his and left the Lido building, getting into a white Range Rover. Zhang Yimin looked at Jiang Nan affectionately and said, Jiang Nan, don't lie to me, with that look in your eyes, you must be rich. I really have no money. Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile, with just a few million on hand, I can't say I'm rich. God! Zhang Yimin exclaimed, a few million isn't considered rich? Who are you comparing yourself to? I didn't expect you become a rich guy, and you're still lying to me about being poor. I really don't have any. Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile, that's not considered rich. Look at people with billions, tens of billions, that's real wealth. Got it. Jiang Yiman nodded knowingly. Your standards are high now, we're not on the same level anymore. Jiang Nan. He. I'm so happy today, the Hermes bag, this is something I've dreamed of having. Jiang Yiman's attention had already shifted, captivated by the bag in her hands. Jiang Nan. As he started the car and merged into traffic, he asked, where to next? Take me back to the hotel, I have a night shift. Jiang Yiman was focused on the bag, looking at it over and over, her pretty little mouth couldn't stop smiling. Jiang Nan. Damn, I'm a bit regretful for buying the bag, it has completely stolen my presence in Jiang Yiman's eyes. The car parked outside the VIP building International Hotel. Jiang Yiman had been chattering the whole way, glancing at the Hermes bag in her hands, then at the lingerie, like a child who had received a new toy. Jiang Nan. Just before getting out of the car, Jiang Yiman held the two handbags in her hands, looking at Jiang Nan affectionately and called out to him. What's wrong? Jiang Nan looked at her. Jiang Yiman said nothing, leaned back in the car seat, closed her eyes, and slightly raised her chin, her pink lipstick and beautiful lip line giving her a look of surrender to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan blinked, a bit confused, and asked, are you tired? You idiot. Jiang Yiman immediately opened her eyes. I want you to kiss me, are you that stupid you can't tell? Jiang Nan. Jiang Yiman lay back down, her chin slightly raised, her small mouth trembling slightly. Cough cough cough. Jiang Nan cleared his throat twice, feeling a bit timid in this situation. He had no experience in pursuing girls, full of desire but lacking the courage. Now that it was time to step up, he felt a bit scared and said, maybe it's better to forget it. Jiang Yiman gasped in anger, glaring at Jiang Nan, her ample chest rising and falling, making one drool. Jiang Nan. Suddenly, Jiang Yiman moved, throwing herself onto Jiang Nan, her small mouth pressing against his lips. Jiang Nan's heart raced. Damn. So soft, so comfortable, I want more. However, Jiang Yiman had already pulled away, made a funny face at him, and whispered in his ear, I'm leaving. Also, do you want me to send you a picture of me in my underwear? Sure, Jiang Nan replied instinctively. Dream on. The girl tossed out a line, pushed the car door open, got out, and turned back to smile at Jiang Nan before slamming the car door shut. Goodbye, dear. Jiang Nan. Watching Jiang Yiman's swaying waist as she walked towards the hotel, savoring the warmth left on his lips, he grinned. How many first kisses has this been for him? Just then, ding dong ding dong. The WeChat notification sound rang out in succession. Jiang Nan checked and saw it was Guyen, with a string of messages coming in. Are you there? Are you there, Jiang Nan? Is Jiang Nan there? Reply to me, I'm waiting online, it's quite urgent. Jiang Nan quickly replied, I'm here, what's up? Guyen, phew, thank goodness, Jiang Nan finally replied. It's like this. The beach area is too big, someone from school has gone over, but they can't find those three troublemakers. Do you know the location? Can you go with me? Jiang Nan, of course, finding people is a big deal. Guyen, great, thank you so much. Where are you? I'll take a taxi to meet you, and then we can head to the beach together. Jiang Nan, tell me where you are, I have a car, I'll come pick you up. Guyen, wow. You have a car now. Jiang Nan. What the hell? Why is she still interested in this topic? Guyen, got off topic. Having a car is even better, so hurry over to the school to find me. I'm waiting for you at the school gate, by the way, Zhanghai High School. Jiang Nan, I know it's Zhanghai High School, wait for me, don't leave, I'll be there soon. Guyen, Awkward face, Jiang Nan put away his phone, started the car, and merged into the traffic. Guyen stood at the gate of Zhanghai High School, watching the cars coming from a distance. Not long after, a Dongfeng Citron drove by. Guyen felt a little hopeful, maybe this car is it. However, the Citron passed by, and it wasn't. Guyen felt a bit disappointed. She continued to watch. Soon, a Wuling minivan came into view. Guyen frowned slightly. Could it be a minivan? Sigh. It must be, considering Jiang Nan, like her, had only graduated a year ago, having a minivan would be pretty good. She waited for the minivan to get closer. The minivan soon passed by, the driver was an old man in his 50s, it couldn't possibly be Jiang Nan. A bit disappointed, yet somehow relieved. Deep down, she felt that if Jiang Nan, as her classmate, showed up in front of her colleagues driving a minivan, it wouldn't look good. Soon, a brand new white Volkswagen Tiguan drove by, a car worth over 200,000. Guyen looked on from a distance, her heart filled with anticipation. If only this car belonged to Jiang Nan, appearing in front of her colleagues would be so impressive. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The Tiguan drove past, and the driver was a girl. Sigh. Guyen let out a slight sigh. Just then, a white Range Rover sped over from a distance.
Guyen took a glance, over $1 million luxury car, and directly ignored it, not even thinking about it. Jiang Nan couldn't possibly drive such a car over. Sure enough, the Range Rover passed by. Guyen caught a glimpse of the driver out of the corner of her eye, still a handsome guy. Sighing, she muttered softly, rich and handsome, really, the heavens have put all the good things in one person. At that moment, the passing Range Rover quickly reversed and came back. The window rolled down, and Jiang Nan leaned out, tentatively asking, "Hey, are you Guyen?" Jiang Nan was a bit hesitant to recognize her. The girl in front of him looked vaguely familiar, but after years apart, she had transformed from a naive girl in high school into someone quite impressive, making it hard to recognize her. Guyen's mouth dropped open in shock, stammering, Jiang Nan, is that you?" Jiang Nan smiled, "It really is you, I almost didn't recognize you. Come on, get in the car." "Oh my gosh, it really is you, Jiang Nan, driving a car worth over $1 million. Guyen was still a bit stunned. "Get in the car." Jiang Nan smiled wryly, "I have business to attend to, need to find that brat, and the car belongs to a friend, not mine." "Ha? Not yours?" Guyen felt a bit disappointed, seemingly more concerned about the car than finding the brat. She twisted her slim waist, ran to the passenger side, opened the door, and got in. Jiang Nan turned the steering wheel and quickly headed towards the seaside. Meanwhile, he took a closer look at Guyen. Her figure was quite nice, very well proportioned, long hair cascading down, wearing glasses, an intellectual beauty, no wonder she became a teacher. Guyen was also sizing up Jiang Nan. "Jiang Nan, how did you become so handsome?" "Of course, I remember you were quite handsome in school, but now it seems your clothes are more fitting. This outfit looks good, must have cost quite a bit." Jiang Nan smiled, "Not much money." He felt a bit frustrated, it seemed this girl didn't recognize the Armani brand, making his attempt to show off a bit of a failure. "I remember your family was from the countryside, not a rich second generation. Jiang Nan, what are you doing now? You seem quite wealthy, very different from before." Guyen seemed very interested in Jiang Nan. "What's different? If anything's different, it's that I'm older." "Older? Are you saying I've aged too?" Jiang Nan, "Come on, honestly, what do you do?" Guyen pressed. "All right," Jiang Nan said helplessly, "I run a restaurant business, opened a small diner." "That's not bad, you're a boss now." "Not really, business is tough these days, I'm almost eating dirt." Jiang Nan smiled wryly. The two old classmates met and quickly found common ground, soon shifting the topic to those interesting things from school, chatting happily. The Range Rover sped out of the city, and Guyen's cheerful laughter occasionally filled the car. Due to the urgency, Jiang Nan drove even faster, and in less than 40 minutes, they were nearing the seaside. "Wow! No wonder it's a car worth over $1 million, it's amazing, powerful, and performs really well." Guyen exclaimed, "Jiang Nan, even if the car is borrowed from a friend, it seems you're doing quite well if someone would lend you a car like this." "It's just the restaurant business, more customers, more friends," Jiang Nan said. "I can't say I'm doing well, please stop praising me, I tend to get carried away." He. Guyen laughed happily. As they got closer to their destination, Jiang Nan approached the place where they had parked last time. Through the car window, he looked out and soon spotted 3 student girls. The 3 brats were playing in the water by the seaside, not too far from where they had been before. She let out a slight sigh of relief and said, "Not bad, the 3 little troublemakers are still here." "Where?" Guyen didn't see them. Squeak! Jiang Nan slammed on the brakes, stopping just before the beach, unable to drive any further. "Follow me, about 1,000 meters away at the seaside, I can already see them." As Jiang Nan spoke, he got out of the car. Guyen pushed open the passenger door and hurriedly followed him. Under Jiang Nan's lead, the two of them walked on the beach towards the 3 little troublemakers. As they got closer, Guyen finally noticed the 3 kids in school uniforms and angrily said, "Unlucky kids, always causing trouble." Soon, they approached. One of the girls turned around and saw Jiang Nan, instantly excitedly shouting, "Cici, look, that handsome guy is back, and it seems like he's coming towards us." The other 2 girls quickly turned to look at Jiang Nan. The girl called Cici, who was quite pretty and well-developed, exclaimed in excitement, "Wow, the handsome guy must have a crush on me, coming back just to ask me out." "Oh, but there's a woman next to him," another girl noticed. "And that woman looks a bit familiar." She does look familiar, seems like I've seen her before." Just then, Guyen shouted in a high-pitched voice, "You 3 little troublemakers, skipping school, and now the whole school is looking for you. Have you thought about the consequences?" "Oh, I remember now, she's the homeroom teacher of class 15 in the 2nd year. Oh no, we've been found out. Cici, it's all your fault for tempting us to sneak out of school to play." The 2 girls looked a bit panicked, lowering their heads like frightened little birds, seemingly wanting to find a place to hide. But the prettiest little girl didn't seem afraid at all.
she raised her beautiful little face and said, I just don't want to go to school anymore. I'm going crazy in there. Every time I see you teachers, I get annoyed. Don't students have a life? Can't we take a break? Guyen was so angry she was breathing heavily. I'm not going to argue with you. Just wait to see the principal. With your attitude, you could get expelled. If I get expelled, so be it. I don't want to study anyway. What's the use of studying? Many college graduates still can't find jobs, while some beautiful women, with no education, just rely on rich men, sell expensive bags, drive sports cars, and live well. Cece didn't seem scared at all and looked very rebellious. Jiang Nan. Damn, this little girl's thoughts are dangerous. Guyen was even more stunned with anger. Alright, Guyen, let's go back to school. These little girls aren't kids anymore. We'll deal with it slowly once we're back. There are so many people here, let's not say anything more, Jiang Nan said. At this moment, many people by the seaside were drawn over, watching. Guyen calmed down a bit, exhaling, and said, right, why should I get angry with them? I'll just report it to the principal. Let's go, back to school with me, Guyen said. The other two girls looked timid and seemed a bit regretful, but Cece showed no fear at all. Humph, if we're going, then let's go. Who's afraid? As she passed by Jiang Nan, she added, handsome guy, got a cigarette? Give me one. Jiang Nan. You can't be that stingy, right? Cece threw him a flirtatious glance. Sister, I don't smoke. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. Damn, even if I did smoke, I couldn't give you one, that would be harming the flowers of our nation. TCH. Cece pouted a bit, I thought you came back to ask me out, but it turns out you're with teacher he and the others. Disgusting. Jiang Nan. Damn, who did I offend? They got in the car. Jiang Nan started the car and quickly headed back to the school. Guyenzi took out her phone to make a call. Principal, we found the person, but we didn't see anyone else. We're on our way back to the school. Okay, let's go straight back to the school. I'll hand them over to their homeroom teacher. Alright, that's it. After a long conversation, she hung up the phone. The few people in the car formed a strange combination, and everyone remained silent, not saying a word. After a while, Cece in the back seat suddenly said, handsome guy, my phone is dead. Can I use yours to send a message to my dad? Sure. Jiang Nan took out his phone and tossed it to her. She fiddled with it for a while and quickly returned it to Jiang Nan, and this time she sweetly said, thank you, big brother. Jiang Nan? Why did she suddenly become so obedient? It felt a bit strange. Upon returning to the school, the Range Rover parked in front of Building 1. A female teacher, looking about the same age as Guyen, was waiting downstairs. The car door opened, and Jiang Nan, Guyen, and the three mischievous kids got out one after another. Thank you so much, Teacher Gu. The female teacher expressed her gratitude to Guyen. It's nothing. We should help each other as colleagues. If something like this happened to a student in our class, you would definitely help too, Guyen replied politely. After a moment, she remembered something and pointed at Jiang Nan. Speaking of which, we owe it to my old classmate. He saw these three mischievous kids while playing at the beach. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to find them. I can't believe they ran so far, all the way to the beach. Luckily, nothing happened. If something had happened, it would have been unimaginable. Is this your classmate? The female teacher looked at Jiang Nan and said again, thank you, Teacher Ji's classmate. When she saw Jiang Nan, her eyes lit up. Besides Jiang Nan's handsomeness, she noticed the Armani logo on his suit. Turning to Guyen, she said enviously, Teacher Gu, I'm so envious to have such a wealthy classmate. What wealthy person? Not at all, Guyen said. His Range Rover is borrowed from someone else, a friend's, not his own. We were classmates in high school, and I know his family is from the countryside. There's no way he's some wealthy person. Teacher Gu, you must be mistaken. However, the female teacher said, what does a Range Rover matter? Look at the suit he's wearing, Armani. This is well-known wealthy attire. That suit costs over 100,000. Ah! Guyen exclaimed, re-evaluating Jiang Nan, is your outfit really Armani? She had only heard of the Armani brand but had never paid attention to it. Sort of, Jiang Nan replied with a wry smile. You're lying to me. That Range Rover is yours, isn't it? Guyen asked with a hint of grievance. It's really not mine, Jiang Nan said. It's a friend's. TCH, and you call yourself a teacher? What kind of eyesight do you have? Not even recognizing Big Brother's Armani. CC, one of the mischievous kids, chimed in. Guyen's face turned red instantly, and she glared at CC in frustration. Still not behaving? Come on, let's go see the principal. The female teacher, their homeroom teacher, quickly scolded and led the three mischievous kids away. Jiang Nan.
You lied to me, saying you were so poor you could barely eat. You're a liar, Guyen said, blushing and playfully scolding him. I really didn't lie to you. Jiang Nan maintained his usual stance of denial. Alright, I don't believe you anymore. I've figured it out. Not only have you gone bad, but you also look at women with a criminal mindset, and you've learned to lie. You're the type that's secretly bad, Jiang Nan. Oh, I really didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you've changed so much. Guyen began to look Jiang Nan up and down as if studying a monster. Jiang Nan. He glanced at the time, it was almost evening, and said, it's time for dinner. Do you want to eat together? You're treating me? Guyen said happily. Yeah, as old classmates meeting, I'll treat you, Jiang Nan replied with a faint smile. Alas! Guyen sighed, I really want to go, but today is definitely not possible. With this incident, the principal will surely hold a school-wide meeting. I see. Jiang Nan nodded, that's fine, let's do it another day. We can get together then. Okay. Guyen nodded, then happily added, hee hee. I didn't expect to have a rich classmate, that's something to be happy about. Jiang Nan, if I run out of money in the future, can I borrow some from you? Dream on. Jiang Nan teased, no money to lend, just a life. You're annoying. Guyen rolled her eyes at Jiang Nan and then burst into laughter. Well, I'm off now. Jiang Nan waved and got into the car. 88. Guyen waved back and added, Jiang Nan, why do you look more handsome every time I see you now? Put. Jiang Nan spat out, as if I wasn't handsome before. Guyen laughed, you were handsome before too. If not, I wouldn't have remembered you after all these years. Jiang Nan. Damn, did you want to flirt with me back in school? Back at the hotel, Zhang Yuan saw Jiang Nan and immediately approached him. Boss, I've got your Myanmar tourist visa ready, 7 days. While saying this, he handed a visa to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan took it and nodded, well done, worthy of a reward. He. What will the reward be? Zhang Yuan asked happily. Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds, I'll allow you to eat one more fish. Ah, no way, boss. Zhang Yuan immediately looked dejected, then flatteringly said, can we change the reward? What reward do you want? Jiang Nan countered. Let me take the Range Rover for a spin, and I want to take Lily with me. She's been wanting me to take her for a ride. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Nan shrugged helplessly and tossed him the car keys. Go ahead, when I have time, I'll buy a car for the hotel to use. By the way, what car do you think is good to buy? Really? Boss? That's great. If I could give my opinion, it would be this kind of Range Rover. It's powerful and has great off-road performance, Zhang Yuan said excitedly. Alright. Jiang Nan nodded, then remembered something and asked, how's the bodyguard situation arranged? Boss, don't worry, it's all set. I've hired 5 bodyguards, and they'll arrive tomorrow, Zhang Yuan said. After a brief pause, he added, Boss, according to your requirements, they're all very capable, one can take on 10 without a problem. But the hiring price is quite high, 30,000 a month for each, so that's 150,000 for 5. That's fine. Jiang Nan waved his hand casually, money is not an issue. Then there's nothing to worry about, Zhang Yuan said, then with a mischievous smile continued, Boss, I also need to tell you that there's one more thing you should reward me for? Jiang Nan looked confused. He. Zhang Yuan grinned, among the 5 bodyguards, there's a female bodyguard. What, a female bodyguard? Jiang Nan was surprised. What are you up to? Can a female bodyguard fight? Of course, that's a prerequisite, Zhang Yuan said. I was thinking, boss, it would be safer for you to have a bodyguard when you go out. So this female bodyguard can ensure the hotel's safety and also serve as your personal bodyguard when you go out. He. Having a pretty female bodyguard with you would be quite impressive. Jiang Nan. I kind of understand this guy's thoughts now, but thinking about it, it's actually pretty good. Having a female bodyguard when going out has a certain flair, and if she can really fight, my personal safety would be guaranteed. He rubbed his chin and asked a more concerned question. Have you seen the female bodyguard? Is she pretty? Of course, Zhang Yuan said proudly. Absolutely beautiful, with an amazing figure, he. Maybe, boss, with your good looks, you could even charm her and develop a little super friendship. Jiang Nan. He didn't respond anymore, and Zhang Yuan turned to go upstairs. Back in his office, he poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it while pondering when to set off for Myanmar. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision, he would leave tomorrow. Since the visa was only valid for 7 days, he wasn't sure how long he could stay in Myanmar. After all, it was his first time going, and it was better to leave early than late. With a decision made, he began preparing the things he needed to bring. But before he finished preparing, he thought of another issue. Jiang Nan realized it would be best to bring a bodyguard on this trip to Myanmar for better personal safety. After all, he was going abroad this time, and being alone felt too vulnerable. If something happened, it wouldn't be safe at all. Now, compared to before, it was like Kobe. Back then, he was just a worthless life, but now he had this incredible skill of seeing success rates and needed to live well. His own safety was very important. Otherwise, if he died, everything would be over. With this thought, he changed his plan again, deciding to stay an extra day and set off for Myanmar the day after tomorrow. Once the bodyguard arrived tomorrow, he would choose the one he wanted to take and have Zhang Yuan handle the visa. During dinner, Bebe ran back upstairs and happily said to Jiang Nan, "Brother Jiang, business is even better today. Guess how much money I made today?" Jiang Nan shrugged, not interested. "Oh, Brother Jiang, you're so annoying. How can you be like this?" Bebe pouted her little fists, playfully hitting Jiang Nan's chest, her cuteness overwhelming. "Because I'm concerned about important issues, like whether there's fish for dinner," Jiang Nan said with a smile. "There will definitely be fish. The kitchen makes a lot of fish every day. It's the hotel's signature dish and is highly prioritized. The manager has instructed that there should be plenty, even if some is left over. We can't have guests come and find none, as that would affect the hotel's business," Bebe said seriously, looking like a little adult. Jiang Nan, if these girls are well trained, they could grow up to be great business people. After dinner, Bebe went back down to collect money. Jiang Nan was left alone in the room, feeling like a solitary figure. He flopped down on the sofa, sipping tea, and pulling out his phone. Just then, ding dong, the WeChat notification sound rang. Jiang Nan opened it and found a strange situation, a message from a friend with the nickname CC. 2 winking emojis. He was a bit confused. What was CC? He couldn't remember adding such a friend to his WeChat list. His first thought was it might be an advertisement or something, but he hadn't added anyone. Just then, CC spoke. "Hi, handsome, are you there? Talk to me." Jiang Nan was even more confused, his fingers moved, and he sent 2 question marks? "CC, handsome, you don't know who I am, do you?" Jiang Nan, "Do we know each other?" CC, "Of course we do. We just met today, and you've already forgotten." Jiang Nan, "We just met today?" Confused face, CC, "So forgetful. I'm Cece, a student from Jianghai High School. Didn't you give me a ride back? And you even helped us take a photo." "Oh, I forgot, let me show you the photo, and you'll know." Jiang Nan almost understood. Wow. That pretty little girl among the 3 kids. A selfie from CC came through. Sure enough, it was that girl, sitting on the bed, dressed very lightly, chatting with Jiang Nan. In the selfie, she was making a funny face, looking extremely cute. At 16 or 17, she was already adorable. And with such a cute gesture and her delicate little face, it was simply heart-melting. Jiang Nan, "So it's you. CC, hee. You remembered." Jiang Nan, "When did I add you as a friend on WeChat?" CC, "I added you. When we were in the car, I borrowed your phone, and then I added you as a friend. Aren't I smart? Hee. Jiang Nan, "Damn, so that's how it is. What a quirky little girl." CC, hee. "Handsome guy, you're so handsome and so rich, let's go on a date?" Jiang Nan. CC, shy face. Jiang Nan, "Stop messing around, how old are you? Focus on your studies." CC, "I'm not little anymore, I'm already 16. Jiang Nan. So angry he wanted to roll his eyes. CC, "Studying is impossible for me, it will never happen in this lifetime. I can only sneak out of school to have some fun." Jiang Nan. CC, "Really, big brother, I'm afraid I might get expelled from school soon. I got a major demerit this time, and if I sneak out again, I'll be expelled. But I'm already planning when to sneak out." Jiang Nan. "Little sister, stop messing around, focus on your studies, okay? You're still young and don't understand the importance of education. You'll realize it later when you need it." CC, "Not at all. My dream is to find a rich guy, like you, so wealthy, hee, and so handsome. I've decided, you're my target." Jiang Nan. "Are today's students this bold?" CC, "I won't talk to you anymore, my dad is coming. Big brother, moi." Jiang Nan looked at his phone, helplessly smiling. What a little troublemaker. If any family encountered such a mischievous child, it would drive them crazy. This girl's thoughts were dangerous, too dangerous. Should I save her? A thought flashed by. But immediately, Jiang Nan chuckled to himself. When did he become so lewd? Forget it, there's nothing he can do about a mischievous child. He hoped she was just talking and wouldn't do anything foolish. The next day, he woke up, and it was already late morning. Jiang Nan looked at the time, helplessly smiling. He really had slept in. After getting up and washing up, he left his room, took the elevator down, and when the elevator doors opened on the ground floor, he was greeted by a sight. 5 bodyguards in black stood straight in the lobby, 4 men and 1 woman. The men wore black suits and sunglasses, tall and muscular, looking intimidating. The shock factor was impressive. The woman was dressed in black leather, with a stunning figure and a wheat-colored complexion, also wearing sunglasses. However, her outfit gave off a first impression of being particularly sexy, with a second impression of being cold. "Boss, you finally woke up. Come and see how these bodyguards are," Zhang Yuan said, proudly watching the bodyguards in the lobby, and immediately approached Jiang Nan when he saw him come down. The 5 bodyguards were the focus of attention in the lobby, with receptionists, beautiful managers, and passing guests all watching them. After all, in other hotels, the lobby usually only has security guards. It's rare to see such a professional bodyguard setup. "Boss, you're down," the beautiful manager also came over to greet him. Brother Jiang, Bebe waved from the cash register. Jiang Nan smiled and, under Zhang Yuan's lead, walked towards the 5 bodyguards. "This is the boss." As they got closer, Zhang Yuan said to the 5 bodyguards, "From now on, his orders are the highest command." "Boss." The 5 professional bodyguards stood up straight and shouted in unison. As a professional bodyguard, they all undergo specialized training. Besides being skilled, their primary task is loyalty. A bodyguard must have a very high level of loyalty. This bodyguard company has very strict requirements. If any bodyguard does something that damages the company's image, the consequences are severe. The company does not allow such things to happen, as it would greatly impact their reputation. Everyone who leaves the company earns a high salary, and without sufficient security guarantees, no one will hire bodyguards in the future. Although Jiang Nan understands all of this, he currently has other means to test the loyalty of a few individuals. Jiang Nan possesses a super abnormal ability to see success rates. He quietly locked onto one of the bodyguards and threw out a probe. Loyalty 100%. 72%. Damn. This data is clear, only 72% loyalty. Jiang Nan couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. Damn, that's a bit low for loyalty. Then he locked onto the next bodyguard. Loyalty 100%. 78%. Next one. Loyalty 100%. 70%. Damn, even lower. This bodyguard is the tallest, and Jiang Nan paid a bit more attention, remembering each of their appearances and their loyalty levels. In the future, when arranging tasks, those with high loyalty can be entrusted with important responsibilities, while those with low loyalty can just wait on the sidelines. The testing continued. Loyalty 100%. 79%. Next, only the last female bodyguard remained to be tested, and Jiang Nan was very much looking forward to it. To be honest, this girl was indeed, as Zhang Yuan said, quite beautiful, mainly with a stunning figure, and she had a unique charm as a capable woman. If her loyalty was acceptable, he would take her along on this trip to Myanmar as a personal bodyguard. Jiang Nan eagerly threw out a test. Loyalty 100%. 85%. He immediately smiled. This girl was quite reliable compared to the others, so he chose her. Just then, a thought flashed through Jiang Nan's mind, a very imaginative thought. He chuckled to himself and continued testing. Is there a way to improve loyalty? 100%. Sure enough, it was possible. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up, and a method flashed through his mind. He continued testing with great interest. Having a super friendship with the girl can improve loyalty. 100%. Damn! Jiang Nan was delighted. It really worked. This meant that to increase loyalty, he needed to have some kind of relationship with this girl. With this in mind, Jiang Nan threw out another test. Still a virgin. 100%. Awesome, still a virgin. In this situation, if he took her first, she would become very dependent as a woman, and it was easy to imagine that her loyalty would greatly increase. Girl, what's your name? Jiang Nan asked the female bodyguard. Blue Fox, the female bodyguard replied succinctly. Is that a code name? Jiang Nan said, such a strange name. Yes, boss, we just refer to code names. Alright, Blue Fox it is. Jiang Nan nodded. From now on, you will be my personal bodyguard, mainly to protect my safety. Yes, boss, the girl replied straightforwardly, without much facial expression. Jiang Nan didn't know what else to say, so he turned to Zhang Yuan. Help her get a visa to Myanmar. I'll take her with me tomorrow. Okay, boss, leave it to me. Zhang Yuan patted his chest, confidently declaring, I'll get it done. Just as Jiang Nan wanted to give another instruction, his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was Anchi calling. He pressed the answer button, habitually not speaking first. Anchi had a rather quirky temperament. Speaking too soon might get him scolded. But this time, Anchi spoke quickly. Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Nothing much, just handling some trivial matters at the hotel, Jiang Nan said. Can you come to my house for a bit? And she seemed a bit guilty as she explained, "It's like this, Master Dong from Yanjing has come over. He heard me mention the animal skin you got from the auction house and is very interested in seeing it. So, and she rarely took such a low stance. I understand," Jiang Nan said, "that Master Dong wants to take a look, right?" "Yes," and she hurriedly replied, "Is it convenient to do this?" "Of course," Jiang Nan said, "it's just a piece of animal skin, nothing inconvenient about it." "Alright, I'll bring the skin over shortly for that Master Dong to see. I'm also very curious about what this thing is. I hope he can understand it." His mind raced, already thinking of many things. In this situation, he had to pretend to know nothing about the animal skin so that others wouldn't suspect anything, which is why he agreed so readily. Jiang Nan returned upstairs, found the animal skin, and put it in his backpack. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered something. He thought of the strange ring he had received earlier. Now that Master Dong from Yanjing was here, it was a perfect opportunity to see if he could figure out what that thing was. With that in mind, he dug out the strange ring and put it in his backpack as well. Only then did he take the elevator down. As he passed through the lobby, he considered whether to bring his beautiful bodyguard, but soon dismissed the idea. This time he was just going to old Master N's house. It was such a short distance, just wandering around Zhanghai, and there wasn't much to do. Plus, bringing a bodyguard would seem ostentatious, which wouldn't be good. After leaving the hotel, he got into a white Range Rover and started the car, merging into the traffic. "Jiang Nan, you're here." When the car arrived at the villa's entrance, Jiang Nan noticed Chi waiting at the door. He hit the brakes, and the car came to a stop. He rolled down the window and leaned out to smile at Chi. The security guard who had previously intercepted him and got slapped in the face saw Jiang Nan and immediately started waving and smiling at him. His impression of Jiang Nan was quite deep. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and ignored him. "Come with me, Master Dong is waiting," and she said. She had arrived in a yellow Maserati sports car, opened the door, and got in, leading the way. Jiang Nan started the Range Rover and followed behind. He couldn't help but marvel. This was what rich people were like, with such a large villa and so many cars. With his current 20 million, he felt like a poor kid in comparison. Soon, the two cars arrived at the central villa, where Jiang Nan had been last time, the reception hall. This villa was huge, with several buildings. A stranger could easily get lost and confused about where everything was. The two got out of the car, and she twisted her slim waist, leading the way. "Follow me." Jiang Nan walked behind her, glancing at her figure. It was truly perfect, an angelic face with a devilish body, a perfect description of Chi. The only downside was her strange temper. Otherwise, she could really be a girlfriend. Whether it was looks, figure, temperament, upbringing, or family background, she could impress anyone in front of friends, making a lot of people envious. Soon, they entered the luxurious reception hall. Old Masterin was chatting and drinking tea with an elderly man. Upon seeing the two enter, Old Masterin immediately stood up, smiling and saying, "Young brother Jiang, you're here, come. Let me introduce you." Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, but his gaze was focused on another elderly man with a long beard. He looked older than Old Masterin, but his eyes were sharp and piercing. As Jiang Nan looked at him, he was also looking at Jiang Nan. "This is Master Dong from Yanjing, renowned far and wide." Old Masterin pointed at the old man and introduced him. "Master Dong, hello." Jiang Nan smiled faintly. The old man nodded with a smile. "Master Dong, this is my little brother Jiang that I mentioned." Old Masterin introduced Jiang Nan to Master Dong again. "Little brother Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you." Master Dong clasped his fists, embodying an ancient demeanor. This made Jiang Nan feel a bit out of place, and he smiled and nodded. "Master Dong, you're too kind. Come, brother Jiang, sit down. And girl, hurry and pour some tea." Old Masterin looked very happy and pointed to the sofa beside him, indicating for Jiang Nan to sit down. Jiang Nan was not polite and walked over to sit down, calm and composed. Old Master Dong observed this and nodded slightly. And she brought a cup of tea and placed it in front of Jiang Nan, then sat down beside him. Old Masterin was straightforward and got to the point, saying, "Brother Jiang, did you bring the beast skin from the auction?" "I brought it." Jiang Nan casually took the beast skin out of his backpack and placed it on the tea table. Instantly, both Old Masterin and Old Master Dong turned their attention to the beast skin. "Master Dong, please take a look first." Old Masterin seemed eager to pick it up and examine it but still gestured for Master Dong to go first. After all, his status was higher. Master Dong nodded and, without hesitation, took the beast skin in his hands and began to examine it carefully. As he looked, he gently felt it in his hands. After about half a minute, he took out a magnifying glass and started to inspect it closely.
After another half-minute of looking and shaking his head, he said, "This is a strange thing. I can't make heads or tails of it. What exactly is this? I've truly never seen anything like it." While Master Dong was examining it, Old Masterin was also watching closely. Hearing Master Dong's words, Old Masterin furrowed his brows and said, "Even Master Dong, you can't make heads or tails of it?" "Yes," Master Dong replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "This thing is too strange. I can't understand what it is, nor can I tell what era it belongs to. Alas! Am I already getting old?" He handed the item back to Old Masterin. "Master Dong, don't belittle yourself. This thing is inherently too difficult to decipher." Old Masterin took it and said, "Even the expert appraisal team from the Magic City auction house couldn't figure out what this is. Your inability to understand it only shows how strange this item is." Even so, he continued to carefully explore and examine it. After a moment, he shook his head and said with a wry smile, "It is indeed strange. There are no clues at all." He then returned it to Jiang Nan and said, "Little brother Jiang, you should put it away." Jiang Nan was not polite and put it back in his backpack. "Little brother Jiang, can you not make heads or tails of it at all, or did you discover something, which is why you decided to bid on it?" Old Masterin asked Jiang Nan. His tone rose slightly at the end, clearly eager to know something that could inform them in the future. "Jiang Nan, Olden, I just found it strange, so I bid on it." Jiang Nan said with a wry smile, "I thought I could research something, but in the end, I found nothing. Alas! What a pity." Old Masterin's expression showed belief. "I am also very much looking forward to these strange things, hoping for some major discovery, but, alright, let's not talk about this. Let's discuss something more pleasant. Little brother Jiang, Olden really values you." At this moment, Master Dong looked at Jiang Nan and said, "He has mentioned to me that your insight is unique. That painting by Zhang Banxiao, you really are impressive. Even I couldn't see the reason behind it. Of course, I'm not an expert in calligraphy and painting, Master Yun is more specialized in that area. But your insight and knowledge are enough to make me look at you in a new light, and at such a young age, your future is truly limitless. Master Dong, please stop flattering me, I tend to get carried away." Jiang Nan chuckled, "My knowledge is limited, it's just a coincidence. What's even more commendable is that you're so humble," Master Dong continued. Jiang Nan, humble, do I really have that? "Brother Jiang, now that we've met, we should interact and communicate more in the future," Master Dong said, appearing very low-key. Of course, it was also because Jiang Nan had shown corresponding strength that he was so modest. To be able to communicate more with a master like Master Dong is something I could only wish for, Jiang Nan also said politely. Master Dong nodded, increasingly fond of Jiang Nan. Just then, Jiang Nan changed the subject and said, "By the way, I have a strange object here that I haven't figured out yet. Now that Master Dong is here, and Olden is also present, you two should take a look." As he spoke, Jiang Nan rummaged through his backpack and pulled out an object that looked like a straightened sifong, a mythical creature, placing it on the coffee table. Instantly, Olden and Master Dong focused their gazes on it, and she also looked over with great interest. "This is," Master Dong said, puzzled, as he held it in his hand and examined it closely. He turned it over and over, then took out a magnifying glass for a closer look. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "I can't make out what this is, it's neither metal, nor jade, nor stone. Quite strange." "Master Dong, let me take a look," Olden said, already impatient, forgetting to remain calm. Master Dong handed the sifong to Olden. Olden also took out a magnifying glass and began to examine it closely. As he looked, he shook his head, "Not bad, not bad. I can't tell what it is either, it's a particularly strange object, but it looks like an antique." "Brother Jiang, you don't know what this is either?" Master Dong asked. "Yeah," Jiang Nan replied, "that's why I brought it out for you and Olden to take a look." Olden placed the sifong on the coffee table and looked at Jiang Nan, asking, "Little brother, where did you get this? Did you buy it at an auction for a high price?" "No," Jiang Nan said, "I found this at a street stall and only spent 500 yuan on it. I thought it looked quite strange, so I bought it." "So that's how it is," Master Dong nodded, 500 yuan is quite worth it. Although we can't tell what it is, strange objects like this should be collected more when there's a chance. Who knows, one day we might uncover its mysteries, and it could be a groundbreaking discovery." Yes, Olden agreed. And she, very interested, picked up the sifong and examined it, saying, "This looks like a thumb ring. It can be worn on a finger." As she spoke, she slipped the object onto her slender finger. Her fingers were quite delicate, although it was a bit large, it looked quite beautiful. "This is not a thumb ring," Master Dong said. "A thumb ring is much wider and is worn on a man's thumb, so it would be larger. Thumb rings have specific sizes and were popular during the Qing dynasty, favored by wealthy princes and nobles." "I know this well. Indeed, Olden said, it's definitely not a thumb ring, although it does look somewhat similar. And she furrowed her beautiful brows, looking at the sifon on her finger, and said, could this be a ring? A ring? Both Master Dong and Olden frowned. After a moment, Master Dong said, we can only speculate, we can't define it. For us, things that can't be defined are meaningless to speculate about. Yes, Olden nodded. But Jiang Nan's eyes lit up, already locking onto the siphon, quietly throwing out a probe. It's a ring. 100%. Wow. It really is a ring. However, he didn't say anything, pondering in his heart, what significance does it have to confirm that it's a ring? After thinking for a long time, it was quite frustrating, and he couldn't think of anything valuable. Maybe this is just a ring, Anchi said while looking at the ring on her fair phone. It's quite beautiful when worn on a finger. Jiang Nan. Indeed, this thing looked beautiful on Anchi's hand, mainly because her hand was too beautiful. If it weren't for the fact that he knew this thing was a priceless treasure, he would have directly given it to Anchi as a gift. This girl seemed to really like it. After playing with it for a while, she reluctantly took off the ring and returned it to Jiang Nan, while giving him a resentful glance. Jiang Nan. Pretending not to see, he put the ring away. There was no way to give away something that was a priceless treasure. After chatting for a while, Master Dong suddenly seemed to remember something and said, little brother, can you take out that beast's skin for me to have a look? His words stunned the few people around. Old Master An eagerly asked, has Master Dong remembered something? Master Dong nodded. Jiang Nan's heart tightened. He didn't want the secret of the treasure map to be pried into by others. However, in this situation, it was obviously not appropriate to say anything, so he had no choice but to take out the beast's skin from his backpack again and hand it to Master Dong, adapting to the situation. Old Master Dong took it, and this time he mainly focused on the lines on the beast's skin, saying as he looked, last time I was only focused on the material of the beast's skin, and now I realize I forgot to study these lines carefully. Jiang Nan's heart tightened even more, but he still pretended to be calm and said nothing. Yes, Old Masterin said, I was mainly looking at the material of the beast's skin too. By the way, there are quite a few lines on it, you should study them carefully. The two of them leaned together, each holding a magnifying glass to examine it. Jiang Nan felt a bit anxious but pretended to be calm and slowly sipped his tea. After a moment, Master Dong said, this might be a map, these lines record the terrain routes. Makes sense, Old Masterin said, it should be a map, but unfortunately, we don't know what area it's from, so we can't identify what place this map points to. And, Master Dong continued, these lines suddenly break off at the edges, very abruptly. From this situation, it doesn't seem to be a complete map, perhaps it's only half or a quarter. Makes sense. The two of them were lively, discussing enthusiastically. Anchi was also watching with slight interest from the side. Jiang Nan was completely ignored. With some discoveries, both old men became energized, exchanging words and carefully studying. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, an hour passed. Jiang Nan. He felt quite bored sitting there, and from the conversation of the two old men, he understood that although they were excited, they couldn't figure anything out. They were all various hypotheses and guesses, assuming if this map was from the Qin dynasty, where the terrain recorded should be. Assuming if it was from the Tang dynasty, where it should be recorded on Earth. Jiang Nan was very clear that with their kind of assumptions, there was no way to make any progress, and he completely relaxed. Sitting there, feeling bored, drowsiness washed over him, and he lay on the sofa, dozing off. He didn't know how long it had been. Jiang Nan felt someone pushing him, groggily waking up to the sound of Anchi's voice calling, Jiang Nan, wake up, Jiang Nan, wake up. Jiang Nan came to, rubbed his face, and felt a bit more alert. He discovered that Old Masterin and Master Dong were no longer in the room, only Anchi was still there. He took out his phone to check the time. Damn. It was already past 7 and dark outside. Jiang Nan, let's go have dinner, Anchi said. I've been sleeping for so long. Jiang Nan smiled awkwardly. What about Master Dong? Master Dong and Grandpa are taking a walk in the garden. I saw you sleeping so soundly, so I didn't want to disturb you. Jiang Nan felt even more embarrassed and said, I'm really sorry. Knowing you can sleep so well, Master Dong is still here like this. Jiang Nan shot her a charming glance. She looked incredibly enchanting. Let's go, dinner is waiting, Master Dong is still waiting, Anchi said again. When she was gentle, she resembled a virtuous little wife. And she was so beautiful that Jiang Nan felt quite pleased. Okay, I need to wash my face first. Where's the restroom? Jiang Nan said. As he spoke, he glanced at the animal skin neatly placed on top of his backpack, which eased his mind. Follow me, Anchi said, twisting her slim waist as she led the way. Your house is really too big, Jiang Nan said with a wry smile. Suddenly, a stranger wouldn't know where anything is. That's because you're not familiar enough, Anchi replied. Once you come here more often, you'll know. Jiang Nan. This girl is really nice when she talks properly. After washing his face, Jiang Nan and Anqi arrived at the dining room together. Besides Master Dong, Grandpa, and Anqi's brother, and he, had also returned. Jiang Nan had met him once, and it was due to a misunderstanding. And he was quite friendly. Seeing Jiang Nan there, he came over and gave him a hug. Ha ha ha. Brother, you're here too. Yeah, Jiang Nan smiled, feeling a bit unaccustomed to such enthusiasm. The few of them sat at the table, and a sumptuous meal was served. Everyone chatted while eating, and the atmosphere was quite nice. Although An Yi was involved in the underworld, he didn't show much of that roughness in front of Master Dong and Jiang Nan. Instead, he seemed quite cultured. While eating, Master Dong looked at Jiang Nan and smiled. Little brother, you must not have slept well last night, falling asleep on the sofa. I'm sorry. Jiang Nan felt even more embarrassed, thinking to himself, why bring that up? Little brother, I originally planned to discuss something with you, but I didn't want to disturb you since you fell asleep, Master Dong continued. Jiang Nan understood why Master Dong mentioned his sleeping. Is there something, Master Dong? Jiang Nan paused his eating and asked. Yes, Master Dong said. When I saw your animal skin map, it reminded me that I also have half a map in my collection. I've studied it but couldn't figure it out, so I wanted you to take a look and see if you could find anything. Oh. Jiang Nan understood and nodded, saying, of course, that's fine. He. Master Dong smiled. I originally thought it was still early and wanted you to go with me to Yinjing, but I didn't bring that half map with me. I didn't want to disturb you since you were sleeping so soundly. I see. Jiang Nan nodded, feeling a bit troubled. He understood Master Dong's intention was to have him go to Yinjing, but at this time, it could only be tomorrow, and he had already arranged to go to Myanmar. At that moment, Master Dong said, little brother, the half map will arrive soon. Since you fell asleep and can't go to Yinjing, I called someone to send a helicopter directly to bring it over. It should be here shortly. I see. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. He realized he had overthought it, and he smiled, saying, okay, when the map arrives, I'll take a look. But, Master Dong, just to let you know in advance, my knowledge is limited, so if I can't figure anything out, don't blame me. Ha ha ha. That's natural, Master Dong laughed. In the collection world, there are many things that can't be understood. It's normal not to comprehend them. Yes, Grandpa also chimed in. Come, let's drink. Everyone try this Shaoxing wine. How is it? Yes, let's drink. Come, let's all. Not long after dinner, a few people were drinking tea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A helicopter landed in the villa's yard. They're here, said Old Masterin happily, standing up. No need for you to go out, brotherin, they're just some servants. Let the servants bring them in, Master Dong said lightly. Jiang Nan. Damn, this guy is really putting on a show. That's fine, Old Masterin sat back down. Soon, under the guidance of the family's servants, two people entered the living room and handed a well-packaged painting tube to Old Master Dong. Old Master Dong took it and said, these are all esteemed guests, you can go down first and rest in other rooms. Yes, the two quickly nodded in agreement. Old Masterin instructed his servants, arrange rooms for them to rest, and treat them well. After all, one must consider the master when dealing with servants. Even though they were servants, they were still Master Dong's servants, and Old Masterin couldn't afford to treat them poorly. Jiang Nan watched the scene from the side, sighing inwardly, is this the life of these wealthy families? So particular. But it was also a bit uncomfortable, so restrained. Master Dong opened the painting tube and took out an old-looking sheepskin scroll, slowly laying it flat on the coffee table, saying, Brother Jiang, take a look. According to my research, this is a map. Jiang Nan nodded and walked over, sitting on the sofa to look at the sheepskin scroll. Old Masterin and Anqi also came over with great interest. Jiang Nan pretended to stroke his chin, acting serious as he examined it, while secretly sending out a probe. It's a map. 100%. It's a sheepskin scroll map. 100%. Although Jiang Nan didn't understand much, he also saw the rough breakpoints on the edges of the map, which were very similar to his own. So after confirming it was a map, he continued to probe. It's half a map. 100%. No doubt about it. After thinking for a moment, he continued to probe. Qing Dynasty Sheepskin Scroll Map. 0%. Ming Dynasty Sheepskin Scroll Map. 100%. Ming Dynasty. Quickly confirmed. Jiang Nan felt secretly pleased but didn't show it, calming his thoughts to continue probing. Can find the other half of the map. 100%. The other half of the map is in the north. 0%. The other half of the map is in the east. 50%. What? Jiang Nan was a bit confused. How could there be a 50%? After thinking for a moment, he came up with a possibility and continued to probe. The other half of the map is in the south. 50%. Sure enough, it matched his thoughts. Continuing to probe. The other half of the map is in the southeast. 100%. Southeast 10,000 kilometers. 0%. Southeast 1,000 kilometers. 0%. Southeast 100 kilometers. 30%. Damn. So close. Jiang Nan inexplicably felt a bit excited. Continuing to probe. Southeast 50 kilometers. 10%. Too close. Southeast 150 kilometers. 95%. Southeast 150 kilometers away? Jiang Nan calculated secretly. It was right next to Jianhai City, in Sanhe City. Judging from this distance, this half of the map was within Sanhe City. Was there anything else that needed probing? Jiang Nan thought for a moment, not recalling anything else, so he stopped pretending. He withdrew his gaze from the map, glanced at Master Dong and Old Masterin, and said calmly, "This is a sheepskin scroll map. From the Ming Dynasty, of course, it's half a map, not a complete one." As expected of Brother Jiang, truly impressive, Master Dong immediately gave a thumbs up in praise. "It's really impressive. I haven't even figured out what's going on yet." Old Masterin also said with a bitter smile, "For now, it seems that this is a sheepskin scroll made of sheepskin." And she looked at Jiang Nan with eyes full of stars. His rich knowledge and ability to identify treasures with just a few words were what attracted her most about him. To be honest, and she was a very proud person. This was related to her upbringing and family background, and very few men could catch her eye. But now, Jiang Nan, with just a simple glance, could conquer her. Moreover, "I feel like I've seen something very similar to this sheepskin scroll map before." Jiang Nan changed the subject and said, "I'm now wondering if this could be another part of that sheepskin scroll map." This was something he had already thought out. He was also curious about what it would be like when the two maps were combined. Hiss! Hiss! At Jiang Nan's words, Master Dong and Old Masterin both gasped in surprise. "Little brother, you really have seen it before." Master Dong became quite unsettled. There was no way to remain calm. If this was just half a map, a relic from the Qing dynasty, it would only have collectible value. But if it was a complete map, its value would be immeasurable. What if it was a treasure map? Old Masterin remained silent but looked at Jiang Nan with great anticipation. "Yes, I remember seeing something very similar before, a sheepskin scroll from the Ming dynasty, but I didn't pay much attention at the time, so I can't quite recall where I saw it," Jiang Nan said. In this situation, he had to keep them in suspense, otherwise, if it was too easy to find, what would he have to do? If it was a treasure map, at least he needed to have a share. "Little brother, think carefully, this is very important," Master Dong urged. "I need to think about it carefully," Jiang Nan replied. "I didn't pay much attention at the time, and the more I think about it, the less certain I feel." At that moment, Master Dong seemed to have thought of something, becoming less anxious and instead smiling faintly as he said, "Little brother, think carefully. If you remember, regardless of the price, we should get it and study it together. If you're worried that it might not be the same map and you don't want to risk it, then whatever price you bought it for, I'll pay you the same amount. You don't need to worry about that." He still believed that Jiang Nan must know the exact location but didn't want to reveal it now, not wanting others to get involved. That half map belonged to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled. In this situation, he understood that Master Dong had caught on, realizing that if he didn't speak now, there might be hidden motives. Yes, Old Masterin also chimed in, both of them being old schemers who quickly understood what was going on. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said, "How about this, Master Dong? If you trust me, lend me this sheepskin scroll for now. Let me think about it. If I remember where I saw that sheepskin scroll, I'll take it for comparison. If it is the same, I'll buy it. If not, then forget it. This way, it's safer." This was just an excuse for the future because he needed to have the sheepskin scroll in hand to lock in the target for precise detection. "Of course, that's fine." Master Dong immediately replied, "Little brother, I completely trust you." He had spent over 100,000 to acquire the sheepskin scroll. After all, it could only be considered an antique from the Ming dynasty, and that was its only value. "Thank you for your trust, Master Dong," Jiang Nan said. "However, I won't have time in the next couple of days. This sheepskin scroll can stay with Old Masterin for now while I think of the exact location. Once I remember, I'll come back to get it." The reason Jiang Nan said this was that he was worried. He was going to Myanmar tomorrow and truly wouldn't have time to look for that half map in the next couple of days. Moreover, if I were to hold this half map in my hand and go abroad, I would be afraid that Master Dong and Old Masterin would find out about it and think that I was escaping with something, which would not be good. "No need," Master Dong said. "Little brother, you can just take it with you when you leave. I trust you completely." If you're busy, go ahead and be busy. Once you're done, we can deal with this matter. Ah, I see, then that's fine. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and nodded. I won't decline any further. If I do, it would seem pretentious. No need to decline, you don't have to stand on ceremony with me, Master Dong said. While speaking, he directly put the sheepskin scroll back into the tube and handed it to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan accepted it without hesitation and casually placed it aside. The topic shifted, and everyone began to chat casually. Old Masterin and Master Dong discussed antiques and collectibles, while Jiang Nan occasionally chimed in, mostly listening and learning. Listening to the two talk about these things, Jiang Nan truly benefited greatly. Most importantly, he wanted to learn some more professional knowledge to impress people, and with his own success rate, it would be easier to convince others. It wasn't until nearly 10 o'clock at night that Jiang Nan took his leave. Master Dong and Old Masterin both saw him out from the hall, watching him get into the car. Clearly, they had a high regard for Jiang Nan's status, and she also followed closely behind, and seeing how much Master Dong valued Jiang Nan, a faint smile occasionally appeared on her lips. I'm leaving, Master Dong, Old Masterin. Jiang Nan started the car, rolled down the window for a final farewell. Safe travels, little brother. Drive carefully. Master Dong and Old Masterin waved. Jiang Nan glanced at An-Chi once more. An-Chi was also looking at him, and when she caught his gaze, she smiled sweetly. Remember to drive slowly. It's fine, Jiang Nan replied, waving at her as he started the car and left. Back at the restaurant, Jiang Nan put away the sheepskin scroll, and this time, after returning from Myanmar, he would go in search of the other half of the sheepskin map. The next day, a white Range Rover parked at the entrance of Zhonghai Airport. The car door opened, and Jiang Nan and his bodyguard, the Blue Fox, got out from both sides. A sexy female bodyguard followed closely, instantly attracting more attention, with envious glances directed at Jiang Nan. Today, Jiang Nan had changed into his Armani casual outfit, though he hadn't swapped out his Versace shoes. Jiang Nan walked straight ahead, while the female bodyguard, equally confident, strutted behind him. The appearance was truly impressive. Feeling the envious gazes around him, Jiang Nan felt quite pleased, thinking that he was pulling off the act well. He mused that showing off was actually quite simple. There was no need to say much, just presenting certain things was enough. Like now. This time, the international flight was a bit far, but Jiang Nan was not worried at all. He had booked a first-class seat, and the journey would be more about enjoyment than boredom. Plus, he now had a sexy bodyguard by his side. Once on the plane, at Jiang Nan's instruction, the sexy bodyguard sat down across from him. Jiang Nan sipped a cocktail while admiring her and asked, "How old are you?" "Boss, that's not a necessary question to answer," the bodyguard replied expressionlessly. Jiang Nan, "Then where are you from?" "Boss, that's also not a necessary question to answer." "What family do you have?" The bodyguard, "What if I want to kick him? I'm waiting online, it's quite urgent." He. Jiang Nan laughed, finding it amusing. Among the girls he knew, each one was fierce, overpowering him and scaring him into silence. This one was good, it was fun to tease her. After more than 4 hours of flight, the plane landed in Taitang City, Myanmar. Jiang Nan had done his homework on this. It was the closest city to the old jade market. Just 20 kilometers away was a famous old jade market area, which was also Jiang Nan's destination. Jiang Nan was relatively lazy and didn't want to wake up early to catch a flight. By the time he boarded the plane, it was already close to noon. After flying to Myanmar, it was nearly evening. It was too late to go to the old market today, so he found a hotel to stay in. He had a capable female bodyguard by his side, and Jiang Nan felt quite at ease. If anyone dared to cause trouble, he would just take them down. This kind of carefree life was quite enjoyable. The sexy bodyguard, though not very talkative, was dedicated and always by Jiang Nan's side, keeping him safe. The surrounding environment was also thoroughly checked. Upon entering the room, they would first check for any listening devices or cameras, making it feel a bit like a spy operation. Jiang Nan found this somewhat amusing. However, he thought it was fine, it actually made him feel safer. The next day, the two of them left the hotel and took a taxi straight to the old market. Jiang Nan kept the bodyguard close, not worried that she would figure anything out. When selecting jade, only he would know what was inside, and once they returned, the cutting and the trip to the magic city would not involve the bodyguard. So she only knew one part of the process, which was not a problem. Jiang Nan had already considered this, which was why he brought her along. The old market area was very lively, bustling with crowds of people. The area was particularly large, with all sorts of stalls scattered about, and many local Burmese acting as vendors, some with large stalls and others with small ones, lacking any order, unlike the gambling stone districts in the Magic City, which had just one boss. Seeing this, Jiang Nan was very happy.
it was more suitable for him to find good deals. However, the area was roughly divided into grades. The outermost area was filled with cheap rough jade, priced at only 500 per kilogram, half the price compared to the domestic market. Clearly, there was a significant price difference when shipping these back. Of course, Jiangnan didn't care about this. A few hundred yuan difference was meaningful for merchants dealing in jade rough, but for him, it was negligible. He passed by piles of jade rough, detecting one after another. Is there imperial green or emerald? 0%. Is there imperial green or emerald? This time, having traveled so far, he absolutely only wanted the highly valuable imperial green and emerald, rejecting all other jade. So his detection was very targeted. The bodyguard seemed to be visiting such a place for the first time, following Jiangnan with great interest, while also being vigilant about their surroundings, occasionally glancing at the crowd of people gambling on stones. Time passed, 10 minutes went by, then 20. Jiangnan kept wandering around, finding nothing. The blue fox, showing some interest, finally spoke up, "Boss, do you understand gambling on stones?" She rarely spoke, so her sudden question surprised Jiangnan, who paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Not really." "Ha?" The blue fox looked confused. "But I can play around," Jiangnan said, "there's no choice, I just have money." The blue fox. Is this what they call being willfully extravagant with money? He looked so cheap. What if she wanted to kick him into a pit? Waiting online, feeling quite anxious. After searching for about an hour, Jiangnan finally made his first discovery, detecting imperial green or emerald among a large pile of jade rough. Feeling bored, he suddenly perked up and quickly threw out a detection to distinguish which one it was. Is there imperial green? 0%. Is there emerald? 100%. Confirming this, he continued with his old method, using the picture reduction method to gradually narrow down the range. Step by step, after 5 minutes, he selected a piece of rough jade the size of a large fist, finally making his first gain from coming to Myanmar. Quite satisfying. He paid for the stones, put them in his backpack, and had the beautiful bodyguard carry them as a laborer while he continued his search journey. By the time it was close to evening, Jiangnan had collected a total of 5 stones. Among them were 3 imperial greens and 2 emeralds. These jade roughs, the largest was only about the size of a large fist, and the smallest resembled the fist of a half-grown child. The old mining area was simply too vast. In one day, Jiangnan had only explored the outskirts. Since the roughs on the outskirts were relatively cheap, he managed to get the 5 stones for less than 5,000 yuan, which was cheaper than staying in a hotel. Jiangnan found this quite speechless. The bodyguard girl was very interested in Jiangnan's selection method, but she didn't say much, just watched in silence. This was also a basic rule for bodyguards. They took a taxi back to the hotel. For dinner, Jiangnan ordered a very lavish meal. With just the two of them, they spent nearly 50,000 yuan. The bodyguard girl was taken aback, deeply realizing what it meant to be rich and willful. Her high salary of 30,000 yuan a month was already enviable in the eyes of many, but seeing her boss's spending, just the cost of one person's meal was enough for her entire month's salary. She felt quite speechless and helpless. However, she was growing fonder of Jiangnan. Because for such expensive food, Jiangnan had her sit down and treated her like a friend, eating together. Aside from occasionally teasing her and showing off, he fundamentally respected her, speaking gently and giving a feeling of warmth, while also being particularly handsome. After dinner, Jiangnan took the bodyguard girl out to enjoy the night scenery of Myanmar. They strolled along the street, chatting casually. Of course, it was Jiangnan doing the talking while the bodyguard girl listened. That feeling made the bodyguard girl very comfortable. Jiangnan was so casual that it didn't feel like he was out shopping with his bodyguard, but rather like he was out with a boyfriend. When they came across delicious local snacks by the roadside, Jiangnan would buy them for her. Although these didn't cost much, it warmed the bodyguard girl's heart. However, it also made her more vigilant, a bit worried that Jiangnan was intentionally trying to woo her. Yet, this feeling made her very fond of him, leaving her somewhat conflicted. She was very concerned that this was just the beginning of her time as Jiangnan's personal bodyguard. If it continued like this, she feared she would fall for him. Facing a handsome, wealthy, and gentleman's attentiveness was too powerful. On the way back to the hotel, Jiangnan's phone rang. "I ride on the desert ship, carrying a pipe and an hourglass." Jiangnan took out his phone and saw it was Zhu Yuyu calling, so he pressed the answer button. It was a slightly hoarse yet very pleasant voice he hadn't heard in days, and Jiangnan found himself missing this voice a bit. "Hi, what are you doing, Jiangnan?" "Shopping with a girl." Jiangnan replied with a smile. "How annoying." A playful voice came from the receiver. "Have you forgotten me with a girl by your side?" "A little, I'm quite busy, really didn't think of you." "You're so annoying." Zhu Yuyu's voice became more mournful.
Are you doing this on purpose to irritate me? There's really no girl by your side, is there? How could that be? Jiang Nan said, do you think someone like me would have no girls around? You're annoying. Jiang Nan. What kind of girl is she? Is she prettier than me? This question? Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds. I can't say she's prettier than you, but she definitely excels in one aspect compared to you. What aspect is better than me? Is her figure better? Are her legs longer? Or is her chest bigger? Cough cough cough. Jiang Nan lightly coughed twice. Girl, you're overthinking it. She's better at fighting than you. Better at fighting? What's going on? Zhu Yuyu on the other end sounded a bit confused. The girl accompanying me is my beautiful bodyguard. Of course, she's better at fighting than you. Jiang Nan chuckled. You're so annoying, deliberately messing with me. Turns out you're his bodyguard. The beautiful bodyguard, who had been in a good mood, suddenly showed a hint of disappointment, though it wasn't very obvious. Following behind Jiang Nan, she slightly raised her small fist, looking as if she wanted to punch him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Nan searched the entire old market area and had a very satisfying harvest, acquiring a total of 16 pieces of jade. Among them, there were 10 pieces of imperial green and 6 pieces of emerald. During his boredom, he had also assessed the value of each piece of jade. The highest valued piece was worth 40 million, while the lowest was close to 20 million. The total value of the 16 pieces of jade was astonishing, over 400 million, nearly 500 million. Even though Jiang Nan was mentally prepared, his heart raced when he learned this number. The moment he sold these items, he would instantly become a wealthy tycoon. Considering the success rate, it had only been a few days, and this super money-making method left him a bit shocked. It truly echoed the saying, when making money, even one can be afraid. After 3 days together, the bodyguard girl had become much more amicable, no longer so cold, occasionally showing a smile. Although Jiang Nan had not managed to win her heart, it was evident that he sensed some different feelings from her. This kind of thing could be seen in her eyes, impossible to hide. Moreover, Jiang Nan had his own trump card. He secretly tested the bodyguard girl to see if she liked him. The data showed 100%. This made Jiang Nan very pleased. It was his first time actively pursuing a girl, and he didn't expect the results to be so good. Additionally, Jiang Nan checked her loyalty level, which had risen to 90%, up 5 percentage points from the previous 85%. Clearly, making the girl like him increased her loyalty, and a 90% loyalty level was already quite good. If he managed to win her heart, that would be 100%. Jiang Nan reminded himself not to slack off. The revolution had not yet succeeded, and comrades still needed to work hard. The plane landed at Zhanghai Airport. This was already the 5th day since Jiang Nan left Zhanghai. He and the bodyguard girl got off the plane, each carrying a backpack, with several pieces of jade rough inside. Jiang Nan did not let the beautiful bodyguard carry the heavy cargo alone like a servant. Instead, he shared some of the burden. This visible care made the bodyguard girl look at Jiang Nan with a bit more warmth. It wasn't because of the weight of the cargo, but because Jiang Nan did not treat her like a servant. That was what moved and even made her grateful. Back at the hotel, the beautiful manager, Zhang Yuan, Lily, and Bebe all rushed over at the first moment, surrounding Jiang Nan tightly, not allowing anyone to pass. Bebe even directly jumped into Jiang Nan's arms, as if he had been gone for a long time. The bodyguard girl noticed the situation. Her expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. Jiang Nan helplessly smiled, ruffling Bebe's long hair, and said, "Let's go upstairs to the room and talk. Look at us now." The guests are all curiously looking over. Indeed, many guests coming in and out of the hotel were glancing over. Moreover, numerous reception girls were watching eagerly, unable to hide their envy, wishing for a chance to get closer to Jiang Nan. Yes. The beautiful manager suddenly realized she had lost her composure and quickly said, "Let's go upstairs to the boss's office to talk." "Boss, shouldn't I stay in the lobby?" the beautiful bodyguard asked, looking a bit lost. Since the other bodyguards were standing in the lobby, her return meant her task of closely protecting Jiang Nan was complete, so she didn't know how to choose. "No need," Jiang Nan said, "come upstairs with me. From now on, you will be my personal bodyguard. The hotel's safety will be entrusted to the other bodyguards. Later, let the manager arrange a room for you. Whenever I need your close protection, just come with me." "Okay, understood, boss." The beautiful bodyguard nodded and followed behind the crowd, a hint of happiness flashing across her face. During the past couple of days when she was alone with Jiang Nan, she had become less reserved. But now, with so many people around, she felt a bit shy again. The reason she, a girl, chose the path of a bodyguard was due to many hardships. One was that her family was particularly poor when she was young, and the other was that she was not good at communicating with others, even somewhat withdrawn, so she chose to speak with her fists. After going upstairs to the office, the manager girl immediately went to make tea. He. Boss, did you have fun in Myanmar? Zhao Yuan flattered. It must have been fun, you didn't take me along. Bei tightly clung to Jiang Nan's arm, refusing to let go, her small chest pressing against his arm. It was okay, Jiang Nan smiled, the scenery in Myanmar is quite nice. I'll take you all to have some fun when I have time. Wow, that's great. Bei cheered excitedly, you must take me, you must take me. Jiang Nan looked at her cute and adorable expression, helplessly smiling, and changed the subject to the manager girl. How's the hotel business these days? Very good, the manager girl said happily, it's getting more and more popular, fully booked every day, with daily income close to 200,000. After a month, that's 6 million. Just thinking about it is really exciting. That's good. Jiang Nan casually replied. Boss, such a happy thing, why do you sound not so happy? The beautiful manager said playfully, which was rare for her. She thought Jiang Nan would be very surprised by the news of 6 million a month, but it seemed he didn't care much, leaving her a bit disappointed. Little did she know that Jiang Nan had returned from this trip with a fortune of several hundred million. Happy, Jiang Nan looked at the manager girl and found it amusing, casually saying a couple of words. It was the first time he saw the wise manager girl acting so childlike, but it was quite cute. Sounds very perfunctory, the manager girl shot Jiang Nan a pretty eye roll. My brother Jiang is just calm, you know, this is called calmness, Bei interjected. Little brat, this has nothing to do with you, the beautiful manager bantered back. The two had become quite familiar with each other over this time. I miss the sauced fish, Jiang Nan changed the subject. Hurry up and have the kitchen prepare a few fish for us to drink together. The beautiful manager nodded eagerly, I'll go instruct them right away, it will be ready soon. As she spoke, she swayed her slender waist and hurried out. Zhang Yuan, Lily, and Bei chattered excitedly, trying to find topics to discuss with Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan felt very pleased. It gave him a sense of home, surrounded by warm-hearted people. Moreover, Jiang Nan felt a bit more nostalgic for his hometown. Now that he had become successful, he wanted to quickly return home after this busy period to see his parents and share his success with them. Soon, the sauced fish and other sumptuous dishes were prepared and brought up, with the beautiful chef following along. The group sat around the table, eating and chatting, having a wonderful time. During the meal, the beautiful chef said, Boss, I have an idea. What idea? Jiang Nan looked at her, let's hear it. Well, the sauced fish is very popular with customers right now, but it can be foreseen that after a while, people will get tired of it after eating it multiple times. In other words, this dish can only be maintained for a period of time, and once customers get tired of it, the clientele will start to dwindle. That's right, there is indeed such a problem. The beautiful manager said, no matter how delicious the dish is, eating it continuously will become tiresome. Jiang Nan nodded, he understood this principle. Looking at the beautiful chef, he said, so your idea is? The beautiful chef replied, Boss, this sauced fish is something you created. I was wondering if you have a talent for this, so could you try to come up with a new dish that is just as delicious and popular as the sauced fish? If so, the hotel will have significant development and a stable customer base. That sounds good, Jiang Nan nodded. We can give it a try. That's great. Yes, if we can create a new dish, our grand hotel will thrive even more. The beautiful chef and the manager were exceptionally happy, their smiles wide. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said, but there is one prerequisite. You need to find out where there are specialty dishes, just like the sauced fish. Beautiful chef, you should first taste the ingredients they use, and then I will think of ways to improve it. Okay, boss, I understand what you mean, the beautiful chef said. Just like the sauced fish, right? First, we go learn from them, and then I'll list the ingredients, and you can think of ways to improve it. Smart enough, Jiang Nan smiled in praise. What do you mean by smart? The beautiful chef rolled her eyes. I can only say I'm not stupid. Ha ha ha. He. Everyone laughed. The next day, Jiang Nan set off for Sanha City with the beautiful bodyguard, holding half of a sheepskin map, beginning the journey to find the other half. The distance wasn't far, just over 100 kilometers. Jiang Nan drove the Land Rover and arrived in a little over an hour. The beautiful bodyguard knew nothing about this trip. Jiang Nan didn't explain, and she didn't ask. As a bodyguard, this was the basic rule, do more and say less, don't ask what you shouldn't. Entering the suburbs, Jiang Nan made a turn, and the car stopped by the roadside. He took out the half-sheepskin map from his backpack. There was no need to open it, just using his eyes to lock onto it, he sent out a probe. Understanding southward 10 kilometers. 80%. Very close. Southeast 8 kilometers. 100%. A smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he put away the half-sheepskin map, started the car, and drove along the road. About 6 kilometers later, the street that appeared before Jiang Nan made him unable to hold back a laugh. The antique street of Sanha City. There was no mistaking it, the other half of the map was in the antique street. Just right, this street ran north-south, and its estimated length was 2 to 3 kilometers, perfectly matching the location he had probed. This antique street was also a pedestrian street, filled with antique enthusiasts and tourists strolling about. Jiang Nan found a parking space and stopped the car. Just as the beautiful bodyguard was about to push the door to get out, Jiang Nan said, "Sister, you don't need to accompany me for a while, just wait for me here. I'll be back soon." The beautiful bodyguard was slightly taken aback, then nodded, "Yes, boss." Jiang Nan didn't explain further. He got out of the car, shouldered his backpack, and took the sheepskin map as he entered the antique street. He walked while probing. When he reached the middle of the antique street, he detected the exact location. The other half of the map was within 10 meters. The direction was right inside a nearby antique shop. He tucked the sheepskin map away, put it in his backpack, and walked in. Inside the shop, a man in his 60s was the owner, dozing off board at the counter. Jiang Nan didn't disturb him first. Instead, he quickly walked toward the position he had determined and immediately found a sheepskin scroll covered in a layer of dust on the edge of a shelf. A smile crept onto his face. This was it. To be safe, he made another probe. He no longer needed to take out his own parchment scroll to avoid being discovered by the boss. Instead, he directly fixed his gaze on the parchment scroll on the shelf and threw out a probe. There is another half of the parchment map within 5 meters. 100%. Okay, completely certain. Ahem. Jiang Nan cleared his throat twice. The dozing boss was startled, looked up at Jiang Nan, and immediately adopted a very warm attitude, smiling as he said, "Young man, do you see anything you like? Everything here is genuine old stuff." His gaze immediately locked onto the Armani logo on Jiang Nan's suit. Jiang Nan. He felt a deep sense of emotion. He remembered the last time he was in the antique street shop in Shanghai City. He was completely looked down upon by the boss, who didn't even glance at him. Back then, he was dressed in cheap market clothes, but now he was in full Armani, and the treatment was vastly different. Of course, he understood that only wealthy people could play with antiques. If he hadn't come dressed in Armani this time, he would probably still be treated like last time. "Boss, do you have any good stuff?" Jiang Nan smiled, pretending to be casual. Yes, of course. "Sir, how about this plate? It's a blue and white piece from the peak of the Kangxi period of the Qing dynasty." "Not interested? No problem. Take a look at this Tang San Kai." The boss was introducing, but Jiang Nan just glanced at it, showing no interest, randomly looking around in his shop. The boss was reading the room and continuing his pitch. After more than a minute of this, Jiang Nan was too lazy to keep listening. He didn't care about the difference of tens of thousands. He directly stopped in front of the shelf with the half parchment scroll, pointed at it, and said, "What is that? I don't think I've seen it before." "This?" The boss quickly took it over to show Jiang Nan, saying, "Sir, you have a good eye. This is a parchment scroll from the Ming dynasty, a relatively rare item, very collectible." Jiang Nan nodded. "I haven't seen it before. I'm interested in rare items like this. How much is it?" "Sir, you really know your stuff. Don't talk to me about knowing my stuff. I'm just playing. Be straightforward, give me a price. I don't like to waste time. If it's not good, I'll just walk away." As Jiang Nan spoke, he pretended to turn to leave, showing he wasn't too concerned. All right, the boss hurriedly said, "Sir, 200,000. If you like it, take it." While saying this, he was carefully observing Jiang Nan's reaction. However, as soon as Jiang Nan heard the price, he couldn't be bothered to haggle with the boss anymore. If he kept it up, he could definitely get it for less. But still, Jiang Nan didn't like wasting time, so he directly said, "Okay, I'll take it." He pulled out his card and tossed it to the boss. "Swipe it, I'm in a hurry." All right. The boss was overjoyed, moving quickly. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Nan left with the half parchment scroll. The bodyguard girl was waiting in the car, and within just a few minutes, she saw Jiang Nan return. Although she wouldn't ask anything, she was very curious about what the boss had been doing for so long without taking her along. It seemed quite mysterious. There was also that trip to Thailand, where he only brought back a few stones, which was also quite mysterious. In short, he was a mysterious man. With the half parchment map in hand, Jiang Nan returned happily. Just as he was about to get into the driver's seat, he suddenly remembered something. He looked at the bodyguard girl and said, "Sister, as a professional bodyguard, you can drive, right?" "Of course," the bodyguard girl replied. "That's basic, and our driving skills are professionally evaluated. We must reach an A level."
Jiang Nan grinned mischievously, so you're an experienced driver. His words made the bodyguards' faces flush instantly, and they rarely shot Jiang Nan a glare. Why don't you drive? Let me see how good you are as a professional driver. Jiang Nan walked towards the passenger seat. The bodyguard girl opened her mouth but didn't say anything. In her heart, she was cursing. What should I do if I want to kick him to death? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. The two switched positions, and the bodyguard girl took the wheel. As expected, she was indeed a skilled driver, handling the car like a pro. Perhaps it was also Jiang Nan's that irritated her. She deliberately made a few sharp turns and drifts for Jiang Nan. The car executed a beautiful drift, looking particularly impressive. It drew gasps of surprise from the cars following behind, followed by continuous admiration. This car is amazing. Incredible, incredible. Back in Jianghai City, Jiang Nan dialed in Qi's number and family's villa, and Qi was studying a piece of porcelain when the phone rang. She picked it up and was surprised to see it was Jiang Nan calling. That annoying guy, this is the first time he's called me. She muttered, answering the phone. Jiang Nan. Hi, and Qi. Jiang Nan's voice came through the receiver. Is there something you need? And she asked, though deep down she really wanted to hear Jiang Nan say something like, I couldn't call you if there wasn't anything, I missed you. But unfortunately, that kind of thing wouldn't happen. On the other end, Jiang Nan said, is Master Dong still at your place? And she felt a bit lonely and replied, no, he has already returned to Yanjing. Is there something going on? Yes, I found the location of the other half of the sheepskin map and got it. I want to study it with you. Ah, you've got it. That's great. Upon hearing this news, and she immediately felt happy, Master Dong has been thinking about this matter. I'll tell Grandpa right away to have him call Master Dong. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Alright, bye. Bye. After hanging up, and she twisted her slim waist and ran out of the collection room, shouting to her grandfather, who was practicing Tai Chi in the park, Grandpa, something good is happening. At the Grand Hotel. In the room, Jiang Nan was examining the two halves of the sheepskin scroll he had pieced together. It's a treasure map. 0%. Damn. I'm so dizzy. It's not a treasure map after all, which instantly dampened Jiang Nan's excitement. He had been so invested because he had been pondering that it could very well be a treasure map. If the two halves could be combined to find a huge treasure, that would be a fortune, but unexpectedly, it wasn't. Feeling a bit down, he put the sheepskin scroll away, placed it in his backpack, and tossed it into the room. He then packed the jade rough stones he had brought back from Myanmar into a small suitcase, grabbed it, and left the room to go downstairs. This time, he didn't call the bodyguard girl either, because what he was about to do next was to go to Liuan community to cut these jades, and he couldn't have anyone else involved. He drove alone into Liuan community, parked the car, and took the suitcase upstairs. Just as he exited the elevator, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was Qi calling. Without needing to think, he already knew what it was about. It must be regarding the sheepskin scroll. But since he already knew it wasn't a treasure map, he had lost interest and answered the phone with little enthusiasm. Hi, Qi. Jiang Nan, Grandpa has already spoken with Master Dong. He'll be arriving by plane in the evening. You should come over to my house in the evening too. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded and said, I'll make it over by evening. Alright, see you later. Okay. They both hung up. Jiang Nan entered the floor he rented, locked the door, and took out a small cutting machine from the bedroom, quietly starting to cut the jade. One piece. Then another. His technique became more and more skilled, and the cutting speed increased. After everything was cut open, Jiang Nan looked at the charming emeralds and imperial greens with delight, his mouth unable to close. These were worth nearly 500 million. And he had only spent a few days on this. If others found out, they would probably cry and feel an urge to strangle him. In the evening. Little brother Jiang, you're here, ha ha ha. When Jiang Nan arrived, Old Masterin and Master Dong were standing at the living room door to greet him. This left the surrounding servants in shock. It was the first time they had seen someone so important that both Old Masterin and Master Dong personally welcomed him. And he was such a young man. Although Jiang Nan had been there a few times, the servants did not know his identity. Seeing this situation, they were extremely curious about what Jiang Nan did. At such a young age, how could he be valued so highly by Old Masterin and Master Dong? A few young maids looked at Jiang Nan with sparkling eyes, imagining how wonderful it would be if they could have a chance encounter with such a man. Olden, Master Dong. Jiang Nan smiled and greeted the two as he got out of the car. Little brother, come in, come in. Old Masterin led the way. Jiang Nan and Master Dong followed closely behind into the living room. Master Dong couldn't wait to say, little brother, have you found the other half of the sheepskin map? Yes, I found it, and I brought it with me, Jiang Nan replied. Once inside the living room, he walked straight to the sofa, placed his backpack on the coffee table, and took out both halves of the sheepskin map. Master Dong, this is your half, and this is the other half I managed to get. Great, great. Master Dong rubbed his hands in excitement. I never expected to have such good luck in my lifetime, to witness the merging of two sheepskin maps scattered in different places. However, at this point, he suddenly remembered something and said, "Little brother, have you compared them? Are you sure they are one map?" "It's definitely one map," Jiang Nan said. "I've compared them, and all the lines fit perfectly together." That's good, that's good. As Master Dong spoke, he began to piece the two halves of the sheepskin map together. Old Masterin was also very interested and leaned in closely to watch, and she was also very curious and came over. Soon, the two halves of the sheepskin map were assembled, and indeed, as Jiang Nan had said, all the lines matched perfectly, clearly forming a complete map. Not bad, ha ha ha. Great, great. Master Dong was completely relieved. Master Dong, Wolden, you two take a look at what this map represents, Jiang Nan said. I glanced at it briefly, but with so much going on, I didn't have time to study it in detail, nor did I figure out what it was about. Even you, little brother, don't understand it? Old Masterin frowned slightly. No rush, Master Dong said. Maps involve too many things, one must calm down and consider the historical context to find the real answer. Master Dong is right, Jiang Nan casually agreed. These past few days, I've had too much on my plate to focus on studying it carefully, so, Master Dong, Wolden, I'll leave my half of the sheepskin here for you two to study carefully. I have other matters to attend to. Knowing it wasn't a treasure map, he had lost interest and casually made an excuse to leave. Alright, ha ha ha. Since little brother trusts me so much and is willing to leave his half of the sheepskin, that's wonderful, Master Dong said happily. Little brother, you go ahead and take care of your business. I will do thorough research and let you know once I figure out what's going on. Jiang Nan casually said, alright, then it's Master Dong. And Lao, you all take care. The two old men were busy studying the map, and Enchi saw Jiang Nan off. As Jiang Nan got into the car, and she asked, Jiang Nan, how much did it cost to get this half a sheepskin map? Not much, Jiang Nan smiled, only 200,000. And she nodded, only 200,000, that's really not much. Even if we don't figure out anything significant, it doesn't matter. Moreover, combining the two halves of the map greatly increases its collectible value, and its worth has significantly risen. Jiang Nan smiled. However, he secretly scoffed, as expected of a woman from a wealthy family, 200,000 didn't even make her blink. If it were any of his other friends who heard the number 200,000, they would be shocked and make a fuss. I'm leaving, Jiang Nan said as he started the car and rolled down the window for a final goodbye. Okay. And she silently watched him, hesitating slightly before saying, when you're not busy, shall we go watch a movie together? Of course, Jiang Nan replied, didn't we agree to go watch a movie last time? It was just that you changed your mind at the last minute. That was because you. At this point, Enchi's little face tightened, but she didn't finish her sentence. Jiang Nan was a bit confused and asked, because of what? Oh, it's nothing, alright, you go be busy, remember to ask me out when you're free. By the end, Enchi's voice had become as small as a mosquito's. Okay. Jiang Nan smiled, I'm leaving. Enchi's little face turned slightly red as she waved her fair little hand at him. Jiang Nan smiled, pressed the accelerator, and the car quickly left. And she stood in place, watching the car disappear, and let out a slight sigh before returning to the living room. Back at the hotel, it was already getting dark. After dinner, Jiang Nan returned to his bedroom, opened Zhu Yuyu's WeChat, and quickly typed a few words to send. Hi, Yuyu, are you there? Almost the next moment, a reply came. Wow, handsome, are you missing me? Why are you taking the initiative to contact me today? Jiang Nan, yeah, I miss you. Zhu Yuyu, what do you miss? Jiang Nan. Zhu Yuyu, hee hee. Shy face, Jiang Nan, of course, I was thinking about you. Ugh, with you adding to the confusion, I don't even know what to say anymore. I have something to discuss with you. Zhu Yuyu, what could be more important than missing me? You're making me sad. Crying face, Jiang Nan. Zhu Yuyu, crying heavily face, Jiang Nan, sweating face, Zhu Yuyu, smug face, Jiang Nan, alright, I'm not joking with you anymore, let's talk business. Zhu Yuyu, okay, I'll cry secretly, so you won't know. Jiang Nan. Damn, this girl is really a tempting little demon. Zhu Yuyu, alright, what is it? Jiang Nan, it's like this. I acquired a batch of imperial green and emeralds that I want to auction off at the auction house. You're an expert. What do you think is the best way to operate it? Zhu Yuyu, wait, did I read that wrong? You mean a batch of imperial green and emeralds? Jiang Nan, yeah. Zhu Yuyu, I've never heard of imperial green and emeralds being discussed in batches before. Jiang Nan,
You scared me. Jiangnan. Shu Yuyu, so tell me, how many pieces are in your batch? Jiangnan, about a dozen. Zhu Yuyu, a dozen. A dozen. Are you a devil? Jiangnan. Shu Yuyu, Jiangnan, seriously, do you really have a dozen pieces? If that's the case, we need to plan how to conduct the auction with so many imperial green and emeralds. Jiangnan, to be precise, 16 pieces, 10 imperial green and 6 emeralds. Zhu Yuyu, Jiangnan, what happened? Shu Yuyu, I'm going crazy, oh god, 16 pieces, let me think, how much is this worth? Jiangnan, you don't need to think about this, I've already calculated it, it's roughly worth 500 million. What you need to do is figure out how to operate it and maximize the benefits at your auction house. Shu Yuyu, oh god, 500 million, that number is suffocating me. Jiangnan, you're a godly rich man, I really want to have your child. Jiangnan. A moment later, another message, alright, stop joking with me, let's talk about serious matters. How should we arrange this? Should I bring the jade over tomorrow, or what? Shu Yuyu, of course I hope you come over tomorrow, I miss you so much, I want to see you in the next second. But, if you come over tomorrow, the auction won't work. With such a large batch of imperial green and emeralds, you'll have to wait until 3 days later for the large monthly auction. That's when the valuable items will be auctioned. Jiangnan, I see, I understand now. Then I'll rush over in 3 days. Zhu Yuyu, Jiangnan, can you confirm that all of it is imperial green and emerald? Jiangnan? He felt a bit angry inside. Zhu Yuyu actually didn't trust him. Zhu Yuyu, what I mean is, if you can confirm it completely, send me the photos of the imperial green and emerald first. I'll start promoting it. This way, there will be greater gains at the auction in 3 days. According to the rules, it must be confirmed after being appraised at the auction house, and the items must be stored there before any promotion can be done. I'm treating you as my most trusted friend, and I can only do this with my integrity as a guarantee. Oh, now Jiangnan understood Zhu Yuyu's meaning. She wanted to bear the risk and act as a guarantor for him to promote it. Understanding the situation, Jiangnan smiled. Joking aside, this girl was pretty good. He quickly typed out a message, Sister, I appreciate your intentions, thank you for your trust in me. But since the auction house has rules, I can't make it difficult for you. I'll come over tomorrow to bring the items for appraisal. Zhu Yuyu, great. Buy your plane ticket and let me know the time. I'll pick you up at the airport. But there's one more thing, after the appraisal, the emerald or imperial green needs to be temporarily stored at the auction house. You need to know this too. Jiangnan, no problem, with such a big auction house in the Magic City, I trust it. Shu Yuyu, then I have nothing to worry about. Remember, once you book the ticket, let me know the time. I'll go pick you up. Jiangnan, okay, then thanks in advance. Zhu Yuyu, what thanks? It's just our relationship. Jiangnan. Zhu Yuyu, shy face, Jiangnan, then let's leave it at that for now. I'll book the ticket online and let you know the exact time. Shu Yuyu, kiss goodbye. Jiangnan. Zhu Yuyu, hee. Happy face, the next day. As noon approached, Jiangnan walked out of the Magic City airport, dragging his suitcase, dressed in Armani. Handsome guy, over here. A slightly hoarse yet pleasant voice called out from a distance. Jiangnan immediately recognized it as Zhu Yuyu's voice. Following the sound, he saw Zhu Yuyu waving at him and calling out. Jiangnan waved back and walked towards her. The closer he got, the more he marveled at how Zhu Yuyu was truly a stunning beauty. Today, she was dressed very sexily, charming and alluring. Simply enchanting. Of course, she was also very eye-catching. Passers-by around them would glance at Zhu Yuyu, some intentionally, some unintentionally. He didn't know how many men had already been captivated by her. And now, those who noticed Zhu Yuyu greeting him also turned their gaze to Jiangnan, their eyes filled with jealousy and envy. However, when they saw Jiangnan, the jealousy disappeared instantly, leaving only envy. There was no way around it. Dressed in Armani, the handsome Jiangnan made many men feel inferior, simply incomparable. It was only natural for such a man to attract such beautiful women. Apart from envy, there was nothing else to feel. Wow! You look really handsome today. As they got closer, Zhu Yuyu approached, sizing up Jiangnan. You look beautiful too, Jiangnan smiled. He. Does that mean we are a perfect match? Zhu Yuyu directly linked her arm with Jiangnan's, her ample bosom pressing against his arm. Jiangnan. Damn it, don't do that, I can't handle it, my immunity to women is 0. Come on, let's go to the auction house for the appraisal, and I'll treat you to coffee, Zhu Yuyu said happily. As they talked, the two got into the car. The red Porsche Cayenne started up and drove towards the auction house. Jiangnan, are you staying in Magic City for 3 days this time? Zhu Yuyu asked again. Oh, Jiangnan pondered for 2 seconds. If there are no other matters, then yes. That's great. I took a leave for these 2 days to take you around Magic City, Zhu Yuyu said excitedly. Jiangnan felt a bit awkward. You're so enthusiastic, it's making me a little embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? Zhu Yuyu, while driving, threw him a flirtatious glance. Don't be so formal with me, got it? Alright. The two chatted casually as the red Porsche Cayenne swiftly maneuvered through the traffic. Jiang Haishi. Anjia Villa. I understand. A shocked shout came from the room, from the usually calm Master Dong. His eyes were bloodshot, and his beard and hair were in disarray. Ever since he obtained the 2 halves of the sheepskin scroll map, he hadn't slept all night, still researching by noon the next day, completely obsessed. It was precisely because of this obsession that he had achieved his current status as a master in the antique world. The shout startled old Masterin, who quickly ran over and asked, Master Dong, have you made any discoveries? Yes. Master Dong looked very excited. I understand now, I finally figured it out. This sheepskin scroll map shows the location of a sunken ship from Zhang He's voyages to the west. We've been puzzled about the red dot marked on the map, but now I understand, that's the location of the sunken ship. Hiss! Old Masterin gasped in shock, his face extremely astonished, stammering, could it be the location of the treasure ship that Zhang Yi recorded as having sunk in the sea? Exactly, I'm now 80% sure, Master Dong said, then suddenly remembered something and quickly added, hurry, call Brother Jiang. Oh, my god. So many imperial greens and emeralds. In the appraisal room of the auction house, old Zhang looked at the 16 pieces of jade in front of him, his expression shocked to the point of twitching. In my lifetime, the most I've seen is one person bringing 2 pieces of imperial green for appraisal, which is already quite rare, and now, he was so stunned he didn't know how to continue. Jiangnan smiled beside him. Zhu Yuyu also smiled sweetly, she had already been shocked once, and now seeing the elder so astonished, she found it quite amusing. At the same time, she cast a deeply affectionate glance at Jiangnan. She was now completely certain that Jiangnan was not just an ordinary rich man, but a god-level wealthy person, not just rich, but extremely rich. And he was also so handsome, he was simply her dream prince. She thought to herself, I must get him, no matter the means, if not, I'll just cook the rice first and make it happen. A thought flashed through her mind. After leaving the appraisal office, the 16 pieces of jade were handed over to the auction house for safekeeping, and the auction house issued Jiangnan a receipt. Beautiful lady, where do you want to go for dinner? You say. I'll treat you, Jiangnan said. He was in a good mood. In a few days, these stones would turn into money. By then, the income would be close to 500 million, and he would finally be a real wealthy person. Didn't I say I'd treat you to coffee? Zhu Yuyu said, there's a very famous cafe in Modu, the coffee there is quite good, and don't underestimate drinking coffee, it's also very expensive, especially the best cat poop coffee, which costs hundreds for a cup. Oh, of course, I forgot, you're a rich man now, hee. You won't mind this small change, but for us working class folks, we have to struggle with our thoughts to afford a cup. Zhu Yuyu looked pitiful by the end of her sentence. Alright, let's go have coffee, but I'll treat you. You've helped me so much, how can I let you treat me? Jiangnan smiled. No, Zhu Yuyu insisted, I must treat you. This is a bit cheaper, I can afford it, I have to treat you at least once, otherwise, it's always you treating me as friends, and it hurts my self-esteem. Jiangnan. Zhu Yuyu, hee. Let's go, get in the car. The red Porsche Cayenne stopped on a bustling street. Zhu Yuyu and Jiangnan got out of the car, and she naturally linked her arm with Jiangnan's, squeezing him, making Jiangnan helplessly smile, enduring the torment. In front of them was a beautifully designed European-style building, decorated with great style. The people coming in and out all looked like elite individuals, and there were quite a few foreigners. Of course, there were also many foreign girls, which was what Jiangnan was particularly focused on. The foreign girls had great figures, were very eye-catching, and were more accustomed to wearing revealing clothes, making for an enticing view. Upon entering the cafe, Jiangnan noticed that it was run by foreigners. The waitstaff, whether girls or boys, were all foreigners. The girls were all very attractive, with stunning figures, dressed in the cafe's unique uniforms, adding to the charm. The environment was exquisite and luxurious. The crystal chandelier on the top floor was dazzling, creating a comfortable atmosphere. There were many customers enjoying coffee, chatting casually at each table, creating a harmonious ambience. The two chose a corner at the edge and sat down. A waitress approached them and said in English, "What would you like, gentlemen?" Zhu Yuyu replied in fluent English, 2 cups of cat poop coffee. Soon, 2 cups of cat poop coffee were served. Jiangnan had never had it before. After taking a sip, he found the taste strange and not great,
feeling frustrated as he said, "It's not even good, yet it's much more expensive than other coffees." "Yeah," Zhu Yuyu agreed, "I don't think it's good either." "I get it now," Jiang Nan said, "it's like going to a 5-star hotel, the purpose is just 2 words. Showing off. Ha ha ha." Zhu Yuyu laughed so hard that she almost trembled, her already good figure becoming even more pronounced. "Come on, to showing off, let's toast." Jiang Nan raised his cup of coffee. "Put." Zhu Yuyu spat out, laughing even harder, saying between laughs, "This is coffee, not alcohol. We've paid, how we drink is up to us." Ha ha ha. Zhu Yuyu couldn't stop laughing. The two laughed and chatted, and soon Jiang Nan finished his coffee. Unlike others who sipped slowly, he drank it down quickly. Zhu Yuyu rolled her eyes at him. "Miss," Jiang Nan waved to the waitress, calling out in English. The waitress came over, saw that Jiang Nan's coffee was finished, and smiled, asking, "Sir, would you like a refill?" "No," Jiang Nan waved his hand, "just bring a pot." The waitress, Zhu Yuyu. This was the first time they had seen someone order so little coffee. Even the customers at the next table were drawn to look over, unable to help but laugh. "Sir, do you really want a pot?" the waitress asked again with certainty. "This pot of cat poop coffee costs over 10,000. Didn't I already say so?" Jiang Nan replied, "Is my English expression not good enough?" No, no. The waitress hurriedly said, placing the pot of coffee she was holding on the table and turning to run away. Zhu Yuyu shot Jiang Nan a roll of her eyes. "Look at you, you've scared the girl." Jiang Nan. Zhu Yuyu continued, "By the way, where do you want to go play this afternoon?" "Well," Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds, "you decide, I'm not familiar with Magic City, so wherever is fun, let's go." "Okay." Zhu Yuyu nodded, "I'll arrange it." Just then, Jiang Nan's phone rang. "I ride on the desert ship, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back." He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Anchi. A thought flashed through his mind, could it be that the research on the sheepskin map has yielded results? While thinking, he pressed the answer button, and Anchi's voice immediately came through. "Jiang Nan, where are you? Hurry and come to my house." Jiang Nan was slightly taken aback, organizing his words. "I'm not in Jianghai City right now, I'm out for something." "Is there anything?" He didn't want Anchi to know he was in Magic City. "Yes, that sheepskin map, Master Dong figured it out. He wants you to come to my house quickly to discuss what to do next." Master Dong just figured it out. Jiang Nan was a bit surprised, thinking to himself that this old man is indeed impressive. He quickly asked, "What's the situation with the map?" Since he was sure it wasn't a treasure map, he wasn't that excited. Master Dong said he is 80% sure it's the location of a sunken ship from Zhang Yi's voyages, and according to historical records, there was a treasure ship filled with various porcelain that sank during Zhang Yi's voyages. Treasure ship. This time Jiang Nan couldn't stay calm. "Damn, it's not a treasure map but it's the location of a treasure shipwreck. Isn't that just like a treasure map? We're going to get rich." "Jiang Nan, when can you come back? In the evening or at night?" "Okay, hurry up, Master Dong is very happy and looking forward to your return." "All right." The two hung up the phone. Whose call was that? It sounded like a woman. Zhu Yuyu asked with a mischievous smile. "It was Anchi." Jiang Nan smiled. "It was Anchi, huh?" Zhu Yuyu also laughed. "What, she just wants you after being here for a short while?" Jiang Nan. "Girl, are you looking for trouble?" He. Zhu Yuyu laughed. "Jiang Nan, can I ask you something?" "What is it?" Jiang Nan lifted his eyelids to look at her. "Are you and Anchi a couple? If we were, do you think it's appropriate for us to be this close?" Jiang Nan retorted. "What's inappropriate about it?" Zhu Yuyu said, "A girlfriend isn't a wife. You're not married, so I can pursue you. Besides, even if you're married, I can still be your lover." Jiang Nan. He. Zhu Yuyu laughed even more happily. "Honestly, Jiang Nan, you're really a strange rich guy. Other wealthy men just want to chase girls and become bad, but you're different from them." Jiang Nan. "Don't get me wrong, I just got rich and haven't had the chance to go bad yet. I'm just on the path to becoming bad, so don't misunderstand me." He. "You look so cute when you have nothing to say." Jiang Nan helplessly said, "Girl, I really have to say something now, I can't go play with you this afternoon." Zhu Yuyu was taken aback. "What happened?" "Something came up, I need to hurry back to Jianghai." "Is it because of Anchi's call just now?" "Yes." Jiang Nan nodded. Woo, my heart is shattered. After missing you for so long, you just came for a little while and then left, and we agreed to go play together, abandoning me and leaving me all alone. Zhu Yuyu looked pitiful, but it was clear that she wasn't really angry. She just looked very cute. Jiang Nan. What a little enchantress. He was truly enjoying the feeling of being with Zhu Yuyu. Not only was she beautiful and had a great figure, but she was also interesting and easy to talk to, making him feel comfortable. I need to hurry and book a flight back. As Jiang Nan spoke, he took out his phone to book a ticket. Alright, a heartbroken person, I'll take you to the airport later, sending away the one who hurt her. Zhu Yuyu still looked pitiful, evoking sympathy. Jiang Nan smiled wryly, sister, don't do that. If you keep looking like this, I won't want to leave. Hee. Zhu Yuyu brightened up, that's even better. This afternoon we can continue to play, and at night you can just stay at my place. When she said the last part, she winked playfully, cutely, and with a hint of another meaning. As long as Jiang Nan was willing, they could sleep together. Jiang Nan felt a sudden rush of emotions, looking at the charming beauty before him, struggling internally, really wanting to stay. However, after thinking it over, he decided against it. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and he needed to go back to take care of important matters first. After finishing his coffee, Jiang Nan waved, waiter, the bill please. The waitress came over, and Jiang Nan took out his phone to pay via WeChat. I said I would pay. Zhu Yuyu insisted on paying. Of course, he had to admit that this girl was smart. She didn't act like a little woman over small money. He simply let Zhu Yuyu pay. After all, being with her, he wouldn't let her suffer in the future. Around 8 p.m. Anja Villa. Brother Jiang, you finally made it back. Ha ha ha. The little brother is finally back. As soon as Jiang Nan entered the living room, he saw old Master Ren and Master Dong standing up happily to greet him. Sorry for being a bit late, Jiang Nan said politely. Not late, Master Dong waved his hand quickly. Come, Brother Jiang, take another look at this sheepskin map, and also check the historical records, consider whether my analysis is correct. Okay. Jiang Nan pretended to nod seriously and walked over to the sheepskin map, next to a thick stack of history books. One of them recorded the voyages of Zheng He. He pretended to look at the map, then at the history books, secretly conducting a probe. Is this the map of the sunken treasure ships from Zheng He's voyages? In the next moment, a string of numbers appeared. 100%. Compared to Master Dong's 80% certainty, Jiang Nan, now with a target, had already easily and clearly confirmed that it was indeed the treasure ship that sank during Zheng He's voyages. He felt quite pleased. After thinking for a moment, he continued to probe. The location of the sunken ship is in the north. After several tests, he quickly got results. It was actually in the south. Then he tested the distance, and after a few tries, he confirmed it was about 5,000 kilometers away, much closer than the other half of the beastskin map he had, but still in international waters. After thinking for a moment, he continued probing for what he wanted to know. The value of the sunken treasure ship in the ocean was over $1 billion. 100%. The reason he set the point at $1 billion was already in his consideration. If he were to salvage a ship from the sea, one could imagine how difficult it would be. If the items on it were of too low value, he wouldn't consider it at all. He could easily make several $100 million by just collecting a few stones, so why bother with the effort of salvaging a ship? However, the test results showed a value above $1 billion, which piqued his interest slightly, and he continued testing. The value is over $5 billion. 100%. Oh, now that was somewhat interesting. Worth over $1 billion, 100%. Worth over $2 billion, 90%. Oh, understood, it's about $2 billion. He didn't immediately show any reaction, still pretending to study the sheepskin map, pondering whether $2 billion was worth the effort to salvage the ship. If anyone knew what he was considering, they would surely be furious. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. If he had to get involved and exert effort, then it wasn't worth it. If he could contribute half of his sheepskin map or just participate in the positioning without much effort to receive half of the profits, that was acceptable. With this resolution, he finally looked up at Master Dong and Old Man and, indeed, this is a treasure ship that sank in the sea during Zheng He's voyages to the west. Ha ha ha. Master Dong was delighted. Little brother, if you see it this way, that's great, it must be correct. According to historical records, that ship was loaded with a large amount of porcelain, blue and white porcelain and such. If we can salvage it now, its value will be enormous. With this sheepskin map, we can know the approximate location and can start sending salvage teams. Ha ha ha. Wonderful, wonderful. Old Man also said happily, his excitement evident. Little brother. Master Dong looked at Jiang Nan again, excitedly saying, from the recorded location on the map, I calculated that it should be about 4,000 kilometers in the open sea. Can you take a closer look and see if our views match? No, Master Dong, our opinions differ greatly. Jiang Nan said, in my judgment, it's about 5,000 kilometers. Ah, Master Dong was taken aback, then said, that's quite a difference, 1,000 kilometers. And in the ocean, 1,000 kilometers of error would make searching like finding a needle in a haystack.
Little brother, with what you just said, I'm losing confidence in the salvage. If we mobilize a large force and after 1 or 2 years there's no result, it would be quite a loss. Yes, yes. Old man and also frowned in agreement. We need to consider whether to start the salvage. The position I judged is absolutely correct. Nan said firmly, and I can confidently determine the exact location, but even so, I still think we should consider whether it's necessary to mobilize. Hiss. Master Dong and Old Man and both gasped. Little brother, you can actually pinpoint the exact location? Yes. Nan replied, the map is recorded so clearly, of course I can do it. You are truly a devil. Master Dong couldn't help but say. After a moment, feeling it inappropriate, he quickly explained, little brother, don't misunderstand, I mean you are amazing. No worries, Master Dong. Nan smiled, I understand what you mean. That's good, that's good. Master Dong sighed in relief, then changed the subject. Little brother, since you can accurately determine the location, then we must salvage it. I really want to salvage it. Nan said. Of course. Master Dong replied, I've already discussed this matter with Brotherin, letting him participate as well. Of course, friends are friends, and good brothers must settle accounts clearly. These 2 maps, one for me and one for you, so my plan is that Brotherin can only take 1/5 of the share, while you and I each take 2/5. What do you think? With these words from Master Dong, Nan could hardly be oblivious. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate to completely exclude Old Manon from this matter, which was why Master Dong made such a decision. So he immediately said, of course, I have no objections. Good, 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 Master Dong said happily. Brother Jiang is quite open-minded. Old Masterin smiled knowingly. At this moment, and she let out a deep sigh of relief. However, Nan then said, I have a question I want to understand. If we want to hire a salvage team to go out to the open sea to salvage a ship, how much would it cost? I'm worried that if what we salvage isn't very valuable, even if we know the exact location, it wouldn't make much sense to invest too much. The investment won't be too large, Master Dong said. A few million, at most 10 to 20 million is enough. As for your concern, I believe that if we can salvage it, the value of the treasures on that ship will certainly not be low. I'm willing to take a gamble. Are you worried about these initial investments? Just a few million or 10 to 20 million? Then there's nothing to worry about. Small money, small matter. Hearing Master Dong's words, Nan smiled. With such a small investment, there was nothing to fear. He clearly knew that the value of what they could salvage was 2 billion, a guaranteed profit. No one had a greater advantage. Ha ha ha. Brother, that's the spirit, Master Dong said with a happy laugh. In our line of work, you have to have guts. There are plenty of times when you lose money, but when it's time to act, you still have to act. If Nan were really so timid, Master Dong would have been a bit disappointed. The group discussed until midnight. They confirmed that Old Masterin would handle the arrangements for the salvage team and other trivial matters. However, Nan said that he wanted to go out to sea with them. Master Dong and Old Masterin expressed that they would also go along. Clearly, everyone wanted to see for themselves how much could be salvaged to feel at ease. However, Nan's true purpose was not that he didn't trust the 2 of them and wanted to see for himself, but rather that he needed to pinpoint the location accurately. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have followed them at all. He could easily make 7 or 800 million elsewhere in that time. In the early hours of the morning, Nan drove away from the family villa, returned to the hotel, took a shower, and lay down in bed. Perhaps because he had gone to bed too late, he found himself unable to sleep. He planned to take out his phone to scroll for a while, but then he discovered that several people had sent him WeChat messages, which he hadn't noticed while discussing matters with Old Masterin. Upon opening them, he saw that Zhu Shishir, Zhang Yiman, and that little CC girl had all messaged him. Zhu Shishir had simply sent 4 words, Nan, are you there? The time was 9 p.m. Nan didn't reply, and she didn't say anything further. Nan looked at the time, it was already past midnight, and replying now was clearly not appropriate. He could only smile helplessly and wait until tomorrow. He then opened Zhang Yiman's messages, which had 2 entries. The first was, Bestie, do you miss me? The second was, hate it, why don't you reply to me? From the timestamps, the 2 were sent just a few minutes apart, both at 10 p.m. Nan smiled helplessly again and didn't reply. He then casually opened CC's message, rich and handsome brother, I'm home alone, my dad isn't here, can we chat for a bit? Nan. He was even more at a loss for words. This one didn't need a reply either. He hugged his phone and started scrolling through Douyin, and before he knew it, he dozed off. The next day, when he woke up, it was already noon. Looking at the time, Nan smiled wryly. Damn, sleeping late meant waking up late, and he hadn't skimped on sleep. He really felt like a slacker now. He He stepped out of the office and took a look. Everyone else was busy, and even the bodyguard girl wasn't in the room, probably in the lobby. He directly called the beautiful chef and asked her to send a fish up. After a simple lunch, I finally took out my phone. I thought for a moment and opened Zhu Shishir's WeChat message, replying, "Is there something going on, Shishir? When I saw your message last night, it was already late, and I just woke up from a nap." From the content of Zhu Shishir's message, it seemed she might have something to discuss with me. Soon, almost instantly, a reply came back. "Jiangnan, you just got up now?" "Jiangnan, yeah. Zhu Shishir, I really envy you, being able to wake up naturally without worrying about work. Is this the legendary sleeping in until you wake up naturally, counting money until your hands cramp?" "Jiangnan, waking up naturally is possible, but counting money until my hands cramp is not." Zhu Shishir, still pretending to be poor. "I've seen you make over $1 million before." Jiangnan chuckled to himself, thinking that over $1 million was nothing. Soon, he would have 500 million. But he wouldn't say that out loud, or it would seem like he was showing off. He sent another message. "Did you contact me last night for something?" "Zhu Shishir, nothing important, just wanted to have a meal with you. I haven't seen you for several days. I kind of miss you." Jiangnan smiled wryly, realizing it wasn't anything important, just a dinner invitation. "Jiangnan, dinner? Sure, just tell me when. I'll be in Jianghaishi for the next couple of days, but I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow." "Zhu Shishir, then let's do dinner." "Jiangnan, alright, I'll pick you up." Zhu Shishir, When they met in the evening, Zhu Shishir was dressed in a sexy outfit, leaving Jiangnan both amused and speechless. She wore the least amount of clothing possible, a tank top that exposed her chest and waist, and a short black skirt that revealed her fair thighs. As she got into the passenger seat, Jiangnan laughed and said, "Beauty, are you trying to save fabric for the country?" Hateful, Zhu Shishir rolled her eyes at him. "Isn't it pretty?" "Pretty," Jiangnan replied. "But pretty is pretty, this kind of thing can easily lead to crime. If you want to commit a crime, just do it," Zhu Shishir said half-jokingly, blinking her beautiful big eyes. "Is there anything I can't do with you?" Jiangnan. "Damn, this girl's advances are a bit too much for me to handle." He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, isn't your colleague, Zhuang Daidai, coming along?" "She has something to do today, so she's not coming," Zhu Shishir said, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic, as if she were lying. "Alright, that's good too," Jiangnan said. "I'm not familiar with her, so it would be a bit awkward to eat together." Although he said that, he remembered how they had been close and affectionate while singing together last time, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. "Yeah," Zhu Shishir said. "It's just the two of us old colleagues who get along well." After saying that, she playfully winked and added, "And with just the two of us, it's more convenient to do something." Jiangnan. He thought to himself, "Girl, if you keep this up, it's going to get dangerous, I might lose control." He changed the subject again. "So, what do you want to eat?" "It doesn't matter what we eat, as long as we have fun." "We have to eat something," Jiangnan said. "We can't just starve." Then, Zhu Shishir thought for a moment and said, "Let's go eat heideleo." "Isn't that a bit low-end?" Jiangnan laughed and said, "You don't have to save money for me. This is just fine," Zhu Shishir said. "I've said it before, it doesn't matter what we eat, as long as we have fun. I haven't seen you for a few days, and I've been thinking about you. Now that I see you, I'm really happy." Jiangnan, "Beauty, please don't say that, or I might fall in love with you out of gratitude." "Really? Of course it's true." Your expression says you're just trying to fool me." Zhu Shishir rolled her eyes at Jiangnan. Jiangnan smiled as he started the car, merging into the flow of traffic. Although Haidilao didn't cost much, the two of them had a great time eating and chatting. By the time they left the hot pot restaurant, it was already past 9 p.m. Zhu Shishir looked a bit troubled and glanced at Jiangnan, saying, "Jiangnan, how about we go to KTV to sing?" "If you want to go, of course we can," Jiangnan replied. "I've said it before, when we go out to have fun, don't worry about money. Spending a little on meals and singing is no big deal." "That's good," Zhu Shishir said happily. "Then let's go, to that same place as last time, since we're more familiar with it." "Alright," Jiangnan agreed. The two of them got in the car and headed to KTV, continuing their sweet nightlife. The car stopped at KTV, and they entered smoothly, ordering a private room and drinks. Once the door was secured, they began to sing loudly. At first, they were belting out songs, then they started drinking while singing, and soon they were hugging each other and singing, and eventually, they stopped singing altogether and were kissing passionately. Zhu Shishir was very proactive, and Jiangnan completely lost control. In just over an hour, Zhu Shishir had hardly any clothes left on. Everything that should be exposed and shouldn't be exposed was laid bare before Jiangnan. "Riding on the desert ship, with a pipe and hourglass on my back." Jiangnan, who was sound asleep,
was startled awake by the ringing of his phone. As he moved, he realized someone was lying on top of him. Looking down, he saw Zhu Shishir's fair arm. The two of them were now lying naked under the hotel blankets. He let out a helpless smile. The Zhu Shishir he faced last night was so alluring that he couldn't help but lose control. After leaving KTV, they had checked into a hotel room. Zhu Shishir had been completely consumed, fully explored. Zhu Shishir was also awakened by the phone ringing, opening her big eyes and looking at Jiangnan with a charming smile. She had felt so comfortable last night, but after that comfort, she was particularly tired and still wanted to sleep. Jiangnan gently rubbed her long hair, picked up his phone to take a look, and saw it was that little rascal Bebe calling. He pressed the answer button, and Bebe's sweet voice came through. "Brother Jiang, did you not come back last night? Or did you leave early this morning?" "I left early this morning," Jiangnan replied casually. He glanced at the time. It was only 8 a.m. "Oh, why did you get up so early today? The manager is looking for you. I knocked on the door for a long time, and no one answered, so I called you. Turns out you ran out early." Bebe's voice had a hint of grievance. "The manager is looking for me? What's the matter?" Jiangnan asked. "Yes, the head chef has already chosen a dish and wants you to go taste it with him." "I see, then I'll head back in a bit." "Okay," Bebe said. "I'll let the manager know." "All right." Jiangnan hung up the phone. "Something came up?" Zhu Shishir asked. "Yeah," Jiangnan kissed her forehead. "There's no helping it, there are too many trivial matters." After saying that, he got up to get dressed. Zhu Shishir also got up to dress, presenting another tempting scene before Jiangnan, which made him feel another surge of impulse. But he quickly suppressed it. After leaving the hotel, Jiangnan drove Zhu Shishir back, asking on the way, "Shishir, are you still happy working at old Zhang's? If you're not happy, you don't have to stay. Now that you're my woman, I can support you." "I don't want to be a woman who is only supported by a man," Zhu Shishir replied. "Old Zhang treats us pretty well. Although the salary is a bit low, now that I have you, I don't have to worry about money anymore. I have no worries, so I might as well keep working, but..." She hesitated, leaving her sentence unfinished. "But what?" Jiangnan asked. "But living in the shop makes it inconvenient for me to do anything with you in the future. I still have to go to hotels and such. How about you help me rent a place nearby? It doesn't have to be big, just a warm little nest will do, so it's convenient when you come to find me." "Sounds good." Jiangnan nodded and immediately thought of his apartment in Liyuan Community, which was currently vacant. He said, "Just right, the apartment I rented in Liyuan Community is also unoccupied now, 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. You can move in there." Liyuan Community. Zhu Shishir was a bit surprised. "Isn't that place too expensive?" "Not expensive," Jiangnan replied, "it's only 30,000 a month." "How can 30,000 a month not be expensive?" Zhu Shishir shot Jiangnan a disdainful look. "That's already very expensive, okay? Jiangnan, even though you've made over $1 million, you still have to spend wisely, you can't just throw money around." Jiangnan smiled and said nothing. "Damn, with a net worth of 500 million, do I really need to count every 30,000 or 20,000 spent?" The white Range Rover sped along. Jiangnan, with one hand on the steering wheel, helplessly said to the beautiful chef in the passenger seat, "To taste the dish, we have to go all the way to Sanha City, that's quite a hassle." In the back seat, the beautiful manager Bebe also joined in the fun. "So what?" The beautiful chef rolled her eyes and said, "This private dish is something I got someone to inquire about, and the taste is exceptional. We went to learn from them, and if we can improve it, that would be even better. Even if we can't improve it, the hotel will have an additional signature dish that tastes good." Jiangnan, the beautiful manager also happily said from the back seat, "Yes, boss, and you can see this is a little trip. 3 beautiful women are accompanying you, how great is that?" "Ha!" Jiangnan smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, I really hit the jackpot." Of course, the beautiful manager covered her mouth and giggled. Brother Jiang hit the jackpot," Bebe said cutely. 3 beautiful women are with you, the manager is the main lover, the chef's sister is the second lover, and I'm the little lover." Jiangnan. Suddenly, the beautiful manager's face turned bright red. She glanced at Bebe and playfully scolded, "Bebe, what nonsense are you talking about? Did I say something wrong?" Bebe blinked her long eyelashes and said, "I was just making a comparison, it's not to make Brother Jiang happy? Otherwise, look at how lazy he is now, he only gets up at noon to sleep." No, he just got up early today." Jiangnan. Damn, Bebe is turning into a little busybody. As they chatted, they arrived in Sanha City after about an hour. They stopped in front of a private duck restaurant. Jiangnan looked through the car window at the vegetarian restaurant, which was similar to the sauced fish place, also located in a remote courtyard on the outskirts of the city.
However, there were quite a few cars parked around, and many people were coming in and out to dine. This is the place, no mistake. The beautiful chef looked at the sign hanging at the entrance of Zhang's braised duck, took out her phone, compared it with the photo her friend sent, and confirmed they were in the right place. Seeing this, Jiang Nan curled his lips, thinking that this girl was really unreliable. She should have confirmed the exact location first before coming over. The boss's appearance is a big deal. The group got out of the car, and the beautiful manager instructed, just act natural, we're simply here to eat, okay? The beautiful chef and Bebe both nodded. Why does it feel like we're here to steal? Jiang Nan chuckled. That's exactly what we're here for, the beautiful manager said. It's not entirely like that, the beautiful chef retorted. This is called mutual learning and promoting each other, making the catering industry in Huaxia thrive and prosper. Put. Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh, giving the beautiful chef a thumbs up. Sister, I give you a thumbs up. 666. He he he. Bebe also laughed happily. The beautiful manager smiled wryly. They walked into the courtyard and habitually chose a secluded room. After ordering, 2 beautifully presented braised ducks were quickly served. As per the old custom, the beautiful manager Bebe and the others were feasting on another dish, while the beautiful chef was slowly savoring a different one. While eating, the beautiful manager kept nodding. The taste is really good, it's fragrant and smooth without being greasy, with a unique flavor, very special. Yes, it's really delicious, the taste is amazing, Bebe said, taking big bites. Jiang Nan slowly chewed a piece of duck meat, secretly nodding. The taste was indeed good, with a unique savory flavor accompanied by an indescribable taste, very special and refreshing. After finishing the marinated duck dish, everyone got into the car. On the way back to Jianghai City, before Jiang Nan could say anything, the beautiful manager eagerly asked the chef girl, so, have you figured out the recipe and ingredients? Of course, the beautiful chef nodded and said, otherwise, this long trip would have been for nothing. That's good, the beautiful manager said happily. However, the beautiful chef continued, but it also won't be very precise. Just like the last time with the sauced fish, I can only grasp a general idea. If I were to make it, the taste would probably be a bit worse than here. It would still require the boss to showcase his talent to create marinated duck with the same flavor as here, or perhaps improve it for an even better taste. While speaking, she looked at Jiang Nan with a questioning gaze. The meaning was clear, boss, you should be able to do it, right? In her eyes, Jiang Nan was like a mysterious man. He wasn't a chef, yet he could improve a dish so well. When we get back, give me the list of seasonings, and I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee. Jiang Nan casually said, it might even taste worse. In any case, even if I can't come up with anything, it's not urgent, we have the sauced fish to rely on. He initially wanted to say it didn't matter if he couldn't make it, since he didn't care about the hotel making that little money, but he thought about how these girls were very concerned about the hotel's development, so to avoid discouraging them, he changed his words to say they had the sauced fish to fall back on. That's true, boss, just do your best, the beautiful manager said. Even if we succeed, we only have a backup plan for now. The sauced fish is still selling well. When the customers get tired of it, we can introduce the marinated duck, creating a wave of excitement to keep the hotel thriving and stable. You can arrange that, Jiang Nan said. The hotel business has been doing quite well lately, you all deserve praise. Moreover, it's not just verbal praise, there will be tangible rewards. So, I'll give you 2 extra days off each month. If you want to relax and have some fun, you can go out and unwind. I've already considered it and will provide 2 buses for the hotel. I discussed it with Zhang Yuan before. One is a high-performance Land Rover Range Rover, which has already been settled, just like the one I'm driving now. The other will be a style that you girls like. What style do you think is good? Wow, we're getting cars, that's great, Bebe was the first to cheer, but then she said with a sad face, unfortunately, I don't have a driver's license. It's okay, the beautiful chef also looked very happy and said to Bebe, wherever you want to go, I'll drive you. After thinking of something, she immediately looked at Jiang Nan and said, boss, the Land Rover Range Rover is great, I like it. I really like powerful cars. Boss, won't it be too expensive for the hotel to provide such cars? This level seems a bit too high, the beautiful manager said. I think buying a car for 1 or 200,000 is enough. The beautiful chef also calmed down and said, yes, buying a car for 1 or 200,000 is enough, boss, don't spend too much. Ha! Jiang Nan smiled, you all think too much. No need to worry about money, with the current business of the hotel, we can buy a Land Rover Range Rover in just over 10 days. That's true, the beautiful chef said with a happy smile, her face glowing again. It seemed she really liked cars, and with her tomboyish personality, she had a man's fondness for powerful off-road vehicles.
I think, if money is not a concern, the brown BMW 7 Series is my favorite model, the beautiful manager said.
Okay, it's settled then, Jongnan said without hesitation, one white Land Rover Range Rover, and one brown BMW 7 Series.
Wow, we'll have cars in the future, we can go out and have fun, the beautiful chef exclaimed joyfully. You first need to get the back kitchen sorted out before you can go play, the beautiful manager replied. Remember, work comes first. Got it, the beautiful chef said. Of course, I'll arrange my work before going out to play. The beautiful manager nodded. Before we go out, let's communicate with each other, and I'll also arrange my work in advance so we can go together.
Alright, it's settled then. And me, you must take me too. Bebe chimed in, unwilling to be left out.
We need to plan where to go in advance, that's very important, the beautiful chef said. Right, I suggest we go to the beach, the beautiful manager said. The weather is a bit cool, although we can't swim yet, let's not go to the beach. The three women were in sync, as the old saying goes. The three girls chatted excitedly, each contributing to the conversation.
Back at the hotel.
In less than 10 minutes, the beautiful chef had written a list of seasonings and handed it to Jongnan along with the marinated duck she had packed. Jongnan glanced at it, angelica, fennel, galangal, licorice, nutmeg, sand ginger, etc. He didn't pay much attention to it but focused on the marinated duck, starting to probe it step by step.
Angelica 5 milligrams, 65%.
With the experience from last time, he was now quite familiar with the process.
Soon, the original recipe for the marinated duck was confirmed.
Then he began to optimize the recipe. It didn't take long to finalize it. He took out his phone and dialed the beautiful chef's number. The call connected quickly, and the beautiful chef's surprised voice came through. Boss, it must be good news, you finalized the recipe, right? That's right, Jongnan replied with a smile. Come to my room to get the recipe. Okay, boss, you're amazing. I'm almost falling in love with you, the beautiful chef said before hanging up.
Jongnan.
Damn, I hope she doesn't fall in love. I can't handle a tomboyish woman, and most importantly, the airport situation is just unbearable. Soon, the beautiful chef arrived at Jongnan's room. Good, the beautiful chef nodded. I'll go down to make it now. I hope this time it can be as successful as the sauced fish last time. After saying that, she rushed out.
Jongnan.
Besides her decent looks, she was just a complete tomboy.
In the evening, Jongnan was booking a flight to Magic City for tomorrow on his phone.
Knock, knock, knock. There was a hurried knock on the door. Then came the beautiful chef's voice. Boss, the marinated duck is ready, and it tastes amazing. There were no mistakes at all, you were just worrying for nothing.
Are you in your room?
I'll bring it up for you to taste.
Jongnan smiled helplessly. I'm here, come in.
With a high success rate, he knew it would definitely be better than the delicious marinated duck. What he said about uncertainty was just a pretext. The beautiful chef walked into the room, holding a beautiful porcelain plate, with the marinated duck already sliced thinly and artistically arranged on the plate.
Boss, you must try this, it's the recipe you improved, and it tastes amazing.
Plus, after slicing, it looks very appealing and upscale, definitely worth a high price, which can bring significant income to the hotel. The beautiful chef walked in, placing a plate of duck meat on the coffee table in front of Jongnan, looking very excited.
It does look good. Jongnan glanced at it and nodded, picking up chopsticks to take a small piece of duck meat and putting it in his mouth.
Instantly, a burst of flavor filled his mouth. It was delicious, equally tasty as the sauced fish but with a different texture. Jongnan's chewing speed increased from slow to fast, and soon he finished a piece of duck meat, nodding. Not bad, he.
Another delicious dish for the dining table.
Ha!
The beautiful chef rolled her eyes at Jongnan. Boss, are you just thinking about your own enjoyment?
Yes, Jongnan said seriously. What else would it be for? For the hotel's business, the beautiful chef replied. The hotel is yours. Don't you care at all?
Not needed, Jongnan waved his hand. With you all here, I trust you completely. My life motto is to eat and wait to die.
The beautiful chef, rolling her eyes dramatically.
Wow, this is amazing, the taste is simply fantastic.
Delicious, delicious. You guys are eating too fast, leave some for me.
No way, this piece is reserved for me.
Leaving Jongnan, the beautiful chef brought the lamb to the beautiful manager, Bebe, Lily, and Zhang Yuan to eat. The few of them not only praised it but also started to grab it wildly, engaging in a chopstick battle. A plate of marinated duck was devoured at lightning speed, and they still wanted more. Chef's sister, hurry up and make another one, I'm still hungry.
Still hungry,
Bebe said in a spoiled tone.
He. Let's make two directly. I need to finish one myself, the taste is too good. Zhang Yuan waved his hand in declaration. Dream on, the beautiful chef rolled her eyes. If you want to eat, go find the boss, he has one, maybe there will be some left for one person. Ah, then forget it, Zhang Yuan immediately backed down. I'll go. But Bei Bei was like a little whirlwind rushing upstairs to find Jiangnan, hoping to scavenge some leftovers. The beautiful manager smiled lightly and said, "What's the rush? Now that the chef girl can cook, it won't be hard to have duck meat in the future." Yes, Lily also said happily, then shifted the topic to the beautiful chef, asking, "Is this marinated duck recipe also created by Jiangnan?" Yes, the beautiful chef nodded. This guy is becoming more and more mysterious. I never expected he would have such talent when we were selling properties together. Otherwise, opening a small restaurant would definitely be very successful, much better than working and being scolded by the fat pig lady. Lily laughed, recalling how Jiangnan looked when they worked together at the company, a stark contrast to now. She and Zhang Yuan witnessed Jiangnan's life change in just a few days, and it felt overwhelming. Yes, Zhang Yuan also sighed. I have to say I'm quite impressive too, tightly holding onto the boss's thigh, that's why I'm doing so well. You too have met a benefactor in life. The beautiful manager smiled and said, I also met a benefactor in life. The boss is also my benefactor. Before meeting him, I thought my life was already set, being cautious and careful, earning a monthly salary of 20,000 was already great. But now, the boss is so kind, caring for his subordinates, and even gave shares and dividends. Looking back, it all feels like a dream. Yes. Lily followed closely and said, we are all fortunate in life. Without Jiangnan, there would be no today for us. I will be grateful to Jiangnan for a lifetime. What my wife said is right, Zhang Yuan interjected. I want to hold on to this big lake for a lifetime. Exactly, the beautiful manager said. To meet such a boss is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We must work together and do our utmost to run the hotel well. That is how we repay the boss, and it is also for ourselves. Yes, the manager is right. Exactly, united in effort. Zhang Yuan and Lily both nodded seriously in agreement. I firmly believe the hotel will get better and better, the beautiful manager said, a radiant smile appearing on her face. She then shifted the topic. With such delicious marinated duck, we have another trump card. Once the heat of the sauced fish subsides, we can launch the marinated duck, ensuring the hotel's business remains strong. Exactly, the prospects are bright. Zhang Yuan and Lily also smiled brightly, their spirits lifted. The next day, close to noon, Jiangnan, dressed in Armani, walked out of the airport in the Magic City. Hi, handsome. Over here. Zhu Yuyu had been waiting at the airport. Jiangnan smiled and walked over to her. She swayed her slim waist, stepping in high heels to greet him, habitually linking her arm with Jiangnan's, like a little bird leaning on her lover, while sweetly saying, handsome, are you still going to drink that one-pot cat poop coffee? The emphasis on the two words one pot was particularly strong. Jiangnan. With a bitter face, hee. Zhu Yuyu laughed happily. What kind of expression is that? I just want to express that I don't want to do something that costs money and is torturous. Money is no big deal, but it's terribly awful, with a strong earthy taste, Jiangnan said. I'd rather support the Chinese industry and drink tea. He. Zhu Yuyu laughed even more happily. Then let's go eat. After we finish eating, the auction will start soon, and we need to get there early. Don't forget, I'm the auctioneer and need to prepare in advance. Then let's just grab something simple to eat and head to the auction house, Jiangnan said. Don't worry, beautiful, I won't say you didn't treat me well. Then I can relax. He. Zhu Yuyu was even happier. With your words, I'm not afraid of anything. The two chatted happily as they got into a red Porsche Cayenne. Many envious gazes gathered around them, lingering until they got into the car. There were also quite a few envious and jealous murmurs. Damn, I'm so envious. A handsome guy and a beautiful girl, and they're so rich. If only my life were like this. The girl is so beautiful, how great it would be to have a girlfriend like that. What a handsome guy, but unfortunately, his girlfriend is too beautiful. I wouldn't even have a chance to get close. Jiangnan and Zhu Yuyu found a nearby Western restaurant and walked in, looking for a secluded and quiet spot. The waitress came over. What would the beautiful lady like to eat? Feel free to order. Jiangnan smiled and said. Then I won't be polite, Zhu Yuyu said with a smile, starting to order. Seafood macaroni, seafood pizza, tuna sandwich, mashed potatoes, green tea cheesecake, Italian tiramisu, white chocolate cream pudding. Although she said she wouldn't be polite, the total came to only 200 or 300 yuan. Jiangnan watched with a helpless smile. First of all, this girl is really nice, although she loves to joke. She's not excessive, not the kind of woman who would take advantage of an opportunity to exploit someone. Even though Jiangnan wasn't short on money, he would still avoid such women. In a relationship, it can't just be about love. That's unrealistic and too far-fetched. But it also can't be solely about money, that's too much as well. After ordering, the waitress took the menu and left. Before she went, Ju Yu said, "Bring us 2 cups of latte first." "Okay," the waitress nodded. Soon, 2 cups of coffee were brought over. Jiang Nan and Ju Yu sipped their coffee, and she spoke up. "I discussed it with the operations manager of the auction house. He suggested bundling the 16 pieces of imperial green and emerald together for auction. This way, the auction price should be the highest, achieving the best cost effectiveness." "Oh?" Jiang Nan pondered for a moment, not understanding the reasoning, and asked, "Why is that the best cost effectiveness?" "Because imperial green and emerald are very rare. Besides being visually stunning, their rarity increases their collectible value. If auctioned separately, many people might win bids, which would lower their collectible value. As we all know, the highest collectible value comes from uniqueness. It's like an ancient painting, if there's only one in the world, its value skyrockets. Some collectors, even if they have 2, might destroy one to keep just one. That's the idea." "I understand," Jiang Nan nodded. "If only one person can get my imperial green and emerald, then that person would be more willing to bid, right?" "Exactly, that's the point," Ju Yu said. "Good, that works for me," Jiang Nan replied. "This way, it's less of a hassle, one-time deal." Also, Ju Yu took a sip of coffee and continued, "I've combined opinions from several appraisers, and I think setting the starting price for the 16 pieces of jade at 450 million should be good. It should basically ensure it doesn't go unsold, of course, it mainly depends on your opinion." "Alright," Jiang Nan nodded, "that price is fine, let's set it at 450 million. Having already assessed the situation, he felt this price was quite suitable. "Good," Ju Yu nodded again and said, "In the past few days, we've done some promotion and privately contacted some old clients who love jade collection. We can basically ensure that many of them will come to the auction, allowing for more competitive bidding to maximize the jade's value." "Can I ask a question, beautiful?" Jiang Nan smiled. "What question?" Ju Yu blinked, a bit surprised. "If this thing belonged to someone else, not me, would you still do this?" Jiang Nan asked. "What are you thinking?" "Of course not," Ju Yu shot him a playful glare. "We're friends, that's why I'm helping you, and..." She paused at the end, a rare hint of shyness appearing. "And I consider you more than just an ordinary friend." Jiang Nan had never seen her shy before, she was always bold, even when flirting with him. This was a bit unusual. But she was also incredibly beautiful, she looked stunning when she smiled, and even when shy, she was beautiful too. He wondered how she looked when she cried, probably not bad. Just then, Ju Yu's expression suddenly became serious, gazing at Jiang Nan with deep affection. "Jiang Nan, can I ask you a question? But you have to answer me seriously." "Oh." Jiang Nan was a bit taken aback, Ju Yu usually called him handsome, and hearing her call him by his name felt a bit strange. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "What question?" "Go ahead." "Jiang Nan, do you think I'm a very flirtatious, very improper woman?" Ju Yu asked, her gaze fixed on Jiang Nan's expression, clearly very concerned. "Oh." Jiang Nan was stunned again, this question indeed caught him off guard. Moreover, he did think Ju Yu was a bit flirtatious. Since I met him, although he seemed to be joking, he was very intense and unreserved. "I understand." Ju Yu saw his expression and immediately looked dejected, her eyes slightly red as she lowered her head and started drinking coffee, not saying a word. "Don't misunderstand, beautiful," Jiang Nan quickly explained, "you don't give me that kind of feeling, I think you're a pretty good woman." In this situation, he could only speak against his heart. "You don't need to explain," Ju Yu said softly, "I already understand what you're thinking. Indeed, since I met you, but..." She wanted to explain, afraid that her reserve would make her miss the chance to get to know Jiang Nan, but when the words reached halfway, an inexplicable pain surged in her heart, and she couldn't continue. "Jiang Nan." He didn't say anything more. In this situation, there was nothing much to say, or it would only get more chaotic. However, he noticed Ju Yu's red-rimmed eyes, looking like she was about to cry, clearly saddened by his misunderstanding. A thought flashed through his mind, could it be that this girl really liked him and had developed real feelings? With this thought, he quietly threw out a probe. For others, it was impossible to discern whether a woman was loyal to him, but this was too easy for him. "Truly likes me. 100%. Jiang Nan smiled, indeed seeing a success rate of 6. If that woman was just playing games for his money, deceiving his feelings, then he could only give her a he. Trying to fool me? Not happening. With the success rate in hand, the world is mine. After a while, Ju Yu finally calmed her emotions and smiled. Although she wasn't feeling great, she understood a profound truth. Being a weeping woman in front of men is not appealing, so she wisely chose not to act that way. Jiang Nan was a man she had worked hard to encounter, someone she felt she could rely on, handsome and wealthy. She didn't want to lose him. The two chatted and laughed, had Western food, and after leaving the restaurant, got into a red Porsche Cayenne, heading straight to the auction house, as Zhu Yuyu needed to prepare for the afternoon auction. As an auctioneer, if she dropped the ball at this stage, the entire auction would be ruined. I heard this auction has jadeite worth nearly 500 million to be auctioned? Yes, I heard the promotion too. It's hard to believe, bringing out 16 pieces of imperial green and emerald worth around 500 million. What kind of existence is this? It's rare to see even one piece of imperial green or emerald, and now so many are being packaged together. Unbelievable. I guess this must be a jadeite collector who loves imperial green and emerald, and has encountered some difficulties, willing to auction off their treasured imperial green and emerald. This kind of situation wouldn't happen unless it was a collection built over many years. That makes sense, I think so too. As the auction was about to begin, Jiang Nan entered the auction hall, and along the way, he heard such discussions. As the person involved, he secretly smiled and discreetly found the best front row seat arranged by Zhu Yuyu, sitting down and leisurely sipping a bottle of cheap red tea. Not long after, the auction began. Following the same procedure as last time, armed security entered to maintain order. Then Zhu Yuyu swayed her slender waist, exuding charm as she walked onto the auction stage. The audience immediately stirred, captivated by Zhu Yuyu's beauty and figure. Zhu Yuyu glanced at Jiang Nan, revealing a smile, and then began to speak in her pleasant voice. Welcome everyone to the Magic City auction venue. I am the auctioneer hosting this auction. Clap clap clap. Applause erupted. Thank you. Zhu Yuyu smiled brightly, a feeling like a spring breeze washing over everyone. Even though Jiang Nan and Zhu Yuyu were already quite close, he couldn't help but marvel at the girl's extraordinary charm. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the auction officially began. A beautiful young lady brought out the first auction item, covered with a silk scarf, just like last time. Amid the crowd's anticipation, Zhu Yuyu lifted the scarf and began to introduce. This auction item is a blue and white porcelain plate. Jiang Nan didn't know much about blue and white porcelain, but he listened with great interest, of course, most concerned about the price. As he had no intention of buying the porcelain, he was content to just listen to Zhu Yuyu's quotes. After a moment of introduction, she said, this blue and white porcelain plate has a starting price of 5 million. The bidding starts now. Jiang Nan's lips curved into a smile, thinking to himself that this blue and white porcelain was indeed quite valuable. Such a small plate was worth millions. TSK. Not bad. He remembered Master Dong saying that according to historical records, the ships that sank during Zhang He's voyages were filled with numerous blue and white porcelain items. No wonder it could be worth 2 billion. In fact, Jiang Nan knew that while he might look down on 2 billion now, it was still a terrifying amount of wealth. It should be noted that although he had once plundered nearly 500 million worth of imperial green and emerald, it was after completely exhausting all the imperial green and emerald from an old mining area in Myanmar, which would take hundreds or even thousands of years to operate. Without his involvement, who knows how many years it would take for imperial green and emerald to be mined. That's why they were so rare. And there were only a few old mining areas in Myanmar, just 8 in total, meaning Jiang Nan had already taken away 1/8 of the world's imperial green and emerald. 16 pieces of imperial green and emerald were saved for the grand finale of the auction, reaching the climax of the entire event. As the 16 pieces were brought out, the crowd erupted in astonishment, gasps of awe filled the air. Some even stood up. Zhu Yuyu's melodious voice said, next, is the grand finale of this auction? 10 pieces of imperial green and 6 pieces of emerald. The large screen also displayed a clear, enlarged image. The dazzling green was breathtaking, now illuminated under the lights. It sparkled brilliantly, mesmerizing everyone. Wow! It's so beautiful. Oh my god, it truly is imperial green or emerald. Zhu Yuyu smiled, her pleasant voice continued, both imperial green and emerald have been professionally appraised by an expert panel, so there's no doubt about their quality. Now, it's time for the exciting bidding. The starting price is 450 million, with each bid increasing by no less than 5 million. The bidding starts now. As her words fell, no one made a bid, and below was a flurry of chatter, some discussing, some observing. Zhu Yuyu waited with a calm smile, not anxious at all. Jiang Nan slowly sipped his red tea, equally unhurried. A 450 million item needed time for people to discuss. Meanwhile, in the auction house owner's office, He Tong, the owner of the Magic City auction house, was also watching with great interest through closed-circuit television. He Tong, a 30-year-old woman, was a hot figure in the upper social circles of the Magic City. At just 30, she had inherited a family fortune of nearly 30 billion, including this auction house, which was one of her assets. A one-time auction with a starting price of over 450 million was a first in her auction house. The auction house takes a 1% commission on each auction, meaning if this auction transaction is successful, she would at least earn a profit of 4.5 million. Therefore, she was somewhat interested in this auction and took time out of her busy schedule to pay attention. Inside the auction venue, the murmurs continued for more than 2 minutes, and finally, someone made the first bid. 450,500,000. Someone placed a bid, and the auction began, followed by others starting to bid. 460 million. 460,500,000. 470 million. 480 million. The bidding was sometimes fast, sometimes slow, but the price was getting closer to 500 million. Jiang Nan felt pleased, having detected the results. He knew they were basically approaching the highest value. The bidding voices gradually quieted down. After waiting for nearly a minute without anyone increasing the bid, Zhu Yuyu glanced at Jiang Nan, revealing a piece of information. The price was about right. She began to call out, 480 million, is there any further bid? After a few seconds of silence, she continued, 480 million, first call, is there anyone who wants to bid? A little later, 480 million, second call, is there anyone who wants to bid? Still, no one spoke. 480 million, third call, sold. At the same time, the auction hammer came down, confirming the final price of 480 million. She gave Jiang Nan a smile and then began to announce in a pleasant voice, thank you all for coming, this auction is now concluded. The hall instantly became noisy, discussions erupted. Wow, I witnessed an auction transaction of up to 480 million, so exciting, 480 million, that's terrifying. Yes, even though I didn't participate, my heart is racing inexplicably, 480 million. An unimaginable number. Zhu Yuyu was changing her outfit backstage, just about to rush to congratulate Jiang Nan when her phone rang. She took it out to see it was the boss's secretary calling, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly as she pondered before answering the call. Yuyu, the boss wants to see you, come to the boss's office. The secretary's voice was habitually cold. Okay. Zhu Yuyu didn't dare to hesitate, quickly replied, and helplessly tidied up before heading to the boss's office. Inside the office, He-tong was sipping a cup of coffee. Knock. The sound of knocking came. Come in. Creak. The door opened, and Zhu Yuyu timidly entered. Boss, you were looking for me? Yes. He-tong smiled. I heard that the one who brought the imperial green and emerald for auction is your friend? Zhu Yuyu nodded. I want to meet him. Bring him to me. He-tong's tone was habitually commanding. Oh, Zhu Yuyu's heart tightened. The boss He-tong wanted to meet Jiang Nan? She felt a bit worried because although the boss was in her 30s, she was still single, and at over 30, she maintained herself very well, looking like she was in her early 20s. There was no way around it, she was too wealthy, with top-tier cosmetics in every aspect. Ordinary people couldn't compare. Although Zhu Yuyu was confident that the boss wasn't as pretty as her, at least she was somewhat inferior. But the boss had money. The beautiful boss had a fortune of 30 billion. If she met Jiang Nan and took a liking to him, that wouldn't be good. Although she thought this way in her heart, she quickly nodded and said, okay, I'll talk to that friend and ask for his opinion. I'll do my best to bring him to see you. Good, go ahead. He-tong nodded, not saying much more. Okay. Zhu Yuyu nodded, left the room, and gently closed the door behind her. As she entered the elevator to go downstairs, she prayed in her heart, hoping that this beautiful boss wouldn't cause any trouble when she met Jiang Nan. Otherwise, what would she do if the man she had just chosen was taken away? Another competitor, and she, although her family was also wealthy, was not in the same league as the beautiful boss of the auction house, and the gap was too wide. Although Jiang Nan had earned nearly 480 million this time, compared to the beautiful boss's 30 billion, it was like a small fish meeting a big fish. What if he became interested? Her heart was very conflicted. But there's no way around it, the beautiful boss is now the direct superior, and Zhu Yuyu cares too much about this job. With a monthly salary of 30,000, and the boss being a woman, there's no need to worry about being coerced or harassed by superiors. Such a job is incredibly precious. Jiang Nan is in the VIP room, sipping a cup of coffee while waiting for Zhu Yuyu to celebrate together. This time, after deducting the auction house's 1% commission of 4.8 million, he netted 470 million plus some change, and he has already thought about how to celebrate properly. Of course, the main reason is to thank Zhu Yuyu for her help. Sir, would you like another cup? The attendant in the VIP room, attentive to every detail, approached Jiang Nan with a smile as she noticed his coffee was nearly finished. Jiang Nan, with such a large auction commission, is already a gold VIP guest of the auction house. Sure,
Jiang Nan smiled and nodded. He realized he was drinking the best coffee in the world, the highest grade cat poop coffee. The attendant poured him another cup of coffee and then stood straight to the side. Her posture was upright and professional, but her beautiful figure, with a curvy waist, provided a comfortable visual enjoyment. Just then, Zhu Yuyu entered, her slender waist swaying, and upon seeing Jiang Nan, she smiled charmingly. Jiang Nan, congratulations. In response to Zhu Yuyu's congratulations, Jiang Nan smiled back, thank you. After a moment, he changed the subject. Let's go, where shall we celebrate? Nearby, the attendant cast an envious glance at Zhu Yuyu. She really wanted to take her place. A man as handsome and wealthy as Jiang Nan is incredibly rare. How wonderful it would be if he were her boyfriend. Celebration will have to wait a moment, Zhu Yuyu said helplessly, our boss wants to see you. See me? Jiang Nan was a bit surprised. Yes, Zhu Yuyu replied, it should be because the transaction amount of your jade auction is too large, our boss wants to meet you. Rationally, Zhu Yuyu understood that it was due to this situation that the auction house's boss wanted to see Jiang Nan. I see. Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds, then let's meet. It would be a bit disrespectful not to, especially since we might collaborate with the auction house in the future. Yes, Zhu Yuyu nodded in agreement, I was thinking the same. Let's go meet her. Jiang Nan stood up, signaling Zhu Yuyu to lead the way. Zhu Yuyu nodded, swaying her slender waist as she led Jiang Nan out of the VIP room, while softly saying, handsome, our boss is a woman. She even winked at Jiang Nan after saying that. Jiang Nan smiled wryly, a woman is a woman, anyway, it's either a man or a woman. It's rare to find someone who is neither. Giggling, Zhu Yuyu laughed, with how handsome you are, aren't you worried our boss might take a liking to you? Ha, Jiang Nan laughed even more happily, that would be great, it's nice to be liked by someone. Ugh, Zhu Yuyu rolled her eyes at him, our boss is 30 years old and still single, you should know, a 30-year-old woman is fierce and terrifying. Girl, are you being overly cautious? Jiang Nan said with a smile, are you afraid that every woman who wants to meet me has ulterior motives, and that something will happen with every woman I meet? Yes, I'm worried, Zhu Yuyu pouted, I just don't like you being around other women. Then I'm sorry, Jiang Nan smiled, I'm not lying, I really do have other women around me. He had already been with Zhu Shishir, and since they had been intimate, although he wouldn't marry her, Jiang Nan had decided to take care of her. It's a man's responsibility, if you take someone, you must be responsible, that's Jiang Nan's bottom line. I know. Zhu Yuyu said, you're so outstanding, it makes sense for you to have women around you. If you don't, wouldn't that mean my judgment is poor? What I'm worried about is that if you end up with a strong woman like our boss, she might be so dominant that she won't let you interact with any other women. After all, she has a fortune of 30 billion, and she's used to being in control. If that's the case, I like you, but even going out for a meal or chatting would be impossible. You're overthinking it, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. That won't happen. He spoke sincerely, though he was slightly surprised to hear Zhu Yuyu mention the boss's 30 billion fortune. But it was only a slight surprise, even though he currently had only a few billion, he had a track record of success. Given time, what was 30 billion to him? If a woman had 30 billion, just like himself, he would only want to say one thing. That would be a joke. Jiang Nan and Zhu Yuyu chatted as they took the elevator to the top floor, arriving at the door of the boss's office. Zhu Yuyu looked a bit nervous, raised her finger to her lips, and made a shushing gesture to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan chuckled and whispered, looks like you're really afraid of your boss. Of course, Zhu Yuyu rolled her eyes prettily. This is related to my job. I have to be cautious. Unlike you rich people, who don't worry about work. Jiang Nan smiled but said nothing. He understood that feeling well. Not having to worry about work was something he had only experienced for a few days. Previously, he had been under the thumb of that domineering woman, but he had to grit his teeth and endure. To avoid a life of hardship, one must learn to be tough. A man has to be a bit ruthless with himself. Knock, knock, knock. Zhu Yuyu tapped on the door. Come in, a voice called from inside, the beautiful boss's voice. Creak. Zhu Yuyu pushed the door open and entered with Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan immediately took a keen interest in the room, curious about the woman in her 30s who was the boss. At the same time, He-Tong was also observing. Who exactly was the person bringing out nearly 500 million worth of jade? When her gaze met Jiang Nan's, He-Tong was momentarily taken aback, quite surprised. At the same time, her eyes lit up. She had imagined someone much older would present such valuable jade, but unexpectedly, it was a young man like Jiang Nan, and he was quite handsome. Dressed in a well-fitted Armani suit, he was definitely a charming young man. Jiang Nan took a glance at the beautiful boss and was somewhat surprised. She was very pretty and had a strong presence.
If he hadn't heard Zhu Yuyu say she was already 30, he would have thought she was around his age, maybe 23 or 24, just a year or two older than him. However, it was only a slight surprise, and he quickly composed himself, smiling as he said, "Hello." "Hello," He-tong replied, coming back to her senses and smiling in return. "I heard from Yuyu that you wanted to see me." Jiang Nan casually sat down on the sofa beside him. Yes, He-tong also left her desk and moved to the lounge area of the office, sitting down on a nearby sofa. She instructed her female secretary, "Coffee." "Yes, boss." The secretary quickly went to pour the coffee, obedient like a robot, clearly having undergone very strict training. Zhu Yuyu didn't dare to sit and stood behind Jiang Nan. Soon, the coffee was served, 2 cups, one for Jiang Nan and one for the beautiful boss. Just 2 cups. Clearly, Zhu Yuyu was not qualified. Jiang Nan. What the hell, is this what they call a big boss? Truly impressive, the stature is quite grand. My surname is He, and my name is He-tong, the beautiful boss said calmly, raising her coffee cup, signaling Jiang Nan to take a sip as she spoke. Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan introduced himself in a similar manner. However, it felt a bit awkward. Why did it feel like a blind date? This conversation was strange. Mr. Jiang. The beautiful boss smiled and said, young and promising, at such a young age, being able to auction such precious jade is truly rare. Not at all, Jiang Nan replied with a bitter smile, it's all things left by my ancestors, I'm just grateful to be born into a good family. He was just making it up. Lying had become a habit, and now Jiang Nan was used to it, spinning tales with ease and naturalness, without a hint of embarrassment. Even if it's something left by the family, that's still good, He-tong said with a smile. She had no doubts about Jiang Nan. In her view, it made sense that he would have inherited wealth, otherwise, it would be too far-fetched for someone so young to possess such great fortune, which she simply could not accept. She currently had a net worth of 30 billion, and aside from her decent management skills, the most important factor was inheriting the family fortune. Thus, she had already assumed Jiang Nan was in a similar situation. If Jiang Nan claimed that this wealth was earned through his own efforts, she would have questioned it. Just lucky, I suppose, Jiang Nan said with a smile, then suddenly changed the subject. Of course, compared to someone like you, bossy, a true wealthy person, it's nothing to mention. He-tong laughed happily, Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. She appreciated Jiang Nan's words. Mr. Jiang, let's exchange contact information. I hope you can support our auction house more in the future. As she spoke, she gave a knowing glance to her female secretary. The secretary understood immediately what to do and quickly brought over a business card from the boss to hand to Jiang Nan. Alright, Jiang Nan took it and said, I don't have a business card, it's a small unit, not worth printing one. My phone number is, Mr. Jiang is joking, He-tong laughed, thinking that while it couldn't compare to her, a few billion is not a small unit. She had a good impression of Jiang Nan's modesty and instructed the secretary, write down Mr. Jiang's phone number. Yes, boss, the secretary quickly complied, not daring to hesitate. Jiang Nan watched this unfold, helplessly smiling. He thought being such a secretary must be exhausting, always having to stay on high alert. As the conversation reached this point, Jiang Nan realized there wasn't much more to discuss and said, Bossy, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Let's keep in touch. Alright, He-tong smiled lightly. It was undeniable that her smile had a unique beauty, mature and alluring. Jiang Nan stood up and left with Zhu Yuyu. Just then, the beautiful boss said, Yuyu, after you see Mr. Jiang off, come to my office. I need to prepare for a trip abroad, and I want you to accompany me. Ha! Zhu Yuyu was taken aback and instinctively said, Boss, what about the upcoming auction? She didn't want to go abroad with her boss. She had finally found an opportunity to be alone with Jiang Nan and had even planned where to have dinner that night, then take Jiang Nan back to her place, seizing this fortuitous moment to become intimate with him, thus establishing an unbreakable bond. You've been quite tired lately, the upcoming auctions are all small ones. Let someone else take over and host them, the beautiful boss said. Is that really okay? Zhu Yuyu was still somewhat reluctant, especially since the boss had already said she needed to prepare to leave with her immediately. This meant she wouldn't be able to spend time with Jiang Nan. What? He-tong said somewhat sternly, don't you want to go abroad with me? No, Zhu Yuyu quickly replied. Alright, since that's the case, as a friend, you can see Mr. Jiang off first. We need to head to the airport in 10 minutes. Okay, Zhu Yuyu agreed, realizing she had no way to refuse any longer. Jiang Nan stood by. Damn, the boss here is really strong, but this is a matter between the employee and the boss, so he felt awkward to say anything. Go on, make it quick. The beautiful boss said to Zhu Yuyu, then turned to Jiang Nan with a charming smile, Mr. Jiang, let Yu see you off. Stay in touch. Jiang Nan smiled, sure, let's keep in touch. Zhu Yu escorted Jiang Nan out of the auction house, gazing at him affectionately, and apologetically said, Jiang Nan, I'm sorry. We promised to celebrate for you, but now. By the end of her sentence, her eyes were a bit red. It's okay. Jiang Nan smiled and said, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Why do you look like you want to cry? Don't do that, smile. You look beautiful when you smile, but not when you cry. Zhu Yu nodded awkwardly, I just feel a bit. She trailed off, unable to continue. It was hard to express her feelings. How could she say she wanted to sleep with Jiang Nan? It's fine, don't worry about it. Jiang Nan, not quite understanding her thoughts, comforted her, since you're busy with work, go ahead and take care of it. When you and your boss come back from abroad, we can celebrate together and make up for it. Just call me when the time comes, I can come to Magic City to find you, or you can come to Jianghai to find me. Or if I have something to auction again, I might just come directly to Magic City. Zhu Yu nodded obediently, I understand, but I still feel sorry for not being able to spend time with you. I already said it's fine. Jiang Nan ruffled her wavy long hair, alright, go on up, don't see me off anymore, your boss is waiting for you. Zhu Yu nodded obediently, then suddenly jumped into Jiang Nan's arms and kissed him on the cheek before leaving, her slender waist twisting as she quickly dashed upstairs. This drew the attention of those around them. Jiang Nan, damn, that was too sudden, caught off guard, and it was over before he could fully enjoy it. He touched his face, still feeling a bit warm, and let out a helpless wry smile, looking up at the sky, which was quickly approaching evening. Frustrated, he pondered whether to fly back to Jianghai or find a hotel to stay in first. But after a moment's thought, he made a decision. He would just take a flight back to Jianghai, first class, so he could comfortably sleep. One blink and he would be home. With a decision made, he didn't waste any time, waved down a taxi, and headed to the airport. Sitting in the taxi, looking out at the scenery, he felt quite frustrated. Every time he came to Magic City, he was driven around, and he was really not used to the rhythm of taking a taxi anymore. He thought maybe he should just buy a car to keep in Magic City as a temporary ride whenever he came. But it was just a thought, he had no plans for that at the moment, and he probably wouldn't be coming back to the auction house anytime soon. After dealing with this batch of Imperial Green and Emerald, he would have to take a break. He understood one thing very well, moderation is key in everything. A large batch of Imperial Green and Emerald could be auctioned off once, but if he did it again, it would attract too much attention. At least at the Magic City auction house, it wouldn't work, and if he went to other auction houses, it would likely cause a big stir as well. After all, Imperial Green and Emerald are extremely rare, and repeated large-scale auctions would inevitably draw attention. Once it caught the eye of someone with ulterior motives, it could become troublesome. The events happening to him couldn't be delved into too deeply, otherwise, it would be completely exposed, and who knows, it might even alert the higher-ups, pulling him into research and analysis, and by then, it would be too late to cry. While taking a taxi to the airport, Jiang Nan booked a flight online, only to find out that the earliest flight was also at midnight. Very frustrating. He realized he would have to stay in a hotel. However, thinking about it, never mind. I'm not sleepy in the first half of the night, and besides, I'm in first class with a VIP lounge where I can comfortably watch a movie while waiting for the flight to take off. Although I'm not short on money now, there's no need to waste it unnecessarily. After booking the ticket, I was about to scroll through Douyin when my phone rang. It was Anchi calling. Jiang Nan smiled, this is nice, I have a girl to chat with. He pressed the answer button. Anchi, is there something you want to talk about? No, nothing much. Anchi's voice sounded hesitant and a bit shy. I have nothing to do tonight, how about watching a movie together? Watching a movie? That won't work. Jiang Nan smiled wryly. Anchi's voice suddenly turned a bit cold. Why are you so busy? Can't you just watch a movie with me? It's not that I can't. Jiang Nan said, I just can't do it. What do you mean? Anchi asked suspiciously. I'm not in Shanghai, I'm out and on my way back to the airport. By the time I get back, it'll probably be dawn. How can I watch a movie with you? Jiang Nan explained, I'm really not trying to brush you off. I see. Anchi's tone softened a bit. Where did you go? Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds. Magic City. Magic City? Anchi hesitated for a moment. What were you doing in Magic City? Did you see Zhu Yu? No. Jiang Nan casually lied. I'm not there for the auction house. I came to Magic City for hotel business. By the way, who is Zhu Yu? You forgot who Zhu Yu is? Anchi's tone was a bit resentful. Last time we went to the auction house together to pick up our friend, we even stayed at her place for a night. Don't you remember her? Anchi sounded a bit incredulous. Oh, Oh, you mean her. Nan suddenly realized, of course I remember her, but I didn't pay much attention to her name. Her name is Zhu Yuyu. Humph, is that true? She's such a beautiful girl, and you didn't remember her name? Is there any need to lie about this? Nan retorted. Alright, I believe you. And she said, what a pity, we can't watch the movie now. Let's do it another time. When I get back, we'll go watch a movie. I remember the last time we watched a movie together, you didn't say a word the whole time, which was quite nice. And she gritted her teeth in anger. Are you doing this on purpose? Of course I didn't talk, I knew who you were back then. Why would I talk to you? Also, I was wondering, why did you suddenly invite me to watch a movie? Oh, Nan was at a loss for words, not knowing how to smooth things over. He couldn't just say he was trying to test his success rate, so he thought quickly and said, if I said I was just feeling impulsive, would you believe me? I believe you, big head ghost. Be honest, why did you invite me to watch a movie? Are you a seasoned player who invites girls out whenever you see one alone? Nan. This accusation was really unfair, he truly didn't have that hobby. Humph, not talking means it's true. You men are all like this, your lust never dies. And she sounded like a little resentful wife. Nan, alright, I won't chat with you anymore. I'll continue studying my Tang San Kai. Remember, when you come back, we'll go watch a movie together. I'm quite bored alone. Okay, it's settled. Nan said, when I get back, I'll invite you. I'm very willing to invite beautiful girls to watch movies. Humph, I really don't understand. I kind of hate you, but, alright, I won't say anymore. I'm hanging up. Click. And she hung up the phone. Nan looked at the ended call and smiled, thinking this girl is quite interesting. In the second half of the night, Nan boarded the plane. First class was delightful. He enjoyed a massage from the flight attendant and comfortably took a nap. Upon arriving in Shanghai, the sun was up, and he got off the plane feeling refreshed. Nan couldn't help but exclaim, damn, having money is really nice. He was dressed in Armani, his handsome figure attracting the envious gazes of those around him. With his head held high, he walked out of the airport, headed to the parking lot, started his Range Rover, and with a press of the accelerator, merged into the flow of traffic under the admiring eyes of passers-by. He returned to the hotel. The morning was the quietest time for business, and the beautiful manager was in the lobby, instructing the receptionists in a line, the guest is God, always serve with a smile, remember, let smiling become your habit. Nan walked in. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. The receptionists sparkled with excitement. Realizing something, they quickly said, Boss, welcome back. Boss, good. Hello everyone. Nan smiled, feeling that the gazes of these beautiful receptionists were almost as if they wanted to pounce on him. Before, he wouldn't have dared to think about finding such a beautiful girlfriend. In just a few days, the change was unimaginable. Boss, you're back. The manager also abandoned her speech, smiling brightly as she walked to Nan's side, taking the backpack from his hands. You must be tired after a night on the plane, let me take you upstairs. Oh. Nan wanted to say he wasn't tired, but seeing the manager's enthusiasm, he couldn't refuse, nodding and smiling as he said, yeah, after a night on the plane, I'm exhausted, my head feels heavy, and I didn't sleep well at all. He. The group of receptionists covered their mouths and giggled. Alright, I've finished my instructions, everyone can disperse now. The beautiful manager said to them, following Nan into the elevator, while saying, Boss, did you have fun in the Magic City? It was okay. As the elevator doors closed and it began to ascend, Nan nodded. That's good. If you find any fun places, let me know when you have time. I want to go to the Magic City too. I've wanted to go for a long time, but I haven't had the chance yet. Sure. Nan casually brushed it off. When I have time, I'll chat with you about it. Right now, I need to catch up on some sleep. Nan could only politely decline. How would he know what was fun in the Magic City? Going out was just an excuse. Damn, he didn't expect to face this hurdle even after returning home. Later, he could just casually bluff some information on his phone. Smart people always have a way to solve problems. Lido Building. Parking area. Squeak. The white Range Rover came to a stop with a brake, and Nan got out of the car, looking at the Lido Building in front of him, chuckling, I'm here. By mid-morning, he had shaken off the beautiful manager and slipped out. Now that he had money, the most important task was to spend it. The moment to show off had arrived. After enduring hardships, with over 400 million in hand, Nan finally felt he had some assets. It was time to buy a car he liked. It had to be the kind that was flashy, impressive, and could attract girls, all in one. He walked leisurely into the first floor of the Lido Building, where various luxury cars were gathered. Dressed in Armani, Jiang Nan immediately caught the attention of several saleswomen, their eyes lighting up as they swayed their slim waists and hurried over in high heels. Sir, are you looking to buy a car? Just browsing. Jiang Nan smiled, saying this while wandering around the vast sales hall on the first floor, searching for a model he liked. Sir, what kind of model do you like? Let me introduce you. The saleswoman who approached didn't want to miss this great opportunity, staying close to Jiang Nan. From his gaze, she could tell he was interested in the dazzling sports cars. If she could sell an expensive sports car, her commission would be very substantial. How could she let such an opportunity slip away? This area was the exclusive sales zone for Lamborghini. Many beautiful Lamborghini sports cars caught Jiang Nan's attention. However, it was only for a moment, as he walked through the Lamborghini sales area and left. Lamborghini was not his favorite. Sir, why not take another look? We have the latest 2018 Lamborghini models here, powerful, with excellent performance and durability, perfect for a handsome guy like you, the salesgirl said, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she playfully tried to charm him. I'll just take a look around, Jiang Nan replied with a chuckle, not stopping his pace. The salesgirl was indeed very pretty, and if it had been before, he might have felt a stir in his heart at such a beautiful girl acting cute, but not now. Surrounded by many beautiful women, he had gradually built up immunity. Generally, he didn't even glance at other girls. After passing through the Lamborghini sales area, he arrived at the Porsche sales area. Before he even stepped inside, someone approached him. Hello, sir. It was a man in a suit, around 30, with a beaming smile. I'm the manager here. How can I assist you? Jiang Nan didn't respond, his gaze casually scanning the cars in the exhibition area. After a quick look, he found that none of the models were to his liking. He walked straight out. Sir, would you like to take another look? We have a full range of Porsche models. The man in his 30s tried to keep him there. However, Jiang Nan completely ignored him. If the pretty girl couldn't keep him, what chance did this man have? Next, he arrived at the Bugatti sales area, and the sight of the Bugattis on display caught Jiang Nan's eye. Yes, this was the model he liked. Long ago, Jiang Nan had been infatuated with the Bugatti Veyron. Of course, it was just a dream. He had never dared to think that one day he could own a car like the Bugatti Veyron. It was merely a pure admiration. Jiang Nan walked over, and the salesgirl hurriedly approached him. Sir, do you need any assistance? I'm just looking around, Jiang Nan said, his attention focused on the cars as he slowly moved among them. The salesgirl cautiously followed, observing Jiang Nan's reactions. She noticed that he was only looking at the most expensive models, and selling just one of these cars would be a huge success for her. However, the chances of selling such high-priced cars were very low. After all, the prices were exorbitant. Therefore, a customer like Jiang Nan was particularly valuable. Soon, something caught Jiang Nan's eye. In the center of the showroom was a blue car with white lines, the Bugatti Veyron, which drew his attention. The luxurious blue body, smooth lines, seemed to be coated with a faint glow. The car's wheels were wider than usual, giving it a wide body look. Additionally, the exposed screws, dark wheels, and low spoiler. It was stunning. This was exactly Jiang Nan's favorite. He walked straight over to closely examine the blue Bugatti Veyron. The salesgirl followed closely behind, her pleasant voice saying, Sir, do you like this one? You really have great taste. This is the 2018 Bugatti Veyron, just released, with the latest design concept and several fantastic improvements compared to the old model. She introduced it enthusiastically. Looks good. Jiang Nan smiled. How much is it? 38 million. The salesgirl, after discussing the price, might have been worried that Jiang Nan would think it too expensive and not make a purchase, so she immediately began to introduce the car's excellent performance. Boss, this latest Bugatti Veyron has powerful performance, accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in under 3 seconds, with a top speed reaching 325 km per hour. With the help of a 7.8 kWh lithium-ion battery pack, this car can travel 50 km in pure electric mode, with a maximum speed of 150 km per hour. As she spoke, the salesgirl stepped forward, opened the car door, and continued, Boss, take a look at the interior of this car. It's luxurious and dynamic, perfect for someone of your status. Jiang Nan glanced at it. It was indeed impressive, simply stunning, worthy of its 38 million price tag. The entire interior looked dazzling yet understated. Seeing Jiang Nan's growing interest, the salesgirl's eyes lit up, and her nimble lips continued, Boss, our car is embedded with racing technology and extensively uses carbon fiber composite materials. Besides the cage structure, carbon fiber composites are used on the roof, rear wing, side mirrors, interior trim, and even the windshield frame. The more Jiang Nan listened, the more satisfied he became, and the smile on his face grew wider. The salesgirl noticed this and felt even happier, slightly bowing. No matter how well I speak, it's better for you to experience it yourself, right? Sure. Jiang Nan nodded happily. Jiang Cheng unceremoniously climbed into the car, enjoying the comfortable seats. Damn, it was simply amazing. Resting his hand on the steering wheel felt exhilarating. The salesgirl quickly went around to the passenger side and got in. She needed to accompany him, otherwise, if the car was driven away, it would be a disaster. That was a responsibility she couldn't afford. Although she was just accompanying him, she didn't let the atmosphere cool down for a moment, smiling brightly as she asked, "Boss, what's your surname?" "Jiang." Jiang Nan casually replied, starting the car. He pressed the accelerator, and the blue streamlined Bugatti Veyron shot out of the exhibition area. Just as he merged into the traffic, a wave of gasps arose around him, and the surrounding vehicles hurriedly avoided him. Can't mess with this. Can't mess with this. Damn, with such an expensive sports car, if it got scratched, he couldn't afford to pay for it. Moreover, people who could drive such a car were equally not to be provoked. In short, it was best to keep a distance. He. Jiang Nan laughed at the situation. Damn, other cars were all avoiding him, as if this road belonged to him. That feeling was incredible. Being rich was exhilarating, and he felt like shouting, "I'm here, who dares to challenge me?" Of course, impulse is the devil. He could only think like that but had to maintain a low profile. Being low-key was the way to go. Low-key flaunting, driving a 38 million car without needing to say a word was far more effective than boasting about how rich he was. After taking a lap, the driving experience was fantastic. The performance of the 38 million sports car was impeccable. Returning to the Lido building, Jiang Nan and the salesgirl got out of the car. "Sir, you seem very satisfied. How about this one? It's perfect for your status." The salesgirl continued to recommend tirelessly. From her years of experience selling cars, she could already tell that this deal was likely to go through. She felt delighted inside, her pretty face blooming with a smile. "Okay." Jiang Nan nodded indifferently, appearing as if he were casually buying a cabbage on the street rather than a luxury car worth over 30 million. He seemed completely unconcerned. This demeanor left the salesgirl in shock. Just how much money did this guy have? Not even blinking at a car worth over 30 million. Was he some kind of devil? Although she was extremely shocked, Jiang Nan had agreed, and she dared not delay. She quickly said, "Boss, this Bugatti Veyron has 2 installment payment options. The first is a down payment of 5 million, and the second is a down payment of 10 million. Which one do you think is more suitable? I can help you with the paperwork." "No need," Jiang Nan waved his hand. "Installment payments are too tedious. I'll pay in full." "Ah," the saleswoman gasped, her pretty mouth agape, once again taken aback. Jiang Nan smiled at her reaction and casually pulled out a card from his pocket, tossing it to her. "Swipe the card." Oh. The saleswoman finally came to her senses and quickly took the card. Yes, boss, I'll take care of it right away. Please wait in the VIP lounge for a moment." As she spoke, she swayed her slender waist, leading the way in front. Jiang Nan said nothing and followed behind her. The saleswoman seemed too excited, her steps a bit light. Several times, her high heels almost twisted, making her awkwardly glance back at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan just smiled, saying nothing, which made the saleswoman even more embarrassed, her pretty face slightly flushed. They arrived at the nearby VIP lounge. "Boss, please sit for a moment and have a cup of coffee." The saleswoman hurriedly poured coffee for Jiang Nan and then rushed off to swipe the card and handle the paperwork. Jiang Nan leisurely sipped his coffee, crossing his legs. Many saleswomen around cast envious glances at him, and several even wanted to impulsively approach him to strike up a conversation. They all understood that he was a true tycoon. Being able to afford a 38 million Bugatti Veyron, there were probably not many like him in Shanghai City. Such a person was already a rare gem in Shanghai City, especially being so young and handsome. It was too disheartening. It felt like all the good fortune had been piled onto one person by God. It didn't take long for the saleswoman to rush back, all the paperwork completed, smiling as she handed it to Jiang Nan, saying, "Boss, can we exchange phone numbers and WeChat? If there's any issue with the car in the future, you can contact me directly." "Sure." Jiang Nan exchanged contact information with her. The saleswoman added Jiang Nan's phone number and WeChat, her little mouth almost smiling crookedly, stealing shy glances at him. "By the way, could you help me with something?" Jiang Nan suddenly remembered something. Of course, the saleswoman quickly replied. "Boss, just let me know what you need. I'll do my best to help, and if I can't, I'll find a way through friends." Jiang Nan smiled. "It's a simple matter, not that complicated. You can definitely handle it. There's no need to elevate it to the level of asking friends for help." The saleswoman laughed awkwardly. I was overthinking it. Here's the thing, Jiang Nan said. I need to buy 2 company cars for my hotel staff, a white Range Rover and a coffee-colored BMW 7 Series. I'm too lazy to deal with these trivial matters. Can you take care of it and deliver them to the hotel? Don't worry, I'll give you a tip. I won't let you help for free. The saleswoman's mouth dropped open in shock again. Damn, providing company cars for employees, and they are a Range Rover and a BMW 7 Series. It's too heart-wrenching. Employees with such treatment are simply blissfully happy. Although she had such thoughts, she quickly said, "Is that such a small matter, boss? Just leave it to me, but no tips, please. I'm already in car sales. Although we don't have Range Rovers and BMW 7 Series here, I can still earn a commission from other car areas. It's a personal favor, and you, boss, have given me this opportunity, so I should say thank you." Ha! Jiang Nan smiled. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush anymore. I won't mention the tip. I'll send the car over and treat you to a meal. The saleswoman said happily, "Boss, please tell me the address, and I'll take care of the rest." Howman Hotel. Wow! The saleswoman exclaimed, "Boss, are you the owner of Howman Hotel?" Yes. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. Wow, I didn't expect to meet the owner of Howman Hotel today. I heard that Howman Hotel has launched a type of fish that is particularly delicious. I really want to try it. It's just too expensive, over 1,000 for one fish. We poor people can't afford it. As she talked about something she liked, the saleswoman turned into a chatterbox, babbling on and on. That's easy to arrange, Jiang Nan said. Once the car is delivered, I'll treat you to fish. You can have as many as you want. Really? The saleswoman's eyes lit up, and then she realized she was a bit too excited, her pretty face turning red as she said, "How embarrassing, I'm just a foodie, and talking about this with the boss has made me lose my composure." That's fine. Jiang Nan smiled. That's true to your nature, expressing genuine feelings. Foodies are great, I'm a foodie too. Good food is one of life's greatest pleasures. The saleswoman nodded eagerly. Boss, you're absolutely right. This is practically philosophy. No wonder you're a boss, every word contains such profound wisdom. Jiang Nan. Damn. Little girl, you're quite the flatterer, you deserve it. After finishing the trivial matters, Jiang Nan didn't linger any longer. He got into the Bugatti Veyron, started the car, and revved the engine a few times. Vroom vroom vroom. The powerful and thrilling roar of the engine was exhilarating. The saleswoman immediately stood by, waving her little hand. Boss, goodbye, drive safely. Jiang Nan lowered the window and waved to her. With a press of the accelerator, the blue Bugatti Veyron shot out, merging into the flow of traffic. So cool, the car is cool, and the person is cool. If only I could have a boyfriend like that. The saleswoman gazed dreamily at the Bugatti Veyron until it disappeared from sight, still a bit reluctant to take her eyes off it. But she could only think about it. Such a man was too far out of her reach, probably measured in light years. Howman Hotel. Vroom vroom vroom. With the roar of the engine, a blue shadow flashed by, and the blue Bugatti Veyron slowly slowed down, stopping at the hotel entrance. It was close to noon. The hotel was bustling with business. Many guests were stunned by the luxury car, stopping in their tracks. Wow, this car is so beautiful. Oh my god, the 2018 Bugatti Veyron, I just saw it online. 38 million, so impressive. What kind of person deserves such a luxury car? What? This car is 38 million? Holy crap, I'm scared to death. Damn it, my newly bought Porsche Cayenne parked next to it instantly looks like a country bumpkin. Boo-hoo. Let me go cry in the bathroom for a while. Inside the hotel, through the large transparent glass windows, the beautiful manager and many receptionists noticed the Bugatti Veyron. One of the receptionists quickly said, "Manager, a big boss has arrived, driving a luxury car." Indeed a big boss, Bugatti Veyron, wow, that's a car worth over 30 million. The beautiful manager nodded, paying attention to the Veyron. Wow, this car is over 30 million, that's terrifying. I heard that expensive sports cars like Porsche and Lamborghini are only a few million, but I didn't expect this kind of sports car to be over 30 million. This car is so cool, if I had a boyfriend like that with a car like this, that would be amazing. The receptionists chimed in, whispering to each other. The beautiful manager was also looking forward to it. In Shanghai City, not many people could afford such delicious food. She was wondering what kind of person this was. Just then, the car door opened, and a man dressed in Armani stepped out. Jiang Nan. Wow, he's still a handsome guy. Oh my god, it's the boss. One of the receptionists exclaimed in a starry-eyed manner before realizing it was Jiang Nan. Oh my god, it really is the boss. Not bad, it's the boss. The beautiful manager also recognized him. The one driving such a flashy Bugatti Veyron was indeed Jiangnan, and she couldn't help but chuckle. The people around were also focused on Jiangnan. So young, who is this person? Does anyone know him? I don't know. Not sure. No idea. Damn. The trio of ignorance, come out and make a statement. Oh, he looks a bit familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before, but I can't quite remember. Jiangnan smiled and leisurely walked into the hotel. Boss, good. Boss, good. Each of the receptionists looked at Jiangnan with sparkling eyes, as if he had transformed into another person today. Boss. The beautiful manager approached. What's up with the Bugatti? Did you just buy it? Yeah. Jiangnan smiled. How is it? Not bad, right? You really bought it. The beautiful manager's expression was complex. Boss, this car is quoted online for a ridiculous price, over 30 million, more expensive than buying the hotel. Did you really buy such a car? Is it fake? Jiangnan helplessly smiled and said, is this a joke? Boss, how much? The beautiful manager completely believed him and asked the concerned question, her earlier inquiry just a reflex. 2018 model, 38 million. Jiangnan said lightly, not much, just a small amount. Hiss, hiss. The surrounding receptionists and some guests who had stopped to listen all gasped at Jiangnan's words. Shortly after, a guest couldn't help but angrily say, damn, 38 million is just a small amount? This guy is really full of himself. The beautiful manager looked at Jiangnan with a hint of resentment, thinking, is 38 million really just a small amount? Do you have some misunderstanding about small money? Jiangnan returned to his office, but the news that he had bought a 38 million Bugatti Veyron as his ride spread quickly. Soon, Zhang Yuan and Lily rushed into the office. Zhang Yuan's expression was excited to the point of distortion as he said, boss, I heard that the Bugatti Veyron at the hotel entrance is yours? Yeah. Jiangnan smiled. Boss is mighty, boss is awesome. Zhang Yuan was so excited he seemed a bit hysterical, his speech becoming a bit jumbled. Boss, 6666, so cool, the Bugatti Veyron. Oh my god. I can't imagine that in my lifetime I would have the chance to hug the boss's thigh and ride in a Bugatti Veyron. That's a 38 million car, I just want to shout. Jiangnan. Damn, this guy is going crazy. Lily also looked at Jiangnan with a complex expression, then turned to Zhang Yuan and said, Zhang Yuan, calm down, look at you. Oh, Zhang Yuan then realized something, awkwardly smiling, I lost my composure, sorry boss, I was too excited. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a hurried knock on the door, sounding like something very urgent was happening. Come in, Jiangnan said. Bang! The door swung open, and a short-haired female chef rushed in. Boss, I heard you bought a Bugatti Veyron? Jiangnan. Is it true? She pressed on when Jiangnan didn't respond. Jiangnan. No doubt about it. Zhang Yuan chimed in, a blue Bugatti Veyron, it's simply too flashy, right at the hotel entrance. Wow! Amazing, amazing. The beautiful chef waved her arms. My favorite. Boss, can I go for a spin? No. No. Before Jiangnan could speak, Lily and Zhang Yuan spoke one after the other. This is a car worth over 30 million. Lily said, no one is allowed to touch it except Jiangnan. What if it gets scratched? You can't afford to pay for even a small dent. Jiangnan, the beautiful chef. She seemed to be persuaded by Lily, she really couldn't afford to pay for any scratches. Changing her tone, she said, then I'll go down to take a look, at least to satisfy my eyes. After saying that, she dashed out of the room. Jiangnan. Damn, she runs so fast. What's the big deal about going for a spin? It's just a broken car worth over 30 million, not a big deal. If it gets hit, so what? At worst, buy a new one. Fortunately, the others didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise, they might have wanted to bite him to death. However, Jiangnan was a bit surprised. With all this excitement, why hadn't he seen that little girl Bebe? She loved to join in the fun the most. So he asked Zhang Yuan and Lily, where's that little girl Bebe? Why haven't I seen her? Bebe went out to buy something. Lily said, she was going to look for you before leaving, but couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to be out buying a car. So that's how it is. I was wondering why that little girl didn't come to join the fun today. Jiangnan nodded. Boss. At this moment, Zhang Yuan looked at Jiangnan with a flattering expression. Now that you have a Bugatti, can I drive this Range Rover? No. Jiangnan waved his hand. Ah, that's not okay, boss. Zhang Yuan's face immediately fell, and he looked deflated. Ha! Jiangnan smiled, you didn't let me finish. This car belongs to the Yanqi family, and now it needs to be returned. I've already ordered a new car, a white Range Rover and a coffee-colored BMW 7 Series. They'll be delivered soon. If you want to drive, you can drive our own cars. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he regained his excitement. Ah, boss, you're teasing me. You're really annoying. Jiang Nan.
Damn, a grown man saying really annoying sounds so awkward, like a sissy.
At the hotel entrance, Zhang Yuan was spinning in circles, looking around, and muttering, why hasn't it arrived yet? The boss said it would be here soon.
Ever since he learned that the Range Rover was being delivered, he had run to the hotel entrance, eagerly waiting. He was burning with impatience. Inside the hotel, the beautiful manager, although not as obvious as Zhang Yuan, was also restless, occasionally glancing outside through the transparent glass window. She was also waiting for the car to arrive. The BMW 7 Series she liked was among the deliveries, and while she appeared calm on the surface, she was very excited inside. With her salary, her original plan was to work hard for a few years and then buy a coffee-colored BMW 7 Series she liked. But now, she was just one step away. Jiang Nan, as the boss, directly provided them with this. Such a boss was hard to find even with a lantern. While excited, she secretly felt grateful to Jiang Nan. Just then, two brand new cars drove up, leading with a white Range Rover, followed by a coffee-colored BMW 7 Series. Damn! Zhang Yuan's eyes brightened. It's here, finally here. He rushed over. The door of the Range Rover opened, and the saleswoman got out first, pulling out her phone to make a call. Soon, the call connected. She spoke softly into the phone. Boss Jiang, I've delivered the car. It's here, good. There should be a tall guy waiting downstairs in a hotel uniform. Have you seen him? Just hand the car over to him and let him take you up. I'll instruct the kitchen to prepare fish for you. Jiang Nan's voice came through the receiver. Beside them, Bebe's voice mixed in. Brother Jiang, you're so bad, not taking me along. I'll bite you wet. I'll bite you wet. I'll bite you wet. Suddenly, the saleswoman's face flushed, and she hurriedly said, Boss Jiang, I won't go up. I have things to do. Thank you for your kind hospitality. I'm leaving. Jiang Nan paused for a moment before continuing. Don't you really want to eat the fish at the restaurant? Well, the dealership really has things to do. I can only come another day. The saleswoman said this with a helpless smile in her heart. Rich people are indeed indulgent, making phone calls while being intimate with women. Going to eat now would be so awkward. Since you're busy, that's fine. Come over when you have time. I'll treat you to fish. The saleswoman quickly replied, okay, Boss Jiang. Click. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. Zhang Yuan had already walked over, looking at the saleswoman with a smile. You're the one sent by Boss Jiang, right? The saleswoman asked. Yes, where are the car keys? Hand them over to me. Zhang Yuan looked at the brand new Range Rover, his smile almost crooked. Okay. The saleswoman nodded, and a delivery driver for the car came down, handing 2 keys to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan took them, eager to take a spin. Then we're leaving, the saleswoman said, leading the 2 delivery drivers to get a taxi. Take care, no need to see us off. Zhang Yuan waved his hand absent-mindedly, opened the car door, and got into the Range Rover. The manager girl who had been watching from the hotel also walked out, somewhat sulking, and said, Zhang Yuan, don't take both car keys away. When you're not busy later, I want to try the car too. Inside the hotel, a group of reception girls were anxiously watching, whispering and murmuring. The boss promised a company car, but who knows when we little employees will have a chance to touch the steering wheel. Sigh. Just wait, maybe when the manager's excitement wears off, we'll have a chance. It seems that's the only way. If we girls want to drive, it would be that brown BMW 7 Series. Driving a Range Rover is too big, not suitable. Hee. Sister, you're thinking too much. Who knows when we'll have a chance to get behind the wheel. Thinking about this now is too early. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The group of girls laughed. Another girl spoke up. Actually, there could be a shortcut. If we can win over the boss, with his wealth, wouldn't he just hand over a new car? Ha ha ha. You actually want to win over the boss. You must have a crush on him. Do you want me to play matchmaker and tell the boss? Ha ha ha. The girls burst into laughter again. Stop it. I was just joking, and you all dare to say you don't want to win over the boss? Look at your eyes, you can't pull away when you see the boss. A few reception girls teased and joked. They had gotten used to Jiang Nan's easygoing nature, which is why they dared to act this way. If it were their previous boss, they wouldn't have dared. To be honest, they all liked Jiang Nan as a boss. Every employee felt fortunate to encounter such a boss. Nearby, a few bodyguards in black. They seemed to stand straight in their black clothes and sunglasses, looking very cool, but inside, they were far from calm. Through their sunglasses, they occasionally glanced at the blue Bugatti Veyron at the hotel entrance, feeling amazed. Damn, this boss is getting more and more impressive. Before, they thought he was just a hotel owner, a somewhat wealthy tycoon. But now, driving a Bugatti Veyron home,
That's not just a wealthy tycoon, that's simply a godly rich man. 200. Bebe sat in the passenger seat, excitedly screaming. Jiang Nan smiled, one hand on the steering wheel, experiencing the super performance of the Bugatti. It felt amazing. Brother Jiang, drive this car and take me home to see my parents, Bebe said excitedly. What the heck? Jiang Nan was taken aback. Baby, don't scare me, why do you want to see your parents? I want to marry you, shouldn't I meet my parents? Bebe retorted. Cough cough cough. Jiang Nan choked for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Baby, you're still young, it's not time to talk about marriage. I told you I'm not young anymore. Bebe puffed out her chest, indicating that she was indeed not young. Jiang Nan was in tears. I meant your age. I'm not young in age either, I'm an adult now. In our village, girls my age have already had children, Bebe said seriously. Cough cough cough. Bebe, listen to me. Let's think this over. Jiang Nan said, haven't you heard the saying, marriage is the grave of love? I don't want to die so early. Fine then. Bebe thought for a moment, then obediently said, anyway, I'm already living with you, whether we get married or not doesn't matter. Living together means I'm your woman. Jiang Nan, what kind of living together is that? At most, it's just a fleeting thrill. He changed the subject and said, where should we go to have fun, how about the beach? Sure. Bebe was still like a big child, instantly becoming cheerful and excited. Let's go. Jiang Nan pressed the gas pedal, and the car accelerated again. The vehicles along the way, upon seeing the Bugatti, were both amazed and quickly moved aside. Damn, if this expensive car gets scratched, I can't afford it. VIP International Hotel. After hesitating for several days, Zhang Yiman finally decided to bring her Hermes bag to work today. As soon as she entered, several colleagues noticed her, and a wave of screams erupted. Oh my god, did I see it wrong? Hermes Limited Edition. Yeah, I was thinking the same, am I seeing things? Hermes Limited Edition, this is my favorite. Zhang Yiman, wait a minute, let me take a look. Several colleagues crowded around Zhang Yiman, excitedly pulling at her Hermes bag to examine it. Oh my god, a genuine Hermes bag. I'm so envious, when can I have a bag like this? Zhang Yiman smiled faintly, enjoying the envious looks from her colleagues. This feeling was amazing. Zhang Yiman, honestly tell us, how did you get the bag? Did you hook up with an older man? Yes, confess. Confess and you'll be lenient, resist and you'll be strict. Did you sell your looks to hook up with an older man or a grandpa? The colleagues half-jokingly interrogated her. Go to hell. Zhang Yiman rolled her eyes at them. You guys are the ones who hooked up with older men. This was a gift from my classmate. No way. That's too much. A classmate can't give such an expensive gift. I bet it's from a boyfriend. Do we even need to guess? Just take away the guess part. It's definitely a gift from a boyfriend. TCH, you all got it wrong. It should be that a former classmate wants to change their status to boyfriend, so they gave such an expensive gift. The intention is obvious. They definitely want to win over Zhang Yiman. Makes sense. Zhang Yiman, in this situation, you have to hold your ground. Don't agree so easily, then you'll get more gifts later. Right, for men, you can't let them get things easily, otherwise they won't cherish it. One by one, the topic shifted, and they began to strategize. The building was tilted 1,000 miles away. Zhang Yiman, if it were as you all said, that would be great. The problem is, this girl is eager to express her feelings, but, thinking of these sad matters, she didn't want to think any further. Anyway, she was certain of one thing, Jiang Nan bought her an Hermes bag and lingerie worth over 10,000 yuan, so he must have feelings for her. This was a gift worth several tens of thousands. Just then, her phone rang. She took out her phone from her bag and saw it was Li Xiaochun calling. She pressed the answer button, and Li Xiaochun's voice came through. Zhang Yiman, what are you doing? At work, just arrived at the hotel, Zhang Yiman replied. What's up, Xiaochun? Why are you calling it this time? Well, Li Xiaochun said, I just received a call from Miro, saying that the classmates from Jianghai are having a gathering tomorrow. A classmate reunion tomorrow? Zhang Yiman said happily. Great. I've been wanting to get together for a long time, it's been so long since we last met. Yeah, Li Xiaochun said. Should you call Jiang Nan to inform him, or should I? I'll call him, Zhang Yiman said, then remembered something and changed the subject. By the way, do you know who will be attending this time? I know most of them. It seems that because Miro is attending, her popularity as the school beauty is too great. Not only will classmates from Jianghai attend, but also Dong Kuan and Li Zhe, who aren't from Jianghai, will come. Those two guys are coming too? One is a rich second generation, and the other is supposedly doing the best. They probably want to pursue Miro. It's obvious even with your eyes closed, Li Xiaochun said angrily. But Zhang Yiman, maybe they have their eyes on you too. Although you're slightly less pretty than me Ro, you were still the object of admiration for many boys in class. I guess at this gathering, who knows how many boys will confess their feelings to you. They're all a bunch of misfits, they don't stand a chance with me. He. Li Xiaochuan laughed happily. Don't be too picky. The other classmates might not be as good, but I think if Dong Kuan and Li Zhe pursue you, you could give it a try. After all, one has a family background worth millions, and the other, at such a young age, has managed to earn a salary in the hundreds of thousands and has become a manager. That's quite a potential. So beautiful. This is my first time at the beach. Bei tightly linked her arm with Jiang Nan's, gazing at the endless sea, waves crashing in, her beautiful big eyes smiling like crescent moons. First time? Jiang Nan was surprised. Baby, you've never played at the beach before? No, I didn't have the money to play. Even taking a taxi here costs a lot. In the past, I did live streaming, but I didn't have many fans, and I barely made any money in a day. Plus, my family needed money. You know that. Sai, you really are a little pitiful. Jiang Nan hugged Bei's slim waist, holding her a little tighter. At the same time, he vowed to take good care of her, not letting her suffer any more grievances. The previous poor environment had made this little girl endure too much hardship, thinking about making money all by herself at just 18 years old while having to support her family. Just then, the phone rang. Jiang Nan took out his phone and saw it was Zhang Yiman calling. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't contacted her for several days. He pressed the answer button and smiled, saying, "Hi, beautiful." He. Handsome. Zhang Yiman's laughter came through the receiver. Jiang Nan thought this girl was really playful, and she added, "Beautiful. Handsome." Zhang Yiman replied in kind. Jiang Nan. He. Zhang Yiman laughed happily. Alright, beautiful. Jiang Nan said with a wry smile, let's not flatter each other anymore. If people hear us, they'll laugh at us. What's there to be afraid of? Just walk your own path and let others talk. Jiang Nan, shouldn't it be to walk your own path and leave others with no path to walk? Giggle, Zhang Yiman said happily, wearing someone else's shoes leaves them with none to wear. Jiang Nan, Zhang Yiman smiled and suddenly changed the subject, did you miss me? Jiang Nan was taken aback for a moment, of course. Still hesitating, it's obvious you're being insincere and just brushing me off. How could that be? Jiang Nan said earnestly, I really miss you, every minute, every second. Is it, and then you remembered? Well, you got it right, but there's no reward. I want to bite you to death. Jiang Nan, don't, it's not like we have a deep grudge. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, let's get to the point, there's a class reunion tomorrow. We're gathering tomorrow? Sure. Jiang Nan already knew this, Zhang Yiman had mentioned it, and it just so happened that he wasn't busy these 2 days. He planned to take a break for 2 days and think about what money-making ventures to pursue next. Do you have time tonight? Come out and keep me company. Zhang Yiman's voice became very gentle. Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds. Unfortunately, I really have something to do tonight. Let's wait until later, and we'll see each other at the reunion tomorrow. Jiang Nan had already made plans. He was going to watch a movie with Anchi tonight. The girl had mentioned it several times, and he felt too embarrassed not to take action. So annoying. Zhang Yiman pouted, you don't have time to meet me. I'm angry, I won't invite you again. Jiang Nan, at this moment, he remembered something and asked, by the way, where's the gathering going to be? I don't know yet. Zhao Yiman said, let's contact each other by phone tomorrow. Okay. Jiang Nan said, we'll contact each other by phone. Mwah. So annoying, you don't even want it. I won't talk to you anymore. Click. The call ended. Jiang Nan, damn, I didn't say anything. In the evening, and family villa. The Yin family was gathered together for dinner. Grandpa, Anchi, and Anchi's parents were all present. While eating, Anchi's dad, and Shuenka, said, today my social media was flooded with news that a nouveau riche from Jianghai City bought a Bugatti Veyron at the Lido building. His words immediately piqued everyone's interest. And Shuenka continued, that Bugatti Veyron has been on display in Jianghai City for over 2 years, and no one dared to touch it. Wow! That's impressive, someone actually got the Bugatti Veyron. How did Jianghai City suddenly get such a powerful person? And exclaimed excitedly. Anchi was also a bit shocked, blinking her beautiful big eyes, but her naturally calm personality kept her from saying much. Is that true? Grandpa also became interested, have you figured out which family it is? Jianghai has the capability, there aren't many prominent families, this should be easy to find out which family made the move. No, I haven't. And Shuenka said, what's strange is that it wasn't taken by any of the well-known families in Jianghai, we don't know who it is. Oh, Grandpa was even more intrigued. Could it be that there's a new rising nouveau riche in Shanghai? I'm not sure. And Shuenka said, I've casually chatted about this with some good friends, and everyone says they haven't heard of any nouveau riche rising in Shanghai, considering it might not even be someone from Shanghai. If that's the case, it's a bit strange. Grandpa said, if it's someone from a first or second tier city, why would they choose to sell cars in Shanghai? They should have more options in a first or second tier city. Father, you make a good point. And Shuenka nodded, it is somewhat unreasonable, but there's no need to worry too much. Since we can't figure out the situation, let's just leave it be. I originally planned to reach out and make connections if it was a local tycoon from Shanghai, but since we still don't understand the circumstances, we can talk about it later. Old Master nodded, pay more attention. If necessary, go to the car dealership and ask around. Okay. And Shuenka replied, currently, there's no need for that. Other families in Shanghai are also taking a wait-and-see approach. Alright. Old Master nodded, I won't worry about this matter anymore, I'll leave it to you. Okay. Just then, Chi's phone rang. She took it out and was instantly delighted, it was Jiang Nan calling her. Jiang Nan had called her only a handful of times, making this call even more precious. In front of her family, she pressed the answer button, Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's voice came through the phone, do you have time tonight? Want to go watch a movie? Sure. And she replied eagerly, I'm just finishing dinner, so I'll see you at the cinema entrance in a bit. I'll come pick you up, just wait at home. Jiang Nan said, your place is so remote, it's not safe to drive back alone at night. I'll take care of the pickup and drop off. Alright, I'll wait for you. And she smiled sweetly, as if she were made of honey. Who wouldn't like to be pampered by a man? This feeling has a lethal charm for girls. See you in a bit. Jiang Nan's voice came again. See you in a bit. And Chi's voice was incredibly gentle. After saying this, she hung up the phone, her face beaming with happiness. At that moment, Shuenka frowned, looking displeased as he said, is it that Jiang Nan who asked you to watch a movie? Yes? And Chi replied, what's wrong? She wanted to date Jiang Nan, but her grandfather's opinion held weight in the Yin family, so she wasn't intimidated by her father's sour expression. And Shuenka shot her a glare, not directly addressing Chi, but turned to Old Masterin and said, Father, do you really think so highly of this Jiang Nan? Yes. Old Masterin replied, are you questioning my judgment? His expression darkened slightly. Father, I just can't shake the feeling that this Jiang Nan is somewhat unreliable. And Shuenka frowned slightly. There's nothing unreliable about him. Old Masterin said, although Jiang Nan doesn't have much money now, with his insight and vision, he will surely achieve great things in the future. But, and Shuenka hesitated before saying, I think Chi would be more suited to the second son of the Gao family. Think about it, the Gao family's financial power and influence are similar to ours, and the second son of the Gao family is only 2 years older than Chi. Moreover, he has always expressed his affection for Chi. I believe a marriage between our two families would be mutually beneficial. No. As soon as Shuenka finished speaking, Chi angrily said, the second son of the Gao family? If you want to marry him, go ahead. I would rather remain single for life than marry someone like that, who relies on his family's background and wealth, indulging in vices. You think so highly of him, but he can't even compare to my second brother. My second brother may be rough around the edges, but at least he knows how to work hard and has his own career. Nearby, he thought, what does this have to do with me? Damn, caught in the crossfire. And Chi, how can you talk to your dad like that? You've been spoiled by your grandfather. And Shuenka stood up angrily, slamming the table. Old Master An's expression darkened. Seeing this, Chi's mother quickly stepped in, saying, alright, let's all just tone it down a bit. We're having a hard-earned family meal together, and now everyone's unhappy. And Chi's matters are for her grandfather to decide, and she has been raised by him since she was little, so Shuenka, you don't need to meddle too much. And Shuenka sat down gloomily and ate in silence. He couldn't understand why the marriage between the Yin family and the Gao family was such a good thing. The old man really had high hopes for that Jiang Nan. The table fell silent. Only the sound of slow eating could be heard, and the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Even the servants nearby were serving cautiously, afraid that any mistake would bring trouble upon themselves. After the meal, the servants brought tea, and everyone began to chat about a different topic while sipping their tea. Old Masterin asked Shuenka, how's the hospital lately? Not bad, Shuenka replied. It's just that the funding is a bit tight. I want to introduce a new technology related to the recovery from stroke sequelae. The results in this area have always been unsatisfactory. If we can achieve a technological breakthrough, it will bring great prospects and profits to the hospital. Old Masterin nodded. I don't understand much about medical matters, but but just put in the effort. Any business, as long as it's done well and refined, is good. As for the funding, I'll give you another 50 million. You can manage the arrangements. Thank you, father, and Shuenka said happily. Just then, a servant reported, Miss Anchi, Mr. Jiang has arrived and is waiting for you outside. Instantly, Anchi was delighted and said, Jiangnan is here, I'm going. As she spoke, she twisted her slim waist and ran out of the room. This child, old masterin chuckled helplessly, then stood up to go out as well. Young brother Jiang has arrived, I should go meet him. And Shuenka. Damn, with this generation gap, his daughter is dating him, does that mean he has to call him little brother? How annoying. I'll go out and take a look too, and he said, running out after them. I'll go see too, Anchi's mother said. I haven't met Jiangnan yet. As she spoke, she got up and left the room. And Shuenka. Feeling helpless, he also stood up and followed them out. Everyone had left, and he was left alone in the room, feeling bored. Moreover, he had never met Jiangnan and wanted to see what was so special about him that the old man liked him so much. Wow! God! Damn! Brother Jiang, it's you! However, before he could step out the door, he heard Anchi and Anyi's exclamations at the entrance. Surprised, he quickened his pace to leave the room. As soon as he stepped out, he was equally stunned, unable to believe the scene before him. A blue Bugatti Veyron was parked at the door, and Jiangnan, dressed in Armani, was standing beside it. Could it be? In an instant, a thought flashed through his mind. The person who bought the Bugatti and flooded the social media was actually Jiangnan? At that moment, an excitedly said, Young brother Jiang, so you are the legendary rich guy, and you got the Bugatti? Jiangnan looked a bit confused. What legendary rich guy? Ha ha ha. Old Masterin laughed heartily. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that this Bugatti Veyron was taken by you. Jiangnan still looked bewildered, unable to figure out what was happening. Young brother Jiang, you might not know, but the news about the Bugatti being bought has already gone viral among the upper circles of Jianghai City, and he said, putting his arm around Jiangnan's shoulder. Everyone is discussing whether there's a new rich guy in Jianghai City, hee. I didn't expect it to be true, and that this rich guy is you. Ah, Jiangnan smiled wryly. Is there such a thing? Giggle. Anchi also laughed happily and provocatively looked at her father. Seeing in Shuenka's shocked expression, Anchi felt extremely pleased. Didn't you look down on Jiangnan? Look at him, a Bugatti Veyron, a car worth 38 million, and he bought it just like that. What boldness. To know, the best car in their family is Grandpa's Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version, which is only a little over 10 million. And Shuenka's vehicle was just a Bentley worth over 5 million. Although this was something that ordinary citizens would envy and resent, compared to Jiangnan's Bugatti Veyron, it was nothing. The level wasn't just a little lower, it was significantly so. 38 million, just a fraction of that could buy a Bentley. With just a little more, a Rolls-Royce Phantom would be out. The level was just that impressive. Jiangnan, let's go, and she chirped happily as she climbed into the Bugatti, never having been this happy before. It wasn't because she had never ridden in such a luxury car, but because she had just had a fight with her dad. And Jiangnan had come over in a luxury car to help her vent, leaving her dad speechless. That feeling was amazing. Olden, brotherin, we're off, Jiangnan said as he got into the driver's seat, bidding farewell to Olden and Annie, while glancing at Anchi's parents. Since it was their first meeting, he wasn't too familiar with them, just nodding and smiling. Anchi's mom also nodded back with a beaming smile. And Shuenka was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded in response, raising his hand to wave goodbye. Jiangnan pressed the accelerator, and the Bugatti sped away, leaving a blue shadow behind. Wow, this car is so cool, and he exclaimed, watching the car disappear. I wish I could have a ride like that someday, but, he. Jiangnan and Anchi's relationship, I should try to get in on that when I have the chance. Olden glanced at Shuenka and coldly snorted, who just said my taste was lacking. And Shuenka. Dad, please stop slapping my face. Still, Dad, you have good taste. Anchi's mom quickly interjected, Jiangnan is indeed a good kid, handsome and polite, and most importantly, who would have thought he could afford a Bugatti at such a young age? His future is limitless. Not bad, Olden chuckled, in the antique business, as long as you have knowledge and insight, you can make endless money. The waters here are too deep, and Brother John's vision and insight far exceed mine, plus he is humble. Did you see? Now he has a car worth over 30 million, he must have stumbled upon some treasure and made a windfall. For someone with vision, such opportunities are always there. Yeah, the collecting world is indeed very deep, and Shuenka sighed, this kid really makes me see him in a new light. I've worked hard for so many years, and the in-family hospital is doing well, but I still can't compete with this kid's unexpected fortune. He.
Olden said happily, of course, and it won't be long before I arrange the salvage team. When the time comes to go out to sea for salvage, who knows how much wealth we will gain, and brother Jiang will have a 40% stake, while our family only has a 20% stake. That's terrifying. And Shuenka's face was even more shocked. This way of making money is just too fast. Having knowledge and insight is just like that, Olden said proudly. With my knowledge and insight, I've built such a large family business, and brother John's knowledge and insight are far beyond mine. I understand, father, and Shuenka nodded in agreement. We need to let Enchi and Jiangnan continue their relationship. Exactly, Olden nodded. Being friends is just a friendship. If Enchi and Jiangnan can get married, then the relationship will truly advance to another level. And Shuenka and Enchi's mom both nodded in agreement. At the VIP International Hotel. After work, Zhang Yiman, holding her Hermes bag, walked out of the hotel in a good mood and took out her phone to call Li Xiaochun. Soon, the call connected. Li Xiaochun's voice came through the receiver. Yiman, is there something you wanted to talk to me about? It's nothing, I'm just a bit bored alone. Let's go out for a meal together. By the way, have you finished work? Zhang Yiman said into the phone. I've finished work, I'm packing up. Eating out? Of course, just tell me where to go. Anywhere is fine, just a cheap place will do, Zhang Yiman replied. The main thing is to chat together. By the way, is it just the two of us? Li Xiaochun asked casually. Yeah, just the two of us, Zhang Yiman said, then thought for a moment and asked back. Do you want to bring a friend along? No, just me, Li Xiaochun said. What I meant was, how about we call Jiangnan and the three of us eat together? It would be livelier. Jiangnan? He has something on tonight and won't be joining us. I talked to him on the phone earlier, he doesn't have time, Zhang Yiman said. Let's just be the two of us, find a cheap place to eat. No rich guy is treating us, so we can only eat something cheaper. Alright, then let's go to that big stall we went to before, Li Xiaochun said. Okay, Zhang Yiman replied. See you at the big stall. See you at the big stall. The two hung up. Zhang Yiman waved down a taxi by the roadside and got in to meet Li Xiaochun. At the big stall. When Li Xiaochun saw Zhang Yiman, her gaze immediately locked onto her Hermes bag, eyes wide in shock. Zhang Yiman smiled, feeling a sense of pride. She was quite pleased, the Hermes bag was indeed a show-off item. Zhang Yiman, have you become a rich woman? Li Xiaochun said, staring at her bag. What rich woman? Zhang Yiman replied nonchalantly, it's just a bag, not even 50,000 yuan. I want to strangle you, Li Xiaochun said, scrunching her little nose, looking fierce. Not even 50,000 yuan, what more do you want? He. Zhang Yiman laughed, dropping the act. So, what do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Of course, Li Xiaochun shot her a glare, a bag for 50,000 yuan. How could it not be beautiful? Honestly, how did you get an Hermes? Did you get a boyfriend or win the lottery? He. Neither, Zhang Yiman teased. Just then, the waiter came over and asked, what would you like to eat? Oh. Zhang Yiman thought for a moment and started ordering, salted edamame, spicy crayfish, chicken steak, lamb skewers, and 2 bottles of beer. Alright, please wait a moment, the waiter said and left. Answer me, Li Xiaochun continued her relentless interrogation of Zhang Yiman. Okay, Zhang Yiman rolled her eyes, it was a gift from Jiangnan. Ah, Li Xiaochun was surprised, a gift from Jiangnan? After a moment, she thought of something and said with a mischievous smile, you're not dating Jiangnan, are you? Sigh. Zhang Yiman sighed, how should I put it? I confessed to him a bit, but his attitude was ambiguous. Ah, Li Xiaochun was shocked, equally surprised, you're so beautiful. I remember back in school, Jiangnan often stole glances at you. You confessed to him, and he didn't agree? Yeah, Zhang Yiman said, feeling frustrated, I'm puzzled too. If he didn't agree, why did he buy me a bag? I can't figure out if he's interested in me or not. Humph. Li Xiaochun said, looking like she understood the truth, I guess Jiangnan must be interested in you, but he's also a playboy who doesn't want to be tied down by a girl, so that's why it's like this. That could be it, Zhang Yiman nodded, I've thought about that too. After all, Jiangnan is so outstanding now, there must be a lot of women around him, and men are all quite fickle. Once they have money, they become unsatisfied. Yeah, it must be just like that. Li Xiaochun also nodded in agreement, rich men are more likely to go bad. By the way, speaking of which, Jiangnan has really become a local tyrant now. Previously, he said the car and everything belonged to friends, but he must have been lying. That over 1 million Land Rover must be his own, otherwise, he wouldn't casually spend 50,000 on a handbag without a care. If he didn't have a few million in assets, he wouldn't dare to do that. Yeah, he's just a big liar. He's really become a local tyrant now, Zhang Yiman said. Although he still refuses to admit it, he must be rich now, otherwise, he wouldn't just give away an Hermes handbag. In fact, she wanted to say that Jiang Nan also bought him a set of underwear worth over 10,000, but it was underwear, so she felt embarrassed to say it. Li Xiaochun nodded, her expression firm as she said, "It's really true that fortunes change in 30 years. When we were in school, Jiang Nan came from a poor family and was one of the poorest kids in school. I didn't expect that just a year after graduation, he's doing so well. Isn't that right?" Zhang Yiman also nodded. "In my opinion, Jiang Nan is doing even better than Li Zhe." "That's right," Li Xiaochun said. "Li Zhe has become a manager with an annual salary of several hundred thousand. Although he's considered a potential stock, we just graduated a year ago, and I estimate he only has a few hundred thousand on hand. But Jiang Nan drives a Land Rover worth over 1 million, gives you gifts, and casually hands over a 50,000 yuan Hermes handbag. Such flashy moves definitely show he's richer than Li Zhe. But Li Zhe is a manager with a stable job, which is a bit better than Jiang Nan, more stable," Zhang Yiman said, but then she changed the subject. "However, Jiang Nan is so handsome. In terms of looks, he completely outshines Li Zhe, and Jiang Nan isn't as arrogant as Li Zhe, who acts like a big leader just because he became a manager, talking big in the WeChat group and annoying everyone." "Yeah," Li Xiaochun said. "Considering everything, Jiang Nan is much better than Li Zhe. If I had to choose a boyfriend between the two, I would choose Jiang Nan without hesitation. Of course, I'm just making a comparison." As she finished speaking, her pretty face flushed, and she smiled while explaining. Zhang Yiman laughed, not caring at all. Then she suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "By the way, Jiang Nan hasn't been added to the class WeChat group yet, right?" She only thought of it when talking about the WeChat group. No, we hadn't contacted him before. We just got in touch, so let's not overlook this issue and add him now," Li Xiaochun said. While speaking, she took out her phone and started to operate it. Ding dong! A notification sounded in the class WeChat group. A few classmates who heard the alert took out their phones to take a look. They saw the system's notification. Li Xiaochun invited Jiang Nan to join the group chat. Jiang Nan? Oh, right. I remember there was such a person. Many classmates had even forgotten about Jiang Nan. After all, when we were in school, Jiang Nan was poor and low-key, making him easy to overlook. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was happily munching on popcorn and watching a movie with Chi, completely unaware of the WeChat group. Although the two weren't talking, the atmosphere was quite harmonious, much better than last time. Just then, someone in the class WeChat group spoke up. It was Li Zhe. "Jiang Nan? Who is that? I don't remember a classmate named Jiang Nan." "Shinran, Manager Li is right. I also don't remember anyone named Jiang Nan. Is he our classmate? I seriously doubt it. We shouldn't let just anyone into our class group." Seeing the messages in the group, Li Xiaochun immediately got angry and typed out a string of words to send. "Shinran, you sycophant, I invited him. If it's a man, then come at me. This young lady isn't afraid of you." In the group chat, everyone often talks, and everyone knows that Shinran wants to cling to Li Zhe, flattering him all day long. Li Xiaochun's remark, bootlicker, shook the entire group. As classmates, this statement was a slap in the face, leaving Shinran with no dignity at all. Li Xiaochun was also furious, which is why she acted this way. Her words not only targeted him but also looked down on Jiang Nan. It was simply intolerable. What kind of person is Jiang Nan now, and what kind of person is Shinran? He's just a low-level employee earning 4,000 to 5,000 a month. The group exploded. Dang Wei, damn, why is the good girl Li Xiaochun so explosive today? Goo. That was shocking. May I ask, is it really you, Li Xiaochun? Li Xiaochun, yes. It's not my fault. It's Shinran who spoke too provocatively. I brought him here. What does he mean by that? Zhang Yiman, exactly, Shinran, what do you mean? Jiang Nan is our classmate. Don't you know? Has your brain been eaten by a dog? 4 years of classmates, what do you remember? Just who has a nice figure or long legs? Zhang Yiman also stood up and defended Jiang Nan. Suddenly, no one in the group spoke up, and it fell into a temporary silence. However, many classmates were peeking, wanting to see how the situation would develop. They thought it might escalate into a fight. Although Shinran's words were inappropriate, Li Xiaochun's response was also too harsh. Moreover, Zhang Yiman was defending Jiang Nan so fiercely. What was going on? After a brief silence, Shinran finally spoke up. Li Xiaochun, I'm sorry, I wasn't targeting you. Goo. You she. Damn, he backed down. Li Xiaochun, targeting Jiang Nan is also unacceptable. Didn't Yiman say it? Do you really not remember that Jiang Nan is also our classmate? I seriously doubt whether you are one of us or if some random person has mixed in. Zhang Yiman, exactly, you must apologize to Jiang Nan. A string of ellipses appeared in the group, and the classmates were all dumbfounded. Wow! 2 beautiful girls stood up to defend Jiang Nan. What was going on?
However, Shinrin fell silent. After a moment, Li Xiaochun, apologize. Zhang Yiman, apologize. The two of them even stopped eating at the food stall, both staring at their phones, bombarding Shinrin in the group chat. How dare he say Jiang Nan is some random person? A little Shinrin actually dared to say such things. Is he looking for death? Only bystanders were speaking up in the group. Suddenly, Li Zhe spoke. Li Xiaochun, Zhang Yiman, ladies, enough, for my sake, let Shinrin off the hook. It's not worth it for a little Jiang Nan. Li Xiaochun, not worth it. Li Zhe, who do you think you are? What face do you have? Zhang Yiman, Li Zhe, who do you think you are? What are you so proud of? You're not even worthy to carry Jiang Nan's shoes. Li Zhe's remark about a little Jiang Nan instantly ignited a powder keg. Li Xiaochun and Zhang Yiman were furious. The classmates who were peeking suddenly exploded. Goo goo, damn, what's going on? Why are the two ladies defending Jiang Nan so fiercely? It's worth pondering. Yushi, incomprehensible. Two beauties, why do they seem to have a sense of being on the same level as Jiang Nan? Classmate A, I feel the same. Classmate B, but, how could this happen? I can't understand. Classmate C, watching. Li Zhe's face couldn't hold up anymore. In the manager's office, he slammed the table in anger, startling the secretary beside him. However, facing the two girls, he was furious but still tried to suppress his anger, typing out a string of words and sending them. Li Xiaochun, Zhang Yiman, you two are a bit too much. Li Xiaochun, too much? Not at all. Zhang Yiman, what's excessive is you. Li Zhe, you all. Fine, let's wait and see, just don't involve me in the future. Li Xiaochun, TCH. Zhang Yiman, humph. At that moment, Mi Ro chimed in, what's all the noise about? Alright, we're all classmates, let's each take a step back. Suddenly, the group became lively. Classmate A, the goddess has spoken. Classmate B, wow, the goddess is sharing photos, share today's makeup look. Li Xiaochun, at Mi Ro, it's not our fault. Zhang Yiman, that's right, they're making personal attacks. Li Zhe, at Mi Ro, I didn't, if you don't believe me, check the records, I didn't say anything to Li Xiaochun and Zhang Yiman. Zhang Yiman, that's just quibbling, I was referring to Jiang Nan, you made a personal attack on Jiang Nan. Li Xiaochun, exactly, check the records, see who is lying. Li Zhe. He was thoroughly frustrated, wondering why the two beauties, Li Xiaochun and Zhang Yiman, cared so much about Jiang Nan. Mi Ro, Jiang Nan. I have a bit of a memory, I remember him, he's quite handsome, right? Zhang Yiman, MHM, even more handsome now. Li Xiaochun, yeah, super handsome. Classmate A. Classmate B. Classmate C. Mi Ro, *0 *0. Giggle. Zhang Yiman, Li Xiaochun, you two beauties saying this will make Jiang Nan attract hatred. Goo goo, that's right, I'm jealous. You two big beauties say Jiang Nan is handsome, I don't accept it, I'm also very handsome. Dang Wei, is he really that handsome? At Jiang Nan, say something, share a photo. Zhang Yiman, awkward, just kidding playful face. Li Xiaochun, playful face. Dang Wei, phew. The two girls finally calmed down, everyone bubble up, let's chat. Goo goo, brothers, get excited. Classmate D, bubble. Classmate E, bubble. Mi Ro, at Li Xiaochun, at Zhang Yiman, do you have any contact with Jiang Nan? Zhang Yiman, at Mi Ro, yes, Li Xiaochun and I had a meal with him once. Li Zhe, humph. May I ask, what is Jiang Nan doing now? Mi Ro, at Zhang Yiman, right, tell us, we haven't contacted him since graduation, what is he doing now? Zhang Yiman, Jiang Nan seems to have just left his job a few days ago. Li Xiaochun, it seems he doesn't have a job at the moment. Li Zhe, he. Dang Wei, he can't be as miserable as me, a drifter, about to throw up crying face. Goo goo, you're not the only one suffering, I have a job but it's less than 4,000 a month, rent is 1,000, utilities 500, living frugally, by the start of the month it's all gone, definitely a month-to-month person. Shinran, not everyone has Li Laoda's ability, graduated for a year, sitting in a manager position, earning hundreds of thousands a year. Li Xiaochun, humph. What's hundreds of thousands? Jiang Nan seems to be doing business now, driving a Range Rover worth over $1 million, bought Zhang Yiman a bag, and Hermes, worth 50,000, and just gave it away. The group instantly exploded. Goo goo, huh? Dang Wei, what the hell? Driving a Range Rover worth over $1 million, I'm freaking shocked. Sun Wan, a 50,000 Hermes bag just given away, God, it must be a limited edition, my favorite. Mi Ro, at Li Xiaochun, so Jiang Nan has become a rich guy. Li Zhe, impossible, absolutely impossible, when we graduated, he was still a poor loser, it's only been a year, driving a Range Rover, impossible, I don't believe it, even I barely bought a Passat, Dong Xiaoya has a Cayenne, but that was bought by his dad, just based on Jiangnan driving a Range Rover. I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Shinren, don't believe it. Why not? We all graduated from the same school. He wasn't that outstanding. Gugu, at least Xiaochun, at Zhang Yimen, is what you said true? I'm a bit skeptical. This is quite a blow. We're all poor kids from the countryside. Can there really be such a big difference? The problem is, it's only been a year since graduation. Dengwei, if that's the case, it's heartbreaking. Yushi, at Li Xiaochun, please reply. I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Li Xiaochun, Jiangnan really drives a Range Rover, but he said it's borrowed from a friend. However, it's true that he gave Zhang Yimen 50,000 yuan to buy in Hermes. Zhang Yimen, that's right. He didn't even blink when buying me the bag. Miro, hee, at Zhang Yimen. Jiangnan must be trying to pursue you, right? Gugu, ha, too obvious. It must be. Dengwei, the truth is out. Beautiful Zhang Yimen has fallen under the assault of money. Sob, so pitiful, so sad. Another girl has fallen into the clutches. No chance to make a move. Zhang Yimen, you guys are annoying. Awkward face. Lise, hee, borrowing from a friend, he says that, clearly feeling guilty. At Zhang Yimen, I hope you're careful, don't get scammed, it's all a trap. Miro, at Lise, we can't jump to conclusions, luck is unpredictable. Anyway, what's fake can't be real, and what's real can't be fake. Isn't there a class reunion coming up? Let's wait and see. Lise, right, class reunion, just watch me expose his true colors, It's easy to fool little girls, but trying to fool me is not that simple. Miro, at Zhang Yimen, will Jiangnan attend the class reunion? Zhang Yimen, yes, I've called him. Miro, at Zhang Yimen, where are you now? Still working at the hotel? Zhang Yimen, no, I'm having dinner at a street stall with Li Xiaochun. Miro, just the two of you? Zhang Yimen, yes, I originally planned to invite Jiangnan to treat us to a nice meal, but he didn't have time, so it's just me and Li Xiaochun making do with the street stall. Miro, where are you two? Send me your location, I'll come find you. Zhang Yimen, okay, Dengwei, beautiful girl, I want to join too. Gugu, me too, take me along. Miro, cut it out, you two boys can forget it. The official gathering is tomorrow. Are you saying Shanghai people will run over? What's that about? Will we even gather tomorrow? Gugu, oh, that makes sense, then let's do it tomorrow. Dengwei, Yushi, just checking in, I'm in Sanha City, not far from Shanghai. What time is the gathering tomorrow? It's not in the evening, right? It's best to be at noon, so I can catch a ride back to Sanha City after the gathering. Lise, girl, going in the evening is fine too. I'm farther than you, and I'm not afraid. If it's late, I'll just stay at a hotel, rest for a night, and head back the next day. Yushi, managerly, how can I compare with you? You earn hundreds of thousands a year and can afford hotels, but I'm just a small employee. Staying one night at a hotel is so expensive, I'd have to work for several days to afford it. Lise, hee, that's true. When I go out and stay at a hotel, I never choose a low standard, it's at least 2,000 yuan a night. Yushi, impressive, can't mess with you. Shinren, bossly, you're so extravagant. Among our classmates, besides young Master Dong Koan, who dares to compare with you? Lise, stay low-key, clearly, he appreciated Shinren's words. Miro, then let's discuss it, it's best to set it for noon, accommodating the classmates who are farther away, and those nearby. Anyone else who needs to rush over, please check in early for a head count. Classmate A, I really want to go, but it's too far, can't make it, sob. Classmate B, I can't go either, but remember to send the photos from the gathering in the group. I really want to join everyone, but unfortunately, it's too far away, in the Magic City, can't make it. Miro, alright, that's fine, gathering 15 or 16 classmates is pretty good. Zhang Yimen, yeah, 15 or 16 is nice. Miro, Dong Koan isn't chiming in today either, he must not be online, really, not online at a critical moment. Zhang Yimen, yeah, he said he would cover the drinks for the gathering, and now he doesn't even show up. I hope he doesn't miss it tomorrow, that would be a disaster. Miro, it should be fine, he has a car, and it's only 200 kilometers from Shanghai, he can get here quickly. How about we discuss where to have the dinner next? Dengwei, that works. Gugu, even though I'm in Shanghai, I'm not familiar with it, so don't ask me about this. Yushi, at Gugu, look at you. Gugu. Lise, I suggest we go for something a bit upscale, we're not students anymore, we all have incomes, it has to be classy to save face. Dengwei, managerly, you're speaking from a position of comfort. Dong Koan said he would handle the drinks, the rest is split evenly. Can we poor folks afford to go to a fancy hotel? Miro, exactly, everyone has to take care of their own expenses these days, I can't afford to spend much as a small employee. Li Xiaochun, at Miro, what are you working on now?
Miro, my last job was as an executive assistant, but I just resigned and I'm planning to find a new job. Lee Xiaochun, so you were a CEO assistant? Miro, yes. Deng Wei, sigh. A woman who is beautiful and has a good figure has an advantage. Miro is born to be a CEO assistant, so pretty, which CEO wouldn't like her? Goo, yeah, this is a society that eats with looks. Zhang Yiman, at Miro, how much was your salary at your previous job? Deng Wei, and Zhang Yiman, also because of her pretty face and good figure, works in a star-rated hotel. Sigh. Envy and jealousy, why am I just so talented? Yushi, at Deng Wei, narcissism, what talent do you have? Deng Wei, shy face. Miro, at Zhang Yiman, 20,000. Yushi, oh my, 20,000, doesn't that mean an annual salary of over 200,000? That's not much less than Li Zhe. Gugu, at Miro, big boss, take me along, I can shout 666. Deng Wei, at Miro, big boss, do you need any accessories for those beautiful legs? Classmate Ding, at Miro, hold on to the big boss's thigh tightly. Zhang Yiman, at Miro, how did you resign from a job that paid 20,000? Miro, don't mention it, the CEO is a man in his 60s who wanted to get handsy with me. Even though the monthly salary was 20,000, do you think I could work there? Li Xiaochun, I see, a disgusting old man in his 60s, no way, even if they offered 50,000, I wouldn't do it. Zhang Yiman, at Miro, if I don't have a suitable job, why not try our hotel? Although the hotel is laying off staff, your qualifications should be fine, just the salary is a bit low, 10,000. Miro, at Zhang Yiman, thanks, but I'm more familiar with the steps of being an executive assistant. I'm planning to find a new boss to apply to, and I already have a target. I got insider information that the luxury hotel just got a new owner, and they don't have a CEO assistant yet, so I'm planning to apply. Zhang Yiman, at Miro, aren't you just going back to the old path? What if this boss also has ulterior motives? I know that these rich bosses are all a bit lecherous. Isn't there an old saying, the boss's secretary assistants are all the boss's little lovers? Miro, yeah, I have the same concern, but I've already found out that the new owner of the luxury hotel is young and handsome. If such a boss really wants to play by the rules, I might as well accept it. Who knows, I might just catch a ride on a fast boat. Zhang Yiman, you're amazing. Li Xiaochun, impressive, you're going all out, can't mess with you. Can't mess with you. Deng Wei, it's over, the goddess is about to slip and fall. Goo, my heart is broken. Li Zhe, at Miro, please don't do anything foolish, don't rush, wait for me to endure for 2 years, then I'll start my own company, and you can come help me, be my executive assistant. Zhang Yiman, so hypocritical, but secretly wanting to do something with Miro. Goo, I support the opinion above. Deng Wei, it's all a trick. Li Zhe, how can it be the same? We're classmates, we understand each other better. Li Xiaochun, I really want to sing. I'm just a wolf in human skin. Miro, alright, I'm not chatting with you guys anymore. I'm heading out to take a taxi to eat with Iman and the others. Deng Wei, at Miro, isn't the restaurant still undecided? Miro, how about this, I'll discuss with Zhang Yiman and Li Xiaochun while we eat, then I'll notify the group. Goo, I think that's fine. Yushi, it's settled then. Deng Wei, oh chicken K. Li Zhe, okay, but I still insist on my opinion, the place can't be too low-end, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Shenran, I think Manager Li is right. Deng Wei, went diving. Goo, went to work overtime, otherwise tomorrow it would be tough to get leave approved. Classmate A, diving. Classmate B, diving +1. Classmate C, diving +2. The WeChat group fell silent. They were chatting so excitedly, but Jiang Nan, who wasn't paying attention to the WeChat group, knew nothing about it. The movie plot was at a climax, and she was crying uncontrollably, and Jiang Nan silently handed her a tissue for comfort. He couldn't help but pout, this girl was too emotional crying like this over a movie. At the food stall, Zhang Yiman and Li Xiaochun were slowly eating while waiting for Miro to arrive. It wasn't long before a taxi stopped at the entrance of the food stall. Miro, in a tight long dress, got out of the car, her long, smooth black hair flowing gently as she shook it, revealing her exquisite face. With a fair oval face and flawless skin, she looked stunning. Standing over 1.7 meters tall, with a curvy figure, she was at least a D-cup. As she got out of the car, she immediately stunned everyone, with many men casting wolfish glances, unable to look away. Miro, over here. Zhang Yiman stood up and waved to her. Miro looked over, spotted Zhang Yiman and the others, smiled, and swayed her slim waist as she walked over in high heels. She looked even more beautiful walking, causing a group of admirers around to gulp. Miro sat down next to them. The 3 girls at the food stall were very eye-catching. Miro, you're getting more and more beautiful, almost turning into a fox spirit. Ha,
Jiang Yiman said as she sized up Miro. Poof. Miro rolled her eyes at her. Aren't you the same? Look at you, this little girl, you're much prettier than when you just graduated. While saying this, her eyes glanced at the Hermes bag next to Jiang Yiman, lingering for a moment, a hint of envy flashing in her gaze. You two saying this really hits me hard, Li Xiaochun said with a hint of grievance. Oh, come on. Jiang Yiman said, you're not bad either, your little face and skin are so good. Sigh. Li Xiaochun sighed, my height is my heart injury, being 1.6 meters tall is tough. Come on. Miro said, there are men who like your petite figure. Li Xiaochun, I don't believe your kind of comfort, it's all a trick. Jiang Yiman rolled her eyes at Li Xiaochun, then shifted the topic to Miro. Miro, where do you think is a good place to eat? On the way here, Li Zhe talked to me. Miro said, he said it's best to go to a high-end hotel, and he'll cover my share. Humph, that annoying guy. Jiang Yiman said, why doesn't he say he's taking all the classmates' money out, trying to show off, yet so petty? Yeah. Miro also said, don't look at him now as a manager with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands, his vision is too narrow. I guess he won't have much development in the future. That's right, Li Xiaochun nodded. I think so too. He looks down on Jiangnan, thinking he's so impressive. That makes sense. Compared to Jiangnan, he's lacking too much. When we eat together, Jiangnan always takes the initiative to pay, never letting us spend a dime, Jiang Yiman said. That's true class. He. Miro laughed and said, hearing you two say that makes me a bit eager to see Jiangnan. Honestly, I can't remember exactly what he looks like, just that he was somewhat handsome. He. Jiang Yiman smiled, once you see him, you'll know. He's definitely super handsome, especially when he wears that Armani suit. Hiss. Miro gasped, are you saying Jiangnan wears all Armani? Yes. Jiang Yiman nodded. Really? Li Xiaochun asked suspiciously, I remember when we had dinner, he wasn't wearing any Armani, it was just ordinary street market stuff. That time was different, Jiang Yiman said. The second time we met, he was wearing Armani. Oh, I see, Li Xiaochun nodded, looking thoughtful and not saying anything more. Listening to Jiang Yiman, Jiangnan is really wealthy now. Armani is so expensive, Miro said, touching her sharp and pretty chin, looking pensive. Who says otherwise? Jiang Yiman said. Otherwise, how could I call Jiangnan a rich guy? Let's not talk about Jiangnan, Miro changed the subject. Let's discuss the gathering location first. Jiang Yiman, how about we set it at your hotel? Jiang Yiman smiled, most of our classmates probably can't afford it. The lowest consumption there is about 2,000 yuan per person, and that's if Dong Koan is in charge of the drinks. So expensive? Miro frowned. I can barely accept that kind of expense, but many classmates can't. Their monthly salary is only around 4 to 5,000, and after deducting living expenses, there's hardly anything left. It's not easy for them to scrape together 2,000 yuan. Yeah, Jiang Yiman said. Originally, places like that aren't meant for us working class people. I'm talking about the minimum consumption. Previously, when Jiangnan and his friends came to our hotel, it was 5 to 6,000 for 4 or 5 people. Each person spent about 10,000 yuan, just for one meal. Ha! Miro was even more shocked, her beautiful eyes wide open. Jiangnan spends 10,000 yuan for a meal. Clearly taken aback, this news was too shocking. It wasn't that such things were too shocking, but that they happened to Jiangnan was too astonishing. It made it hard for her to accept. In college, Jiangnan was almost a vague and unremarkable memory for her. Yeah, Jiang Yiman said. But Jiangnan said he was just eating for free, for business, accompanying friends. Even so, that indicates one thing, Jiangnan must be doing big business, Miro said, pondering for a moment. Jiang Yiman nodded in agreement. In any case, Jiangnan must be someone who does big business. That's right, Miro nodded. This guy is quite intriguing now, I'm becoming more and more interested in him. I know a mid-range Western restaurant, Jiang Yiman changed the subject. The cost is about 300 yuan per person, and the restaurant is nicely decorated, quite stylish. I wonder if this place will work. Sure, Miro nodded. If there are no other suitable options, let's go with this one. Okay, Jiang Yiman said. I'll contact them in advance and reserve a room. Don't just chat, let's eat, Li Xiaochun said. Let's eat, let's go. I'm really happy today, thank you for accompanying me to the movies, Jiangnan. As they walked out of the cinema, Anqi looked at Jiangnan with joy. As long as you're happy. Jiangnan smiled, get in the car, I'll take you home. Anqi nodded her little head happily. Nearby, passers-by looked at the blue Bugatti Veyron, all envious. Wow! This luxury car is so beautiful, what brand is it? You don't know Bugatti? You've really never seen it, Bugatti Veyron, top-tier luxury car. It looks so stunning. I wonder how much this car costs. If I could have one, that would be great. It looks so flashy, so cool. Over 30 million, don't dream, young man, wake up. Damn. Over 30 million, I wouldn't even dare to dream that big. Many passers-by watched as Jiangnan and Anchi got into the car, the blue Bugatti turning into a blue shadow as it drove away, some still lingering, standing in place in a daze. I want to cross this desert, searching for my true self, with only a camel by my side. The wind blows by, the clouds drift past, suddenly a river of love appears. Dynamic music roared inside the car. Jiangnan held the steering wheel with one hand, enjoying the incredibly comfortable driving experience. This car is simply amazing. Anchi said, blinking her beautiful eyes from the passenger seat. Jiangnan, you suddenly bought a Bugatti Veyron. It's really unexpected. What made you think of buying such an expensive car? Did you strike it rich? Ha! Jiangnan chuckled, sort of. Is it from the jade business? Did you make a fortune again? Or did you have unexpected gains from somewhere else? I remember that piece of imperial green you had. It only auctioned for over 20 million, not enough to buy this car. And she said, besides, to afford a car like this, you need to have a net worth of several hundred million, otherwise you wouldn't dare to do it. After all, cars are consumables. This was exactly Anchi's thought, wanting to know what kind of fortune Jiangnan had made. He. Jiangnan chuckled, sister, you're overthinking it. I wouldn't calculate like that. The car is on installment payments. I can drive it away with 10 million. I have enough with 20 million, and still have 10 million left. That's not how it works. And she said, installment payments mean you have to pay later too. Aren't you worried? What if you can't make money and have to return the car? No need to worry about that. Jiangnan smiled, we'll talk about it then, maybe by that time I'll have money. Aren't we planning to go out to sea for salvage? Who knows, we might strike it rich, and my hotel business is doing well now, over 100,000 a day, more than 3 million a month. Oh, that makes sense. Anchi was somewhat persuaded by Jiangnan, nodding her little head, and didn't ask anything more. Jiangnan, however, felt a headache. This little girl was too shrewd, even calculating this for him. It seemed he needed to think more when doing things in the future, or it would raise people's suspicions. If people really found out he easily got so much imperial green and emerald, and casually made close to 500 million, that would be unfortunate. Still, that's saying, the research institute's slicing. Let's go. By then, there would be no place to cry. It wasn't long before they arrived at An's villa. Jiangnan drove directly to Anchi's bedroom door, and as Anchi got out of the car, she softly said, Jiangnan, do you want to sit for a while longer? No, it's getting late, I should go back, maybe next time. Jiangnan replied. Alright then, drive slowly on the way. Anchi waved her little hand. It's fine, good night. Jiangnan said, casually turning the steering wheel with one hand. The Bugatti made a U-turn, speeding away from the An family villa. When he rushed out the door, the bodyguard who had previously stopped Jiangnan emerged from the pavilion, watching the departing Bugatti inside. I was really blind before, to have stopped this gentleman. Just look at his status, driving a Bugatti Veyron. This guy, I'm afraid his wealth can't even be compared to a home. Back at the hotel, the Bugatti Veyron was parked in the underground garage, and Jiangnan took the elevator directly back to the top floor office. When he entered the room, Bebe was sitting on the sofa, eating snacks, and watching TV. The little girl had already taken a shower and changed into her pajamas, a thin, semi-transparent outfit that left little to the imagination. Although she was still wearing underwear, the view was indeed tempting. Jiangnan couldn't help but feel his hormones surge. Brother Jiang, you're back, Bebe exclaimed, happily leaping into his arms. The faint scent of her body and shampoo filled Jiangnan's nostrils. Jiangnan. This was going to be the end of him. He wanted nothing more than to disregard everything and devour this alluring little girl. Brother Jiang, where did you go? Why did you come back so late? Bebe asked. I went to the movies, Jiangnan replied, suppressing his frustration. You went to the movies? Bebe pouted her tempting little lips. Why didn't you take me? I wanted to go see a movie with you. Maybe next time, Jiangnan said. Going to the movies, that must mean you went with a girl, right? Bebe looked at Jiangnan with a gaze that said he was a bad man. Of course, Jiangnan chuckled. If I went with a man, that would be a problem. Brother Jiang, you're a bad person. You already have Bebe and still go to the movies with other girls. Bebe pouted, but it didn't seem like she was really angry. Jiangnan, damn it, don't hog the bathroom, it's inconvenient. You say it nicely, but you have Bebe. No actual action at all. By the way, Brother Jiang, do I know that girl? Bebe asked again, pulling away from Jiangnan's embrace to continue snacking. Jiangnan felt a sense of loss. He was enjoying the soft embrace, and now it was gone.
Helpless, he sat on the sofa, grabbed a few potato chips, and stuffed them into his mouth, saying, "Of course, it's Anchi." "Oh, it's sister-in," Bebe said, suddenly happy, "then I won't be jealous." "Jiang Nan. Brother Jiang, I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed, good night." Bebe yawned, said goodbye to Jiang Nan, and walked to her bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her. If it weren't for waiting for Jiang Nan, she would have gone to sleep earlier. "Jiang Nan. Damn it, you stirred up my anger and just left like that? Do you think I can let you off the hook?" He glared furiously at Bebe's bedroom door. The next moment. Sigh. Just let it go, what else can I do? I can't bear to be harsh on a little girl. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Jiang Nan gave in, snuggling into the sofa, reaching for a bag of chips beside him, and started munching away. Suddenly inspired, he thought of a slogan. Eating chips can cool you down, eat one chip, cool down a bit. But in the end, after finishing a bag of chips, Jiang Nan's anger didn't subside at all. Instead, it grew even stronger. Jiang Nan was thoroughly frustrated. He had never touched a woman before and could endure it, but after sleeping with Zhu Shishir, why had his tolerance dropped so drastically? Or was it just that being with a woman was too enjoyable? But when he thought of Zhu Shishir, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up. Damn it, why was he holding back? He could totally go find Zhu Shishir. He had completely forgotten about that. She lived in Liyuan community, alone, and it was so convenient for him to go over. With that thought, he felt happy and took out his phone to contact her. As a result, he found himself unknowingly pulled into a WeChat group, still waiting for his confirmation to join. He glanced at the person who added him, Zhang Yiman, and Jiang Nan felt a bit relieved and clicked to confirm. He completely trusted Zhang Yiman. He was just afraid of those chaotic groups, filled with futures, stocks, and scams, which were really annoying. After joining the group, he realized it was actually a group of his university classmates. The group was chatting, and at that moment, Miro was speaking. "We've found the location for the gathering." It was Zhang Yiman who found it, a Western restaurant. "If we split the bill, each person should prepare about 300 yuan. Does that sound good to everyone?" "Sure. Sounds good. This place is quite suitable." Zhang Yiman, "Alright, since that's the case, I'll go there first tomorrow and then send the location in the group, so everyone can find it easily. Dong Koan, I'll bring the drinks, red wine, white wine, and some soft drinks. Everyone, what kind of wine do you like?" "Deng Wei, Dong Xiao, I like strong liquor. Do you have mutai?" "Get some." "Dong Koan, no problem, easy." "Miro, at Dong Koan, get some red wine. We girls can drink white wine, but we can also have some red wine. Just don't get anything too expensive. Something like Great Wall Dry Red will do. After all, we just graduated and are still poor students. Let's not spend too much." "Dong Koan, okay, I'll try to get some good stuff." Sigh. "My dad's business hasn't been doing well lately. Money is a bit tight." Jiang Nan became interested. It seemed they were discussing the gathering. His attention was diverted, and his anger gradually faded. He didn't speak in the group but looked on with some interest. "Miro, at Dong Koan, is your family's business not doing well either?" "Dong Koan, yeah, nothing is easy to do these days. Under the current situation, many businesses, not to mention growing, are just trying to maintain the status quo, and many have gone bankrupt. My dad has been worried these days. The cash flow is a bit tight. If things go wrong, after struggling for decades, I could end up back at square one, and I'd be poor." "You Shi, really? Are you pretending to be poor?" "Dong Koan, really, how could I pretend to be poor? I wish I could show off instead. The family's business is indeed a bit tough, otherwise, I wouldn't need my classmates to pay for this gathering, I could cover it myself." "Yushi, no, you taking care of the drinks is enough. How can we let you pay for everything?" "Deng Wei, yeah, bro, we appreciate your heart. Even though you're a rich second generation, you don't look down on us poor folks. Honestly, I really admire you. Goo goo, yeah, I respect you." "Miro, at Dong Koan, if money is really tight, I can cover part of the drinks, my job is okay, and I've saved a bit." Jiang Nan saw this and was about to speak. Dong Koan spoke again. "At Miro, no need, there's an old saying, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. I can still squeeze out this little money." Jiang Nan thought for a moment and decided not to say anything. "Miro, alright then. Lise, at Dong Koan, you still have to rely on yourself. What good is having money at home? Look at your dad, his business isn't doing well now, right? Look at me, relying on my own ability. I become a manager, and I'm only going to get better. My future is limitless." Dong Koan, Miro, Shinren, managerly is right, you still have to rely on yourself. Damn. Jiang Nan almost laughed out of anger. Lise still had that annoying face. He pinched his chin, pondering whether it would be appropriate to invite his classmates to his hotel for the gathering. Just then, Li Xiaoqun chimed in. "It's so late, let's rest." Zhang Yiman, "Yes, rest. Miro,
Good night, everyone. Good night. 88. 8. Clearly, as soon as the annoying Lise showed up, the group fell silent, and everyone went quiet. Jiang Nan. Alright, in this situation, he decided not to say anything. Putting away his phone, he realized that his anger had subsided, and he smiled helplessly. Originally, he had no intention of contacting Zhu Shishir to cool off, but after glancing at his phone, he found that Zhu Shishir had sent him a message. He opened it to see 3 messages. The first one, sent at 8 p.m. Jiangnan, are you coming over tonight? The second one, sent at 9 p.m., had a crying emoji. The third one, sent at 10 p.m., woo-woo. Poor little girl with no one to care for her, I'll just wash up and go to sleep. Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at the time, it was nearly 10:30. His fingers flew over the keyboard as he typed and sent a message, baby, are you asleep yet? Almost instantly, he received a reply from Zhu Shishir, not yet, I'm waiting for you in bed. Jiangnan, just saw your message. Zhu Shishir, I know you're busy with work, can you come over tonight? Jiangnan, okay, I'll come keep you company, I'll be there soon. Zhu Shishir, The next day, Jiangnan was awakened by some noise. He opened his eyes to find Zhu Shishir getting out of bed and dressing. Reflecting on the craziness of the night before, Jiangnan smiled and said, Shishir, why are you up so early? You could have slept a bit longer. Jiangnan, you're awake. Zhu Shishir turned to him and said, I moved quietly, didn't want to wake you, wanted you to sleep a bit more, but I still startled you. While saying this, she pecked Jiangnan's forehead with her cherry-like lips. Feeling the warmth from her lips and the deep affection in her eyes, Jiangnan was in a very good mood and said, why didn't you sleep a bit longer? Silly, I have to go to work, Zhu Shishir pouted. Don't go to work, I'll support you, Jiangnan said. You don't earn much from your job. We don't need that little money. No, I can't let you support me for everything, Zhu Shishir replied, this job is too tiring. I have to do what I can. Alright then, Jiangnan shrugged helplessly, as long as you're happy. Indeed, old Master Zhang is a good person, working there is fine, whether the pay is high or low doesn't matter, just let me know if you run out of money. Zhu Shishir nodded obediently, that's what I think too, whether the pay is high or low doesn't matter, having a job is better than being bored at home. Darling, you keep sleeping, I'll go catch a cab to work. Wait, Jiangnan said, I'll get up and drive you. No need, you're busy with work every day, sleep a bit longer, Zhu Shishir said with genuine concern. It's fine, just wait a moment, Jiangnan said as he got out of bed. Okay, I still need some time to wash up and do my makeup, Zhu Shishir conceded. Jiangnan was happy to drive her, and she was certainly happier about it. In a good mood, she went to wash up and do her makeup. As Jiangnan got up and dressed, he remembered something and said, by the way, since you're going to work, I should buy you a car. That way, it'll be more convenient for you. Buy a car? Zhu Shishir was taken aback for a moment, then thought for a bit before saying, maybe not, buying a car is quite expensive, and I won't have much use for it. It's just a small amount of money, Jiangnan said while buttoning his shirt. I've said it before, don't worry about money. Tell me, what kind of car do you like? Zhu Shishir paused her washing face routine, thought for a moment, and said, a car around 50 to 60,000 would be fine, like a red Honda hatchback, I think that would be good. No, Jiangnan immediately waved his hand, that's too low end. How about this, if you like red, what about a red Volkswagen CC? The style is nice, quite suitable for a girl. Volkswagen CC. Zhu Shishir was a bit surprised, darling, that's too expensive. Just say you like it, right? Jiangnan asked with a smile. I like it, Zhu Shishir said sweetly. Just liking it is enough. I'll transfer 400,000 to you. You can buy the car yourself, and the rest can be your pocket money. 400,000 is so much. Zhu Shishir was taken aback, her motion to wash her face halted once again. It's nothing. Jiangnan chuckled. Now that you've become my woman, I can't treat you poorly. Although I can't guarantee that my feelings will be for you alone, money will definitely not be a problem. Jiangnan, you're so good to me, Zhu Shishir said, her eyes slightly red. I know you're so outstanding and have many women around you. I'm just very content and happy to have time to be with you. Soon, the two finished washing up, and Zhu Shishir applied light makeup. With her light makeup, although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she was still above average. She linked her arm with Jiangnan's as they exited the elevator, habitually glancing at the parking area, but not finding the familiar Range Rover. Surprised, she asked, Jiangnan, where's your car? Isn't that it? Jiangnan pointed to a Bugatti not far away. Only then did Zhu Shishir notice the Bugatti's presence, her beautiful big eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the Bugatti Veyron, stunned for 2 seconds before stammering, This is your car? Of course. As he spoke, Jiangnan led her over.
The car's automatic sensing system detected Jiang Nan's arrival, emitting a soft beep and flashing its dazzling lights. As long as the car key is worn and within a 10-meter effective range, the Bugatti would respond like this, welcoming its owner back. Oh my god. Xu Shishir excitedly covered her mouth, still somewhat unable to believe this was real, feeling as if she were in a dream. The automatic car door slowly opened, and Jiang Nan smiled. Alright, stop dawdling, get in. As he spoke, he went to the driver's seat. Xu Shishir walked toward the passenger seat, her legs feeling unsteady, trembling as she finally got into the passenger seat, still not fully awake from the shock. The automatic car door slowly closed. Xu Shishir examined the car's interior, her shocked expression becoming even more exaggerated. The luxury of the entire car overwhelmed her, making her too scared to move in the seat, afraid of breaking something. It was simply too extravagant and luxurious inside. Every part, every instrument, every detail was so exquisitely lavish. Vroom vroom vroom. Jiang Nan started the car, pressed the accelerator a few times, and then quickly shifted gears, the blue Bugatti speeding out. Jiang Nan, how much is this car? After more than a minute, Xu Shishir finally calmed down a bit and asked. 38 million. Jiang Nan said casually. What? Oh my god. 38 million. Xu Shishir was shocked again. Jiang Nan, is it really 38 million? She still found it hard to believe and asked again. Jiang Nan, of course it's true. Do I need to lie? Should I show you the receipt? No. Xu Shishir hurriedly said. I didn't mean that. I'm just too shocked. A car costing 38 million is unimaginable. You'll get used to it. Jiang Nan chuckled. But, let me calculate. How much is 38 million really? Xu Shishir frowned and started counting on her fingers. After a moment, she said with a somewhat resentful expression, Darling, buying such an expensive car is too extravagant. I just calculated that if I bought nearly 300,000 Volkswagen CCs, I could buy over 100 of them. Jiang Nan, what kind of calculation is that? If I calculated buying cabbage, how many could I buy? It really is too extravagant. Xu Shishir's expression was extremely pained. 38 million, if converted to buy ordinary sports cars, even at 4 to 5 million each, I could buy several. Jiang Nan, truly a woman, she calculates this account so well. Did I say something wrong, Jiang Nan? Xu Shishir looked at Jiang Nan's expression, seemingly feeling that her words were somewhat inappropriate, and quickly said, I was just saying it casually, maybe because I'm used to being broke, thinking like this habitually. Of course, you can buy whatever car you want, as long as you're happy. Jiang Nan smiled and said, You don't have to be so reserved when talking to me. You're already my woman. With our relationship, you can say whatever you want. I know you're concerned about money, and that's a good thought. Xu Shishir obediently said, Thank you for understanding me so well, Jiang Nan. I really do care about money. After all, I'm a poor kid and know that making money isn't easy. You don't have to worry about it in the future. Jiang Nan said lightly, 38 million isn't a big deal. Jiang Nan, I really didn't expect you to become so rich now. Xu Shishir looked at Jiang Nan with a complex expression. She clearly remembered that just a few months ago, Jiang Nan was still working with them, struggling to sell a set of apartments, and every day worrying about being scolded by that old tigress. In just a few short months, no, to be precise, in just a few days, Jiang Nan had undergone such a dramatic change. Could it really be that doing jade business is this profitable? So, Jiang Nan continued while driving, you don't have to worry about money anymore. If you want to buy something, just tell me. I can give you money or buy it for you. No. Xu Shishir quickly said, You've already given me 400,000, which is enough for me to spend for a long time. Even if I buy a car, there will still be over 100,000 left, and I still have my salary. I can't take your money anymore. He. Jiang Nan smiled, for now, just use it. If you run out of money, just tell me. Xu Shishir nodded obediently, her face full of happiness and sweetness. At that moment, her heart was filled with happiness. She never dreamed that one day she would actually be able to sit in a Bugatti, such a supercar. Soon, the sports car arrived at the entrance of the antique pedestrian street. The car slowly stopped, and the automatic door slowly rose, inevitably attracting a wave of gazes and exclamations from passers-by. There's no helping it. The Gallardo is just that eye-catching. Mwah! Xu Shishir kissed Jiang Nan on the cheek, turned, and got out of the car, saying, Darling, I'm going. Jiang Nan nodded with a smile. Xu Shishir swayed her slim waist towards the antique shop, catching more envious glances from around her in her peripheral vision. She felt ecstatic, as if her legs were floating while walking. Upon arriving at the antique shop, Zhuang Dai was already there. Seeing Xu Shishir's appearance, she asked, Shishir, what's up?
You look so happy? Hee hee. Shu Shishir smiled mysteriously. Guess. How could I possibly guess? Zhuang Dai rolled her eyes and said, come on, confess. Did you get a boyfriend? Put. Zhu Shishir rolled her eyes. Getting a boyfriend is nothing. I even have a little fresh meat now. Really? Zhuang Dai immediately became very interested. Hee hee. Of course, that's a lie. Shu Shishir laughed happily, but one thing is true, I'm going to buy a car. Zhuang Dai, come with me after work. Going to buy a car? Zhuang Dai asked in confusion. What's going on? Did you get rich and have money to buy a car? Hee hee. Yes, I got rich. Shu Shishir said happily, congratulate me. Why does it seem like it's not that simple? Zhuang Dai touched her pointed chin. Come on, tell me the truth. We worked together, and you didn't mention anything yesterday. How did you get rich today? Hee hee. I'm not telling you. Zhu Shishir deliberately teased Zhuang Dai. You're really annoying. Zhuang Dai was completely intrigued. Quick, tell me. As she spoke, she started playfully tussling with Zhu Shishir. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Laughter filled the antique shop as the two girls played together. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. When Jiang Nan walked into the hotel lobby, the receptionists quickly stood up straight to greet him. Boss, you're back. The beautiful manager hurried over as well. Jiang Nan smiled and nodded, then instructed, have the kitchen prepare a bowl of porridge and a fish to send to my room. I haven't had breakfast yet. After giving the order, he casually went upstairs. Okay. The beautiful manager replied to Jiang Nan's back and hurried towards the kitchen. Back in the office, Bei was washing up. Hearing the noise, she looked over and saw Jiang Nan, immediately stopping her actions, and said with a hint of grievance, Brother Jiang, did you go out again last night? I couldn't find you early this morning. What do you need me for? Jiang Nan smiled and lightly brushed it off. It's nothing, I just wanted to see if you were here. Bei said. Jiang Nan. Not wanting to continue this topic with Bei, he changed the subject and asked, Bei, have you had breakfast? Not yet. Bei replied, I wanted to eat with you. Remember how happy we were eating soy milk and fried dough sticks by the roadside together? Now that we have a hotel and money, I still can't see you, and I feel like I'm not as happy as before. Jiang Nan. He took out his phone and dialed the beautiful manager's number. Soon, the beautiful manager answered, her pleasant voice coming through, Boss, is there anything else? Add another bowl of porridge. Jiang Nan instructed, and then thought of something else, adding, no, make it 2 bowls, and 2 fish as well. He suddenly remembered the bodyguard girl. It seemed he had neglected her these past few days, and how could her loyalty improve like that? So he ordered more porridge to have a meal with her. Okay, boss, I understand. I'll take care of it shortly. The beautiful manager replied obediently. Jiang Nan hung up the phone and said to Bei, there are too many things to do right now, so I can't eat together. If I'm not here, can't you eat with someone else? I just like eating with you, I don't want to eat with anyone else. Bei said with a hint of grievance. Jiang Nan helplessly replied, alright, I'll eat with you today, is that okay? Bei immediately brightened up, her big eyes turning crescent-shaped with a smile. Brother Jiang is the best, I love you to death. Jiang Nan looked at her adorable and cute appearance, helplessly smiling. Can I call the beautiful bodyguard over to eat with us? Jiang Nan asked. It's been several days since I had a meal with her. As a personal bodyguard, I need to build some rapport, that way, she can be more loyal. Of course you can. Bei said, as long as I can see you, Brother Jiang. Okay, then I'll go call her. Jiang Nan turned and left the office to the next room of the beautiful bodyguard. The door was tightly closed. Jiang Nan knocked on the door, and the beautiful bodyguard's cold voice came from inside. Who? It's me, Jiang Nan. Soon, the door opened, and the beautiful bodyguard was drenched in sweat, her long hair wet, standing at the door with boxing gloves on, clearly in the middle of a workout. She was breathing heavily as she said, Boss, you're here. Due to her intense breathing, her whole body trembled, a tempting sight. Are you busy? Jiang Nan asked. I'm boxing and working out, boss. The beautiful bodyguard replied, is there a task? I'll wash up right away, just give me 2 minutes. After saying that, she hurried off to wash up. Jiang Nan smiled, a thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't explain anything and simply said, come to my room after you're done washing. Okay, boss. The beautiful bodyguard quickly said, it will be ready soon. Jiang Nan didn't say anything else and returned to his room. Soon, the beautiful bodyguard came over. She was very organized, with her long hair tied up in a ponytail, wearing a tight leather outfit. Her appearance suggested that if it came to a fight, she would be unencumbered. Have a seat, Jiang Nan chuckled. What mission does the boss have? The beautiful bodyguard didn't sit down but asked, Aren't we leaving now? Hee hee.
Jiang Nan smiled. Today's mission is just to have a meal together. Sit down, the porridge and fish will be served shortly.
Eating?
The beautiful bodyguard looked a bit confused.
Bebe chimed in, there's nothing else, just eating. Brother Jiang is accompanying us for a meal.
Oh.
The bodyguard looked at Jiang Nan with a puzzled expression.
There's really nothing else, Jiang Nan said, just asking you to come over for a meal.
Oh. Right, there is a little something, we'll go out together later, but it will be a while. We'll head out around noon for a class reunion. You can come with me, of course, it's not dangerous. You know how class reunions are, having a bodyguard just adds to the prestige. Put. As soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, both Bebe and the beautiful bodyguard couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee. Bebe giggled, Brother Jiang, you want to take the beautiful bodyguard to show off. What do you think, isn't this a good idea?
Jiang Nan smiled, feeling quite pleased. Not bad, Bebe said, her beautiful big eyes turning into crescent moons. Brother Jiang, when we have the class reunion, you have to accompany me, having you there will make me look good.
Bebe, you have classmates too? Jiang Nan asked instinctively.
Bebe snorted, Brother Jiang, do you look down on me? Even though I stopped studying early, I still finished middle school, okay?
Aren't middle school classmates still classmates? Jiang Nan.
Just then, there was a knock on the door, and along with the knock, the beautiful manager's voice came from outside the room. Boss, the porridge and fish have been delivered. Come in, Jiang Nan said, walking over to open the door. The beautiful manager entered with a tray. 2 fish and 3 bowls of porridge filled the tray.
Why did you personally bring it?
Jiang Nan said, you could have had your subordinates bring it. Why are you doing it yourself?
Anyway, I'm not busy right now,
the beautiful manager said with a cheerful smile, and besides, I feel more at ease bringing it to the boss myself.
Jiang Nan. Thank you for your concern, boss, the beautiful manager added. Alright then, why don't you sit down and eat with us? Jiang Nan suggested.
Oh, that works too, the beautiful manager nodded. I'll call the kitchen to bring another bowl of porridge.
Good, let's eat first.
Bebe, let's share a bowl, Jiang Nan said. Bebe happily replied, eating a bowl with Brother Jiang feels closer. The beautiful manager and the beautiful bodyguard exchanged glances at Bebe's reaction, both smiling wryly.
They didn't hesitate to sit down and eat together. Just as Jiang Nan picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of fish, a notification sound from WeChat rang out. He took out his phone and saw a message from Zhang Yiman. He opened it to read, Jiang Nan, are you there? Jiang Nan replied, yes. Zhang Yiman, you haven't forgotten about the class reunion, have you? Jiang Nan, of course not, such an important matter, how could I forget? I'm getting ready. Zhang Yiman, good, I was worried you might forget. By the way, you have a car, can you come pick me up? Jiang Nan, sure, should I pick you up at the hotel? Zhang Yiman, come to my place, I'll send you the location.
I took a day off today, not going to work.
Jiang Nan, okay.
Zhang Yiman, by the way, I need to get there a bit earlier. I want to arrive at the reserved Western restaurant ahead of time and send everyone a location so they can find it more easily.
Jiang Nan was about to reply that it was fine.
Just then, the phone rang. He glanced at the number, it was Anchi calling. After a moment's thought, he answered the call.
Anchi's pleasant voice came through the receiver. Jiang Nan, what are you busy with?
Not busy, just having breakfast, Jiang Nan replied.
Why are you calling so early, Anchi?
Anchi said.
It's about the salvage operation at sea. My grandfather asked me to call you.
If you have time, it would be best to come to my house to discuss this matter.
Master Dong is also on a plane coming over. Jiang Nan hesitated. What's wrong? Don't you have time? Anchi asked.
I have something to do at noon. I need to attend a class reunion.
But I'm free in the morning. How about this?
I'll head over shortly, and I should be done before noon.
Jiang Nan said. Okay, Anchi replied. Master Dong is coming too, so it wouldn't be good to keep him waiting. Once you arrive, we can discuss it, and we should be able to decide quickly.
Alright, I'll head over soon, Jiang Nan said and hung up. He then opened Zhang Yiman's message and continued to reply to her. However, he couldn't say he could go, he had things to do in the morning and couldn't dare to go to the Western restaurant too early. So he quickly typed out a message, I have things to do in the morning, I can't spare the time.
Zhang Yiman, I see.
Then I'll just take a taxi over.
Don't come to pick me up. Just check the location I send and go directly to the Western restaurant to find me. Jiang Nan, okay, that's the only way.
Zhang Yiman, by the way, when you come, pick up Li Xiaochun and also bring me Ro along.
Jiang Nan fell silent.
Picking up 2 people meant he couldn't take the Bugatti, it only had room for 2, besides him as the driver, only one more person could fit.
After thinking for a moment, Jiang Nan made a decision. It seemed he could only take the Land Rover. With that decision made, he replied, okay, but I don't know where Miro lives? Zhang Yiman, isn't she in the WeChat group? Just message her privately and ask her to send you her location. Jiang Nan, okay, then it's settled. I'll pick them both up. Zhang Yiman, remember to drive your Range Rover. Let that Li Zhe see what car you're driving now, so he doesn't get too cocky. Jiang Nan, what's going on? Do you have a problem with Li Zhe? Zhang Yiman, no, it's just that guy looks down on you, saying you're just some nobody. Jiang Nan, what? His expression immediately turned angry, his face cold. He knew Li Zhe was a jerk back in school, but he didn't expect him to be even more of a jerk now. Zhang Yiman, Jiang Nan, don't get angry. It's not worth it to be mad at such a petty person. Jiang Nan, I'm not angry, what's there to be angry about? But, I think there will be a good show to watch in the future. Zhang Yiman, Jiang Nan, what are you planning? Don't cause any trouble. Jiang Nan, you don't need to worry about this, don't worry, nothing will happen. Zhang Yiman, but, Jiang Nan, alright, let's not talk about this. I'm having breakfast now. After I finish, I'll quickly take care of things, and I'll see you at noon. Zhang Yiman, see you at noon, moi. Jiang Nan put away his phone, his gaze cold. Li Zhe, just wait and see. Boss, is something wrong? You look upset. The beautiful manager, who had been paying attention to Jiang Nan's expression, quickly asked upon seeing his face. It's nothing. Jiang Nan changed to a smiling face, just eating, everyone is having a meal together. The beautiful manager nodded, not saying anything more. Since Jiang Nan was unwilling to talk, she wisely chose not to ask further. Reaching her position, her ability to read the room was quite impressive. Jiang Nan silently ate his meal. Seeing this situation, everyone dared not speak, even Bei was stealing glances at Jiang Nan, too afraid to say anything, quietly eating fish. Beautiful lady, you don't have to accompany me out today. After a few bites of fish, Jiang Nan looked at the beautiful bodyguard and said, I still need to pick someone up, there isn't enough space. If Jiang Nan had initially planned to take the Range Rover to the class reunion and didn't intend to show off with the Bugatti, now that Li Zhe, this grandson, dared to underestimate him, he had to raise his status and drive the Bugatti there. Oh, the beautiful bodyguard was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and said, okay, boss, I understand. A barely noticeable flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Everyone continued to eat fish in silence, the atmosphere somewhat stifled by Jiang Nan's mood. Soon, the beautiful bodyguard put down her chopsticks. I'm full, I'm going back to my room. Alright. Jiang Nan nodded, then you can go. The beautiful bodyguard nodded and turned to leave the room. Beautiful lady. Jiang Nan called out to her back. Is there anything else, boss? The beautiful bodyguard paused and turned back to ask. You don't have to wait in the room for me to call you. Jiang Nan said, it's fine to go out and take a stroll. I don't have much going on for the next 2 days, just keep your phone on. When I need your protection, I'll call you. Okay. The beautiful bodyguard nodded, looking at Jiang Nan with grateful eyes. Thank you, boss. This condition was indeed considerate of Jiang Nan. As a bodyguard, earning a high salary meant being on duty and ready to respond at all times. After the beautiful bodyguard left, the beautiful manager also put down her chopsticks and said, Boss, I've finished eating too. Jiang Nan nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll head down, I have some matters to arrange. The beautiful manager said. Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds before saying, Sister, prepare yourself, later, I will need your help to investigate someone. Investigate someone? The beautiful manager was somewhat surprised, momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted and said, Okay, boss, just let me know what I can do. Jiang Nan nodded, alright, you can go. When I have some basic information, I'll inform you of the situation, and you can proceed with further investigation. The beautiful manager nodded and replied, Okay, I'll wait for your news, boss. Anjia Villa. The blue Bugatti came to a stop, the car door slowly opened, and Jiang Nan climbed out. Jiang Nan, you're here. And she greeted him with a sweet smile at the door of the living room. Jiang Nan responded with a faint smile. Grandpa, Jiang Nan has arrived. And she called out to the living room. Ha ha ha. Jiang Shao brother, you've come. The laughter of old Masterin came from the living room, and soon he walked out. Olden. Jiang Nan smiled and greeted him. Come, let's sit in the living room. Old Masterin said while leading the way, with Enchi and Jiang Nan walking side by side behind him. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Nan did not see Master Dong's figure and was puzzled. At that moment, Enchi said, Master Dong's helicopter hasn't arrived yet, it's on the way. It shouldn't be long now. Although he didn't leave late, it's quite a distance from Yanjing. That's right. Jiang Nan nodded. It's not too urgent, we'll wait for him a bit. Old Masterin said, let's sit down and have some tea, we haven't seen each other for a few days, and I really want to chat with you. Meanwhile, the servants were hurriedly preparing tea. Jiang Nan had been here a few times, and they all knew he was a distinguished guest, so they couldn't afford to treat him poorly, otherwise, they might be in trouble, perhaps even losing their jobs. Jiang Nan calmly sat down on the sofa, appearing very casual. Anqi sat beside him, and the servant poured the tea. Anqi personally picked it up and brought it to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, have a cup of tea first. Jiang Nan nodded and slowly took a sip. Every time he came, he enjoyed the tea at Old Masterin's place very much. It was undeniable that the tea here was excellent, fragrant and rich, and very refreshing to drink. Little brother, the salvage preparations are almost complete, and the salvage team is ready. Old Masterin also picked up a cup of tea to drink while saying, the reason I asked you and Master Dawn to come is to discuss when it would be appropriate for us to set off. So soon it's ready? Jiang Nan said with a smile, Olden, you really work fast. Not at all, this is a big matter, and I've been keeping a close eye on it. Even so, we've already delayed for so many days, and I feel quite embarrassed about it, Old Masterin humbly replied. That's already very fast, Jiang Nan said with a faint smile. He understood that dealing with these old masters was like practicing Tai Chi, the key was flattery. He. Old Masterin laughed happily, clearly pleased with Jiang Nan's words. Olden, do I need to prepare anything? Jiang Nan shifted the topic to something he was more concerned about. Old Masterin thought for a moment and said, there's not much else to prepare. I remember you hired a few full-time bodyguards at your hotel, right? That's right, Jiang Nan nodded. Then when we set off, bring all your bodyguards. After all, we will be going to the high seas for salvage, and we need to guard against some unexpected situations. I've already hired a team of bodyguards, about 50 people, to handle the safety issues for this trip, Old Masterin said. However, if you have more trusted personal bodyguards, it's better to bring them all along. In addition to the 50 bodyguards, our family will also bring 5 more, and Master Dawn might have some as well. Jiang Nan nodded, okay, I understand. I have 5 bodyguards to bring along. Good, Old Masterin smiled and nodded. Since you mentioned this, are you saying that salvaging in the high seas will be very dangerous? Jiang Nan asked. Old Masterin brought this up, and he remembered the issue. It's not that dangerous, Old Masterin said, but since we will be in the high seas, we need to take more precautions. We can't just sit back and wait if something happens. I understand, Jiang Nan nodded and didn't say much more. Since it wasn't particularly dangerous, he would go along. If it were too dangerous, he wouldn't participate. Now that he could see the success rate, his life was much more valuable than before, so he had to be cautious. Thinking of this, a thought flashed in his mind. Since he could see the success rate, he could completely gauge the level of danger. Wouldn't that give him more assurance? With this idea, he silently pretended to drink tea while quietly starting to tentatively probe. Salvaging a sunken ship in the high seas 5,000 kilometers away will go smoothly. 80%. Jiang Nan slightly furrowed his brows. An 80% chance of success was quite good, but it didn't reach 100%, so there might be some issues to pay attention to. After thinking for a moment, he felt that his probing wasn't rigorous enough and tried to conduct a new probe. Salvaging in the high seas 5,000 kilometers away will encounter danger. 5%. This probing method had a much lower probability, but there was still a 5% chance of danger. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Nan continued to scan. The probability of encountering great danger while salvaging a sunken ship in the high seas 5,000 kilometers away. 1%. A mere 1% is already quite low. However, there is still a certain probability, and since it involves significant danger, there is an element of risk. Yet Jiang Nan did not want to gamble, he wanted a 100% guarantee of safety. After a brief contemplation, he had a new idea and began scanning again, using the method of observing success rates to timely detect and avoid danger. 100%. At this, Jiang Nan's eyes lit up, and his spirits lifted. Indeed, with the success rate in hand, the world was his. The so-called danger was merely something that could be encountered along the journey. Therefore, frequent scanning and timely adjustments could completely avoid the occurrence of danger. With a solution in mind, Jiang Nan felt completely at ease. How's the hotel business lately, little brother? I've been busy with salvage work these days and haven't had a chance to eat fish at the hotel. The old man casually started a conversation as the two sat there, somewhat bored. Business is good, Jiang Nan smiled. I think you've helped quite a bit, old man. This was because the old man had previously mentioned introducing his acquaintances and friends to the luxury hotel.
Of course, Jiang Nan had no idea if the guests were indeed the old man's acquaintances or friends, but in this situation, it was merely a way to build rapport and express gratitude. After all, it was just mutual flattery. Everyone understood the routine. Ha ha ha. Old Manon laughed heartily. With your relationship, little brother, of course, I would help. As the two chatted idly, time passed. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Master Dong still hadn't arrived, and Jiang Nan felt a bit anxious. Usually, it was fine, but there was a classmate gathering at noon, making him slightly impatient. Old Manon noticed and said, "Little brother, are you getting anxious waiting?" Jiang Nan nodded. "I have a social engagement at noon, the time has already been set." "I see." Old Manon frowned slightly and quickly said, "I'll call Master Dong and ask where he is, it's been so long, he must have encountered some situation." Jiang Nan nodded. Old Manon took out his phone and dialed. Soon, the call connected, and Master Dong's voice came through the receiver. "I'm almost there, 2 minutes. "Okay," Master Dong said with a wry smile, "it's Jiang, little brother, who has something going on, and I'm making him anxious." I know, there was a bit of a situation on the road. I'm really sorry, I'll explain when we meet," Master Dong said. Old Manon hung up the phone and said, "He'll be here soon, almost there." As he spoke, the faint sound of a helicopter's rotor blades could be heard overhead. He's coming, Old Manon said. "I can hear it," Jiang Nan nodded. Since he was arriving, they could only wait to discuss the situation before leaving. If it took too long, he wouldn't wait anymore. As the sound of the rotor blades grew louder, it wasn't long before Master Dong's helicopter landed in Old Man's courtyard. Jiang Nan politely followed Old Manon to greet him. The helicopter came to a stop, and Master Dong stepped down, looking at Jiang Nan with an apologetic smile. "Little brother, I'm sorry, there was a bit of a situation on the way, the pilot suddenly felt unwell, and we had to make an emergency landing. Fortunately, after taking some medicine, he's fine now, and we rushed over." "No problem," Jiang Nan could only respond with a faint smile. "Let's go." Talk in the room, Old Manon led the way. The few of them entered the living room, settled on the sofa, and the servant quickly poured tea for Master Dong. Old Masterin knew that Jiang Nan was anxious, so he got straight to the point. "Little brother, you have an engagement at noon, let's keep it brief and discuss the main matters." After about an hour, as it approached noon, the matters were finally settled. They would set sail in 3 days, and everyone was to prepare their respective items in advance. "Master Dong, I will take my leave first," Jiang Nan said as he bid farewell. Go on, Master Dong and Old Masterin saw him off to the living room entrance. "Little brother, hurry up and take care of your business." Jiang Nan glanced at An-Chi and smiled, and she also smiled back at him charmingly. Without lingering, Jiang Nan hopped into his car, pressed the accelerator, and the Bugatti sped away. After leaving the family villa, Jiang Nan slightly pulled over to the side, took out his phone, and checked for any WeChat messages from Zhang Yimin and the others. Sure enough, there were messages from Zhang Yimin and Li Xiaochun. Jiang Nan first opened Zhang Yimin's messages, which had 3 in total. The first one, sent at 10 a.m. "Jiang Nan, you just need to pick up Li Xiaochun, Mi Ro will pick her up." The second one, sent at 10:30 a.m. "Jiang Nan, reply to me." The third one, sent at 11:30 a.m. "Jiang Nan, woo. Why are you ignoring me? Haven't you contacted Li Xiaochun?" "I contacted her, and she said you haven't reached out to her. She tried to contact you, but you didn't reply." Jiang Nan then opened Li Xiaochun's messages, which had 2. The first one, sent at 11 a.m. "Jiang Nan, when are you coming to pick me up?" The second one, sent just a moment ago, "Jiang Nan, are you coming to pick me up? I've been waiting so long that the flowers are wilting. Do you not want me anymore? Woo. Jiang Nan." He immediately replied to Li Xiaochun, "Li Xiaochun, are you still at the hospital? I'm coming to pick you up right away. I've been swamped with business discussions and just wrapped things up, sorry." Almost instantly, Li Xiaochun's reply came back, "MMHM, I'm still at the hospital. Hurry and come pick me up. I'm wondering if I should take a taxi. It's already noon, most of our classmates have arrived, I'm so anxious. Jiang Nan, I'll be there soon." Li Xiaochun, "Okay, I'll wait for you at the hospital entrance." Jiang Nan, "Okay." Then, his fingers flew over the screen as he sent a message to Zhang Yimin. "Zhang Yimin, I've contacted Li Xiaochun, I'm heading to the hospital to pick her up. You're already at the Western restaurant, right?" Soon, a reply came back, "Bro, you finally spoke. You had me worried sick." "Yes, I'm already at the Western restaurant, the location is in the group chat. You can come directly after picking up Li Xiaochun." Jiang Nan, "Alright, I don't need to pick up Mi Ro, right?" Zhang Yimin, "MMHM, no need. Li Zhe has already picked her up, I just contacted him, and he should be arriving soon. Most of the other classmates are already here, just waiting for you, Li Xiaochun and Dong Kuan."
Dong Koan has also been in touch and will be here shortly. Jiang Nan, okay. He put away his phone, started the Bugatti, and sped towards the hospital. At the entrance of Jianghai Hospital, Li Xiaochun stood to the side, looking around anxiously at the passing vehicles. Every time she spotted a white Range Rover from a distance, she felt a flicker of hope. Unfortunately, as the cars approached, none of them stopped, some drove past, while others entered the hospital. Li Xiaochun pouted in disappointment, helplessly continuing to wait. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. More white Range Rovers passed by, but not a single one was Jiang Nan's. Annoying Jiang Nan, why isn't he here yet? Humph. So annoying. She muttered softly while still keeping an eye on the passing cars. About half an hour later, her eyes lit up, not because Jiang Nan had arrived, but because she spotted a striking blue sports car from afar. The blue sports car was so eye-catching and attention-grabbing. As the cars on the road swerved to avoid it, keeping as far away from the blue sports car as possible, the meaning was clear: this car must not be hit, or the cost would be unbearable. As the distance closed, she saw the license plate clearly, Bugatti Veyron. Although she didn't know the exact price, she knew this was a top-tier luxury sports car, worth at least over 10 million. Watching the car with envious eyes, she sighed inwardly, so beautiful, truly worthy of being a top luxury sports car. Just then, the blue Bugatti made a turn and drove straight towards her. It seemed to be pulling over. Li Xiaochun was surprised and quickly turned to look around her, thinking, could this sports car be here to pick up someone nearby? But suspiciously, there was no one around her. At that moment, the blue sports car slowly stopped in front of her, and the automatic door slowly opened. Hi, beautiful? Jiang Nan's voice came from inside the car. Ah, Jiang Nan. Li Xiaochun's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. She never expected that the flashy sports car would have Jiang Nan inside. Get in the car. Jiang Nan smiled, unable to help but laugh at Li Xiaochun's astonished expression. No. Jiang Nan, how could it be you? How could you be driving a Bugatti? Weren't you driving a white Range Rover? Li Xiaochun was already a bit tongue-tied. This is a new car, Jiang Nan said with a smile. New car. Li Xiaochun was still trying to process it. Ha! Jiang Nan chuckled. Get in, let's chat while we drive. Okay. Li Xiaochun hurriedly ran around the front of the car and got into the passenger seat, feeling a bit awkward. Sitting in such a luxurious car made her nervous and uncomfortable. The automatic door slowly closed, and Jiang Nan smiled, buckle up. As Li Xiaochun fastened her seatbelt, she began to come to her senses and said, Jiang Nan, are you saying this is your new car? Yeah. Jiang Nan gradually pressed the gas, and the car merged into the flow of traffic. My God, you actually bought another car, and it's a sports car. Li Xiaochun, now fully aware, became very excited. Didn't I say before? The previous car was a friend's. Jiang Nan looked at the excited Li Xiaochun and smiled helplessly. It seemed that a sports car worth over 30 million was indeed shocking. So it really was borrowed from a friend. Li Xiaochun blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, Zhang Yiman and I always thought you were lying to us. How could that be? It really was a friend's, and this car is the one I just bought. Jiang Nan said. This car is simply too cool. Now coming to her senses, Li Xiaochun's eyes sparkled as she admired the car's interior. Wow. It's just amazing. Everything is so luxurious and exquisite. While saying this, Li Xiaochun touched the side of the car. After a moment, she thought of something and asked, by the way, Jiang Nan, how much did this car cost? 38 million. Jiang Nan said casually. Li Xiaochun quickly withdrew her hand from the car's body as if she had been electrocuted, her expression once again shocked. 38 million. Jiang Nan smiled and said nothing. God, you spent 38 million on a car? Aren't you worried? Li Xiaochun had a pained expression. Not worried. Jiang Nan smiled, live for today, enjoy today. Li Xiaochun opened her mouth, not knowing what to say next. After a moment of daze, she finally came to her senses, her beautiful big eyes scanning Jiang Nan up and down. Your gaze is quite unsettling, Jiang Nan said, turning the steering wheel and taking a turn, glancing at Li Xiaochun. Do you not recognize me? Or what? Jiang Nan, I really feel like I don't know you anymore. How rich are you now, driving a car worth 38 million? Li Xiaochun looked intently into Jiang Nan's eyes, seemingly trying to discern whether he was lying. No money, Jiang Nan said. Still lying, I want to bite you to death. Li Xiaochun pretended to be angry. No money for a 38 million Bugatti? Oh, Jiang Nan pondered for a moment. I haven't thought of a low-key excuse for that yet. Tycoon, you big tycoon, Li Xiaochun said playfully. You made me and Zhang Yiman work so hard to find out, turns out you're so rich, a real big tycoon. Jiang Nan smiled and said nothing, while Li Xiaochun's resentful gaze fixed on him, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, carrying a different kind of sentiment. She found Jiang Nan so unfamiliar. Just a year after graduation, he was driving a 38 million Bugatti, which was simply unimaginable. Jiang Nan was the same age as her, in his 20s, yet had such wealth. It was terrifying, and if she told anyone, no one would believe it. If he were a rich second generation, it would be understandable. After all, it was his father's money. But everyone knew Jiang Nan's situation. He was clearly a rural kid from a very poor family. But now, the more Li Xiaochun thought about it, the more complicated her feelings became, and she fell silent. The blue Bugatti sped along, and she sat in the passenger seat, silently watching Jiang Nan, her gaze fixed on his handsome face, not missing a single detail. Did something grow on my face? Jiang Nan glanced at Li Xiaochun while driving and joked. It grew money, a face full of money, Li Xiaochun replied seriously. Jiang Nan. He fell silent, and Li Xiaochun did too, quietly watching Jiang Nan, the atmosphere in the car becoming somewhat strange. At the entrance of the Western restaurant, Zhang Yimin, Gugu, Deng Wei, Shinren, Yushi, and about a dozen classmates stood chatting and waiting. Among the group, Zhang Yimin stood out, her beautiful face and graceful figure causing several boys to steal glances at her. The girls, on the other hand, were more focused on the Hermes bag in her hand, their eyes revealing envy and jealousy. Zhang Yimin, you're getting more and more beautiful, Gugu said with a wry smile. I'm really struggling, otherwise, I would have chased you hard. Is that so? Zhang Yimin smiled lightly, not continuing the topic. Gugu, sensing the mood, chose not to say more, but his eyes couldn't hide his affection for Zhang Yimin. Zhang Yimin, how about we take a picture together for a keepsake? Later, I can show off to friends, saying I have such a beautiful classmate. Deng Wei chimed in, pulling out his phone. Of course, Zhang Yimin smiled. Come on, Gugu, help us take one. Deng Wei winked at Gugu, meaning to provoke him, as if to say, look at my skills, bro. Gugu immediately wilted, his face falling, looking like he wanted to cry, as he took Deng Wei's phone to help him take a picture with Zhang Yimin. Click, click. After taking 2 shots, Gugu, still with a sad face, suddenly smiled and said, now it's my turn, my turn. Deng Wei, you help me take a couple with Zhang Yimin. As he spoke, he ran to Zhang Yimin's side, handing his phone to Gugu, looking pleased as if he hadn't lost out. Zhang Yimin smiled wryly at this pair of clowns. Click, click. Gugu took 2 more pictures with Zhang Yimin, both of them looking at the photos with delight, secretly wishing how great it would be to date Zhang Yimin. Just then, a black Passat drove up and stopped by the roadside. That should be Li Zhe's car, a classmate noticed and said. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, the car door opened, and Li Zhe and Mi Ro got out from the driver and passenger seats, respectively. Li Lao Da. Shinren rushed over to greet Li Zhe excitedly. Mi Ro. Mi Ro. Zhang Yimin and Yushi waved to greet Mi Ro. Zhang Yimin, Yushi. Mi Ro also waved to greet. Today, Mi Ro was wearing a long dress, looking extremely beautiful, with fair skin and a delicate oval face. As soon as she got out of the car, many boys turned their gaze towards her like hungry beasts. How's my new Passat? How does it feel to sit in it? Li Ziyang said proudly to Mi Ro. I'll give you a ride back after the gathering. He acted as if having a car was a big deal. It's okay, Mi Ro replied casually with a smile, then walked over to Zhang Yimin and Yushi. Wow! Boss Li, is this your new Passat? Shinren exclaimed, his eyes wide as he circled around the Passat, looking and commenting. Yeah, Li Zhe said even more proudly. What do you think? Not bad, right? It cost 280,000. I bought it outright, not in installments. Other classmates also looked over. Although they disdained Li Zhe's attitude, they couldn't help but feel envious that he had bought a Passat worth over 200,000, nearly 300,000, just a year after graduation. Zhang Yimin, you look really beautiful today, Mi Ro joked as she approached Zhang Yimin. Dressing up so beautifully is just to impress your little lover Jiang Nan, right? Shut up, that's not it, Zhang Yimin shot back with an eye roll. If you're dressing up so beautifully, who are you trying to impress? You're not trying to steal my little lover, are you? What if I say I am? Would you kill me? Mi Ro joked. Of course not, Zhang Yimin replied playfully, I would bite you to death. He. He. The 2 girls laughed happily. Could you 2 beautiful ladies please consider the less attractive girls while chatting? Yushi said with a hint of grievance, you've already dealt me 10,000 points of damage. He. Zhang Yimin and Mi Ro laughed even more joyfully. Yushi pretended to be very angry. Humph. You too, I'm cutting ties with you. For 3 seconds. Yushi, I remember your skin was pretty good back in school. How come it's much darker now? Mi Ro looked at Yushi's small face and said, you're actually quite pretty. If you take good care of yourself and put on suitable makeup, you'd definitely be on another level. Don't mention it, it's just that I don't have money, Yushi said with a sigh. The work environment is also exposed to the sun, my face is almost ruined from the sun. Change jobs, Yushi, Miro suggested. Sigh. It's not that easy, Yushi sighed. Jobs aren't that easy to find. At this moment, Lise came over and asked, Yushi, what job are you doing now, and how much is your monthly salary? I won't say what job it is, it's embarrassing, Yushi replied helplessly, my monthly salary is only 4,000. How about this, just leave Jianghai and come to our company. As the manager, I can arrange a job for you that pays 5,000 a month, Lise said. He. Zhang Yiman laughed from the side. I say, managerly, you really know how to joke. Asking someone to leave Jianghai for a job that pays just 1,000 more, aren't you ashamed? I'm helping her, Lise insisted, an extra 1,000 isn't nothing, and as a manager, I can take care of her work, letting her do lighter tasks. Forget it, Yushi said, I'm more familiar with Jianghai, I don't want to change environments. Suit yourself, Lise replied, don't say I'm not taking care of my classmates now that I'm in a managerial position. Miro, Zhang Yiman, both rolled their eyes, not responding to him. Shenren, however, ran over excitedly and said, how could Boss Li be like that? You take the best care of your classmates. Lise smiled with satisfaction and said to Shenren, I'm arranging your work. Once I'm done, you can come and be my assistant manager. Shinren nodded eagerly like a little pug. Boss Li is mighty, Boss Li is awesome. Gugu and Dang Wei beside them looked like they wanted to vomit. The other classmates shook their heads one by one. Just then, a silver Porsche Cayenne drove over. It's young Master Dong. The classmates recognized him at a glance. Dong Koan drove this car when he was in college. Soon, the car approached and stopped beside them. Dong Koan got out. Young Master Dong. Young Master Dong. Everyone waved to greet him. Is everyone here? Dong Koan asked with a smile. If everyone is here, let's go in and bring the drinks up. As he spoke, he opened the trunk, which was filled with several boxes of alcohol and beverages. Young Master Dong is mighty, young Master Dong is amazing. The male classmates cheered and rushed over to help carry the drinks. Miro and Zhang Yiman smiled at Dong Koan. He particularly winked at them, as they were the two most eye-catching beauties among the classmates. A few of you boys, go ahead and bring the drinks into the room, Zhang Yiman instructed. Jiang Nan and Li Xiaochun haven't arrived yet, so let's wait a bit at the door. Sure thing, whatever the beautiful Zhang says goes. A few boys carried the drinks to the pre-ordered private room in the Western restaurant. Zhang Yiman, Miro, Yushi, Dong Koan, Gugu, and Dang Wei continued to wait at the door for Jiang Nan and Li Xiaochun. Li Zhe also stayed at the door, with his sycophant Shinren following closely. Why hasn't Li Xiaochun arrived yet? It's so late, Dong Koan asked with a grin. If she arrives, then the 3 flowers will be complete. He was more concerned about Li Xiaochun than Jiang Nan, whom he completely ignored. The other men were also curious to see how the previously petite and delicate beauty Li Xiaochun had changed. The only ones looking forward to Jiang Nan's arrival were Zhang Yiman and Miro. Yeah, she's late today, Zhang Yiman said. It's all Jiang Nan's fault. He was busy with business until noon, so he's late. Humph. Li Zhe snorted coldly and said, I'm quite interested to know what kind of work Jiang Nan is busy with to be this late. This is a class reunion, and so many people are waiting for him. It can't just be some small business worth 1,000 or 2,000, making everyone wait so long. You know, when I represent the company to negotiate business, the smallest deal is at least over 100,000, and the largest can even go up to 500,000. Everyone. Jiang Nan drives a white Range Rover. Keep an eye out for it, Zhang Yiman said. If you see it, that means they are coming. Jiang Nan is doing so well? Dong Koan said in surprise. He's driving a Range Rover? He had missed the group chat that day and was completely unaware. Zhang Yiman nodded. Although it's not his, he's borrowing it from a friend. Humph. Li Zhe snorted again and took over the conversation. What's the point of borrowing someone else's car? My Passat is worth over 200,000, but I bought it myself, and it's fully paid. If I were to borrow, I could also borrow my boss's BMW X6, but borrowing doesn't count as a skill. Just then, Gugu exclaimed loudly, pointing into the distance, damn, look over there, that blue sports car is so damn cool. His shout was particularly loud. Everyone was startled and looked over. They could see a blue Bugatti Veyron approaching in the distance. Due to the traffic congestion, it wasn't moving fast. The cars around it all moved away, clearly afraid of scratching the paint on such a luxury car, which they couldn't afford to repair. Damn, that car is just too handsome, so flashy, unbelievably awesome, Dang Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide in admiration. Indeed, this car is amazing. Miro nodded and said, it's the first time I've seen such a luxurious sports car in Shanghai. It really is eye-catching. Zhang Yiman nodded in agreement, and at first glance, she fell in love with this car. What kind of car is this? How can it be so stunning? Yushi asked from the side. It seems to be a Bugatti, Lise said, showing off his knowledge. This is a real good car, only extremely impressive people can drive such a car. Sigh, my Passat is just trash in front of this, even a Range Rover isn't worth mentioning. Bossly, your knowledge is indeed extraordinary, Shinran said from the side. I can't even recognize what brand this car is. I've never seen such a luxury car. Tisk TSK. Dong Koen was completely captivated by the sports car, unable to hold back his admiration. Damn, someone actually bought the 2018 version of the Bugatti Veyron, incredible, simply amazing. Young Master Dong, you say this is the 2018 latest Bugatti Veyron? Mi Ro asked with great interest. That's right, Dong Koen replied. According to statistics, fewer than 500 of this model have been sold worldwide, and in our Huaxia, fewer than 50. Oh my god, how much is this car worth? Yushi couldn't help but ask. 38 million. Hiss, hiss. A chorus of gasps filled the air. Everyone was collectively stunned. After a moment, Yushi was the first to speak. My goodness, how extravagant, a car worth 38 million. Put. Miro laughed. We don't understand the world of the rich. Yeah, Dong Koen chimed in. We don't understand the world of the rich. TCH. Zhang Yiman rolled her eyes. Aren't you a rich person? What do I count as a rich person? Compared to someone who drives this kind of sports car, I'm practically begging. Dong Koen smiled bitterly. It's not worth mentioning. Stop making fun of me. I really want to see what kind of person drives such a car. As the blue sports car drew closer, Miro said, her eyes fixed on the car. Everyone held their breath, completely captivated by the sports car. Not just them, but everyone entering and exiting the Western restaurant was also drawn to this flashy car. There was no way around it. Such luxury cars were simply too rare to see, especially in a second-tier city like Shanghai, where they were a dazzling presence no matter where they went. Just then, the sports car began to turn, gradually approaching the entrance of the Western restaurant. Wow! It's coming! It's coming! Gugu exclaimed. It might park here at the Western restaurant. We could witness the style of the person driving this amazing car. Damn, I'm so looking forward to it. The blue Bugatti Veyron stopped at the entrance of the Western restaurant. It really stopped here, Gugu said. Wait a moment, the car will leave soon. You guys help me take a picture with the car. Me too, Deng Wei said. I want to take a picture too. Everyone be quiet, Miro said. They're about to get out of the car. If they see you like this, you'll be laughed at. At that moment, the Bugatti was just a short distance away in the parking space, and the automatic car door slowly opened. Everyone's eyes were glued to it, their gazes filled with envy and jealousy. The first person to get out was a handsome guy, dressed in Armani, with a straight posture and a handsome face. Jiang Nan. Zhang Yiman's beautiful big eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed. What? Is it Jiang Nan? Miro also looked somewhat familiar, her body trembling slightly upon hearing Zhang Yiman's exclamation. What, you say this is Jiang Nan? Gugu's eyes widened, clearly shocked by Zhang Yiman's shout. Jiang Nan? The others were equally stunned. Just then, the passenger door opened, and Li Xiaochun got out. Li Xiaochun! Zhang Yiman and Miro exclaimed in unison. At this moment, Miro had completely understood. Indeed, the handsome guy who got out of the car was definitely Jiang Nan. Zhang Yiman's shout, combined with Li Xiaochun being with him, was enough to confirm it. However, this left her very puzzled. Wasn't it said that Jiang Nan drove a Land Rover Range Rover? How did it turn into a 38 million Bugatti Veyron? Click, click, click. Zhang Yiman twisted her slim waist and quickly ran towards Jiang Nan in her high heels, shouting, Jiang Nan, why did you change your car? Wasn't your car that white Land Rover Range Rover? Jiang Nan chuckled, didn't I say? That car belongs to someone else. After saying that, he looked at Miro and the others, waving his hand. Hello, classmates, long time no see. Almost in unison, the other classmates raised their hands and waved, Jiang Nan, long time no see. Even Lise was the same. His expression was so shocked that his whole face seemed to change shape. Dong Koen, on the other hand, wore a bitter smile. Zhang Yiman linked her arm with Jiang Nan's, seemingly declaring that this was her territory. At the same time, she asked Li Xiaochun beside her, Li Xiaochun, what on earth is going on? That's what happened, Li Xiaochun shrugged and said, we were all deceived. Jiang Nan is a super rich guy, and the 38 million Bugatti is his new car. You little liar. Zhang Yiman playfully pinched Jiang Nan's soft waist, but the action was quite large, yet the strength was as light as a feather. How did I lie? Did I deceive you for money or for love? Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. I never said it, okay? The Land Rover was borrowed from a friend, and this Bugatti is my new purchase. I just haven't had the chance to tell you. Oh, stop throwing dog food around. Gugu covered his face and said, "You two flaunting your love is a 1,000-point hit to single dogs. Oh dear." Dang Wei also made a heartbroken expression, dog abuse mode activated, "I can't take it. I can't take it." Jiang Nan walked up to them, smiling, "Gugu, Dang Wei, what bad things are you two saying again?" While saying this, he reached out his hand to shake hands with the two of them. "Damn, I'm about to shake hands with a rich guy, I'm so nervous." Gugu said, "Should I wash my hands first?" Jiang Nan, "Wash your head, stop dawdling, are you a man or not?" He. Gugu laughed and shook hands with Jiang Nan, identification complete, still the same Jiang Nan, still has that familiar feeling when he talks. Identification complete, Jiang Nan said, still the same Joker. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The two burst into laughter. Then Jiang Nan shook hands with Deng Wei, and almost at the same time, they started to wrestle with their wrists. After a few rounds of strength, it ended in a draw. Then they laughed heartily. Deng Wei said, "Nothing has changed, still so in sync." Jiang Nan smiled, "I told you, one day you will be my defeated opponent, don't worry, that day won't be too far." The classmates around them saw this scene and all smiled happily. The feeling that Jiang Nan was so distant was instantly brought closer. Young Master Dong. Jiang Nan extended his hand to shake hands with Dong Kuan. Jiang the rich, Dong Kuan smiled bitterly, quickly dropped the young master title. "You are the real rich guy now, don't call me young master to mock me." Jiang Nan. Li Zhe approached wanting to shake hands with Jiang Nan. However, Jiang Nan ignored him, too lazy to pay him any attention, and looked at Yushi. "Beauty, why have you gotten darker? You're so annoying." Yushi's pretty face turned red. "You can't say that. I'm not dark, don't say I'm dark." "No, not dark, definitely not darker than African women." Jiang Nan stifled a laugh. Compared to African women, the difference in non-darkness is too great. Giggle. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yimin and Gugu beside them were laughing so hard they were almost rolling on the floor. Yushi stomped her little feet in anger. "Humph. Jiang Nan, you rotten rich kid, you're the worst, I won't talk to you anymore." Jiang Nan looked at Miro, who was also staring at him intently. "Wow, our campus beauty is getting more and more beautiful." Jiang Nan said, opening his arms. "Campus beauty, I'm your fan, can I have a hug?" "Sure." Miro smiled even more beautifully, also opening her arms. "Come on, big rich kid, a hug is just a hug, who's afraid of who?" Jiang Nan immediately backed down. Giggle. Miro started to laugh. Her laughter was simply too beautiful, making Jiang Nan momentarily dazed. Beside them, the sycophant Shinren watched this scene with a very complicated expression, his eyes darting around as he pondered his thoughts. Alright, everyone is here, let's go in," Zhang Yimin said. Right, let's go in and chat," Miro echoed, walking side by side with Jiang Nan. Thus, the scene of entering the door was somewhat hard to watch. Zhang Yimin was linking arms with Jiang Nan, while Miro walked on his other side, getting particularly close to him, almost leaning against him. Li Staochun and Yu Shi, two beauties, followed behind. Gugu, Deng Wei, and the others were squeezed to the back. Even Dong Kuan, the rich second generation, was pushed to the back. Li Zhe and Shinren were even worse, trailing behind and becoming little followers. Li Zhe's face looked as bad as it could, his entire face had turned a steel gray. In his imagination, he should have been the center of attention at this class reunion, but now he was replaced by Jiang Nan. All the spotlight was stolen by Jiang Nan alone, and he originally wanted to get closer to Jiang Nan and shake hands, but Jiang Nan completely ignored him. This made his resentment grow deeper. This Western restaurant is a combination of traditional Chinese and Western styles. The first floor is open, with a traditional Western restaurant layout, exuding the charm of a classic Western dining experience. The second floor consists of private rooms, designed for business needs, making it more convenient for guests to discuss business while dining. Zhang Yimin chose this restaurant because it had private rooms. After all, class reunions can be noisy and chaotic, and it's not suitable in an open environment. A few people chatted as they went up to the second floor. Room 208. When Zhang Yimin pushed open the door, some classmates inside were already chatting. The moment Jiang Nan entered, he attracted the attention of the classmates in the room. His entire outfit from Armani made him stand out with an extraordinary aura, very eye-catching. "Do you all still remember Jiang Nan?" Zhang Yimin introduced as she walked in. "Wow, of course, he's become so handsome. Wow, he's even more handsome than before, and his outfit is completely different from before, this suit looks so noble. Of course, didn't you notice the logo? Armani, this is Armani." Could it really be as Zhang Yimin said, Jiang Nan is now a rich kid? It's possible, a full set of Armani costs over 100,000. "Hello everyone." Jiang Nan smiled and greeted. Jiang Nan. Everyone instinctively stood up to greet Jiang Nan. Subtly, they already felt that Jiang Nan was on a different level from them. Following that, Li Xiaochun also came in, and Zhang Yimin said, "This is Li Xiaochun, you all know her, right?" Jiang Nan and Li Xiaochun were the last two to arrive, the others had already met each other. Of course, still as beautiful as ever. No, even more beautiful than before. Humph, Li Xiaochun said, "You all are so hypocritical, am I not beautiful? Stop flattering me. Who dares to say you're not beautiful? Step forward and I guarantee I won't let him off." Right, beat him until he can't find his way home, even his mother won't recognize him. Giggle. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed happily, and the atmosphere was quite good. Only Li Zhe had a cold expression, as if his father had just died. "I'll go notify the waiter to come take our orders," Zhang Yimin said, appearing very lively as she stood up and walked towards the door. "You don't need to trouble yourself, beautiful lady," Gugu said as he stood up. "I'll handle this." Saying that, he stepped out first. "Alright then," Zhang Yimin smiled and said, "Now that everyone is here, let's all take a seat." The group casually found their places to sit. Zhang Yimin spoke up, "Although everyone probably knows this, I still need to mention that this gathering is going to be split evenly. Feel free to order whatever you want, but most of us are still poor, so let's generally choose mid-range options that we can all accept." It was clear she had taken on the role of the host for the gathering. "Got it. Understood. Sure," everyone responded in unison. "Let's not do that," Jiang Nan spoke up, "I joined a bit late, and there are many things I haven't had the chance to say. How about this, classmates, this time I'll treat everyone. Is that really okay? Let's stick to splitting the bill. Even though Jiang Nan, you're now wealthy, we feel more comfortable sharing the cost," someone said. Right. Let's go with splitting the bill. Classmates, I'm really not being polite, Jiang Nan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as everyone is happy together. I've come from a poor background too, and I know some of you are still struggling to make ends meet. Jiang Nan, we appreciate your kindness. I know you're not trying to show off, but with your 38 million car, treating us to this meal is nothing," Deng Wei said. "But still, let's stick to splitting the bill, give us a bit of face." Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan laughed. "Alright, we'll split the bill, but after the meal, I'll treat everyone to karaoke, how about that?" "That sounds good." Ha ha ha. Yes, I wholeheartedly agree. This is the style of a wealthy person, unlike some who act all high and mighty, but when it comes down to it, they hesitate. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room lifted, and everyone cheered. "Jiang Nan, are you really treating us to karaoke after dinner? With so many people, that will cost a lot." Zhang Yimin quietly leaned in and said, He. On the other side, Mi Ro heard this and chuckled. "Zhang Yimin, are you still not used to how rich he is? He drives a 38 million luxury car, spending a little on karaoke is nothing to him." Oh, Zhang Yimin was taken aback for a moment, awkwardly smiling. Right, I still need to get used to Jiang Nan's current status. "It's fine," Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Singing is just a small expense, the most important thing is that everyone is happy. The bond we share after 4 years of university is not something ordinary feelings can compare to." "No wonder he's wealthy," Mi Ro said with a smile, "his perspective is just broader." "Exactly," Li Xiaochun chimed in, "with such a height, there comes such a perspective. With my monthly salary of just a few thousand, if I were to treat everyone to karaoke, it would break my heart." Yeah, Mi Ro added, "If an unemployed person like me were to treat, it would hurt even more." He. The girls laughed. "Li Xiaochun, what do you do now?" Deng Wei asked Li Xiaochun. "I work at a hospital," Li Xiaochun said with a long face. "I'm just another struggling office worker." "What's your salary?" Sigh. "Including bonuses, it's not even 6 or 7,000. Humph. And you're still not satisfied?" "My total income is less than 5,000 a month, and I'm a man. It's embarrassing that I earn less than you girls." "Isn't it the same for everyone except Jiang Nan?" Another classmate interjected. "We're all just a few thousand, like beggars." The topic of discussion completely ignored Li Zhe, and now hardly anyone in the class paid attention to his presence. This made Li Zhe's expression grow colder and more unpleasant. At that moment, Gugu returned to the room but did not sit down. Instead, he shouted at Deng Wei from the doorway, "Deng Wei, come out for a second." He looked sneaky. "What is it?" Deng Wei asked, still reluctant to move. "Hurry up, you'll know when you come out." "So mysterious?" Deng Wei stood up, confused, and left. The classmates were chatting among themselves and didn't pay attention to the two of them. Before long, everyone's phones chimed with WeChat notifications. Several classmates curiously took out their phones to check. It was a message from the class group. Zhang Yimin and Mi Ro also took out their phones, saw it was a message from the class group, and opened it to take a look. But the two of them just laughed. In the class group, there were photos of Gugu and Deng Wei in front of a blue Bugatti sports car, posted in the group. Gugu had also commented, "Classmates, come and take a look, our classmate has struck it rich, and he's a big shot. See this car? It's his ride, the latest 2018 Bugatti Veyron, worth 38 million. Instantly, the group exploded. "Wow, what a beautiful sports car, it's blinding my eyes. This is the legendary Bugatti Veyron. 38 million, I'm scared to death. Oh my god, am I still dreaming? A car worth 38 million. I must be dreaming, I must be dreaming. What dream? There's proof with pictures. Can't you see? Gugu and Dangwei are both posing with the car. At Gugu at Dangwei, are you at a class reunion? Gugu, yeah, the classmates just arrived. If you didn't come, you must be regretting it now. Look at this 38 million car, I even got to touch it. The feel. Wow. At Gugu, whose Bugatti is it? Which classmate? I'm begging to know. Same here. Same here +1. Same here +2. Seeing this situation, Zhang Yimin, Li Staochun, and Mi Ro were also very excited and eager to express themselves. One by one, they sent messages. Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan. It's Jiang Nan's car, the Bugatti Veyron, a luxury car worth 38 million. Ha! Jiang Nan. My brother is amazing. Jiang Nan has become a rich man. Didn't we say in the group yesterday that he was driving a Range Rover? Zhang Yimin, this is a new car. Li Staochun, I've already taken a ride around in it, it's simply fantastic, and the interior is so luxurious. A few classmates who had already entered the Western restaurant were now dumbfounded, looking at Jiang Nan and asking, Jiang Nan, did you come here in a Bugatti? Yeah, Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile, isn't that idiot Gugu the one who spilled the beans? He also curiously took out his phone, saw the situation, and could only smile helplessly. He thought to himself that Gugu and Dangwei were really something. Hiss, hiss. The few classmates who just learned about this situation gasped, their gazes towards Jiang Nan becoming more complex. Meanwhile, the group chat became even livelier. I'm regretting not going to the reunion, I missed the chance to see Jiang Nan, the rich guy, and hug his thigh. Don't mention it, I've almost cried myself unconscious in the bathroom. I want to ask, Jiang Nan, at Jiang Nan, are you watching the group? The message was sent by a female classmate. Some people started to tag Jiang Nan, he couldn't just read without responding, so he typed a message and sent it, at Rong Yuji, I'm here. Rong Yuji, at Jiang Nan, do you remember me? Jiang Nan, of course, beautiful, I even borrowed an eraser from you. Rong Yuji, hee hee. That's great. Do you have a girlfriend? How about I be your girlfriend and have your babies? Jiang Nan, put. At Rong Yuji, can you be a little more reserved? At Jiang Nan, don't choose her, choose me. The fortune teller said I'm good for your fortune. At Jiang Nan, I, light and flexible, can be easily pushed down. At Jiang Nan, I. The group chat suddenly became chaotic. After all, chatting in the group isn't as formal as meeting in person, and everyone often jokes with each other. Goo, damn. Has this turned into a blind date meeting? Jiang Nan, M. So scared, invisibility ***. He didn't dare to speak in the group anymore. Next to him, he. Zhang Yimin, Li Staochun, and Mi Ro were laughing heartily. Gugu and Dangwei also ran back from outside. As Dangwei sat back down, he said, these guys are too unrestrained, they just won't let go of Jiang Nan, this rich guy. Next to him, Yushi also giggled and said, I want to join in too, I really want to say, Jiang Nan, I want to marry you and have your children. Put. The male classmates around all burst out laughing. Gugu looked at Yushi and said, Yushi, when did you become so unrestrained? But then he changed the subject and looked at Jiang Nan, saying, big guy, what's so good about the girls? Men are true love, let's be gay. I've cleaned my flower. Put. The classmates around were laughing even harder. Zhang Yimin and Mi Ro were laughing so hard they were almost rolling on the floor, their already stunning figures making the scene even more intense. Jiang Nan, sitting closest, felt the shock the most and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Damn, these two beauties beside him were truly a torment. The waitress came over, and everyone started ordering. They were all very happy, picking their favorite dishes, but the first thing they looked at was the price, only ordering what they could accept in the mid to low range. Jiang Nan didn't order a single dish the whole time. Mi Ro even specifically asked, Jiang Nan, why aren't you ordering? I'm just not hungry, I can't eat. I'll drink a bit later, and just eat whatever, Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. I had some tea and desserts while discussing business this morning. He was indeed telling the truth. During the conversation, and she had brought over some desserts. Jiang Nan had tried one and found it great, so he ate a few more. You can't possibly look down on this kind of food, right? Mi Ro said playfully. How could I? Jiang Nan replied, I'm also poor, I've had my share of hard times. You can ask Zhang Yimin and Li Xiaochun, we eat very casually together, anything goes. Li Xiaochun nodded and said, I can vouch for that. Although Jiang Nan is a rich guy now, he's not pretentious, unlike some people who love to put on airs. While saying this, she subtly glanced at Li Zhe. At that moment, Li Zhe's face looked quite bad. It seemed no one in the class was talking to him, and he sat alone, looking quite isolated and bored. Even Shinren had stopped flattering him and was instead observing Jiang Nan, but surrounded by several girls, he had no chance to show off. Soon, the dishes arrived, and the wine brought by Dong Koan was opened. Everyone ate and chatted happily. Jiang Nan, you're so rich now, what business are you in? Ni Ro asked as she raised her glass of red wine to clink with Jiang Nan's. This question made all the classmates perk up their ears to listen. I'm in the catering business, Jiang Nan said with a smile. I opened a small restaurant. If I hadn't known that everyone had already booked a place to eat, I would have invited you all to my little restaurant. But if there's a next time, everyone can just come to my little restaurant, it's on the house, and you can save some money. Is the catering business really that profitable? Li Zhe said sarcastically. Running a restaurant can afford a Bugatti? I find that hard to believe. Our company does securities trading, and even the boss can't afford such luxury cars. Some classmates nodded. Li Zhe's words do make sense. Opening a small restaurant and being able to drive a sports car? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Jiang Nan, are you planning to do other big businesses? Humph. Li Zhe snorted coldly and said, in this day and age, big businesses aren't that easy to run. Under the current circumstances, many businesses are shrinking. Just think about it, it's only been a year since graduation, and Jiang Nan has been able to drive such a nice sports car in such a short time. Isn't that a bit too shocking? Li Zhe's words immediately made most of the classmates subconsciously nod. To be honest, they really found it hard to accept. Jiang Nan's wealth was simply terrifying, so terrifying that they couldn't comprehend it. But the facts were right in front of them, and they couldn't deny it. As soon as Li Zhe said this, the classmates all had question marks on their faces. Yes, in just 1 year after graduation, how did he achieve such wealth? The looks directed at Jiang Nan were quite complex. Jiang Nan smiled coldly, managerly. What do you mean by that? Do you want me to report to you about what business I'm doing? Humph. Li Zhe snorted again, it's probably some illegal business that makes so much money. Don't be fooled by the current glory, once the truth comes out, you'll only know how to cry. Hiss. Hiss. Several classmates gasped in shock. They thought Li Zhe's words were too harsh. In this situation, saying such things would definitely make it hard to get along with Jiang Nan. Li Zhe, you're slandering. Before Jiang Nan could say anything, Zhang Yimin was already furious. What evidence do you have to say that about Jiang Nan? I think you're just envious because you can't make money yourself. Yeah, Li Zhe, what you said is wrong. Ni Ro, although showing a hint of complexity in her eyes, said, such words shouldn't be spoken. We're here for a class reunion, to have fun, and you, Li Zhe, you must apologize. Do you know what this means? This is slander. Dong Koan also stood up and said, you're defaming Jiang Nan based on your assumptions. Do you know that if this goes to court, you'll be in trouble? What did I say? Li Zhe shamelessly replied, I just said there might be such a possibility. I didn't say it definitely is. Li Zhe, you're despicable and shameless. Zhang Yimin exploded like a mad little dog. Get out. You're no longer my classmate. We don't welcome you here. Li Zhe laughed. This isn't your home, it's a class reunion. Zhang Yimin, don't defend Jiang Nan. One day, you'll regret it. You. Zhang Yimin's eyes turned red with anger, almost crying. Jiang Nan watched and felt a pang in his heart, realizing how much Zhang Yimin was defending him. Yimin, sit down. No need to get so worked up over someone like him. Jiang Nan smiled and patted Zhang Yimin's shoulder. He's despicable, defaming you, boo-hoo. Zhang Yimin completely broke down and buried herself in Jiang Nan's arms. It's okay, leave it to me to handle. Jiang Nan gently patted her back to comfort her, and his gaze towards Li Zhe turned exceptionally cold. Li Zhe, you've gone too far. Gugu stood up. That's right, we gather as classmates to have fun. Deng Wei also stood up and said, what are you doing? Don't think that just because you're a manager, you're something special. Saying Jiang Nan is this and that, the wheel of fortune turns, your position as a manager might be taken away one day, and then you'll have nothing to brag about. Impossible. Li Zhe felt as if he had been kicked in the groin, and he shouted hysterically, I got this manager position through my own abilities, I can only get better from here, and I will never be like you worthless people, struggling to survive. His words angered many classmates, who opened their mouths to argue. Damn, the impact was too broad. Everyone, quiet down. Jiang Nan waved his hand, let's eat, I'll handle this matter.
Once Jiang Nan spoke, everyone stopped arguing with Li Zhe. He. Jiang Nan still wore a gentle smile as he looked at Li Zhe. I remember E-Man said she doesn't want to see you anymore. You are not welcome here. I already said, this is a class reunion, Li Zhe replied. My comings and goings are up to me, not subject to others' control. I don't have that habit, nor will I do it, and neither Zhang E-Man nor you have that right. He. Jiang Nan chuckled. I hope you won't regret it. Then he turned to everyone, smiling as he said, classmates, continue, eat, drink, and chat. Right. Jiang Nan is magnanimous. Let's move past this, everyone drink up. A classmate stood up to liven the atmosphere. Yes, let's all raise a glass together. We're all classmates, no need to be so unhappy. Another classmate suggested. Come on, everyone, let's drink together. Jiang Nan held Zhang Yiman with one arm and raised his glass with the other, smiling naturally. Nero stood up with her glass, moved to Zhang Yiman's side, and comforted her. Alright, Yiman, don't cry anymore, cheer up. Zhang Yiman wiped her tears, her face streaked with tears, looking pitiful and heart-wrenching. Look at you, your makeup is all smudged, you can't cry anymore. Nero said as she lifted her glass and handed it to her. Come on, everyone, let's drink together. It's all a misunderstanding, let's move past this and talk about happy topics. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together, various topics unfolding as classmates chatted with each other. It seemed this matter had passed. Li Zhe's smile increased significantly, although not many people paid him attention. He felt like a victor, eating heartily and in a great mood. Since everyone had gathered, he felt this was the most present he had ever been, feeling fantastic about himself. Jiang Nan put down his glass and quietly said to Zhang Yiman and Nero beside him, I need to go to the restroom. Nero nodded. You go ahead, Yiman seems fine now, I'll take care of her. I'm fine now, I was just too angry earlier, you go ahead. Zhang Yiman also nodded obediently. As Jiang Nan stood up, he discreetly took a photo of Li Zhe with his phone, then calmly left the room. Finding a secluded corner, he dialed in Yi's number. The call connected quickly, and in Yi's voice came through. Damn, Jiang bro, this is unexpected. I didn't think you'd call me. I'm so excited. Jiang Nan. Ha. Did my enthusiasm scare you? By the way, Jiang brother, this is your first time calling me. What's up? That's right. Jiang Nan said, I need your help to deal with someone. Deal with someone. And Yi's voice rose a notch, sounding very interested. Brother, you came to the right person for this. Just tell me who to deal with and to what extent. Do you want them completely wrecked or just missing an arm or a leg? Since that's the case, I won't explain the reason. I'll send you a photo and the location. It's at a Western restaurant. As for the extent, it doesn't need to be too severe, just enough for them to struggle to get up. Don't go too hard. Jiang Nan said, because I have more fun planned afterward. Alright, I have some things to do, so I won't go personally. I'll send Biaozi and some people over. And he said, okay. Jiang Nan replied, remember one thing, don't hurt the others around, they are all my classmates. We're at a class reunion, only targeting one person. Alright, and he said, I'll make it clear with Biaozi. Jiang Nan returned to the room, continuing to eat, drink, and chat with everyone. It wasn't long before a large group of people stormed into the Western restaurant, led by Biaozi. Behind him were more than 30 little brothers, exuding a fierce and murderous aura. The restaurant staff trembled at the sight of Biaozi's arrival, thinking to themselves, why is this guy here? The receptionists quickly contacted the manager via intercom. Upon hearing the news, the manager broke into a sweat and hurried to greet them. Biao Yi, what brings you here? Your presence graces our humble establishment, the manager said, bowing and flattering. He then quickly shouted to the receptionists, hurry, arrange a room for Biao Yi, the best private room available. No need, Biaozi coldly replied, I'm here for personal business, stay out of my way, or I'll smash your place. Biao Yi, please, everyone here is a guest. If we've done anything wrong, we should make amends. The manager was nearly in tears. Stop stalling, Biaozi said, let's get to it now. With that, he led his men upstairs, with a clear target in mind. Biao Yi. The manager opened his mouth but swallowed his words, not daring to say anything more, forcing himself to follow behind and watch the situation unfold. He was extremely frustrated, everything that needed to be arranged had already been taken care of. Why was Biaozi bringing his men here? With a loud bang, the door to Jiang Nan's private room was pushed open. Biaozi leaned in, quickly scanning the room, and soon spotted Jiang Nan. His arrogant expression changed instantly. He entered with a smile that was as sweet as honey. Jiang Yi, you're here. Sorry to interrupt, I'm looking for someone. Oh, Jiang Nan smiled, looking for someone? We're just having a class reunion here, is there someone you need? While speaking, Biaozi had already brought in more than 30 little brothers. Each one was bald and tattooed, with a face full of muscle, clearly figures from the underworld. This made many classmates tense up, but thankfully they recognized the leader as someone Jiang Nan knew, which eased their anxiety a bit. At the same time, they marveled at Jiang Nan's connections. He seemed to know people from all walks of life. Moreover, the big bald man at the forefront, with a face full of muscle, appeared to be quite deferential towards Jiang Nan. Among them, Deng Wei was even more shocked. He recognized Biaozi, who was a subordinate of the second young master of the Yin family, someone they couldn't provoke in Jianhai. Found him, it's him, one of Biaozi's little brothers shouted after spotting Li Zhe, comparing him to the photo on his phone. Li Zhe? He looked completely bewildered. Biaozi suddenly glanced at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan nodded slightly. At that moment, Biaozi's expression changed, his face full of muscle as he charged in front of Li Zhe, delivering a hard slap while cursing. How dare you hide here, stealing my woman? You must be tired of living. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see who you are? Smack! The slap echoed loudly. Li Zhe didn't react in time and was sent flying by the blow, landing over a meter away with a crash. He was completely dazed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, half of his face already swollen, his head buzzing, feeling dizzy and disoriented, struggling to say something. You piece of trash, secretly dating my woman, daring to ride on my head, I'll ruin you. Biaozi shouted while kicking Li Zhe furiously. The classmates nearby were completely terrified, jumping up and hiding to the side. Woo! Stop hitting, help! Wow! Please stop, spare me! Bang bang! Help! Someone is going to die. After a few kicks, Li Zhe's cries were already weak. It was clear that his teeth had been kicked out. Except for Jiang Nan, the other classmates all had ashen faces, completely terrified by the scene. They had never seen anything like it. Zhang Yimin and Mi Rou, not knowing the reason, each tightly hugged Jiang Nan. The pressure from both sides left Jiang Nan feeling both amused and helpless. Damn, could this be considered an unexpected benefit? Biaozi was quite imposing. After kicking a few times, he stopped, and Li Zhe was now in a pitiful state, like a dead dog, with disheveled hair, a face swollen like a pig's head, 2 missing teeth, and blood streaming from his mouth. The manager of the Western restaurant at the entrance saw the scene, his mouth twitching, but he didn't dare to intervene. If things went wrong, he could be the next one to end up like that. Biaozi kicked Li Zhe, took a closer look, smacked his lips, and said, that's about enough. His gaze shifted to Jiang Nan, and his previously arrogant expression instantly turned into that of a cat, smiling as he said, Jiang Yi, sorry to interrupt, this beast dared to steal from my wife, just a little lesson. Jiang Yi, you all continue eating, I'm leaving. With that, he retreated. Jiang Nan twitched his mouth, damn, what a ridiculous excuse about stealing from his wife. Biaozi and the others came and went like a tide, quick to arrive and quick to leave. Soon, they disappeared from the doorway. The classmates let out a deep breath, their hearts finally settling down, and then looked at Li Zhe lying on the ground. Li Zhe touched his head, which had swollen into a pig's face, and felt a handful of blood. His miserable appearance was easy to imagine. Facing the gazes of his classmates, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He didn't dare to make eye contact with them and shouted, Shenren, help me up, let's go to the hospital. He wanted nothing more than to escape his classmates' sight, not wanting to stay for even a moment longer. Shinran stammered, we're having a class reunion. Clearly, he was already trying to play both sides and didn't want to be Li Zhe's staunch supporter anymore. You bastard, I arranged a job for you, do you still want it? Li Zhe felt despair. In this situation, he was in agony, and he didn't even have a single person to rely on. He was worried that if this dragged on, would he die? Shinran struggled several times, finally glancing at Jiang Nan. Seeing Jiang Nan's disdainful gaze, he gritted his teeth and stood up to help Li Zhe. Alright, boss Li, I'll take you to the hospital. With Shinren's support, Li Zhe left in a pitiful state, like a stray dog. Jiang Nan smiled, come on, classmates, let's continue, eat, drink, and chat. So scared, I almost died of fright. Who are these violent people? Yeah, I almost peed my pants. My little heart, I almost didn't make it. The classmates sat down, each expressing their lingering fear. Mi Rou, with a sly blink of her beautiful big eyes, looked at Jiang Nan with deep meaning and then whispered in his ear, Jiang Nan, was this scene arranged by you on purpose? Jiang Nan coldly smiled and replied, anyone who dares to make my woman cry must pay the price. So it really was you. Mi Rou looked at Jiang Nan with a complex expression and said, your influence in Jianghai is quite significant, you even associate with people from society. Just a coincidence, Jiang Nan smiled. However, their conversation was overheard by the classmates, who finally understood what was going on. So it was just a false alarm. This was Jiang Nan's way of venting for Zhang Yimin. Yeah, I was so scared I thought I would be implicated, turns out it was impossible. You were just scared out of your wits.
Gugu said, didn't you see how the big bald guy leading them was nodding and bowing to Jiang Nan like a little brother? He noticed this detail, so now he admires Jiang Nan to the core. He sighed inwardly, Jiang Nan is truly thriving in Zhanghai. Not only has he become wealthy and a local tycoon, but even the people in society have to give him face. He's not someone to be trifled with. Not someone to be trifled with. However, at the same time, he felt a sense of joy, having such an impressive classmate in Zhanghai. In the future, if he needed help, he could count on a big tree for support. Do you know who the big bald guy at the front is? Deng Wei said in a teasing tone. Who is it? Yes, who? He's the underling of the second young master of the Yin family. Deng Wei said proudly, in Zhanghai, no one dares to provoke him. The Yin family, I know, they're impressive. Hiss. So it's someone from the Yin family, no wonder he's so formidable. Everyone started chatting around this topic. The financial power and influence of the Yin family in Zhanghai is indeed very great, Li Xiaochun interjected. I work at the Zhanghai Hospital, which is run by the Yin family, the largest hospital in Zhanghai. That's right. The Yin family is incredibly powerful in Zhanghai. Miro blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking thoughtfully at Jiang Nan, and softly asked, Jiang Nan, since you're so familiar with that tough guy, do you know people from the Yin family? Given Jiang Nan's current status and his 38 million sports car, Miro instantly made that connection. I guess we know each other, Jiang Nan smiled, there are some business collaborations. Impressive. Miro's eyes lit up instantly. In fact, she had a concern in her heart. Was Jiang Nan really doing some dangerous business as Li Zhe said? But now knowing that Jiang Nan's business was in collaboration with the Yin family, it was clear that it wasn't illegal. Miro had done her homework on the Yin family, and all their businesses were legitimate, which eased one of her worries. Sigh. At this moment, Dong coincided and said, Jiang Nan, you're getting better and better, while I'm getting worse and worse. Dong Xiao, what's going on? Jiang Nan asked. Although Dong Koan was a rich second generation, he was a decent person. During college, he also benefited from Jiang Nan's help, of course, to satisfy Dong Koan's need to show off. However, Jiang Nan didn't deny that he had taken care of him. I've said it before, don't call me Xiao. Dong Koan smiled bitterly and said, then should I call you Jiang Tycoon? It sounds so hypocritical when we address each other like this. Ha ha. Jiang Nan chuckled, alright, what do you mean by that, Dong Koan? Sigh. It's just that my dad's business isn't doing well, Dong Koan sighed, and the cash flow is tight. If things go wrong, our family could go bankrupt, and then I'd be homeless, unable to afford food. Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds, Dong Koan, what business does your family do? Is it convenient to talk about it? The reason Jiang Nan asked this was to see if he could help. Dong Koan wasn't a bad person, he had helped him before, and it was time to return the favor. Of course, there's nothing inconvenient about it, Dong Koan said, my dad runs a pharmaceutical factory. Running a pharmaceutical factory, how could the economy be bad? Making medicine should be quite profitable, with so many people getting sick every day. Everyone needs medicine, it's indispensable. Just look at how many patients are buzzing around at our Zhanghai hospital every day. Dong Koan's words were interrupted by Li Xiaochun. It's not the same, Dong Koan said with a bitter smile. There are too many pharmaceutical factories now, and the competition is too fierce. Our factory uses old formulas, and now we're being squeezed out by many new drugs, so the market is shrinking. That's true, Jiang Nan nodded. The competition among peers is indeed very intense. This phenomenon is a common trend. Yes, it's hard to do anything these days. The competition between various industries is very fierce, and many companies have gone bankrupt due to poor business. Miro also chimed in, saying, Dong Koan, so is the most important reason for your family's pharmaceutical factory the shortage of funds? Jiang Nan thought for a moment and asked again. For now, that is the most important reason, Dong Koan replied. Additionally, there are some other reasons, such as the rise in raw material prices. Our factory produces traditional Chinese medicine, specifically the Hua Tua rejuvenation pill, and the prices of the herbs needed for it have significantly increased over the past few years. However, due to competition among peers, we can't raise the price of the finished product, which has greatly reduced our profits and led to a severe shortage of funds for purchasing raw materials. I know about this, Li Xiaochun interjected. The prices of traditional Chinese medicine are rising, and our hospital is facing the same situation. Of course, this is related to the current push for the development of traditional Chinese medicine in our Huaxia. Jiang Nan nodded, having some understanding of the situation. Although he had not been involved in traditional Chinese medicine, he had indeed noticed the sharp rise in prices when buying medicine over the past 2 years. Dong Koan, I didn't expect your family business to encounter such a big problem. It's a pity we can't help, Miro said helplessly. But Jiang Nan interjected, Dong Koan, if it's a matter of funds, I can help a little. How much do you need to inject into your family's cash flow to alleviate the situation in the short term? Sigh. Dong Kuan sighed. Jiang Nan, I appreciate your kindness. I know you have money now, but you don't need to worry about this matter. The investment required is too large, and if the factory can't be saved, I wouldn't be able to pay you back. I don't want to drag you down with me. Just tell me how much, Jiang Nan said. The more you act like a good friend, the more I want to help you. We need 100 million to be enough, Dong Kuan said with a bitter smile. The equipment in our factory is outdated and needs to be replaced, and we also need to purchase a large quantity of raw materials. Only then do we hope to survive and make money in the upcoming competition. Hiss, hiss. Many classmates around gasped in shock. Wow, 100 million. Yeah, that's terrifying. 100 million. Is this what big business is like? We don't understand the world of the rich. 100 million. Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds and decisively said, Dong Kuan, I'm in. Ah. Dong Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Nan, his speech becoming stammered. Jiang Nan, are you saying you are willing to invest 100 million in our family business? If your ears are working fine, then you didn't hear wrong, Jiang Nan said with a smile. Hiss, hiss. Several classmates gasped again, looking at Jiang Nan, their feelings complex. Damn, is this the legendary rich person? 100 million, just like that? Are you a devil? Can't mess with this. Can't mess with this. Indeed, the world of the rich is beyond our reach. Dong Kuan was even more excited, and as a man, his eyes turned red, his hands trembling, and his voice quivering as he spoke. We're saved. Our family is saved. I won't have to beg on the streets anymore. His entire demeanor was a bit frenzied, and his speech was incoherent. After a moment, he looked at Jiang Nan, his expression even more excited. Jiang Nan, thank you so much, brother, you are my lifelong good brother. No need for thanks, Jiang Nan smiled. But being lifelong good brothers is definitely a given. Jiang Nan, I didn't expect you to be so loyal, Miro said, looking at Jiang Nan with some emotion. She was a smart person and could clearly see that Jiang Nan was someone who valued friendship and was genuine. If he treated his brothers like this, how would he treat his own woman? Thinking about these questions, Miro had already realized that Jiang Nan was indeed the ideal person to marry, loyal, handsome, and wealthy, simply perfect. If before, she only had a slight fondness for Jiang Nan, now she was completely smitten. Her feelings for Jiang Nan elevated to a new level. Jiang Nan is just this good, Zhang Yiman said happily, with a tone of boasting. You little girl, you really have an eye for talent. Nero smiled at Zhang Yiman and said, the most outstanding boy in our class has been snatched up by you. No way, I have to join the competition. He. Zhang Yiman laughed, come on, who's afraid of whom? Although you're prettier than me, I'm not bad either, and I've known Jiang Nan longer. He. The two continued their banter. Meanwhile, Li Staochun remained silent, sipping her red wine, looking lost in thought. I can't help it, I'm so happy. I need to call my dad right away, Dong Kuan said, his excitement bubbling over. Jiang Nan, classmates, sorry, you guys drink first. I need to make a call to tell my dad this good news. As he spoke, he dialed a number and walked out of the room. Dad, I have good news. Our family's pharmaceutical factory is saved, it's saved. I have a classmate who is willing to invest 100 million for us. Yes, you heard it right, 100 million. Woo. Our family is saved. Although Dong Kuan had gone to the door, his classmates still heard him crying out of excitement and joy. Jiang Nan, you really helped Dong Kuan a lot this time, otherwise, it seems his family would have been in big trouble. Yeah, is this what they call having more friends means more paths? After years of being classmates, we now have an opportunity to save a life. Indeed, meeting a benefactor in life is probably just like this. We can consider ourselves fortunate. Right, come on, Jiang Nan, I toast to you. Me too. The classmates eagerly raised their glasses to drink. Everyone was very happy, and the gathering continued until after 3 in the afternoon before it ended. Afterward, everyone planned to go to KTV to sing, but some classmates who had come from other places and some with other commitments expressed that they would not participate in singing and left first. In the end, only Jiang Nan, Zhang Yiman, Miro, Li Xiaochun, Dong Kuan, Gugu, Deng Wei, and Yushi remained. These were also a few classmates with whom Jiang Nan had a closer relationship during school. Clearly, those who were closer and more familiar stayed without hesitation, while those who were not particularly close left. After coming out of the Western restaurant, Miro teased Zhang Yiman, can I borrow your boyfriend for a bit? Let me take a ride in the sports car. Oh really? Zhang Yiman hesitated, then, I'll let you have him. Although she said that, she still looked reluctant. She was also eager to take a ride in the Bugatti sports car herself. He. Miro laughed, I was just joking with you. You go first, and when you're tired of it, I'll let Jiangnan take me for a spin. He. Jiang Yimin laughed too. Miro, you're so annoying. Sigh. I guess I have no chance now. Li Xiaochun sighed nearby. You little girl, you've already had your turn, and you still say such things. You're just standing there without any pain. Miro and Jiang Yimin teamed up to attack Li Xiaochun. Li Xiaochun looked at them with a resentful gaze. By the way, do we have enough seats in our car? Jiangnan said at this moment. Dong Kuan, are you still using the same Porsche Cayenne as before? Yeah, still the same car. Dong Kuan nodded, pointing to his red Porsche Cayenne parked not far away. There are 8 of us now, Jiangnan said. Your car can fit 5 people, while my car can only fit 2, and we're already over by 1 person. Sigh. It seems I need to buy a double-seater sports car in the future. That would be more convenient. Put. Everyone was once again stunned, and Dong Kuan smiled bitterly, saying, Old buddy, that hits hard. Are you trying to make me die from a critical hit? You want me to buy another sports car, and when you say it, it sounds like buying a toy car. Jiang Nan said smugly, what's the difference? Damn, Jiang Nan, you really nailed it. I give you full marks for that. Gu said. 66,666. The king of pretenders is out, leaving corpses everywhere. Deng Wei chimed in. He. Ha. Everyone burst into laughter. It's fine, just squeeze onto my car if there's one more. Dong Kuan said, at worst, we'll pay a little fine. We're not short on money now. With you, Jiang Nan, the big tycoon, we're not afraid of anything. Ha. He. Everyone laughed again. Jiang Nan, but we need to adjust the personnel. Dong Kuan said, the back seat needs to squeeze in 4 people, and they have to be tightly packed together, so, given our current situation, all 4 girls have to sit in the back, That means they all have to ride in my car, while Jiang Nan, you can only have either Gu or Deng Wei in your car. By the end, Dong Kuan was jokingly showing off with a laugh. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Gu immediately shouted, I want to sit in the Bugatti. I want to ride in a 38 million luxury car. Gu, you wish. However, Deng Wei said, why should it be you in the Bugatti? What about me? Then what do you suggest? Gu asked. Rock, paper, scissors. Deng Wei said. Rock, paper, scissors it is, come on. Who's afraid of who? Gu extended his hand. The nearby girls covered their mouths and giggled. Jiang Nan also smiled helplessly. These two were truly a pair of clowns. You're so annoying, I haven't even had the chance to do it yet. Jiang Yimin said in a spoiled tone. Oh dear. Miro said, listening to that tone, not to mention men, even women can't stand it. Honestly, did you capture Jiang Nan like this? Ha. He. Everyone laughed again. Miro, you're really annoying. Jiang Yimin said, just wait until I bite you to death. The result of the rock paper scissors between Gu and Deng Wei came out. Gu won, and he cheered, happily singing, what's mine is mine, it can't run away. What's not yours is not yours, you can't snatch it. Making everyone else laugh uncontrollably. KTV, let's go. Jiang Nan said with a helpless smile, calling Gu as he walked towards his sports car. As they approached, the automatic car door slowly rose. Wow, God, I can sit in a 38 million Bugatti now. Gu laughed like crazy, completely excited. Once in the car, Gu looked at the luxurious interior and became even more thrilled, constantly mumbling, Mamma mia, fairy sister, this is simply amazing. No wonder it's a 38 million car, my God, it's just too luxurious. Seeing him like this, Jiang Nan smiled helplessly, stepped on the gas, turned the steering wheel, and the car rushed out, merging into the flow of traffic. However, he wasn't going too fast, still needing to pay attention to Dong Kuan and the others behind. After a while, Gu finally calmed down. Gu, your current job isn't ideal, is it? Jiang Nan said while driving. Yeah. Mentioning this topic, Gu's excitement instantly faded, replaced by a look of desolation. He subconsciously pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his bag, a standard loser brand, by Shaw. Just as he was about to take one out to smoke, he paused and said, I can't smoke in such a nice sports car. What if I burn something? It doesn't matter. Jiang Nan said, if you want to smoke, go ahead, I'll open the sunroof for you. As he spoke, he pressed a button, and the front window of the sports car opened. Jiang Nan, want to smoke? Gu took out a cigarette and handed it to Jiang Nan. I don't smoke, Jiang Nan replied. By the way, you didn't smoke in college. When did you learn to smoke? Sigh. Gu sighed, it's because I started working. The job is tough, the pay is low, and the boss is always scolding. Feeling down, I just picked up smoking. As he spoke, he took out a lighter, clicked it, lit the cigarette, took a deep puff, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. It seemed like the pressure in his heart had lessened quite a bit. Jiang Nan glanced at him, if you're not happy with your job, just quit. Come work for me, I'll arrange a job for you, starting salary is 20,000. 20,000. Gugu's body trembled. What's wrong, is that too little? Jiang Nan smiled. No, it's too much, Gugu quickly replied. Jiang Nan, if I can work with you, I don't need such a high salary. 10,000 is enough, that's already quite high. No, Jiang Nan smiled and said, I said 20,000, so it's 20,000. Don't drag it out. Think about it, 20,000 a month, that's just over 200,000 a year. What does that mean to me? Gugu paused, his eyes reddening, and said, Jiang Nan, from now on, my life is yours. I live for you, and when I die, I'm your ghost. Jiang Nan, I'm not getting involved with you. He. Gugu laughed, but his red-rimmed eyes were enough to prove his gratitude towards Jiang Nan. By the way, Deng Wei's work situation isn't too good either, right? Jiang Nan continued. Yeah, Gugu said, he's about the same as me, not starving but not thriving, better than begging. I won't tell him directly, you let him know that if he's not happy with his job, he can come here with you, Jiang Nan said. You have my contact information now, just call or message me tomorrow, and I'll let you know the location. You two come over, and I'll have the manager arrange your positions. Okay, Gugu said, Jiang Nan, from now on, you're my boss. Also, I want to thank you on behalf of Deng Wei. No need for all that. Back in school, the bond between the three of us was strong. Now that I'm doing a bit better, of course, I want to help you both. Then I won't say anything more. Boss, my life is yours from now on. The two chatted as they traveled. Gugu was overjoyed. The previous work-related pressure swept away. With Jiang Nan as a big tree, he felt he had found a benefactor. Before long, they arrived at a KTV. The KTV wasn't too high-end. It was the same one Zhu Shishir had brought Jiang Nan to before, so Jiang Nan was somewhat familiar with it and directly brought his classmates there. The Bugatti came to a stop, and the security guard at the entrance stared wide-eyed at the Bugatti, quietly exclaiming, a rich man, a real tycoon, this car is so beautiful. Quickly call upstairs, a big spender has arrived, let them receive him well. A call was made. The KTV's head manager was alerted, twisting her slim waist and stepping down in high heels to greet them. Upon seeing Jiang Nan in Armani next to the blue Bugatti, her eyes lit up immediately. A Bugatti sports car and dressed in Armani, such a big spender is someone who spends lavishly. She decided to personally attend to him right away. It's known that working in a KTV, aside from the hostesses, the girls selling drinks also earn quite a bit in commission. The more expensive the drinks, the higher the commission, and obviously, a tycoon like Jiang Nan is the best target. She understood that Jiang Nan was waiting for a Porsche Cayenne that had just stopped behind, waiting for someone. So she stood at the door, ready to greet them at any moment, her excitement hard to contain. She thought to herself that even the car following them was a Porsche Cayenne, which was quite a show of wealth. Normally, driving a Cayenne to spend money here would mean being a wealthy patron, but now, driving a Cayenne only placed one at the level of a subordinate. Although she didn't know the exact price of a Bugatti Veyron, she had a rough idea that such a sports car was worth around 30 million, a top-tier luxury car. Dong Cohen parked his car, and 6 people got out one after another. The lead waitress saw this and her eyes sparkled like crescent moons. 8 people meant more consumption of drinks. God, they were going to get rich. As a few people got out, Dong Cohen was still on the phone. It wasn't until he reached Jiang Nan's side that he hung up and said, Jiang Nan, my dad just called and asked how you would prefer to invest that 100 million. What method? Jiang Nan was a bit confused, he hadn't really thought about it. His instinct was that this money was a loan to Dong Cohen to help them through a tough time. Meanwhile, the lead waitress had caught the mention of 100 million, and her eyes brightened even more. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her beautiful oval face appeared so calm, her gaze fixed on Jiang Nan, thinking, a tycoon, a real tycoon, and so handsome too. What a perfect man. How great it would be to get to know him. Lost in her thoughts, her smile inexplicably turned a bit infatuated. Yes, what do you think would be the best way? Dong Cohen said with a wry smile, to be honest, if you invest this much money all at once, by the ratio of investment, it would surpass our family's accumulation over the past 20 years. Our family's pharmaceutical factory is currently valued at less than 100 million. If we calculate by shares, you would be the largest shareholder, and the chairman would be you, my dad would only be a director. If you don't want to take shares, then we need to discuss what would be the best way. In any case, my dad said he would accept any method. He can't bear to see the pharmaceutical factory he has managed for nearly 20 years go to ruin in his hands. Ha! Jiang Nan laughed, then wouldn't I be overstepping my bounds? That's not good, my intention was to lend you money. Jiang Nan, that's absolutely not acceptable, Dong Cohen said. After all, investment carries risks.
If the pharmaceutical factory injects new funds and replaces new equipment but doesn't improve, and your 100 million gets lost, I wouldn't be able to repay that favor. I absolutely won't do something that would harm a friend. At the very least, you should treat it as an investment. Although there are risks, if it goes well, it could be a profitable business, both risky and potentially lucrative. Miro listened attentively from the side, occasionally furrowing her beautiful brows, but she didn't say much. Having worked as a presidential assistant, she had some understanding of this situation. Alright then, Jongnan thought for a moment and smiled, let's treat it as an investment for shares. I might as well be a chairman, that should be quite nice. Okay, Dong Koen said. Once we get there, we'll find a professional team and lawyers to evaluate our pharmaceutical factory and then decide on the shareholding between us. You're making it sound so serious, Jongnan chuckled. Isn't that a bit much? Boss, this is 100 million. Dong Koen said with a wry smile. It's not just a small amount of 1 or 2 million. You two big bosses, that's a bit harsh, Deng Wei said with a bitter smile from the side. 100 or 200 is not small change for us. He. Li Xiaochun, Zhang Yimin, and Yu Shi beside them were all amused. In the distance, a waitress who was paying attention to Jiang Nan and their conversation was amused, her gaze towards Jiang Nan becoming even more complex. A guy with 100 million in small change, just how big of a tycoon is he? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Let's go in and sing, we can talk about these things later, Miro said with a smile. The most important thing now is to have fun. Right, let's go sing first, Zhang Yiman also said. Jiang Nan used to sing really well in school and even won the championship. I haven't heard him sing in a long time, so today he must sing a few songs. Yes. That's right, it's been a long time since I've heard Jiang Nan showcase his singing voice. Don't just talk about me, Miro sings pretty well too, let her sing more, Jiang Nan said. Yes, and Miro can't be left out today. Back in school, she sang really well and was beautiful too. Sigh, why do all the good traits have to be in Jiang Nan and Miro? I'm so envious. The few of them joked and laughed as they reached the entrance of the KTV. The waitress immediately greeted them with a beaming smile, saying, Welcome, everyone. You all look like successful people. Would you like the most luxurious top-floor private room? That's right, Jiang Nan nodded and said, the best room. The waitress happily nodded and said, please follow me. After saying that, she swayed her slim waist, leading the way in her high heels, her steps cheerful. She was already dressed very sexily and looked quite beautiful. Gugu and Deng Wei watched her sway, their eyes lighting up, unable to look away. Wow, this girl is so beautiful, TSK, just perfect, Gugu whispered. He. Not bad, Deng Wei also said, her figure is simply amazing, front and back. You guys are terrible, Zhang Yiman rolled her eyes at the two of them and said, what about me? Am I not beautiful? Is Mi Ro not beautiful? Is Li Xiaochun not beautiful? You're all beautiful, Deng Wei covered his face, smiling wryly, but you're not our type. With Jiang Nan around, how could we dare to disrespect you three beauties? Humph. Zhang Yiman said proudly, if that's the case, I guess it makes sense. Giggle. She ended with a happy laugh. Miro and Li Xiaochun also covered their mouths and giggled, while Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly, not saying anything. These two were just too much, there was nothing to say. As they went upstairs, many sexy dressed girls walked back and forth in the corridor, entering and exiting various rooms. Deng Wei and Gugu's eyes were almost too busy to keep up, scanning one girl after another, occasionally letting out tisk-tisk sounds of admiration. There was no helping it, these girls were dressed too revealingly, their enticing spots almost half covered, truly captivating. Zhang Yiman tightened her grip on Jiang Nan's arm and even extended her fair little hand to cover Jiang Nan's eyes, saying, no looking, these girls are toxic. Jiang Nan. Put. The leading waitress couldn't help but laugh at this. Li Xiaochun and Miro also covered their mouths and giggled. Miro then said, Zhao Yiman, haven't you been to a KTV before? I have, Zhang Yiman replied, but not often. Then you should know, this is how it is here, Miro said. There are many princesses here, if it weren't for us, I bet those few men would each order a princess to hug and enjoy while singing. Giggling. The leading waitress laughed happily, looking at Miro and said, this beauty knows the ropes, we have top-notch princesses here. As she said this, her gaze turned to Jiang Nan and the other men. Would you gentlemen like to order a few and give it a try? The service is absolutely top-notch. As she spoke, she charmingly blinked her eyes, a look that was particularly enticing. No way. Before Jiang Nan and the others could say anything, Zhang Yiman was the first to jump out and say, absolutely not allowed to look for a princess. You've scared the little sister. The lead girl laughed and said, I was just joking, and besides, men can't be watched. You can stop them in front of you, but how can you know when they're not in front of you?
After saying that, she deliberately glanced at Jiang Nan, winked, and gave a teasing look. Humph. Jiang Nan wouldn't do that. Jiang Yiman tightly hugged her future partner's arm and looked at Jiang Nan, saying, Jiang Nan, don't you think so? Jiang Nan felt the pressure on his arm and smiled bitterly in his heart, saying, of course, absolutely not. He still maintained a serious expression. Humph. I'd be a fool to believe you. Miro said, I know men like you. Exactly. Jiang Yiman echoed. Jiang Nan. You already know, yet you ask me this question. Aren't you forcing me to lie? Jiang Nan, just to be clear, I'm treating this time. At this moment, Dong Kuan said with a smile. What's going on? Jiang Nan asked in surprise. Didn't we already agree that I'm treating? We did before, but now I've changed my mind. Dong Kuan said with a smile, you've helped my family with such a big favor, no matter how you look at it, I should treat. Plus, with your investment, I'm still a rich second generation, just like before, give me a chance to show off again. Ha ha. Hee hee. Everyone laughed. Jiang Nan, alright, since you want to show off so much, I'll give you this opportunity. It won't cost much, and it's pointless for us to dawdle. He hated dawdling the most. Right. Dong Kuan laughed and added, it's pointless to be stingy over such a small amount, everyone should have fun tonight. I have no worries now, I can really enjoy myself. While chatting, they were led by the lead girl to the best private room on the top floor. Jiang Nan glanced around the environment, and sure enough, compared to the last 2 times he came, all the rooms were of a much higher standard, completely different in class. The decorations here were more luxurious, with dazzling lights, making it more atmospheric to sing and dance in such an environment. Upon entering the private room, the lead girl smiled and said, it seems no one is ordering for the princess, so what would everyone like to drink? We have all kinds of drinks, fine red wine. Everyone instinctively looked at Jiang Nan, waiting for him to speak. Clearly, he was now the center of attention. Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and said, but since Dong Kuan is treating, let's not be too extravagant. Drinks and beer are fine, but let's use less red wine. Besides, drinking too much isn't comfortable. Jiang Nan, you don't have to save money for me. Dong Kuan quickly expressed. Alright, then I'll take care of it. Jiang Nan immediately interrupted him. Okay. Dong Kuan obediently sat down on a nearby sofa and stopped speaking. Yes, listen to Jiang Nan, let him arrange it. Mi Ro also stepped up to say. Yeah. Deng Wei also said, Dong Kuan, that's enough, we're all friends. If it were just me, 2 bottles of beer would be enough. Sister, what red wines do we have here? Jiang Nan asked the lead girl, do you have a menu or can you introduce them? We have a menu. The lead girl quickly said, sir, please wait a moment, I'll call someone to bring it over right away. I didn't consider it well, I'm sorry. While apologizing, the lead girl quickly took out her phone and made a call. Soon the call connected, and she said into the phone, Xiaolu, hurry and bring over the price list for the red wine. Top floor VIP room 802, be quick, the faster the better. After saying that, she directly hung up the phone. Then she hurriedly changed the subject and said, everyone sit down, they'll be here soon. The crowd sat down, and the lead girl quickly opened the monitor to prepare for the singing. Whether intentional or not, Mi Ro sat next to Jiang Nan. The alluring scent of her perfume wafted into Jiang Nan's nostrils, and he looked at her. By the way, Mi Ro, I haven't asked you yet, what are you working on now? I was working as a CEO assistant, Mi Ro said. But now I'm unemployed and need to find a new job. Jiang Nan, I remember there was a song we used to listen to in school, what was it called? It's an old song, I only remember the lyrics and have forgotten the title. I'll tell you the lyrics, and you help me think of the name, I want to sing this song. Jiang Yiman said cheerfully, interrupting Jiang Nan and Mi Ro's conversation. Alright, Jiang Nan smiled helplessly. Go ahead, what are the lyrics? I can't quite remember the first line, but the second line seems to be. Jiang Yiman said while trying to recall. Jiang Nan listened attentively. Mi Ro looked at the two of them, full of envy. Li Xiaochun also leaned over to Jiang Yiman, listening to her lyrics to help figure out what song it was. Gugu and Dang Wei also listened in to help. Soon, with everyone's assistance, Jiang Yiman finally remembered what the song was. She excitedly prepared, waiting for her moment to sing. Just then, another girl dressed similarly sexy, with a swaying waist, hurriedly brought over the wine price list. The lead girl took it and handed it to Jiang Nan. Sir, take a look. She stood beside Jiang Nan, looking forward to his reaction. Jiang Nan took a glance. 82 Lafite. 56,800 yuan per bottle Louis XIII, classic version. 32,500 yuan per bottle Bordeaux Margaux red wine. 8,600 yuan per bottle Latour dry red. 6,600 yuan per bottle. Mi Ro and Zhang Yimin also leaned over. Gugu and Dang Wei curiously gathered around as well. But just at first glance, Dang Wei exclaimed, "Damn, so expensive. Over 60,000 for a bottle of wine. Can't afford it, can't afford it." Dang Wei quickly said, waving his hands. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "How about this, let's skip the fight, and we'll have 4 bottles of Louis XIII for the 8 of us, that should do, and let's get more of the other drinks and beers." Hiss, hiss, Gugu and Dang Wei gasped. "Let me calculate." Gugu quickly counted on his fingers. 4 bottles of Louis XIII, over 30,000 a bottle, so 4 bottles would be around 120,000, close to 150,000. God, are you all devils? Alright, Dong Koan said. Jiang Nan, it's up to you. He. The lead girl laughed charmingly, throwing a flirtatious glance at Jiang Nan. "No wonder you're a tycoon, I love you to death." With 4 bottles of Louis XIII ordered, her commission would be several thousand, making her feel wonderful inside, looking at Jiang Nan, wishing she could kiss him. "By the way, girl, how much is this room we're in?" Jiang Nan casually asked the lead girl. 2,000 for 2 hours, including a premium fruit platter and 20 bottles of beer, the lead girl said. "If it exceeds the time, the price will be recalculated." "Damn, 2,000 for 2 hours, that means 1,000 an hour, so expensive." Dang Wei said painfully. "Damn, that's nearly a quarter of his monthly salary, all gone in an hour. Just thinking about it makes him hurt." He. The lead girl smiled. "It's not expensive, this is the consumption for VIP rooms. Only this kind of consumption can reflect your status." Goo. Dang Wei. The way she spoke was so sweet, but she was the one robbing people the hardest. Is this what they call a honeyed tongue with a dagger behind it? "Alright, there's nothing else, you can go down and quickly bring the drinks over," Jiang Nan said. "I'll make a call, the drinks will be here soon," the head waitress replied. "You are esteemed guests, I can accompany you the whole time, just let me know if you need anything." As she spoke, her alluring gaze was fixed on Jiang Nan. "No need," Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. "We're all classmates, it's uncomfortable with strangers around." "Well then, I can only excuse myself for now," the head waitress said, showing no sign of displeasure at Jiang Nan's bluntness. "I'll have someone waiting at the door, just call out if you need anything, esteemed guests." "Alright," Jiang Nan nodded. "That works." He couldn't help but marvel at how the price determined the quality of service. When she came with Zhu Shishir and the others before, they hadn't received such treatment. The head waitress swayed her slender waist as she left, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Nan. After leaving the room, the head waitress quickly entered the elevator and went downstairs. As soon as she stepped out, she shouted to a few service staff, "You guys hurry to the drinks area and bring over the drinks, 4 bottles of Louis XIII, and get plenty of beer and soft drinks." "Huh? What?" The service staff were momentarily stunned, thinking they had misheard. One of them asked, "Manager, did you say 4 bottles of Louis XIII? Such an expensive wine was rarely ordered, and to order 4 bottles at once seemed a bit exaggerated." "That's right, didn't you hear me? 4 bottles of Louis XIII, stop dawdling and hurry up," the head manager said happily. "These are esteemed guests, we mustn't be negligent." With so much commission at stake, she was in a great mood. Yes, the service staff finally understood and hurried off to the drinks area to fetch the drinks. While waiting, the head manager's eyes darted around, and she immediately grabbed the intercom and called out, 01, 06, 08, 09, you 4 come to the front hall. The 4 she called were the most skilled princesses in the KTV. Before long, 4 sexy and revealingly dressed young ladies emerged from the elevator one after another. One of them asked, "What does the manager want with us?" "Bring some drinks to the guests in the VIP room," the head manager replied. "Ha?" One of the pretty princesses with a delicate face immediately looked puzzled. "Manager, we're entertaining guests right now. Why would you call us to bring drinks? The service staff can handle that. If I'm asking you to go, it must be necessary," the manager said. "Do you know what drinks the guests ordered?" "What drinks?" The 4 princesses suddenly became interested. 4 bottles of Louis XIII, that's 4 bottles. Do you understand? Close to 150,000. The manager said. "Oh my God. My little heart." The princesses exclaimed in shock, their expressions exaggerated as they followed up with questions. "What kind of wealthy guest orders 4 bottles of Louis XIII? This is unprecedented in our KTV, we've never encountered such a thing. Otherwise, would I send you to deliver drinks?" The head manager laughed. "Such esteemed guests, it would be inappropriate to send just a few service staff." That makes sense. The manager is right. "Manager, your commission this time must be incredibly generous," one of the princesses said enviously, "so enviable." Even when we go out with someone, we only make a little money. Sigh. We don't earn as much as you do selling drinks. Isn't that the truth? So envious.
I wish I could meet such a wealthy person someday, another princess chimed in.
Ha ha ha, the head manager laughed happily. Aren't I giving you a chance?
If you take the drinks upstairs, you'll have the opportunity to meet that rich guy, and he's particularly handsome, dressed in Armani, easy to recognize.
If you can manage to get him into your bed, then that's your skill. Wow. Really? That's amazing, so amazing. Looks like it's time to show all our skills.
Ha ha ha, the head manager continued laughing. But don't blame me for throwing a bucket of cold water on you. He came with several very beautiful girls, so you probably won't have a chance this time. However, if you can get a contact number, there might be opportunities in the future. While he was speaking, the waiter brought the drinks. The few princesses looked at the 4 bottles of Louis XIII, and their eyes lit up instantly. Damn, just hearing the head manager say it wasn't that shocking, but seeing 4 bottles stacked together was even more overwhelming. Alright, don't waste any more time, take them up, the head manager said. Okay, sure. The music in the VIP room had already started, and everyone was discussing song choices. Just then, knock knock knock. The sound of knocking came, and with it, the door was pushed open. 4 bottles of Louis XIII and some drinks and beers were brought in by several girls dressed revealingly. The moment they were delivered, Gugu rushed over, his eyes darting around at the sexy girls, and shouted, "Everyone, don't drink yet." His shout left everyone a bit stunned. Jiangnan? Miro? Zhang Yiman? Gugu said proudly, "Let me take a photo first." While saying this, he took out his phone, focusing on the 4 bottles, snapping pictures. While taking photos, he said, "Over 30,000 bucks worth of liquor, I have to document this, it's capital for showing off in the future."
Ha ha ha, everyone was instantly amused. Even the girls delivering the drinks couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. They laughed while stealing glances at Jiangnan. The manager had already mentioned he was handsome and dressed in Armani, making him easy to recognize. They were trying to find a chance to flirt with Jiangnan. However, Jiangnan waved his hand and said to them, "Alright, the drinks are delivered, you can leave now." "Sir, let me stay and keep you company." One of the princesses refused to give up, saying, "I can sing with you, and I can be hands-on, I can touch." She kept shooting flirtatious looks at Jiangnan. "No." Zhang Yiman immediately pounced like a mother tiger. "You all can go, we don't need your company here." Go on. Jiangnan also looked very cold, waving his hand. So annoying, so unappreciative of beauty. The few princesses pouted and reluctantly retreated. A good man is a good man, I'm just setting an example. Jiangnan, looking like a gentleman, said to Dong Koan and the other men, "In the future, everyone should learn from me, understand? Be a model of a good man." However, Miro burst out laughing. Gugu and Dang Wei also laughed. Li Xiaochun and Yushi rolled their eyes. "I'd rather believe there are ghosts in this world than trust a man's words." Miro said again, "Zhang Yiman, don't believe him, men always say one thing and do another." Zhang Yiman nodded, "I wouldn't believe him, just look at his face, it's all an act." Jiangnan, just then, Gugu, with a mischievous smile, said, "I'm going to the restroom." After saying that, he turned and pulled the door open, leaving the room. "Damn, causing trouble. Dang Wei said, "Isn't this guy trying to flirt with the princess?" Everyone was momentarily stunned, then immediately realized something. It must be. Yushi said, "This bad guy, can't walk when he sees a woman." Dang Wei chuckled, "A few of the ladies do have nice figures." Everyone. So you were thinking the same as Gugu. Do you want me to call one to keep you company? Jiangnan winked at Dang Wei and said, "Don't feel burdened, if you want it, just say it, I'll get you one right away." Giggling. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Yes, if you want it, I'll get you one, you can hug and kiss her. Not bad, this is fun. Not gonna happen. Dang Wei immediately put on a serious face, waving his hands repeatedly. "I'm a good man, just like Jiangnan, a good man. Don't confuse me with the likes of Gugu." Ha ha ha. Everyone was even more raucous, laughing heartily. Just then, everyone's phones. Ding dong, the WeChat notification sound rang out. Everyone's phone is ringing, someone must be talking in the class group. Yushi was the first to say this while pulling out her phone to check. Sure enough, there was a message in the class group. She opened it and saw that Gugu had sent a photo. It was a picture of a luxurious KTV private room, where Jiangnan and Miro were talking about something, looking very intimate. At that moment, Gugu spoke again in the group, "Classmates, take a look,
we came to KTV to have fun, this level, this style, a luxurious VIP room, $1,000 an hour. Instantly, the group exploded, with someone chiming in. Damn, $1,000 an hour, no wonder he's a rich guy, awesome 666. So envious, I feel like I could just crawl through the screen. Big shot, take me along, I can shout 666. And many more classmates noticed this message, not commenting but peeking, feeling envious and jealous. Damn, this life is too good. Giggling. Yushi laughed and said, Gugu isn't trying to hit on a princess, he's just sending messages in the group. Others also took out their phones to check the situation. Seeing the photo Gugu sent, they all smiled wryly. This guy really knows how to have fun. Yeah, Gugu really knows how to play. Hee. Look at how envious the classmates are, he didn't get a chance to come play, just us few. John Nan also took out his phone, glanced at the message, and smiled helplessly. Damn, Gugu, this joker really knows how to stir things up. Just then, ding dong, Gugu sent another photo. It was a picture of several sexy princesses bringing drinks. Immediately after, Gugu spoke, Look at how good these princesses' figures are, simply amazing, it's hurting my eyes. This time the group exploded even more, especially among the male classmates. Damn, I'm drooling. No one stop me, that girl with the biggest chest is mine. At Gugu, do these beautiful ladies provide all kinds of services? Hee. Gugu quickly replied, of course, just look at where this is, KTV. As long as you have money, you can do anything. Damn, I can't take it anymore, I can't take it. This figure, these long legs. Let me quietly take care of myself. At the person above, your words are too inappropriate. There are girls here, you pervert, don't say such things. Yeah, she might get shy. Shy +1. Shy +2. Instantly, this male classmate was besieged by a group of girls. Giggling. Miro looked at the group and laughed. It's that guy Pingyin, he's being attacked by the female classmates. Deserved it. Zhang Yimin also looked at her phone and said, who told him to say that? You can tell he's a bad person. Zhang Nan smiled faintly, just watching without saying a word. Just then, Gugu sent out a photo. It was a close-up of 4 bottles of Louis XIII. In the group, it immediately erupted. What wine? I don't recognize it. Most of the classmates were confused, having never seen Louis XIII before. Hee. Gugu said with a mischievous smile, haven't seen it before, right? This is Louis XIII, about 35,000 yuan a bottle. We ordered 4 bottles, close to 150,000. Ah, God, drinking 150,000 worth of wine at once. Oh my God, what a sin, this is a crime. At Gugu, stop showing off already, okay? Even this old village chief can't afford it. You guys are drinking Louis XIII that costs over 30,000 a bottle, that's a 10,000 point crit. Exactly, the show-off is too much, sob. I'm starting to doubt the world. Damn, just got here, what did I see? Damn, 4 bottles of Louis XIII, are you guys devils? The group exploded. Gugu said nothing, proudly pushing the door into the private room. Damn, only you can stir things up. Jiang Nan glared at him. Hee. Gugu smiled, if I don't take this great opportunity to show off, it would be such a loss. Boss Jiang, you have plenty of chances to show off, but I don't have this chance, so I might as well take advantage of it. Damn, the feeling of showing off is so great. Everyone, how do we kick him down the stairs? Waiting online, it's urgent. Alright, everyone put away your phones, let's start singing. Zhang Yimin said, who will sing the first song? Jiang Nan. Of course it's Jiang Nan. Suddenly, everyone pointed their fingers at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan. Damn, why is it me again? At the KTV, everyone was having a great time, and it wasn't until 8 p.m. that they stopped. Everyone had drunk quite a bit, especially Zhang Yimin, who might have been too happy, was so tipsy that she was swaying while walking. Jiang Nan had to hold her all the way down. Miro also drank quite a bit, but her alcohol tolerance was really impressive. Although she had drunk a lot, she was only slightly dizzy. After leaving the KTV, Gugu was the first to say, Jiang Nan, since Zhang Yimin is like this, you take the Bugatti and take her home. Dong Kuan will drive and take Miro, Yushi, and Li Xiaoqin back. Dang Wei and I will just take a taxi. That works. Jiang Nan nodded and said, you two can take a taxi, it's more convenient. Remember to find me tomorrow. Dang Wei looked confused. What does Jiang Nan want with you? I'll tell you on the way. Gugu patted his shoulder, smiling happily. It's definitely a surprise, a good thing. Dang Wei was still a bit confused. Then it's settled. Dong Kuan also said, Miro, Yushi, Li Xiaoqin, you three get in my car, I'll take you back. Okay.
Nero nodded and then looked at Yushi. Yushi, why don't you stay at my place tonight? You didn't drink much, and I'm a bit dizzy. Can you take care of me a bit? I'm afraid I might throw up if the alcohol hits me. Okay. Yushi nodded, I'll take care of you tonight. That's the best. Jiangnan smiled and said, this arrangement is the most reassuring, so everyone get in the car. Get in the car, get in the car. A few people got into their cars and dispersed. Zhang Yimin sat in the passenger seat of the Bugatti, her eyes hazy as she looked at the car, constantly saying, it's amazing, this car is just too amazing. Jiangnan, I love you, I really love you. She was starting to slur her words. Alright. Jiangnan comforted her while driving. When we get back, I'll make you a cup of tea, drinking some tea will help. Jiangnan, I really love you, I love you so much. However, Zhang Yimin was getting more and more drunk, continuously saying how much she loved Jiangnan. I know. Jiangnan reassured her. Thank goodness. The Bugatti was powerful, the car fast, and before long, they arrived at the apartment building where Zhang Yimin rented a room. Her room was quite decent, a separate one-bedroom and one living room. Although it was a bit small, it was cozy and well-equipped. There was a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. Jiangnan carried Zhang Yimin up the stairs the whole way. Fortunately, this girl was delicate and soft, and by the time they reached the room, Jiangnan was only slightly out of breath. You lie down and rest for a bit. I'll make you a cup of tea, Jiangnan said as he placed Zhang Yimin on the bed. However, Zhang Yimin clung tightly to Jiangnan's neck, refusing to let him go, her drunken eyes hazy as she said, Jiangnan, don't leave me. I love you so much. I want to marry you. Carry me to take a shower. I want to give you everything. Zhang Yimin, you've had too much to drink, Jiangnan said with a helpless smile. You lie down for a while, I'll go make you some tea. But the next moment, Zhang Yimin's alluring lips were already close, kissing Jiangnan. All the way up, Jiangnan had been holding Zhang Yimin, and the close contact had already been a struggle to endure. This time, he couldn't help but shudder, the suppressed fire suddenly flaring up, reaching the brink of explosion. The next day, Yimin, I bought some soy milk and fried dough sticks downstairs. You should eat a little, Jiangnan said softly as he brought the food to Zhang Yimin's bedside. There was no helping it, after a night of wild antics, and it being Zhang Yimin's first time, she couldn't get out of bed today. Zhang Yimin nodded obediently. Jiangnan, you're so good to me. She gently turned to change from a lying position to a crawling one, but winced in pain. I'm really sorry for hurting you, Jiangnan said, seeing her pain and feeling it in his heart. Don't say that, Zhang Yimin replied. I want to marry you, I want to be your woman. This is what I should do, and, by the end, Zhang Yimin felt a bit shy. I didn't expect I wouldn't be able to get out of bed today. Seeing you like this makes my heart ache, Jiangnan said, stroking her long hair. It's fine, Zhang Yimin said. I bought breakfast too. If you're busy with work, go ahead, I should be fine resting this morning and can take care of myself. Can you manage on your own? Jiangnan asked. How about I send someone to take care of you? I need to go back for a bit, I've already arranged work for Gugu and Dengwei. No need to send anyone, I can manage, Zhang Yimin replied, then changed the subject. Jiangnan, you need to arrange work for Gugu and Dengwei? Yes, Jiangnan said with a smile. Their jobs aren't good, and now that I have the ability, I want to help them. Zhang Yimin nodded. What you're doing is right, but, what about me? Since you can help Gugu and Dengwei, I want to work with you too. No, Jiangnan said. You won't need to work anymore, I'll support you. I don't want that, Zhang Yimin pouted. I have hands and feet, I don't want to be a kept pet. Jiangnan. By the way, it's just right, you have a small restaurant, so I might as well go work as a waitress there. I'm familiar with that job, Zhang Yimin said. If you want to, of course, you can, Jiangnan replied. But I still say, you don't need to work, I'll take care of you. If you come to my small restaurant, wouldn't that just be wool taken from the sheep? Oh, Zhang Yimin blinked her beautiful big eyes. So that makes sense, then I won't work at your place. I'll go back to the original hotel, at least the money I earn there is from outsiders. That's what I'm saying, Jiangnan said with a bitter smile. Don't go to the VIP hotel anymore. Working for others means you have to watch their faces. No, I have such a good job, and the working environment is quite nice. I can't give up this job. I'll do it for a while and see. If I really feel tired and fed up, then I won't do it anymore, and I'll come to you, Zhang Yimin said. Alright, Jiangnan said helplessly, it's up to you, the most important thing is that you're happy. Zhang Yimin said, now that I can be with you, I'm already very happy. There's nothing happier than this. Okay, hurry up and eat breakfast, it'll get cold soon, Jiangnan said. Zhang Yimin replied, I'll eat slowly, no rush. You go ahead, you must have a lot to do with such a big business. Her voice was very concerned. Alright then, I'm leaving. I'll come to see you when I find the time. John Nan didn't linger, saying this as he headed downstairs to leave. Miro, I'm leaving. Thank you for the breakfast. At Miro's place, after they had breakfast, Yoshihei and Miro waved goodbye. Okay. Miro said, I have to go for an interview too. Thanks to connections, they just happen to have time now, so I need to hurry over. We'll get together again when we have time. Yushi nodded, we'll get together again when we have time. Saying this, she picked up her bag and left. I'll see you to the elevator. Miro followed her out. It wasn't until Yushi entered the elevator and the doors closed that Miro returned to her room. She took out her phone, opened the contacts, and her gaze locked onto the number saved as Jiang Nan, lost in thought. She was wondering whether to swallow her pride and call Jiang Nan to arrange a job for her. Last night, she learned that Jiang Nan had arranged jobs for Gugu and Deng Wei, which made her heart flutter. She had been wanting to find a chance to ask Jiang Nan about it, but there had never been an opportunity. Now, wanting to call and ask, she felt embarrassed to take the initiative to ask for a job. After thinking for about a minute, she finally put her phone away. She needed to hurry to the interview, which had been her target all along, the assistant to the president of the Grand Hotel. She had relied on connections, knowing the manager of the Grand Hotel, to get this opportunity to interview. Just before, the person she had connections with called to say that tomorrow they would take her to meet the manager, and then the manager would take her to meet the owner of the Grand Hotel. Whether it would succeed or not depended on fate. Since she had made up her mind, she didn't want to mention it to Jiang Nan, so she had to give it her all. She had always been decisive. Quickly, she started to wash up and put on makeup, trying to make herself look more charming. Being an assistant to the president relied on looks, beauty and a good figure were too important, and that was the biggest asset. After 20 minutes of careful grooming and makeup, she looked both sexy and dignified. She was satisfied with her appearance. Not wanting to waste any more time, she went downstairs and took a taxi, telling the driver, to the Grand Hotel, you know the way, right? Of course, of course. The driver quickly replied, the Grand Hotel is so popular now, its business has surpassed the previous top-tier VIP international hotel. They have a sauce fish dish that's simply delicious. The driver spoke excitedly. Brother Jiang, you didn't come back all night again. Humph, what's going on with you? Why do you always stay out? In Jiang Nan's room on the top floor of the hotel, he had just returned to the office when Bei came over, pouting and acting spoiled. Jiang Nan, Brother Jiang, do you have a woman outside, so you stay out all night? Bei said again. Jiang Nan, Brother Jiang, you're a bad man. You already have Bei, yet you still have a woman outside. Jiang Nan, damn it, what the hell? Just looking, not eating. Brother Jiang, have you had breakfast? Bei, seeing Jiang Nan not speaking, changed the topic. I have. What about you? Jiang Nan said. I haven't eaten. I can't eat when you're not here. Bei said. Jiang Nan was speechless. You little fool, why are you so silly? I'm so busy every day with so many things, I won't be around often in the future. Are you not going to have breakfast every day? Yeah, I have no appetite, Bei said. Without you here, I don't want to eat. Alright, I need to go collect money now, so I won't have breakfast. I'll see about lunch later, and besides, I need to lose weight, otherwise, my figure won't be good. Jiang Nan, damn it, is it because I'm not here that you don't want to eat breakfast, or is it because you want to lose weight? It's so confusing. Mwah. Just before leaving the room, Bei suddenly kissed Jiang Nan on the cheek and then giggled, I'm off. After saying that, she skipped out of the room. Jiang Nan covered his face. Damn, is this girl saying she's childish or is she just being coy? She always gives off a feeling of being both close and distant, teasing from time to time. Sigh. I can't provoke her, I really can't. Yet she's such a cute little girl, I genuinely like her a bit. The room quieted down. Jiang Nan took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent his location coordinates to Gugu and Deng Wei. Shortly after, he immediately received replies from both of them. Gugu, boss, I'm waiting. I've been waiting eagerly. To be honest, I got up at o'clock and have been waiting until now for your news. Jiang Nan replied with a string of ellipses, then, I don't believe your nonsense, can you be a bit more reliable? Gugu, he. It's still Boss Jiang who understands me. Okay, I'm on my way. By the way, I'm not far from Deng Wei, I'll go meet him. Jiang Nan, sure, I just contacted him too. You two get in touch and come over quickly. Gugu, okay, Boss Jiang, see you soon. Jiang Nan didn't reply to him. Instead, he opened the message from Deng Wei and took a look. Jiang Nan, thank you, really thank you. You've arranged work for me, I heard from Gugu. I don't want to say too many polite words, but in short, Deng Wei, will be at your service from now on.
Jiangnan, we're all classmates, don't say such things, it makes it feel distant. Gugu just said he's coming over with you, he'll contact you. I'll wait for both of you, okay? That's it. Dang Wei, got it. He's contacting me now, I'm heading out to meet him. Jiangnan, see you soon. Still, I can't thank you enough, you saved my life. Honestly, when Gugu told me about a salary of 20,000 a month, I almost peed my pants. Jiangnan, hee hee. It's nothing. Alright, let's talk more when we meet. Dang Wei, Jiangnan casually tossed his phone onto the coffee table and slowly sipped the cup of tea he had prepared. Are you bringing someone over today? The beautiful manager in the lobby was on the phone. Alright, to be honest, I don't want to help with this, but since you asked, I really have no choice. Until now, I haven't dared to mention this to the boss. Since it's like this, I can only bite the bullet and go for it. But you tell her not to have too high hopes, all I can do is give her a chance to meet the boss, and this matter hasn't been discussed with the boss in advance. I don't know if he will be angry. Fortunately, he has a pretty good temper. If it were another boss, I wouldn't dare to do this. They'll be here soon. After a brief pause, she continued speaking into the phone. Okay, then I'll wait for you in the lobby for a bit. The boss just returned and is in the office. This is a good opportunity. Otherwise, who knows when he might disappear again, and we won't even get to see him. She hung up the phone, rubbed her forehead helplessly, and muttered to herself, sigh. It's really annoying. Owing someone a favor is never good. One day, it has to be repaid. I wonder if bringing a woman to the boss to apply for an assistant position will make him angry. Sigh. So troubling. Although it was quite helpless, the beautiful manager still stood in the lobby waiting. There was no way around it. The person who contacted her this time had helped her before, and she owed a favor. About 5 minutes passed. A taxi stopped at the hotel entrance, and the door opened for two women to get out, one in her 30s, and the other particularly beautiful, who was Miro. The beautiful manager saw them through the glass window and immediately came out to greet them. She only glanced at Miro before shifting her gaze to the other woman and said, Sister, you've come. The woman in her 30s smiled and pointed to Miro beside her. Let me introduce you, this is Miro. Hello. The beautiful manager nodded politely at Miro. Hello, thank you for helping this time. Miro quickly responded with a polite nod. This is Manager Lulu. The woman in her 30s introduced the beautiful manager to Miro again. Manager Lu. Miro replied politely once more. Alright, you two have met, so I have nothing more to do here. I'll leave now. Manager Lu, please take Miro for the interview. The woman in her 30s said, turning to leave. Okay. The beautiful manager nodded, then sister, take care. Don't mind me, just help me row more. The woman in her 30s said as she walked towards the taxi. After the pleasantries, the beautiful manager said nothing more, looking at Miro with a somewhat cold attitude. Come with me. As she spoke, she started walking towards the hotel. Okay. Miro appeared very cautious, quickly following behind as she spoke. Her hands tightly clutched her bag, clearly very nervous. The two entered the hotel lobby, and Miro was instantly captivated by the community environment here, secretly observing her surroundings, sighing in her heart that it would be great if she could find a job here. Such a good environment would make work so comfortable. The two entered the elevator one after the other, and the manager pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator doors slowly closed, and it began to ascend. At this moment, the beautiful manager said, Miro, right? Miro quickly nodded. Yes, I am Miro. I need to tell you in advance, I haven't mentioned your situation to the boss yet, so today's events might come as a surprise to him, and he might get upset and lose his temper. Of course, this is just a guess, but you should be mentally prepared. Oh, Miro was slightly taken aback, her heart tightening. She hadn't expected things to be this way. She thought everything was arranged since she had used connections. To secure this connection, she had given a bribe of 5,000 yuan. Clearly, the situation was different from what she had imagined. Also, the beautiful manager continued, you need to be mentally prepared and not have too high expectations. Okay. Miro replied, her heart feeling even colder, her voice somewhat desolate. In this situation, she even thought about backing out. She had a very ominous premonition. Moreover, she worried that if the boss scolded her later, she might not be able to hold back her tears. She appeared strong on the outside, but inside, she was far from that strong. As a beautiful woman, she too wished to be cherished and loved. The elevator doors opened. The beautiful manager stepped out, and Miro steeled herself to follow closely behind. Observing the environment on the top floor, her heart felt both bitter and desolate. The environment here was simply too good, much better than the job she had quit before.
If she could become the boss's assistant here, how wonderful that would be. Unfortunately, she already knew in her heart that the hope was slim. She had prepared meticulously, while the other party had not even given a heads up. Just as she was lost in thought, the two had already arrived in front of Jang Nan's office. This situation made the beautiful manager a bit nervous and hesitant. She hesitated for a moment at the door before gently knocking. Knock knock knock. Boss, it's Lulu. Come in. A familiar voice from Jiang Nan came from inside the room. Mi-ro was taken aback, blinking her long eyelashes, as if this voice sounded somewhat familiar. Of course, that thought only flashed through her mind, and she didn't think much more about it. You wait at the door first, the beautiful manager said softly to Mi-ro. I'll go in and say hello to the boss. Okay. Mi-ro nodded quickly. Creak. The beautiful manager pushed the door open and entered the room. Jiang Nan was sitting with his legs crossed, drinking tea. He just glanced at the beautiful manager, said nothing, and continued drinking. Boss, there's something I want to talk to you about? The beautiful manager tentatively asked, reading the room. Go ahead. Jiang Nan looked at her. What's up with you today? You seem a bit off. Is there? The beautiful manager smiled awkwardly. Is it my illusion? Jiang Nan countered. You've seen through me, boss, the beautiful manager said, feeling even more awkward. It's like this, I have a friend who used to be a CEO assistant. She has experience in this area, but the CEO went abroad, so she lost her job. What I mean is, boss, you don't have a CEO assistant by your side, so I wanted to help her out by recommending her to you. Ha! Jiang Nan laughed. Is that all? Why be so shy? Since she's your friend, let her come over, I'll meet her. But with so much work here, it doesn't have to be just a CEO assistant. If there are other suitable positions, you can arrange for her as well. Boss, you make a good point, the beautiful manager quickly replied. Isn't it because she used to work as a CEO assistant? She has some experience, so I wanted to see if she could be your assistant. Of course, it's up to you, boss. Although she's my friend, I don't want you to keep her just because of me. If her work ability is good, then keep her. If not, she can leave. I understand what you mean, Jiang Nan smiled. You mean don't let me feel awkward for you, right? The beautiful manager nodded. Alright, I got it. Bring her over, Jiang Nan nodded. He appreciated the beautiful manager's approach. In work, ability is the top priority. The beautiful manager twisted her slim waist, walked to the door, and softly said, You can come in now, our boss wants to meet you. Mi-ro immediately felt nervous, her palms sweating. She quickly tidied her outfit again, then cautiously stepped into the room. As she entered, Mi-ro secretly glanced to see if the boss was as handsome as the rumors she had heard. Jiang Nan also looked at the newcomer with rare interest. Their eyes met. Jiang Nan. Mi-ro. They both exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Jiang Nan, so you are the boss here. Mi-ro instantly realized something, her previous timidity replaced by intense excitement. You came to apply for a job, how could Mi-ro be you? Jiang Nan also laughed, very puzzled. Meanwhile, the manager girl was completely dumbfounded. What the heck is going on? Jiang Nan noticed the manager girl's expression and laughed, saying, Ha ha ha, girl, I didn't expect your friend to be my old classmate Mi-ro. What a coincidence. Ah, the manager girl's beautiful big eyes widened. You two are old classmates? Yeah, Jiang Nan said, we just had a gathering yesterday, and she's the school beauty from our school. So that's how it is, no wonder she's so beautiful and has such a good figure, turns out she's the school beauty. When I was in high school, I was also the school beauty, the manager girl said, reminiscing about the past. This is interesting, Jiang Nan laughed, so, I have two school beauties by my side, I'm really lucky. Suddenly, the manager girl blushed and quickly said, Boss, since you two are old classmates, I don't need to do anything else. You can chat, I'll go downstairs to get busy. Alright, you go ahead, Jiang Nan nodded. The manager girl obediently responded and then looked at Mi-ro, smiling gently as she said, Mi-ro, you chat with the boss, I'll leave first. Go ahead, and thank you, Mi-ro said. No need to thank me, the manager girl said as she exited the room, closing the door behind her. Once the door was closed, she frowned prettily. How annoying, still old classmates, this kind of help is really troublesome. Sigh. Another beautiful woman has joined the boss's side, what a helpless situation. After a moment of daze, she entered the elevator to continue her busy work downstairs. Annoying Jiang Nan, you're lying. Didn't you say you owned a small restaurant? Is this what you call a small restaurant? Mi-ro said in a spoiled tone to Jiang Nan in the room. Isn't it? Jiang Nan smiled, this is indeed a small restaurant. You're really annoying, full of lies. He. Jiang Nan chuckled, by the way, you don't have a job for the time being. Why didn't you tell me? You still want to apply for a job, and it's for the position of executive assistant. Luckily you ran into me, otherwise, with a beauty like you, wouldn't you be taken advantage of by other bosses? I just felt embarrassed to bring it up, Nero said with a hint of grievance. Now that you've become a rich man, I wanted to ask if you had a suitable job for me, but I still felt shy. Since I've already bumped into you, I won't hold back anymore. So, old classmate, could you arrange a job for me? I'm so poor I can't even afford to eat, and I would be very grateful. Aren't you here to apply for the executive assistant position? Jiang Nan said with a smile. There's nothing to arrange, I don't have an executive assistant here, so you can be my executive assistant. He. Nero smiled, even more charming. I can't ask for more, I can't repay the boss's great kindness. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Nan said with a mischievous smile, are you going to say you'll dedicate yourself to me next? Humph. Not at all, Nero pouted playfully, it's just that I can't repay you, so I'll repay you in the next life. Jiang Nan. He. Nero laughed happily. Nero, how much salary do you want? Jiang Nan asked while pouring her a cup of tea. You're the boss, so of course, you decide. Don't ask me about such things, Nero said. Really? Jiang Nan smiled mischievously, so, if I don't give you a salary and let you help me for free, is that okay? After all, we're old classmates. Of course, that's fine, Nero said with a smile. As long as I get to be your assistant, just providing meals is enough, I don't need a salary. That's good, Jiang Nan laughed, then it's settled. No salary, but there will be bonuses. As for how much the bonus is, that depends on how happy I am. Does that mean I have to find a way to make you happy? Nero said with a flirtatious smile. Correct. He. Nero laughed happily, then I need to think about how to make you happy. That's a very deep question, you should think about it carefully, Jiang Nan said with a mischievous smile. Humph. Annoying, Nero threw him a charming glance. At the roadside in front of the luxury hotel, a taxi stopped, and Gugu and Dangwei climbed out of the car, staring at the luxurious hotel in front of them, looking bewildered. Gugu took out his phone again to check the location Jiang Nan sent, and it was indeed correct. From the location, it was right here. I can't believe it, the famous luxury hotel in Zhanghai City, and Jiang Nan said he was opening a small restaurant. Is this what he calls a small restaurant, and he is the owner of a luxury hotel? Gugu said with a surprised expression. It must be, maybe in his eyes, this big hotel is what he considers a small restaurant? After all, he drives a 38 million luxury car. Dangwei nodded in agreement. This guy, Gugu said with a wry smile, I really didn't expect him to be the owner of a luxury hotel. This shock just keeps coming. Yeah, Dangwei said, I didn't sleep at all last night. Really, it felt like a dream. I never expected Jiang Nan to become such a wealthy person. Me too, I was so excited I couldn't sleep. But the most important question right now is, just the two of us in these ragged clothes, we probably can't even get through the hotel doors, right? Gugu said. I think it's unlikely. Let's call Jiang Nan, Dangwei said. Okay. Gugu nodded and took out his phone. At the top floor of the Aohang Hotel, Jiang Nan's office. Jiang Nan's phone rang. I ride the desert ship, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back. It should be Gugu and Dangwei's call, Jiang Nan said to me while chatting, and took out his phone. Sure enough, it was Gugu calling. Gugu and Dangwei? Nero asked in confusion. That's right, they are coming over today and should be at the hotel entrance, Jiang Nan said as he pressed the answer button. Gugu's voice came through the receiver. Boss, we are at the entrance of the luxury hotel. We didn't go to the wrong place, right? This is what you call a small restaurant. You didn't go to the wrong place, Jiang Nan said with a smile. You wait for me at the entrance. I'll come down to get you. Okay. Jiang Nan hung up the phone and looked at Nero, saying, do you want to go down together? Gugu and Dangwei are here. Of course, let's go together, Nero said happily. I wonder if they will be surprised to find out I'm here. I guess they will be very surprised. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan laughed happily. I guess so too. He. The two chatted as they left the room. At the hotel entrance, Gugu and Dangwei were waiting eagerly, and soon Jiang Nan and Nero walked out of the hotel together. What? The two were momentarily stunned, and after a moment, Gugu said, I get it, Nero, Jiang Nan arranged a job for you, didn't he? Of course, Dangwei immediately chimed in, if Jiang Nan takes care of us, let alone our big class flower, this is something we just didn't expect. After saying that, he winked mischievously. The implication was clear, the two of them were involved, and everyone knew it. No, it's not what you think. It's purely a coincidence. I came to apply for a job, and I didn't expect the boss to be Jiang Nan, Nero explained. Keep making up stories, Dangwei said. You two are really annoying. I'm telling the truth, but you don't believe me. Jiangnan, tell them if it's true or not. Jiangnan smiled and said nothing. Look, the boss has already tacitly agreed. The boss is honest and doesn't lie, Deng Wei said. Jiangnan, you're more annoying, Nero said, waving her small fist and playfully hitting Jiangnan's chest a few times, her strength as light as a tickle. A cute and charming aura surrounded her. Jiangnan still smiled and said nothing. Annoying, you guys are so annoying, I won't talk to you. Let's go upstairs. Jiangnan turned around and led the way. Entering the hotel, they encountered the reception girls, who stood up straight. Hello, boss, hello, boss. Gugu and Deng Wei were left wide-eyed. Wow, this is so impressive. No wonder everyone wants to be a boss. With so many girls, you can easily flirt with them. Who would dare to refuse? Jiangnan shrugged helplessly. Look at your little ambitions. Humph. Exactly, a pair of big bad guys. Nero also said, cough cough cough. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Gugu quickly replied, I take back what I just said. Jiangnan. Nero. Damn, can you really take that back? Just then, the beautiful manager came out from the kitchen. Jiangnan saw her wave her hand. Sister, come up with me for a moment. Okay, boss. The beautiful manager was a bit surprised, reacted slightly, and immediately walked over while speaking. Damn, this is a correction point, Gugu muttered quietly. Jiangnan. Nero. A few of them entered the elevator and went up together. Upon arriving at the office, the beautiful manager immediately busied herself pouring tea for Jiangnan while asking, Boss, is there something you need? Gugu and Deng Wei watched with wide eyes, feeling amazed. In their hearts, they thought Jiangnan's life was truly luxurious. With such an exceptional girl serving him carefully, it was simply too beautiful. This is what life should be. These two, Gugu and Deng Wei, are my classmates, and they will be working at the hotel from now on. Each of them has a monthly salary of 20,000. As for their work, you can arrange something suitable for them, just remember not to make it too tiring, Jiangnan said to the beautiful manager. The boss's classmates, got it, I'll remember, the beautiful manager responded slightly, nodding quickly, taking a careful look at Gugu and Deng Wei to remember their faces. There's nothing else, you can go back to your work now, Jiangnan said. Okay, boss. The beautiful manager nodded and looked at Gugu and Deng Wei, saying, you two are Gugu and Deng Wei, right? Later, when I have time, I'll arrange suitable positions for you. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Gugu and Deng Wei quickly replied politely. At noon, a blue Bugatti sports car parked in the underground garage of the luxury hotel. The automatic car door slowly lifted, and Jiangnan got out from the driver's seat, walked around to help Zhang Yiman. Slow down, babe. No need to help, I can manage, I'm much better now, I can walk with a bit of effort, Zhang Yiman said, her pretty face turning red as she noticed the guests parking nearby looking over. It was mainly due to the intense love actions that caused her embarrassment. He. Jiangnan smiled and said softly, don't worry, they don't know why you're hurt. True, Zhang Yiman awkwardly smiled and said softly, I'm just feeling guilty, he. In fact, the guests parking nearby were paying attention to the two of them because of the attraction of the blue Bugatti. Jiangnan supported Zhang Yiman and walked directly to the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor. As the elevator ascended, Zhang Yiman said, this is my first time at the luxury hotel. You'll be coming here often in the future, Jiangnan replied with a smile, taking out his phone to make a call. Soon the call connected, and Gugu's voice came through the receiver. Boss, what's your command? Tell Deng Wei to come to the top floor restaurant with you too. We'll have a small lunch gathering, Jiangnan instructed without hesitation. Okay, boss, we'll be there soon. Jiangnan hung up and put the phone away. At this moment, Zhang Yiman asked, have Gugu and Deng Wei's jobs been arranged? Yes, they've been arranged, Jiangnan nodded and said, and there's a surprise. Surprise? What surprise? Zhang Yiman asked, puzzled, her beautiful big eyes blinking, looking charming. You'll find out soon, Jiangnan smiled. Why so mysterious? Zhang Yiman became even more suspicious. Soon, the elevator reached the top floor, and the two of them stepped out. Let go of me, I can walk, Zhang Yiman said, looking as if she was afraid of bumping into someone, gently pushing Jiangnan. What are you afraid of? If you bump into someone, just say you sprained your ankle, Jiangnan said. Zhang Yiman chuckled, you, my friend, are really the king of liars now. Just get used to it, Jiangnan smiled. Humph. I don't want to get used to it, I want to hear you speak the truth, Zhang Yiman pouted playfully. What is the truth? If you believe it, it's true, if you don't, it's false, Jiangnan replied. This is mainly a psychological issue. Humph, so annoying. Clearly, it's your fault, yet you won't admit it. I'm ignoring you now, Zhang Yiman said, pouting her tempting little lips, pretending to be angry. Jiangnan chuckled.
With women, you can be affectionate and loving, but you mustn't be too submissive, otherwise, it will also become a habit, and that wouldn't be fun. If you let a woman dictate what you do, you lose yourself. As they chatted, they arrived at the door of Jiang Nan's office. Jiang Nan supported Jiang Yiman and pushed the door open. Inside, Miro, who was organizing things, turned to the door and smiled. "Jiang Nan, you're back." "Wow. Jiang Yiman, you came too," she exclaimed halfway through her sentence upon seeing Jiang Yiman. "Miro, you're here too." Jiang Yiman was also surprised and then joyfully exclaimed, "How about that? Isn't this surprise nice?" Jiang Nan chuckled. "So annoying. Miro didn't tell me you were here." Jiang Yiman shot him a glare. Jiang Nan shrugged. "Isn't it more fun to have a surprise? Hee hee. Hee hee." Jiang Nan's words made both Jiang Yiman and Miro laugh. "Hey, Jiang Yiman, why are you limping?" At that moment, Miro noticed Jiang Yiman's unusual walking posture. "My foot. I twisted my ankle," Jiang Yiman said, but she sounded a bit guilty. "Oh, you twisted your ankle," Miro replied, noticing Jiang Yiman's expression, looking thoughtful. Yes, I was too careless, walking too fast, and accidentally twisted my foot," Jiang Yiman quickly explained, her pretty face turning red. The more she tried to cover it up, the more obvious it became. Miro saw through it immediately and laughed, but she didn't point it out. Instead, she gave Jiang Nan a meaningful glance. In her heart, she mused that Jiang Nan seemed quite strong in that regard. Thinking about this made her feel a strange stirring inside, and she suddenly felt a bit shy, her face burning. Although it was not visible, she knew she was blushing, so she quickly turned away from Jiang Nan and Jiang Yiman, finding an excuse to say, "Jiang Yiman, since you hurt your leg, hurry up and sit down. I'll pour you a cup of tea." "Thank you, Miro," Jiang Yiman said, sitting on the sofa with Jiang Nan's support. "Today, let's have a little gathering," Jiang Nan said as he took out his phone. "I have 2 former colleagues here. I'll call them over so we can all get to know each other better for easier interactions in the future." After saying that, he dialed the number. In the luxurious restaurant on the top floor, everyone gathered around a beautifully crafted round table. Jiang Nan sat at the head, with Miro, Jiang Yiman, the beautiful manager, Bebe, Deng Wei, Gugu, Zhang Yuan, and Lily all present. The food was very sumptuous, with the signature sauced fish and marinated duck served this time. The red wine in the glasses was already filled to the brim. Jiang Nan said, "Today, there are no other matters, we are just having a small gathering. You should all see that we are all new faces, so let's take this opportunity to introduce ourselves." Everyone nodded in agreement. "I'll go first." Miro stood up first, holding her glass of red wine. "My name is Miro, and I am Jiang Nan's university classmate. Thanks to Jiang Nan's care, I have come to work at the hotel as his executive assistant." Clap, clap. The beautiful manager led the applause, and others joined in. Miro smiled even more brightly, finished her glass of red wine in one gulp, and then sat down. Following her, Gugu stood up, also holding a glass of wine. "Next, let me introduce myself. My name is Gugu, and I am also a classmate from Jiang Nan. I will be working at the hotel from now on, and I hope everyone will take care of me. There's not much to say, so I'll drink this glass of wine." With that, he tilted his head back and downed a glass of red wine. Clap, clap. Everyone politely applauded. Then Deng Wei stood up to introduce himself. "My name is Deng Wei, and I am also a classmate from Jiang Nan." After Deng Wei finished, Jiang Yiman weakly asked, "Do I need to introduce myself too?" "Go ahead," Miro said from the side, "so everyone can get to know you." "Oh, all right." Jiang Yiman also stood up, holding her glass of red wine. "My name is Jiang Yiman, and I will also be a classmate in the future. However, I am currently working at the Grand Hotel. I don't have a good tolerance for alcohol, so I'll just take a small sip." With that, she took a small sip of red wine. Clap, clap. Everyone applauded. As the applause subsided, the beautiful manager looked at Jiang Yiman and said, "Then why don't you come work over here and instead work at the Grand Hotel? Aren't your classmates all over here?" I. Jiang Yiman stammered, unsure how to respond. She couldn't just say that working here meant earning Jiang Nan's money. After all, what she means is that she needs to finish this month at the Grand Hotel first, and she can come over later if she wants. Jiang Nan interjected to smooth things over. He was speaking without even needing to draft a lie. "Oh, so that's how it is." The beautiful manager nodded, looking at Jiang Yiman again and said, "If I'm not mistaken, with your looks and figure, you must be working as a hostess at the Grand Hotel, right?" "That's right," Jiang Yiman nodded. At that moment, the beautiful manager remembered something, smiled shyly, stood up while holding her red wine. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Although most people here know me, it seems Jiang Yiman doesn't. I am the hotel manager, named Lulu." After saying that, she also took a sip of red wine, but she didn't finish it, only drinking half a glass. Clap, clap.
Everyone applauded. The beautiful manager sat down. Zhang Yuan stood up to introduce himself. I am Zhang Yuan, and before coming to the Grand Hotel, I was a colleague at Jiangnan. Next was Lily's introduction. As soon as she finished speaking, while everyone was still applauding, Bebe stood up, holding a glass of drink. It's my turn, it's my turn. My name is Bebe, and I am Jiang Ji's little wife. Put. Before she could finish her sentence, Gugu and Dang Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Gugu looked at Jiangnan, trying hard to hold back his laughter and said, Boss, little wife, you are too awesome. Ha ha ha. Finally, he couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Dang Wei and Zhang Yuan also couldn't help but join in the laughter, their boisterous laughter ringing painfully in the ears. The other girls covered their mouths and giggled. Zhang Yimin, however, looked at Jiangnan with a resentful gaze, as if questioning what this little wife was all about. Humph. What's so funny? I'm speaking the truth. I've already moved in with Jiang Ge, and this manager's sister knows it too, Bebe said cutely. Jiangnan. Ha ha ha. Boss, is it true? Gugu, overly excited, asked another question. But after asking, he regretted it. How could he ask such a stupid question? Especially with Zhang Yimin, who had a close relationship with Jiangnan, nearby. Jiangnan smiled wryly. We are living together, but it's not the kind of living together you all imagine. I see Bebe as a sister. Shoo. Immediately, Zhang Yuan, Dang Wei, and Gugu all started to shush him. Jiangnan. Alright. The beautiful manager spoke. Let's leave this awkward topic. Since we've finished the introductions, everyone raise your glasses and let's have a drink. Then try the two signature dishes, the sauced fish and the marinated duck. Yes, drink up. Mi Ro also chimed in, raising her glass. The two of them, one a manager and the other a former presidential assistant, were quite adept at handling such situations. Everyone raised their glasses. Come on, everyone raise your glasses. Drink. Wow, amazing. This taste is simply divine. Not bad. I've never had fish this delicious. And this duck, the aroma, I've never tasted anything like it. How can duck and fish be made this delicious? It's truly unimaginable. No wonder the business at the luxury hotel is so good. With such fantastic signature dishes, if the business were bad, that would be strange. It was the first time for Gugu, Dang Wei, Mi Ro, and Zhang Yiman to taste the sauced fish and marinated duck, and they were all exclaiming in excitement. Especially Gugu and Dang Wei, who were completely unreserved, their cheeks stuffed, eating heartily. They were enjoying it immensely. The beautiful manager and Lily couldn't help but cover their mouths and giggle. Mi Ro and Zhang Yiman were a bit reserved, but they couldn't resist the temptation of the aroma and were eating quickly in small bites. He. Jiangnan looked at Gugu and Dang Wei and said, You two foodies, don't be in such a hurry. Don't worry, the sauced fish and marinated duck are filling. If there's not enough on the table, we'll have the kitchen send more. This time there were 3 sauced fish and 2 marinated ducks on the table, but looking at the way they were devouring it, it seemed like it still wasn't enough. Dang Wei kept eating, saying, Boss, how much can we sell this fish and duck for at our hotel? Before Jiangnan could respond, the beautiful manager interjected, the price for the sauced fish is set at 1888, and the marinated duck hasn't been launched yet, so the price is still undecided. What the heck? 1888, nearly 2,000 for a fish. Just like that, it's gone. Dang Wei was a bit shocked. He. The beautiful manager laughed and said, Just eat. This is the selling price at our hotel, the cost is only a few dozen. What the heck? God. Heavens. A cost of a few dozen sold for nearly 2,000, that's just outrageous profit. Gugu, Dang Wei, Mi Ro, and Zhang Yiman were all shocked again, exclaiming in unison. They were all wide-eyed in astonishment. He. There's no way around it, our hotel is at this level, and the taste is just that great, so if we can charge high, we charge high. Plus, the guests are packed and they're all very willing. Jiangnan chuckled. This business is simply too lucrative, almost like highway robbery. No wonder the boss can drive a 38 million Bugatti. Gugu said, Do you know how this sauced fish and marinated duck came about? The beautiful manager said with a bright smile. No idea. What's the story? Mi Ro, Gugu, and the others looked at the beautiful manager with great curiosity. These 2 dishes were developed by the boss. The beautiful manager smiled and said, Isn't that impressive? God, is that true? Jiangnan, you know about cooking? How come I had no idea? When did you have this talent? The group was both shocked and surprised, looking at Jiangnan. He. Calm down, don't be so surprised. There's a kind of ability called talent, didn't you know? Jiangnan chuckled. Talent?
Yes. The beautiful manager sighed deeply and said, the boss is simply too talented, and his talent is frightening. After tasting someone else's dish and making improvements, it has turned into this absolutely exquisite, becoming the hotel's prized possession to attract business. She had been just as shocked as Gugu and the others before. Halfway through the gathering, Miro, Zhang Yiman, and Gugu had calmed down a bit, no longer looking so greedy. Everyone began to drink and chat. Jiang Nan looked at the manager girl and said, by the way, I mentioned before that I need you to investigate someone, you should start preparing. The beautiful manager quickly nodded and asked, who do you want me to investigate? Li Zhe, a classmate of mine from before university. Miro should know some details, she will assist you, and you two will investigate together, Jiang Nan said. Li Zhe? Li Zhe. Miro, Zhang Yiman, Gugu, and Deng Wei all looked at Jiang Nan with curiosity, unsure of his intentions. Yes, it's Li Zhe. I won't let him off so easily. Jiang Nan's gaze turned exceptionally cold. At that moment, everyone felt a shiver, clearly realizing that Jiang Nan was very loyal and a good friend, but he was also someone you absolutely could not offend, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Jiang Nan, what do you mean? Miro asked tentatively. Miro, I want you and the beautiful manager to investigate the situation of the company Li Zhe is in. I plan to acquire that company, Jiang Nan said with a cold expression. Hiss. Miro had already thought of something and said, you mean to acquire the company and then kick Li Zhe out? So he's completely finished as a manager. Exactly, I want to leave him with no way out. I want him to be unemployed, completely driven out of the company. Boss, well done, this kind of petty person should be dealt with like this. Boss, I fully support you. Since he dared to bully you and even picked on Zhang Yiman, just teaching him a lesson isn't enough, Deng Wei stated. Right. Gugu immediately expressed his stance, saying, Boss, is there anything I need to do? You don't need to worry about that. Jiang Nan smiled again. With the manager girl and Miro, just figure out the situation of Li Zhe's company first, then start the acquisition. We must use money to crush it. We have to acquire that company. I understand, Miro nodded. Okay, boss, you can rest assured, Miro and I will definitely handle this well, the beautiful manager said seriously. Then she turned to Miro and said, Miro, tell me about that person named Li Zhe, let's plan how to start the investigation. Okay, Miro nodded. Li Zhe is a manager at a securities trading company in Haiyang City. That's all I know for now, the company's name is easy to find out. Once I get down, I'll ask Li Zhe indirectly, and I'll know right away. I haven't paid attention to his company before. Good. The beautiful manager nodded. I'll take care of asking about the company name, I'll handle the part of offending people. I'll find a way to inquire indirectly, that guy is really annoying, Deng Wei said. That works too, Miro nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Jiang Nan, thank you for helping me vent my anger, Zhang Yiman said, her eyes reddening as she looked at Jiang Nan, knowing in her heart that he was doing this largely because of her. Don't mention thanks to me, Jiang Nan scolded her. If someone bullies my woman, I want him to know what the consequences will be. I want him to never get back up for the rest of his life. I'll make it clear, if he finds another job, I'll use the same methods to make him live in the shadows for the rest of his life. I climbed onto the desert ship, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back. As the dinner was coming to an end, Jiang Nan's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a call from Dong Kuan. Jiang Nan pressed the answer button, and Dong Kuan's voice came through the receiver. Jiang Nan, when you have time, come over. Let's find the evaluation lawyer team to conduct an assessment together. It was clear that he was still a bit worried about this matter. Although Jiang Nan had spoken, the money had not yet arrived. Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds and immediately said, let's do it this afternoon. I have something to leave for tomorrow, so you can contact the evaluation team in advance. I'll rush over shortly, and we can finalize everything in the afternoon. Tomorrow was the day he had agreed with Old Masterin and the others to go out to sea for salvage, so Jiang Nan's time was tight, and he couldn't afford any delays. Is it really okay for me to contact the evaluation team myself? Dong Kuan said, it's more fair if both sides choose the evaluation team together. Alright, no need to hesitate. I trust you. Jiang Nan interrupted him before he could finish. Okay then, Jiang Nan, thank you for your trust. Since your time is so tight, I'll contact them in advance. I'll send you my coordinates, and when you arrive, just come to the pharmaceutical factory to find me. My dad and I will be waiting for you, Dong Kuan said. Good, then we'll talk when we meet. Talk when we meet. The call ended. Was that about Dong Kuan? Miro asked from the side. Yeah, Jiang Nan nodded. By the way, you've worked as a CEO assistant, so you should know about this kind of thing. Come with me later. Okay, Miro nodded. Brother Jiang, I want to go too, Bebe said. You.
Jiang Nan looked at Bei Bei and smiled, just focus on earning your money. Humph. Bei Bei pouted. He. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. "E-man, you've sprained your ankle, so just stay at the hotel to recover for a few days. There are plenty of rooms here, and someone will take care of you," Jiang Nan said, looking at Zhang E-man. "Okay," Zhang E-man nodded. "No wonder it's a 38 million Bugatti sports car, it's simply amazing," Miro exclaimed from the passenger seat. The Bugatti Veyron sped out of the city, easily exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, heading towards the city where Dongquan was. Longhua City. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Can you drive?" "Yes, I have a driver's license," Miro replied. "Want to give it a try?" No, Miro quickly waved her hand, "This car is too expensive, I wouldn't dare to drive it." He. Jiang Nan chuckled, "It's fine, if it breaks, I'll just buy a new one." "You." Miro looked at Jiang Nan with a resentful gaze. "What you said is quite annoying, you know." "Is it?" Jiang Nan retorted. "Of course. Are you trying to make us jealous?" Miro said. Jiang Nan. "Humph. It's definitely jealousy. What's wrong with that?" Sigh. "Just joking, trying to show off a bit. I didn't mean to take away that right," Jiang Nan sighed. He. Miro laughed happily. "Your pretentiousness is already high enough. If you keep pretending, you'll reach the heavens. Be careful not to get struck by lightning." "Not afraid," Jiang Nan waved his hand, "I'm willing to be struck by lightning for the sake of showing off." "Put." Miro burst out laughing. He. The laughter just wouldn't stop. 2 hours later, the blue Bugatti parked in front of Longhua Pharmaceutical Company. They were stopped by security. Jiang Nan slightly furrowed his brows and rolled down the window. A security guard quickly approached and asked, "Are you Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Nan was a bit surprised but quickly understood. It was clear that Dong Kuan had informed them in advance. Plus, his blue Bugatti was too recognizable. "Yes," he said softly. "Mr. Jiang, the boss is waiting for you. Please follow me." As he spoke, he hurriedly rode a battery-powered tricycle to lead the way. Jiang Nan's car followed behind, unable to help but smile. He thought there would be another situation like when they entered the Yin family before, being stopped by security. But clearly, that wouldn't happen again. Now his Bugatti was a sign, who would dare to cause trouble? Soon, they arrived at the office building of Longhua Pharmaceutical Company. At the entrance, Jiang Nan already saw Dong Kuan and a large group of people waiting below. It was obvious that the security had already communicated with them. As he drove closer, Jiang Nan noticed a man in his 50s next to Dong Kuan, wearing glasses and resembling him a bit. That should be Dong Kuan's father. As the car approached, Dong Kuan had already come over to greet them. The others were all staring at the sports car, completely captivated. There was no helping it. A Bugatti was just that eye-catching. Jiang Nan parked in a spacious spot, and the automatic door slowly opened. "Jiang Nan, you're here!" Dong Kuan exclaimed happily. Jiang Nan and Miro got out of the car. When Dong Kuan saw Miro, his eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Miro, you came along too?" "Yeah, I came with Jiang Nan," Miro replied. Jiang Nan chuckled, "How could she not come? She's my subordinate now, my assistant. If the boss goes out and she doesn't come, she'll get fired." "Oh." Dong Kuan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed happily, "Not bad, not bad. Miro being Jiang Nan's assistant is just perfect. She's really beautiful, the best choice." "Alas." Miro sighed and joked, "We were classmates before, but now I'm an employee. It hurts." Ha ha ha. Dong Kuan laughed, "It's the same for me. Once Jiang Nan becomes the chairman of Longhua Pharmaceutical, I'll be his subordinate too. Alas. We're both doomed to be underlings." He. Miro laughed too. "Just wait until Jiang Nan becomes the evil capitalist." As they chatted, they walked up to the waiting crowd. A large group of people stood there with warm smiles, standing upright, their expectant gazes fixed on Jiang Nan. "Dong Kuan, this must be Mr. Jiang?" The middle-aged man in his 50s spoke up. "Yes, Dad, this is my old classmate Jiang Nan," Dong Kuan quickly introduced, then turned to Jiang Nan, "This is my dad." "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Dong Kuan's father quickly extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Dong." Jiang Nan smiled and shook hands with him. Ha ha ha. Dong Kuan's father said happily, Come, let's talk inside." It wasn't until the afternoon, as evening approached, that the evaluation of the pharmaceutical factory was completely finished. The evaluation result was an estimated value of 80 million, and after Jiang Nan invested 100 million, he owned 55% of the shares, becoming the chairman of Longhua Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. After negotiations, Dong Kuan's father fully agreed and transferred all his shares to Dong Kuan, allowing the two old classmates to jointly manage Longhua Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. Jiang Nan was the primary authority, the chairman, while Dong Kwon was the vice chairman. After drafting the contract, both parties signed without objections. Jiang Nan directly transferred the 100 million. For dinner, Dong Kwon's father suggested they celebrate at the most luxurious hotel in Longhua City. However, Jiang Nan politely declined, as he needed to rush back to Zhanghai City overnight. He had already made plans with Old Man and the others to set off early the next morning to the Haikou port for a sea trip, and he couldn't drink, otherwise, it would delay their journey, plus it would take 2 hours to drive back to Zhanghai. Dong Kwon's father felt quite bad about this, saying that Jiang Nan helped them so much and didn't even have a meal, his eyes turning red. Jiang Nan felt a bit embarrassed, so he said, "How about this, we definitely won't drink, so let's just stay for a simple meal, right here in the company. No need for anyone else to join, just Uncle Dong and Dong Kwon, the four of us can sit together and eat whatever." Alright, Dong Kwon's father quickly replied, "Let's go to my office, we'll have a simple meal there." He then quickly instructed his subordinates, "Hurry, have the staff cafeteria prepare some delicious and quick dishes to send to my office." Without inviting anyone else, he took Dong Kwon, Jiang Nan, and Miro directly to his office. Once inside, he dismissed all outsiders, let Jiang Nan and the others sit down, and asked Dong Kwon to quickly pour tea, showing great care in his hospitality. Jiang Nan was not polite and sat down casually, with Miro sitting beside him. Dong Kwon huffed and puffed as he prepared the tea and brought it over. "Jiang Nan, Miro, tea." "Alright, no need to fuss, we're all old classmates, no outsiders here," Miro said with a smile. Jiang Nan picked up a cup of tea and, while drinking, suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Dong Kwon, I remember the company produces Hwatua rejuvenation pills, right?" "Yes, that's right, Hwatua rejuvenation pills," Dong Kwon nodded. "Then have someone send over a box for me to take a look," Jiang Nan said. "Okay." Dong Kwon didn't ask why and took out his phone to make a call. Dong Kwon's father sat down across from Jiang Nan and said, "Chairman, there are more than 10 manufacturers producing Hwatua rejuvenation pills on the market now. The competition is very fierce. Our long-way sales of Hwatua rejuvenation pills were decent a few years ago, but in recent years, first, several new manufacturers have emerged, second, other new drugs have replaced it, and third, our machinery is outdated, which has led to Longway's current precarious situation." Jiang Nan nodded while drinking tea, knowing a bit about this from what Dong Kwon had said before. Dong Kwon's father continued, "Given the current situation, Chairman, if you are willing to invest in Longway, it would be a great favor to our Dong family. I have managed this pharmaceutical factory for over 20 years, pouring half my life's effort into it, and I really can't bear to see it go under." At this point, his eyes reddened. "It's alright, with funding now, things will get better," Jiang Nan comforted him. He understood the old man's feelings. No one could accept the loss of half a lifetime's effort. Sigh, Dong Kwon's father sighed and said, "Chairman, my biggest worry right now is that even if we replace the equipment and improve the production process, we still can't overcome the huge competition from the outside. The company might still go bankrupt, and even if you invest 100 million, it could all go to waste. To be honest, if it weren't for my unwillingness to see the pharmaceutical factory disappear, I wouldn't have pulled you into this, making you invest 100 million. I have my own selfish motives, I really do, and I'm very sorry about that." "Uncle Dong, I understand the situation," Jiang Nan said lightly, "it's just 100 million, not a big deal. Business inherently carries risks. Dong Kwon took care of me when we were studying, and now that I have some money, it's time to give back. Besides, this is an investment, and I will hold the largest share, so it's not a loss." Sigh. Dong Kwon's father said, "On the surface, it seems that way. If it weren't for my regret, I wouldn't be willing to give up the largest share of the pharmaceutical factory, so, Chairman, I can only use this as a return for your willingness to take such a big risk." "Uncle Dong, I understand your intentions. Like you, I value people more than money," Jiang Nan said with a smile while drinking tea. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. "Come in," Dong Kwon called out. The door pushed open, and a tall girl walked in, holding several bottles of Hwatua's Izao pills. She seemed a bit nervous as she said, I brought it, I brought the Hwatua's Izao pills." While speaking, she stole a glance at Jiang Nan. "Give it to me, you can go out now." Dong Kwon took the Hwatua's Izao pills, instructed her, and reached out to take the pills, placing them on the coffee table in front of Jiang Nan. "Jiang Nan, this is the Hwatua's Izao pills produced by our factory, of course, still made with the old process. If the equipment were updated, the craftsmanship of the Hwatua's Izao pills produced would be more refined, but there's nothing we can do. Although the efficacy is the same, modern people pay a lot of attention to appearances." Jiang Nan nodded, picked up a bottle of Hwatua's Izao pills, glanced at it. It was a water pill, with 100 pills in each bottle. After looking, he casually asked, "Are all Hwatua's Izao pills based on a fixed formula?" I mean, do all manufacturers of Huatuazai Zao pills use the same formula? That's right, Dong Kuan's father immediately replied. The types and dosages of the medicines in the Huatuazai Zao pills on the market are formulated according to the formula recorded in the Chinese pharmacopoeia. Jiang Nan nodded, not asking more questions but quietly threw out a probe. The formula for Huatuazai Zao pills can be optimized. 100%. Upon receiving this result, Jiang Nan smiled. It was indeed as he thought. Although this formula was developed by the famous physician Huatua, after all, Huatua was human, not a god, so the medicinal efficacy was not particularly remarkable. This could be seen from the many stroke patients who had become disabled. If Huatuo's ancient formula had such good efficacy, then the sequelae caused by strokes would not be a global problem. But now he was different. He could see the success rate and could completely optimize this ancient formula. Just like braised chicken or marinated duck. After getting the result, Jiang Nan did not continue probing. Optimizing a formula would take some time, and he would slowly work on it after returning. He casually said, Dong Kuan, make a list of the ingredients and raw materials used in the Huatuazai Zao pills for me. Okay. Although Dong Kuan did not understand Jiang Nan's intentions, he quickly complied, finding paper and pen to make the list and handing it to Jiang Nan. While waiting, simple yet exquisite dishes were prepared. Jiang Nan did not drink alcohol but had some beverages, lingering for about an hour. Around 8 p.m., he bid farewell to Dong Kuan and his father, returning to Jianghai City with Miro. When the Bugatti stopped in the underground garage, it was already past 10 p.m. Jiang Nan and Miro got out of the car, and Jiang Nan took out his phone and dialed Gugu's number. The call connected quickly, and Gugu's voice came through the receiver. Boss, what's up? Have Chang and Dang Wei come to my room. I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Nan said into the phone. Okay, I'll contact Dang Wei and head over right away. Jiang Nan hung up. Beside him, Miro said, Jiang Nan, are you really not considering taking me with you when you go out to sea for salvage? She had already discussed this with Jiang Nan on the way and learned that he was going out to sea, wanting to go along. No, you shouldn't go this time. This trip to the open sea could be dangerous, and it wouldn't be convenient for you to come along, Jiang Nan replied. If it's dangerous, then don't take the risk. Your business is doing so well now, and you have so many assets, you shouldn't do dangerous things, Miro said with some concern. It's fine, don't worry, Jiang Nan smiled and said, we've taken safety measures. Well, okay then. Miro saw that Jiang Nan had made up his mind and didn't say anything more, but her worry remained on her face. The two chatted as they reached Jiang Nan's office on the top floor. 95%. 93%. When the two of them went out, Jiang Nan remembered something and said, by the way, bring me 2 military knives, I want to carry them with me. Okay, boss, Gugu nodded. The two turned around and left the room. Jiang Nan, you still want to bring weapons, this must be particularly dangerous. Can't you not go? Miro was even more frightened by this situation, her face a bit pale, looking at Jiang Nan with a pleading tone. I've already said, it's fine, I'm just preparing a bit more, better safe than sorry, Jiang Nan smiled lightly. But, Miro wanted to say something, but Jiang Nan waved his hand to interrupt her. Alright, no need to worry. I'll be back in a few days. You and the beautiful manager will take care of the hotel. It's getting late, go back and rest. I need to sleep too, I have to get up early tomorrow. Okay, Miro nodded. You can rest assured about the hotel. After saying that, she looked at Jiang Nan affectionately, her slender waist twisting as she reluctantly left. The next day, early in the morning, a blue Bugatti rushed out of the hotel's underground parking lot, followed by a white Range Rover and a BMW 7 Series. All three cars were in motion. They turned a corner and merged into the traffic, heading straight for the Yin family villa on the outskirts of the city. The bodyguard girl was sitting in the passenger seat of the Bugatti. In the back of the Range Rover, Zhang Yuan was driving, with 4 other bodyguards in the car. The BMW 7 Series was driven by the manager girl, with Gugu and Dang Wei sitting in the back seat. The 3 cars were moving quickly, and it didn't take long to reach the villa. Old Master and An and Chi were waiting. The car stopped, and Jiang Nan, along with Gugu, Dang Wei, and the 5 bodyguards, got out, while Zhang Yuan and the manager girl drove the Range Rover back. Ha ha ha. Little brother, Old Master and came over to greet them. Olden, Jiang Nan smiled and greeted him, then exchanged a glance with An Chi and smiled. It was as if they had a tacit understanding, needing no words. Master Dong hasn't arrived yet? Jiang Nan asked. He'll meet us directly in Haikao, Old Master An replied. Good, Jiang Nan nodded. At this moment, Gugu and Dang Wei's eyes were already wide with shock. God, this is the Yin family. The Yin family's villa. Gugu whispered to Dang Wei. Yeah, I'm shocked. I thought the boss only had some business connections with the Yin family, but now I see that the boss's presence is such that even the family treats him as a guest of honor. Yeah, the more I know, the more I realize the boss is getting more impressive. The two murmured in a corner, their voices low, their eyes darting around, surveying the luxurious family villa. Little brother, should we go in for some tea first, or should we set off now? Old Masterin asked. Since we're in a hurry, let's set off. No tea for us, Jiangnan said. Alright, then let's not delay, we'll head to the airport. I've booked a private jet, so you can leave your Bugatti here at the villa and ride with me, Old Masterin said. Clearly, he didn't want to waste any more time. Jiangnan nodded and didn't say much more. Jiangnan and Old Masterin got into a Rolls-Royce, with the beautiful bodyguard following closely. Gugu, Dengwei, and the other bodyguards got into several off-road vehicles with the bodyguards from the family. The convoy set off, grand and imposing, definitely a display of a wealthy car fleet. Upon arriving at the airport, the private jet was ready, with flight attendants smiling and lined up to greet them. Dengwei and Gugu saw this scene and felt their legs go weak. Damn, a private jet? Is this the life of the rich? God, it feels a bit like a dream, my legs are floating. After the shock, Gugu quickly took out his phone and snapped a few pictures. While boarding, he posted them in his classmates' WeChat group. With a quick flick of his fingers, he typed a string of words and sent it. Take a look, the daily life of Jiangnan on the go. Instantly, the group chat exploded. Asterisk. Am I seeing this wrong? This is a chartered flight? Big shot, as expected of a big shot, even going out is on a private jet. And, damn, a whole bunch of professional bodyguards. This is presidential treatment, right? Super rich guy, can't mess with him. At Gugu, are you there too? Are you flying with Jiangnan on the private jet? At Gugu, damn, you're also riding the coattails of the big shot, I'm so jealous. Messages flooded in, and the classmates who saw them were shocked to the point of collapse. They felt like crying. Compared to Jiangnan, their own lives were simply, oh, there was no comparison at all, it was on a completely different level. Jiangnan was casually chatting with Old Manon, completely unaware of the commotion. Dengwei heard the notification sound, took out his phone to take a look, and immediately turned to Gugu, giving him a look of admiration. He. Gugu smiled happily, whispering, how about that? I quietly showed off a bit, and now everyone knows I'm with the boss. Damn, you're so clever. Dengwei was very angry and wanted to take out his phone to snap a couple of pictures. But Gugu said, I've already posted, what's the point of you taking more? Besides, we're about to board the plane, and you have to turn off your phone when we take off, you won't have the chance, I want to kick you to death. Dengwei shot a murderous look at Gugu. Gugu smiled even more smugly. In the hotel, Nero and Zhang Yimin were chatting while having breakfast. I really didn't expect Jiangnan to change so much, even now, I still feel it's unreal. Nero sighed. Yeah, I also feel it's unreal, sometimes I wonder if this is all a dream. Zhang Yimin agreed. I really didn't expect that the Jiangnan who was so down and out back in school is now like this. Nero became more and more emotional as she spoke. Who says it's not? Just then, both of their phones dinged simultaneously. Nero laughed and said, our phones went off at the same time. Someone must have sent a message in the class group. As they spoke, they took out their phones and opened the class WeChat group, immediately seeing the photo Gugu had sent. Ha. Nero laughed. This guy Gugu really knows how to stir things up, but Jiangnan's style is really high, look at this trip. Chartered a private jet, and so many bodyguards protecting him, plus his posture, so handsome, sigh, this kind of man is really charming. Zhang Yimin nodded with a smile, aside from being a little con artist, he seems perfect. What do you mean by little con artist? Nero suddenly became interested. When I first met him, he lied to me saying he was broke, poor enough to eat dirt, but then he drove a Range Rover. Zhang Yimin shrugged helplessly. Ha. Nero laughed happily. And later, he wore a full Armani outfit and still lied to me about being broke. I didn't believe him at all, thought he was a little rich guy, driving a Range Rover worth over $1 million, and then he showed up in a Bugatti. Do you think that's not a little con artist? Ha. Definitely a little con artist, no doubt about it. Ha. The two of them laughed heartily, unknowingly, their conversation revolved entirely around Jiangnan. Woo. At noon, the private jet landed at Haikou Airport. The bodyguards were the first to exit the plane, providing protection, followed by Jiangnan and Old Manon. Ha. Little brother, and Loudy. As soon as he got off the plane, Master Don's laughter could be heard. Beside him was a row of black Rolls-Royces waiting for everyone. Ha. Master Don. Old Manon also greeted him with a hearty laugh. Master Don. Jiangnan smiled faintly and waved his hand in a polite greeting as he got off the plane. Let's talk in the car, let's talk in the car. Master Dong said as he, Jiang Nan, and old Masterin got into a car. The bodyguards immediately got into several cars in front and behind, leading the way and providing protection, looking very professional. TSK TSK. Gugu couldn't help but exclaim, turning to Deng Wei and saying, boss's style is simply amazing. Did you see? Everyone he knows is a big shot. Yeah, it's just too awesome. Deng Wei also exclaimed, before, I felt like I was in a different world from these big shots, but now we have the chance to mingle with them, hee hee. This feeling is fantastic. Not bad, not bad. Gugu said proudly as he took out his phone, take a few more pictures, we'll have the capital to show off later. Right. Deng Wei also said, let's take turns taking pictures, you get me in the shot, and I'll get you in. Being in the same frame as these bigwigs is just incredible. The two quietly engaged in their little antics, and after finishing, they got into the car behind them. Although they were followers, they were still riding in a Rolls-Royce. This excited them again, and they took pictures of the Rolls-Royce's dashboard and interior. About half an hour later, they arrived at the port. Four giant salvage ships were waiting at the port, bustling on the deck as sailors prepared for the voyage. Little brother, Master Dong, the ship is stocked with enough food and daily necessities. We won't have any problems at sea for at least a month, old Masterin said. Good. Master Dong nodded. Jiang Nan said nothing but also nodded slightly. Old Masterin lowered his voice again and said, moreover, in the ship's sealed cabin, there are also safety preparations, with more than 20 guns, and the rest are long-range crossbows. Ha ha ha. This is good, Master Dong said. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up, they could even get guns, which was nice. He quietly asked, what kind of guns does old Masterin have? There are more than 10 handguns and a few semi-automatic sniper rifles, very powerful. Old Masterin said, these weapons were privately procured through connections. In case of an emergency, they will be handed over to our personal bodyguards, while the professional bodyguard team will use the long-range crossbows prepared for them. Jiang Nan nodded, this distribution method is acceptable. This is just in case. Old Masterin said, of course, if everything goes smoothly, that would be the best. Both Master Dong and Jiang Nan nodded. Now, let's board the ship. We'll take the last ship. Our personal bodyguards will be on the same ship as us, and the hired professional bodyguard team will also be on the same ship, maximizing our safety. Old Masterin said. Alright, let's board. Boarding. As they spoke, the group moved towards the last giant salvage ship. Others followed closely behind. It wasn't long after everyone boarded the ship when the four giant salvage ships sounded their horns and began to set sail. Jiang Nan, Old Masterin, and Master Dong stood at the bow of the ship, guarded by bodyguards, gazing out at the boundless sea and the three giant salvage ships ahead. Master Dong sighed and said, I hope our journey goes smoothly and that nothing unexpected happens. Yes, I hope so too. Old Masterin replied. Jiang Nan just smiled, having quietly thrown out a probe. In this course, there will be no trouble within a 1,000-kilometer sea area. 50%. What the hell? This data left Jiang Nan a bit bewildered. Jiang Nan stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, realizing something, his investigation had a problem. It only provided a direction without specifying a time, which was essentially meaningless. Thus, he threw out another probe. Current course, within 1,000 kilometers for 5 hours, there will be no trouble. 0%. Crack. Jiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. This data indicated that trouble was inevitable. What to do? Jiang Nan's brain raced. In this situation, it was simply a matter of adjusting the course or changing the speed to resolve the issue. Based on these 2 points, Jiang Nan began a new probe. Maintain course, within 1,000 kilometers for 4 hours, there will be no trouble. 100%. The data had completely changed. Clearly, as long as the speed was set to 4 hours, he could travel 1,000 kilometers without encountering trouble. Conversely, if the speed slowed down, trouble would arise. And this was in the waters of Huaxia, not international waters. Jiang Nan could basically guess that the so-called trouble would be from the maritime patrol teams. Although it wouldn't be dangerous if they encountered them, they would inevitably be questioned, leading to trouble. Therefore, it was best to avoid it if possible. Jiang Nan turned to Old Manon and asked, Old Manon, what is the maximum speed of the ship? Oh, Old Manon was slightly taken aback. I don't really know, let me call the captain and ask. After saying that, he turned to a bodyguard beside him and said, go get the captain and bring him to the deck. Okay, boss, the bodyguard replied and quickly left, entering the cabin. Little brother, why are you suddenly interested in this? Master Dong asked from the side. Just asking, Jiang Nan replied. I know a bit about this, Master Dong smiled and said. I've been out to sea a few times, also on salvage ships.
The maximum speed of such salvage ships is 15 to 20 knots, which is about 30 to 40 kilometers.
Ha! Jiang Nan was taken aback. So slow?
Yeah, little brother, what did you think?
Master Dong asked with a smile.
I thought it would be like cars, easily over 100 kilometers per hour, Jiang Nan said with a wry smile.
Ha ha! Master Dong said, you were definitely thinking too much. In that case, Jiang Nan furrowed his brow.
Clearly, the previous tests were in vain. It was impossible to achieve 1,000 kilometers in 4 hours, as that would require a speed of 250 kilometers per hour. His earlier thought was that the sea was so vast, he could go at maximum speed, like a sports car, covering 250 kilometers per hour for 4 hours to reach 1,000 kilometers. However, the reality was far from that. Indeed, ignorance limited imagination.
Soon, the captain arrived, led by the bodyguard. Did you call for me, Bosson? The captain asked Old Manon.
Just asking about the maximum speed of this ship, Jiang Nan interjected. Old Manon nodded beside him. 15 to 20 knots, if you maintain 20 knots, it can't be for too long, or the engine won't hold up, the captain said.
Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said, maintaining 35 kilometers per hour should be fine, right?
That's doable, the captain replied.
It's not at maximum load.
Alright, you can go back down for now, Jiang Nan said. Okay, the captain said, turning to leave the deck and enter the cabin. In this situation, Jiang Nan had to change his probing method. Current course, within 100 kilometers for 3 hours, there will be no trouble.
100%.
Okay, he felt a bit relieved for now and continued testing. Current course, within 200 kilometers for 6 hours, there will be no trouble.
100%. Good. Continuing.
Current course, within 300 kilometers for 9 hours, there will be no trouble.
0%.
The data before him changed. This situation is quite clear. Trouble will arise in the waters between 200 to 300 kilometers. So now the only solution, although we can't increase speed, is to slow down.
Just then, Old Masterin suddenly said, little brother, do you have a question?
Oh,
Jiang Nan was taken aback for a moment and looked at Old Masterin. Old Masterin glanced at Gugu and Dangwei not far away.
Jiang Nan followed his gaze and found Gugu and Dangwei excitedly taking pictures of the several giant salvage ships ahead with their phones, having a great time.
What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked.
According to the rules, once on the ship, phones cannot be used and must be kept in custody. After all, it's not easy to go out to sea for salvage, so no video or photo documentation is allowed. Those two are from your group, you should arrange for them to put their phones away and keep them safe, Old Masterin said.
Jiang Nan immediately understood. Indeed, it would be problematic if this process was recorded by someone with ulterior motives.
He nodded and called out to Dangwei and Gugu in the distance. Dangwei, Gugu, come over here for a moment.
Boss, what's up?
The two of them walked over with smiles. According to the rules, phones need to be kept in custody. Please hand them over to me, Jiang Nan said. Oh, there's this rule too. The two were momentarily stunned, but soon without any hesitation, they handed their phones to Jiang Nan.
Jiang Nan took them and then looked at Old Masterin, asking, Old Masterin, does that mean the others aren't carrying phones either?
That's right, Old Masterin replied. The salvage team, including the professional bodyguard team, is not allowed to bring phones on board. This is the rule.
Moreover, once at sea, there will be no signal.
The ship only has a backup satellite phone, which will only be used in emergencies. I've already explained this, Master Dong also added. I wasn't aware of that. Jiang Nan smiled. This is the safest approach. I will do the same. After saying that, he turned to the nearby bodyguards and said, everyone, please hand over your phones for unified custody. He then looked at the beautiful bodyguard and said, sister, please take care of this. Okay, boss. The beautiful bodyguard nodded and looked at the other 4 bodyguards. The 4 bodyguards said nothing and cooperatively took out their phones and handed them to the bodyguard sister. Boss, the bodyguard sister took out her own phone and handed it to Jiang Nan as well. Jiang Nan held them but found it a bit cumbersome to have several phones in his hands.
He looked at Old Masterin and asked, is there somewhere to store them?
Of course, Old Masterin smiled. Little brother, there is a safe in your room, just put them in and set a password. No one else can open it except you, unless there are professional thieves, but we shouldn't have such people on our ship.
Ha ha ha, ha ha ha.
The others also laughed. Alright, I'll put them away later. Jiang Nan chuckled lightly and casually handed the phones to the beautiful bodyguard, saying, you hold on to them for now. Chapter 299, Shared Honor. Without further concerning himself with the phones, Jiang Nan refocused and glanced at Old Masterin and Master Dong, saying, Old Masterin, Master Dong, I have something I want to discuss with you. What is it, little brother?
What is it?
Old Masterin and Master Dong both looked at Jiang Nan. I help to decide the sailing arrangements for this journey, Jiang Nan said.
Oh, Master Dong opened his mouth to ask something.
Jiang Nan waved his hand to interrupt him and continued, and one more condition, don't ask me why. Old Masterin and Master Dong were momentarily stunned and exchanged glances. Old Masterin only furrowed his brows for a moment before stating, I have no problem, I completely agree with the arrangements made by the young brother, and I won't interfere. After saying this, he glanced meaningfully at Master Dong. Good. Master Dong exchanged a look with Old Masterin and immediately nodded in agreement. Both of them had already experienced the mystery and power of Jiangnan, especially Old Masterin, who always believed that Jiangnan was a person with a mysterious background, so when Jiangnan said this, he agreed right away. His understanding was that Jiangnan must have some brilliant and mysterious means to ensure the smooth completion of this salvage operation. Master Dong had talked about Jiangnan with Old Masterin many times and also believed in Jiangnan's mysterious background, otherwise, he wouldn't possess such terrifying appraisal abilities. That's why they agreed so readily. In their eyes, Jiangnan was a master, so when a master takes action, one just listens. Meanwhile, Jiangnan had quietly thrown out a probe. There is suspicion. 100%. Jiangnan couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. There was no way to avoid suspicion with his methods. But that wasn't the main point. He continued to throw out another probe. Will be detrimental to oneself. 0%. With this result, Jiangnan felt completely at ease. Now the three of them shared common interests, tied together like grasshoppers on the same string, which led to such close cooperation. Moreover, this was a long-term cooperative benefit, so they would prosper together. Since that's the case, then, Old Masterin, the salvage ship is arranged by you, have the captain of the 4 ships come to see me, Jiangnan said. Alright, the one who came before was the captain of the 4 ships, Old Masterin replied. He then turned to the bodyguard beside him, you go and have the captain come up again. Yes. The bodyguard quickly left to notify the captain. Ha ha ha. Young brother, as long as you are willing to go all out, I will be very reassured, Old Masterin said with a laugh that carried deeper meaning. Yes, with a master like you, our salvage operation will definitely go smoothly, Master Dong also said. In fact, there was some scripted meaning in his words. He wanted to hear Jiangnan's response and know what methods he had. Although he completely trusted him, he was really curious. However, Jiangnan just smiled and casually replied, you too flatter me. Old Masterin. Master Dong. Sigh. They couldn't get any information out of him. Soon, the captain came up again with the bodyguard. Before he could say anything, Old Masterin pointed to Jiangnan and said, Captain, from now on, you will fully follow the orders of young brother Jiang. The captain only reacted slightly, nodded, and said, alright, it doesn't matter what type of ship the boss changes to, as long as the money doesn't decrease for me. Old Masterin smiled, of course. Captain, maintain the ship's speed at 35 kilometers per hour for 2 hours, and notify me when we arrive, Jiangnan commanded the captain without any hesitation. Okay, new boss, the captain said and turned to leave. Jiangnan was calculating a painful account in his mind. Reaching the sea area 5,000 kilometers away would take 142 hours at a full speed of 35 kilometers per hour, which is more than 6 days. This journey was truly arduous. Had he known it would take so long, he wouldn't have participated in this salvage operation. Sigh. But at this point, seeing Old Masterin and Master Dong so excited, he could only accept it. The few of them chatted idly for about half an hour, and as they moved further from the port, the endless waves surrounded them, and the previous grandeur lost its appeal. At that moment, Old Masterin said, the sea breeze is getting cooler, let's go down for some tea. Alright, Master Dong nodded. Jiangnan nodded as well, and a few people got off the boat and entered the cabin, heading to the gathering hall. The gathering hall was quite spacious, though it couldn't be considered luxurious. The conditions on the ship were limited, making it impossible to achieve extravagance. Little brother, Master Dong, would you like tea or coffee? I have both, Old Masterin asked with a smile. Clearly, he had put a lot of thought into this trip. Let's have tea, Jiangnan said casually. I'll have tea too, Master Dong echoed. The bodyguard nearby took on the role of a servant and quickly went to pour the tea. The group chatted idly while sipping tea. Soon, 2 hours passed. The captain arrived at the gathering hall and said, Boss, as per your instructions, we've maintained a speed of 35 kilometers per hour for 2 hours. Jiangnan nodded and said, stop the ship and wait for my instructions. Stop the ship. The captain was taken aback. You heard me right, stop the ship, Jiangnan said in an unquestionable tone. But why? The captain was even more confused. No need to ask why, just do as instructed, Jiangnan said. I believe you understand what I mean. Oh, alright, the captain shook his head, looking completely bewildered,
and left the gathering hall. Old Master An and Master Dawn looked at Jiangnan with slight interest but said nothing. I'm a bit tired, I'm going back to my room to rest, Jiangnan announced. I'm a bit tired too, let's all go rest, Master Dawn cooperated. The group dispersed, and Jiangnan returned to the room prepared for him. The beautiful bodyguard closely followed behind him. Even when he got to the room, the beautiful bodyguard stayed by his side. Sister, there shouldn't be anything in the room, you should go rest too, Jiangnan said. Boss, I'll stay by your side, there are many people on the ship, and I feel most at ease being near you, the beautiful bodyguard replied. Alright then, Jiangnan nodded, just don't stand, sit down and rest. Okay. The bodyguard didn't insist this time, glanced around the room, found it well equipped, first made a cup of tea for Jiangnan, then sat down on the sofa to rest. Jiangnan watched and smiled inwardly, this girl was really good, dedicated and meticulous, and quite caring. He also sat down on the sofa, slowly sipping his tea while keeping his gaze fixed on the bodyguard. At first, the bodyguard showed no change in expression, but after a minute, then two, her pretty face turned red, and she asked, Boss, why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing, Jiangnan replied, I just think you're beautiful, so I'm looking a bit more. Humph. The bodyguard let out a rare soft huff, you have so many women around you, several of whom are prettier than me, why look at me? That doesn't matter, they're beautiful, and you're beautiful too, each has their own charm, Jiangnan said. You. The bodyguard stammered for a long time and finally managed to say two words, annoying. Jiangnan chuckled and continued to look. The bodyguard rolled her eyes several times. 10 minutes later, Jiangnan threw out another probe. Current course maintains a speed of 35 kilometers per hour. There will be no trouble within an hour. 0%. Clearly, it was still not feasible. Departing now would encounter the Coast Guard. Continue waiting. Another 10 minutes passed, and Jiangnan threw out another probe. Current sailing direction, speed maintained at 35 kilometers. There will be no trouble within an hour. 100%. Okay. It was good to go. They could now avoid the encounter. He felt pleased and continued probing. Current sailing direction, speed maintained at 35 kilometers. There will be no trouble within 2 hours. 100%. Continue. Current sailing direction, speed maintained at 35 kilometers. There will be no trouble within 3 hours. 100%. Very good. After a series of scans, we won't encounter any trouble for the next 23 hours, so we can proceed without any concerns for quite a while. Jiangnan glanced at the beautiful bodyguard and instructed, Sister, go inform the captain to maintain the current course and keep the speed at 35 kilometers per hour. Come back to tell me after we've been sailing for 23 hours. Okay, boss. The bodyguard swayed her slender waist as she left. Jiangnan watched her figure and felt an inexplicable stir in his heart. Damn, he was actually starting to want a woman. Ever since he had tasted the charms of Zhu Shishir and Zhang Yimin, Jiangnan felt his desires growing stronger. Before, he didn't mind the absence of women, but now, life without them suddenly seemed dull. Moreover, it was frustrating that this salvage operation would take more than half a month. If he had known it would take so long, he should have brought Zhang Yimin or Zhu Shishir along. And now, the only woman on the ship was the beautiful bodyguard. Was he really going to have to settle for her? The more Jiangnan thought about it, the more depressed he became. He had considered taking the bodyguard under his wing before, as it would increase her loyalty, but the difference was that Zhu Shishir and Zhang Yimin had both been very proactive, so things had progressed naturally. But the bodyguard was not proactive at all. Did he really have to force it? Cough, cough, cough. But he couldn't overpower her. She was a professional bodyguard, and he estimated that taking down 10 or 8 of him would be a piece of cake for her. She could easily pin him down in seconds. Sigh. Headache. Just as Jiangnan was lost in thought, the beautiful bodyguard returned, swaying her slender waist. Boss, the message has been conveyed, and the captain is starting the ship. Jiangnan nodded, his gaze drifting to her chest, which was towering in full. Damn, it made his heart race a little. The bodyguard noticed Jiangnan's gaze, and her pretty face flushed red as she quickly changed the subject, saying, Boss, would you like some tea? I'll pour you a cup. As she spoke, she turned to pour tea, leaving her back to Jiangnan. Jiangnan. Even her back was tempting, with that slender waist and perky bottom. The allure was even greater. His desires became hard to suppress, and on a whim, he threw out a probe. Hugging the bodyguard won't be resisted. 100%. Ha! Jiangnan chuckled. He stood up and wrapped his arms around the bodyguard, who was making tea. Ah! The bodyguard shivered, letting out a soft gasp. B-boss, what are you doing? Don't talk, I just want to hug you, Jiangnan said. I. The bodyguard froze in place, allowing Jiangnan to hold her slender waist from behind. her little face already up for more than 3 hours. When the sky began to darken, the female bodyguard finally returned to Jiangnan's room. She knocked on the door and pushed it open, seemingly back to normal, saying, "Boss, it's time to eat. I'll protect you." Oh. Jiangnan smiled, stood up, and walked out of the room, naturally and casually wrapping his arm around the slender waist of the beautiful bodyguard, saying, "Let's go." The beautiful bodyguard trembled again, and with Jiangnan holding her, she became very reserved, her whole body seeming to turn into a robot, her small face turning red again. Just as they were about to walk out of the corridor, she hurriedly said, "Boss, let go of me. It's embarrassing if others see." Jiangnan smiled, "Okay, I'll hold you when no one is around." The beautiful bodyguard unconsciously replied, and then her small face turned even redder. Jiangnan released her slender waist, and the two of them walked out of the corridor and headed to the dining hall. Upon entering the dining hall, they saw the giant spirit god and Erlangshan, both of whom were on high alert, waiting for the meal to begin. Seeing Jiangnan arrive, they waved to greet him. "Boss, boss." Jiangnan waved back at them. A little further away, old Masterin was waving at him. "Little brother, come, we have a private room." Jiangnan smiled and nodded as he walked over. The beautiful bodyguard closely followed behind him. "Sister, we are in the private room inside. It's very safe. You don't need to stay by my side, go eat with the others," Jiangnan said. "Boss, that's not good. Look, they all have bodyguards waiting nearby. Even if it's safe, it looks better if I stay behind you. That way, you have more face." Jiangnan secretly appreciated this girl. She was indeed considerate of him, thinking not only of safety but also of his reputation. The more she acted this way, the more Jiangnan felt she was rare, saying, "It's fine, go eat. You have to remember, I will never sacrifice your mealtime for my face, boss." The beautiful bodyguard was suddenly a bit moved, her eyes slightly reddening. Go eat," Jiangnan said again, walking straight toward the adjacent room. The beautiful bodyguard stood there in a daze, watching Jiangnan walk into the room. The next day, in the late night, four salvage boats left the waters of Huaxia and entered the high seas. During this time, Jiangnan stopped the captain 3 times. At first, the captain was very confused, not understanding what Jiangnan was up to, feeling quite dissatisfied with the mysterious and cryptic behavior. However, now he was completely convinced and extremely shocked. As a seasoned captain, he had been out to sea many times, but he had never avoided encounters with the maritime patrol team. Yet this time, for nearly 3 days, they had been out of Huaxia's waters and had not encountered the patrol team even once. This made him deeply realize that this was definitely not just a matter of good luck, it probably had a lot to do with Jiangnan's arrangements. Moreover, he had a thought: could it be that Jiangnan understood divination, able to predict the fortunes of their journey, which is why he made seemingly unreasonable arrangements that had unexpectedly good results? With this thought, the more he pondered, the more reasonable it seemed, and he realized that Jiangnan was a remarkable person. He even had an impulse to ask Jiangnan, this remarkable person, to help him with some divination, hoping to gain some good luck or financial fortune, as he was currently dealing with a very troublesome matter. With this thought, he kept mulling over it in his mind, looking for an opportunity to get closer to Jiangnan. On the 3rd day at breakfast, the captain arrived early at the dining hall, waiting for Jiangnan's arrival with ulterior motives. In Jiangnan's room, Jiangnan and the beautiful bodyguard were sleeping soundly, both in the same bed. The beautiful bodyguard was like a gentle kitten, sleeping beside Jiangnan, her tanned arms tightly wrapped around his chest. Over the past 2 days, things had progressed gradually, first with hugs, then kisses. In just over 2 days, the beautiful bodyguard had completely succumbed, and last night she had fallen asleep with Jiangnan, giving herself entirely to him. The beautiful bodyguard woke up, her long eyelashes fluttering as she glanced at her phone. It was already past 8 in the morning. Gently pushing Jiangnan, she said softly, "Boss, it's time to get up." Oh. Jiangnan woke up, and seeing the beautiful woman before him instantly lifted his spirits. He smiled and kissed her forehead, saying, "Baby, you were amazing last night." Undeniably, as a professional bodyguard, her physical prowess was indeed formidable. Although she had been shy at first, once ignited, she became wild and untamed, like a lioness, providing Jiangnan with the utmost pleasure. Stop saying such things, it's all your fault for making me unable to resist." The beautiful bodyguard shot Jiangnan a playful glare while climbing out of bed to get dressed. Jiangnan quietly admired her healthy, tanned, and stunning figure. Still looking, the beautiful bodyguard said, "Be careful, if you keep staring, you won't be able to pull out." "I've long since been unable to pull out," Jiangnan chuckled. "Go! You sweet talker," the beautiful bodyguard teased. "Alright, hurry up and get dressed and washed up. We need to go have breakfast." Jiang Nan nodded and got up to get dressed. After washing up, Jiang Nan habitually wrapped his arm around the beautiful bodyguard's slim waist as they left the room, walking through the corridor to the dining room. Just as they were about to exit the corridor, the beautiful bodyguard twisted her slim waist and playfully said, "Alright, let go of me, or someone will see." Jiang Nan smiled, feeling good. The beautiful bodyguard gave him a thrilling sensation that was both exciting and enjoyable. Breakfast was usually casual. Old Master Ren and Master Dong typically wouldn't come to the dining room for breakfast. They would have the bodyguards bring a little food to eat in their own rooms. Lunch and dinner were more formal, as they would eat together with Jiang Nan. Breakfast was usually light, otherwise, Jiang Nan would have someone bring food to his room to eat casually. However, out of courtesy, he would have to eat with Old Master Ren and the others for lunch and dinner, so there was less time for the family to gather. Because of this, he chose to have breakfast out, allowing him to spend time with Gugu, Deng Wei, and the others while eating and chatting. When Jiang Nan and the beautiful bodyguard entered the dining room, Deng Wei and Gugu were already there. Upon seeing Jiang Nan arrive, Deng Wei immediately stood up and waved, "Boss, over here." Jiang Nan smiled and walked over with the beautiful bodyguard. The captain, who had been waiting, noticed Jiang Nan right away but didn't approach immediately, thinking he would wait until Jiang Nan sat down to eat before joining him to chat and build rapport. Jiang Nan and the beautiful bodyguard sat down at the table with Deng Wei and the others, 4 people at one table, while the other 4 bodyguards went to a nearby table. This had become a habit over the past few days. Simple breakfast dishes were served, and the group chatted casually while eating. "Boss, is it still 3 or 4 days until we reach our destination?" Gugu asked. "Yeah, why the rush?" Jiang Nan replied, taking a sip of milk. No, I was just asking. The ship is nice, with good food and drinks," Gugu said. "That's good," Jiang Nan smiled. "Even if it feels boring, we have to endure it. This trip is a tough job. I never expected it to take so long. I thought it would only take 3 to 5 days round trip." It's fine, boss, even a month is okay. Being by your side makes us very happy," Deng Wei said. Jiang Nan shot him a glance. "I have something to give you?" "Boss, what is it?" Deng Wei asked. "A compliment, you deserve it." "Put." The beautiful bodyguard, who was drinking milk, sprayed it out. "Ha ha ha." Gugu also burst into laughter. He. Deng Wei smiled awkwardly. "Boss, you're making me so embarrassed. I'm having a great chat. I wonder if I can sit here and have breakfast with you?" At that moment, the captain walked over with a tray and politely asked. "Of course." Jiang Nan looked at him, slightly surprised, but said it calmly. "That's great." The captain smiled happily and sat down. Deng Wei and Gugu fell silent and said nothing more. "Boss Jiang, you really are impressive," the captain said to Jiang Nan. "Captain, what makes you say that?" Jiang Nan replied with a faint smile. "Others may not see it, but I can tell, Boss Jiang, you are a master," the captain said with a friendly smile, trying to convey his goodwill through his expression. "Master?" Jiang Nan smiled even more. "Where does that come from?" Jiang Nan pretended to be confused. "Ha ha ha." The captain laughed. "Boss Jiang, you can fool others, but not me. I've been through the waves for over 20 years, and in these 3 days, I haven't encountered the maritime patrol even once after leaving the waters of Huaxia. That's unprecedented, so I say, little brother, you are a master." Chapter 305, the captain's words. Jiang Nan's brows furrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing in his heart. He quietly sent out a probe. "Malicious intent. 0%. Ha?" Jiang Nan was a bit confused, not quite understanding. The captain's words were out, yet there was no hint of coercion, so, what was the situation? Just then, the captain continued, "Boss, based on my years of experience, I can see that you are definitely a master of divination. Since I have the fortune to meet someone like you, I want to shamelessly ask you to do a divination for me, if that's okay?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan chuckled inwardly, instantly realizing what was going on. This guy had taken him for a fortune-telling charlatan. However, it seemed like a pretty good excuse. People believe in this stuff, and using it to fool others is quite effective. Having made up his mind, Jiang Nan smiled. "Captain, you really are a seasoned player. I didn't expect you to see through this." "I knew it." "Indeed, ha ha ha." The captain laughed happily. "Captain, do you want me to do a divination for you?" Jiang Nan asked. Yes. The captain nodded eagerly, staring at Jiang Nan with great anticipation. "All right." Jiang Nan nodded. "Since we have this fate, I'll help you. Divination has many forms, and it's quite complex. You might not understand it. How about this? I'll have you write a character for me." Good. The captain was as happy as could be, quickly calling out to the restaurant staff, "Hurry, bring me paper and a pen." Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was quietly conducting a test on him. age over 50, 100%, age under 55, 100%, age.
Soon, he confirmed the captain's age.
Then he began testing the birthday. Quickly, that was settled too.
Soon, the restaurant staff brought over a piece of paper and a pen, handing them to the captain.
The captain, happy yet cautious, slowly wrote the character wealth and handed it to Jiang Nan. It was clear how much he wanted to strike it rich. Jiang Nan said nothing, took it, and pretended to ponder, while secretly continuing his probe. Seeing this situation, the beautiful bodyguard beside them, Deng Wei, and Gugu also became interested. With such a good relationship with Zhang Zhang, how could they not know that Jiang Nan could tell fortunes? This only deepened their confusion about what Jiang Nan was up to. After about 10 minutes of silence, Jiang Nan finally put down the character wealth that the captain had written, looking at the captain with a mysterious gaze and said, "Captain, you were born on July 23, 1966, making you 52 years old now, and you have 2 daughters and 1 son, right?" In an instant, the captain's eyes lit up. Jiang Nan's words were spot on, and he felt a sense of awe, truly a master. Excitedly, he said, that's right, boss, you got it all right. Your 2 daughters are older, and your son is the youngest. The eldest daughter is 17 and in high school, the second daughter is 12 and in middle school, while your little son is only 7 and in elementary school, Jiang Nan continued. Hiss! The captain gasped, his eyes wide open, shocked that he could figure this out. The beautiful bodyguard, Gugu, and Deng Wei beside him were also stunned. Damn, is this for real? Can he really tell fortunes? Also, your financial luck is poor, mainly because you have a gambling addiction. Although you run such a large salvage ship, you probably lose most of it at the gambling table, Jiang Nan continued. A deity. Simply a deity. The captain was so excited he felt like he had been injected with adrenaline, asking, Boss, that's right, I just want to ask if there's any way to turn my luck around so I won't lose anymore. Jiang Nan chuckled but didn't immediately respond. What the hell? What the hell? The gathering spirit in Deng Wei beside him couldn't help but exclaim, looking at Jiang Nan in disbelief. Even the beautiful bodyguard who had shared a bed with Jiang Nan looked at him with a face full of surprise. Deity, please show me a clear path, I beg you, the captain pleaded even more. Your fate is born with calamity. If you keep gambling, you'll only lose worse. To turn your luck around, the first step is to quit gambling. Otherwise, I can't help you. As the saying goes, fate cannot be changed by man, Jiang Nan said. Ah! The captain was stunned, his expression despondent, and he suddenly felt defeated. He. Jiang Nan smiled and said, Are you trying to say that you've already accumulated a mountain of debt because of gambling, and if you don't keep gambling, you can't pay it off? Yes, the captain immediately replied, Deity, you can see that too. Please save me, I don't want to gamble anymore, but I have no way out. Please help me, I'll kneel before you. As he spoke, he suddenly knelt down in front of Jiang Nan. At this moment, everyone around was shocked, staring in disbelief. What's going on? Why did the captain kneel? Yeah, and he's crying like a baby? Can someone tell me what's happening? Who knows, just look at the captain kneeling before the boss named Jiang. Whispers of discussion began to rise. Get up. Jiang Nan's gaze turned cold as he said, Look, everyone is watching. I dislike trouble, how can I help you if you do this? Jiang Nan had also decided to help him, mainly to build a closer relationship. Besides this salvage operation, he had another idea in mind. The half of the priceless beast skin that had been classified as a treasure was still in the deep sea. If this salvage went smoothly, he would try to retrieve the other half of the beast skin map to see what the situation was. The secret of this priceless treasure had always been a knot in his heart. Oh, the captain then realized something and quickly stood up again, whispering, Deity, how about we talk in my room? Jiang Nan pondered for a moment and nodded, alright. Boss, I want to go too. Me too, I want to go. Gugu and Deng Wei both had their appetites whetted, wanting to figure out what was really going on. Alright, let's go together. Jiang Nan said helplessly. The beautiful bodyguard didn't need to be mentioned. As a personal bodyguard, she definitely had to go alone. Under the captain's lead, a few people left the restaurant, leaving a confused crowd behind, and the discussions grew louder. Does anyone know what's going on? No idea, but it looks so mysterious. What exactly happened? I don't know. Not clear. No understanding. Damn it, if you don't know, why are you even talking? Upon arriving at the captain's room, the captain hurriedly poured tea for everyone, being very attentive. Once the tea was poured, he sat down across from Jiang Nan and said, Immortal, you have a way to save me, right? You owe 2 million in gambling debts, right? Jiang Nan casually said while sipping his tea. Truly an immortal. The captain was even more convinced.
this number was known only to him, not even his wife knew. I can help you, Jiang Nan said, but you must guarantee that after I help you this time, you will never gamble again. I promise, I promise. If I gamble again in the future, may I be struck by lightning and die a terrible death, the captain vowed earnestly. Good, Jiang Nan said, once we disembark, I'll accompany you to a casino, help you win back your lost money, pay off your debts, and then you can wash your hands of it and run your ship properly. If possible, I'll also help improve your luck, and your life will get better. With a thud, the captain knelt down again. Boss Jiang, your great kindness, I will remember for the rest of my life. Woo woo. By the end, he was crying. His previously desperate life, weighed down by heavy debts, now saw a glimmer of hope. Alright, I also feel that we are fated, which is why I am helping you this time, Jiang Nan said. The reason he chose to do this was that he had already assessed that the captain was a grateful person, and he could see the success rate. Winning some money at the casino wasn't too difficult, right? He had thought of this way of making money before but had been too lazy to pursue it, as going to a casino and trying to win a lot of money to take away was impossible and would only attract trouble, so he never considered it. However, helping the captain this time was just to get over 2 million, this amount wouldn't attract the casino's attention, allowing him to do a favor and build a relationship with the captain for future endeavors. Jiang Nan didn't stay long in the captain's room before leaving with his group. The captain respectfully saw them off, his face full of gratitude and admiration. Immortal, please take care. Just as Jiang Nan stepped out the door, he paused, his expression turning cold, and turned to say to him, remember my words, don't ever call me immortal again, and don't let anyone know I can tell fortunes. I'm averse to trouble. If others come to me for divination, don't blame me for not helping you. The captain was startled and quickly replied, I understand, I will definitely not speak of this. Jiang Nan said nothing more and turned to leave. Once outside the corridor, Deng Wei couldn't wait to say, boss, I didn't expect you to be able to tell fortunes. When did you learn this skill? It's amazing. Yeah, Gugu chimed in, boss, you have to tell my fortune too. Ha! Jiang Nan laughed, do you really want me to tell your fortune? Of course, Gugu said, boss, since you're so good at it, as an old buddy, you wouldn't refuse me, right? Ha! Jiang Nan smiled, you guessed right. Since you're so curious, I'll give you a reading. Come to my room, and I'll also do a divination for you. Great! Gugu cheered happily. And me. Deng Wei, not wanting to miss out, quickly added, I want a reading too. Jiang Nan's lips curled into a strange smile. Chapter 308, Understanding Boss, I also wrote a character for wealth, hee. Gugu handed the completed character to Jiang Nan, grinning with pride. The beautiful bodyguard and Deng Wei watched intently from the side. Jiang Nan leisurely sipped his tea, took a glance at the character, and casually remarked, Gugu, that aspect won't work, you can't find a girlfriend. Getting a girlfriend will lead to infidelity. Ha! Gugu's eyes widened in shock. Put! The beautiful bodyguard burst out laughing. Boss, you. Gugu's face fell immediately. Jiang Nan ignored him and turned to Deng Wei, do you still want to do some divination? No more. Deng Wei shook his head in fright like a rattledrum. Boss, I have things to do, I'm leaving. With that, he turned and ran off faster than a rabbit. Do you want to continue? Jiang Nan smiled and looked back at Gugu. Gugu shook his head like a rattledrum again. Boss, let's not. If you keep going, I might lose my life. I have things to do, I'm leaving. With that, he also took off. He. The beautiful bodyguard laughed uncontrollably, saying, Boss, are you always just fooling people? What do you think? Jiang Nan smiled. I think you're just fooling people, the beautiful bodyguard replied with a laugh. Oh. Jiang Nan became interested, looking at the beautiful bodyguard with a half-smile. Why are you looking at me like that? The beautiful bodyguard asked. Female, born on June 2, 1996. Jiang Nan smiled as he slowly revealed the beautiful bodyguard's background, including her age, birthday, and family situation. The beautiful bodyguard's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. Although Jiang Nan was her boss, she had never told him about her background. She stammered, unsure of what to say. Boss. You. Jiang Nan chuckled. The beautiful bodyguard struggled to find her words for a long time, and finally, calming her emotions, she said seriously, Boss, can you really do divination? No. Jiang Nan waved his hand, speaking earnestly, not only can I do divination, but I can also observe celestial phenomena and summon the wind and rain. Put. The bodyguard was directly amused, rolling her eyes at him, annoying, not serious. On the fourth day at noon, the captain was giving a briefing in the cabin when the beautiful bodyguard arrived, saying, the boss asked me to inform you to stop the ship in place and wait for instructions. Understood, I understand. With that, he immediately looked at the crew, stopped the ship, stop the ship immediately. Then he took out the walkie-talkie and issued orders to other vessels, stop the ship, listen immediately, and wait for instructions. Now, he believed Jiang Nan's words as if they were divine, though there was still a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan was in his room, checking every 10 minutes. Now they were in international waters, and if anything unexpected happened, it could be a big trouble, so he had to be extra cautious. 40 minutes later, after confirming it was safe to proceed, he instructed the beautiful bodyguard to notify the fleet to set sail. Under his arrangements, they encountered no trouble at all, and the distance to their destination grew closer. Old Master Yin and Master Dong secretly marveled at Jiang Nan, who was indeed a remarkable person with mysterious methods. However, both were cunning and had never mentioned this matter, not wanting to break their tacit cooperation. On the 6th day at noon, as the fleet approached their destination, Jiang Nan stood on the bow of the ship, with the captain standing beside him like a little brother, holding a walkie-talkie, ready to issue commands based on Jiang Nan's instructions. Old Master Yin and Master Dong stood quietly nearby, not daring to interrupt, while also being astonished by Jiang Nan's mysterious operations. Adjust the direction to 1 o'clock and proceed for 1,000 meters, Jiang Nan said. The captain immediately issued a command into the microphone, turn the helm 15 degrees to the left, proceed 1,000 meters. After sailing for a while, Jiang Nan said again, not enough, we need to turn left a bit more. Turn left 5 degrees, continue forward. The massive salvage ship moved slowly according to the commands. Facing the endless sea, this approach seemed quite unbelievable. Yet the captain meticulously followed the orders, and neither Old Master Yin nor Master Dong questioned it at all. 1,000 meters was getting closer. Closer. Okay. Jiang Nan waved his hand and said, 50 meters ahead to reach the destination, reduce speed and prepare to stop the ship. Reduce speed, proceed 50 meters and stop the ship. The captain immediately commanded the sailor in charge of driving from the intercom. Ha! Jiang Nan let out a deep breath. The continuous probing had made him somewhat tired. Soon, the fleet came to a halt, and Jiang Nan suddenly realized he had overlooked something. He hadn't measured the depth of the sunken ship. Thinking of this, he felt like slapping himself twice. After all the hustle and fatigue over the past few days, he hadn't thought of this. What if the shipwreck was too deep to salvage? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? The others didn't mention this issue because they had no idea it was possible to measure depth. But Jiang Nan had completely neglected it. He felt guilty, but it was too late. He could only check now to see if salvage was possible, and if not, just give up. The treasure ship of Zhang He sank at a depth of over 500 meters. 100%. Damn! That's already over 500 meters deep. Is there any way to salvage it? Jiang Nan felt a headache coming on and turned to the captain beside him, asking, what is our maximum salvage depth? Boss, our self-made super pressure-resistant submersible can dive to a maximum of 1,500 meters, no deeper, the captain replied. Since we've reached the destination, I'll immediately order the submersible to be lowered to explore the seabed, right? However, Jiang Nan didn't hear the rest of his words. He was too shocked, his eyes wide open. A self-made submersible that could dive to 1,500 meters? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The most advanced submarines have a maximum depth of just over 1,000 meters. This is even better than a submarine? This question made Jiang Nan unable to help but ask, is your submersible really that amazing, able to dive 1,500 meters, better than a submarine? What kind of sturdy materials did you use? Boss, you don't know this, the captain said with a smile. Our small submersible is different from a submarine. Submarines need to operate for long periods and accommodate a lot of high-end technology and equipment inside, while our small submersible is just a simple engine and a propelling turbine. As for pressure resistance, it's just that the steel frame and steel plates are thick enough. We don't do long dives, so we don't need to carry too much fuel. The longest dive time is only half an hour. If we continue, we have to return to the ship to refuel, so it's not on the same level as a submarine at all. Oh. Jiang Nan nodded. Now he finally understood. It really was like that. The two things couldn't be compared at all. Now that he knew the maximum diving depth of the submersible, Jiang Nan found it easier to probe, directly throwing out a probe. The depth of the Zhang He treasure ship's wreck is over 1,500 meters. 100%. Ha! Jiang Nan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. There was hope, and it wasn't a wasted trip after all. He continued to probe. The depth of the Zhang He treasure ship's wreck. Over 1,000 meters. 85%. This depth made Jiang Nan smile to himself. There was no need to probe further. The depth was around 1,000 meters, maybe a bit deeper or shallower, but that was no longer important. Captain, we can go down to probe now, Jiang Nan instructed. Although he was well aware of the depth of the sunken ship, he did not explain anything clearly. this situation could not be exposed too much. Alright, boss, the captain replied, shouting into the intercom, underwater exploration team, begin descent. Underwater exploration team, begin descent. With his command, the two boats in front lifted a submersible that was slightly smaller than a van. It looked simple, just a sturdy chamber with an external propulsion turbine, capable of holding only 2 people. Creaking sounds. The 2 submersibles were lowered into the water from the salvage ship with steel locks, ready to dive for exploration. Jiangnan watched and then turned to the captain beside him, saying, "Tell them to dive vertically, I can basically determine the position." "Alright, the boss's divination skills are indeed remarkable," the captain said quietly and respectfully, then shouted into the intercom, "Exploration team, pay attention, dive vertically." "Diving vertically is fine." "Received. Received." The 2 exploration teams replied, and the 2 submersibles sank down. Watching all this from the bow of the ship, Old Masterin and Master Dong appeared very tense, their fists clenched, faces solemn. Clearly, their biggest concern was the depth. With such a significant effort, if the depth of the sunken ship was too great, they would return empty-handed. Jiangnan noticed this but did not say much. Everyone on the ship remained silent. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed. At that moment, a voice came from the captain's intercom, "Situation discovered. Situation discovered. At about 1,000 meters, we have reached the seabed, there is a huge sunken ship here." Although the voice on the intercom was not very loud, everyone nearby heard it. "Great! Heaven, bless us!" Old Masterin and Master Dong shouted simultaneously, their faces beaming with joy. Clearly, at this moment, their worries were completely set aside. "Boss, what should we do next?" the captain asked Jiangnan. Jiangnan hesitated slightly, looking at Old Masterin and Master Dong beside him. "Old Masterin, Master Dong, what should we do next?" "I want to take the submersible down to have a look. Is that possible?" Master Dong said. "Sure," the captain nodded. "I'll have them come up, and then you can get into the submersible and go down." "Alright." Master Dong rubbed his hands excitedly. "I also want to go down and take a look," Old Masterin said as well. Clearly, both of them were eager to see what the sunken ship was like. "Okay," the captain said, "bring both submersibles up, one for each of you." After saying that, he shouted into the intercom, "You two, come up." It didn't take long for the 2 submersibles to surface. Old Masterin and Master Dong boarded a small boat and entered 1 submersible each, diving back into the sea. Jiangnan was not interested in this, he already knew the value of the sunken ship, unlike Old Masterin and Master Dong, who were still in the dark, which is why they were so excited and expectant. About 20 minutes later, the 2 submersibles surfaced again. Old Masterin and Master Dong returned to the large ship on the small boat. "Little brother, it was amazing, truly amazing," Old Masterin said excitedly to Jiangnan. "Although I couldn't see it clearly, we are definitely going to get rich this time. Such a large sunken ship, I could vaguely see porcelain on it." Yes, Master Dong chimed in excitedly. "Ah, really?" Jiangnan also put on an excited expression. Old Masterin and Master Dong both nodded. "So how do we salvage it?" Jiangnan asked. "Captain, you're the professional, give us a plan." Old Masterin looked at the captain and asked. "I need to hear about the situation detected by the sailors," the captain said. After finishing, he spoke into the intercom. "Xiao Zhao, please report the situation you detected, and how we should formulate the salvage plan." "Captain, this sunken ship is enormous. With our 4 ships, we simply can't drag it out of the water," came the response from the detection sailor over the intercom. The captain furrowed his brow and turned to Jiangnan and Old Masterin. "This is a bit tricky. The sunken ship is too large and too heavy to be pulled out of the sea." Jiangnan remained silent. Old Masterin and Master Dong's expressions also darkened, their brows knitting together. After a moment, Master Dong said, "Then, can we salvage just the cargo from the ship?" "That is possible," the captain replied. "We can use the strength of the 4 salvage ships to pull the sunken ship to shallow water, allowing divers to go down and gradually retrieve the cargo. Everyone should understand that in the water, with the buoyancy, we can lift it to shallow water. If we want to bring it to the surface, the weight will increase exponentially, and the 4 ships won't be able to pull it up. Moreover, at this depth, divers wouldn't dare to go down due to the water pressure." "That works too," Master Dong said happily. "Let's do that, lift the sunken ship into shallow water and transfer the cargo to our ships. As for the ship itself, if it can't be salvaged, then let it go." Old Masterin nodded in agreement. "That sounds good." He then looked at Jiangnan. "What do you think, young brother?" "That sounds fine, I don't have any other methods," Jiangnan replied. However, he soon thought of a question and looked at the captain. "In that case, will it take a long time?" "Of course, it will take time to move everything manually.
Ultimately, how long it takes depends on how much cargo is on the ship, the captain said. Alright then, let's proceed with that, Jiang Nan nodded. He was somewhat worried that if they delayed too long, staying here might lead to unforeseen complications. Good, the captain nodded and began issuing orders. The 4 salvage ships, separate. Divers, take the steel cables down and secure them to the 4 corners of the sunken ship. Half an hour passed before the sunken ship was secured with steel cables, each corner hooked. Captain, it's done, came the voice of the diving sailor over the intercom. First, the 2 ships on the left will lift at 20 meters. The sunken ship is currently tilted, we need to right it, or else the cargo in the hold will fall into the sea. Okay, understood, the captain replied. Keep a close watch on the situation and report any changes immediately. Understood. The captain then shouted into the intercom, Ship 3, Ship 4, start reeling in the steel cables, 20 meters, slowly and steadily. Got it. Understood. The 2 ships on the left responded and began to slowly start the rollers, gradually reeling in the steel cables at a slow pace. How's it going down there? The captain asked over the intercom. Very well, the wooden ship is gradually being corrected, came the response. The captain fell silent, saying nothing more, and the surroundings grew quiet, the breaths of the crew becoming softer as they watched the situation unfold. Soon, the 20 meters of steel cable was reeled in, and the rollers of ships 3 and 4 came to a stop. How's it looking down there? The captain shouted again into the intercom. It's slightly tilted, reel in another meter, came the voice from the intercom. Understood, the captain replied, issuing the command over the intercom, Ship 3, Ship 4, reel in the cable another meter, but do it slowly. Got it. Understood. The sound of the rollers turning slowly resumed. Soon, another meter was in place, and they stopped. That's enough. Before the captain could say anything, the voice of the diving sailor came through the intercom. Alright, it's time to lift. You all keep an eye on the situation and report any changes immediately. The captain spoke up. Understood. The captain began issuing commands over the intercom. Boat 1, Boat 2, Boat 3, Boat 4, all engines on, proceed slowly, at a speed of 10 meters per minute. Received. Received. The 4 boats responded in turn. Creaking. The 4 boats' rollers began to operate simultaneously, slowly turning to tighten the steel cables. At first, the speed was very slow. Mr. N and Master Dong on the boat were even more tense, clenching their fists. This was the critical moment. Whether the sunken ship could withstand this pulling force depended on this very moment. After all, it had been a long time, although the wood used for the ship was chosen for its water resistance and had undergone special treatment, no one could guarantee it hadn't rotted. It was known that Zheng He sailed to the west around 1405, and nearly 600 years had passed since then. How's it going? The captain looked tense as he began to ask over the intercom. It looks good, the bottom of the ship has slightly lifted off the seabed. That's good, that's good. The captain let out a slight sigh of relief. Then he shouted into the intercom, everyone, hold steady, maintain a constant speed, absolutely do not accelerate or stop suddenly. Understood. Received. Jiang Nan understood this principle as well. Sudden acceleration and sudden stops would exert greater forces on the hull. It could exceed the limit load and cause the entire ship to break apart, leading to all the cargo sinking to the bottom of the sea. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. The captain occasionally asked how things were going below. The answer was good. Everyone's hearts gradually relaxed, and smiles appeared on their faces. However, the speed was quite slow, only advancing 10 meters per minute. At this rate, 1,000 meters would take 100 minutes, nearly 2 hours. Jiang Nan found this a bit frustrating. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes, everything below was fine, and the captain issued the command, begin to slowly accelerate, adjust the speed to 20 meters per minute. After about another 10 minutes, observing the situation below and seeing no issues, the captain issued another command to accelerate to 30 meters per minute. But he did not continue to increase the speed, they maintained this speed for the lift. About 40 minutes later, the exciting moment arrived. Through the azure water, the shape of an ancient giant ship could already be vaguely seen. The captain immediately issued the command, slow down, gradually reduce speed. Several boats simultaneously maintained a steady, slow deceleration. After about 5 minutes, with a whoosh, the mast of an ancient wooden ship emerged from the water. Stop! The captain shouted. The already slow rollers came to a halt. Through the translucent azure water, a stunning scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. An ancient wooden ship over 50 meters long, through more than 10 meters of deep water, gradually came into view. Although the ship was somewhat damaged and mostly buried in sand, it was still possible to see some exposed porcelain. However, only 1 or 2 pieces were visible. Boss, I suggest we keep it like this and let the divers go down to salvage. The more water we bring up, the heavier the ship will become, which could lead to it being unable to bear the weight and sinking completely. The captain looked at Jiangnan and said, "Okay, let's start the salvage," Jiangnan replied. "However, if we salvage part of it and the weight decreases, can it float up a bit more? That way, we can salvage more quickly." "Of course," the captain said. Jiangnan nodded and then looked at Mr. N and Master Dong. "Let's start the salvage like this." He had already made the decision, now telling Mr. N and Master Dong was merely a courtesy. "Absolutely, young brother, your arrangement is correct," Mr. N quickly said. "Indeed, indeed." Master Dong rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "I really can't wait any longer. Divers, prepare. Bring out all the diving suits and start the salvage operation. The rest of you, get the small boats ready." The captain issued the command. Clearly, they had done this many times before and were very skilled, with everything arranged properly. Soon, more than a dozen divers changed into their diving suits, strapped on oxygen tanks, and plunged into the water, holding small shovels, as their first task was to clear the silt. It had been too long, and most of the large ship was covered in thick silt. Everyone stood at the bow of the ship. The sea was only a dozen meters deep, about 3 stories high, and they could vaguely see the divers at work. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, an hour passed, and the progress of clearing the silt did not seem significant. After all, the ship was too large. Jiangnan felt a bit frustrated. He realized that trying to get the cargo out of the ship's hold in a short time was impossible. He turned to the captain beside him and asked, "Can you send more people down? This progress is too slow." "Boss, this is all our diving equipment. We only have 10 sets in total, and we've brought them all out. You can't rush this kind of thing," the captain said with a wry smile. Jiangnan replied, That's right, little brother, this matter can't be rushed, take it slow, old Masterin chimed in from the side. Yes, Master Dong also said, "We've already found the sunken ship and salvaged it, that's the biggest luck. As for the time, a little longer is fine." "Alright," Jiangnan shrugged helplessly, deciding not to say anything more. Since it was like this, he would just wait slowly. However, at that moment, a thought flashed through his mind, and he threw out a probe. "At this rate, the salvage will take more than 2 days. 100%. Sigh. Frustrating. At this rate, the salvage will take more than 3 days. 100%. Damn it." Jiangnan felt even more depressed. At this rate, the salvage will take more than 4 days. 80%. He understood the data, it was almost 4 days' time. Damn it, this was frustrating. Another 4 days delay, and by the time they returned, it would be more than 6 days. This trip would take over half a month. Calculating based on his earning speed, over half a month meant losing 700 or 800 million. A loss. If others knew he had such thoughts, they would probably kick him into the sea to feed the sharks. Damn it, half a month for 700 or 800 million, and still not satisfied? How could someone who only earns 3,000 or 4,000 a month live? After estimating the time, Jiangnan thought of another problem, furrowing his brows, and immediately threw out another probe. "If we don't leave here within 4 days, there will be trouble." 0%. Wow! This probe result shocked Jiangnan. The meaning was clear, there would be trouble within 4 days. And this was the high seas. If trouble arose, it would be a big problem. The most important thing was that the current situation was not like when they were moving, where they could adjust their speed to avoid trouble. Now they had to stay here until the salvage was finished, making trouble unavoidable. What to do? Jiangnan's mind raced. The first thing he thought of was to warn the others, but after considering it, he felt it was pointless. What good would a warning do? They couldn't abandon the salvage halfway, could they? Realizing this, he took a deep breath to steady himself, calming his emotions, and began to rationally ponder how to handle the situation. The first thing he thought of was to try to understand what kind of trouble they might encounter, and then think of a solution. After all, he had his unique advantages in achieving this. With a decision made, he began to probe step by step to eliminate what kind of trouble it could be. Due to weather, 0%. Due to human factors, 100%. The range narrowed down, at least it wasn't trouble caused by a storm or something like that. If it is due to human reasons, then this is the high seas, and we might encounter a certain country's military or pirates roaming the waters. Continuing the detection. Encounter a certain country's military. 0%. Encounter pirates. 100%. Damn. Sure enough, this is bad news. We are going to encounter pirates. A result has come in. Jiangnan felt a surge of anxiety. A quick detection was thrown out. Will encounter pirates within a day. 0%. Thankfully, it's not that urgent. Will encounter pirates within 2 days. 100%. The next day. Will encounter pirates after 8 a.m. on the second day. Continuous testing. The exact time was quickly determined. Around 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the pirates would pass through this area, and if we don't leave in time, an encounter would be unavoidable. What to do? In a brief moment of panic, Jiangnan reminded himself to stay calm and composed. He settled his mind, calmed his thoughts, and began to ponder a solution. As he contemplated, a million thoughts flashed through his mind, and Jiangnan realized that there was no need to panic. He could first detect whether the pirates could be dealt with, and then decide whether to stay or leave before 1 o'clock tomorrow based on the situation. If it really couldn't be handled, then regardless of how much they managed to salvage, they had to leave before 1 o'clock tomorrow. People have died here, no amount of wealth would be of any use. The number of pirates is under 100. 0%. The number of pirates. One test after another was thrown out, and it took more than 2 minutes for Jiangnan to comprehensively detect the accurate situation. The pirates had one ship with 50 people. However, the most important point was that the enemy's firepower was formidable, with a total of 60 guns. Among them, there were 40 sniper rifles, 10 submachine guns, and 10 handguns. Clearly, those equipped with handguns had dual-gun configurations. Compared to them, this was overwhelmingly powerful. They simply couldn't compete. Jiangnan's expression turned grim. After a moment of thought, he looked up at the old man beside him and asked, "Olden, what is the maximum range of the sniper rifles we brought?" "Little brother, why are you asking this?" Olden was momentarily taken aback. "Don't ask why, just tell me." "The sniper rifles we brought are the M3 model, with a maximum range of 1,500 meters, which is very far, about 1.5 kilometers. Generally, a small village can be shot across from one end to the other," Olden said proudly. "It's similar to the range of our Huaxia's Type 95 rifle, it can compete." "Not bad," Jiangnan replied. However, Olden then said, "But what I mentioned is the maximum lethal range. The effective range is only 600 meters, and that's for someone who is very skilled in shooting, as there are too many factors that affect shooting." Jiangnan nodded. Although he wasn't very knowledgeable in this area, he knew a bit. The factors affecting long-distance precision shooting are numerous. Gravitational pull, the recoil of the firearm, wind direction, climate, updrafts, atmospheric humidity, scope accuracy, bullet exit speed, bullet center of gravity, wind strength, personal mental quality, and so on. It is precisely because of these many factors that the distance for precision shooting is infinitely shortened, leading to the emergence of talented snipers. Jiangnan didn't say anything to Olden but threw out another detection. The result showed that the sniper rifles in the pirates' hands had the same lethality as theirs, with a maximum range of 1,500 meters, likely similar types of sniper rifles. "Olden, have someone bring out a sniper rifle," Jiangnan said. "Little brother, what do you need a sniper rifle for now?" Olden was even more puzzled. "Of course I need it." "Olden, do you believe me? If you do, have someone bring the gun over." Jiangnan doesn't make any explanations. "Oh." Old Masterin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "Little brother, I won't ask anything more. I'll take someone to get it." After saying that, he turned around and took 2 bodyguards to the cabin. This situation left the people around looking at Jiangnan with confusion. He. Master Dong also smiled curiously. "Little brother, what's going on? Why did you suddenly think of using a rifle?" It was clear that he was very curious as well. Jiangnan smiled lightly and said, "Master Dong, can't you see the situation? It's impossible to complete the salvage in a short time, so if we delay too long, something unexpected is bound to happen. After all, this is the open sea. To be on the safe side, I want to try learning to use a gun. If something happens, at least I'll have the ability to protect myself. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. So that's how it is, ha ha ha." "Little brother is truly wise," Master Dong laughed. "After all, since this is the open sea, it's better to be cautious." Jiangnan said. "That's true, what you said makes sense, ha ha ha." Master Dong chuckled. Although he had considered this possibility, he still held on to a sense of luck. He couldn't be like Jiangnan, who already knew danger was approaching. Otherwise, he would have panicked long ago. Soon, Old Masterin brought a sniper rifle up and handed it to Jiangnan, still a bit curious as he asked, "Little brother, what do you need the gun for?" "Just to practice shooting. Better safe than sorry. If something unexpected happens, at least I'll know how to use it and won't be caught off guard," Jiangnan replied with the same reasoning. Old Masterin smiled wryly. Oh, I see, alright then." They didn't pay much attention and continued to focus on the salvage situation at the bow of the ship. That was what he cared about the most. Meanwhile, Gugu and Dang Wei ran over with great interest. He. "Boss, having a gun is so impressive. It's my first time seeing a real one. Can I touch it?" "You two, step aside," Jiangnan said. Guns aren't toys. What if it goes off accidentally? After all, this gun belonged to old Masterin, and it was a gun, so Jiangnan had to be cautious. Oh. Gugu and Dangwei's faces immediately fell, and they obediently stayed to the side. Didn't you see it belongs to someone else? It's not appropriate for you to play with it now, Jiangnan quietly explained to them. The two suddenly understood the situation, nodded, and said softly, "Boss, we were wrong. This isn't the time for jokes, we get it." Jiangnan looked at them and didn't say anything more, turning to the beautiful bodyguard and asking, "Sister, you know how to shoot, right?" Every move they made was closely watched by old Master Rin's bodyguards and Master Dong's bodyguards. After all, holding a gun in a situation without enemies made them the focus of vigilance. Of course, the beautiful bodyguard replied, "But boss, do you really want to learn to shoot?" She had heard Jiangnan, old Masterin, and Master Dong talking, initially thinking Jiangnan was joking, but this situation didn't seem like a joke. "Of course," Jiangnan said, "I'm serious. Teach me how to shoot, and most importantly, teach me how to maintain the stability of the gun and how to handle the recoil." Some basic knowledge was hard for Jiangnan to grasp, like the huge recoil when firing, but he didn't know exactly what to do to achieve standard shooting. "Boss, you probably don't know how hard it is to learn to shoot. I advise you to forget it." The beautiful bodyguard said, "This is not something that can be mastered overnight. Do you know how difficult it is to shoot accurately? Do you know how many factors can affect shooting accuracy?" Before the beautiful bodyguard could finish her sentence, Jiangnan smiled and interrupted her, "Don't think I know nothing. I understand basic common sense. Isn't it just factors like the recoil of the gun, wind direction, climate, updrafts, atmospheric humidity, and the precision of the scope? Boss, you really do know. Since you know these, you should understand this principle. Learning to shoot is not something that can be achieved in one go. You should just focus on being your own boss, and leave the protection to me. Even if something happens, I'll be the one handling the gun while you hide behind me," the bodyguard said, and she was very serious about it. Jiangnan did not deny that she would do this. After sleeping with her, he had already detected that her loyalty had reached 100%. If any danger occurred, she would definitely be willing to take a bullet for Jiangnan. However, her thoughts were too different from Jiangnan's. Jiangnan had the incredible ability to see success rates, perfectly hitting targets. As long as he looked at the success rate, he didn't need to consider factors like humidity or wind direction. Based on this, he thought he should quickly learn to shoot. As long as he solved the issues of recoil and stabilizing the gun, he could achieve ultra-long-range sniping. This advantage was enormous. He could quickly shoot down a few people before the pirates reached effective range, giving them a huge shock. Perhaps they would be scared off. Even if not, with his precise lethality, he could exert a significant advantage in battle. After all, there were also 20 guns here, along with numerous crossbows. If they didn't want to stop the salvage, they could pull off a big score. Maybe there will be unexpected events. "Let's not talk about anything else. Teach me to shoot," Jiangnan said. "Alright, since you insist, I'll teach you," the bodyguard said with a helpless smile. "Let's go to the bow of the ship. It's quieter there." "Okay." Jiangnan nodded, and the two headed toward the far end of the ship. Watching them walk away, Master Dong rubbed his chin in confusion and said to old Masterin, "I feel something is off about the little brother suddenly wanting to learn to shoot." "Yeah," old Masterin nodded. "I have the same feeling, but the little brother hasn't said why, and it's hard to guess. When you went down, the little brother did mention being prepared for unforeseen circumstances, saying this salvage would take a long time and he was worried about something going wrong. His words made me concerned. Does he already know that something will go wrong? After all, the little brother has some unpredictable methods," Master Dong said. "Hiss!" Old Masterin gasped, his brows furrowing tightly. Could it really be that way? If so, this is serious. This is international waters. Anything could happen. Yes, Master Dong also raised his eyebrows, his worry deepening. The little brother's behavior today, suddenly wanting to learn to shoot for self-defense, likely means he already knows something. Old Masterin touched his brow and, suddenly turning to Master Dong, said, "Master Dong, why don't we just go find the brother and ask him directly? This matter is significant. We can't let ourselves be immersed in the joy of salvaging the sunken ship and overlook the danger. If something major happens, we won't be able to handle it, and our lives could be lost here. Then no amount of money would matter." "Exactly," Master Dong nodded in agreement. "While the little brother has fewer people around him, let's go ask about the situation." "All right." The two set off together toward the far end of the ship. The bodyguard tried to follow but was waved off by old Masterin and Master Dong. They didn't let them go together. At the far end of the ship's bow, "I'll first teach you the standard shooting posture," the beautiful bodyguard said as she lay down on the deck, her body in a prone position, the sniper rifle firmly resting on her shoulder. Jiang Nan watched intently. Just then, the old man and his companions who had followed behind came over. Jiang Nan turned to look and smiled, saying, "What's this, old manin, do you also want to learn how to shoot?" No, we're all just old bones now, how can we still play with guns?" Old Manin waved his hand as he spoke. After a moment, he changed the subject. "Little brother, we came here this time to ask you frankly, do you know something? We are such good friends, so just say it." Jiang Nan chuckled. "Old Manin, how could you think that? Little brother, at this point, don't keep us in suspense. You have mysterious methods, and we all see it. We understand the principle of seeing through but not speaking out. Now we are in international waters, if a crisis occurs, it could threaten our lives. So, brother, if you have something to say, just say it." Jiang Nan smiled again and said, "Alright, since it's like this, I won't keep you two in the dark. I do know a bit of divination. Since this salvage operation will take a long time, I quietly calculated and divined that tomorrow at noon, the omen shows danger." The omen shows danger. Old Manin and Master Dawn's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Old Manin pressed further, "So that means there will be danger, right?" "That's right," Jiang Nan smiled. "What should we do?" Old Manin's face turned even graver. Yes, little brother, is there any way to break this?" Master Dong also hurriedly asked. "Of course there is," Jiang Nan smiled. That's good. Old Manin and Master Dong's faces instantly relaxed, revealing smiles. "Don't be too happy too soon," Jiang Nan said with a half smile. "The way is to give up the salvage and leave here to avoid disaster." Ah. The two old men's faces changed dramatically again, their previously smiling faces turning the color of pig liver. Old Manin couldn't wait to say, "Little brother, leaving here and giving up the salvage is out of the question. We've finally found the sunken ship, which has immeasurable value. How could we possibly give up? We can't do that." Yes, little brother, is there any other way?" Master Dong looked at Jiang Nan with hopeful eyes. "Other ways." Jiang Nan paused halfway through. The two old men stared at Jiang Nan, waiting for the result. "Then there's only one word. Fight." Jiang Nan said, "Since the omen shows danger, but not great danger, we should be able to handle this situation. Do you dare to take a gamble?" The two old men were taken aback, looking at each other. "Master Dong, what do you think?" Old Manin asked. "What do you think?" Master Dong countered. "Anyway, I can't just abandon the treasure ship salvage. We've brought so many people, so let's take a gamble." Little brother said, "It's between danger and safety, it's not that we have no chance of winning. I think we can gamble." Old Manin said. "Alright, then it's settled. Let's gamble." Master Dong's expression also turned fierce. "Good." Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Since we've decided, let's prepare in advance. Tomorrow at noon, disaster will arrive. I need 6 guns, including the 5 bodyguards I have." "Little brother, you have 5 bodyguards and need 6 guns. Are you really planning to take action yourself?" Old Manin said with a bitter smile. "Yes, otherwise why would I learn to shoot now? Do you think this is just for fun?" Jiang Nan countered. "Little brother, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but this is a critical moment, so don't stir up trouble. Learning to shoot isn't something you can master in a day or two. We don't have many guns, so it's better to leave it to someone who knows how to use them. You shouldn't waste it." Old Masterin smiled bitterly. This was exactly what he was worried about. With so few sniper rifles, it would be a huge waste if Jiang Nan took one and didn't know how to shoot. Normally, he wouldn't say anything given Jiang Nan's connections, but now it was a matter of life and death, and every gun was extremely important. Jiang Nan smiled and said, "Old Masterin, you underestimate me too much. Let's see tomorrow, if my shooting skills aren't as good as the others, I absolutely won't waste a gun." "Well, alright then." Old Masterin had no other way to respond, and he said with a bitter smile, "Then little brother, practice your shooting. We'll go ahead and check on the salvage situation." "Okay." Jiang Nan nodded. The two old men turned and left. "Come on, keep teaching me how to shoot," Jiang Nan said to the beautiful bodyguard. "Alright." Bang! Bang! From time to time, gunshots rang out, making many people feel tense, as most had never seen a gun before. There was an inexplicable fear and shock associated with the sound of gunfire. 2 hours later, after firing countless shots, Jiang Nan had completely adapted to and mastered the stability and recoil of the gun. The beautiful bodyguard could only smile wryly, as she saw Jiang Nan was only practicing controlling the gun's stability and recoil, not aiming at all. It was completely ridiculous. Without knowing how to aim, if he encountered an enemy, it would be a waste of bullets. "Damn, this is exciting," Jiang Nan said, feeling very happy. He had already fired over 30 shots. He felt a primal bloodlust surging within him, as if a wild nature had been awakened. "Boss, you're having fun," but your shooting is aimless and lacks accuracy, the beautiful bodyguard said with a bitter smile. Don't rush, take it step by step, Jiang Nan laughed. Next, let's practice accuracy. Go call the captain over, I have something to instruct him. Okay, the beautiful bodyguard replied, twisting her slim waist as she left. It wasn't long before she returned with the captain. Boss, you called for me? The captain asked in a flattering tone. Jiang Nan sat on the deck, fiddling with the sniper rifle in his hands, and casually said, have 2 sailors take a small boat out to sea and set up some buoys for me, about 1,500 meters from the bow of the ship. Put out several. Oh, the captain was slightly taken aback, although he was a bit puzzled about what Jiang Nan was up to. He didn't ask further and nodded, saying, alright, boss, I'll instruct them to set up the buoys. Go ahead, remember, about 1,500 meters, Jiang Nan said. Don't worry, boss, it won't be wrong, the captain said as he stepped back. The beautiful bodyguard looked at Jiang Nan with a ghostly expression. Boss, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Do you really think you can hit a buoy 1,500 meters away on your first shot? That's absolutely impossible. What kind of weather is it at sea? Although the wind is light, it's still 2 to 3 levels, and the wind direction is variable. He. Jiang Nan smiled, then let's wait and see. Humph. The beautiful bodyguard pouted. Do you really think you're a genius? Jiang Nan chuckled and didn't explain much. Before long, 2 sailors rowed a small boat to set up the buoys. The captain came back to Jiang Nan's side and asked, Boss, how many should we set up? Jiang Nan pondered for a moment. Let's start with 10. Alright. The captain nodded and shouted into the intercom, set up 10 buoys, 1,500 meters away. Received, the 2 sailors replied. Before long, 10 buoys were placed on the sea surface. The captain did not leave either, watching with slight interest what Jiang Nan was up to. The reason he came closer again was out of curiosity. From the bow of the boat, the buoy, the size of a watermelon, had become a tiny dot. He had a question in his mind. Could Jiang Nan really hit the buoy from such a distance? Although he wasn't particularly skilled in shooting, he still knew the common sense that this was simply impossible. The beautiful bodyguard beside him smiled wryly. Boss, I advise you not to waste bullets. At this distance, it's completely impossible. Even top snipers find it very difficult, and a sniper rifle can't match the precision of a sniper scope. Jiang Nan just smiled and said nothing. After the small boat set the buoy, it returned. Jiang Nan had already climbed up, holding the sniper rifle, aiming at one of the buoys. As the gun's muzzle moved slightly, a series of data changes flashed in his eyes. 0%, 50%, 80%, 100%. At that moment, Jiang Nan decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, a bullet spun out of the chamber. The next moment, with a soft puff, the center of the buoy was pierced by the bullet. The buoy was also pulled down into the water, only to float back up later. Ah! God! Impossible! The beautiful bodyguard gasped, her beautiful eyes wide open, her face filled with shock. He hit it, he really hit it? The captain also looked incredulous. The bodyguard's shock could not be calmed. She shook her head and kept saying, impossible, absolutely impossible, this can't happen. As someone who understood shooting, she deeply recognized how difficult it was to achieve this. And Jiang Nan had just started learning to shoot. Even with the talent of a sniper, it couldn't be achieved overnight. This completely shattered her understanding. Jiang Nan had already begun aiming at the second buoy. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he pulled the trigger again. Bang! With the gunshot, another buoy was hit and sank into the sea, only to bounce back up later. This, the beautiful bodyguard stammered, completely at a loss for words. Her beautiful big eyes looked at the distant buoy, then at Jiang Nan, with a ghostly expression. I get it, the boss is really super talented. In such a short time, he has already become a super sniper, the captain said with a happy laugh, flattering him. His understanding of shooting was not as profound as the bodyguard's, and he couldn't imagine the level of difficulty to achieve such a feat. At that moment, the bodyguard couldn't help but ask, Boss, are you even human? Jiang Nan, am I not human? Don't you know? We've had close contact. Do you think I'm a ghost? Then you must have been messed with by a ghost. The bodyguard's exclamation was a bit too loud, even drawing the attention of Old Masterin and Master Dong at the other end of the boat. The two exchanged glances. Old Masterin said, What happened? Yeah, I'm quite curious. Why don't we go take a look? Master Dong chimed in. Okay, let's go. The two hurriedly ran over to Jiang Nan. When they reached Jiang Nan, Old Masterin asked, What's going on? I mean the earlier exclamation? Saw a ghost, the bodyguard replied. Saw a ghost? What's going on? The two were even more confused. can someone explain? The boss's first shot actually hit the extreme distance of 1,500 meters. The bodyguard said, although I saw it with my own eyes, I still find it hard to believe. Ah, is it true? Old Masterin and Master Dong were also shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Jiang Nan didn't say much, raising the gun again, aiming for 2 seconds before shooting. With the sound of gunfire, another buoy was hit and sank beneath the sea, only to pop back up a moment later. From such a distance, although the others couldn't see clearly, they could still make out the buoy sinking into the water. Hiss! Hiss! Old Masterin and Master Dong both gasped in shock. This! They were so stunned they couldn't find the words. Am I seeing things? After the shock, Old Masterin said, how is this possible? My eyesight isn't good, I didn't see clearly. Did the buoy sink underwater? Master Dong, wearing glasses, squinted and asked. It seems so, Old Masterin replied. But, it's too unbelievable. At this point, he suddenly remembered something and shouted to a bodyguard in the distance, quick, bring a telescope. Jiang Nan, smiling, stopped shooting. Since Old Masterin and the others wanted to see clearly, he would wait for them to arrive before taking another shot for them to see. Everyone has a desire to show off, and Jiang Nan was no exception. Seeing the shocked expressions on these people's faces made him feel quite pleased. Just as he had thought, achieving such precise shooting with a high success rate validated his good mood. Now, with everyone so astonished, he felt even better. Soon, one of Old Masteran's bodyguards brought over a telescope. Old Masterin took it in his hands and looked at Jiang Nan, saying, little brother, can you take another shot for me to see? Just as he finished speaking, he remembered something and quickly handed the telescope to Master Dong, saying, Master Dong, you go first. You go ahead, and Lao Di, Master Dong insisted modestly. I'm not in a hurry, you go first. Although Old Masterin was a bit impatient, he still said, all right. Master Dong no longer declined and took the telescope, saying, little brother, can you take another shot? Ha! Jiang Nan smiled, I'm a bit tired, let me rest for a moment. Oh, Master Dong was taken aback for a moment and quickly said, tired, rest a bit before shooting. Of course, Jiang Nan wasn't tired, but he didn't like the rhythm that felt a bit like being toyed with. Why should he shoot just because they asked? I'm a bit thirsty, miss, can you have someone bring me some red tea? Jiang Nan directly sat down on the deck and said to the beautiful bodyguard. Okay, boss, the beautiful bodyguard replied, not leaving Jiang Nan's side, but instead shouted to another bodyguard in the distance, the boss is thirsty, go get a few bottles of red tea. Have him bring more bottles, there are so many people here, Jiang Nan instructed again. All right. The beautiful bodyguard nodded and shouted to the bodyguard, bring more bottles. Seeing this situation, Old Masterin had just enough time and immediately instructed a nearby bodyguard, go, bring a few more telescopes. Really, not a bit of sharpness, just one without being told. Okay, boss, the bodyguard replied and hurried off. While waiting, the few people had calmed down a bit from their shock. Although Old Masterin found it hard to believe, he had already accepted in his heart that Jiang Nan could indeed achieve long-distance shooting. He looked at Jiang Nan with admiration, little brother, were you very skilled in shooting before? Ha! Jiang Nan smiled, did Old Masterin say we wouldn't reveal the truth? Old Masterin was taken aback for a moment, awkwardly smiling, sorry, it turns out you really had such good marksmanship before. Truly, a person doesn't reveal their true self. Understood, Master Dong also nodded, looking enlightened, and said, little brother, there are no outsiders here. After saying that, he looked at the captain with a warning tone, whatever you hear, just pretend you didn't hear it, understand? Oh. The captain was slightly taken aback, understood, I understand. He finally understood from what Old Masterin and the others said that Jiang Nan was actually a shooting expert, which explained his extraordinary performance. It wasn't the first time as the beautiful bodyguard had claimed, so with such excellent marksmanship, it was no surprise. He had previously thought Jiang Nan was just learning to shoot, and he was completely shocked. It turned out he had misunderstood. The beautiful bodyguard rolled her eyes, she knew very well that Jiang Nan had never touched a gun before, and that was something you couldn't fake, especially for someone like her who understood shooting. Moreover, she had already gotten used to Jiang Nan's endless lies, lying without even drafting a script. Soon, the bodyguards who brought the red tea and the binoculars came over one after another. A whole box of red tea was brought in, and before Jiang Nan could say anything, the beautiful bodyguard opened it and distributed a bottle to everyone. They chatted while drinking. As for the binoculars, this time the bodyguards brought over 5, so everyone present had one. After being reprimanded last time, they remembered the lesson. After sipping a few mouthfuls of red tea, Jiang Nan smiled and said, this time, you all watch closely, it's time to witness a miracle.
As he spoke, he positioned himself, resting the sniper rifle on his shoulder, and began to aim. Everyone, including the beautiful bodyguard, held up their binoculars to observe carefully. With the binoculars, the buoy at 1,500 meters was clearly visible. Bang! 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 This time, Jiang Nan fired continuously, with each shot not exceeding a second apart, firing 3 shots in a row. This was the maximum he could do, at least for now, as he was still not very familiar with the gun. Through the binoculars, the beautiful bodyguard, Old Masterin, and the others clearly saw that every bullet hit the center of the buoy. The beautiful bodyguard felt a complex mix of emotions. As someone who had handled guns, she knew the difficulty of this. Even Old Masterin and Master Dong, who had thought Jiang Nan was an experienced shooter, were shocked by his precision. Their feelings were exceptionally complicated. Was this even human? Mastering antique appraisal and divination was one thing, but now he was so skilled with guns too. What kind of person could achieve this? Envy and jealousy. Alright, let's end today's performance here, Jiang Nan said as he put down the gun and stood up. His goal had been achieved, and he no longer wanted to waste bullets. The salvage work was progressing slowly, which was frustrating. As night fell, the work of clearing the silt made little progress. However, a few pieces of porcelain were salvaged. Old Masterin and Master Dong immediately began their appraisal. They confirmed it was blue and white porcelain, with each piece estimated to be worth between 2 million and 5 million. The two of them were as excited as children, cheering happily. Of course, this was in the room, with only Jiang Nan, Old Masterin, and Master Dong present. The others were not allowed to participate. Jiang Nan already knew this result, so there was not much surprise, but he smiled symbolically in happiness. Old Masterin, however, shouted excitedly, "We've struck it rich. This time we've really struck it rich. Such a big ship, it could probably hold tens of thousands of pieces of porcelain. Let me calculate at an average price of 3 million per piece. My goodness. Tens of thousands of pieces of porcelain would be 60 billion. 60 billion. Oh my, we've really struck gold this time." Master Dong's expression was almost manic with excitement. The two usually calm old men had completely lost their composure at this moment. All their grace and elegance were thrown out the window. Faced with 60 billion in wealth, they had completely lost their composure. However, Jiang Nan was very clear in his heart. 60 billion was too much to hope for. The items salvaged from the ship were only worth about 2 billion, and he knew this well. Although the ship was large, most of it was buried under silt, and it was evident that there couldn't be tens of thousands of pieces of porcelain. Estimating at 3 million per piece, there were only about 600 pieces of porcelain on the ship. It was obvious that the old man and the others had greatly miscalculated this number. But seeing through it without saying anything, he just smiled and said nothing. Since the two were so happy, let them enjoy it a little longer. They would understand in due time. Of course, even a wealth of 2 billion was still a tremendous fortune for the two of them. Although there would be a slight disappointment, this outcome was still very acceptable. However, there was a prerequisite. They first had to overcome the challenge of the pirates attacking tomorrow. On this point, Jiang Nan now had a great deal of confidence. The salvage work had not stopped all night. The salvage crew was rotated, searchlights were turned on, and operations continued throughout the night. The next noon, the atmosphere became tense and serious. The salvage work came to a halt, and all the sailors hid inside the cabin. The hired professional bodyguard team was equipped with crossbows, while Jiang Nan, Old Manon, and Master Dong's trusted bodyguards were armed with guns. Jiang Nan's 5 bodyguards, along with him, were allocated a total of 6 guns, 3 sniper rifles and 3 handguns. All combat power was concentrated on one ship, and all the sailors had also taken refuge in the ship's cabin. Defensive fortifications had already been built at the bow of the ship, waiting for the pirates to arrive. Preparing in advance and implementing defensive measures eased everyone's minds. Each person marveled at Jiang Nan's miraculous divination skills, which allowed him to foresee and take precautions. This was far better than being caught off guard by a sudden pirate attack. In such a situation, who knows how many people would die? However, apart from the few people Jiang Nan trusted immensely, many others held a wait-and-see attitude towards such miraculous divination skills. They were both expectant and skeptical. If pirates really did come, they would naturally believe without doubt. But if not, then it would be quite the joke. After all this trouble to prepare, Jiang Nan would definitely become a laughingstock. Conversely, if the pirates did come, then Jiang Nan would truly become a living deity in the eyes of everyone. At the bow of the ship where Jiang Nan was, the defensive measures were even more stringent. Sandbags made from the silt excavated from the sunken ship were piled up into a solid fortress, leaving only a shooting hole about 20 centimeters wide, allowing the gun barrel to extend out and providing a limited field of vision. The beautiful bodyguard was by his side, also equipped with a sniper rifle, standing ready. The view is nice, Jungnan said, sitting on the deck at the bow of the ship, leisurely sipping red tea. The impending battle inexplicably excited him, filling him with an eager anticipation. It was a strange feeling, and even Jungnan was a bit surprised to find such a wild inclination within himself. He actually enjoyed violence. He hadn't felt this way in such an environment before, but now that he was about to fight, this feeling had emerged. He didn't know how to describe this feeling. Perhaps it was just youthful blood, a sense of blood boiling in the face of battle. In contrast, everyone else was very tense, including Old Manon, Master Dawn, and the beautiful bodyguard. They all stood at the bow, peering into the distance with binoculars. However, Jungnan knew very well that the pirates wouldn't arrive for at least another hour. Time passed in the tense atmosphere. 10 minutes went by, then 20. As the time approached, Jungnan finally took out his phone to check the exact time. There were about 5 minutes left before the pirates should arrive. He gulped down half a bottle of red tea, set it aside, and said, "It should be about time, get ready for battle." He didn't even need binoculars because, through continuous detection, he already knew the distance at which the enemy was approaching. "Are they coming?" Old Manon asked nervously, visibly shaking his legs as he held the binoculars, scanning the surroundings. In fact, Jungnan had already informed them of the direction from which the pirates were coming, which was also the direction they were focusing their defenses on. However, Old Masterin was still somewhat worried that they might come from other directions, so he was looking around. Many shared his concern, all holding binoculars and observing the 4 directions. Only the beautiful bodyguard seemed to completely trust Jungnan, as she was focused on the direction he indicated through her binoculars. About 2 minutes later, her body suddenly trembled, and she shouted, "They're coming, they really are coming, there's a ship." "Where? Where?" The crowd instinctively reacted, aiming their binoculars at the direction the beautiful bodyguard was looking. "Oh my god! It's true, there really is a ship coming. Incredible! The divination technique is so accurate." At that moment, everyone was completely convinced by Jungnan. However, even through the binoculars, they could only see a distant ship and could not make out the situation on board. But as the ship quickly approached, some had already spotted armed pirates standing fiercely at the bow, many of whom were also using binoculars to look this way. It was clear they were observing the situation here. Indeed, they are pirates, all armed with guns. "Quick, everyone get ready for battle. Boss, you all hurry and hide behind the defense wall, or go back to the cabin directly." Seeing this situation, one of the bodyguards shouted and immediately crouched down to hide behind the defenses, only showing his head to observe. He was also holding a sniper rifle, a trusted bodyguard of Old Masterin. "Sniper! There's a sniper! Oh my god, how is that possible? This isn't a regular army, how could there be a sniper?" Suddenly, the pirate ship was thrown into chaos, loud shouts erupted. Every pirate was terrified, everyone knew the horror of a sniper. Once they fired, they rarely missed, meaning they could be shot at any moment. Hiss! How could this happen? The pirate leader was equally shocked, his eyes wide as he screamed hysterically, "Retreat, quickly retreat!" Boom boom! The pirate ship's turbines stopped moving forward and began to spin rapidly in reverse, but it would take time to stop and change direction. Meanwhile, puff, puff, one pirate after another was taken down. All the pirates were completely panicked, frantically standing up to flee into the cabin. However, this only exposed their targets even more, even giving Jungnan the chance to take 2 lives with 1 shot. Just like that, Jungnan saw the pirates frantically standing up to escape. The crowd was dense enough, and an idea flashed through his mind: take out 2 with 1 shot. When the data in front of him turned to 100%, he decisively pulled the trigger, and 2 screams came from the pirate ship. The first pirate was shot through the side of his neck, hitting the carotid artery. The bullet's penetration was not significantly hindered, and then it pierced through the heart of the pirate in front of him. As a result, one pirate had his carotid artery severed, and the other had his heart shot through, quickly bleeding to death. This was the miracle of success rate. Even the top snipers could not achieve this. The pirates witnessing this scene were completely shocked, their eyes nearly popping out. "God, what kind of sniper is this? Run! If you don't escape soon, you'll lose your life. Quick, hide in the cabin!" The pirates wailed, scrambling to escape. The pirate ship, which had been moving forward, quickly began to retreat. After more than 2 minutes, they finally retreated beyond the maximum lethal range. In Jiangnan's view, the data had all turned to 0%, clearly indicating that the range was insufficient. However, he was in a good mood, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. In a short time, even in a dynamic environment, he had fired nearly 20 shots, and with the later shot that took 2 lives, he had already taken down more than 20 pirates. The number of pirates he had eliminated was approaching half, and the lethality was terrifying enough. Hiss! Hiss! Everyone who witnessed the scene gasped in shock, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. Such marksmanship was simply beyond description. Perhaps even a super sniper or sharpshooter couldn't achieve this level? Finally free from the casualties of the pirates, though still shaken, everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief and all hid in the cabin, looking through the glass windows at the more than 20 corpses on the deck and the blood flowing like a small river, their faces as pale as could be. One pirate was so scared he cried out, "Woo-woo, boss, let's retreat quickly. Their sniper is too powerful, this is a tough nut to crack, we can't handle it. In just a short while, over 20 brothers have died, if we keep going, we might face total annihilation. Yes, boss, let's retreat quickly, don't get close, it's too terrifying. Their sniper is simply a devil." At this moment, many pirates' mental states had already collapsed. The pirate leader felt the same way, he was also shocked beyond belief, having lost nearly half of the hard-won crew in such a short time. Though his heart bled, fear was even stronger. "Turn the ship around, we need to accelerate and leave here. We've stepped on a mine this time, we can't handle this tough nut, retreat." He immediately issued the order. Roar! They are fleeing, the pirates are fleeing. Roar! Awesome, awesome. Watching the pirate ship flee quickly, everyone on the salvage ship cheered in unison. Every face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. They had been extremely tense before, but now seeing the pirates retreat in disarray, the shift in their mindset made everyone ecstatic. "Boss Jang, awesome, Boss Jang, mighty," someone shouted, and immediately a wave of cheers erupted. "Boss Jang is amazing, Boss Jang is mighty. Boss Jang, you're incredible. Boss Jang, your marksmanship is divine." The shouts rose and fell, echoing endlessly. Jiang Nan smiled lightly as he watched the pirates flee in embarrassment, casually picking up the red tea beside him and sipping leisurely amidst the cheers of the crowd. "Boss, you are just too powerful," said the excited female bodyguard, her face flushed. "Ha ha ha. Little brother, I'm impressed, truly impressed, I'm in awe." Old Masterin laughed heartily and stood up from behind the cover to shout. Now he didn't have to worry anymore. Not bad, I'm in awe," Master Dong echoed. At this moment, Jiang Nan had shocked everyone, including those bodyguards who considered themselves exceptional. In this situation, they felt ashamed, and compared to Jiang Nan, they were simply on a different level. Damn, taking down over 20 pirates in a minute and scaring off the rest, if this were to be said, others would probably think it was bragging and wouldn't believe it. It took more than 10 minutes for everyone's excitement to settle down. Alright, the crisis has passed, let's continue the salvage quickly. Jiang Nan stood up and issued the command. Yes, let's get moving, Old Masterin echoed. "Everyone, let's get to work. Get to work," the captain shouted. A flurry of busy salvage work continued. Old Masterin, Master Dong, and the captain all gathered around Jiang Nan, grinning foolishly as they looked at him. This left Jiang Nan speechless. He pouted and said, "Is there something on my face that you're staring at me like this?" He. "We're just too happy and excited," Old Masterin said with a silly grin. "MMHM. Yes. Master Dong and the captain also echoed. Jiang Nan. Time flew by quickly, and the sky darkened. The salvage work had noticeably accelerated with the clearing of the silt. It was still a continuous effort day and night, working without rest at night. As the speed increased in the following days, by the evening of the third day, the final salvage was completed. As expected, over 600 pieces of porcelain were salvaged. Old Masterin and Master Dong were slightly disappointed, but soon adjusted their mindset. Old Masterin smiled and said, "Not bad, this is good. So many precious porcelain pieces, with an estimated value close to 2 billion. Even if I only have 1/5 of the share, that's still 400 million. I should be content. Not bad. Master Dong also smiled and said, "The cost of this salvage was only about 20 million, while the value of the salvage is 2 billion. This is already very shocking, much more than we estimated before setting out. I care even less." Jiang Nan smiled. He already had a good idea in his heart. Ha. That's good, everyone is happy. We will return and then contact the auction house to auction these porcelain pieces. Old Masterin laughed heartily. After several days of drifting at sea, they finally returned to land. On the way back, under Jiang Nan's arrangement, they encountered no trouble at all. They had negotiated along the way. Jiang Nan didn't need to worry about the blue and white porcelain, as Old Masterin and Master Dong were responsible for arranging the auction. When they got off the ship, the captain followed Jiang Nan eagerly. "Boss, when are you going to help me win back my gambling debts? Which casino did you lose it at?" Jiang Nan thought for a moment and asked back. "At an underground casino in Haikao City," the captain said. Jiang Nan looked at the sky, it was just noon, and said, "Then let's go today."
After lunch, you take me there. It's a simple matter, we can sort it out in no time. Okay, thank you so much, boss. I'll treat you to lunch today, the captain said happily. Then I'll give you face, Jiang Nan said casually. During lunch, Old Master Yin and Master Dawn learned that Jiang Nan was going to the casino to help the captain. They also showed great interest in going along. Jiang Nan chuckled, since you're interested, let's go together. After lunch, the group set off again, with 3 groups of bodyguards totaling more than 20. Each one in black clothes and sunglasses, clearly not to be trifled with. At the entrance of the underground casino, the security guard saw this situation and immediately reported it to the casino manager. Upon learning of the situation, the manager rushed to the security room to observe the situation through the surveillance footage. Seeing more than 20 black-clad bodyguards, he couldn't help but gasp, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He was very worried about which faction had come to cause trouble, otherwise, why would they bring so many people? He couldn't handle this situation and immediately called the casino owner. Since the casino was operating, the owner in Haikao was also a person of influence. The casino owner, in his 40s, had a very fierce appearance, with a prominent scar on his face, a mark left from his early days in the underworld. He was currently at a foot massage parlor when he heard the manager's report, his eyes widening. Is there such a thing? How dare someone come to cause trouble? We still can't figure out the situation, but bringing so many people, they probably don't come with good intentions, the manager said. Is there no one familiar among them? There are only so many people in this line of work, can't you recognize which faction they belong to? I recognize one, but he was a previous gambler who still owes the casino over 2 million in high-interest loans. He's a boatman, the manager said after carefully reviewing the surveillance. This was the only person he could recognize. Don't alert them for now, let's see what their intentions are and observe the situation. I'm heading back now, the casino owner said and hung up the phone. Without wasting any more time, he shouted at the foot masseuse beside him. Alright, no more washing, hurry up and put my shoes on. The foot masseuse was startled, feeling even more confused, thinking to herself that there were still other services to be completed after washing the feet. However, she dared not ask any more questions and hurriedly helped the casino boss dry his feet and put on his shoes. The casino boss rushed out of the room, calling out to the dozen or so younger brothers waiting outside, return home, something's happened at the casino, everyone. Right now, immediately follow me. The group of younger brothers was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, standing up one by one to follow. A dozen people exited the foot massage parlor and got into 2 Porsche Cayennes, speeding back to the casino. Inside the casino, Jiang Nan leisurely surveyed the environment. It was his first time in such a place. Boss, what do you think we should bet on? The captain asked, bowing and scraping. The most straightforward way, Jiang Nan replied. And how much money did you bring? 100,000, the captain said, somewhat lacking in confidence. That's all the money I have left, and it's from my earnings on this trip. If you don't gamble, you're still a rich man. How long has it been since you went out to sea, and you've already made 100,000? You've saved up quite a bit. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and said. Who says otherwise? The captain said with a long face. Although I can't compare to you big bosses, if I hadn't developed a gambling addiction, I would have had a little money saved up. Sigh. It's all my fault. Remember what you said before, I'll help you get it back this time, but no more gambling, Jiang Nan said seriously again. Boss, don't worry, if I gamble again, I'll chop off my hand, the captain bowed earnestly. Alright then, choose the most straightforward way to gamble, don't mess around with those complicated things I don't understand. The divination techniques might be inaccurate, Jiang Nan said. Okay, I'll go exchange for chips, the captain replied and ran to the counter to get chips. Soon, he was done, leading Jiang Nan and the others to the area for betting on high or low. The rules here were simple, you could directly compare the points of the cards with the dealer to determine the win or loss. The group was imposing, and the surrounding gamblers were startled, making way for them wherever they went. A dozen bodyguards in black were a rare sight. The onlookers wisely knew they were not to be trifled with. They stood in front of a gambling table, and even the dealer across from them looked quite nervous. Moreover, this dealer was a young woman in her 20s, and the tension in her eyes was impossible to hide. Against ordinary gamblers, she could handle things with ease, and in certain situations, she might even cheat. But in this situation, she had already lost her composure. Cheating also depended on who you were targeting, and this group clearly did not look like good people. If they were here to cause trouble, they would be waiting for her to cheat, and then they would have a reason to act. This thought left her feeling flustered, and she quietly sought help through her earpiece. Manager, you should come, I can't handle this situation. The manager was also anxious, still unclear about the situation, and could only say through the earpiece, just hold on, don't act rashly, just deal the cards according to the rules.
As long as we don't cheat, even if they bring in experts, they won't have anything to hold against us. Also, pay attention to whether they might cheat. The boss will be back soon to handle this. Okay, the beautiful dealer reluctantly replied. Then she put on a smile and said, Sir, do you want to bet with me? She hoped that this group would quickly leave her table for another, at least the trouble wouldn't be hers anymore. However, the captain nodded, his expression equally tense. Then, let's place the bet, the beautiful dealer said helplessly. Jiang Nan had quietly thrown out a probe. No one will cheat in this round. 100%. Having confirmed this point, he threw out another probe. This round will win. 0%. What is your minimum chip? Jiang Nan asked the captain with an icy expression. $100, the captain quickly replied. Bet, 1 minimum chip, Jiang Nan said. Alright, the captain hurriedly responded, tossing out a minimum chip. The dealer began to deal the cards. This gambling method was simple. Compare 2 cards against the dealer. Soon, the cards were dealt. According to the rules, the dealer reveals first, and the beautiful dealer skillfully flipped over 2 playing cards, revealing only 2 points. The captain felt a bit regretful. He had bet too little this round. What a pity. However, when he revealed his own cards, he only had 1 point. Instantly, he was shocked and cursed himself inwardly for doubting such an impressive divination master. At the same time, he felt increasingly excited. This time, he was definitely going to win. The dealer took one of the captain's chips and asked, Sir, would you like to continue? Of course I want to continue, the captain immediately replied, then turned to Jiang Nan. 1 minimum chip. Jiang Nan's expression remained cold. At this moment, the dealer was paying close attention to Jiang Nan. With his straight posture, handsome face, and dressed in Armani, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Such a handsome man seemed to be very skilled at gambling. Moreover, he wasn't cheating, he was far from the table, and as a dealer who understood the principles, she knew there was no chance of cheating. Plop. The captain obediently tossed a minimum chip onto the table. The dealer began to deal again. No surprises, the dealer won. One of the captain's chips was taken away, yet he felt pleased. Losing just 1 chip this time was already a win in itself. Sir, would you like to continue? The dealer asked. Of course, the captain replied, glancing at Jiang Nan again. All chips, all in, Jiang Nan said expressionlessly. Oh, the captain was momentarily stunned, hesitating. Boss, do you mean all chips? How about half? At least leave a little for a chance to recover. Fine, Jiang Nan said, since you won't listen to me, then forget it. He turned to leave. Boss, wait. I was wrong, the captain quickly pleaded, slapping his own face as he spoke. Boss, I apologize, please don't hold it against me. Jiang Nan snorted coldly, stopping in his tracks. An old man and the bull demon king watched with smiles, saying nothing. Most of the surrounding gamblers had stopped to look over, completely drawn in by the situation here. Splash! The captain pushed all his chips forward. The beautiful dealer began to deal the cards. A silence fell over the crowd, countless eyes fixed on this scene. Jiang Nan and the gambling table became the focus of everyone's attention. Soon, the cards were dealt. Habitually, the dealer revealed first, and the points reached 7, already giving over 70% chance of winning. Now there's a good show to watch, hee hee. All chips are in, and the dealer has 7 points, the chance of winning is very high. Yeah, that handsome young man looks quite arrogant. I wonder if he really has the skills or is just putting on a show. Not bad, this guy is really high profile, but I wonder if he will fall harder. Damn, hurry up and reveal the cards, everyone is waiting. The surrounding chatter grew noisy. The captain was sweating, seeing the opponent had 7 points, a bad premonition arose in his heart, and his hand trembled as he flipped over the cards. 2 playing cards revealed 8 points, just 1 point more than the dealer. The crowd erupted. Wow, he won, he really won, that's another point. It looks quite strange. That handsome young man actually bet everything this round and won for sure. Could he be a super expert? I feel the same. Stay calm, observe the changes, maybe it's just luck. Amidst the noisy discussions around, the captain couldn't help but smile crookedly. The old man and Master Dong also couldn't suppress their bitter smiles. They had witnessed countless miracles happening to Jiang Nan, yet each time it was so shocking. Splash, splash. The dealer girl handed a large pile of chips to the captain, sweat dripping from her forehead, her palms also sweating. Although it was only the 3rd bet, the previous 2 times the others had all bet the smallest chips, but this time betting everything was a sure win. It seemed like they already knew the outcome, which was simply terrifying. So tense that she even forgot her habitual actions and didn't ask the captain if he wanted to continue. After the excitement, the captain couldn't wait to say, let's go again, let's go again. The dealer girl was momentarily stunned, then began to prepare to deal the cards, saying, "Sir, please place your bets." Just as the captain was about to turn to look at Jiangnan had already spoken, "Bet all the chips." This time the captain was very straightforward, "Alright, all in." With a whoosh, he pushed all the chips forward. "Wow, that move is impressive. There's a good show to watch, a good show to watch." Hiss. Betting all the chips again, if he wins this time, it would be simply terrifying. Is the gambling god here? The dealer girl became even more nervous, her hands starting to tremble, wanting to ask the manager what to do at this moment. But the person was right in front of her, watching closely, so she can only brace herself and start dealing the cards. She moved very slowly, trying to delay some time. After dealing, the dealer revealed the banker's cards first as per habit. 2 cards showing 5 points. The score was decent, a 50% chance of winning. Everyone present focused on the 2 playing cards in front of the captain. The room was extremely quiet, even the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. The captain smiled, confidently flipping over the playing cards this time. 7 points. He immediately burst into joyful laughter. "Haha, won again, this is too exhilarating. 400,000 in hand." Meanwhile, hiss, hiss. The sound of people gasping echoed. Everyone looked at Jiangnan with shocked and complex expressions. Jiangnan's face was cold, expressionless as he said to the captain, "Don't just focus on being happy, collect the chips and continue. My time is precious, I don't have much time to waste here." The captain suddenly reacted, quickly gathering the chips back. Seeing Jiangnan like this, the discussions around started again. "It's the truth, definitely a super expert. Not bad, simply amazing, and with that aura, this isn't pretentious, it's truly impressive. Wow, it seems like I also have a gambling god helping me. Look at that person, winning 400,000 in one go, this is simply robbery." Sigh, wishful thinking, it's not easy to talk to such a gambling god, go ahead and try, you might get slapped back by their bodyguards. The captain was happy, grinning widely as he said, "Girl, continue. After saying that, he glanced at Jiangnan. "All the chips," Jiangnan said lightly, not wasting any words. "Received." The captain wasted no time, pushing all the chips forward in one go. At this point, the chips had already reached 400,000. The manager in the security room was sweating profusely, hurriedly dialing the boss's number. Once the call connected, he quickly said, "Boss, what should we do? Are you back yet? Among the people here, there's a super expert who has already won 300,000 in a short time." 300,000? So fierce? The casino boss in the car was taken aback and quickly said, "Did the other party cheat?" "No, the only thing to fear here is that the person didn't even sit at the table, just said a few words. The one operating is that guy who owes high-interest loans, he definitely wouldn't cheat, we all know that. If he did cheat, we would notice too." Hiss. There are such experts. The casino boss was even more shocked. "Boss, what should we do? At this rate, if we bet 800,000 next time, we'll get it," the manager said hurriedly. "Here's the plan, you hold on a bit. Who's in charge of this gambling session?" the casino boss asked. "It's Xiao Mei. Tell her to pretend to be sick and stall for a while, I'll be back soon," the casino boss instructed. "Okay, I understand. Then I'll hang up for now," the manager said before hanging up the phone. Immediately, he spoke into the earpiece to the dealer girl, "Xiao Mei, pretend to be sick and find a way to stall for a bit, the boss will be back soon." The dealer girl was taken aback, a bitter smile on her face. "Continue." At that moment, the captain said, glancing at Jiangnan, clearly wondering what bet to place. However, before Jiangnan could speak, the dealer girl suddenly clutched her stomach, bent over, and shouted, oh no, my stomach hurts. It hurts so badly." The captain? The crowd around? "Sir, I'm sorry, I ate something bad for lunch today. Please wait a moment, I need to use the restroom, I'll be right back." While saying this, she slipped away, turning back to say, "I'm really sorry, it will be over soon." Jiangnan. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted around them. Everyone understood the situation, the dealer girl had been scared off. This was an unprecedented event in the casino. The captain also realized what happened, his eyes wide as he shouted, "Damn, scared off after losing so little? Quick, someone else, get another dealer, there are so many people in the casino." However, from a distance, the dealers, although now free, showed no intention of coming forward, even shifting their feet as if wanting to escape. In this situation, who would want to step up? Jiangnan chuckled and said, "Don't rush, they're stalling for time. Think of a countermeasure, give them 10 minutes. If no one comes by then, just smash it. If they dare not come out to gamble in the casino, what's the point of having a casino? Right, if it's like this,
we'll smash their casino. Exactly, smash their casino. There are always people around when losing money, but now they want to slip away, that won't do. The crowd joined in, as this also harmed their interests. Although they didn't have the chance to win so much money, if such an opportunity arose, the casino would always avoid them, and no one could stand for that. Of course, the most important thing was that Jiang Nan and his group had brought so many people, which gave them the conditions to smash the casino. If it were anyone else, they would be immediately thrown out by the casino's bodyguards. Who would have the chance to smash a casino? It was simply impossible, not a single chance. It was precisely because of Jiang Nan and his group that everyone spoke with such confidence. Otherwise, they would usually have to play the fool, unable to help it, addicted to gambling, knowing it was a pit but still wanting to jump in, feeling restless if they didn't gamble. However, anyone who enters a casino is not without losing everything, clinging to the hope of winning big once and starting anew, only to find themselves sinking deeper. About 5 minutes later, at the casino entrance, the continuous sound of a car parking echoed, and a Porsche Cayenne came to a stop. The car door opened, and the casino boss, along with a group of underlings, hurriedly got out and entered the casino. The first thing he did was rush into the security room. "Show me who it is." "Boss, it's them. Look at this group of people on the monitor, more than 20 professional bodyguards in black." The manager quickly pointed at the LCD screen of the monitor and introduced, "Do you see that? The handsome young man in Armani, he's the super skilled expert who seems to be able to see the outcome of every gambling game. He's simply a monster." "How so?" the boss said while observing Jiang Nan through the monitor. "Be more specific, how can he see the outcome? Can he see through the cards?" "Even so, the rules of gambling are to place bets before dealing the cards. How could he possibly win every time?" "Yeah, who says otherwise? The strange part is that it seems he can predict the future. Every time he only places the smallest chip, so we, the banker, will definitely win. However, when he puts all his chips in, we, the banker, will definitely lose," the manager explained. "Hiss, could it really be like that?" "No way," the boss gasped. "I also think it's impossible, but the fact is just like that. If you don't believe it, just keep watching, boss, and you'll understand," the manager said. "Alright, let Xiaomei go over. I want to see her gamble a couple more times," the boss said. "Okay, I'll send Xiaomei over right now," the manager replied, then began to call into his earpiece, "Xiaomei, go over now. The boss is watching, just play normally." "Got it, manager, I'm on my way." Xiaomei, who was hiding in the restroom, felt relieved upon hearing this. With the boss present, any issues wouldn't be her fault. After washing her face a bit, she walked out of the restroom, feeling much calmer this time. She approached the gambling table and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry for the inconvenience caused by my discomfort. Now we can continue. One smallest chip." Just as the captain turned to look at Jiang Nan had already spoken. He understood. The captain smiled happily and picked the smallest chip from a large pile to toss into the center of the gambling table. The dealer didn't say much and began to deal the cards. Once the cards were dealt, according to the rules, the banker opened the cards first. The first 2 playing cards revealed were 0 points. Wow, 0 points. A little bit wins, unless the player also has 0 points. According to the rules, the banker wins, otherwise, this hand is bound to win. Yeah, this game is getting interesting. Just placing the smallest chip, if the banker wins this hand, I swear I'll go up and be a sycophant to the gambling god. The noisy discussions erupted again. "Little brother, are you going to mess up this time? Ha ha ha. The opponent has 0 points, Eldaran laughed from the side. Although this gamble was 300,000, 200,000 was small change to him, but the process was too interesting to watch. Fortunately, they already knew about Jiang Nan's miraculous divination skills, so they wouldn't feel so shocked. Instead, seeing the shocked expressions of the people around them made him secretly laugh, feeling proud to be associated with Jiang Nan. With a slap, the captain also revealed his 2 playing cards. It was suddenly 0 points. The surroundings erupted. God, this is possible? 0 points lost? Incredible, this is simply too amazing. This is the most exciting gambling game I've ever seen in my life. Gambling god, absolutely a gambling god. Gambling god, take me as your disciple, I will shout 666. I really don't know what to say. I want to go up and ask, do you accept disciples? I can cook, do laundry, and warm the bed. Damn it. What use is it for a rough man like you to warm the bed? That's not necessarily true. What if the gambling god likes it that way? Meanwhile, in the security room, the casino owner saw this situation and his face turned ashen. Boss, did you see that? It's just so magical, it's just so demonic, it's just so monstrous, the manager said from the side. Get lost. Don't add to my troubles, the casino owner kicked back. Oh my, the manager was knocked over by the kick, wincing in pain, only then realizing he had just lost his composure. Damn it, he was supposed to be cheering them on. The owner continued to watch the LCD screen of the monitor. The gambling continued. The dealer girl collected a chip and asked, "Do you want to continue?" "Of course," the captain replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Nan chimed in, "1 chip." The captain immediately picked up the smallest chip and tossed it into the center of the table. The dealer dealt the cards, and there was no surprise this time. The banker won again. The casino owner looked at the monitor, his fists clenched tightly, and said to the manager, "Let Xiaomei continue." Okay, the manager hurriedly replied, issuing orders through his earpiece. "Xiaomei, continue." With the authorization, Xiaomei was completely at ease and asked, "Sir, do you want to continue?" This time, before the captain could say anything, Jiang Nan already spoke up, "All the chips." Understood. The captain wasted no time, pushing all the chips, 800,000, onto the table. "Deal the cards. If we win this hand, we'll have 6 million, ha ha ha." He looked quite pleased, quite arrogant. The dealer began to deal the cards. The surroundings fell silent again, even the other gamblers, their moods completely different from when they placed the smallest chip, even though they were just spectators. This round was worth 800,000. Many gamblers were so nervous their palms were sweating. With so many chips in front of her, the dealer, despite having received direct orders from the owner, felt the pressure, and her dealing action was a bit slow. The cards were dealt, and as usual, the banker revealed their card first. It was an 8. Goodness, an 8, that's quite challenging. This time, the only chance to win is with a 9. Yeah, I think this time it's hopeless. The murmurs around them started again. The casino owner was almost in tears. He quickly typed a message, "What I said is true, why don't you believe me? Is it really like that?" Hiss. If that's the case, then it's terrifying. This gambling technique is simply too brilliant, right? Still the same thing, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I absolutely wouldn't believe it. Just then, a group member spoke up. "At Scar, are these people in your casino?" The casino owner quickly replied, "At Lu Gu, yes, they're in my casino right now, it's urgent, in a short time, they've already taken 5 million from me, I can't take it anymore." "Damn it, are you stupid? In our line of work, you only take in, not out. If this happens, just kick them out." "Yeah, are you out of your mind? You don't even know the basic rules." The casino owner felt like he was dying inside. He quickly typed a message, explaining, "Do you think I don't want to? It's just that I'm worried. This group has over 20 professional bodyguards, I'm worried they're here to cause trouble, how could I dare to act? I'm still trying to figure out how to handle it, I'm worried they're not people we can provoke. Didn't you notice the photos? Just looking at a few of them, you can tell they're not simple characters." As soon as he sent the message, someone replied. It was Lu Gu again. "At Scar, what you're doing is wise, let me tell you, I know one of them. But it's not the brilliant gambler, it's that old man among them, Master Dong from Yanjing, a well-known master in the collecting circle, well-connected everywhere, and his influence is far beyond what we can compare. Don't provoke him, we can't handle it." Hiss. The group was filled with gasps. "Have you heard of Master Dong from Yanjing? Damn, a person worth several 100 million, someone we can't afford to mess with." "Ah, we really can't." The casino owner was completely stunned. "Ah, my God, a person like that, What should we do? What can we do?" "No need to panic too much, they are all very wealthy people, they shouldn't target your small casino. Maybe they just came to play for fun. Just endure it. If it really gets unbearable, go out, admit a mistake, apologize, say the casino is out of money, and ask for their generosity. They are all people of stature. I think unless you have really offended them, it should be fine." It was the one called Sixth Brother who suggested this. "Thank you, Sixth Brother. We can only do it this way. We can't afford to provoke them, so let's endure it. I hope they play a couple of rounds and leave. If it really doesn't work, I'll go out, even if I have to kneel down to apologize. That's right, in our line of work, we have to be able to bend and stretch." Yes. Alright, thank you all. Let's get together another day, I'll treat everyone to drinks. I need to deal with the current situation first. The casino owner dropped a line and stopped talking in the group. "Boss, what should we do?" the manager asked nearby. "I figured it out. The identities of these people are simply too impressive. One of them is Master Niu Dong from Yanjing, worth several 100 million, a famous collector with countless connections. We can't provoke them at all." The casino owner said with a bitter smile, "Today is really bad luck. I didn't expect such a group of people to come to the casino. Wow, such big shots, we're done for, what should we do?" The manager was even more flustered. Sigh. The casino owner sighed and said, "Alright, today is just bad luck. we can only accept it. Let Xiao Mei come out and continue. We can't afford to provoke this group. I'll risk 5 million. If they stop after 5 million, then fine. If they don't stop, I'll go out and apologize, saying the casino is out of money. Even if I have to kneel, I won't hesitate. Okay, I understand. The manager replied and immediately spoke into the earpiece. Xiao Mei, you go ahead, continue. Xiao Mei, who was hiding in the bathroom, got the go-ahead, let out a long breath, and replied, understood. She walked out of the casino and returned to the poker table. I'm really sorry, sir. Please forgive me, please forgive me. Let's continue. She apologized with a pitiful look. As a pretty girl, no one could really get angry. Alright, stop dawdling. Let's hurry up and gamble a couple of rounds and leave. Jiang Nan said coldly. Okay, sir, please place your bet. She quickly said. 1 chip. Jiang Nan said directly. Alright. The captain grinned widely and tossed the smallest chip onto the table. The people around laughed and watched the fun. A small chip of 100 yuan, everyone didn't take it seriously now. The most important thing was to see if a miracle would happen again, and this time the dealer would still win. Facing a small chip, the dealer girl wasn't too nervous. After all, it didn't matter whether they won or lost this round. She dealt the cards quickly. Once the cards were dealt, the girl flipped them over. 6 points. The captain casually revealed his 2 cards, 3 points. Without a doubt, the dealer won again. Ha ha ha. The captain laughed heartily. Continue. His expression of being happy even after losing money was quite annoying. The surrounding chatter became a little noisy. That's impressive, not a single miss. Indeed, this is the most exciting gambling game I've ever seen. Please place your bets. The dealer girl said. All chips. Jiang Nan said. Wow. The captain shouted happily, pushing all his chips, 6 million, onto the table. His expression was even more annoying. It seemed that knowing he had so many chips meant he would definitely win more. In the security room, the casino owner's mouth twitched, his heart bleeding. Damn, with 6 million in chips, the casino is about to lose 6 million in one go. Of course, what worries him more is that this means the other side now has 2 million. If I bet everything again next time, then, the casino will lose at least over 6 million. His original plan of 5 million can't cover it anymore. Sigh. Over 6 million, so be it. The casino owner expressed that he would have to endure it. If it continued, he would immediately go out and be a sycophant. With chips worth 6 million, the people around became tense, each spectator holding their breath. Only Jiang Nan, Old Masterin, and Master Dawn looked relaxed. This amount of money meant nothing to them. Gulp. The dealer girl swallowed hard and began to deal the cards. Although she no longer had to take responsibility in this situation, facing such a large pile of chips, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Her movements became slow, and after a moment, the cards were dealt. According to habit, the dealer revealed the first card. 5 points. Another standard score, with a 50% chance of winning. But the onlookers already knew she was bound to lose. With over 8 points, it was a guaranteed loss, let alone now with just 5 points. Sure enough, the captain grinned and flipped over 2 playing cards. Suddenly, a 7 appeared. TSK, so damn thrilling, this time winning 6 million, how great would it be if it were me? I'm so envious. If I had such gambling skills, how wonderful it would be. The surrounding people were shocked and sighed in admiration. Alright, your gambling debt should be covered now, right? He glanced at the captain and asked. Covered. The captain hurriedly replied, but then he changed his tone, looking at Jiang Nan with a pleading expression. Boss, this is a great opportunity to make money. Let's gamble again, and we can earn 2 million, living leisurely for the rest of our lives, not having to do anything. Humph. Jiang Nan snorted coldly and turned to leave. Captain, you're too greedy. Old Masterin said, the most important thing for a person is to keep their credibility. Being so insatiable, you will regret it. After saying that, he also turned and left. Master Dong said nothing, leaving with a faint smile, followed closely by a group of bodyguards in black. Boss, I was wrong. Can't I just not gamble anymore? I'll pay off the debt right now, let's go together. The captain hurriedly said. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. He knew the situation at the casino. If Jiang Nan and the others left, how could he take so much money out alone? He was well aware of this. Humph. I'll wait for you for 2 minutes. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Jiang Nan said coldly. If it weren't for needing the captain in the future, he wouldn't be this patient. I understand. The captain hurriedly replied. Then he shouted at the dealer girl, quick, exchange the chips. Meanwhile, in the security room,
The casino owner saw this scene and was equally anxious. This group of calamities was about to leave. Great, great. He quickly said to the manager beside him, hurry and call someone up to exchange the chips. Okay, boss. The manager was just as anxious, responding quickly through the earpiece, damn it, send more people up, quickly count the chips, speed it up. With the order given, several service staff at the front desk quickly set off towards the gambling table. They rapidly counted the chips, and in less than a minute, one of them reported, just under 320 million, missing 800. Alright, pay him directly 320 million. The casino owner said. The manager immediately relayed the message through the earpiece, directly give him 320 million. The service staff went to get the money, and the captain immediately said, wait, I still have 2 million in high-interest loans, pay off the loans first, and give me the rest. He was anxious too. Jiangnan said he would wait 2 minutes, and now over a minute had passed. Quick, go do it. The casino owner hurriedly said. Quick, do as instructed. The manager acted as a transmitter, shouting into the earpiece. Several service staff quickly operated, clearing the captain's usury, and in the end, handed over 1 million to the captain. It took about 2 minutes. Jiangnan didn't say much more, turned to walk out, and the others followed. The captain, carrying a full suitcase of money, grinned widely, happily trailing behind. After exiting the casino, a few people got into a car, following Jiangnan. At this moment, old Masterin said, little brother, I still want to discuss the upcoming auction with Master Dong. Are you staying or heading back to Zhanghai first? The next day. Boss, good. Boss, good. Jiangnan entered the hotel lobby with Gu Gu and Deng Wei, and the hostesses stood straight to greet him. Each pair of big eyes scanned Jiangnan back and forth. This time, Jiangnan had been away for half a month, and his sudden appearance made many hostesses miss him greatly. Brother Jiang, you're back. Bei, who was at the cash register collecting money, noticed Jiangnan and excitedly shouted, rushing over and jumping into his arms. Jiangnan, you're back. Lily approached with a beaming smile. Jiangnan smiled faintly, unable to greet so many people at once. After chatting briefly with everyone in the restaurant, he returned to his room on the top floor, with Bei following him like a little tail. The beautiful manager and Mi Ro, who were informed of the situation, immediately came to meet Jiangnan. As noon approached, the beautiful manager quickly ordered the kitchen to prepare a feast. It didn't take long for the feast to be ready, and Zhang Yimin and Mi Ro had already contacted her and rushed over. Everyone gathered together, drinking and chatting. While missing Jiangnan, everyone was also very eager to know about his recent situation. Gu Gu and Deng Wei transformed into speakers, competing to recount Jiangnan's heroic performance against pirates. The hostesses were left astonished, their mouths agape. As the gathering reached its conclusion, everyone's excitement waned. Jiangnan stopped chatting with them and asked the manager and Mi Ro, how's the situation with Li Zhe? We've figured it all out. He works as a manager at a securities trading company called Jin Xin in Sanjing City. The company's assets are around 50 million, and its current operating situation is decent. If you want to acquire it, without sufficient profit incentives, the boss definitely won't be willing to sell, the beautiful manager said. Not bad. Mi Ro added, Jiangnan, is it meaningful to do this just to vent? I think we should just let it go. People like Li Zhe aren't worth our time, he's just a petty person. Yeah, boss, our restaurant's business is doing so well now. I don't think it's necessary to do such things. If we want to acquire that company, we might need to prepare 70 to 80 million. Only with enough profit will the boss be willing to sell, the beautiful manager said. Jiangnan, forget it, I'm no longer angry. Let's not stoop to his level and just focus on our business, Zhang Yimin chimed in. She even felt a bit guilty that Jiangnan had to invest so much money just to acquire that investment company for her. 70 to 80 million is just 70 to 80 million, it doesn't matter, it's all small change, Jiangnan said. Alright, since you're willing, then let's do it your way, Mi Ro said, seeing Jiangnan's determination. Exactly, as long as the boss is happy. The beautiful manager also stopped insisting upon hearing Mi Ro's words. Manager, I'll leave the acquisition of the securities trading company to you too, Jiangnan said. Okay. The two nodded in response. Once the acquisition is done, let me know. I want to see what kind of reaction Li Zhe will have when I appear in front of him as the boss, Jiangnan said. Okay, I understand. Got it. Mi Ro and the beautiful manager both nodded and said. Night fell. At Zhang Yimin's place, a fierce storm raged between Zhang Yimin and Jiangnan. The saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and after Jiangnan had been away for so long, Zhang Yimin could hardly bear it. After more than half an hour, the battle finally came to an end. Zhang Yimin lay in Jiangnan's arms, gazing deeply at him, and said, Jiangnan, thank you so much.
Thank for what? Jiang Nan asked, somewhat puzzled. About Li Zhe, Jiang Yiman said. I know you spent so much money to acquire the company Li Zhe is in, and it makes me feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Jiang Nan laughed heartily, saying as he laughed, I've said it before, this is all a small matter, tens of millions is nothing, you don't need to worry about it. Besides, once this company is acquired, not only will it slap Li Zhe in the face, but he will also become a stray dog. I plan to give this company to you as a gift, and from now on, you will be in charge. No, I can't do that. How could I manage such a big company? Besides, I have no experience in this area. What if I ruin the company? That absolutely won't do. Jiang Yiman quickly waved her hands in fright. It's nothing, it definitely won't go under, and the company will absolutely make more and more money, Jiang Nan said with a smile, because he had already thought of a problem. Now that he could see such a high vacuum rate, the company he was about to acquire was a securities trading company. With a success rate, it would be easy for him to see which stocks would perform well and which would make money. As long as he invested in those stocks, it would definitely be a sure profit. That's why he was so confident now. Jiang Nan, will you help me manage such a big company? If you do, I might be able to give it a try, Jiang Yiman said after thinking for a moment and looking at Jiang Nan. Of course, I will help you. Don't worry, I will definitely make this company run better and better. Didn't you hear Gu Gu and Dang Wei talking during dinner? I will stand firm, and then I'll tell you which stocks are performing better, and you can just buy them and wait for the profits, Jiang Nan said with a smile. During dinner, Dang Wei and Gu Gu had already revealed Jiang Nan's fortune-telling abilities. This made the other girls look at Jiang Nan with even more complex expressions, their hearts racing in shock. Jiang Yiman nodded her little head happily and said, this is even better, fantastic. If I have your help, I'm not afraid of anything. This company, I just became the boss. What does it feel like? I'm so happy. Jiang Nan looked at Jiang Yiman's joyful expression, ruffled her long hair, and thought she looked so beautiful, truly endearing. The next day, before Jiang Nan had even gotten out of bed, the phone rang. The phone was on the bedside table next to Jiang Yiman, waking both of them up. Jiang Yiman reached out to grab the phone and handed it to Jiang Nan, saying, your phone. Jiang Yiman didn't even glance at the phone, clearly not wanting to interfere with Jiang Nan's privacy or know who was calling him. She knew that such a man definitely did not belong to her alone. The wisest choice was to take care of herself, and that was enough. Jiang Nan took the phone, saw it was Miro calling, and pressed the answer button. After pressing the button, Miro's pleasant voice came through the receiver. Jiang Nan, it's Miro. Can you hear me? I can hear you, Miro. What's the matter? Calling so early in the morning? Jiang Nan replied. Yes. You're at Jiang Yiman's place, right? Miro asked again. That's right, I'm here with Yiman, Jiang Nan said frankly. There was nothing to hide about his relationship with Jiang Yiman. Miro let out a slightly sour huff and changed the subject, saying, it was Dong Kuan who called to ask if you were back. I told him you had already returned, and he rushed over overnight. He's already waiting for you at the hotel. Oh, Dong Kuan is here, good. He's waiting for me at the hotel, so I'll head back there shortly, Jiang Nan replied. Alright, there's nothing else, so I'll hang up now, Miro said. Okay, I'll be back soon, we'll talk when we meet, Jiang Nan said and hung up the phone. It was Miro who called, right? I recognized her voice, Jiang Yiman said. Although her voice was relatively soft, Jiang Yiman and Miro were old classmates and very familiar with each other, so she could still hear it from the side. Yes, it was Miro who called. Dong Kuan is here and waiting for me at the hotel. You should get up too, let's go see what's going on. But I suspect it's about the pharmaceutical factory, otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a rush to come over overnight, Jiang Nan said. He had only been awake for a little over an hour, and it was just past 7 a.m., so it seemed Dong Kuan was quite anxious, prompting Jiang Nan to get up. Alright, I'll get up too. Let's go see what's really going on, Jiang Yiman said as she got up to get dressed. The blue Bugatti parked in the hotel's underground parking garage. Jiang Nan and Jiang Yiman got out of the car. He wrapped his arm around Jiang Yiman's slim waist and walked toward the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor, heading straight up. The elevator doors opened, and Jiang Nan and Jiang Yiman stepped out, heading directly to the office. Upon entering, Miro and Dong Kuan were chatting in the room. Jiang Nan, you're back. Jiang Nan, you're back. As Jiang Nan returned, both Miro and Dong Kuan quickly stood up to greet him. They then nodded to Jiang Yiman in acknowledgement. Jiang Nan nodded and casually sat down on the nearby sofa, and Miro immediately leaned over to pour him a cup of tea. Dong Kuan rushed over so urgently, is there something going on? Jiang Nan asked as he took a sip of tea. Yes, Jiang Nan, I was almost dying of anxiety. As soon as you left, I couldn't get through on the phone for so long,
there was no signal. I could only contact Miro, and she said you were away on a trip, Dong Kuan said with a bitter smile. Then he changed the subject, saying, it's like this, the factory's operating situation is much worse than expected. We've invested so much, yet the business hasn't improved at all. Jiang Nan, I'm sorry, if the business continues like this, the factory might go bankrupt. You've invested 100 million, and it might all go to waste. I really feel terrible, I dragged you into this. You trusted me so much, handing over your house to me, and I didn't expect the business to turn out like this. Sigh. I really feel guilty towards you. Honestly, I've thought about just jumping off a building. It's bad enough that my own factory is losing money, but I've also dragged my old classmate into this mess. Jiang Nan understood Dong Kuan's meaning. The pharmaceutical factory was not doing well. Although they had replaced the equipment, the sales of the medicine were still poor. If this continued, the factory would indeed go bankrupt. He. Jiang Nan smiled and said to Dong Kuan, don't worry, I'll think of a way. Rest assured, the pharmaceutical factory won't go under, it will thrive and reach new heights. Jiang Nan, what do you mean the factory won't go under? Do you have a way to turn the business around? Dong Kuan asked, surprised, looking at Jiang Nan with disbelief. Yes, I have a way, Jiang Nan smiled. Now even Jiang Yiman and Mi Ro, who were nearby, looked at Jiang Nan in surprise, their eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Nan, what's your plan? Dong Kuan asked eagerly. The method is simple, I have a way to improve the Hua-Tua rebirth pill to make its effects even better, Jiang Nan said. Improve? This statement shocked everyone. Later, Miro thought of something and immediately exclaimed excitedly, Jiang Nan, do you mean it's like how the restaurant improved the sauce fish and marinated duck? That's right, you're clever, Jiang Nan smiled and said to Miro. Oh my god, really, not only can dishes be improved, but even medicine can be improved. Jiang Yiman also reacted, her beautiful big eyes wide with shock. Wow! My goodness, I can't even imagine. The sequelae of a stroke are already a huge problem. If, Jiang Nan, you can really make the effect of the Hua-Tua Zai pills as miraculous as improving dishes, allowing stroke patients to stand up again, then this wealth is simply unimaginable. Dong Kuan gasped, standing up from the sofa, his eyes wide open. His heart was stirred with waves of excitement. Alright, you all wait for me here, don't disturb me, and I'll give you a satisfactory result soon, Jiang Nan smiled, disregarding the shock of others, and headed to his bedroom. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Nan came out again. He handed a formula to Dong Kuan. Dong Kuan took a look, it was indeed the formula for the Hua-Tua Zai pills, which he was very familiar with, as he had written it for Jiang Nan before. However, several of the medicinal quantities in this formula had been altered. Jiang Nan, is this the improved formula for the Hua-Tua Zai pills? Dong Kuan asked. That's right. After you go back, produce the Hua-Tua Zai pills according to this formula and put them on the market. Don't rush, I believe it won't be long before our Hua-Tua Zai pills will be popular across the country and even the world, Jiang Nan said calmly with a smile. Good, Dong Kuan nodded quickly, choosing to unconditionally trust Jiang Nan. After all, the miracles Jiang Nan created came one after another. And there's one very important thing, Jiang Nan instructed again, keep this secret formula safe. Besides yourself, no one else is allowed to know. Otherwise, if the secret formula gets out, we won't be able to make this money alone. That's right, this is crucial, absolutely crucial, Miro echoed, reminding Dong Kuan. Yes, Jiang Yiman also said, this is an absolute secret, no one else must know. Humph. Excuses for going far away, you don't want to talk to me, do you? Even if you're abroad, there should be a signal, right? Do you use resentful voice continued to come through? How could that be? How could I deliberately ignore you? The place I'm going is in international waters, there really is no signal. How could I lie to you? Jiang Nan said with a wry smile. Is that true? Of course it's true. Isn't the phone connected now? If I really didn't want to see you, you wouldn't be able to reach me now. You should understand this logic, Jiang Nan said. That's true. I've been sad for several days, my eyes are swollen from crying, thinking you were ignoring me, you said. Is that true? You really cried? Jiang Nan asked. What would I lie to you for? I really thought you were ignoring me. My mood has been terrible these past few days, I've lost weight, and I haven't eaten for several days, you said. I don't believe it. Why don't you send me a photo so I can see if you've really lost weight or not? Jiang Nan said. I'll send it, do you think I would lie to you? I'll send it on WeChat, you said and hung up the phone. Soon, Jiang Nan's WeChat notification chimed. Checking, it was Du, one of his WeChat friends. He opened it, it was a photo Du had just taken. Indeed, her eyes were red, and she looked much more haggard, her complexion somewhat pale. Shortly after, another message came through. So, do you believe it now?
I didn't lie to you, did I? You look so pitiful like this. How could such a beautiful person end up like this? Hurry up and eat, you know? It makes my heart ache. Jiang Nan said. Brother Jiang, who are you chatting with? Bei asked from the side. A friend, Jiang Nan replied. Humph, is it another beauty? Bei teased. Yes, if it were a big guy, I wouldn't bother chatting, and she's a very beautiful lady. Jiang Nan winked at her. Humph, you have too many women around you, and you ignore Bei pouted, looking both cute and adorable. How could that be? You are my sister, and you will always be my sister. Other women can at most be your sisters-in-law, they can't replace you, Jiang Nan said. Humph, I already said, I don't want to be your sister, I want to be your wife, Bei declared. Jiang Nan. He decided to ignore her. At that moment, Du sent another message, I've managed to contact you now, and I'm feeling much better. I'll go eat soon, but when can we meet? I really miss you, boo-hoo. You must have returned from abroad, right? Jiang Nan asked. I came back a while ago, Du replied. I thought you would contact me, but I didn't expect you to not reach out for 4 or 5 days. Later, I called you, but the call didn't go through. Humph. It didn't go through once, twice, and for several days. I really thought you were deliberately ignoring me. I was heartbroken when I thought you changed your number. Alright, don't be sad. When I have time, I'll go to Magic City to see you, okay? Jiang Nan said. Du replied obediently. I'm waiting for you to come see me. When will you come? Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said, tomorrow, I'll go to Magic City to see you. Okay, it's a deal. No backing out, we must meet, Du said. Okay, Jiang Nan replied. 3 days later. Du linked her arm with Jiang Nan's as they exited a shopping mall, her face filled with joy. During these 3 days, Jiang Nan and she had spent time together like a honeymoon, eating, living, and almost playing through the entire Magic City. Let's go have a cup of coffee, Du said happily. Sure, should we have that cat poop coffee again? Jiang Nan smiled. As long as you're happy, you can have whatever you want, even an 18 yuan latte, Du said. Then I'll have the 18 yuan latte. I've been bankrupted by your shopping spree, I really have no money left, Jiang Nan said pitifully. I told you not to buy so many things, but you insisted on buying for me. You've spent over $1 million on me in these 3 days, with all kinds of bags, clothes, and cosmetics, Du said with a hint of grievance. This isn't good, even though you have a few billion now, you can't spend money like this. You need to be careful with your money, remember, you still have to support me in the future. And she treats you so well, she will definitely be with you in the future. You have so many women to support, spending like this, a few billion won't be enough. Du looked very worried for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan laughed. Silly girl, I was just joking with you. Spending this over $1 million is nothing, it's small change. Let me tell you, I don't just have a few billion now. Previously, when I went to the high seas with Anshi's grandfather, the time when your call couldn't get through, we salvaged a batch of goods worth 2 billion. I hold a 2/5 share, which means I've already made 800 million. So, spending this over $1 million is really nothing, understand? I was just joking with you. Oh my god, is that true? Jiang Nan, are you kidding me? Another 800 million in revenue, this is simply too. Du's little mouth opened wide in shock. Do you think I look like I'm lying to you? Just a few $100 million, is it worth it for me to deceive you? It's just small change, Jiang Nan said with a smile. Wow, I love you so much, big boss. Du happily kissed Jiang Nan. With her 2 little dimples, she looked even more charming when she smiled. Jiang Nan was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself that she was truly a captivating little enchantress. He could never get enough of just looking at her. Soon, they casually found a nearby cafe and walked in. Jiang Nan directly called out to the staff, beautiful lady, 2 lattes, please. Du giggled, laughing as she said, with such a wealthy big boss, you still drink this cheapest latte coffee? So what? Just enjoy it however you like, Jiang Nan replied with a grin. Soon, 2 cups of latte were served. The waitress looked at Jiang Nan, dressed in Armani, and then at Du, who was also in designer clothes. She couldn't help but glance a few more times, wondering how such a pair could be drinking lattes. Each of their outfits cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Was it really okay to drink coffee and lattes? Not just the waitress, but even some other customers sipping coffee around them occasionally looked over, intrigued by Jiang Nan and Du's actions. They thought to themselves, why are these rich folks mingling with us poor people? Jiang Nan and Du leisurely sipped their coffee while enjoying the curious gazes from others, feeling quite pleased. This psychological sensation was particularly unique and very comfortable. It was obvious to see the envy and jealousy in the eyes of others.
By the way, Jiang Nan, we've been playing for 3 days, and I haven't gone to the auction house to work. I've had my fun, but I should really get back to work, Du said. What work? Why go back to work? How much do you earn in a month? From now on, I'll support you, so why work? Jiang Nan replied. Such a good job, am I just going to give it up? Du felt a bit regretful and hesitant, unsure of what to do. What good job? A few tens of thousands a month is called a job? Jiang Nan said, if you're not going to work, just quit and accompany me. Right now, I can see you, but later I won't be able to, and I really miss you. He said this with a mischievous smile. You're annoying, Du pouted playfully, but inside she was very happy. It was simply wonderful that Jiang Nan liked her. At noon, Du packed her bags, gathering her things into a large pile and tossing them into the Cayenne, leaving the magic city with Jiang Nan for Jianhai City. Jiang Nan found this a bit speechless. Flying back would be so much faster, but Du couldn't bear to part with her red Porsche Cayenne. She insisted on driving the car to Jianhai, which would take nearly 10 hours. Fortunately, they could take turns driving, with one person driving for a few hours and then resting. By the afternoon, it was dark, and they didn't continue driving, stopping at a service area to rest. After having dinner and chatting for a while, they couldn't help but start to indulge in each other. Life was delightful. The next morning, they set off again, and by noon, they returned to Jianhai. When the Porsche Cayenne parked in the underground garage, Du was instantly attracted by a blue Bugatti parked nearby. She looked it up and down and said, this Bugatti is simply too beautiful. Do we have such distinguished guests at our hotel driving such a prestigious car? And in such a small city, it's really impressive that someone drives a car of this caliber. Jiang Nan chuckled and said, there's only one Bugatti in the entire Jianhai city, and it's not a distinguished guest's car parked here, it's my ride. Ah, Du was taken aback, her beautiful big eyes wide open in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Nan. After a moment of daze, she said, are you saying that the Bugatti sports car is yours? Of course, who else is worthy of owning it besides me? It's a luxurious ride, and you just said that Jianghaishi is a small city, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Oh my god, this is actually your car. Du was still in shock, unable to process it, and asked, how much is this car worth? 32 million, Jiang Nan chuckled, it's just pocket change. Goodness, a 32 million sports car is simply astronomical. Du's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Her expression was incredibly charming and cute, making it hard for anyone to look away. Can I take a spin? Du looked at Jiang Nan, tentatively asking. You've already been driven around, and you haven't even had a meal yet. There will be plenty of opportunities. Let's head back to the room first, Jiang Nan said with a smile. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat oppressive, and everyone fell silent. Jiang Nan. He felt a bit awkward, as it seemed bringing Du back had stirred things up a bit. After all, Du was indeed too beautiful, and even Nero, in some aspects, couldn't quite compare. Plus, Du's voice was so enchanting when she spoke, which added to her appeal. This made Nero and the beautiful manager, who both had a good impression of Jiang Nan, feel a bit pressured. Ahem. Jiang Nan cleared his throat twice to break the awkward silence and asked the beautiful manager and Nero, by the way, what were you two talking about just now? You seem to be having a lively conversation. It was about the acquisition, the trading company's matter. Nero shot Jiang Nan a flirtatious glance and said, the company has been acquired, but you disappeared without a trace. We have no idea how to proceed next. He. Jiang Nan smiled, my fault then. Of course it is, the beautiful manager pouted playfully. The company was acquired for over 70 million, and you didn't show up, running off to chase girls. It's really hard for us to say anything about you as a boss. He. Jiang Nan felt a bit embarrassed, smiled, and said, it's not too late now, I'll handle it today. By the way, where's E-Man? Call her and have her come over. I plan to leave the company in her hands. She went out. I'll call her, Nero said, taking out her phone to dial Zhang Yiman's number. The call connected quickly, and Zhang Yiman's voice came through. Nero, what's up? Is there something? Jiang Nan is back and wants to see you. He's at the hotel, in his room on the top floor. Can you come back? Nero said. Jiang Nan is back? Okay, I'll hurry back right away. Zhang Yiman's voice was filled with excitement. The next moment, the call ended. She'll be back soon, she's on her way, Nero said to Jiang Nan. Alright, let's wait for her. Once she returns, we'll head to Sanjing City. Jiang Nan nodded. Meishem, Nero nodded while busy pouring Jiang Nan a cup of tea, saying, Jiang Nan, should we go together? The manager doesn't need to go, stay here to manage the hotel. You, as my assistant, should come along. After we're done, Zhang Yiman can stay there alone or find someone to help her manage the company. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said, okay, I'll go with you. I'm familiar with the situation, so it will be more convenient. Miro nodded obediently. Don't leave me here alone, I want to go too, Du quickly said. Her meaning was clear, she wasn't familiar with anyone else here, and if Jiangnan left, it would be too awkward for her to stay alone, so she had to go alone. Then I'll go with you, hee. Jiangnan said with a happy smile, having a few beautiful women by my side, that's what life is all about, so enjoyable. Humph. TCH. The beautiful manager, Miro, and Du simultaneously shot Jiangnan a charming eye roll. You three look so beautiful, Jiangnan nodded in agreement. Beautiful manager. Miro. Du. They all rolled their eyes in unison. It wasn't long before Zhang Yimin returned. When she saw Du, she was momentarily stunned, then looked at Jiangnan and asked, Jiangnan, who is this? Her gaze towards Du held some hostility. There was no helping it, this woman was too beautiful and drew jealousy. Let me introduce you, this is Du, Jiangnan said. I met her in Magic City, she used to be the chief auctioneer at the Magic City auction house. She helped me before, and now I've brought her on board to help me with things. She's very capable. When he mentioned her capabilities, Jiangnan deliberately emphasized his tone a bit. He wanted to prove that it wasn't just because Du was beautiful that he brought her to his side, but in reality, it was indeed because Du was beautiful that Jiangnan kept her as his woman. There was no way around it, it would be a shame not to see such a good woman before she became someone else's. Zhang Yimin was taken aback for a moment, glanced at Du a couple of times, but didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at Jiangnan and asked, Jiangnan, why did you call me back? Well, today we're heading to Sanjing City to take over the securities trading company, and then you'll manage it entirely, Jiangnan said. Great. Ever since you told me, I've been waiting. It's been 3 days since the company was acquired, and you've disappeared without a trace, Zhang Yimin said with a hint of grievance. Wasn't I busy? I just found the time, Jiangnan said without a hint of embarrassment. Du stifled a laugh beside him? Miro. Beautiful manager. Was he busy chasing girls? Alright, let's not waste time. Get ready, we'll be leaving soon, Jiangnan said to Zhang Yimin. Okay, I'll pack my things and be right back, Zhang Yimin replied as she went to gather her belongings. An hour later, the red Porsche Cayenne left Zhanghai City, heading straight for Sanjing City. There was no choice, Jiangnan's Bugatti had too little capacity for 2 people, and since there were 4 of them, they took Du's red Porsche Cayenne instead. In the car, Zhang Yimin and Miro felt quite complicated. They thought this car was a gift from Jiangnan to Du, and felt a bit sour about it. Just then, Du said to Jiangnan in the passenger seat, Boss, it's more economical to buy a car like mine. Look at your Bugatti, over 32 million, and it only seats 2 people. My Cayenne is just over 1 million, under 2 million, and it can seat 4. What a deal. Forget it, if you think like that, buying a 7-seater van is even more economical. A few tens of thousands can fit 7 people, Jiangnan chuckled. Hee. Du giggled and said, now that you mention it, I really have nothing to say. Alright, I admit I was wrong. But then Miro interjected from the back seat, Du, did you buy this car yourself? It's not Jiangnan who bought it for you. Of course, Du replied. I worked hard to save up for the down payment to buy this car. Really? You're so impressive. You're about my age, and you can already afford a car worth over 1 million? Miro was a bit surprised. It's been tough. I've been quite lucky, at the auction house in Magic City, I can earn 30,000 a month, and they also provided me with accommodation, so I could save some money to buy a car, Du said. Wow, Du, you're quite impressive too? At such a young age, you managed to buy your own car. I really envy you. I can't even afford a car worth over 1 million, let alone one worth hundreds of thousands, Zhang Yimin said, looking at Du with envy. They were of similar age, and comparing themselves, Du seemed much more successful, which made Zhang Yimin feel a mix of jealousy and admiration. Didn't I say it wasn't easy? The workload is huge, and I have to find ways to please the boss, Du sighed. You really have the ability, and I admire that. I worked as a CEO assistant for a while, earning 20,000 a month, but the boss tried to make advances on me, so I quit, Miro said. So you still have to please your boss, and you're so beautiful. Won't your boss take advantage of that? She had experienced something similar, so she wanted to understand the situation. It was clear that Du was becoming a woman of Jiangnan, while she and Zhang Yimin were still very innocent. If a less innocent woman were in their place, it would be even harder to bear. Hee. Du laughed and said, I don't have to worry about that because our boss is a woman. That's why I can sit comfortably at the auction house without worrying about some male bosses having lewd thoughts. Oh, really? That's great. Your job is truly enviable, Miro exclaimed. What's there to envy?
You're the CEO assistant of Jiangnan now, and you're her university classmate. Countless women envy your job, being the assistant to such a handsome and wealthy boss. It's hard to find a job more suitable than this, you said. That's true, Miro said, instantly happy. I envied your previous job, but now I have nothing to envy. I have such a great boss, handsome and caring, and we're old classmates. There's nothing better than this. Miro said, her face full of happiness and pride. Yes, Zhang Yiman also said, I feel so happy now, you're the happiest woman in the world. I'm also very grateful to the heavens for giving me the chance to know Jiangnan, you said. Let's work together to help Jiangnan grow his business. Right. The three women were like a play, and Jiangnan could hardly get a word in. He understood that the three women were getting along quite well. A very nice outcome. Feeling good. Along the way, the three women chatted nonstop about various topics, cosmetics, clothes. They were excited and happy. Jiangnan couldn't interject, only moving his eyes, glancing at Zhang Yiman, then at Miro, then at Du Yu. Three beautiful women, lovely faces, and great figures. It was a pleasure to behold. 3 hours later, they arrived in Sanjing City, entered the city center, and Miro, familiar with the route, guided Du Yu as they walked. It didn't take long to reach the securities trading company. The red Porsche Cayenne parked directly in the company's underground garage. Jiangnan and the three stunning women got out of the car. They took the elevator straight to the top floor of the company. Exiting the elevator, they went directly to the CEO's office under Miro's lead. Knock. Miro tapped on the door. Who is it? I told you not to bother me. I'm not dealing with work right now. I'm just in this tank waiting for the new boss to arrive. A man's impatient voice came from inside. It's me, Miro replied. Ha! There was a moment of confusion from inside, then, damn. With a creak, the door opened, and a man in his 50s, plump and round, poked his head out. Upon seeing Miro, he immediately smiled and said, Oh my, little sister, you finally came. I've been holding down the fort here for 3 days, even returned the salary to you guys, and now I'm stuck here. I'm about to go crazy. My little lover has already made plans to go to the Aegean Sea and keeps urging me. He rambled on and on. Alright, you can leave now, Miro said helplessly. Our boss has finally arrived. Ha. So it's this handsome young man, huh? Quite the character, indeed. The plump man said while sizing up Jiangnan, then changed the subject. Alright, I'm off then. Wait a moment, Miro stopped him again. Where's your assistant? Bring your assistant over. I have something to tell her before you leave. Okay, I'll call her on my way down. She'll be here soon, the plump man said, pulling out his phone and hurriedly dialing as he walked away. Jiangnan. Damn it, the company has been sold, and he's just a hands-off manager, not caring about anything. It seems like no one has managed the company at all these past 3 days, Du said from the side. Who knows how chaotic it has become? Exactly, or else why would I be so anxious? The first day of taking over has already passed, but the big boss Jiangnan has vanished without a trace, Miro said, looking at Jiangnan with a hint of grievance. Jiangnan. He. Zhang Yiman, seeing Jiangnan's helpless expression, couldn't help but laugh. It's fine, let it be chaotic, it doesn't matter at all, Jiangnan said. It's just a small trading company, it's easy to get it up and running. The girls exchanged glances and then smiled wryly. Miro said, Jiangnan, you're not humble at all. What can I do? There's nothing to be humble about, Jiangnan replied. I'm just that excellent, what can I say? Miro. Zhang Yiman. Du Yu. Soon, the former president's assistant entered the room, a young woman in her 20s, quite attractive. When she saw Jiangnan, her eyes lit up, and she asked, Sir, are you the new boss? I suppose so, Jiangnan nodded. That's great. I'm the former boss's assistant. Now that you've taken over the company, I will be your assistant from now on. Having such a handsome boss is just wonderful. The young woman was very happy. Miro and the other two exchanged glances again, helplessly shrugging their shoulders. There was really no way around it. With such a handsome face and wealth, he attracted women no matter when. Sigh. He had an aura that drew attention. What's your name? Jiangnan asked the beautiful assistant of the former boss. My name is Xiaojin, the beautiful assistant quickly replied. Please notify everyone to gather in the conference room for a meeting. Everyone must attend. Those who don't will be considered to have voluntarily resigned from the company, Jiangnan instructed decisively. Okay, boss, I understand. I'll arrange it right away, the beautiful assistant said, startled by Jiangnan's serious demeanor. How long will it take to prepare? Jiangnan asked. 10 minutes, just give me 10 minutes, the beautiful assistant quickly replied. She knew this was the new boss's first meeting, and some rules would definitely be set. If she messed up, it would be disastrous. Alright, you can go, Jiang Nan said. The beautiful assistant didn't dare to say anything more and hurriedly left. Nero glanced around the room, noticing the tea set, and quickly went to brew tea for Jiang Nan. A few people sat down and started chatting. 5 minutes passed, then 10 minutes. Nero glanced at the time and said to Jiang Nan, it's been 10 minutes. Shouldn't we head to the conference room? The previous assistant already mentioned that everyone would gather in the meeting hall after 10 minutes. No, Jiang Nan replied with a faint smile, waving his hand. There's no rush, let them wait. We'll go over in half an hour. Let's keep them on their toes, it'll make managing these employees easier in the future. That makes sense, Du nodded and said. Indeed, the new boss should establish some rules to make every employee cautious. This way, they'll do their work properly. After a while, once they're familiar, we can give them some rewards. It's like hitting them with a stick and then giving them a date. Right, now that you mention it, I also think it makes sense. So, let's not rush over. Let's keep them waiting a bit longer, and we'll go in another 20 minutes. Nero thought for a moment and nodded. But I'm really nervous. Jiang Nan is handing this company over to me, but I have no experience in this area. I didn't think of any of this, I'm just too anxious, my head is buzzing, Jiang Yiman said, a bit nervously. That's okay, you'll get used to it. I also learned about these things after working as a presidential assistant for a while, otherwise, I wouldn't know anything, Nero comforted Jiang Yiman. If you really feel uncomfortable at the beginning, you can ask Nero to stay and help you for a couple of days, Jiang Nan said to Jiang Yiman. Jiang Yiman nodded obediently. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and added, also, now that you're the boss of such a large company, you can definitely have Li Xiaochun come help you. She doesn't earn much at the hospital, and you can offer her a better salary. You two can look out for each other. That's good, Jiang Yiman immediately nodded happily. Having a companion made her feel more confident, otherwise, she would be quite nervous. When Jiang Nan and Miro left, the thought of managing such a large company all alone made her feel like there was no one to consult. During this time, Du just watched from the side, not saying much. To Miro and the others, she was still somewhat of an outsider, so it wasn't appropriate for her to interject. Being as smart as she was, she generally kept quiet in such situations. The few of them chatted casually while drinking tea, and after about half an hour, Miro glanced at the time and said to Jiang Nan, it's been about half an hour, we should go now. Let's go, Jiang Nan nodded. Miro led the way, as she was the most familiar with the place. In the company's conference room, the sound of chaotic discussions was incessant. Upon receiving the order from the presidential assistant, everyone hurried to the conference room to wait. 10 minutes passed, and the new boss still hadn't shown up. Another 10 minutes passed, and the new boss still hadn't appeared. However, everyone remained silent. As time went on, some people began to lead discussions, and soon everyone joined in, creating a noisy atmosphere in the entire meeting hall. Li Zhe sat on one side of the presidential office, while the beautiful assistant sat across from him. As the manager, he was currently the highest authority there. He had already prepared himself for how to present himself and build a good relationship with the new boss. With the new boss, he felt quite nervous and also a bit frustrated. He had finally stabilized his position as manager, but now the boss was changing. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only find ways to build a good relationship with the new boss. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking echoed in the hallway. The beautiful assistant was all ears, listening intently until she heard the sound of high heels. Immediately, she shouted, silence, everyone be quiet. The boss is here, the new boss is here. With her shout, the noisy discussions instantly ceased, and the entire conference room fell silent. Click, click, click. The rhythmic sound of high heels grew closer, and it was clear that several people were approaching. Could the new boss be a woman? This question immediately sprang to the minds of all the employees. A minute later, 4 figures appeared at the door. Everyone turned to look. Their eyes lit up. Oh my, handsome men and beautiful women. Could they be the new bosses? The female employees in the company were instantly captivated by Jiang Nan's handsome appearance, gazing at him with infatuation. Meanwhile, Miro, Zhang Yiman, and Du watched as the male employees turned into lovesick fools. Of course, there was one exception. That was Li Zhe. When Li Zhe saw that the leader among the newcomers was Jiang Nan, followed by Zhang Yiman and Miro, his face instantly turned a shade of liver color. A storm of turmoil surged in his heart. How could this be? How could this be? An extremely ominous thought arose in his mind. Everyone, welcome the new boss. The beautiful assistant stood up first and said, clapping her hands. All the employees immediately stood up and applauded. Li Zhe's face was extremely unpleasant, but he also stood up to clap. Jiang Nan walked to the main seat in the center and sat down. Zhang Yiman and Miro took their seats beside him. Jiang Nan waved his hand, and the applause finally stopped. Everyone sit down, Jiang Nan said with a somewhat cold expression. This made all the employees feel a bit anxious as they sat down. They thought to themselves, the new boss doesn't seem to be in a good mood, and everyone felt even more uneasy. As everyone quieted down, Jiang Nan hadn't said anything yet when Li Zhe, with a forced smile, said, Jiang Nan, Miro, Zhang Yiman, so it's you guys? His face was filled with a fawning smile. Do we know each other? Jiang Nan coldly looked at him and said. Li Zhe's face turned an even deeper shade of liver color, looking as bad as it could. The surrounding employees. Each one looked confused, not knowing what was happening, clearly shocked by the slap in the face. Also, the boss hasn't spoken yet, and you dare to speak first? You can pack your things and leave. Jiang Nan said coldly to Li Zhe. Ah! Li Zhe's face became even uglier. Ever since he saw Jiang Nan and the others arrive, this was what he feared the most, but now it seemed inevitable, he was going to lose his job. Jiang Nan, can you not be like this? You're a bigger person, let it go, please spare me. Li Zhe, however, did not leave immediately but instead said with a fawning smile. This job, being a manager, was incredibly important to him, and he did not want to lose it. Is there something wrong with your ears? Did you not understand what I said? I told you to get out, right now. Jiang Nan's expression remained cold. Miro, can you help me plead for mercy? Li Zhe still shamelessly looked to Miro for help. Humph, you brought this on yourself. Miro snorted coldly. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have acted like that. Having more friends means more paths, and now that you're in a dead end, it's all self-inflicted. To be honest, this is the consequence of going against Jiang Nan. The surrounding employees who were watching the show immediately understood what was happening. Damn, so you offended the new boss. Ha ha ha. This is great, this is a disaster for him, and he was still so arrogant before. The employees couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Li Zhe didn't have a good reputation in the company. As a manager, his arrogant attitude was disliked by many employees. Seeing his current predicament, everyone was reveling in his misfortune. Li Zhe stammered for a long time, still not wanting to leave. Call security, Jiang Nan said directly to the beautiful assistant. I'm leaving. Li Zhe was frightened this time, suddenly recalling the day he was beaten. He now fully understood that it must have been Jiang Nan's doing. However, he couldn't afford to provoke Jiang Nan, so he could only endure it, and as time passed, he gradually forgot. Now, when Jiang Nan mentioned calling security, the scene from that day flashed back in his mind, making his heart tremble with fear. He dared not linger any longer, grabbed the documents in his hand, and fled. His heart was almost bleeding, and he cursed himself inwardly for opposing Jiang Nan. Look at how Miro and the others have now leaned on Jiang Nan, thriving and doing well. Sigh. Damn it, it's all his fault for initially looking down on Jiang Nan, thinking that just because he had a managerial position, he was above him. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt, wishing he could slap himself a few times. Alright, the annoying person has left, now we can start the staff meeting, Jiang Nan said, his expression much more pleasant as he smiled. The change in his expression instantly eased the tension in the hearts of the employees, and some of the female employees gazed dreamily at Jiang Nan's smile, their hearts racing. Dong Koan nodded excitedly, tears streaming down his face. He was overwhelmed with joy. I need to quickly call Jiang Nan and tell him this good news. After a moment of excitement, Dong Koan suddenly thought of this. Yes, hurry and call the chairman, this is a huge piece of good news, Dong Koan's father said. Dong Koan took out his phone and dialed Jiang Nan's number. At the top of the securities trading company, Jiang Nan was chatting with Zhang Yiman and Miro. Zhang Yiman, the stocks to buy recently are these three, invest 20 million in each, hold them for a month, and then sell them all. I remember. Are you sure these three stocks will make money? Zhang Yiman asked. Of course, just do as I say, Jiang Nan nodded confidently. Jiang Nan, how can you be so sure? The stock market is ever changing and very hard to control. I suggest buying more stocks so they can complement each other, rather than risking too much on one stock. Do you suggest it from the side? She usually had some small investments in stocks and understood a bit about it. Yeah, Miro also chimed in. It's better not to put all your eggs in one basket, that's more prudent. He. Jiang Nan smiled, just rest assured, listen to me and you'll see in the future. It's impossible to lose, you will never lose in your lifetime. Making a little money will be easy. I can responsibly tell you that investing a total of 60 million in these three stocks will yield a profit of 60 million next month. Is that for real? I feel like you're just bragging, Miro said, her tone skeptical, because this way of making money seemed too fast. Jiang Nan, although I admit you have created miracles time and again, your current approach seems too unreliable. I find it hard to believe, do you added. Let's wait and see, Jiang Nan said with a smile. Zhang Yimin opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment, Jiang Nan's phone rang. She had to hold back her words. Jiang Nan took out his phone, saw it was Dong Kuan calling, pressed the answer button, and said, "What's up, Dong Kuan?" "Yes, I have a huge piece of good news to tell you," Dong Kuan's excited voice came through. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Nan laughed happily, "You sound really happy. What's the good news?" "The newly produced Hua Tuo rejuvenation pills have an incredible effect. An elderly person who had been paralyzed in bed for a year took the pills for 2 days and miraculously stood up. With assistance, he can already walk." Dong Kuan said excitedly and quickly, "Really, the effect is so miraculous?" Jiang Nan was also very happy in his heart. Although he was prepared, he did not expect the effect to be this good. Just 2 days, and a person who had been paralyzed for a year could get out of bed. This effect can truly be described as miraculous. It can only be described as miraculous to match such a good effect. Yes, it's absolutely true, this is absolutely true, Dong Kuan continued happily, and we are continuing to observe the efficacy, to see if after taking it for 7 days, the elderly can fully recover and move freely. This is good, continue to observe, Jiang Nan said with a happy smile. If Dong Kuan hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about this matter. Indeed, with a success rate, the Hua Tuo rejuvenation pill has had miraculous effects. Even though Jiang Nan had some psychological preparation before, the current effect was truly surprising. A stroke patient who had been bedridden for a year took the Hua Tuo rejuvenation pill, and in just 2 days was able to get out of bed. This effect is indeed quite remarkable. Okay, if there are any developments, I will contact you in a timely manner, Dong Kuan said. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up, Jiang Nan replied and hung up the phone. Beside him, Mi Ro, with her beautiful big eyes, asked, Jiang Nan, what happened that makes you so happy? Good news, Jiang Nan smiled and said, the Hua Tuo rejuvenation pill produced by the pharmaceutical factory that Dong Kuan is managing according to my formula has had miraculous effects. Wow, this is indeed good news. Is the newly produced Hua Tuo rejuvenation pill very effective? Mi Ro asked. Zhang Yimin also became interested, her beautiful big eyes listening attentively. Du Yu was a bit confused but also very interested, pricking up her ears to listen. Not only is the effect good, but it is also very miraculous, Jiang Nan said with a smile. An elderly man who had been paralyzed from a stroke for a year took the medicine for 2 days and is already able to get out of bed and walk. Hiss. Mi Ro, Zhang Yimin, and Du Yu all gasped in unison. Mi Ro widened her eyes in disbelief and said, What? An elderly person who has been bedridden for a year can get out of bed and walk after taking the medicine for just 2 days? You heard correctly, Jiang Nan said with a smile. It's not that I heard it wrong, I heard it very clearly. It's just that this is really shocking, and I find it hard to believe, Mi Ro said. Yes, I am also a bit shocked and can't believe it. How can there be such a miraculous medicine? Doesn't that mean? Du Yu said, equally shocked. She had already thought of a question. If such a medicine really exists, then the wealth it could bring would be unimaginable. If a bedridden person could stand again with 100,000 yuan, too many people would be willing. The most important thing is that there are simply too many people who are currently paralyzed and have suffered strokes. The accumulated number would bring wealth that is terrifyingly large. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered another question. If the medicine is so good, then it must also have a particularly high price to match. With this in mind, Du Yu hurriedly said to Jiang Nan, how much does such a miraculous medicine cost? Well, I don't know, it's been managed by an old classmate of mine, Jiang Nan said. So did I get my hopes up for nothing? This miraculous medicine isn't yours? Du Yu asked. No. Before Jiang Nan could speak, Mi Ro interjected. Jiang Nan is the chairman and holds 54% of the shares. He just doesn't manage the trivial matters at all, like in a hotel. Aside from eating and living, he doesn't care about anything else. He has a trustworthy old classmate managing it, so you should understand now, right? Oh. I understand. Mi Ro nodded. As long as it's from our own family's pharmaceutical factory, that's good. With a companion like Zhong Nu, life was delightful. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, Jiang Nan woke up and glanced at Du Yu sleeping beside him, her charming wavy long hair buried in his arms, her faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils. He felt great. Just then, the phone rang. Jiang Nan reached over to grab the phone, took a look, and saw it was Enchi, who he hadn't been in contact with for many days. During this time, Enchi hadn't called him because she was busy in Haikao City preparing for the upcoming auction of a large batch of blue and white porcelain. When Jiang Nan returned to Shanghai, Enchi had set off for Haikao to meet with Old Master and the others. After some discussion, they decided that this auction would not be held domestically but at the world's largest auction center, on Kizu Island. Kizu Island is the largest auction center in the world, a small island located 1,000 kilometers from the coastline, a tiny nation. The entire island's economy revolves around the super-large auction house, which drives a chain of service industries. The military power of this small nation is weak, and because of this, it resembles a public state. All countries adhere to an unspoken rule not to take military action against the small nation, creating a shared environment. Pressing the answer button, and Chi's pleasant voice came through the receiver. Jiang Nan, we plan to head to Kizu Island for the auction. Do you want to come along? I think I'll pass. I have a lot on my plate right now, so many things need my attention. You and your grandfather go ahead, I trust you to handle it. Jiang Nan thought for a moment before responding. Poof. And Chi huffed softly, you really trust me that much? You should participate in such a large auction. After all, it's not just 1 or 2 pieces of porcelain. This is a batch worth 2 billion. And Chi's voice carried a hint of melancholy. What she wanted most was for Jiang Nan to be with her. I'm really busy, I can't get away. Otherwise, I would definitely go. It's just not possible, Jiang Nan said earnestly. However, the truth was he was not busy at all. Every day he was interacting with several beautiful women. Of course, that was something he enjoyed. Moreover, the 2 billion in Chi mentioned was hardly tempting for Jiang Nan. Earning money was too easy, trading stocks daily. As time went by, making 50 million a day was very effortless. The hotel business was also booming, with daily earnings of 2 to 300,000, completely covering his daily expenses. After Zhang Yiman's trading company bought 3 stocks, they had been rising every day, and she called Jiang Nan almost every day, thrilled with the profits, which were in the millions daily. Li Xiaochun had also gone to help Zhang Yiman, and the two of them supported each other in their work, easing Zhang Yiman's worries and tension. During their phone calls, she would express her longing for him, which left Jiang Nan feeling helpless. It seemed she was getting a bit clingy, and he needed to go comfort her sometime. You're really annoying, and she said, then changed the subject on the phone. Alright, let's leave it at that. If you're really busy, I can't do anything about it. When I finish my work here, you have to take me to the movies. Of course, Jiang Nan replied with a smile. Okay, then I'll hang up for now. And she said one last thing before ending the call. It wasn't until late morning that Jiang Nan and Du Yuyu got out of bed. For convenience, Du Yuyu didn't stay at the hotel but rented a luxurious apartment instead. This way, Jiang Nan could have a private space whenever he came over. Otherwise, staying at the hotel would be too inconvenient, and many intimate things couldn't be done. After the two finished washing up and were having breakfast, Jiang Nan's phone rang again. He reached over to check and saw it was a call from Dong Kuan. With a helpless smile, he thought to himself, damn, he really is busy. He pressed the answer button, and Dong Kuan's voice came through. Jiang Nan, the efficacy of the Hua Tuo rejuvenation pill has been confirmed. After taking it for 7 days, you can walk just like before, and we have also found 3 other people as test subjects, and they experienced the same miraculous effects. Jiang Nan smiled. This was indeed great news. What's making you so happy? Du Yuyu asked curiously, taking a sip of milk and noticing Jiang Nan's cheerful demeanor. It's from Dong Kuan, the effects of the Hua Tuo rejuvenation pill have been confirmed. In just a few days, it can completely restore one's condition, and the trials on others have shown that the effects are not specific to individuals but work for everyone. Jiang Nan replied. Wow, that's fantastic. We need to promote such a great medicine quickly. Has the price of the medicine been set? Du Yuyu asked. I completely forgot to discuss that with Dong Kuan, Jiang Nan said, blinking. You really are something. Du Yuyu shook her head helplessly. How about this? Jiang Nan thought for a moment and said, since there's nothing to do here, I'll take you with me to the pharmaceutical factory to discuss this matter with Dong Kuan. Yes, that's very necessary. Since we have nothing to do, we might as well treat it as a trip. Du Yuyu nodded in agreement. Alright, let's do that. Finish your breakfast, and we'll set off after that, Jiang Nan decisively said. After breakfast, the two headed downstairs, and the blue Bugatti sped out of the luxurious villa community, heading straight for Sanjing City. When they arrived at the pharmaceutical factory, Dong Kuan was discussing something with his father in the yard. Both were pleasantly surprised to see Jiang Nan arrive. Jiang Nan, chairman, the two called out in turn. However, Dong Kuan's father waved his hand and gave Dong Kuan a slap. No respect, you should call him chairman. He. Dong Kuan awkwardly chuckled. We're old classmates, calling Jiang Nan by name is just a habit. That doesn't matter. In the past it was one thing, but now it's different, you should call him chairman now, Dong Kuan's father insisted. Jiang Nan. He really didn't mind, after all, he and Dong Kuan had been classmates for many years, and it felt more natural to call him by name.
He said, alright, Uncle Dong, there's no need to argue about this. I've been classmates with Dong Kuan for so many years, and we've always addressed each other this way. It feels awkward to change it now. Dong Kuan's father was taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly and said, alright, I'll listen to the chairman. You can call him however you want. Okay, enough of this useless talk. Let's go to the room. I have something to discuss with you, Jiang Nan said. Sure, Dong Kuan's father quickly replied, let's go to the room to talk. As he spoke, he led the way. Chapter 363, Pricing. Once inside the room, Dong Kuan's father hurried to pour tea for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan and Du Yu sat down leisurely. As the tea was served, Jiang Nan sipped slowly, and Dong Kuan, already happy, said, Jiang Nan, you must have rushed over because you were so excited about this news, right? I guess so, Jiang Nan smiled and replied. Saying this made it seem like he was quite concerned about the matter, but in fact, he hadn't really paid much attention to it. Although this would be a huge surprise for ordinary people, bringing endless wealth, for Jiang Nan, it didn't mean much at all, as he had too many ways to make money now. Moreover, each source was a massive fortune that would make countless people envious. He. Dong Kuan said with a happy smile, it's indeed too exciting. I've been so happy these past few nights that I can't sleep. Yeah, I feel like I've been injected with adrenaline too. I can't sleep at night from happiness. Dong Kuan's father chimed in, equally joyful. The two of them couldn't hide their happiness and excitement. Besides being happy, there's something very important I need to discuss with you, Jiang Nan said as he swallowed a mouthful of tea. What is it, Jiang Nan? What is it, Chairman? Dong Kuan and his father almost spoke in unison. Have you thought about the price we set for the Hua Tuo rejuvenation pills after launching them in the market? Jiang Nan asked. Price? What's there to think about? The price was already set. Each box of Hua Tuo rejuvenation pills is priced at 15 yuan in the market, and our market price will be around 12 yuan, so we can make about 5 yuan in profit, with a cost price of 7 yuan, Dong Kuan's father replied. After saying this, he continued happily, I can almost guarantee that once our Hua Tuo rejuvenation pills hit the market and their effectiveness is recognized, the sales will absolutely monopolize the market for Hua Tuo rejuvenation pills, and other manufacturers' products, even those for treating strokes, will be pushed aside. Dong Kuan nodded happily, saying, I have that confidence too. You too really. Jiang Nan couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong, Chairman? Dong Kuan's father's expression and tone made him pause. Your vision is too narrow, Jiang Nan said, feeling speechless. A box of Hua Tuo rejuvenation pills contains 10 pills, right? Yes, a box contains 10 pills, both Dong Kuan and his father nodded. So what's the dosage? I mean, the daily dosage, Jiang Nan asked. 2 pills a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, Dong Kuan's father replied. If I calculated correctly, a box of Hua Tuo rejuvenation pills can last for 5 days, which means each stroke patient only needs to buy 2 boxes to recover, and there will still be some left over, Jiang Nan said. I shouldn't have made a mistake in this calculation. No, that's right, Dong Kuan and his father nodded in agreement. So, for all stroke patients, even if they all buy our medicine, we would only make a profit of 10 yuan from 2 boxes, which is still a stretch, and then there would be nothing left, Jiang Nan said. Chapter 364, a bit confused. Dong Kuan and his father were both stunned. After a moment, Dong Kuan's father said, Chairman, so what do you mean? I'm not saying what I mean yet. What do you think we should do in this situation? Our medicine has such miraculous effects, yet you want to make a profit of only 10 yuan from such an effective product. Should I say you are too kind or that you are philanthropists? Jiang Nan retorted. Dong Kuan and his father were stunned again, exchanging glances. Dad, did we get too carried away and not think about this issue at all? Dong Kuan said to his father. Yeah, we didn't even consider this problem. Thinking about it this way, isn't it terrible? Our medicine, while effective and capable of monopolizing the stroke market, will still not sell well if all the patients recover, and we won't make much profit, Dong Kuan's father said. Jiang Nan snorted coldly. I think you two are too happy and didn't consider this issue. The chairman is right, Dong Kuan's father quickly replied. Stop saying useless things. What do you think we should do? Take out the plan. Jiang Nan took a sip of tea and said, Jiang Nan, I figured it out, that means raising the price. After all, our Hua Tuo rejuvenation pills are so effective, raising the price a bit is nothing. I've decided to raise the price of Hua Tuo rejuvenation pills to 100 yuan a box, Dong Kuan said. Right, raise the price, because that's how we'll make a profit, Dong Kuan's father also said. Jiang Nan snorted coldly and said, look at your ambitions, raising it to 100 yuan a box. Jiang Nan, do you mean that's too little? Dong Kuan asked tentatively.
Don't you know a principle? Cheap things make people think your product isn't high-end enough. If it has miraculous effects, it must have a price that reflects those effects, so people will believe it's worth it, Jungnan said. That makes sense, Dong Koen's father quickly nodded and then changed the subject. Chairman, what do you think is a suitable price? Well, let's make a big adjustment. We need to change the name of Huatua rejuvenation pills to something entirely new, package it as a 7-day treatment, and set the price at 100,000 yuan. Hiss. Both Dong Koen and his father gasped. 100,000 yuan, that's too outrageous, my goodness, Dong Koen's father exclaimed. Are you really setting it at 100,000 yuan? Jiangnan, do you really think such a price is justified? Isn't that too expensive? The Demon King was equally shocked. This was a far cry from the price of 100 yuan he had mentioned earlier. There's nothing to be surprised about, it's settled. 7 days for a treatment, packaged in a box, and the price is set at 100,000 yuan, Jiangnan said. Also, we need to come up with a high-end name for the medicine, launching it as a brand new product. Dong Koen and his father exchanged glances, then looked at Jiangnan's resolute face. Alright, Chairman, we'll do as you say, 100,000 yuan it is. I just can't imagine such wealth, it makes me a bit uneasy.